Chapter 1. Chen Yincheng saw the little girl for the second time today at the crossroads. The little girl looked about 7 or 8 years old, perhaps older, but she was very thin. The long pants on her legs appeared too loose, and though her clothes weren't dirty, they seemed to have been washed many times and were already faded. She usually showed up at the crossroads during rush hours, following a group of pedestrians as they crossed the road. Her large eyes searched for potential targets. However, her luck wasn't good. Chen Yincheng had seen her go back and forth many times without succeeding yesterday, and today, when she just reached out her hand, a traffic police officer riding a motorcycle arrived to direct traffic. She was startled, quickly pulled her hand back, and stuck both hands into her coat pockets, then slowly left along the edge of the street. Chen Yincheng shifted his gaze back. His chair rocked with 2 legs lifted off the ground as he leaned back, arms behind his head, and his long legs propped up on the counter while he continued watching the soccer game on TV. It wasn't until an old customer came to buy cigarettes that Chen Yincheng lowered his legs from the counter and opened the glass cabinet to take out cigarettes for him. The old customer took the pack of cigarettes with one hand and reached into his pocket for a lighter, saying, "It's cooled down these past few days." Chen Yincheng said, "Yeah, it's time to bring out the down jackets." The old customer nodded, finding the lighter in his pocket, lighting a cigarette and strolling away smoking. Maybe because of the cold, by 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, there was almost no business in Chen Yincheng's convenience store. He would pull the roll-up door halfway down, allowing the light and sound inside the shop to seep through the lower half of the door so that old customers could tap on the door outside and stick their heads through the bottom. Sitting inside watching TV, Chen Yincheng wouldn't get too cold with a small heater by his feet, enough to warm up the small area of the shop. A spy thriller was playing on the TV, and Chen Yincheng watched somewhat absent-mindedly, until he suddenly heard someone knocking loudly on the roll-up door outside, prompting him to instinctively sit up straight and shout, "Come in already, I haven't closed yet." A young woman carrying a child struggled to crawl through the bottom of the roll-up door. "Jia." Chen Yincheng was surprised, "What brings you here?" The woman's name was Gu Yaojia. In fact, Chen Yincheng didn't know her full name, he only knew that she was Zhou Yan's girlfriend and that Zhou Yan called her Jia, so he followed suit. Gu Yaojia's hair was slightly disheveled. She first brushed it aside and, with unstable breaths, said, "Brother Cheng, have you seen Zhou Yan today?" Chen Yincheng shook his head. The child Gu Yaojia held in her arms squirmed restlessly. Looking down at the child, she said, "He hasn't come back, and I can't reach him on the phone. I don't know where he's gone." Chen Yincheng said, "He didn't come to me." Gu Yaojia asked, "Could you help me find him?" Chen Yincheng picked up his phone, dialing Zhou Yan's number first. It turned out his phone was off. He then looked at Gu Yaojia and asked, "Did he go to the KTV?" Gu Yaojia said, "He quit his job." "Quit?" Chen Yincheng was surprised. "Why quit?" Gu Yaojia shook her head. Chen Yincheng hesitated, then dialed Zhang Wen's number on his phone. After ringing several times, there was still no answer. He hung up, seeing how pitiful Gu Yaojia looked holding the baby, and said, "I'll check the KTV, do you want to come with me?" Gu Yaojia said, "No, the baby isn't feeling well." Chen Yincheng nodded, "Then you'd better go home." Gu Yaojia left with the baby in her arms. When Chen Yincheng shut off the overhead lights in the shop and crawled out from under the roll-up door, he caught sight of Gu Yaojia's retreating figure. Gu Yaojia looked very young, and even though she had a child, Chen Yincheng suspected she was still not yet 20. She started living with Zhou Yan after knowing him for about 3 months and soon got pregnant and had a baby. They rented a place in an old neighborhood only a few minutes' walk from Chen Yincheng's shop, but they hadn't yet gotten married. Chen Yincheng pulled down the roll-up door and locked it with his foot from the outside. Then, wrapping his down jacket tightly around himself, he headed towards the subway station. This down jacket had been purchased nearly 3 years ago. It wasn't expensive when bought, and feathers occasionally poked out through the material. By now, Chen Yincheng wondered if it was psychological or not, but it felt thinner and thinner. "Maybe in a few days, I should go buy a new one," Chen Yincheng thought as he walked forward, making plans in his mind. No matter how cold the weather was outside, it was still warm in the subway station. Even though rush hour had passed, the flow of people hadn't decreased much. Chen Yincheng squeezed into the metro carriage without finding a seat. He stood in a corner, took out his phone and glanced at it, but he saw no missed call or message from Zhang Wenyong. In fact, he hadn't been in touch with Zhang Wenyong for a long time. If not for Zhou Yan's situation, he didn't really want to be dealing with people like Zhang Wenyong. The KTV where Zhou Yan worked was called Glorious World. It was a newly opened KTV located on a street filled with bars and restaurants. Zhou Yan had started working there about 3 months ago together with Zhang Wenyong. He worked as a server, while those causing trouble were handled by Zhang Wenyong's goons. The entrance of the KTV consisted of 2 automatic glass doors. As people approached, the doors would open naturally on both sides. A red carpet lay on the floor in the middle, adorned with garish yellow letters that read, "Welcome." When Chen Yincheng entered, he almost collided with a man walking out. Their distance grew too close, so they both slightly leaned away from each other. The man was taller than Chen Yincheng, who was already 6 feet 1 inch tall. He guessed the man might be around 6 feet 7 inches to 6 feet 8 inches tall. He wore a black long coat, and his leather shoes shone brilliantly. In that brief moment when they passed each other, Chen Yincheng subconsciously looked up, and just then, the man also lowered his gaze towards him. Chen Yincheng caught sight of a handsome yet somewhat cold face. Chen Yincheng froze for a second, stopping his steps as the man already raised his head and walked outwards. When Chen Yincheng turned back to look, all he could see was his sharp back silhouette, accompanied by a faint, cool scent of perfume. The glass door closed slowly. Chen Yincheng stood still at the same spot, watching as the man walked towards a deep gray Range Rover parked by the roadside. The car's lights flashed briefly as the man approached. Chen Yincheng, behind the glass door, kept his eyes fixed until the man got into the vehicle, after which he deeply inhaled, turned, and headed inside. A waiter greeted him, asking if he came to sing. Chen Yincheng shook his head and spotted a familiar face at the service counter. He went over and asked, "Little O, is Brother Yong here?" Little O, dressed in a waiter's uniform, looked up and instantly showed surprise upon recognizing Chen Yincheng's face. He said, "Brother Cheng, it's been a long time since I've seen you." Chen Yincheng smiled and asked again, "Is Brother Yong not here today?" Little O shook his head, saying, "He usually doesn't come unless necessary." Then, tentatively, he added, "If you have something urgent, Brother Cheng, why don't you directly call Brother Yong?" Chen Yincheng didn't mention that Zhang Wen-yong hadn't answered his call. Instead, he asked, "What about Zhou Yan? Have you seen him today?" Little O replied, "Zhou Yan resigned a few days ago." Chen Yincheng remembered what Zhou Yan's girlfriend had told him, realizing that Zhou Yan must have truly quit. He then asked, "Why did Zhou Yan resign?" Little O shook his head and mechanically sorted through some tickets in his hand before looking up and lowering his voice to tell Chen Yincheng, "I heard a few days ago that Zhou Yan seemed to have argued with Brother Yong, perhaps this is why he quit." Chen Yincheng asked further, "What were they arguing about?" Little O whispered, "I'm not sure, but I heard it was probably because Zhou Yan wanted to borrow money." Chen Yincheng nodded, thanking Little O, then turned to leave the KTV. On the way out, Chen Yincheng tried calling Zhou Yan's number once more, but the phone was still off. What he didn't notice was that the Range Rover with the man in the black coat was still parked by the roadside, its lights off and completely unmoved. Chapter 2. Chen Yincheng walked toward the subway station. He tried calling Zhang Wenyong again on the way, but the call went unanswered once more. With no other choice, he left a message on WeChat and then put his phone back in his pocket. As the traffic light turned green, he jogged across the street and entered the subway platform. Upon entering the station, Chen Yincheng instinctively glanced up. A dark gray Range Rover passed by from the street corner. It was such a fleeting glimpse that he didn't even catch the license plate number. He lowered his head and stepped onto the descending elevator. Back at his convenience store, Chen Yincheng pulled the rolling shutter halfway up, squeezed inside, and then locked it from the inside. The lights were already off outside the shop. He walked straight through to the inner room, turning on an orange ceiling lamp. Chen Yincheng picked up his cup and walked to the water dispenser. He squatted down to fill it with water while pulling out his phone to make a call to Gu Yaojia. They didn't have much to talk about. Chen Yincheng simply consoled her not to worry too much since Zhou Yan was an adult. If there still wasn't any news by tomorrow, he would accompany her to file a police report. After finishing the call, the water cup was full as well. Chen Yincheng stood up, picking up the cup of warm water and drank it all down in large gulps. He then placed the cup on the side of the table and headed toward the bathroom. There was only one room and one bathroom in the rear area of this small convenience store. Actually, the room wasn't that small, but an entire wall was piled high with cardboard boxes filled with drinks, beer, and other goods. The remaining space contained merely a bed, a cloth wardrobe, and a small square table pressed against the wall. After showering, Chen Yincheng didn't turn on the TV, instead, he lay directly on the bed playing with his phone. In fact, he was somewhat distracted, not because of Zhou Yan's situation, but because of the man he'd encountered earlier outside the KTV. In the brief moment they passed each other, he felt like he knew that man. So, he stopped and kept looking at the man's retreating figure, hoping the other person might recognize him too. But when the man left without looking back, Chen Yincheng began to doubt. He thought to himself, it had been 16 years since they parted ways, and they were both children back then. Was the person in his memory really the same person now? Chen Yincheng put down his phone, deciding to temporarily set aside those wandering thoughts in his mind and get some sleep. Lying flat on his bed, with his arms resting under his head, he mused that it didn't matter whether the man was Ning Junyan or not, it was long past history for his life anyway. The next morning, after waking up, Chen Yincheng followed his routine by first opening the convenience store door, then walking alone to the noodle shop 2 stores away to eat noodles. He sat at a table near the door, chatting briefly with the boss who was boiling noodles. Just as his bowl of noodles was served, someone sat next to him at the table. Chen Yincheng looked up and saw that the person sitting opposite him was Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan looked rather haggard and greeted him with, "Big brother Cheng." Chen Yincheng took out a pair of chopsticks from the container beside him, stirred the beef noodles thoroughly first, and then said, "Your wife looked for you all night." Zhou Yan replied, "My phone was out of battery." After speaking, noticing Chen Yincheng's less-than-friendly expression, he quickly added, "I've already called her." Chen Yincheng picked up a mouthful of noodles and chewed slowly before swallowing, then asked Zhou Yan, "Have you had breakfast?" Zhou Yan said, "Not yet." Chen Yincheng raised his hand to beckon the boss, cook another bowl of beef noodles. Zhou Yan didn't object. He appeared quite hungry and immediately dug into his meal with gusto as soon as it arrived. Chen Yincheng finished his own bowl of noodles first, leaned back against the chair, watching him as he ate. After Zhou Yan finished eating his noodles, Chen Yincheng asked him, "Are you full?" Zhou Yan wiped his mouth with a napkin and nodded. Chen Yincheng said, "Is there something you want to tell me?" Zhou Yan folded the used napkins neatly and placed them on the edge of the table. Staring at the half bowl of leftover noodle soup, he said, "Big brother Cheng, could you lend me some money?" Chen Yincheng asked, "What's it for?" Zhou Yan answered, "My son is sick." Chen Yincheng was surprised, "Sick? Is it serious?" Zhou Yan said, "It's a heart issue. Surgery can be done, but I don't have enough money right now." Chen Yincheng remarked, "Why didn't you say this sooner?" Zhou Yan looked pained, raising his hand to rub his face hard. "I know you don't have much either. At first, I planned to borrow from Brother Yong, but we got into an argument. And now, I've lost my job. I'm truly out of options." Chen Yincheng muttered quietly, "Zhang Wenyong was never a good guy." Zhou Yan said, "I had no choice." Chen Yincheng asked, "How much do you need?" Zhou Yan replied, "At least over 10,000 yuan." Chen Yincheng stared at him, "Where would I come up with that much money?" Zhou Yan remained silent. Chen Yincheng sighed deeply. He stood up, paid for the noodles first, then pulled Zhou Yan up, saying, "Let's go." "Brother Cheng." Zhou Yan looked a bit surprised. Chen Yincheng didn't say much more. He took Zhou Yan back to his convenience store. He went inside his room alone for a while and came out shortly afterward, then took Zhou Yan to an ATM at a nearby bank to withdraw 30,000 yuan. When he handed over the money to Zhou Yan, Chen Yincheng said, "This is all I have. Take good care of it and do what needs to be done." Zhou Yan hesitated for quite some time, unable to extend his hand. Chen Yincheng said, "What's wrong?" Zhou Yan replied, "I just feel so sorry toward you. It's all your hard-earned savings from the past 2 years." Chen Yincheng shoved the money into Zhou Yan's hands, speaking in a rather calm tone, "Take it. Pay me back slowly. Anyway, I don't need the money right now." After walking out of the bank together, Chen Yincheng strolled ahead with his hands in his pockets, while Zhou Yan caught up from the side and said, "Brother Cheng, aren't you thinking about finding a girlfriend?" Chen Yincheng simply, "Ed," showing little interest. Zhou Yan added, "I will definitely pay the money back as soon as possible." Chen Yincheng said nothing. As they passed the street corner, he suddenly stopped and told Zhou Yan, "Last night, I thought I saw." "Who?" Zhou Yan was bewildered. Chen Yincheng did not elaborate. Not far ahead was his convenience store, where he noticed a police car parked by the roadside. Following his gaze, Zhou Yan also spotted the police car and anxiously asked, "Are the police causing you trouble?" Chen Yincheng shook his head. He patted Zhou Yan's shoulder, signaling him to leave first, then walked alone towards the direction of his convenience store. As he approached the convenience store, Chen Yincheng glanced down at the interior of the police car, seeing that it was empty. He then noticed a tall figure leaning against the glass shelves inside the shop. "Officer Long," Chen Yincheng greeted, his tone unconsciously becoming enthusiastic. Long Zhanwu turned his head to look at him, tapping on the counter glass with his long fingers slightly bent and said, "Get me a pack of cigarettes." Chen Yincheng smiled and said, "All right, wait a moment." While Chen Yincheng went behind the counter to fetch the cigarettes, Long Zhanwu continuously observed him. The moment Chen Yincheng turned around, he saw Long Zhanwu's pitch-black pupils staring unwaveringly at him without blinking. After passing him the cigarettes, Chen Yincheng said, "It's the brand you always smoke." Long Zhanwu unzipped his down jacket, reaching into the inner pocket to take out his phone and pay. Chen Yincheng asked, "Did you work last night? Why are you here so early today?" Long Zhanwu responded with a vague, then said, "Have you seen Zhang Wenyong recently?" Chen Yincheng hesitated for a moment, deciding to be straightforward, "I looked for him yesterday, but couldn't find him." Long Zhanwu took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, leaning closer to Chen Yincheng and asking, "Why were you looking for him?" Chen Yincheng reached for the lighter from the counter and lit the cigarette held between Long Zhanwu's lips, saying, "A buddy of mine ran into some problems, I wanted to ask him about it, but couldn't even find the guy." Long Zhanwu slowly exhaled a puff of smoke from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Yincheng, "Be honest." Chen Yincheng said earnestly and seriously, "Guaranteed to the organization, absolutely sincere." Long Zhanwu pushed away from the front of the counter. Chen Yincheng suddenly said, "Officer Long, being so handsome, don't you worry about being harassed during investigations?" Long Zhanwu smirked and turned to walk toward the outside of the convenience store, pulling open the driver's side door of the police car and getting in. Chen Yincheng walked to the entrance, waving his hand and said, "Drive safely." Chapter 3. Zhou Yan's son was hospitalized, and Chen Yincheng spent an afternoon visiting him at the hospital. Before he left, he picked up a box of milk from a convenience store, locked the roller shutter, and headed toward the subway station. Zhou Yan wasn't at the hospital. Chen Yincheng only saw his girlfriend, Gu Yaoyao, taking care of their child in the ward. Chen Yincheng still sat down to chat with Gu Yaoyao for a while. When he asked where Zhou Yan had gone, Gu Yaoyao looked uneasy and said, he went to get some money. It was clear that there was some resentment in her tone. After all, Gu Yaoyao was still young. Before she was with Zhou Yan, they were happy together without much concern for anything. But once they had a child, reality started tying them down with its worries. Now, with their child sick and needing treatment, everything seemed less than satisfactory. Chen Yincheng listened silently and didn't know what to say. He glanced at the child sleeping soundly on the hospital bed, stood up, and said, rest well, I'll leave now. Big brother Cheng, thank you. Gu Yaoyao saw him off at the door of the ward. Chen Yincheng waved goodbye and told her not to bother, then made his way through the bustling corridor toward the elevator. This was one of the top hospitals in Chongfeng City. Every room Chen Yincheng passed was full of patients, and everywhere the sounds were noisy, children crying loudly, family members chatting outside ward doors. The air was dry and stifling inside the hospital building as if the central air conditioning was turned on. There was a distinct smell peculiar to hospitals. The window at the end of the corridor was open, but just slightly enough to prevent even a child from squeezing through. It wasn't the weekend, nor mealtime yet, so there weren't many people waiting for the elevator. Chen Yincheng waited for about 10 seconds before the elevator doors opened. Inside, he saw a man standing there. The man was tall, and even dressed plainly in a white lab coat, his excellent physique couldn't be concealed. His expression was cold, and at the instant when the elevator door opened, his gaze landed on Chen Yincheng's face. Chen Yincheng did not avoid his eyes as he stepped into the elevator. At the same time, he noticed the nameplate pinned to the man's chest. On it, apart from a photo, 3 characters stood out clearly, Ning Junyan. So, it really was Ning Junyan, and Chen Yincheng hadn't mistaken him for someone else. He walked inside, turned around to face Ning Junyan's back, and his eyes fell on the flashing floor indicators above. As the elevator doors slowly closed, it began descending again. 2 floors later, the elevator stopped, and 7 or 8 more people rushed in at once, filling up the entire space. Chen Yincheng instinctively took a step backward. He felt his foot touch something, so he immediately stopped moving and turned around apologetically, saying, sorry. Ning Junyan, whose shoes had been stepped on, said nothing. Chen Yincheng stood shoulder to shoulder with Ning Junyan against the innermost wall of the elevator. More people squeezed in after that, making it increasingly crowded. The enclosed space grew stuffy, mixing cigarette smoke and perspiration that shouldn't exist in winter, along with a faint trace of Ning Junyan's perfume. Chen Yincheng's hand, hanging loosely by his side, accidentally brushed against Ning Junyan's hand. He instinctively looked down to see Ning Junyan's expensive wristwatch and the white frayed sleeve of his own down jacket. Chen Yincheng suddenly thought it was probably better that Ning Junyan hadn't recognized him. When the elevator reached the first floor, everyone in front filed out, Chen Yincheng followed them, while Ning Junyan remained behind him. Exiting the elevator, Chen Yincheng looked around to confirm the direction toward the hospital entrance. At that moment, he heard someone calling his name behind him, Chen Yincheng. How old was Ning Junyan the year they separated? Chen Yincheng remembered it being around 14 years old since he was 12 and knew Ning Junyan was 2 years older than him. At 14, Ning Junyan was going through rapid growth, getting taller quickly, his voice becoming hoarse and unpleasant. Hence, the last impression Chen Yincheng had of him was merely the shadow of a boy during puberty. Nothing like now, as Chen Yincheng heard a strange, deep adult male voice. Chen Yincheng turned around and saw Ning Junyan standing not far from the elevator entrance. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, Chen Yincheng initially intended to smile and greet him, asking when Ning Junyan had recognized him. However, Ning Junyan simply said in a calm tone, I have half an hour until my shift ends. Would it be convenient for us to have dinner together? Chen Yincheng nodded, sure. Although it was supposed to be half an hour, nearly an hour had passed by the time Chen Yincheng got into Ning Junyan's Range Rover. Ning Junyan had taken off his lab coat and put on a dark overcoat. Underneath was a light camel-colored cashmere sweater. If this kind of clothing were worn by Chen Yincheng, he would probably still feel cold even while sitting in his little convenience store, with the warmth of a heater. But no matter if Ning Junyan was in the hospital or in his car, there was always sufficient heating. In such conditions, Chen Yincheng felt that if he stayed a bit too long, he might even start sweating. At the restaurant Ning Junyan chose for dinner, Chen Yincheng took off his coat as soon as he sat down, revealing a thin sweater underneath. He still felt a bit hot and picked up his water glass, taking a sip of lemonade. The water was cool. Ning Junyan sat opposite him and had rarely spoken since they left the car. His eyes fell on Chen Yincheng when he took off his coat, and lingered there for a long time without moving away. After Ning Junyan finished ordering the food, Chen Yincheng finally couldn't help but say, I thought you didn't recognize me. Ning Junyan also picked up his cup and drank some water before saying, I recognized you. The two fell silent again. Chen Yincheng suddenly found it somewhat amusing. He felt like he had found the Ning Junyan from his memories. Back then Ning Junyan was also like this, unwilling to talk much and not caring about anyone. He smiled and said, how long has it been? Over 10 years, right? Although he actually remembered the exact time, he intentionally phrased it vaguely. To his surprise, Ning Junyan said, 16 years. Chen Yincheng looked at him and said, I never expected you'd become a doctor. Ning Junyan stared straight into his eyes, what do you think I should be? Chen Yincheng shook his head, I can't imagine. Ning Junyan asked, what about you? Chen Yincheng smiled, me? I just run some small businesses. The waiter brought out their ordered dishes one by one. They ate silently for a while before Chen Yincheng asked, are you married? No, Ning Junyan replied quickly, then asked, are you married? Chen Yincheng said, no, I'm still alone. Hearing this, Ning Junyan nodded and didn't say anything. After finishing dinner and leaving the restaurant, Chen Yincheng immediately put his down jacket back on and tightly wrapped himself in it. He saw that Ning Junyan's overcoat was still draped over his arm but did not ask if he was cold, simply saying, thank you for tonight. I'll go home now. They hadn't even exchanged contact information. Chen Yincheng hesitated but seeing Ning Junyan not bringing it up, he did not take the initiative either. Even though Ning Junyan had invited him for dinner, he could sense Ning Junyan's indifference and distance. Perhaps they would only have this one meal and would never meet again. Yet Ning Junyan looked at him and said, let me see you home. Chen Yincheng smiled and said, there's no need. I'll take the subway, it won't take long. Ning Junyan repeated calmly, let me see you home. The valet brought Ning Junyan's car around, handing the keys to him after stepping out. Without another word, Ning Junyan walked toward his Range Rover. Chen Yincheng had no choice but to follow. Chapter 4. On the way back, the heater in Ning Junyan's car was still turned up high. Neither of them spoke much. Chen Yincheng kept giving Ning Junyan directions. After more than 40 minutes, Ning Junyan parked the car by the roadside near Chen Yincheng's small store. Chen Yincheng had no intention of inviting Ning Junyan into his house, so he simply said, thank you. Ning Junyan glanced at the closed roll-up door by the side of the road, picked up his phone which was on the seat, and asked, your phone number? Chen Yincheng couldn't help but glance at his phone before giving his number. Then he saw Ning Junyan immediately call him. The call rang twice and then disconnected. Chen Yincheng opened the car door to get out, standing by the car door and saying to Ning Junyan, next time I'll treat you to a meal. Ning Junyan didn't respond. Chen Yincheng added, drive carefully. This was clearly a sign of farewell. Having finished speaking, he closed the car door, took half a step back, and waved goodbye to Ning Junyan who was still inside. Ning Junyan drove off. Chen Yincheng felt somewhat dazed. He stood by the roadside for a moment before squatting down to unlock the door with his key, stepping into his old shop that didn't even have a sign. The weather was getting colder day by day. Before going to sleep, Chen Yincheng boiled a pot of hot water and sat on the bed to soak his feet. Lazily reclining onto the soft bed, he reached out for the phone that lay on the bed. The screen showed a missed call from Ning Junyan. He checked the incoming call display, saved Ning Junyan's number and name in the contact list, then threw the phone aside. Lifting his hand, he massaged his face, sighed, and closed his eyes. Afterwards, Ning Junyan spent another half an hour driving from Chen Yincheng's place back to his own home. When opening the door, the room was pitch black. He reached out and pressed the light switch by the entrance, letting a pale yellow glow illuminate half the room. The apartment was over 130 square meters, a bit too large for just one person to live in. The decoration style throughout was simple, with cold tones, always exuding a sense of loneliness. Ning Junyan casually draped his coat on the arm of the sofa, put on his slippers, and walked inside. Even though it was winter, he still pulled a bottle of mineral water from the fridge, unscrewed the cap, and gulped down half of the bottle, putting the remaining half back. After taking a shower, Ning Junyan sat on the edge of his warm bedroom bed without a shirt, reaching for the phone on the bed. His WeChat group, which he joined because of work, constantly flashed with messages, but at this time most of them had nothing to do with work. He copied Chen Yincheng's phone number, opened WeChat to find him, and noticed that Chen Yincheng's WeChat nickname was Strange City. Ning Junyan's WeChat name was simply the single character, Ning. He randomly added Chen Yincheng as a WeChat friend, placed the phone on the bedside table, turned off the desk lamp, and went to sleep. Chen Yincheng only discovered Ning Junyan adding him as a friend the next morning after opening his shop and sitting at the counter checking his phone. He clicked agree, seeing Ning Junyan appear in his friends list. Neither initiated a conversation with the other, it was like they just followed procedure. A few days passed before Zhou Yan showed up again. He looked in much better spirits than the last time. Beneath his black down jacket was a white shirt, and he had even tied a tie. Seeing him, Chen Yincheng asked, "Found a new job?" Zhou Yan nodded. Walking into the shop, he leaned against the counter and asked Chen Yincheng to fetch him a pack of cigarettes. Chen Yincheng gave him a pack worth about 10 yuan, placing it on the glass counter and said, "I'll treat you, but you should smoke less in the future." Zhou Yan, however, pulled open his down jacket and fished out his wallet from an inner pocket, placing 20 yuan on top of the cigarette box, saying, "How could I possibly let you treat me? Today, I'm here to invite you to dinner." Chen Yincheng looked down at the 20 yuan and said, "Is that so? I'm now a salesperson at a second-hand car store." The restaurant where Zhou Yan invited Chen Yincheng to eat was a very popular local hotpot place. It was almost always packed during dinner hours, with tables spilling outside, occupying what used to be a wide street margin. The two sat by the street side. The wind was quite cold in winter, so the boss had wrapped both sides with transparent plastic sheets, and along with the steam rising continuously from the hot pots, the outdoor setting barely managed to stay warm. Chen Yincheng rested his chopsticks on the bowl, watching the bamboo skewers dipped into the boiling pot, leaning back in his chair and asking Zhou Yan, "Do you have enough money for the child's treatment?" Zhou Yan shook his head, "But there's always hope, right?" His expression still seemed relatively relaxed. Chen Yincheng found this somewhat odd. Isn't selling second-hand cars so profitable these days? Zhou Yan picked up on the question in his tone, grabbing a handful of boiled beef and offering it to Chen Yincheng. "The market's pretty good right now," he added, sincerely, "really, Brother Cheng." Chen Yincheng took the beef as Zhou Yan pulled a work ID from his shirt pocket. It was indeed for a second-hand car salesman. Zhou Yan put the ID back. Chen Yincheng asked him, "You're not working with Zhang Wenyong anymore, are you?" Zhou Yan looked puzzled. "What about it?" Chen Yincheng shook his head. He wasn't sure what Zhang Wenyong had been up to lately, but Long Zhanyu had come to ask him about Zhang Wenyong that day, leaving him feeling uneasy. The reason this place did such booming business was undoubtedly because of its excellent taste. Chen Yincheng used his chopsticks to scrape all the beef off the skewer into the dipping sauce, then slowly lifted it to eat. In front of them, the pot bubbled furiously, the red oil swirling atop the pale red broth, sending up white steam carrying a spicy aroma. Through the mist, Chen Yincheng said to Zhou Yan, "I met Ning Zhenyan." Zhou Yan clearly paused, asking, "Who?" "Ning Zhenyan," Chen Yincheng repeated, thinking Zhou Yan might have forgotten this person. Zhou Yan set down his chopsticks, looking confused. "Is it really Ning Zhenyan?" Chen Yincheng nodded. Zhou Yan remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Taking advantage of this pause, Chen Yincheng also instinctively remembered the first time he'd seen Ning Zhenyan. Back then, Ning Zhenyan had already been 10 years old. His clothes, though somewhat dirty, were visibly of good quality. He sat quietly and palely in the corner, expressionless. Chen Yincheng had been 8 years old that year, filthy and unwashed for nearly half a month. Seeing his foster mother after she finished cooking, and knowing his foster father wasn't around, he carefully approached and called out, "Hey." Ning Zhenyan didn't respond. Chen Yincheng pushed his shoulder. Ning Zhenyan still didn't react, not even glancing at him. Chen Yincheng withdrew his hand in disappointment, thinking to himself that Ning Zhenyan must be an idiot. What is he doing now? Zhou Yan suddenly spoke, interrupting Chen Yincheng's thoughts. Chen Yincheng leaned to the side, saying, "Being a doctor." Hearing this, Zhou Yan laughed softly. Never would have guessed. He continued to himself, adding, "But it makes sense, he's probably rich, after all. He's from a different world than us." Chen Yincheng stayed quiet. After a moment, Zhou Yan said, "Actually, I think he's kind of scary." Chen Yincheng raised his eyes, looking at him. Chapter 5. Zhou Yan did not say why he found Ning Zhenyan so frightening, and Chen Yincheng did not ask. In comparison, Chen Yincheng had spent more time with Ning Zhenyan, understanding him better than Zhou Yan. He was clear in his heart about why Zhou Yan was afraid of Ning Zhenyan. For a while, it wasn't just Zhou Yan who was afraid of Ning Zhenyan, even godfathers and godmothers were scared of him. After the meal, Zhou Yan still needed to go to the hospital, so the two parted ways at the restaurant entrance. Chen Yincheng walked back alone, taking more than 10 minutes. Feeling full after eating and drinking some alcohol, his whole body was hot. After a while, he couldn't help but slightly unbutton his down jacket. When he returned to the inner room of his small shop, Chen Yincheng smelled something strange on his down coat when he lowered his head. He hung the coat by the window and then went to take a shower in the bathroom. The water needed to heat up for a moment before use. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Yincheng undressed himself and stood under the shower head, which soon became warm enough. Out of habit, he cupped water to wash his face and suddenly remembered the first time he helped Ning Zhenyan bathe. It happened on the same day he met Ning Zhenyan for the first time. That evening after dinner, his godfather and godmother went back to their room to watch TV, while he boiled a kettle of water on the gas stove in the kitchen. At that early summer period, it was already quite hot yet not warm enough to make a cold shower comfortable. Once the water was heated, Chen Yincheng carried the kettle to the courtyard, first filled half a bucket with cold water, then added hot water until it reached the right temperature. Then, Chen Yincheng took off all his clothes, using a small aluminum basin to scoop water onto himself. During this process, Ning Zhenyan squatted by the wall and looked at him expressionlessly. But at that time, Chen Yincheng did not know Ning Zhenyan's name yet. After rinsing his whole body, he used soap from head to toe without being too meticulous in rubbing the foam all over his body. He then washed off the soap, thinking he was clean. Shaking off the water in his hair, Chen Yincheng did not reach for a towel, instead squatting down and lifting the kettle, discovering that there was still half a pot of hot water left. Hesitating for a moment, Chen Yincheng looked up toward Ning Zhenyan and called out, "Hey." Ning Zhenyan did not respond. Chen Yincheng tentatively asked, "Are you mute? Are you a mute?" Ning Zhenyan just kept looking at him. Regardless of the fact that he was still naked, Chen Yincheng openly gestured towards him, "Do you want to take a bath?" Ning Zhenyan did not move. Chen Yincheng simply approached Ning Junyan, grabbed his hand, pulling him up from beside the wall and leading him into the yard. Ning Junyan was still dirty all over. Chen Yincheng reached out to remove Ning Junyan's clothes, finding no resistance. However, upon removing Ning Junyan's shirt, Chen Yincheng discovered large abrasions on his back, which were still bright red. Furrowing his brows, Chen Yincheng didn't ask how they occurred but squatted down again to pull off Ning Junyan's pants. When the pants got to Ning Junyan's feet, Chen Yincheng looked up and told him, "Lift your feet." Lowering his gaze, Ning Junyan lifted his legs one after another, allowing Chen Yincheng to completely undress him. The two of them stood next to the drain corner in the yard. Since Ning Junyan was taller than Chen Yincheng stood on the edge of the cement pool, holding the basin high as he poured water over Ning Junyan's head. As the water cascaded down, Chen Yincheng noticed Ning Junyan involuntarily frowned. Since the sky hadn't completely darkened, Chen Yincheng instinctively touched Ning Junyan's hair atop his head, discovering an injury there. Chen Yincheng looked up at Ning Junyan and said, "You have a wound on your head, does it hurt?" Ning Junyan merely glanced at him. Finding him interesting, Chen Yincheng asked again, "Does it hurt?" "If it hurts, I'll be gentle." Unexpectedly, Ning Junyan gave a slight shake of his head. Startled, Chen Yincheng paused and said, "In that case, I'll continue washing." Though he said that, Chen Yincheng later carefully avoided Ning Junyan's wound, gently wiping his back with soap to avoid causing any pain. After the shower, Chen Yincheng found an old set of clothes for Ning Junyan to wear. These clothes were oversized for Chen Yincheng. They weren't originally his, they were old clothes given by his godmother, which remained tucked away in Chen Yincheng's cabinet after being cleaned. Subsequently, Chen Yincheng threw both their dirty clothes into a basin and washed them together. While doing so, Ning Junyan sat quietly on a stool beneath the eaves, staring intently at Chen Yincheng. Occasionally, Chen Yincheng would raise his head and talk to Ning Junyan, who wouldn't respond. Yet, Chen Yincheng didn't mind talking to himself. By this point it was already completely dark outside. A white light bulb illuminated the yard, with several moths circling endlessly around it. The courtyard surrounded 4 rooms, one was the kitchen where they had their meals, and among the other 3 rooms, only one was lit. It was the room belonging to his godfather and godmother, who were watching TV at the moment. After finishing washing the clothes, Chen Yincheng turned off the light in the yard and pulled Ning Junyan's hand, bringing him into his own room. The room had a worn-out wooden bed and an old-fashioned wooden wardrobe. Chen Yincheng asked him to sit down by the bedside, turned on a small desk lamp, then opened the cabinet and rummaged through the bottom drawer. He found a few band-aids, then returned to the bedside and said to Ning Junyan, "Let me handle the wound on your head, okay?" He knew his godfather and godmother wouldn't care about this. Ning Junyan stared at the band-aid in his hand without saying anything. Taking his silence as consent, Chen Yincheng raised his hand and pushed away Ning Junyan's hair to carefully examine the wound on his scalp. The wound on Ning Junyan's head wasn't very deep and didn't seem too serious, but there was a large swollen lump next to it. When Chen Yincheng pressed down on it, he felt it was soft, yet no blood came out. Not knowing exactly what it was, Chen Yincheng fiddled with the band-aid for a while, blocked by Ning Junyan's hair. After hesitating for a moment, he asked Ning Junyan, "Shall I cut your hair shorter?" Ning Junyan didn't respond. Chen Yincheng took matters into his own hands, picking up the scissors from the bedside table. Without mercy, he cut Ning Junyan's hair short, leaving only a thin layer close to the scalp, then stuck the band-aid on it. After applying the band-aid, seeing Ning Junyan's messy hair resembling something that had been chewed by a dog, Chen Yincheng decided to push forward and trimmed all of Ning Junyan's hair short. Throughout this process, Ning Junyan sat still by the bedside without moving. Chen Yincheng didn't bother whether it looked good or not. After finishing, he called Ning Junyan to get up and brushed all the hair fragments on the sheet onto the floor. Then, he told Ning Junyan, "Go and bring me the broom." Ning Junyan showed no reaction. Chen Yincheng didn't get angry, he went outside himself to fetch the broom and swept all the hair off the floor. Afterward, he returned to the room, jumped onto the bed, and dug out an old comic book from under the pillow, lying down and reading it intently. Ning Junyan stood by the bed watching him for a while, then quietly climbed onto the bed and lay down next to Chen Yincheng. After turning off the hot water, Chen Yincheng reached for the towel hanging on the wall to dry himself, casually wiping away the fog from the mirror. The reflection in the mirror was no longer the skinny and frail boy from back then. At 28, Chen Yincheng had a well-proportioned body, with a light layer of muscle over his chest and abdomen, and long legs. He hadn't thought about those things from the past for a long time. Perhaps Ning Junyan's sudden appearance made him involuntarily reminisce. Putting on his pajamas, Chen Yincheng left the bathroom and lay down on the bed in the room. Strictly speaking, the conditions here weren't great either, but this bed was much softer and warmer than the one he used to sleep on with Ning Junyan. Chen Yincheng pulled the blanket over half of his face. The alcohol had quickened his heartbeat, making him somewhat irritable, unwilling to recall the past. Chapter 6. Ning Junyan had a surgery scheduled for the afternoon. It wasn't until the suturing stage that he left the operating table, removing his blood-streaked gloves before exiting the operating room. In the corridor outside the operating room, Ning Junyan nodded calmly to a familiar doctor as he walked toward the locker room. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Ning Junyan slipped on his white coat over his shirt. As he fastened the buttons, he headed toward the elevator to return to his office in the department. In his office, there was a small private fridge. Upon opening it, he found only a few bottles of mineral water. He casually grabbed one, turned around, sat down in his office chair, unscrewed the cap, and took large gulps. Ning Junyan had a habit of drinking icy water all year round, and he couldn't even remember when he developed this preference. After drinking, Ning Junyan sat back in his chair, staring coldly ahead. The faint warmth lingered on his long fingers. This sensation was from touching skin and blood through the gloves, causing him always to subconsciously rub his fingertips. The air conditioning was hot, the shower was hot, but the mineral water in his hand was still cold. He finished the last sip at the bottom of the bottle, then picked up his phone lying on the desk. It was almost 6 o'clock. At this very moment, Chen Yincheng received a WeChat message from Ning Junyan. Have you eaten? He was watching an unfinished soccer game when this disrupted his focus. His reply came promptly, no. Ning Junyan immediately sent another message, wait for me. Chen Yincheng was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond, and placed his phone aside. Just then, the television announced the end of the soccer match. He stood up amid narrow shelves of goods, peered outside over the counter, but didn't see Ning Junyan's Land Rover. So, he sat back down and replied on his phone, sure, let me treat you. After waiting more than 40 minutes, Ning Junyan finally pulled up his Land Rover in front of Chen Yincheng's small store and got out of the car. Seeing Ning Junyan approach, Chen Yincheng stood up from his seat and greeted him with a smile from inside the counter, you're here? Ning Junyan simply responded with one word, mm. Chen Yincheng said to him, take a seat for a while. There was also a wooden stool in the shop, just outside the counter. Ning Junyan sat down on the stool and looked up at Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng asked, do you smoke? Ning Junyan shook his head. Chen Yincheng then inquired, just off work? Ning Junyan answered, yes. Today, Ning Junyan wore a down jacket whose brand Chen Yincheng did not recognize but thought was stylish and appeared thick and warm. The down jacket was open, revealing only a thin white shirt underneath, yet he seemed unbothered by the cold. Leaning against the counter, Chen Yincheng said to Ning Junyan, you should have mentioned earlier today that you would have time, I could have prepared in advance. Ning Junyan heard this and asked, are you busy? There were only the two of them in the store, no other customers in sight, and the TV was still playing. It didn't look like Chen Yincheng was too busy. But Chen Yincheng smiled without missing a beat and said, I was quite busy in the afternoon, clearing this month's accounts. Ning Junyan nodded and asked again, finished now? I'm done, Chen Yincheng said. Have you decided what we're eating? My treat tonight. After saying this, he secretly prayed that Ning Junyan wouldn't decide to eat at that high-end restaurant they had visited before. However, Ning Junyan said indifferently, anything works. Chen Yincheng carefully considered and suggested, what about eating here? I'll pick up some dishes, and we can have beer too, I'll get us something to drink. Ning Junyan responded with, sure. Chen Yincheng went across the street to a frequently visited restaurant and ordered several dishes. Then, he and Ning Junyan ate dinner sitting opposite each other in front of the counter in the shop. Ning Junyan ultimately did not drink any alcohol since he had to drive home later, so Chen Yincheng opened just one beer for himself. This place has really good taro braised chicken, Chen Yincheng said, using his chopsticks to pick up a piece of taro and placing it in his own bowl, wondering if Ning Junyan might be accustomed to its taste. I'm accustomed to everything, Ning Junyan replied in a monotone voice. Chen Yincheng instinctively glanced at Ning Junyan, hesitating briefly but ultimately decided not to bring up old memories. Later, however, when he noticed cucumber among the accompaniments in the taro braised chicken, he became somewhat dazed and asked Ning Junyan, don't you still not eat cucumbers? Ning Junyan raised his gaze to stare at him for a moment before answering, do you still remember? Chen Yincheng chuckled lightly, I still have some memory of it. He looked at Ning Junyan and added, if you don't want to eat it, you can give it all to me. This sentence was what he had said to Ning Junyan when he was a kid. He even remembered how during their meal, Ning Junyan had picked the cucumber from his bowl and threw it on the table because he didn't eat cucumbers. The adoptive father sitting next to them immediately slapped Ning Junyan, his tone eerie as he said, pick it up and eat it. Chen Yincheng, who was holding chopsticks in one hand and a bowl in the other, didn't dare to move. He looked at Ning Junyan secretly and saw that half of Ning Junyan's face quickly swelled up. However, Ning Junyan showed no intention of listening. So Chen Yincheng stretched out his chopsticks, picked up the cucumber from the table, and ate it himself. I like eating cucumbers, he said. The shriveled lips of the adoptive father muttered a while chewing on the food and didn't say anything else. Chen Yincheng sighed in relief. Later, he leaned close to Ning Junyan's ear secretly and whispered, you can give me whatever you don't want to eat. At that time, Ning Junyan just calmly glanced at him. Looking back now, Chen Yincheng no longer felt the tension and anger he did back then, he could even smile about it now. Ning Junyan looked at him and suddenly asked, would you take everything I give you? Chen Yincheng wasn't sure what he meant by this question, what? Ning Junyan replied, nothing, let's have dinner. After finishing dinner, it was already past 8 in the evening. Chen Yincheng wiped the glass counter with a wet wipe while stealing glances at Ning Junyan. He wondered if Ning Junyan had any intention of leaving. Apparently not. Chen Yincheng had no choice but to continue making conversation, asking, why did you suddenly want to have dinner with me today? Ning Junyan's gaze was fixed on him. He watched his fingers gripping the wet wipe and said, "There was a surgery this afternoon." Chen Yincheng didn't understand what that meant. Ning Junyan's answer seemed irrelevant to his question. It was quite troublesome. Chen Yincheng asked, "Did it go smoothly?" Ning Junyan nodded. Chen Yincheng said, "That's good." While doing the surgery, Ning Junyan continued, "You need to be very focused." "Yes," Chen Yincheng agreed following his words, "it definitely requires full concentration." Ning Junyan lowered his head and looked at his own hands. He used his left hand to grip the fingers of his right hand. The tips of his fingers once again recalled the sensation of blood, and his voice turned slightly cold as he said, "Later, I just wanted to vent." Chen Yincheng stopped wiping the glass and leaned against the counter, asking, "How do you vent?" Ning Junyan raised his head and looked at him, not answering the question. For some reason, Ning Junyan's gaze made Chen Yincheng feel a little uneasy. Just as he was about to say something, his train of thought was interrupted by a sound coming from outside the shop. A little girl looked up at him and said, "I want to buy a bread roll." In Chen Yincheng's store, there were those plastic-wrapped bread rolls with a shelf life of 2 or 3 days delivered from an outside workshop, each costing 1 yuan and 50 fun. They tasted pretty good. He looked over the counter and realized that the little girl outside was the same one he had seen before stealing things at the intersection. Her cotton coat had been worn for many days without change. Chen Yincheng reached out and grabbed a bread roll, asking her, "This one?" The girl nodded. Chen Yincheng handed it to her, "Let me treat you." The little girl paused for a moment, reaching out to take it, and then said, "Then I'll buy another one myself." Hearing this, Chen Yincheng smiled, "All right." Chapter 7. The little girl took 2 breads and left. At this moment, Ning Junyan also stood up. He said to Chen Yincheng, "I'll go first." "Are you leaving?" Chen Yincheng said out of habit, "Stay a bit longer. I'll get you a glass of water." Ning Junyan told him, "There's no need." Chen Yincheng didn't insist anymore. He came out from the counter and saw Ning Junyan off, watching him until he got in the car. The passenger side window slid down. Bowing by the window, Chen Yincheng said to him, "Let's meet up more often if we have the chance in the future." This was originally just a polite phrase. When Chen Yincheng said it, he wasn't particularly sincere either. To his surprise, Ning Junyan asked him, "Do you really mean it?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yincheng laughed, "Of course I do. I think we meeting is fate." Ning Junyan did not respond, he only looked at him. Chen Yincheng said, "By the way, do you still remember Zhou Yan?" Ning Junyan lowered his gaze, seemingly thinking for a moment before saying, "I don't remember." Chen Yincheng smiled, "It's normal that you don't remember. We'll have a meal together with everyone when there's a chance next time, maybe then you will remember." Ning Junyan replied, "Maybe." Chen Yincheng stepped back from the car, waving his hand at him, "Drive safely." Ning Junyan drove the car forward, soon merging into the busy traffic flow. Chen Yincheng was still standing by the roadside, looking at the direction where Ning Junyan's car had gone. After a while, he turned his head and looked at the other intersection, seeing that the girl who had just bought bread was now still standing at the intersection. It was winter now. Although there were still a lot of cars on the street at this time, there weren't many pedestrians already. The girl stood at the intersection for a while, and when the green light lit up, she crossed the road together with a couple of other people, then continued walking forward, disappearing from Chen Yincheng's sight. Only then did Chen Yincheng turn around and walk back into the shop, pulling down the roller shutter halfway, returning to the counter to switch on the TV that he had turned off earlier, aimlessly flipping through channels with the remote control. His mind was not on the TV programs, always drifting between thoughts of the little girl and Ning Junyan. Actually, 10-year-old Ning Junyan wasn't that young. The adoptive father usually wouldn't bring kids of that age back because they were hard to control. But Chen Yincheng felt that Ning Junyan might have brain damage, since he didn't even know what his own name was. "Do you not know your own name?" At that time, both Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan were squatting under a tree by the side of the road, watching the passers-by. There was a university ahead, and every noon and afternoon, many students would come out in groups from the gate, crossing the road to a street full of small eateries on the other side for their meals. It was noon then, and it was the rush hour, but the sun was too strong, so Chen Yincheng stayed under the tree without moving. Ning Junyan squatted silently beside him. That morning, the adoptive father had already told Chen Yincheng to take Ning Junyan out, teaching him how to work and make money. "You guys don't make money, and I can't support you all for nothing, right?" The adoptive father, wearing a white vest, sat with one foot propped up on a chair while having breakfast, drinking oily noodle soup and training them as soon as he put the bowl down. As usual, no income today means no dinner tonight. Chen Yincheng nodded, bringing Ning Junyan out as he went out. They had no harvest all morning, and they walked all the way to near the university. As it neared noon, the sun was blazing fiercely, so Chen Yincheng found some shade under a tree and hid there. Ning Junyan followed him and squatted down beside him. Chen Yincheng lazily asked Ning Junyan, "Are you mute or something? What's your name?" After a while, Ning Junyan shook his head. "Do you not know your own name?" Ning Junyan continued to shake his head. Chen Yincheng said, "What's wrong with you?" Ning Junyan's short hair was messy, still maintaining the look from when Chen Yincheng cut it for him with scissors. Chen Yincheng asked him, "Can you talk? Do you want to try following me to learn?" "My name is Chen Yincheng." Ning Junyan looked at him. Chen Yincheng repeated, Chen Yincheng. Suddenly Ning Junyan spoke, saying indistinctly, Yen Yen. Chen Yincheng was stunned. He said, what did you say? Then he became somewhat pleased, so you're not mute after all. Ning Junyan's face showed no expression as he gazed forward, saying, my name is Yen Yen. Which, Yen? Chen Yincheng pressed. Ning Junyan shook his head. For a long time, Chen Yincheng thought Ning Junyan's name was Yen Yen, but back then, Ning Junyan himself could not explain clearly. Yen Yen. Glancing from the side, Ning Junyan had long eyelashes, slightly drooping downward, revealing a pretty nose beneath which lay lips of pale color. The boy at 10 years old still retained an ambiguous gender charm, but Chen Yincheng thought he already looked handsome. Chen Yincheng tried to let him recall more, do you remember your family? Ning Junyan's eyelashes fluttered, but he did not answer the question. Chen Yincheng glanced at the passers-by on the street and leaned closer to Ning Junyan's ear, whispering very softly, if you can find your way home, you can go back by yourself. Ning Junyan turned his head to look at him. Chen Yincheng met his gaze and said, I won't tell Dad and Mom. After a long pause, Ning Junyan replied, I don't know. My head hurts. Chen Yincheng let out a soft, ah, remembering the injury on Ning Junyan's head. He stood up, lightly touching the swollen spot on Ning Junyan's scalp, and asked, does it hurt here? Ning Junyan clearly shrank his neck but did not cry out in pain. Chen Yincheng pulled his hand back and wiped the sweat off on his pants before squatting down again. He said, so you're not an idiot after all. Did you hit your head too hard? Ning Junyan had no way to answer this question. Chen Yincheng sighed as he cupped his face with his hands, realizing that he couldn't help Ning Junyan. After a while, Chen Yincheng heard Ning Junyan's stomach growl. He turned his head to ask, are you hungry? Ning Junyan did not respond. Chen Yincheng stood up and said to Ning Junyan, wait for me here. Then he walked toward the nearby intersection, squeezing into the crowd waiting to cross the street. In front of Chen Yincheng, there was a girl holding an umbrella, putting her phone into her shirt pocket. He could easily grab it if he wanted. To his right front, there was a middle-aged man whose pocket seemed stuffed with money, though the exact amount was unclear because the pocket bulged significantly. As the red light switched to green, the crowd surged forward chaotically. However, instead of stealing the phone, Chen Yincheng picked the middle-aged man's pocket, grabbing the money without examining it closely. He quickly slipped it into his own bag, took a few steps away from the crowd, then merged into the people coming from the opposite side as he walked back. He noticed someone looking at him. Someone behind must have seen him stealing, but no one warned the middle-aged man. Chen Yincheng hurried back to Ning Junyan, pulled him up from the ground, and said, let's go. The two of them hid far away from the intersection, near a wall. Chen Yincheng took out the money and found it was only loose change, totaling about 20 or so yuan. Chen Yincheng said to Ning Junyan, let's eat first. Ning Junyan stared at the money in his hand and gave a slight as an acknowledgement. Chapter 8. That evening, Chen Yincheng didn't steal anything either. Maybe it was too hot, he just couldn't muster the energy. After eating lunch, he walked around with Ning Junyan for a bit and found a shady spot under an overpass to lie down and sleep. At first, Ning Junyan squatted beside him. Chen Yincheng looked up and asked, aren't you going to sleep? Ning Junyan shook his head. Chen Yincheng said, sleep for a bit, it's too hot. Ning Junyan had no intention of lying down. Chen Yincheng closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again and said to him, can I rest my head on your lap while you sit? Ning Junyan looked down at him. Chen Yincheng added, if you don't want to, it's fine. But Ning Junyan sat down anyway. Chen Yincheng rested his head on Ning Junyan's lap, closed his eyes comfortably, and said, I'm sleeping now. He slept through the entire afternoon, waking up occasionally but too lazy to get up, just sneaking a glance at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan sat quietly by the flower bed, gazing into the distance. If he hadn't spoken, no one would have guessed he was a simple young man who couldn't even remember his own name. Chen Yincheng changed his position, a little worried that Ning Junyan might be tired and push him away. After waiting nervously for a moment and finding no reaction from Ning Junyan, Chen Yincheng finally relaxed and fell back asleep. When the sun set, it wasn't as hot anymore. Chen Yincheng felt 10 yuan still left in his pocket, so he turned to Ning Junyan and said, let's go back, shall we? Ning Junyan nodded. Chen Yincheng added, we only have 10 yuan, so there won't be dinner when we go back. Ning Junyan remained silent. Since Chen Yincheng was shorter, he tiptoed and leaned close to Ning Junyan's ear, whispering, but we can use this 10 yuan to buy dinner. Shoo. Don't let Dad or Mom know. After speaking, he saw that Ning Junyan didn't react and asked, did you understand? This time Ning Junyan nodded and said, I understand. Chen Yincheng bought 2 braised pork buns stuffed in flatbread, splitting them with Ning Junyan. Though the flatbreads weren't large, they were filled with tender braised pork. The shiny braising juices seeped into the bread, satisfying both teenagers immensely. On the way back, Chen Yincheng found a public restroom and splashed water on his face in the sink. Afterward, he called Ning Junyan over, using his wet hand to wipe Ning Junyan's lips and chin, then leaning in to sniff, making sure there was no smell left. He asked Ning Junyan, can you still smell braised pork on me? Ning Junyan wiped the water off his face, and like a puppy, leaned in to sniff near Chen Yincheng's lips before shaking his head. Chen Yincheng dried his hands on his clothes and said, let's go then. When they returned to the yard, their adoptive parents were already eating dinner. With empty hands, naturally, they had nothing to eat. Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan stood by the kitchen door. Their adoptive father was sitting by the table peeling peanuts while drinking alcohol. Upon hearing Chen Yincheng speak, he looked up at them. Their adoptive mother said nothing. The adoptive father said to Ning Junyan, go out first. Ning Junyan didn't move. The adoptive father pointed at him, you. Get out, you fool. Chen Yincheng gave Ning Junyan a slight push, shoving him out of the kitchen. Subsequently, the adoptive father told Chen Yincheng, kneel down here. Chen Yincheng went over and knelt down near the dining table. Afterward, no one spoke to him. Their adoptive father continued drinking and eating, and their adoptive mother started washing dishes after finishing her meal. Not until the adoptive father finished his meal did he put one foot on a nearby stool, looking at Chen Yincheng, saying, Chen Yincheng, you're getting more and more disobedient. Chen Yincheng kept his head bowed and dared not speak. The adoptive mother, busy clearing the table, said without looking up, once kids grow up, they become unruly. The adoptive father continued, do you know why among all the children we've adopted, we only kept you? Chen Yincheng silently stared at the floor. The adoptive father continued, because you're different from them. We've raised you as our own son, expecting you to take care of us in our old age. Do you understand? Chen Yincheng softly replied, yes. Suddenly, the adoptive mother threw the towel she was holding onto the table and scolded, if it weren't for us taking you in, you'd have starved to death outside long ago. How many meals have you eaten here these years? You were good before, bringing money home when you went out. Now why are you learning to be cunning and lazy? The adoptive father waved his hand, signaling her to stop talking, and said, Yincheng is still a good kid, a few words are enough. Then he said to Chen Yincheng, think about it carefully. As for that simple-minded boy outside, if he can't learn properly, we'll send him away. Don't let him delay your matters. Chen Yincheng nodded. The adoptive father turned to the adoptive mother and stretched out his hand, where are the cookies you bought? The adoptive mother looked at him for a while, complaining as she opened the cabinet and rummaged through it to find a packet of cookies, which she placed in the palm of the adoptive father's hand. The adoptive father handed it to Chen Yincheng, take it. It's yours. Chen Yincheng took it and said, thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. The adoptive father waved his hand, go out now. Chen Yincheng stood up and walked very quietly toward the kitchen door. As he reached it, the adoptive mother suddenly called him back, saying, it's so hot these days. If you shower, use cold water. Don't waste electricity. Alright, Chen Yincheng replied and left the kitchen. He came out into the yard and found Ning Junyan still squatting by the wall. He had no mood to talk and went back to his room alone. Ning Junyan followed in after a while. Chen Yincheng sat on the bed edge, looking at the cookies on the bedside table and said, are you hungry, Yen Yen? Ning Junyan shook his head. Chen Yincheng stood up, hid the cookies in the wardrobe, and said, we'll eat them later then. After hiding the cookies, he returned to the bed and lay down, pulling the quilt over his face. Ning Junyan had appeared in a rush, ate a meal, and left that day, and hadn't been in touch with Chen Yincheng for many days since. But those past memories came flooding back like a tide. Even though Chen Yincheng didn't really want to think about them, he couldn't help but recall a lot of things from back then. Mentioning that Ning Junyan and Zhou Yan could have a meal together was just something Chen Yincheng casually said, but now he felt an impulse to seriously contact both of them and gather once. It had started raining in the morning that day, and the temperature seemed to have dropped a few degrees. Chen Yincheng woke up late, opened the store's roller shutter, and saw that the street was desolate, with hardly any pedestrians. A white Jetta, looking old and worn, parked by the roadside. Long Zhanyu got out of the car and walked into the shop. Chen Yincheng stood up and flashed a warm smile, Officer Long, are you buying cigarettes? Long Zhanyu didn't respond to his greeting but instead took out his phone, fiddled with it briefly, and placed it on the counter, asking Chen Yincheng, have you seen these two people? Hearing this, Chen Yincheng looked down. The image appeared to be a photo taken from surveillance video. Two tall young men were clearly shown with their faces visible. Both had high noses, curly hair, dark skin, and didn't look like Han Chinese. X ethnicity? Chen Yincheng asked instinctively. Before the screen blacked out, Long Zhanyu swiped his finger across it and asked, have you seen them? Chen Yincheng shook his head. Long Zhanyu put his phone away and said, then help me keep an eye out for who might be interacting with these two. Hearing this, Chen Yincheng was surprised and asked Long Zhanyu, where should I watch? I don't even know these two. Besides, I'm here watching the shop every day. How am I supposed to come into contact with them? Long Zhanyu pulled a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips, silently gazing at Chen Yincheng. Having no choice, Chen Yincheng extended his hand, picked up the lighter, and moved closer to light the cigarette for him. Long Zhanyu looked rather unconcerned and said, you can check among your old friends. Maybe some of them know these guys. Chen Yincheng whispered, officer, stop teasing me. You must already have some clues. Who are these two? Who do they have connections with? Zhang Wenyong. Long Zhanyu didn't answer, but instead said, do you know your brother will soon be released from prison? Chen Yincheng fell silent. Long Zhanyu patted his shoulder and said, I believe you'll find a way. Chapter 9. Ever since that day, the rainy weather had persisted for several days without a break. Chen Yincheng's shop received only a few familiar customers each day buying cigarettes, and otherwise had little business. The rain irritated him so much that he couldn't focus on watching TV either, and many times he would just lie prostrate on the counter, gazing at the cold and damp street outside. By the time evening approached one day, the rain had finally stopped. But the street remained eerily quiet, with no one passing by for half the day. Moreover, due to the gloomy weather, the night fell earlier than usual, and before 8 o'clock, all light had already disappeared. Chen Yincheng came out of his shop and stood for a moment under the dim streetlight, then shut the store and started walking along the dry edge beneath the eaves. After 20 minutes of walking, Chen Yincheng turned into a brightly lit street. This street was lined with many bars that were lively during the evenings. Every bar had neon signs flashing with dazzling lights, and this area was a gathering place for the ex-tribe people in the jurisdiction. Chen Yincheng went into a familiar bar. Though familiar, it had been quite some time since he'd last been there. He discovered upon entering that most of the waiters had been replaced by unfamiliar faces. However, the bar owner was still the same person. The bar's owner was an ex-tribe woman whose attire was indistinguishable from the local Han people. She sat behind the bar and looked up only when she noticed someone approaching. Seeing Chen Yincheng, she smiled and greeted him. It's been a long time. Chen Yincheng walked over and sat down at the bar, replying, yes, it has been a long time. The bar owner's name was Namu. She looked to be in her 20s or 30s but had actually run this bar for many years. Chen Yincheng guessed she must be over 30, though he had never asked her age. Namu asked Chen Yincheng, are you alone tonight? Chen Yincheng smiled, is being single suddenly not allowed anymore? Namu laughed, it's been so long since I saw you, I thought you'd gotten married. Chen Yincheng said, nope, not married, just opened a shop. I've been staying late there every night, too busy to come out. Namu did not pry further but simply asked, what do you want to drink? Chen Yincheng replied casually, a beer, please. Namu turned around to pour the beer. At the same time, Chen Yincheng also turned his head and swept his eyes around the bar. It wasn't too late yet, and the number of guests in the bar was still relatively small, with nothing special or familiar to be seen. He hadn't expected to easily find the two people Long Zhanyu mentioned, and in fact, he was not particularly willing to help Long Zhanyu look for them. He knew Long Zhanyu treated him as an informant, but he disliked the near-coercive attitude. Reporting crime was his civic duty, but searching for suspects was not the responsibility of an ordinary citizen like himself. Whether to offer help was entirely up to him, and if he didn't want to help, Long Zhanyu could do nothing about it. Chen Yincheng took a sip from the beer glass in front of him, and as he set the glass down, he suddenly felt a bit warm. He pulled down the zipper of his down jacket and took it off. Draping his jacket over the chair back, Chen Yincheng casually pulled his phone out of his pocket. He saw a WeChat message from Ning Junyan asking only 2 words, where are you? Ning Junyan hadn't contacted him for several days, and he wondered why he had suddenly remembered him today. Staring at the message for a while, Chen Yincheng replied, where are you? Unexpectedly, Ning Junyan sent a photo over. Chen Yincheng was surprised to find that it was a picture of his own shop's tightly closed roller shutter door. How did you come here so suddenly? Chen Yincheng typed quickly, I'm drinking at a bar. Come join me, and I'll buy you a drink. After sending these 2 messages, Chen Yincheng sent his location. Ning Junyan soon replied, alright. Even after placing his phone back on the bar, Chen Yincheng still felt a bit baffled. He couldn't understand why Ning Junyan had come looking for him without even giving prior notice, and at such a late hour. He wasn't sure what Ning Junyan wanted from him, just casual chat. By this time, Namu had returned behind the bar. She stood in front of Chen Yincheng, one hand supporting her face as they chatted, her perfume emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance. She asked, still single? Chen Yincheng smiled, do you want to set me up with a girlfriend? To his surprise, Namu responded seriously, I know a few good girls, all ex-tribe members. Would you like to meet them? Chen Yincheng let his fingers linger on the cold glass wall of the wine cup and smiled gently, too many girls don't find me attractive because I don't have money. Namu said, we, the ex-tribe people, are different. Our women aren't so materialistic, they follow their feelings. You're handsome, there will definitely be girls who will like you. Chen Yincheng smiled and said, you ex-people are tall with deep-set facial features. In comparison, I don't really look that handsome. Namu also laughed and said, I think you're handsome. Perhaps because she wasn't using her native language, Chen Yincheng often felt that Namu's words were very straightforward when communicating with him, without so much subtlety or circumlocution. He seriously thought about it for a moment. If he were to get married, he wouldn't mind whether his partner was Han or ex-tribe. However, he didn't want Namu to introduce him to girls. Sometimes, he would feel a bit lonely being single, but he didn't have an urgent need to start a family. As for what the future would hold, Chen Yincheng hadn't even considered it himself. After chatting with Chen Yincheng for a while, Namu left again. Chen Yincheng glanced at the time. It had been 10 minutes since Ning Junyan had messaged him. If Ning Junyan drove from his shop, he should already be there by now. He put down his phone and unconsciously scanned the bar again. This time, Chen Yincheng saw a tall man emerge from the direction of the restroom, then walk alone to the bar's wall seats and take out his phone to make a call. Even in the dim lighting of the bar, Chen Yincheng still managed to clearly identify the man's face, one of the ex-tribe people whose photo Long Zhanyu had shown him. Chen Yincheng picked up his phone, secretly took a picture of the man, and immediately sent it to Long Zhanyu. Long Zhanyu called immediately, asking, "Where is he?" Chen Yincheng gave the name and location of the bar. Long Zhanyu asked further, "Is he alone?" Chen Yincheng softly made a sound. Long Zhanyu said, "Don't alert him. Wait and see if he makes contact with any locals." Chen Yincheng softly ed again and hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Ning Junyan pushed open the door of the bar and walked in. Chen Yincheng was originally facing away from the entrance, but he could feel the cold wind rushing in as the door opened. He noticed Namu behind the counter quickly lifting her head to look outside and followed her gaze to turn around. That's when he saw Ning Junyan, wearing a black cashmere coat. Ning Junyan had such a striking appearance that many guests in the bar turned to glance at him when he entered, including the ex-person seated against the wall. That person had just finished a phone call, and when he raised his head and saw Ning Junyan, something flickered in his eyes, prompting him to suddenly rise and head toward the door. Chen Yincheng watched him pass by Ning Junyan, who then caught sight of Chen Yincheng and started walking toward him. "I'll transfer the money for the drink via WeChat," Chen Yincheng said to Namu, raising the beer glass to finish the last sip, grabbing his down jacket and standing up, heading over to Ning Junyan. By this time, the ex-person had already exited the bar. When Chen Yincheng reached Ning Junyan, before Ning Junyan could speak, he grabbed Ning Junyan's wrist and pulled him outward, whispering quietly into his ear, "Follow me." Ning Junyan looked down at his wrist being held and obediently followed Chen Yincheng out of the bar. At this point, the ex-person had already left the bar. Chen Yincheng approached Ning Junyan, gripping his wrist before Ning Junyan could say anything and dragging him outward while whispering softly into his ear, "Come with me." Ning Junyan looked down briefly at his wrist being held, then silently followed Chen Yincheng out of the bar. Chapter 10. Despite the damp and cold weather, there were still many people out for a drink and some leisure time. It was the moment when the entire bar street started to get lively. You could see cars gradually parking by the roadside. People got out of their vehicles, already staggering from drunkenness, but still headed toward the entrances of the bars on the street. When Chen Yincheng came out, his down jacket was still in his hand. A gust of cold air hit him instantly, making him shiver involuntarily. He let go of Ning Junyan's hand and pulled on his jacket. Ning Junyan lowered his gaze and looked at him without saying anything. As Chen Yincheng put on his clothes, he glanced around the street to catch sight of the figure that had just left. He leaned closer to Ning Junyan's ear and said, "Follow that person." Ning Junyan followed Chen Yincheng's line of sight and immediately recognized the individual who had come out of the bar. "Who is it?" he asked. Chen Yincheng replied, "I'll tell you later." Having already put on his coat, he patted Ning Junyan on the arm and walked forward. The man ahead was walking at a moderate pace, so they also followed him casually, as if taking a leisurely stroll after dinner. Ning Junyan asked him while walking, "Didn't you invite me for drinks?" Chen Yincheng chuckled. "Let's drink later. The alcohol won't escape, will it?" After a while, Chen Yincheng turned his head and asked Ning Junyan, "Why did you suddenly look for me? Is there nothing urgent?" Ning Junyan replied, "I just came to look for you. Drinks? Anything goes." Chen Yincheng glanced at him and said, "Then could you please keep me company for a little longer on this walk?" However, their walk didn't last too long. After following the ex-race individual for over 20 minutes, they saw him turn into a dimly lit street and then enter a small motel by the roadside. Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan stopped in their tracks and waited for a short moment before walking to the entrance of the motel. The motel hardly had what one would call a lobby, only a narrow front desk and a two-seater sofa near the glass window. Inside, the lighting was gloomy. At the front desk sat a young girl, her head always bowed as she stared at her phone. Ning Junyan raised his eyes to glance at the garish motel sign and then looked at Chen Yincheng with a serious expression, asking, "Shall we go inside?" Chen Yincheng laughed lightly, "What would we do inside? No need to go in." He glanced again at the motel sign, mentally noting its name. Ning Junyan asked him again, "Are we not finding the person anymore?" Chen Yincheng shook his head. He reached out and tugged slightly on Ning Junyan's arm, signaling for him to leave with him. But just as they took a couple of steps, a heavy rainstorm suddenly broke out. This rain came without warning. Just a single sound, whoosh, and it fell heavily from the sky, soaking Chen Yincheng's hair in an instant. Helplessly, Chen Yincheng pulled Ning Junyan back, standing under the eaves of the motel to take shelter from the rain. Both of them were silent for a moment, lifting their heads to gaze at the downpour in the sky. Chen Yincheng, somewhat awkwardly, asked Ning Junyan, "Did you drive here?" Ning Junyan said, "It's parked outside your store." Chen Yincheng questioned, "Why didn't you drive here?" Ning Junyan turned to look at him, saying, "You invited me for drinks, how could I drive?" Chen Yincheng couldn't think of a response at the moment. Even if Ning Junyan had driven over, it was a 20-minute journey from here to the bar. In such a heavy downpour and without umbrellas, they definitely wouldn't be able to walk back to retrieve the car. At this moment, a middle-aged man ran cautiously along the side of the street. His hair was almost completely soaked. He ran all the way to the motel entrance and walked inside. Given the modest size of the motel's doorway, Ning Junyan and Chen Yincheng had to move aside to make way for him. As the middle-aged man entered, he repeatedly gave them odd looks. Chen Yincheng smiled at him, while Ning Junyan remained aloof, not even glancing at him but appeared utterly unperturbed. The middle-aged man went inside. Chen Yincheng told Ning Junyan, "Let me call a taxi." He pulled out his phone, opened the ride-hailing app, and saw it was a peak period for rides. He queued up and estimated it would take about 10 more minutes for the car to arrive. Ning Junyan stood there impassively, looking ahead, his cashmere overcoat already speckled with rainwater. At this point, the wind kept blowing drops of rain towards them. Chen Yincheng surreptitiously looked at Ning Junyan's profile and suddenly felt that the current Ning Junyan seemed out of place in this kind of location, feeling apologetic for having him wait with him outside this little motel in the rain. So he suggested, "How about we go inside instead?" Ning Junyan turned his head, and after a brief silence, he asked, "Do you want to book a room?" Chen Yincheng said, "That's unnecessary. The car will be here in 10 minutes. We should be fine sitting on the sofa for a bit." Before Ning Junyan could answer, Chen Yincheng turned and pushed open the glass door of the motel and walked inside. The hotel lobby was so small that as soon as they entered, they were already in front of the reception desk. The young girl who had been engrossed in watching a Korean drama with her head down looked up and instinctively asked, "Book a room?" After her inquiry, the young girl looked at Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan with a surprised expression. It wasn't unusual for two men to book a room, but she felt Ning Junyan didn't look like someone who would stay in this kind of small motel. Chen Yincheng replied calmly, "We're waiting for our car." The girl, still unclear about the situation, nodded dumbly as she watched them walk over and sit on the sofa. The two-seater sofa was quite narrow, so when they sat down, they were pressed tightly together. Seeing the fine droplets of water on Ning Junyan's clothes, Chen Yincheng took out a pack of tissues from his pocket. He had carried it around all day, and it looked crumpled and not very clean. Noticing Ning Junyan looking down at it, he quickly added, "They're clean inside." He then pulled one out and handed it to Ning Junyan, saying, "Wipe off the water from your clothes." Ning Junyan took it without making any other movements. Chen Yincheng noticed and decided to take another tissue to help wipe the rainwater from Ning Junyan's shoulders and chest. Ning Junyan lowered his gaze to watch Chen Yincheng's actions. After a moment, Chen Yincheng tossed the soaked tissue into a nearby trash can and said to Ning Junyan, "You'll have to bear with me." Clearly, Ning Junyan didn't care about the state of his clothes. Instead, he glanced out the window at the heavy rain that showed no signs of stopping and asked, "Are we still going to drink?" Chen Yincheng was checking his phone when he heard the question and chuckled, "Do you want to go back to the bar?" Ning Junyan replied, "Somewhere quieter." Chen Yincheng saw that their ride was just a few minutes away, so after considering it for a moment, he said, "Then how about we go back to my place? I'll treat you to some beer, I've got some at my store." Realizing it might not be appropriate since last time he had invited Ning Junyan to dinner at his restaurant with a simple meal, he quickly added, "If you'd rather go to a bar, we can find a quieter one." Ning Junyan said, "Let's go to your place." Chen Yincheng smiled lightly, "All right." Chapter 11. Chen Yincheng's taxi arrived. When they returned to Chen Yincheng's grocery store, it was still raining, not as fiercely as before, but the low-lying areas on the ground had already accumulated quite a bit of rainwater. Along the way, there were almost no pedestrians, and the shops were all closed. Only the annoying winter drizzle persisted, enveloping the world in a layer of mist. When they got out of the car, Chen Yincheng darted around Ning Junyan's parked car and quickly ran under the eaves. He squatted down and used his keys to unlock the door, pulling the roller shutter halfway up. He then turned back and looked at Ning Junyan, waiting for him to go in first before following inside. After closing the roller shutter, Chen Yincheng carried the heater into the inner room, reaching out to turn on the room light and finding a place to plug in the heater. This was Ning Junyan's first time entering Chen Yincheng's bedroom. He stood by the door, silently surveying the entire room. Chen Yincheng reached out to him and said, "Go warm yourself by the heater. Give me your coat so I can dry it off." Hearing this, Ning Junyan glanced at Chen Yincheng, slowly raised his hand, took off the cashmere coat he was wearing, and handed it over. Underneath, he wore a soft, light gray cashmere sweater, with a white shirt underneath that. He undid two buttons at the collar of his shirt and rolled up his sleeves slightly, exposing his wrists as he moved toward the heater. Chen Yincheng hung Ning Junyan's coat on a hanger while turning around and telling him, "You can sit on the edge of my bed," then went into the bathroom, grabbed a dry towel, and wiped the rain off Ning Junyan's coat. Ning Junyan sat down on the edge of Chen Yincheng's bed, looking down at the light blue sheets, placing his hand on them and lightly sliding it across. It was a double bed, but only 1.5 meters wide. There was only one pillow and one quilt on it, and it smelled solely of Chen Yincheng. A very familiar smell to Ning Junyan. The raindrops on the coat were wiped off, but it still felt slightly damp when touched. Chen Yincheng looked at Ning Junyan and asked, "Are you cold?" Ning Junyan shook his head. Chen Yincheng said, "Then wait a little longer before putting it back on, it will probably be dry after hanging for a while." Ning Junyan simply replied, "All right." It was already 9:30 in the evening. Chen Yincheng remembered inviting Ning Junyan to have a drink earlier. He went outside to the counter of the shop, took 2 bottles of beer, and found some snacks to go with it. Returning to the inner room, Chen Yincheng moved the small table against the wall closer to the bedside. He placed the beer and snacks on it, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite Ning Junyan. As he prepared to open the bottle caps, Chen Yincheng hesitated for a moment. Then he asked Ning Junyan, it's so cold. Why don't we heat the beer? Is that okay? Ning Junyan didn't answer directly but asked instead, do you know how to cook it? Chen Yincheng smiled and said, it's actually pretty simple. Ning Junyan said, that works. Chen Yincheng then got up and searched the room for an infrequently used induction cooker and a small pot, which he could only place on the small table in front of the bed. He then went out again to find red dates, wolfberries, and a small bottle of rice wine. Returning to the table, he opened the 2 bottles of beer and poured their contents entirely into the cleaned pot. As Ning Junyan watched his movements, he remarked, you seem to have everything here. Chen Yincheng's expression was very focused as he stared at the half-pot of beer and said, sometimes elderly people nearby come to buy things. The nearest big supermarket is still quite far away, though I hear there might be a small supermarket opening soon. With the small supermarket opening, Chen Yincheng feared his little store would see even fewer customers. Ning Junyan asked him, what do you plan to do if the supermarket opens? Chen Yincheng shook his head. If the business can't survive, I'll return what I can and try something else. But he hadn't really thought through any specific plans yet. He added the red dates, wolfberries, and half a bottle of rice wine to the pot, turned on the induction cooker, and soon steam filled the air. The smell of heated beer mixed with a hint of sweetness permeated the room. Chen Yincheng stirred the contents in the pot with a spoon and asked Ning Junyan, are you busy with work? Ning Junyan replied, it's alright, I've gotten used to it. After a pause, he added, today, there was a surgery that started at 10 in the morning and ended at 4 in the afternoon. So long. Chen Yincheng was surprised. What about meals during the surgery? Ning Junyan replied, there wasn't time to eat until after the surgery. Chen Yincheng asked, standing beside the operating table the whole time. Doesn't that make you tired? Ning Junyan said, when you're too focused, you don't feel the fatigue. Chen Yincheng gave him a thumbs up. Doctors like you are truly amazing. Ning Junyan didn't respond. He just looked at him through the steaming fog. His hands, which had just performed surgery, relaxed at the side of the bed, with slender fingers and faintly visible blue veins on the backs of his hands. Further up, the wrists revealed beneath the sleeve cuffs appeared strong, not delicate, with clearly defined wrist bones. The beer was ready. Chen Yincheng turned the induction cooker to its lowest setting to keep it warm, then used a ladle to scoop the beer into 2 glasses, adding some peanuts and peas into a small plate as snacks. He picked up his glass first and said to Ning Junyan, I'd like to toast you. Ning Junyan also reached out and picked up his glass, gently clinking it against Chen Yincheng's. He calmly replied, thank you, and brought the glass to his lips, sipping the warm, slightly sweet beer. The room was quiet. Outside, the rain continued to fall without pause, mingling with the occasional bubbling sound of the induction cooker warming the beer. Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan chatted as they drank. Later on, I was sent to school. Chen Yincheng spoke about his life after parting ways with Ning Junyan. It was a welfare-based institution that let me study until I turned 18. But I didn't get into college, so I came out to work and have done many jobs over the years. He didn't hear any response from Ning Junyan and looked up to find him staring at him intently, as if listening attentively, so he continued, then I met Zhou Yan. At the time, Zhou Yan had been sent back home, but he ran away, saying he didn't want to stay there anymore. Back then, I just let Zhou Yan work along with me. Ning Junyan said, I never heard from you again. Hearing this, Chen Yincheng smiled, that's fine, you're different from us. Both had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, but the heated beer had low alcohol content. They were both sober, only slightly under the influence. Chen Yincheng swirled the remaining beer in his glass and said, I remember the last time you came to see me, you mentioned having surgery in the afternoon too. Ning Junyan gave a faint Chen Yincheng asked, was it because you wanted to relax after the surgery? After a pause, Ning Junyan replied, no, it wasn't relaxation. Chen Yincheng looked at him curiously. Ning Junyan said, it was dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction? Chen Yincheng shook his head. I don't understand. Ning Junyan lay down on Chen Yincheng's bed, facing upward. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, saying, do you know what it feels like to be unsatisfied after an intense concentration and tension, Chen Yincheng? I don't, Chen Yincheng admitted. Ning Junyan said, to crave more. After saying this, Ning Junyan fell silent. Chen Yincheng thought he was drunk, surprised by how poor his tolerance seemed to be. Chen Yincheng stood up, walked around the table to the bedside, and bent down to look at Ning Junyan, reaching out to pat his face while softly calling his name, Ning Junyan. But Ning Junyan suddenly grabbed his wrist and opened his eyes, asking calmly, what time is it? Chen Yincheng hesitated and replied, almost 11. Ning Junyan said, I should go. Yet after speaking, he didn't move, nor did he release his grip on Chen Yincheng's hand. Chapter 12. Are you drunk? Chen Yincheng asked Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan shook his head and said, I'm not drunk. He finally let go and sat up from the bed. He got up, walked around the table, and went to take his overcoat hanging on the wall beside him. Chen Yincheng, seeing that Ning Junyan was really about to leave, said, you've had alcohol, don't drive. Ning Junyan paused for a moment, then took out his phone and said, I'll call a designated driver. Chen Yincheng didn't have any intention of keeping Ning Junyan since there weren't extra rooms available for him to stay. He simply waited with Ning Junyan for over 10 minutes until the designated driver arrived and then saw Ning Junyan off. By this time, the rain had lessened, falling delicately onto the ground, almost soundlessly. The young designated driver started the car. Ning Junyan, sitting in the passenger seat, rolled down the window, and told Chen Yuncheng, "I'll be on a business trip in a few days." Chen Yuncheng nodded, not understanding why Ning Junyan suddenly told him this, assuming he had more to say. However, Ning Junyan didn't say anything else. Chen Yuncheng could only remind the designated driver to drive carefully and subsequently stepped back 2 steps, standing on the street corner bidding them farewell. It wasn't until the car drove away that he turned back to go into his shop. After tidying up the room, Chen Yuncheng turned off the light and lay down in bed. It was quite late, and he had also drank some alcohol. Sleepiness quickly set in, and soon he fell asleep. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Chen Yuncheng remembered to send a message to Long Zhanyu, sending over the name and address of the hotel where the X-rays person he tracked last night stayed. Unexpectedly, shortly after, Long Zhanyu gave him a call, telling him, "You don't need to concern yourself with these. We can find out his residence, just keep an eye on whether he's contacting anyone local." Chen Yuncheng furrowed his brows. "If you already know his address, isn't it difficult to continue tracking who he's meeting?" Long Zhanyu said, "It's not difficult, I just don't want to alert him yet." Chen Yuncheng understood Long Zhanyu's meaning. The critical point wasn't on those 2 people of the X-rays, but rather on the locals they might contact, who possibly could recognize police officers within their jurisdiction, just like how Chen Yuncheng himself had dealt quite a bit with Long Zhanyu and his team in the past. He asked Long Zhanyu, "What did these 2 people do?" Long Zhanyu replied, "This, you don't need to inquire further. Anyway, as long as the evidence is sufficient, we will definitely make our move to catch them. Before then, unfortunately, we still have to endure." Chen Yuncheng said, "All right." He prepared to hang up the phone, but then Long Zhanyu suddenly stopped him, saying, "I've arranged dinner with several classmates tonight. Come by your place this afternoon to pick up 2 bottles of wine and a carton of cigarettes." Chen Yuncheng responded, "Okay, officer." Subsequently, he ended the call. It wasn't as if Long Zhanyu had been using Chen Yuncheng as an informant without rewards. Over the past couple of years, he had taken good care of Chen Yuncheng's business. The wine for the unit's New Year gathering earlier in the year was also provided by Chen Yuncheng's store. Around 5 in the afternoon, Long Zhanyu drove his personal car to Chen Yuncheng's place to pick up the cigarettes and alcohol. Chen Yuncheng, holding 2 bottles of wine, and with a carton of cigarettes tucked under his arm, directly delivered them to Long Zhanyu's car. Long Zhanyu didn't get out of the car. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he took out his wallet from the inner pocket of his coat, pulled out several 100 yuan bills, and asked, "How much?" Chen Yuncheng said, 350 yuan will be fine." After speaking, he asked Long Zhanyu, "Should I put them in the trunk?" Long Zhanyu unlocked the car door remotely, and said, "Just put them in the passenger seat." Chen Yuncheng opened the passenger side door, placed the 2 bottles of wine beneath the seat, and directly threw the carton of cigarettes onto the seat. Afterward, he accepted the money handed over by Long Zhanyu, smiled, and said, "Perfect, Officer Long." Long Zhanyu ed and asked, "How has business been recently?" Chen Yuncheng said, "Not bad." Long Zhanyu suddenly leaned closer and whispered, "Do you know that Guan Anlin was released from prison yesterday?" Chen Yuncheng looked at Long Zhanyu, slightly silent for a moment, and said, "I didn't know." Long Zhanyu said, "If he harasses you, you can report it to the police. Protecting citizens is our responsibility." Chen Yuncheng's eyelashes trembled slightly. He then told Long Zhanyu, "Officer Long, cut down on smoking." Long Zhanyu's slender fingers were still holding the cigarette pressed against his lips. Chen Yuncheng chuckled and continued, "Smoking too much makes you age faster. It's a shame for a face like yours." Long Zhanyu snorted coldly and turned his head to say, "Ungrateful." Chen Yuncheng retreated from inside Long Zhanyu's car, raising his hand to help close the car door. "Take it easy, Officer Long." Long Zhanyu drove away, and Chen Yuncheng returned to his shop, idly tidying up the shelves. While contemplating what to eat for dinner, another car parked in front of his store. Chen Yuncheng put down the items he was handling, leaning against the counter, looking out outside. It was a black sedan. After parking steadily, the rear door opened and a middle-aged man in his late 30s got out. The man was somewhat heavy-set but tall, appearing strong and imposing, giving off a considerable sense of pressure. He walked straight toward Yuncheng Chen with an insincere smile, saying, "Yuncheng, it's been a long time." "Brother Yong," Yuncheng Chen smiled too, "we really haven't seen each other for a long time." When Yong Zhang continued all the way to the shop entrance, stopping by the counter. He looked around at Yuncheng Chen's small sundry store and asked, "Do you have any business here?" Chen answered, "Not bad." Zhang smirked, sounding sarcastic, then said, "So I guess your business is not bad, probably better than running around outside with the guys." Chen replied, "Not making much money, I just prefer stability." Zhang's eyes locked onto Chen's face as he said, "You're quite stable. Have you ever thought about how Anlin has been doing over these 2 years?" Chen didn't say anything. Then Zhang burst into laughter. He reached across the counter and patted Chen's shoulder, saying, "I've got some good news for you, Anlin Guan is out." Chen looked calm, "Is that so?" Zhang stared at him, stopping his laugh and feigning surprise, "Why aren't you happy?" Before he went inside, he always regarded you as his best brother. Chen lightly chuckled. Of course, I'm happy for him. Zhang said, since you're happy, don't just talk about it. Come on, tonight I've arranged a welcome back dinner for Anlin, and I'm specially here to invite you along. Chen did not answer immediately. Zhang rested his arm on the counter and said, what? You won't give Brother Yong any face even when I've personally come to invite you? Not at all, Chen said. Of course, I'll attend the dinner for Anlin. Brother Yong, please wait for me while I tidy up my store and lock up, then I'll go with you. Zhang stepped back from the counter and lit a cigarette, standing on the roadside smoking as he glanced at Chen's rundown little shop with a sneer. Chen turned off the TV and locked up the shelves where cigarettes and alcohol were stored. Then he went outside and stood on tiptoe to pull down the roller shutter. Throughout this process, Zhang kept smoking and watched him. After everything was ready, Chen told Zhang, let's go, Brother Yong. Zhang gestured towards the car door, get in the car. Chapter 13. The place for dinner was Fu Xiang Building, a local cuisine restaurant. The restaurant was on the second floor along the street, and it was exactly the busiest time in the evening. Upon entering the hall, it was packed with guests, and the lively chatter filled every corner. Chen Yinqing followed Zhang Wenyong through the crowd, and midway, a waitress came up to them, guiding them to a private room inside. The moment the door of the private room opened, Chen Yinqing saw 6 or 7 young people sitting around a round table, a few of whom he recognized. Those who recognized him greeted him, with some even standing up, first calling out, Brother Yong, then nodding at him and addressing him as, Brother Cheng. Zhang Wenyong sat down in the main seat facing the door and smiled, saying, you all still remember your brother Cheng. He had barely sat down when someone offered him a cigarette, followed by another person lighting it for him with a lighter. Chen Yinqing found a seat and sat down on his own. The private room wasn't very large, the doors were closed and the air conditioner was on, but smoke still filled the room, making the air dirty and foul. The young man sitting next to Chen Yinqing knew him originally, yet now didn't say anything more to him, and wouldn't even glance at him. Chen Yinqing seemed fairly at ease. He unbuttoned his coat, revealing a cotton shirt underneath, scanning the table with his eyes before asking, is Anlin not here yet? Zhang Wenyong responded while smoking, don't worry, I've already sent someone to pick him up. Chen Yinqing quietly said, I'm not worried. There were 5 or 6 cold dishes on the round table, but no one had touched their chopsticks yet. Everyone smoked and chatted. Only Chen Yinqing occasionally picked up the teacup in front of him for a sip, quickly finishing the cup. No one refilled his tea, and the old restaurant service staff weren't overly attentive either. Midway through, they only peeked in once to ask if the dishes should be served, then disappeared without coming back. Chen Yinqing placed his empty cup back. After waiting roughly 20 minutes, the door of the private room was pushed open again, and a tall, thin young man walked in from outside. The youth appeared to be in his 20s, with narrow eyes due to his single-fold eyelids, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and hair cut so short that his scalp was almost visible, exuding an aura of ferocity throughout his demeanor. The moment he entered, Zhang Wenyong immediately stood up, smiling as he greeted, Anlin, you're finally back. Others stood up after Zhang Wenyong to look at the person at the door, and Chen Yinqing also slowly got up. Guan Anlin stood at the door, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces before finally stopping in front of Chen Yinqing. He stared at Chen Yinqing emotionlessly for several seconds, then approached Zhang Wenyong, calling out, Brother Yong, and lifting his hand to give him a quick embrace. Zhang Wenyong patted him on the back, saying, you've suffered these past 2 years. Guan Anlin didn't respond, merely shaking his head. Afterward, Zhang Wenyong introduced each of the young men at the table to him. Guan Anlin knew 2 of them, while the rest were meeting for the first time. Chen Yinqing watched Guan Anlin shake hands and greet those people with a steady and cold expression, feeling that he didn't resemble the Guan Anlin in his memory at all. It wasn't until the end that Zhang Wenyong pointed at Chen Yinqing and said to Guan Anlin, Chen Yinqing, do you remember him? Chen Yinqing did not extend his hand but instead looked seriously at Guan Anlin and called out, Anlin. Guan Anlin did not reply, only saying coldly, I don't know this person anymore. Zhang Wenyong, puffing on his cigarette, had an amused expression as he heard this and smiled, patting Guan Anlin on the shoulder, saying, not knowing is fine, let's sit down for dinner first, then we can talk later. Guan Anlin's seat was opposite Chen Yinqing. Before he sat down, he took off his dark coat, revealing a tight black crew neck t-shirt underneath that outlined his body, showing both his chest and arms had solid muscles developed from years of manual labor, not exaggerated but very powerful. At this point, Zhang Wenyong summoned the server to bring hot dishes and ordered a bottle of white wine to be opened by one of the younger followers, creating a lively atmosphere in the private room. Everyone was busy pouring wine and offering toasts, the sounds of glasses clinking resonating. Only Chen Yinqing remained somewhat detached, with no one proposing a toast to him or actively engaging in conversation with him. Chen Yinqing didn't eat much food. Amidst the haze of smoke, he would occasionally glance at Guan Anlin, wanting to have a chat with him, yet uncertain whether Guan Anlin wanted to talk to him. Guan Anlin didn't cast another direct look at Chen Yinqing since the moment he entered. Zhang Wenyong, however, did not plan to simply let Chen Yinqing go easily. When the meal had progressed about 3/4 of the way, he suddenly said to Guan Anlin, Anlin, when you said you no longer recognize Chen Yinqing, it means you don't intend to hold on to matters from the past, right? Guan Anlin perhaps hadn't anticipated that Zhang Wenyong would suddenly bring up this question. He raised his hand to neatly place his chopsticks on the table, then asked Zhang Wenyong, "What does Brother Yong think I should pursue?" Everyone in the private room fell silent, listening to their conversation. Zhang Wenyong had been smoking all evening. He tapped his finger forcefully on the tabletop and said, "People like us who make a living out here have one rule above all, never compromise on loyalty. Isn't that right?" Guan Anlin remained silent, continuing to smoke as he stared at the bowl in front of him, appearing somewhat lost in thought. Unfazed by not receiving an answer, Zhang Wenyong continued, "When you were taken in back then, it was so sudden we didn't have time to look into matters carefully. Now I'm asking you, was someone responsible for betraying you?" Though this question was directed at Guan Anlin, Zhang Wenyong's gaze stayed fixed on Chen Yincheng. Guan Anlin raised his head and looked toward Chen Yincheng as well. Chen Yincheng met their eyes with a calm expression. Zhang Wenyong said, "Anlin, don't worry. As your brother Yong, I will naturally stand up for you if there's trouble. Whoever needs to be dealt with will be dealt with." Guan Anlin kept his eyes on Chen Yincheng. After a long moment, he brought the cigarette between his fingers to his lips, took a slow drag, and said, "Thank you, brother Yong, but some things I prefer handling myself." Zhang Wenyong was a little surprised, asking, "You're sure?" Guan Anlin nodded, "I'm sure." Zhang Wenyong seemed displeased, his face falling slightly as he leaned back in his chair. Yet, he still said, "All right then. Anyway, 2 years have passed already, it's not urgent." After finishing his statement, Chen Yincheng asked Guan Anlin, "Anlin, can we talk?" Before Guan Anlin could respond, the private room door was pushed open from the outside. Zhou Yan hurried in, still radiating the chill that hadn't yet left him, saying, "Brother Yong, sorry, I had something come up and arrived late." Upon seeing Chen Yincheng, Zhou Yan froze in place. Chen Yincheng furrowed his brows and looked at Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan softly said, "Brother Cheng, I didn't know you would be here today." Chen Yincheng stood up and asked Zhang Wenyong, "Brother Yong, I need to speak with Zhou Yan. Do you have anything else you want to discuss?" Zhang Wenyong did not reply immediately, merely glancing at Guan Anlin. Guan Anlin wore a cold expression. Zhang Wenyong shrugged, "Anlin has already said he wants to handle it himself. From now on, it's none of my business. You do as you please." Only then did Zhou Yan notice Guan Anlin, looking startled as he asked, "Brother Lin? You're out?" Chen Yincheng was already walking towards Zhou Yan and said, "Let's go, I have something to ask you." Just as they were about to leave, Guan Anlin called out sharply, "Chen Yincheng." Chen Yincheng turned around and said to Guan Anlin, "Anlin, I'll come find you later. We can sit down and have a proper chat." With that, he strode out of the private room first, with Zhou Yan promptly following after him. Chapter 14. The main hall of Fuxiang Tower was already missing guests at more than a dozen tables, with only 5 or 6 tables still occupied and drinking. Chen Yincheng descended from the second floor and stood by the road. He turned around and looked upstairs where Zhou Yan was walking down the stairs. Zhou Yan's steps were heavy. He walked straight up to Chen Yincheng before stopping, his hands in his coat pockets. He called out, "Brother Cheng." There weren't many pedestrians at this moment on the side of the road. Not too far ahead, a taxi was parked, and the driver seemed to be waiting for customers. Chen Yincheng asked Zhou Yan, "Aren't you not working for Zhang Wenyong anymore?" Zhou Yan lowered his head and didn't say anything. Chen Yincheng's tone became somewhat agitated, "Speak up." Zhou Yan still kept his head low, speaking softly, "I need to make money for my son's surgery." Chen Yincheng looked at him and asked, "Did Zhang Wenyong give you money? What did he ask you to do?" Zhou Yan remained silent for a while, then raised his head and said, "Brother Cheng, don't ask anymore. Can't you just pretend not to know? What exactly is it?" Chen Yincheng repeated seriously. Zhou Yan slowly shook his head. Chen Yincheng said, "You've been following Zhang Wenyong for quite a long time now, surely you know what kind of man he is. Is his money so easy to take?" Zhou Yan lifted his hand and forcefully rubbed his face. "I know that, but what can I do? That's my son, I can't let him die, can I?" After a brief pause, his tone grew slightly more agitated. "I even discussed it with Jia Jia, his wife. Perhaps we could stop treating him now and have another child later. But it's not feasible, I just can't bring myself to do it." As he spoke, he squatted down by the side of the road, covering his face with his hands as if trying to hide his intense emotions. Chen Yincheng looked down at him. "Try borrowing from someone else." Zhou Yan raised his head to meet his gaze. "Brother Cheng, you've already lent me all your 10,000 yuan. Who else can I borrow from? People like us, once they know they'll lend it to me, will also realize that I won't be able to pay them back." Chen Yincheng stood silently for a moment. "So Zhang Wenyong gave you money, asking you to help him with what?" Zhou Yan bit his lips, "Brother Cheng, I won't tell you. Just pretend you don't know. I know that policeman surnamed Long often comes to bother you. I don't want him to cause you trouble in the future. You can't cover up fire with paper." Chen Yincheng bent down, one hand resting on Zhou Yan's shoulder. "One day, something is bound to happen." Zhou Yan said, "Then let me deal with my son's illness first before anything else." When Chen Yincheng was about to speak again, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed 2 tall figures walking along the roadside towards their direction. He instinctively looked up. In the light of the street lamp, he clearly recognized the faces of those two people. It was the two ex-tribe members that Long Zhanyu had asked him to keep an eye on. Zhou Yan had also noticed. He stood up from the ground and also looked over at the two people. At that moment, a table of 8 or 9 guests finished their dinner and came down the stairs from the second floor. These middle-aged men were all thoroughly drunk, making loud noises as they descended the stairs. Chen Yunqing acted as though his attention had been drawn, and at the same time, pulled on Zhou Yan's arm, moving away 2 steps as he looked over toward the group of middle-aged men. Apparently, these men were still full of energy and standing by the side of the road, chatting in groups. Some were calling for drivers, others waving to taxis on the road. As the 2 ex-clan members approached, they stopped in front of this group of middle-aged men, creating some distance between themselves and Chen Yunqing and Zhou Yan. One of them shouted out in broken Chinese, "Is he upstairs?" Chen Yunqing saw Zhou Yan nod at the other party. The 2 ex-clan people didn't notice Chen Yunqing. Even the tall young man who had once seen him in a bar seemingly hadn't recognized him. After receiving Zhou Yan's response, the 2 went toward the stairs. Amidst the noisy voices nearby, Zhou Yan said to Chen Yunqing, "Brother Cheng, I need to go back once." Chen Yunqing did not inquire about the affairs of the 2 ex-clan individuals. He simply said, "Are you going back to Zhang Wenyang's place?" Zhou Yan nodded, "It's late, you should go home first. Let me help you hail a car." As he finished, he raised his hand intending to hail a passing taxi on the road. Chen Yunqing pressed down on his arm, "No need, I can go home by myself." Zhou Yan fell silent for a while and then said, "Guan Lin has come out. He won't give you trouble, right?" Chen Yunqing shook his head, "You don't need to worry about me. I hope you reconsider your situation carefully." Zhou Yan did not answer, only saying, "Then I'll head upstairs first." Having spoken, he turned and walked toward the stairs leading to the second floor. Chen Yunqing watched him leave, not taking his eyes off until his figure disappeared. Only then did he turn alone and walk along the road, heading towards the bus stop ahead. By this time, there were very few passengers on the bus. Once Chen Yunqing boarded, he easily found a seat. He sat down, feeling rather complex emotions. He took out his mobile phone from the pocket of his shirt. Chen Yunqing subconsciously scrolled to find Long Zhanyu's phone number but hesitated and never pressed the call button. He eventually backed out and went to his WeChat instead, locating an account he hadn't contacted for a long time. This person had actually just dined with him at Fuxiang Tower earlier. However, apart from a greeting when they first met, the 2 of them didn't exchange any words. Chen Yunqing sent him a WeChat message, "Can you help me get Guan Lin's phone number?" The other party did not respond for a long time. Not until Chen Yunqing returned to his small shop, took a quick shower, and lay down in bed, did the person reply with a phone number. Immediately after, another message followed, "Brother Cheng, don't say I told you." Chen Yunqing found this somewhat amusing and replied, "No problem, thank you." He then saved that phone number. Glancing at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. Chen Yunqing dialed Guan Lin's phone number. After several rings, Guan Lin finally picked up, responding coldly with a single, "Hello." Chen Yunqing said, "It's Chen Yunqing." The call was immediately disconnected. Listening to the busy signal in the receiver, Chen Yunqing put away his phone, looked at their brief chat history, and then composed a text message to send over, "And Lin, let's meet up when you have time to talk. Just the 2 of us." Guan Lin never responded, which did not come as a surprise to Chen Yunqing. He set aside his phone, pulled the blanket up to cover most of his face except for his eyes, sighed silently, and closed his eyes to sleep. Chen Yunqing had delayed calling Long Zhanyu because he wanted to go visit Zhou Yan's son at the hospital once again. Chen Yunqing still brought a box of milk along with 1,000 yuan in cash he painstakingly scraped together. He knew this amount wouldn't help much for Zhou Yan, but he really had no more money left. When leaving his store in the afternoon, Chen Yunqing locked the roll-up door and stood by the entrance, staring at his small shop, wondering suddenly if selling the entire place would yield about 30 or 40,000 yuan. He wasn't sure, and while holding the milk and walking toward the subway station, the box swayed in his hand. Zhou Yan was working during the day, so his girlfriend Gu Ruijia was still staying with the child in the pediatric ward of the hospital. When Chen Yunqing arrived, the little boy was receiving an 4 drip, inserted through the scalp, looking extremely pitiful lying alone on the hospital bed. Gu Ruijia appeared thinner, with no makeup on her face. Her cheeks and lips lacked color entirely. Chen Yunqing sat beside the bed, looking at the child on it, and asked Gu Ruijia, "Do you know what kind of job Zhou Yan is doing right now?" Leaning against the edge of the bed, Gu Ruijia replied, "He says he's selling cars." Chen Yunqing questioned, "Is selling second-hand cars commission high nowadays?" Gu Ruijia shook her head, "I'm not sure. But his boss seems pretty good, willing to lend him money." Judging from Gu Ruijia's expression, Chen Yunqing guessed she also knew nothing. When preparing to leave after sitting for a while, he handed over the 1,000 yuan to Gu Ruijia. Startled, Gu Ruijia said, "Brother Cheng, I can't accept your money. Zhou Yan said you've lent him all your savings." Chen Yunqing stuffed it into her hand, "You take it for now. I'll tell Zhou Yan myself. We grew up together as brothers, I couldn't possibly ignore him when he needs help." After trying to refuse for a few more sentences, Gu Ruijia eventually accepted Chen Yunqing's money. As Chen Yunqing exited the ward, he felt his phone vibrate. As he walked toward the elevator, he took it out and glanced at it. Ning Junyan had sent a WeChat message, "I'm back. Let's eat dinner together tonight." There was no inquiry if Chen Yunqing was free, it came across as a command lacking politeness. Nevertheless, Chen Yunqing smiled upon seeing this and replied, "Sure." Chapter 15. Chen Yunqing walked all the way to the elevator bay, stopping without pressing the elevator button in a hurry. He sent a WeChat message to Ning Junyan, "Are you still at work?" Ning Junyan quickly replied, "Yes." Chen Yunqing typed, "Where's your office? Let me pick you up after work." Then he looked up and couldn't help but smile. This was Chen Yunqing's first time at Ning Junyan's office. Ning Junyan wasn't there right now, he only left him with the code to unlock the door so that he could rest in his office beforehand. Chen Yunqing felt somewhat nervous before coming, fearing that someone might stop him and he wouldn't be able to explain well. However, it turned out to be easier than expected to find Ning Junyan's office number, perhaps because the hospital was too busy for any passing doctors or nurses to care who he was. Ning Junyan's office was small, with a desk, a sofa, a wardrobe, and a bookcase inside. Beyond these was just a mini-fridge. Chen Yunqing didn't touch any of his belongings. He just walked to the bookshelf to take a look and saw that it was full of medical books, many of them in English. At that moment, Chen Yunqing truly felt the gap between himself and Ning Junyan after their more than 10 years apart. Thinking about it carefully, there had always been a gap between them even as children. But back then Ning Junyan's mental issues made Chen Yunqing not notice it much. Every day, he would drag Ning Junyan around outside, feeling as if he'd gained a goofy little follower. Their adoptive father wasn't too fond of Ning Junyan, and whenever Chen Yunqing went out with Ning Junyan, he didn't bring home more money than when he went alone. Maybe their adoptive father had considered sending Ning Junyan away, but Ning Junyan remained. Chen Yunqing thought later that perhaps it was because Ning Junyan was mentally disabled, no one wanted to adopt a mentally challenged person, so their adoptive father had no choice but to keep him. Regardless, Chen Yunqing felt happy, because he had someone else to play with. Little Ning Junyan was very obedient, but only listened to Chen Yunqing. He seemed like a spoiled child, unable to do anything on his own, even his laundry was done by Chen Yunqing. When Chen Yunqing washed clothes in a big basin in the yard, Ning Junyan would squat next to him and watch. After Chen Yunqing finished washing, Ning Junyan would help drain the water and clean the clothes together. They often got scolded for this. Their adoptive mother would yell from the doorway as soon as she heard the water sound go on too long. Ning Junyan never paid attention. At that time, Chen Yunqing would quickly turn off the water, hastily rinse the clothes twice, and hang them up. They wore old clothes, and no matter how clean they were washed, they still looked dirty. The time when Chen Yunqing felt most relaxed was when he closed the door to the room at night. He would turn on a lamp, lay on the bed reading comic books. The comic books were rented from outside, he secretly left a 10 yuan deposit with the owner and exchanged for a new one after finishing each. Chen Yunqing hadn't even finished elementary school at that time and didn't recognize many characters, which is why he liked reading comic books. You didn't need to know how to read words, just pictures would suffice. But Ning Junyan was different, even though he couldn't clearly write his own name, he knew many characters, at least those in the comic books. So, while Chen Yunqing read comics, Ning Junyan would lie next to him and teach him unfamiliar characters, explaining pinyin and stroke order. One time, Chen Yunqing borrowed a comic, only to discover at night that it wasn't an action-packed youth-fighting comic but rather one meant for girls, telling romantic love stories. Feeling uninterested yet unwilling to let the expense go to waste, he lay on the bed with Ning Junyan and flipped through page by page. In the end, the comic contained many scenes where the main characters got intimate. Still naive, Chen Yunqing only understood that they were being affectionate and didn't know the details. The comic depicted such things subtly, but he was curious and turned to Ning Junyan and asked, "Can this make a baby?" Ning Junyan showed almost no expression, staring at the comic as he said, "I don't know." Chen Yunqing was puzzled and continued, "If a man and a woman lying in the same bed hugging and kissing can result in a baby, why don't our foster parents have any?" With arms crossed beneath his chin, Ning Junyan simply replied, "I don't know." Finding it boring, Chen Yunqing shut the comic, saying, "It's no fun. Let's stop reading." "Okay," Ning Junyan responded. Chen Yunqing rolled over, lying flat on his back on the bed, quietly listening to the TV sound coming from their foster father's room across the wall. After a while, he grew curious again and turned his head to Ning Junyan, asking, "Was today's comic your choice?" Lying on his back at that moment as well, Ning Junyan shook his head and answered, "No." Feeling mischievous, Chen Yunqing teased, "It was you." Ning Junyan's dark eyes turned to look at him for a moment, then he said softly, "That was me." Chen Yunqing laughed as he sat up, reaching under the pillow to pull out the comic book and covering Ning Junyan's face with it. Ning Junyan tried to lift it off. But Chen Yunqing held his hand, stopping him from touching the comic. Ning Junyan stopped struggling and just lay there with the book over his face. After a long time, Chen Yunqing still remembered some of the scenes from that comic, yet neither he nor Ning Junyan ever rented another girl's comic to read. After waiting for more than 10 minutes in Ning Junyan's office, Ning Junyan still hadn't returned. Chen Yunqing didn't rush him but quietly played with his phone on the sofa. The office was warm enough, and soon Chen Yunqing began to feel sleepy. He set his phone aside and closed his eyes, leaning back. He didn't expect to fall asleep, and when he woke up, he had a brief moment of confusion, not remembering where he was. It wasn't until he opened his eyes and saw Ning Junyan sitting opposite him. Ning Junyan had taken off his coat and sat behind his desk, watching Chen Yincheng all along. When he saw Chen Yincheng open his eyes, he said, "You're awake." Still groggy from sleep and slightly numb in his arms from staying in one position too long, Chen Yincheng sat up, yawned, and asked, "When did you get back?" Ning Junyan replied, "Not long ago." Unable to resist, Chen Yincheng rubbed his eyes and asked, "Why didn't you wake me up?" Ning Junyan didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Do you want to keep sleeping?" Chen Yincheng smiled slightly and asked, "Then when should I wake up?" Ning Junyan replied, "It doesn't matter. I can wait for you." Chen Yincheng looked at him. Ning Junyan remained calm in expression and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, making it hard to sense any mood or fully understand what he was trying to convey. Chen Yincheng stood up, smoothed out the wrinkles in his coat, and said, "No, I'm hungry. Let's go have dinner." Ning Junyan nodded and stood up as well, reaching for his coat hanging on the rack. Chen Yincheng suddenly said, "Do you remember the time when we rented a wrong comic by mistake, a girl's comic?" Ning Junyan said, "Yeah, the secret Bible of romance." "What?" Chen Yincheng was stunned. Ning Junyan, with an indifferent tone, replied, "That's the name of the comic." Chen Yincheng, standing motionless, asked in bewilderment, "Was it really?" He couldn't recall the comic's title anymore. If that was its real name, how had he confused it back then? As he stood dazed, Ning Junyan stepped closer and hung a soft scarf around Chen Yincheng's neck. Startled, Chen Yincheng looked at him. Ning Junyan simply said, "Let's go and have dinner." Chapter 16. Chen Yincheng didn't move. He simply said, "I'm not cold." In reality, his lifestyle was quite rough. Even in the coldest winters, he wouldn't wear a scarf or gloves when going out. And now, being in a well-heated room, he felt hot. Ning Junyan had already put on his coat and upon hearing his words, reached over to take off the scarf, saying, "Then let's go." Chen Yincheng felt the momentary softness around his neck disappear as he watched Ning Junyan holding the scarf in one hand and opening the office door with the other before walking out. Thus, Chen immediately followed. They passed by the nurse's station. A young nurse looked up and greeted, "Director Ning." Ning Junyan nodded, his attitude seeming somewhat cold. Chen Yincheng walked beside Ning Junyan and asked him, "Are you already a director?" "That's amazing." Ning Junyan responded very calmly, "Deputy Director." Chen Yincheng smiled and said, "That's still pretty amazing." In truth, he wasn't aware that at Ning Junyan's age, becoming a deputy chief physician in this top-tier hospital wasn't something that could be simply described with just, very amazing. They took the elevator downstairs. Initially, Ning Junyan wanted to go fetch the car, but Chen Yincheng said, "Why don't we take a taxi instead? I'll treat you to dinner today, so you don't have to drive and can drink some alcohol." Ning Junyan had already pressed the button for the basement floor too, but then extended his hand to press the first floor light and said, "All right." They passed through the lobby of the inpatient building, exited from the main gate towards the garden, and instantly a cold wind blew toward them. Chen Yincheng instinctively pulled his jacket closer. Ning Junyan stopped and once again draped the scarf around his neck, wrapping it around an additional time, saying, "It's getting colder now." Chen Yincheng, somewhat stunned, lifted his hand to touch the scarf. The scarf was light gray, bearing a deep gray logo. Though unfamiliar with these brands, the texture felt soft like cashmere, and all the labels were written in English. It probably wasn't cheap. Moreover, despite having no tags, it appeared brand new, with neatly creased folds. "Is this a gift for me or just something lent?" Chen Yincheng laughed and opened his mouth to ask to relieve the awkward atmosphere. Ning Junyan replied, "It's a gift for you." As they continued walking towards the hospital gate, Chen Yincheng asked, "Why give me a scarf? I don't get cold easily." After a while, Ning Junyan said, "Because it looks good on you." Chen Yincheng paused mid-step. Ning Junyan also stopped, turning around to look at him. Indeed, the scarf looked very nice, cozily wrapped around Chen Yincheng's neck, making him appear younger, almost like a college boy strolling with his girlfriend. Chen Yincheng smiled and said, "Thank you." Dinner was chosen by Chen Yincheng because he insisted on treating Ning Junyan to a meal at a decent hot pot restaurant. The weather was perfect for eating hot pot, everything surrounded by a layer of steam. When Chen Yincheng took off his coat, he also removed the scarf, carefully folding it several times, placing it inside his coat, and asking a server to cover it with a cloth. By the time they left after finishing their meal, Chen Yincheng took out the scarf, brought it close to his nose to smell it, contented to find no scent of hot pot. Standing outside the hot pot restaurant, Ning Junyan said to Chen Yincheng, "Let me send you back." "No need." Chen Yincheng put the scarf on, then looked up at him, "You can take a taxi back and rest." Ning Junyan didn't agree and persisted, "Let me drop you off first." Chen Yincheng said, "It's quite near from here to my place. Plus, I ate a lot tonight, I can walk it off." Ning Junyan said, "I'll accompany you for the walk." Chen Yincheng finally smiled and said, "All right, let's go." Together, they slowly walked along the street. This area was pretty close to Chen Yincheng's small shop. Nearby were old urban areas where one could see tall skyscrapers coexisting with old buildings and stores. Walking along the street with Ning Junyan reminded Chen Yincheng of many things from his childhood. Back then, they would often steal things and frequently set out without a single cent on their bodies, unable even to afford public transportation, so they'd walk along the streets. Their foster parents' courtyard was in the suburbs, so they dared not steal too frequently in the vicinity for fear of being recognized, forcing them to walk along the streets until they reached crowded downtown intersections. The farthest distance Chen Yincheng remembered them covering was a 2-hour walk. Ning Junyan's shoes didn't fit properly, and by the time they rested under the shade beneath an overpass, Ning Junyan took off his shoes, revealing a large, shiny blister on his heel. Chen Yincheng didn't dare burst the blister, so he merely found some tissue paper, kneading it until it became soft before using it to wrap around Ning Junyan's heel. However, by the time they returned home that night, the piece of tissue paper was soaked with pale yellow fluid and fresh red blood, completely deteriorated and stuck onto Ning Junyan's foot. The two of them hid in the room. Ning Junyan was sitting at the edge of the bed, while Chen Yincheng squatted in front of him. He tore off pieces of toilet paper and brought in a bowl of clean water to wash Ning Junyan's feet. Finally, after rummaging around, he found a band-aid and carefully stuck it on Ning Junyan's foot. After applying it, Chen Yincheng squatted in front of Ning Junyan, looked up at him and smiled, asking, "Does it still hurt?" Ning Junyan shook his head. Chen Yincheng picked up the basin from the floor, went out into the courtyard to pour the water out. Walking like this made Chen Yincheng feel as though he had gone back to those days, but Ning Junyan had grown taller, and so had he, only by a few centimeters. He remained shorter than Ning Junyan. It was already dark, and they'd been walking for about half an hour. There were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road. Ning Junyan rarely spoke, but after finding the childhood feeling again, Chen Yincheng didn't think it was bad that Ning Junyan stayed silent. Their interaction mode has always been, Chen Yincheng talked, Ning Junyan listened. It was something he had long been accustomed to. In front of Chen Yincheng's small shop, there was a building undergoing repair, with scaffolding erected against its exterior wall. Pedestrians could only pass through a narrow pathway between the shops at the base of the building and the scaffolding, needing to be cautious of both their feet and steel pipes above their heads. With the cold winter weather reducing the number of people and the scaffolding blocking the way, the businesses in this area did not thrive and most shops closed early. The light from the street lamp was blocked by a wooden board placed at the second floor level, casting the narrow passage in immediate darkness. Chen Yincheng walked ahead and told Ning Junyan, "Be careful." Ning Junyan softly replied, "Mm." Chen Yincheng raised his hand to place his scarf that had fallen back over his shoulder. As he continued walking, he thought to himself that when they reached the store entrance, he would hail a taxi for Ning Junyan to take him home since Ning Junyan had accompanied him for such a long walk. It was getting late, and inviting Ning Junyan inside wasn't appropriate either. Lifting his head, he noticed someone smoking at the end of the narrow passage. At the time, Chen Yincheng didn't give it much thought, until he was almost in front of the person. Suddenly, the red glow of the cigarette extinguished, and the figure stretched out a hand toward Chen Yincheng in the darkness. Reacting instinctively, Chen Yincheng stepped backward to avoid it. However, Ning Junyan behind him reacted even faster. He grabbed Chen Yincheng's shoulder and pulled him back, sidestepping from Chen Yincheng's side and moving in front to meet the advancing hand. The shadowy figure paused for a moment, then pushed Ning Junyan. But no one saw exactly how Ning Junyan moved. In the next second, he had already grabbed the attacker by the neck and shoved him back. They were already at the end of the passage, so Ning Junyan's push sent the man outside the narrow channel, exposing his face under the street lamp's light. Chen Yincheng recognized Guan Anlin as the one who attacked him. Chapter 17. Guan Anlin did not intend to do anything to Chen Yincheng. His appearance here tonight was just to meet Chen Yincheng. He heard Chen Yincheng's voice in the dark and knew the other person could not see him, so he reached out to try to stop them. Unexpectedly, the man behind Chen Yincheng struck without mercy. Guan Anlin grew up poor, dropping out of school after junior high and struggling on the streets, spending 2 years in prison, and having fought countless times with very few rivals matching his skills. However, the strength of the man before him was immense. Once he got a grip on Guan Anlin's neck, it felt like an iron lock almost instantly making him feel suffocated. He gripped the man's hand, trying to pry the fingers loose, simultaneously raising his knee to kick at him. The man reacted quickly, blocking his leg with a swift motion while applying even more force, choking Guan Anlin almost to the point where he lost his ability to resist. At this moment, Chen Yincheng grabbed the hand that was choking Guan Anlin, urgently saying, "This is my friend, let go first." Ning Junyan, with a cold expression, glanced at Chen Yincheng and slowly loosened his grip on Guan Anlin's neck. Guan Anlin stepped back 2 steps against the wall, lifting his hand to cover his neck as he coughed painfully for a few moments. Then, glancing at Ning Junyan by Chen Yincheng's side, he attempted to fight again despite still being somewhat unyielding. Chen Yincheng stopped his arm, frowning and said, "Did you come here today to start a fight?" Guan Anlin didn't respond but stared fiercely at Ning Junyan for a bit longer before turning his head towards Chen Yincheng and saying, "I came to find you." Chen Yincheng asked, "Do you finally have time to chat properly?" Ning Junyan stood silently beside Chen Yincheng without speaking. Guan Anlin replied, "I have time, but it seems like you don't." Chen Yincheng realized Guan Anlin minded Ning Junyan's presence but he wasn't willing to ask Ning Junyan to leave just yet, thus he said, "As long as you want, we'll always have time to talk." Hearing this, Guan Anlin turned around and walked away. "Anlin." Chen Yincheng called out loudly, are you planning to keep following Zhang Wenyong? Guan Anlin stopped walking and turned back, asking, what does it have to do with you? Chen Yincheng replied, I've already told you, Zhang Wenyong only cares about money. Every task he makes you do is just exploiting you. If he truly considered you a brother, he wouldn't have encouraged you to commit those crimes. This remark stirred something deep inside Guan Anlin, who immediately marched back toward Chen Yincheng angrily. Did you ever consider me your brother? If I were your brother, would you just sit there and watch me go to jail? At this moment, Ning Junyan took half a step forward, protecting Chen Yincheng from Guan Anlin getting closer. So Guan Anlin halted again, smiling bitterly, and then turned to walk away once more. Chen Yincheng shouted after him, have you ever thought about it? If you hadn't spent those 2 years in jail, you might have already been sentenced to 10 or 20 years. I'm sorry for what happened, but what else could I have done at that time? This time, Guan Anlin did not look back but kept walking along the street edge, his silhouette becoming gradually blurred under the streetlights. Chen Yincheng sighed. Ning Junyan turned to him, shall we go back? Chen Yincheng nodded, let's go back. The two of them stopped in front of Chen Yincheng's small store. Chen Yincheng's mood wasn't too high. He squatted down and used his key to unlock the lock, pulling up the roll-up door halfway. As he looked up at Ning Junyan, he put on a smile and said, I'll call you a taxi. Ning Junyan stood under the lamppost, his shadow stretching out and overlapping partly onto Chen Yincheng. He asked, why are you calling me a taxi? Chen Yincheng smiled and said, you've walked such a long way to bring me back, and I can't send you home now, so calling a taxi shouldn't be unreasonable, right? Ning Junyan said, not unreasonable. Chen Yincheng lowered his head and opened the ride-hailing app, hesitating as he typed in the address. He looked up at Ning Junyan and asked, where do you live? Ning Junyan said, I will directly call a taxi. Chen Yincheng quickly said, no, I must safely send you home. He handed over his phone, you type in the address. Ning Junyan took his phone and entered the address of the residential complex where he currently lived. As he was typing, Chen Yincheng standing next to him suddenly said, it has been so many years since we last met, but you're still incredibly skilled in a fight. I thought becoming a doctor would have made you less likely to fight, maybe a bit rusty. Ning Junyan handed the phone back to him and said, that's instinct, it won't fade throughout one's life. Chen Yincheng laughed and pressed the button to call the car. Seeing that the car would arrive in 5 minutes, he put the phone away and said, but you shouldn't randomly pick fights anymore now. Ning Junyan said, I know my limits. I won't hurt anyone. I know you know your limits, Chen Yincheng said, I'm just worried you might accidentally hurt your hands. You still have surgeries to perform, your hands are very precious now. Ning Junyan quietly looked at him for a while, then lifted his hand in front of Chen Yincheng. The hand that was so precious to Chen Yincheng was also quite handsome, with long and clear fingers, distinct joints, short and round nails well trimmed, and very clean. For a moment, Chen Yincheng almost thought Ning Junyan was going to touch his face. However, Ning Junyan only used his hand to gently adjust the scarf around Chen Yincheng's neck. It was such a gentle movement, yet it was the same hand that had just firmly gripped Guan Anlin's neck and nearly choked him into suffocation. As Ning Junyan withdrew his hand, he said, don't be unhappy. Chen Yincheng was surprised by this statement and looked at him in a daze. At this moment, the taxi Chen Yincheng had arranged for Ning Junyan had arrived, and the driver stopped the car by the side of the road. Ning Junyan said, I'm leaving. It seemed as if Chen Yincheng suddenly snapped back to reality, watching Ning Junyan get into the car. He followed beside the vehicle and waved to Ning Junyan through the lowered window. Ning Junyan told him, you can come find me if there's anything. Anything at all. Chen Yincheng smiled again and said, all right. At this point, the driver looked back and asked, can we go? Ning Junyan said, let's go. Chen Yincheng stepped back 2 steps and stood by the roadside, watching the car drive away. In Chen Yincheng's memory, Ning Junyan had never lost in any fight against others. Back then, they lived on the outskirts of the city where there was a factory nearby, vast undeveloped wasteland, as well as old disordered houses and streets in the urban-rural fringe area. The surrounding environment was chaotic. Chen Yincheng had grudges with a group of local delinquents who hadn't finished junior high school. Although he had not offended them, he always looked dirty like a little beggar. When these delinquents saw him, they would insult him and even throw stones at him. He couldn't take on so many of them by himself, so he would avoid them whenever possible and not confront them directly until Ning Junyan came, which changed the situation completely. Chapter 18. That day, after dinner, Chen Yincheng took Ning Junyan to play at the abandoned factory nearby. The empty lot in the middle of that factory complex was already overgrown with weeds, just waiting for when it would be sold and redeveloped, with almost no one around normally. When Chen Yincheng arrived, he hadn't expected anyone to be there. He asked Ning Junyan to keep watch as he tried to crawl through a broken window into the empty factory. Just as he was about to do so, someone threw a stone that hit him right on the buttocks. Chen Yincheng was somewhat dazed. Having already stuck his head through the window, he pulled it back out and asked Ning Junyan, who was standing by the window, Yen, did you hit me? Ning Junyan didn't answer but instead looked toward the direction from where the stone had been thrown. Chen Yincheng followed his gaze and noticed a teenager sitting on a section of an old fence not far away. It was one of the little hooligans who had often bullied him before. Ning Junyan said nothing and walked directly towards that teenager. The boy looked down from his higher position as Ning Junyan approached and smirked, holding a small stone in his hand and saying, "What are you going to do?" Ning Junyan bent down and picked up a large stone from the ground, then threw it straight at the teenager on the wall. The stone hit him on the shoulder, causing him to lose balance and fall off the wall immediately. Chen Yunqing was startled and quickly ran over, grabbing Ning Junyan's arm and fleeing. Ning Junyan didn't know why Chen Yunqing was running, but since Chen Yunqing was pulling him along, he didn't resist. They stepped through the old factory floor covered with grass and broken bricks and ran all the way back to their adoptive parents' courtyard. By this time, it wasn't completely dark yet, but the foster parents had already returned to their room. As they rushed in, Chen Yunqing was still catching his breath. In a hurry, he locked the yard gate and even peeked outside briefly before locking it, then leaned against the door breathing heavily. Ning Junyan also panted, his eyes fixed on Chen Yunqing. He noticed a long blade of grass that had somehow gotten stuck in Chen Yunqing's hair and reached out to pluck it, insisting on using it to rub his face. Chen Yunqing didn't have the strength to swat him away and only said, "Stop fooling around." Ning Junyan tossed the blade of grass aside. After a while, Chen Yunqing picked it up again and threw it into the corner trash can. He told Ning Junyan, "Don't provoke them. There are many of them. If you bother them, they'll keep harassing you, and it will be annoying." Ning Junyan seemed unsure if he understood. Chen Yunqing walked over to the sink, turned on the faucet, splashed some cold water on his face, then lifted his face dripping with water and asked Ning Junyan, "Shall we take a bath?" Ning Junyan nodded and came closer. Chen Yunqing took off all his clothes, too lazy to use a basin. Instead, he stepped into the sink and stood under the faucet. He didn't dare stay under the cold water for too long, afraid the foster mother would come out yelling at them for wasting water. So, he climbed out quickly, letting Ning Junyan, who had already taken off his clothes, go under the cold shower, while he went to grab a dry towel to dry himself. The next day, Chen Yunqing caught a bit of a cold. He wasn't sure why he caught a cold when he usually had such a good constitution. It wasn't the first time he had taken a cold shower either, yet this time he got sick. Early in the morning, Chen Yunqing sneezed several times. His foster parents still urged him to leave quickly with Ning Junyan to work. His foster mother even said to him, "You'll get better in a few days, don't be delicate." Chen Yunqing felt like he wasn't being delicate, but he was dizzy and lacked energy. They left the courtyard. On their way, Chen Yunqing said to Ning Junyan, "Let's not go too far today." Ning Junyan nodded silently and stayed beside him. In the afternoon, they encountered that group of hooligans, including the teenager from the previous day. Altogether, there were 5 or 6 of them, all older than Ning Junyan. Chen Yunqing wanted to escape, but due to his dizziness, he ended up not heading in the right direction and was eventually surrounded by them in the area near the old factory. This was the first time Chen Yunqing had truly witnessed Ning Junyan fighting. Ning Junyan must have learned something, Chen Yunqing wasn't quite sure what. He knew some children learn taekwondo or judo, but he didn't understand exactly what Ning Junyan had learned. However, his fighting was methodical. Even with the techniques or routines for fighting, Ning Junyan shouldn't have been a match for those kids who had grown up rough on the streets. But Ning Junyan had an undying fierceness in him. At first, the 5 or 6 teenagers had spread out to surround them. When they first met 2 of them, one was incapacitated by Ning Junyan, and the other shouted for help loudly. Once the group gathered, Ning Junyan protected Chen Yunqing by placing him in a corner where no one could approach. But later, when Ning Junyan couldn't hold them off alone, he was dragged away, and someone grabbed Chen Yunqing, kicking him down to the ground. Chen Yunqing wasn't incapable of fighting back, but he was several years younger and significantly smaller in both height and weight compared to the others. He lay on the ground as the person grabbed his collar to lift him up, and in desperation, he bit down hard on the man's hand. Hearing the man's cry of pain, Chen Yunqing was immediately slapped across the face, causing his ears to ring. Just at that moment, Ning Junyan rushed in. He stopped targeting others and instead pinned the teenager who had just attacked Chen Yunqing to the ground, delivering blow after blow with unrestrained ferocity. The fight turned fierce afterward. Not only did Chen Yunqing and Ning Junyan end up battered, the other group fared no better. Ning Junyan was already covered in blood from head to toe but still stood defiantly in front of Chen Yunqing, staring coldly at the opponents, as if he would do anything to protect him. Someone among the group finally said, "Let's go, forget it." The others followed along and left. They didn't want to risk a fight to the death against Ning Junyan, so they backed down first. Ning Junyan then turned his head toward Chen Yunqing. One of Chen Yunqing's pant legs was torn apart, revealing an open wound bleeding heavily on his leg. His face and eyes were swollen, and when he opened his mouth to speak, the pain made him wince. Yet, all he asked Ning Junyan was, "Are you okay?" These weren't the first troublemakers Chen Yunqing had clashed with. Had Ning Junyan not shown such determination in standing up for him, the others might have been even more ruthless. It was the first time Chen Yunqing had been beaten this badly. Yet Chen Yunqing didn't blame Ning Junyan, he clearly remembered how Ning Junyan had given his all to protect him. When the 2 boys returned home that day covered in injuries, even their adoptive father was startled and took them to a nearby clinic where the doctor tended to their wounds. After a quick examination, neither boy had broken bones. Currently, the visible injuries appeared to be bruises or minor skin tears. However, the small clinic lacked the ability to check for internal damage. Their adoptive father didn't plan to take them to a hospital anyway. After simply treating the wounds, he brought them back home, yelling at them on the way about wasting his money and stirring up trouble. Later, Chen Yincheng often thought it was lucky that both he and Ning Junyan had strong constitutions and escaped serious harm. If their bones or organs had been damaged, they might not have survived until now. Back at home, every inch of Chen Yincheng's body ached as if it would fall apart, and all he wanted was to lie down and rest. But just as they entered their room, their adoptive mother appeared at the doorway and began scolding them furiously. Chen Yincheng sat quietly by the edge of the bed without saying a word, while Ning Junyan stood at the foot of the bed, gazing at their angry adoptive mother. After a while, Chen Yincheng heard her stop talking. When he looked up, he saw her glaring daggers at Ning Junyan with bulging eyes. He turned to Ning Junyan too. The lighting inside the room was dim, but Chen Yincheng could still see the cold, calm look on Ning Junyan's face despite the bandages around his head. Their adoptive mother pointed at Ning Junyan and snapped, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you have something to say?" Chen Yincheng noticed Ning Junyan's right arm hanging loosely by his side. His thumb slowly traced the knuckles of his other fingers. Quickly rising, Chen Yincheng stepped over and grasped Ning Junyan's hand, saying anxiously, "Your head is injured again. What if you can't think straight now?" Ning Junyan didn't reply, merely lowering his head to glance at his captured hand. Turning toward their adoptive mother, Chen Yincheng said earnestly, "Dry mom, Ning Junyan's got a head injury." Realizing Ning Junyan was already known to be intellectually impaired, she decided not to continue arguing with a fool and stalked off, her face stiff. Chen Yincheng walked over to close the door, then returned and pulled Ning Junyan by the hand, saying softly, "Let's sleep." They hadn't taken a bath, too tired to care. They simply stripped off their dirty clothes and climbed into bed. Chen Yincheng was utterly exhausted. He lacked even the energy to talk to Ning Junyan, falling asleep almost instantly. But late at night, he woke up suddenly in pain when he rolled over and bumped into the wound on his leg. In a daze, he reached out and absent-mindedly touched Ning Junyan's head, feeling the lingering scent of blood on his skin before drifting off again. Chapter 19. Since then, the group of hoodlums living nearby never came to bother Chen Yincheng again. Chen Yincheng knew that they gossiped privately and all said that the boy with Chen Yincheng was crazy, and no one wanted to mess with a reckless lunatic. Chen Yincheng lay in bed awake, his arms propped under his head, looking at the scarf hanging in the room. The room was quite dim, but it wasn't completely dark either, he could vaguely make out the outline of the scarf. He thought about things from his childhood, and then about Ning Junyan's grip on Guan Anlin's neck earlier tonight. He felt that Ning Junyan was still a bit mad, there was a stubbornness and madness in him deep down, but Ning Junyan didn't become a real madman after all. He had control over his actions and principles, and wasn't the same muddled-minded kid anymore as when he was young. The next morning, Chen Yincheng did not open his shop. He planned to go out for a while. When leaving, Chen Yincheng took the scarf hanging indoors and wore it around his neck. As he slipped through the half-open rolling shutter door, he felt slightly awkward, he just wasn't used to it, and so he went back inside and hung the scarf back where it had been. Chen Yincheng visited the second-hand car dealership where Zhou Yan worked as a salesman. When he first entered, the store's salespeople thought he was a potential customer and approached him willingly. After walking around, Chen Yincheng did not see Zhou Yan, so he asked the salesperson if there was an employee here named Zhou Yan. The salesperson asked, "Are you his client?" Chen Yincheng responded with a sound, adding, "He contacted me before." The salesperson continued, "He doesn't work here anymore." Chen Yincheng appeared surprised, "Why didn't he tell me?" The salesperson replied, "He didn't stay long here." Chen Yincheng noticed a disdainful tone in the other person's voice, so he asked further, "Then how did he still schedule a time with me to look at cars?" The salesperson answered, "Maybe he's arranging for you to look at cars somewhere else. From the very beginning here, he wasn't trustworthy. He was stealing our customers." Chen Yincheng, surprised, said, "Is that true? Anyway, it's all about commission, so it wouldn't make much sense to steal customers to another store, right?" The salesperson shook his head, "I don't know." It seemed he didn't want to talk about Zhou Yan anymore, slapping the front of a used Audi instead. "How about this car? Its performance is really good. I can give you a detailed introduction." Chen Yincheng listened to him for several minutes, made up an excuse, and left. After leaving the second-hand car dealership, Chen Yincheng immediately called Zhou Yan, but the phone rang many times without being picked up. Chen Yincheng then sent Zhou Yan a WeChat message, "Call me back." However, all the way until the afternoon, Zhou Yan neither called Chen Yincheng nor replied to his WeChat message. Chen Yincheng reached out to Gu Yaojia, who was at the hospital, asking her what time Zhou Yan usually went to the hospital to see the child every day. Gu Yaojia told Chen Yincheng, he comes every evening after he finishes his busy schedule. Unless there are appointments that end too late, he generally comes to the hospital around 7 or 8 o'clock. Then she asked anxiously, "Brother Cheng, is something the matter?" Chen Yincheng said, "Nothing serious, don't worry." Zhou Yan arrived at the hospital shortly after 7 p.m. that day. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw Chen Yincheng waiting for him in the elevator bay. He immediately stopped, appearing rigid overall. Chen Yincheng told him, "Let's go somewhere else to talk, we shouldn't disturb your wife and child." Zhou Yan remained rooted to the spot, his tone pleading, "Brother Cheng." Chen Yincheng walked to him, lifted his hand and placed it around his back, and simultaneously pressed the elevator button. Zhou Yan frowned tightly. In the end, he gave up resisting and obediently followed Chen Yincheng downstairs. They arrived at the garden beneath the ward building. Due to the cold winter weather, few people were strolling in the garden after dinner. The benches in the garden were empty. Chen Yincheng and Zhou Yan sat down on the bench. Chen Yincheng said, "Today, I went to the second-hand car dealership where you work. They said you quit shortly after starting and also accused you of betraying them by taking their customers to another place. He bluntly concluded, and then you ignored my calls and messages." Zhou Yan raised his hand, pushing back the hair falling onto his forehead, revealing signs of agitation. Chen Yincheng rested one hand on the back of the bench, sitting sideways towards him. "Let me ask again, what are you doing with Zhang Wenyong and those two ex-tribe members?" Zhou Yan stayed silent and refused to look at Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng said, "If you don't tell me, I'll still find a way to investigate." Zhou Yan bit his lip, hesitating for a long moment as if steeling himself. Then he looked around carefully, ensuring that there was no one nearby, before lowering his voice and saying to Chen Yincheng, "Those ex-tribe members are part of a car theft gang. They used to just steal cars and drive them directly to the autonomous county to sell them. Later, Zhang Wenyong somehow got in contact with them. He arranged for someone to alter the VINs and engine numbers of those stolen cars, then registered them under other people's names in the autonomous county and sold them back as second-hand vehicles." Chen Yincheng stayed silent for a while, then asked, "Are you introducing customers to them?" Zhou Yan said, "It was Zhang Wenyong who introduced me to this second-hand car sales job. He told me to pick out some greedy and careless clients and offer them even cheaper second-hand cars. But soon after I started, my boss noticed and kicked me out. So now, I've changed to work at another dealership." "How many cars have been sold through you?" Chen Yincheng asked. Zhou Yan held up two fingers, glancing anxiously at Chen Yincheng as he whispered, "Doing business is hard anyway, they don't trust me, and the cut Zhang Wenyong gives me is not high either. But at least he's willing to lend me money to treat my child." Chen Yincheng replied coolly, "He's certainly willing to lend it to you because all the money goes straight into his pocket." Zhou Yan grabbed onto Chen Yincheng's arm, pleading, "Brother Cheng, just pretend you didn't know about this. If the police find out later, I'm afraid you'll get dragged into it." Chen Yincheng pulled his arm away from Zhou Yan's grip, stating firmly, "You don't need to wait for later. The police are already investigating." The color drained from Zhou Yan's face as he stared at Chen Yincheng in panic. "What?" Chen Yincheng added, "If you don't want to go to jail, go directly to the police station and confess now. Maybe you'll be given probation." "No," Zhou Yan shook his head, "Zhang Wenyong won't let me off easily." Chen Yincheng's voice turned colder, "Then go sit in jail alongside Zhang Wenyong." Zhou Yan's complexion turned pale. Suddenly, he grabbed Chen Yincheng's hand again and asked frantically, "How did you find out? Did that officer Long reveal this information to you?" As soon as Zhou Yan finished speaking, neither had time to respond when both heard footsteps approaching from ahead. Chen Yincheng looked up and saw Ning Junyan walking towards them, wearing a dark overcoat with his hands in the pockets of his outer garment. Ning Junyan continued forward along the garden path until he stopped right in front of them. Zhou Yan followed Chen Yincheng's gaze and looked too. He did not recognize Ning Junyan at first glance. In an instant, remembering what Chen Yincheng had mentioned earlier, that the police were watching him, he assumed Ning Junyan was a policeman brought by Chen Yincheng to arrest him. Startled, Zhou Yan bolted upright from the bench. Chen Yincheng rose slowly as well. He grasped Zhou Yan's arm and felt how tense his muscles were, which puzzled him slightly. Then he spoke, "Zhou Yan, this is Ning Junyan. Do you remember him?" Zhou Yan froze, his bewildered eyes shifting uncertainly toward the tall, handsome man in front of him. Finally, he echoed weakly, "You're Ning Junyan." Ning Junyan's gaze fell on Zhou Yan's face, cold and void of any emotion as he remarked indifferently, "Zhou Yan, it's been quite a few years." Chapter 20. Zhou Yan looked at Ning Junyan with a look of helplessness, as if he didn't know how to react. It was Chen Yincheng who finally spoke, "It's been 16 years. That year, our godparents were arrested and sent to prison. Ning Junyan left with his parents, Zhou Yan was sent back to his hometown, and Chen Yincheng ended up in a welfare institution. After they parted ways that year, it wasn't until this year that they reunited again. This scene should have been touching, but at this moment, Zhou Yan was too preoccupied with his own concerns to care." Ning Junyan withdrew his right hand from the pocket of his coat and extended it in front of Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan held Ning Junyan's hand, forcing a smile. When they let go, Ning Junyan asked Chen Yincheng, "Did I interrupt your conversation?" Chen Yincheng shook his head, "No, how did you know we were here?" Ning Junyan slightly raised his head, "I saw you through the office window." Hearing this, Chen Yincheng looked up and noticed that directly across from the garden was the hospital building where Ning Junyan's department was located. A glass window directly faced his office. Earlier, when Chen Yincheng glanced down from his office window, he vaguely remembered seeing a garden below. "Are you still working? Or are you on duty today?" Chen Yincheng asked. Ning Junyan replied, "There was surgery this afternoon, just finished not long ago." Upon hearing this, Chen Yincheng suddenly noticed that Ning Junyan's hair was still slightly damp, meaning he had probably just taken a shower. "Have you eaten?" Chen Yincheng asked him. Ning Junyan shook his head. At this moment, Zhou Yan suddenly became restless beside them. He gently tugged on Chen Yincheng's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Cheng, there's something else I want to tell you." After saying these words, Ning Junyan looked at him. Ning Junyan's gaze seemed calm and devoid of emotion, yet for some reason, Zhou Yan felt an inexplicable tremor within him, suddenly recalling the first time he met Ning Junyan as a child. Zhou Yan was different from Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan. He ran away from home by himself, only 7 years old at the time. Alone and wandering the streets, he encountered his godfather who bought food for him to eat and offered him a place to stay in exchange for work. Zhou Yan agreed. When Zhou Yan followed his godfather back to the courtyard, he met Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan. At the time, Chen Yincheng seemed fine, but Ning Junyan was already quite tall, almost taller than their godfather. While Chen Yincheng was very friendly, Zhou Yan would remember Ning Junyan more distinctly. He could still remember entering the yard, when their godfather called out Chen Yincheng, saying he had brought back a child. Chen Yincheng squatted on the steps, smiling and greeting him, asking, "My name is Chen Yincheng, what's your name?" Zhou Yan, having wandered alone outside for 1 or 2 months, was not afraid of strangers. He told Chen Yincheng, "My name is Zhou Yan." Chen Yincheng smiled and said, "Nice to meet you." At that time, their godfather went into the kitchen, leaving only Chen Yincheng and Zhou Yan in the yard. Chen Yincheng suddenly waved Zhou Yan over. Tentatively, Zhou Yan approached. Chen Yincheng leaned close to his ear and quietly asked, "How did you end up here? Where are your family members?" Zhou Yan lied, "I don't have any family." The expression in Chen Yincheng's eyes immediately turned warmer, probably out of sympathy. At that moment, Ning Junyan came out from the room, stopping next to Chen Yincheng and looking down at Zhou Yan. Ning Junyan was tall and stood above the steps. His gaze toward Zhou Yan was cold, without a word spoken. In that instant, Zhou Yan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and instinctively took several steps backward, putting more distance between himself and both Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan squatted next to Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng turned to look at him and took a piece of candy from his own pocket, asking, "Do you want some candy?" Ning Junyan didn't reply, instead, he simply reached out and accepted the candy. With quick, dexterous fingers, he unwrapped the wrapper and then fed the candy into Chen Yincheng's mouth. Caught off guard, Chen Yincheng unconsciously opened his mouth and accepted it, muttering softly afterward, "It's for you to eat." Ning Junyan just responded with a Zhou Yan watched them and heard their godfather call out loudly from the kitchen. He replied and walked towards the kitchen, but before entering, he couldn't resist glancing back. He saw Chen Yincheng turning his head and whispering something in Ning Junyan's ear. Ning Junyan remained still, and after a while, Chen Yincheng laughed, reaching out to pat Ning Junyan's face affectionately before turning back to continue watching the middle of the yard. The first time Zhou Yan met Ning Junyan, he wasn't scared of him yet. It was only later, during the following half-year of interaction, that Ning Junyan started seeming truly terrifying. The most horrifying moment Zhou Yan remembered was when Ning Junyan nearly killed their godfather. Both Chen Yincheng and their stepmother managed to stop him. At the time, Zhou Yan, hiding in a corner, didn't dare to move an inch and even found it difficult to breathe. That fear of Ning Junyan has continued to linger with Zhou Yan until now. He had originally intended to have a private conversation with Chen Yincheng, but now the words were stuck in his throat, leaving him only able to nervously look at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan asked Chen Yincheng, "Would you like to join me for dinner?" Chen Yincheng didn't answer immediately, glancing at Zhou Yan instead. Zhou Yan didn't dare to speak, his heart pounding as he anxiously awaited Chen Yincheng's reply. But then Chen Yincheng nodded at Ning Junyan and said, "Sure." Unable to hold back, Zhou Yan called out, "Brother Cheng." Chen Yincheng said to Zhou Yan, "Let's all go together. You two haven't seen each other in so long, we can chat." Zhou Yan wasn't in the mood for eating and didn't want to spend too much time with Ning Junyan either. He said, "I still need to watch over my son. Jia needs to go home to bathe and rest." Knowing better than to force the issue, Chen Yincheng said to Zhou Yan, "You go ahead. I'll call you later." Zhou Yan hurriedly replied, "All right." This meal was simple. Ning Junyan didn't drive but walked with Chen Yincheng out of the hospital to a nearby fast food restaurant. He ordered a set meal. "Do you not want anything?" Ning Junyan asked Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng shook his head, sitting across from him. "I'll just watch you eat." The fast food restaurant was brightly lit, and since it was past dinner time, there were only about 7 or 8 tables occupied. Each group was seated far apart, making the area around them seem quiet. Ning Junyan ate with great elegance. He picked up the can of cola that came with his meal and took a sip, then peeled open the plastic wrapper on the spoon. As he was about to take a bite of rice, he stopped and looked up at Chen Yincheng, asking, "Are you here specifically to accompany me while I eat?" Chen Yincheng smiled, "Yes." But then added, "Finish eating first. Afterward, I'll tell you something." Ning Junyan responded, "You can say it directly." Chen Yincheng hesitated, saying, "Still, let's wait until after you've finished." The spoon in Ning Junyan's hand remained motionless as he simply said, "I've already told you, anything you need can come to me." Chen Yincheng said, "Can you help Zhou Yan?" Ning Junyan didn't reply, just gazed at Chen Yincheng expectantly for him to continue. Chen Yincheng explained, "His son is sick and hospitalized in your hospital. He needs surgery soon, and it will require a large sum of money." Only then did Ning Junyan lower his head and start eating, calmly asking between bites, "How much exactly is this large sum?" Chen Yincheng replied, around 100,000 yuan or more. I'm not sure how much he currently has. Ning Junyan kept eating without speaking, while Chen Yincheng quietly observed him, unwilling to interrupt. It wasn't until Ning Junyan paused to take a drink and looked up again that he asked Chen Yincheng, is it you who's asking for my help, or is it Zhou Yan? Chen Yincheng didn't answer, instead asking, do you mean if he asks for your help, you won't? Ning Junyan looked straight at him and said, the cost would be different. Chen Yincheng laughed, it's me asking for your help. What's the cost? Can I afford it? For a long while, Ning Junyan didn't respond, staring directly at Chen Yincheng until even Chen Yincheng began to feel somewhat uneasy. Finally, Ning Junyan said, you can afford it. Chapter 21. Even after Ning Junyan finished eating and left the fast food restaurant, he never said what kind of price Chen Yincheng would ultimately have to pay. Chen Yincheng had always felt somewhat guilty. From the very start, he hadn't thought it was appropriate for him to seek Ning Junyan's help, borrowing over 100,000 yuan from Ning Junyan. Neither he nor Zhou Yan were capable of repaying it in the short term. Even if Ning Junyan was willing to lend it and didn't care about the money, Chen Yincheng still felt like he was using their past friendship to emotionally blackmail him. These funds I'll repay you, but it may take a while, Chen Yincheng said. Ning Junyan did not respond. They reached the intersection, and Chen Yincheng absent-mindedly started to cross the zebra crossing. Ning Junyan reached out and grabbed his wrist, saying, it's a red light. Chen Yincheng looked up and indeed saw that the pedestrian signal was still red. But Ning Junyan did not immediately let go. Despite the winter chill, Ning Junyan's palm remained warm. He continued holding onto Chen Yincheng's wrist until Chen Yincheng began to feel somewhat strange and look at him. Then Ning Junyan finally said, I know you two can't repay this money. Chen Yincheng immediately felt embarrassed. He forced himself to smile as he said, I swear, I will definitely pay this back. I'll contact someone tomorrow to sell my current shop. Running a small store was the stability Chen Yincheng pursued. In truth, it also represented a lack of ambition. His shop made very little money, only barely enough to cover his simple living needs. If he really wanted to make money, he could always work for others, deliver food or packages. As long as he wasn't afraid of hard work, he could earn some income. Ning Junyan glanced across, and said, the light's green now. He then pulled Chen Yincheng by the wrist toward the opposite side of the street. Chen Yincheng trailed slightly behind Ning Junyan by an arm's length. He looked down at his own hand being held, then glanced around at the other pedestrians passing by, experiencing a peculiar feeling. He couldn't quite describe it. After they crossed to the opposite side of the street, just a little further ahead was the entrance to the hospital. Ning Junyan still hadn't let go of his hand. He stopped on the side of the road and said to Chen Yincheng, it's all right. You don't need to pay me back. Chen Yincheng suppressed the odd sensation inside him and looked at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan leaned in closer and said, no matter how much you want, I can give it to you. Money isn't important stuff. Do you remember the time the old man beat you? He was referring to their adoptive father, a man Ning Junyan had never once addressed as Dad. Chen Yincheng instinctively replied, I remember. Ning Junyan said, when he was beating you, I thought, I should kill him. Look, I was prepared to kill someone for your sake. What does money matter? In that instant, Chen Yincheng felt a tingling sensation in his face. He stared at Ning Junyan, intending to crack a joke to defuse the bizarre atmosphere. However, no laughter came out as he tried to curve his lips upward, and the words he intended to say never emerged because Ning Junyan's expression was too serious. Ning Junyan had nearly killed someone for his sake. By that time, Ning Junyan was already 13 years old, taller than their adoptive father. More than once, Chen Yincheng had overheard their adoptive father and mother discussing sending Ning Junyan away because he refused to speak to them and wouldn't obey their commands, always appearing somewhat gloomy, which intimidated them both. But after talking about it for a year or two, they never went through with it. The exact reason why, Chen Yincheng wasn't sure. Maybe it was because Ning Junyan's memory had never been complete, and his mental state had always been unstable, so their adoptive father could never find a suitable way to handle him. Then there was that day when their adoptive father, upset at Chen Yincheng's disobedience, made him kneel down and struck him with a rolling pin. Ning Junyan and Zhou Yan were both present then. Young Zhou Yan hid in a corner, scared to come near. Ning Junyan, however, instantly rushed forward, grabbed the rolling pin, and swung it back to hit their adoptive father on the shoulder. Their adoptive father was momentarily stunned and initially didn't react quickly. Even when he realized what happened, Ning Junyan proved to be far more formidable. With the rolling pin, Ning Junyan fiercely lashed out against their adoptive father, cornering him against the wall before pressing the rolling pin against his neck with an expressionless glare, as if he truly intended to strangle him. Chen Yincheng and their adoptive mother were both terrified. The two of them intervened. Their adoptive mother struggled to pull away the rolling pin while Chen Yincheng hugged Ning Junyan from behind to try to drag him off. Let go, let go. Chen Yincheng kept shouting. Ning Junyan finally relented and threw the rolling pin to the ground. Their adoptive father clutched his neck, coughing violently, and their adoptive mother supported him the entire time, yelling obscenities at Ning Junyan nonstop. Chen Yincheng pulled Ning Junyan's hand and dragged him toward the kitchen door. As soon as their adoptive father caught his breath, he angrily retrieved the rolling pin to chase after Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan stopped in his tracks, turned around, and glared at him with a chilling expression. Chen Yunqing felt extremely tense and shouted, "Adoptive father." Their adoptive father stared at Ning Junyan for a long time, and in the end, probably out of fear, he put down the rolling pin and let them leave. Chen Yunqing led Ning Junyan back to the room. Ning Junyan reached out and pulled up Chen Yunqing's t-shirt, examining the injuries on his back from the beating. Chen Yunqing said, "I'm fine, you scared me." Ning Junyan didn't say anything, just walked to the bed and sat down. Chen Yunqing squatted in front of him, holding his hand and looking up to ask, "Were you really going to kill our adoptive father just now?" Ning Junyan nodded. Chen Yunqing asked, "Why?" Ning Junyan said, "He was hitting you." The boy's voice was hoarse and ugly as he entered the voice-changing period. Chen Yunqing felt a twinge of sorrow and said, "But you can't kill someone." Ning Junyan reached out and touched Chen Yunqing's face. "If you were dead, no one would hit you." Chen Yunqing shook his head. "No, that must never happen again." Ning Junyan remained silent. Chen Yunqing said, "You promise me, you'll never do such a thing again." Ning Junyan looked at him for a long time, then slightly nodded and said, "I won't kill him." Chen Yunqing still remembered their conversation clearly back then. He knew how important he was to Ning Junyan, but Ning Junyan was not fully mentally clear back then after being separated from their adoptive parents and taken in by traffickers. They had been apart for too many years, 16 years, 4 times longer than they had spent together. Ning Junyan's mind had healed, he returned to a wealthy family, received good education, grew from an adolescent in a voice-changing period into a 30-year-old man. By now, Chen Yunqing no longer understood him. He didn't know what Ning Junyan meant when he said those words now. Having escaped that kind of environment, Ning Junyan would no longer have murderous impulses, nor could he possibly kill for him again. So where exactly did he stand in Ning Junyan's heart now? At this moment, Ning Junyan finally released Chen Yunqing's wrist, but instead of letting go, he directly grasped his hand. "You asked about the price," Ning Junyan slowly said. "Actually, it's not a price, it's just my little desire. I hope that when I need you, you will always be there." Chen Yunqing struggled to describe how he felt at this moment. He simply asked, "How long is always?" Ning Junyan suddenly tightened his grip hard, causing a bit of pain, and then whispered in his ear, "As long as I don't let go, you're not allowed to leave." Chen Yunqing's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was about to speak, Ning Junyan suddenly released him. It was rare to see Ning Junyan reveal a faint smile and say to him, "Just a joke." For a while, Chen Yunqing's expression still couldn't ease. Ning Junyan's smile lingered for a moment, and then he added another sentence, "Don't be nervous." Chapter 22. Ning Junyan drove Chen Yunqing back. Chen Yunqing sat in the passenger seat, distracted throughout the journey. It wasn't until Ning Junyan parked the car in front of Chen Yunqing's small shop that he said to him before getting out, "Let me go see Zhou Yan's kid first. I'll have a chat with his attending doctor." Chen Yunqing had already unfastened his seatbelt. He nodded and asked, "When will it be convenient for you?" Ning Junyan replied, "Tomorrow. I don't have surgery in the afternoon. Give me a call before you come." Chen Yunqing responded, "All right," and added, "Thank you." Ning Junyan didn't say anything. After Chen Yunqing got out of the car, he stood by the roadside watching Ning Junyan drive away. He was still somewhat preoccupied, feeling around for a long time before finally finding the key to the roll-up door. After entering the store, Chen Yunqing locked the door but didn't rush into the inner room. Instead, he sat down on the chair behind the counter. He kept thinking about the few words Ning Junyan had said to him. At 28 years old, having grown up in a complicated environment and met all sorts of people, he had never dated a girl because he hadn't met the right one. Most girls he encountered came from poor families, young and working to earn money. Some of them made advances toward him, but he never felt anything for them, nor did he feel like he could shoulder the responsibility of a family. Although his romantic history was blank, it didn't mean he lacked social experience or judgment in interpersonal affairs. Ning Junyan said what he did was all in jest, but Chen Yunqing didn't think men joked with each other that way. None of his close brothers or friends would joke with him in such an ambiguous way. Thinking about this, Chen Yunqing suddenly felt a bit irritable. He reached out to pick up the open pack of cigarettes on the counter, shaking one out. He usually didn't smoke, and this cigarette remained unlit, just hanging from his lips as if it could slightly ease his restless mood. He needed to borrow money from Ning Junyan, and not a small amount either. With financial ties involved, things would inevitably become more complicated. He found it hard to refuse Ning Junyan's requests, and he had no idea what kind of request Ning Junyan might make. Chen Yunqing didn't dislike Ning Junyan, in fact, he liked him quite a bit. Even during the years they were apart, he often missed Ning Junyan. Yet, he never thought of himself as someone who liked men, and Ning Junyan's hand-holding today made him somewhat uncomfortable. How would he face Ning Junyan after tomorrow? But then again, Chen Yunqing began to doubt whether he was overthinking things. Perhaps Ning Junyan really meant it as just a joke. Recalling Ning Junyan's every word and expression from today, his memory seemed blurry. Ignoring their shared childhood experiences, he even struggled to imagine why Ning Junyan would like him. They seemed like people from two different worlds, and being able to maintain a friendship after their unfortunate childhoods was already quite rare. Chen Yunqing tossed the cigarette casually onto the counter. After sitting in the store for some time, he started to feel the chill of the night seeping into his body, so he got up and took the small heater from under the counter into the inner room. He plugged in the heater, turned it on, and it instantly emitted a strong orange glow. However, less than 2 seconds later, the light disappeared. Chen Yincheng turned off and restarted the heater, but this time it wouldn't light up at all. Irritated, he unplugged it and tossed the broken heater into the corner of the room. By bedtime, Chen Yincheng remembered that Zhou Yan hadn't called him yet. It was already past 10:30 p.m. Sitting on the edge of the bed, wrapped in blankets, he dialed Zhou Yan's phone. It rang many times, but Zhou Yan didn't answer. He wasn't sure if Zhou Yan was staying overnight in the hospital ward and had turned off his phone to avoid disturbing other patients and their families. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Yincheng decided not to call Zhou Yan again and instead sent him a WeChat message asking him to return the call when it was convenient. But even by the next morning, Zhou Yan hadn't returned Chen Yincheng's call. When Chen Yincheng got up and opened the store's roll-up door, he held the phone between his shoulder and ear, dialing Zhou Yan again. This time, however, it wasn't unanswered, it showed that Zhou Yan's phone was off. He was puzzled, unsure whether Zhou Yan had shut off his phone or if the battery had run out during the night. Standing outside the store, Chen Yincheng hesitated about going directly to the hospital to find Zhou Yan. He wanted to tell Zhou Yan quickly about Ning Junyan's agreement to lend the money for the child's medical treatment so that Zhou Yan could sever ties with Zhang Wenyong as soon as possible, minimizing the impact on him after their group's situation became known. Afterward, Chen Yincheng intended to call Gu Yaojia first, asking if Zhou Yan was still at the hospital. Just as he was searching for Gu Yaojia's number in his contact list, a police car stopped in front of his shop. Chen Yincheng paused what he was doing, locked his phone screen and held it against his chest as he watched Long Zhanyu and another rather familiar male officer get out of the car together. Long Zhanyu was wearing a crumpled-down jacket, his hair untidy, and looked somewhat haggard overall. He had a cigarette hanging from his lips, and upon getting out of the car, he took it into his hand and said to the other policeman, "I want a large bowl, with extra sauce." The policeman nodded and went straight to the noodle shop next to Chen Yincheng's store. Apparently they were here for breakfast. Long Zhanyu walked up to Chen Yincheng and asked, "So early?" Chen Yincheng shoved his phone into the pocket of his long pants and said, "Officer Long, working the night shift?" Long Zhanyu replied, "Overtime last night. Busy all night, only now can I find some time to eat something." Chen Yincheng smiled and turned his head toward the noodle shop, saying, "Have noodles. My treat." After finishing this sentence, he turned to walk towards the noodle shop, but Long Zhanyu suddenly called him back, "Hey! How about that thing I asked you to investigate?" Chen Yincheng stopped in his tracks, turned around and said to Long Zhanyu, "Officer Long, you overestimate me. The area is so big. Unless I watch those two X-tribe people every day, how would I know who they're associating with?" Long Zhanyu's expression became somewhat serious. He said, "You're not ignorant. You're just afraid of implicating your friend, which is why you don't dare to talk." Chen Yincheng suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Long Zhanyu said, "Where is Zhou Yan?" Chen Yincheng asked, "What did he do?" Long Zhanyu snorted, "I'll give you one chance, have Zhou Yan turn himself in. It's not too late yet." After speaking, Long Zhanyu headed towards the nearby noodle shop, sitting at a roadside table with his colleague. Chen Yincheng stared at them, and they were also looking at Chen Yincheng. The other policeman muttered something to Long Zhanyu while casting his eyes on Chen Yincheng's face. Long Zhanyu nodded, then reached for a pair of chopsticks from the bamboo container, balancing one clean chopstick on the table as they waited for his big bowl of noodle soup with extra sauce. Chen Yincheng turned back inside his store and made a call to Guan Anlin. The phone rang for a long time before being picked up. Guan Anlin sounded like he hadn't woken up yet, speaking with irritation. "What is it?" Chen Yincheng asked, "Is Zhang Wenyong in trouble?" Guan Anlin fell silent for a moment. "How do you know?" Chen Yincheng questioned, "What exactly happened to Zhang Wenyong?" Guan Anlin said, "The police came to take him away last night for assisting investigation." After a brief pause, he added, "How do you know? Did you betray him?" Chen Yincheng ignored him, instead following up, "What about Zhou Yan? Do you have any news about him?" Guan Anlin coldly responded, "No." Chen Yincheng said, "All right," then hung up the phone. Guan Anlin originally wanted to mock him further, but was cut off by the abrupt hang-up. In anger, he violently threw his phone onto the bed. "Ning Junyan, it's fine. I am 30 years old too." Chapter 23. Chen Yincheng ended his phone call with Guan Anlin and immediately went to the hospital. He arrived at the hospital early. The ward was still being checked by doctors, so he stood outside the room and waited patiently for a group of doctors in white coats to leave before knocking on the door and entering. He saw that the person guarding the child's bed wasn't Zhou Yan but Gu Yaojia. Gu Yaojia was sitting beside the bed, using a towel to wipe the child's face when she suddenly noticed Chen Yincheng and stood up, surprised. "Big brother Cheng, why are you here so early?" Chen Yincheng asked, "Where's Zhou Yan?" Gu Yaojia said, "He's not here." Chen Yincheng found it strange, "Wasn't he here keeping watch last night?" Gu Yaojia shook her head. "After he came yesterday, he said there were some urgent matters to handle, so he left soon after. It turned out I had to stay and take care of the child." At this point, Gu Yaojia's tone unconsciously carried some complaints. Chen Yincheng asked, "Did he contact you afterwards? Do you know why his phone is turned off?" Gu Yaojia suddenly dodged his gaze and said, "I don't know, he didn't contact me." Jia, think carefully, Chen Yincheng said, would I ever harm Zhou Yan? Are you hiding something for him? Gu Yaojia avoided looking at Chen Yincheng and instead turned her head to look at the pitiful little child lying in the hospital bed. Chen Yincheng continued, I contacted a friend who is a doctor, and he can help borrow money for the child's treatment. I wanted to tell Zhou Yan about this news last night, but I couldn't find him. Gu Yaojia abruptly turned her head toward Chen Yincheng, really? Is that true, big brother Cheng? Chen Yincheng said, it's true. Tell me where Zhou Yan has gone. I need to let him know as soon as possible, then this afternoon, I'll bring my friend over here to meet the attending physician. During this time, Gu Yaojia had looked completely exhausted, like she had aged several years. There was no longer any trace of the bright and pretty person she used to be. Her eyes now sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Chen Yincheng. But quickly, her brow furrowed, and she whispered, but I really don't know where Zhou Yan has gone. Chen Yincheng watched her. Gu Yaojia said, Zhou Yan called me late last night, saying he would leave to borrow some money for his son's treatment. He told me not to look for him and that he would come back right away once he got the money. Who else could he possibly borrow money from? Gu Yaojia shook her head, her expression seemingly honest. I really don't know. I asked him, but he wouldn't say anything. Chen Yincheng finally asked, do you guess who else he might ask? Gu Yaojia still shook her head. As Chen Yincheng left the ward, Gu Yaojia suddenly stopped him at the door, saying, Big brother Cheng, do you know that Zhou Yan's parents are still alive? Chen Yincheng did not answer, just turning around to look at Gu Yaojia. Gu Yaojia was still holding the completely cold wet towel, unsurely saying, he never mentioned his family, but I originally asked if he could get money from them. He didn't answer me, do you think it's possible? She paused and hurriedly added, I'm just guessing, I'm not sure. Chen Yincheng nodded, I'll try to find someone to ask. With that, he quickly left the ward. After leaving the hospital, Chen Yincheng called an old friend with whom he had a good relationship to inquire about Zhang Wenyong's situation. After contacting several people, he finally managed to learn that Zhang Wenyong had probably been summoned by the police because he was involved in a case concerning two ex-ethnic groups stealing a car. Someone who knew an auxiliary policeman at the police station learned through inquiries that the police had obtained evidence that the two members of the ex-ethnic group stole the car. They conducted a unified operation last night, arresting the two ex-members and also Zhang Wenyong. They were originally planning to arrest Zhou Yan as well, but they couldn't find him, assuming he might have fled upon hearing the wind. As for more details, no one could find out more for now. By afternoon, Chen Yincheng called Ning Junyan to meet at the first floor of the hospital building. Ning Junyan was at work today, showing up wearing a white coat and badge. Chen Yincheng noticed that whenever Ning Junyan wore the white coat, he seemed to exude a different kind of elegant and tranquil air. Chen Yincheng had been bustling all morning trying to track down Zhou Yan's whereabouts, simply eating a boxed lunch for lunch. On his way past the mirror in the hospital lobby, he noticed that he himself appeared somewhat haggard. Ning Junyan's eyes scanned over him, only saying, let's go, and headed towards the elevator. In the elevator, Ning Junyan asked a few questions about the child's condition. Chen Yincheng couldn't explain clearly. Ning Junyan said, don't worry, I'll ask the doctor. It was still noon, past the lunch break time, but most of the patients in the ward, especially the sick children, were still sleeping on their beds for a nap. The entire floor was very quiet. Chen Yincheng walked to the door of the ward and saw that the door was open, so he gently entered. He saw Gu Yaojia sitting beside the bed, her upper body resting on it as if she was asleep. He turned his head to look at Ning Junyan without saying anything. Ning Junyan just went to the door of the ward, glanced at the bed number and name on the card at the foot of the bed, and then immediately turned around and left. Chen Yincheng followed him. Ning Junyan said to him, I'll go directly and talk with his attending physician. You wait here. Chen Yincheng nodded. After Ning Junyan left, he didn't go in again to disturb their rest and directly sat down on a chair in the corridor. He quietly waited for about 10 minutes, and then Gu Yaojia came out from the ward. Seeing Chen Yincheng in the corridor, she couldn't help but be surprised. Chen Yincheng stood up and said, I told him I brought a friend over, so he's gone to find the attending physician of the child. Gu Yaojia quickly nodded, thank you, big brother Cheng. Chen Yincheng shook his head. Gu Yaojia stayed there for a while and asked, big brother Cheng, has something happened to Zhou Yan? Chen Yincheng asked her, did he tell you anything? Gu Yaojia replied, no, I just have a bad feeling, I'm worried about him, but I can't leave to find him. Chen Yincheng fell silent for a moment and then asked, do you know his hometown address? Gu Yaojia shook her head, I only know it's in the county. At this point, she paused and hurriedly searched for her phone. He once sent me a picture of his ID card, which had his household registration address. She looked down, flipping through their WeChat chat history. Chen Yincheng leaned closer to take a look. The quiet corridor suddenly echoed with the sound of leather shoes walking, gradually getting closer. Chen Yincheng looked up and saw Ning Junyan returning. Ning Junyan looked at him and then fixed his gaze on Gu Yaojia. Gu Yaojia was too focused and did not notice Ning Junyan. Chen Yincheng, however, was lost in thought and instinctively took half a step back from Gu Yaojia. I found it. Gu Yaojia's tone carried a hint of excitement, and she handed her phone to Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng took the phone but didn't rush to look at the photo. Instead, he looked at Ning Junyan and asked, what did the doctor say? Ning Junyan didn't answer. He walked all the way to Chen Yincheng and at a very close distance glanced down at Gu Yaojia's phone screen in Chen Yincheng's hand before saying, I understand the situation roughly. I'll pay later, please arrange the surgery as soon as possible. Gu Yaojia blankly looked at Ning Junyan, slowly revealing a surprised smile on her face. Then, she reached out and grabbed Chen Yincheng's arm, asking, Big brother Cheng, is this doctor your friend? Ning Junyan also turned to look at her and pulled out his right hand, which had been in his pocket, saying, Hello, I'm Ning Junyan. Gu Yaojia was still young, and few people seriously shook hands with her. She became nervous instantly, quickly let go of Chen Yincheng, lightly shook Ning Junyan's hand and then promptly loosened her grip, saying, Hello, I'm Zhou Yuqi's mother, my name is Gu Yaojia. Chapter 24. Ning Junyan briefly told Gu Yaojia about the child's current physical condition. In fact, these chief physicians had already discussed this with Zhou Yan and Gu Yaojia earlier. He then talked about the follow-up treatment after the surgery, while Gu Yaojia listened quietly and kept nodding. Chen Yincheng stood by the side and forwarded the ID photo of Zhou Yan from Gu Yaojia's WeChat to himself. After that, he returned her phone. When they were leaving, Gu Yaojia asked Chen Yincheng, Brother Cheng, are you going to look for Zhou Yan? Chen Yincheng replied, I don't know if I can find him. Gu Yaojia nodded, anyway, thank you so much. This sentence was directed at both Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan responded indifferently, you only need to thank him. Chen Yincheng couldn't help but glance at Ning Junyan, then said to Gu Yaojia, don't worry about all these, take good care of the child. After taking the elevator down to the first floor hall, Ning Junyan directly went to the finance office to prepay for the child's treatment with his card. When he came out of the office, he saw Chen Yincheng sitting quietly on a chair against the wall, who immediately stood up as soon as he saw Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan walked up to Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng asked him, are you still supposed to go to work? Ning Junyan looked at the time on his wrist and answered, I haven't finished my shift yet, but there's no immediate work to be done. Chen Yincheng hesitated, unsure if he should say he was leaving or not, but staying in the hospital didn't seem to give him any more clarity on what else to do. However, Ning Junyan suddenly said, I have 2 days off the day after tomorrow. Chen Yincheng made a soft sound of acknowledgement, waiting for Ning Junyan to continue. Ning Junyan said, can you come along for a 2-day trip? Before Chen Yincheng could answer, he added, all continuous holidays are quite precious to me. Chen Yincheng remained silent, without an immediate response, his expression even somewhat heavy. On one hand, he felt the same ambiguous feeling as last night, on the other hand, he didn't want to refuse Ning Junyan right after Ning Junyan had helped him so much. However, he indeed had other plans. After a long pause, he told Ning Junyan, I want to visit Zhou Yan's hometown tomorrow. He tried his best to make his tone and expression appear sincere, not wanting Ning Junyan to think he was just making excuses. Ning Junyan didn't get angry, but calmly asked him, is Zhou Yan that important? Chen Yincheng said, I feel responsible for Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan is 5 or 6 years younger than him and spent less than a year with their godfather before their godparents were arrested by the police. His interaction with Zhou Yan is far less than with Ning Junyan. But when Chen Yincheng turned 18 and started working outside, it wasn't long before he met Zhou Yan, who was also working and earning money. To the already adult Chen Yincheng back then, Zhou Yan really was still a child. Over all these years, Zhou Yan has always trusted and relied on Chen Yincheng greatly. There was once when Chen Yincheng was hospitalized due to injuries, Zhou Yan went around borrowing money to pay for his hospital fees. The reason Zhou Yan knew Zhang Wenyong was also through Chen Yincheng, and although these people aren't very good ones, later Zhou Yan ignored Chen Yincheng's advice and insisted on continuing to work with Zhang Wenyong. But Chen Yincheng has always believed everything originated from him. Now, as long as he can help Zhou Yan, he must extend a helping hand. Ning Junyan gazed calmly into his eyes and said, all right. For a moment, Chen Yincheng couldn't comprehend what Ning Junyan meant. He hesitated a bit before saying, sorry, next time when you're free, I'll invite you out wherever you'd like. It seemed Ning Junyan wasn't too concerned about this matter, as he simply said, tomorrow I will accompany you to look for Zhou Yan. Chen Yincheng instantly showed a surprised expression. Ning Junyan continued, is it the address on the ID? He had seen it earlier on Gu Yaojia's phone. Chen Yincheng unconsciously replied, there's no need, it would be too much trouble. It's not troublesome, Ning Junyan said, you said it's your responsibility, didn't you? Chen Yincheng said, but Zhou Yan's matters have nothing to do with you, and you've already helped so much, how could I let you go through more trouble? Ning Junyan said, no problem, I don't mind the trouble caused by you. Chen Yincheng didn't say the words on the tip of his tongue because Ning Junyan's expression, though serious, carried a slightly teasing undertone in his voice. Chen Yincheng even doubted if it was just his imagination. But the next moment, Ning Junyan's tone became formal as he said, anyway, you will have to repay it. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang suddenly. He apologized lightly to Chen Yincheng and took the phone to another side to answer. Chen Yincheng watched his retreating figure with mixed emotions. After a minute, Ning Junyan finished the call and came over to Chen Yincheng, saying, the director is looking for me. I have to go back to the department. Chen Yincheng nodded and said, go ahead with your work. Ning Junyan asked, when do you want to leave tomorrow? Chen Yincheng opened his mouth but didn't manage to refuse, in the end only saying, let's make it early. Ning Junyan nodded and said, shall I pick you up at 7:30 then? Chen Yincheng said, all right. Before leaving, Ning Junyan lightly patted his shoulder and said, don't worry too much. Everything can be resolved. Chen Yincheng managed a faint smile and said, I know. The next morning, it was not yet 7:30 when Chen Yincheng pulled up the shop's roller shutter and saw Ning Junyan's Land Rover already parked outside his store. Ning Junyan wasn't inside the car but instead leaned against it by the roadside, wearing the thick down jacket he wore last time. Chen Yincheng was somewhat surprised, asking, why didn't you let me know when you arrived? Ning Junyan glanced at the time and said, it's not even 7:30 yet, so I didn't want to wake you up. Actually, Chen Yincheng had woken up early, restless because of everything on his mind. Besides Zhou Yan's situation, he couldn't help but think repeatedly about Ning Junyan's attitude. All this made Chen Yincheng restless and anxious. Driving from the downtown area to the small county where Zhou Yan lived would take about 5 hours. If everything went smoothly, they should be able to make the round trip in one day. If it didn't go well and they couldn't find Zhou Yan, or if Zhou Yan never returned, there was no need to stay overnight there anyway. Hence, all Chen Yincheng took was his wallet and mobile phone, nothing else. He directly locked the roller shutter from the outside after closing the door. After locking the door, he asked Ning Junyan, have you had breakfast? Should we eat before leaving? Ning Junyan said, what do you feel like eating? Chen Yincheng looked over at the neighboring noodle shop which was already open and asked, can we eat noodles? Ning Junyan replied, sure, any food works for me. The owner of the noodle shop was already familiar with Chen Yincheng. It was still too early with hardly any customers, so he stood at the entrance and continuously watched Ning Junyan's Land Rover parked by the road. Seeing Chen Yincheng approach to eat noodles, the owner loudly greeted him and asked them to sit down. Then, the owner casually asked Chen Yincheng, is that your friend's car? I've seen it a few times. Chen Yincheng laughed and responded, yeah. The owner grabbed a rag and wiped their table, saying, that car must cost more than 800,000 yuan, impressive. Chen Yincheng glanced at Ning Junyan, who maintained a poker face while pulling out 2 pairs of chopsticks from the container. He then told the owner, it's someone else's car, not mine, I don't know much about it. Noticing Ning Junyan's disinterest in conversation, the owner chuckled awkwardly and turned to go back into the shop. Ning Junyan handed a pair of chopsticks to Chen Yincheng and said, if you need the car, you can drive it. Chen Yincheng lifted both sets of chopsticks and got up to sanitize them in the pot while replying, I don't need it, I'm afraid I won't be able to pay you back. Chapter 25. After breakfast, Ning Junyan went to warm up the car first, turning on the heater. When Chen Yincheng got into the car, the temperature inside was already quite high. Ning Junyan had taken off his thick down jacket, leaving only a rather thin gray knitted sweater underneath. The sweater was fairly loose, but due to its thinness and drapeability, it clung to Ning Junyan's body, clearly outlining the even muscles of his shoulders and arms. Chen Yincheng also took off his coat. Underneath, he wore an old brown sweater, the cuffs and hem of which were frayed with fuzz balls, having faded from too many washes. Subconsciously, he adjusted the worn-out cuff before turning to look at Ning Junyan, who wasn't paying him any attention but was setting the navigation address on his phone. Is this the place? Ning Junyan showed him the phone. Chen Yincheng saw that Ning Junyan had set their destination as the county where Zhou Yan's hometown was located, so he nodded. Ning Junyan placed his phone on the mount beside the steering wheel. As he turned the wheel to drive away from the curb and merge into the street traffic, he said to Chen Yincheng, if you're tired, you can sleep for a while. It's still early. I'm not tired, Chen Yincheng replied. He quietly watched the scenery outside the car window for a moment before turning back to Ning Junyan and saying, when you get tired driving, I'll take over. Ning Junyan didn't answer him. Confused, Chen Yincheng made an inquisitive, sound, wanting to know what Ning Junyan was thinking. Ning Junyan kept his eyes forward and responded in a calm tone, I'm not tired. Though claiming not to be sleepy, the warmth in the car soon lulled Chen Yincheng into slumber after they left the city and entered the highway. The landscape on both sides of the road became monotonous, and Chen Yincheng couldn't resist falling asleep leaning against the seat. His sleep wasn't deep but intermittent, waking up occasionally but continuing to drift back off. It wasn't until one wake-up moment when he realized the car had stopped at a service area, and Ning Junyan was nowhere to be seen. Chen Yincheng sat up straighter and noticed his down jacket had been draped over him, probably because Ning Junyan had switched off the engine upon getting out of the car and covered him with the coat. He opened the car door and stepped out, feeling that the temperature here was at least 3 or 4 degrees lower than in the city. The sudden cold wind forced him to put his coat back on. Checking his phone, he found they had been traveling for almost 2 hours. It wasn't the tourist season, so there weren't many cars or people at the service station. Just as Chen Yincheng got out of the car, he saw Ning Junyan walking toward him from afar, holding 2 bottles of mineral water. As Ning Junyan approached, he handed one bottle to Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng took it, only to notice that Ning Junyan's own bottle was frozen. In such cold weather, frost misted the bottle's surface. Aren't you cold? Chen Yincheng gestured downward to the icy water in Ning Junyan's hand. No, Ning Junyan answered, then unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and drank a large gulp of water, continuing, I'm used to it. Chen Yincheng knew that Ning Junyan might have developed the habit during his years studying abroad, so he didn't ask further. He twisted open the cap himself, noticing how thirsty he was as the mineral water flowed down his throat, drinking half a bottle in one go. Ning Junyan quietly watched him. As Chen Yunqing moved the bottle away from his lips, he felt water dripping around his mouth and slightly turned aside, trying to avoid Ning Junyan's gaze as he wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Ning Junyan asked him then, "Do you want to rest some more?" Chen Yunqing shook his head. "I don't need to rest. Do you want to sleep a little and let me take over the wheel?" Ning Junyan looked at him and still said, "I'm not tired." Suddenly, Chen Yunqing felt that Ning Junyan's direct gaze was too straightforward. Uncomfortable, he glanced down, pretending to confirm if the bottle cap was tightly closed, opening and closing it again before saying, "Then let's go." But Ning Junyan asked him, "Do you want to use the restroom? The next stop is pretty far away." Chen Yunqing looked back toward the restroom direction and nodded. As he turned to leave, Ning Junyan suddenly raised his hand and grabbed his wrist, startling Chen Yunqing, who looked at Ning Junyan in surprise. Ning Junyan slid his hand gripping Chen Yunqing's wrist towards his palm, taking away the bottle he was holding and told him, "Don't bring the water bottle inside." Chen Yunqing could only manage a slight smile to mask his earlier astonishment and said, "All right." Turning toward the restroom, he slipped both hands into his down jacket pockets, yet the sensation of Ning Junyan's touch lingered prominently. Ning Junyan's palms and fingers were rough with calluses, likely from handling surgical knives, but his palms were surprisingly warm, not at all like those belonging to someone in such cold weather. When Chen Yunqing came out of the restroom to wash his hands, he noticed a large mirror in front of the sink. He glanced at his reflection, a handsome young man, though his hair hadn't been trimmed in quite a while and hung down over his forehead, making him look a little lethargic. His clothes were worn too, the down filling in his coat had almost all leaked out, leaving just a thin layer that offered little warmth. He resembled a small worker from a car wash shop, whereas Ning Junyan was the owner driving a luxury car who would park it outside the shop, hand over the keys, and not even spare him a glance. They were like people from two different worlds. With nowhere to dry his wet hands, Chen Yunqing shook them off and walked straight toward the parking lot. As he walked, he thought that if it weren't for the accident Ning Junyan experienced as a child, they would indeed be people from two different worlds. Back in the car, Ning Junyan took the wheel again. Chen Yunqing sat in the passenger seat without any sleepiness now, keeping his eyes open as he watched the repetitive scenery and road pass by. Ning Junyan turned on the car's music system, playing soft instrumental tunes. Chen Yunqing asked him, "Won't you feel sleepy listening to this?" "No," Ning Junyan replied concisely. Chen Yunqing paused, then added, "I'm wasting your time." Ning Junyan's posture appeared relaxed. He kept his gaze ahead as he responded, "No, I don't think so." Chen Yunqing said, "You said your vacation is very precious." Ning Junyan's eyelashes slightly lowered, but his expression remained unchanged, with just the faintest hint of a smile that Chen Yunqing couldn't see from his angle. He said, "It's not a waste for you." Chen Yunqing fell silent for a moment, slowly turning his face away to look out the right window. The hand resting on his leg clenched and then loosened, he regretted asking. So, he stopped speaking. For the next 3 hours, music continued to play in the car, and Ning Junyan looked just as he'd said, showing no signs of fatigue at all. They only made brief stops at 2 service stations before continuing along the highway. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they had exited the highway at the county where Zhou Yan's hometown was located. Chapter 26. Zhou Yan's hometown was a small county nestled between mountains and water, with mountains encircling the county behind it and a large river slowly flowing by in the front. Not far from the highway exit, you could see a few high-rise buildings along the way, but as the car gradually drove deeper into the county, most of the buildings were only 6 to 7 stories tall. They hadn't eaten lunch yet. Ning Junyan asked Chen Yunqing, "What do you want to eat?" Chen Yunqing did not answer. He thought that he could eat anything, even a bowl of noodles at a roadside small noodle shop would be fine, but he also felt that it might be somewhat disrespectful to Ning Junyan if they were too casual. "I'll eat whatever you want to eat," Chen Yunqing finally said to Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan nodded, slowed down the car speed, and continued driving forward on the county streets. When he saw a well-decorated Chinese restaurant with a good environment by the roadside, he found a place to park the car and got out of the car with Chen Yunqing to have dinner. It was already past lunchtime, and there wasn't a single customer in the restaurant, yet Ning Junyan still booked a private room, and the two of them sat at a small round table to have their meal. "There are no small private rooms available," Ning Junyan said. Chen Yunqing rinsed the tableware with tea water and said, "Such Chinese restaurants generally don't have small private rooms for 2 people. As he placed the washed tableware on the table, Chen Yunqing originally wanted to tell Ning Junyan that he had worked hard accompanying him this trip, but before he could speak, he worried about Ning Junyan's response making it hard for him to follow up, so he ultimately gave up. The lunch dishes were ordered solely by Ning Junyan, 3 dishes and 1 soup, both meat and vegetables. When the server brought the soup, Chen Yunqing took Ning Junyan's soup bowl and served him a bowl, while Ning Junyan kept his eyes on his hands, lightly saying, "Thank you." Chen Yunqing could only say, "You're welcome." After finishing the meal, Chen Yunqing called the server to settle the bill, but the server told him that Ning Junyan had already paid after ordering the food. Chen Yunqing immediately felt a sense of helplessness, having energy but nowhere to direct it. They left the restaurant, and standing by the roadside, Chen Yunqing asked Ning Junyan, "Do you think I'm poor, so you don't consider me a brother?" Ning Junyan was holding the car keys, intending to retrieve the car, hearing his question, turned around to look at him, asking, "Why do you say that?" Chen Yincheng felt somewhat pretentious himself. In the past, he wouldn't have minded these kinds of things, nor would he care enough to bring it up despite ruining the mood. But his mind had been in disarray these past few days, half of it was because of Zhou Yan, the other half because of Ning Junyan. He couldn't help but say, "You came all this way with me to find Zhou Yan, not even letting me treat you to a meal. Do you think I can't afford even this much?" Ning Junyan's expression remained calm as he replied, "I didn't think about that much. If you want to invite me to dinner, you can do so tonight." Chen Yincheng was slightly startled by what Ning Junyan said, then replied, "I'm sorry." Ning Junyan said, "Is it really that important?" Indeed, it wasn't important. Chen Yincheng didn't know what exactly he was thinking either, so he chuckled bitterly and said, "It's not important, forget about me. My mind is just a little chaotic." Ning Junyan asked him, "Is it because of Zhou Yan?" Chen Yincheng glanced at him and nodded, without saying that it was partly because of him too. Ning Junyan suddenly said, "When I left, you didn't even think about finding me." Chen Yincheng was momentarily confused, as he initially didn't understand what Ning Junyan meant by, "when I left." Later, he realized Ning Junyan probably referred to the year they parted ways, when Chen Yincheng stood aside watching Ning Junyan's parents take him away. Ning Junyan seemed not to need an answer from him, as he turned around and walked towards where the car was parked before Chen Yincheng could reply, saying, "I'll go get the car." For some reason, Chen Yincheng randomly lost his temper with Ning Junyan and felt quite uneasy afterwards. Once back in the car, his tone with Ning Junyan became much gentler. He located the address on Zhou Yan's ID card and showed it to Ning Junyan, asking, "Can you navigate to this place?" Ning Junyan said, "Let's try." It was their first time coming to this county, and they completely relied on mobile navigation to find the way. Zhou Yan's registered address was in an old community in an old street in the county town. The car couldn't drive inside, so they had to park on the nearby street and walk over. There was no gate control system in the residential area, just an elderly man sitting lazily in the guardhouse watching TV. The address on Zhou Yan's ID card included details like the unit number and door number. Chen Yincheng directly approached the elderly guard, showing him Zhou Yan's ID card, and asked whether he recognized this person. The elderly man picked up a pair of reading glasses from the table and carefully examined the ID photo, shaking his head and saying, "No impression, though this address indeed belongs to inside here." Chen Yincheng asked him, "Then do you recognize this family?" The elderly man looked again more carefully, not answering directly, instead looking up at Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan, and asking, "Who are you guys?" Chen Yincheng told him, "This Zhou Yan is our friend. He went back to his hometown recently and we couldn't get in touch with him. His son got sick, so we came here to look for him." The elderly man replied with an "oh," showing no intention of asking further. He said, "I don't know if this family is related to him or not, but at this address there lives a couple. The man's last name is Qi, the woman's last name is Li, there's no one surnamed Zhou." Ning Junyan asked, "How old are they?" The elderly man said, "Nearly 50. Chen Yincheng thanked the elderly man and walked into the residential area with Ning Junyan, planning to personally inquire at this family's home. "Have you ever met Zhou Yan's parents?" Ning Junyan asked. Chen Yincheng shook his head, he was sent back by the police. "I've never met his family." And after so many years had passed, even if he had seen them as a teenager, Chen Yincheng probably wouldn't remember their appearances. "He doesn't have a good relationship with his family," Chen Yincheng slowly said, "he has never talked to me about his parents." Ning Junyan remained silent, saying nothing. The neighborhood wasn't very large, containing only 4 old apartment buildings. Chen Yincheng found the unit corresponding to Zhou Yan's registered address, then climbed up with Ning Junyan to the 3rd floor. He confirmed the correct door number and gently knocked on it. He wanted his appearance to be as unobtrusive as possible and certainly not to scare Zhou Yan's family. The building was truly very old. The originally white walls and ceilings in the corridor had already turned into a gray filled with accumulated grime. In the corners, broken spider webs could still be seen. Ning Junyan stood behind Chen Yincheng. Both of them were rather tall, and in the narrow and confined stairwell, apart from the dimness, they also felt a sense of oppression. Chen Yincheng didn't hear any sound inside the house, so he knocked again, a bit more firmly this time. While waiting for a response, he turned his head and looked at Ning Junyan. Could they have gone to work? If they're not yet 50, they probably haven't retired, right? It's Saturday today, Ning Junyan reminded him. Chen Yincheng wasn't quite sure, maybe they're working overtime. Ning Junyan sidestepped past him closer to the door, raising his hand to knock firmly, maybe they just didn't hear us. There was still no response from the house, but their neighbors did notice the noise and opened their door slightly, looking out cautiously. "Hello," Chen Yincheng spoke before the neighbor closed the door, "Excuse me, is the family home?" The neighbor first sized him up, then Ning Junyan, and perhaps feeling that they didn't seem like bad people, answered, "Sisterly went to her mother-in-law's place last week. I'm not sure if Brother Qi is home." Chen Yincheng asked again, "Do you know if they have a son?" The neighbor furrowed her brow for a moment, then suddenly recognized who he meant. "You mean Zhou Yan?" Chen Yincheng exchanged a glance with Ning Junyan. The neighbor continued, "Zhou Yan left for work several years ago and hasn't come back since. Have you seen him recently?" Chen Yincheng asked. The neighbor shook her head. "After he left, I've never seen him again. It's been several years. Chen Yincheng thought for a moment and asked her, do you know when Zhou Yan's mom will be back, or when his dad will be at home? The neighbor shook her head again. I don't know, she said, and then started to close the door. Chen Yincheng didn't give up just yet, hurriedly asking, do you have their contact information? Could you help ask for us? The neighbor seemed reluctant. Chen Yincheng added, please, sister. The neighbor carefully scrutinized him and asked, who are you people? Chen Yincheng repeated what he had said to the security guard earlier. The neighbor listened and said, a sick child. She appeared hesitant. Wait a moment. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message. After waiting a few seconds for a reply, she looked up and told Chen Yincheng, Sister Li said she'll be back tomorrow morning. Why don't you come back then? Chen Yincheng immediately smiled and said, thank you. Chapter 27. After the older sister who lived next door closed the door, Chen Yincheng looked at Ning Junyan and said, we might need to stay another day. Ning Junyan simply replied, Chen Yincheng felt very apologetic. As he descended the stairs, he said, I originally wanted to rush back today, but I'm going to take up another day of your time. Ning Junyan said, it's fine, I have a day off tomorrow too. After they silently went down a floor of stairs, Ning Junyan added, it won't be wasted. Chen Yincheng held back and didn't turn around to look at him. After leaving the neighborhood, it was only a little past 3 in the afternoon. Chen Yincheng stood by the street feeling somewhat lost, unsure of where to go. This was just an ordinary small county town, with no scenic spots nearby and nothing particularly special about the city. He didn't know how to pass the remaining time with Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan waited quietly for a while and said, why don't we find a hotel and rest for a bit? Chen Yincheng hesitated slightly and said, all right. They returned to their car, and Chen Yincheng used his phone to search for nearby decent hotels. The most expensive hotel he could find in this small county town was only about 300 yuan per night. He handed his phone over to Ning Junyan and asked, what about this one? Ning Junyan just glanced at it briefly, so much so that Chen Yincheng even doubted if he had seen clearly, and then he heard Ning Junyan say, fine, you can navigate us there. The hotel was better than Chen Yincheng had imagined. Although it wasn't especially large, it at least looked brand new and had a fairly spacious parking lot. When checking into the room, Chen Yincheng hesitated a moment and asked Ning Junyan, do you want to book 2 rooms? Ning Junyan questioned him, why? No double rooms available. Chen Yincheng said, I'm worried you might not rest well. He was a bit concerned that Ning Junyan wouldn't be comfortable sharing a room with someone else. Ning Junyan said, no need, let's just stay in a regular double room. So, Chen Yincheng took out his ID to book the room. The environment inside the hotel room was also alright, looking quite clean at least. After entering, Chen Yincheng opened the window first to blow away the stifling air in the room. Then he asked Ning Junyan, which bed do you want? Ning Junyan sat on the bed closer to the door and said, whatever suits you. Chen Yincheng then lay down on the bed by the window. Without taking off his shoes, his feet dangled outside the bed, his arms stretching above his head as he sighed deeply and said, let's sleep for a bit. Ning Junyan softly responded with a faint Chen Yincheng thought Ning Junyan was sleepy, so he stopped talking and closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep himself. This nap wasn't long, but Chen Yincheng had slept soundly. Upon waking, he was a little disoriented for a moment, staring at the ceiling for a while before remembering that he was in the hotel room. He raised his head and glanced at the adjacent bed, only to see that Ning Junyan wasn't sleeping. Instead, he sat silently by the edge of the bed, staring at him. Even after noticing Chen Yincheng was awake, Ning Junyan did not avert his gaze but rather calmly said, are you awake now? Chen Yincheng immediately became alert as he sat up, lifting his hand to flick his messy hair and asked, have you been awake long? Ning Junyan replied, I haven't slept. Chen Yincheng fished out his phone to check the time, estimating that he must have slept for around 40 minutes. Then he asked Ning Junyan, what have you been doing? Why didn't you watch TV? Ning Junyan answered, I don't like watching TV. With the lights turned off, by this time of the afternoon, the light inside the room had become somewhat dim. Chen Yincheng got up and said, I'll use the restroom. After saying this, he already made his way toward the restroom, closing the door behind him. After a brief hesitation, he locked it from the inside. He leaned against the wash basin, lifting his hands to cover his face, gently rubbing it, then left his hands resting there without moving. Chen Yincheng didn't really want to admit that when he woke up and saw Ning Junyan's gaze, he felt a little afraid, unsure of what exactly he was scared of. Maybe it was because people are still a little muddled right after waking up. Anyway, instinctively, his heart gave a jolt, and after having a confused conversation with Ning Junyan for a few moments, he hurriedly came up with an excuse to retreat here. After a while, Chen Yincheng calmed himself down, opened the restroom door, and naturally asked Ning Junyan, do you want to go out for a walk? Ning Junyan got up from the edge of the bed and said, sure. They left the hotel on foot. Since the county town wasn't large, it took them only 20 minutes to walk from the hotel to the residential area where Zhou Yan's parents lived. Although there wasn't much scenic beauty to enjoy, small towns have their own sense of life and vitality. By the time the main bustling streets of the urban area were lit up at dusk, there were twinkling lights adding charm, making the place vibrant and prosperous. Dinner was on Chen Yincheng. He found a locally famous lamb soup online, perfect for the cold winter. There was no menu in the restaurant. The two sat down, and the boss lady stood by with her notebook and pen ready to take their order. How about a pound of meat and a pound of offal? The boss lady arranged things for them with ease. Chen Yincheng replied, sure. The boss lady then said, would you like some stir-fried lamb liver? Chen Yincheng glanced at Ning Junyan and responded, yes, please. The boss lady quickly scribbled down the order and added, plus the accompanying vegetables. It should be enough for both of you young men. If not, you can always add more meat. Chen Yincheng smiled at her bold tone and said, all right. The boss lady put her pen away and turned toward the kitchen. A little while later, she personally brought out a pot filled with creamy white mutton soup and placed it on their table. She called over a waiter to help light the burner, and told them, young men should eat more lamb, it's good for your health and boosts your energy. For a moment, Chen Yincheng was at a loss for words and couldn't help but glance at Ning Junyan's expression. Ning Junyan, however, remained calm and responded to the boss lady for the first time, asking, is that so? The boss lady must have noticed how handsome they were, and she gave Ning Junyan an extra couple of looks, saying, are you from out of town? Ning Junyan replied, we're from Chongfeng. The boss lady nodded, I could tell by your accent. Lamb is our local specialty. Our lamb doesn't have any gamey smell and is especially suited for making soup. If you drink more lamb soup, I guarantee neither of you will feel cold this entire winter. Ning Junyan gave a mild smile and said, good. After chatting enough, the boss lady went to take the orders of a newly arrived table. Chen Yincheng quietly watched as the broth in the pot began to slowly bubble up, his mood becoming somewhat complicated. When Ning Junyan saw the soup had boiled, he picked up the ladle and started serving the lamb soup into Chen Yincheng's bowl. Only then did Chen Yincheng snap back to reality. He raised his hand to grab the ladle, saying, let me do it. Ning Junyan easily avoided him, insisting on pouring the soup into Chen Yincheng's bowl, saying, you can drink a bit more. Chen Yincheng laughed awkwardly to relieve the tension, saying, my health is fine too. Ning Junyan simply remarked, is that so? Chen Yincheng countered, unless you think otherwise. Do I look frail to you? Ning Junyan responded, you can't really tell just by looking. He swiftly added, but I don't think so. Chen Yincheng suddenly felt that stifling discomfort again, just like in the afternoon. Ning Junyan spoke softly, Yincheng, drink your soup first. Chen Yincheng picked up his bowl and took a sip, saying, it's hot. Ning Junyan continued to speak gently but firmly, then let it cool for a moment. I'll remind you later so it doesn't get cold. Chapter 28. Chen Yincheng didn't know if it was his psychological effect, but after drinking lamb soup at night and leaving the store, he really felt hot all over. So, the zip of his down jacket had been open all along. Ning Junyan also unbuttoned his coat as they walked side by side. Even though Ning stayed silent, his presence remained strong. It wasn't too early or too late. Chen Yincheng didn't feel like going back to the hotel and staying in a room with Ning Junyan. He said, I'll check on Zhou Yan's place again. If his father had been working outside in the afternoon or had other matters, perhaps he'd be back home by evening. Ning Junyan replied indifferently, suit yourself. They took a walk towards the neighborhood where Zhou Yan's parents lived. Although it was already dark, the gate of the neighborhood still remained half open, allowing free access for anyone. Not many people were out strolling in winter, and the neighborhood seemed deserted as well. This area wasn't large, with little greenery except for an old small garden surrounded by some buildings and about 10 trees around it. There were very few streetlights in the garden, only a couple spread far apart, leaving most of the garden shrouded in darkness. They didn't go upstairs but stood under the unit and looked upward instead. The window of the house visited in the afternoon was still off, indicating no one had returned yet. And the adjacent window, presumably from the same household, was completely blocked by the trees. From Chen Yincheng's angle, not even a trace of light could be seen. Feeling a little reluctant to give up, Chen stepped onto the concrete railing of the flower bed and moved forward a few steps until he found a better vantage point. He saw that the window was still pitch black. Sighing silently, he said, still no one. After speaking, Chen Yincheng jumped down from the flower bed. His right foot landed on the ground, while his left foot accidentally stepped on a loose brick near the flower bed. The brick slipped, causing him to twist his ankle slightly. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Ning Junyan turned around and asked him, what's wrong? Chen Yincheng felt how stupid he had been. He certainly didn't want to appear foolish in front of Ning Junyan. He replied, nothing, just stepped on a brick. Ning Junyan had already come up to him. The dim light made it impossible to clearly see whether there was indeed a brick on the ground. Ning extended his foot, feeling for anything to kick away, then asked him, did you twist your ankle? Chen Yincheng said, yeah, but it's not serious. Ning Junyan reached out and held his arm, asking, shall I take a look first? Chen Yincheng said, no need, it doesn't hurt much. It's not convenient here, we can deal with it when we get back. Ning Junyan agreed with a, alright, but did not let go of his hand. Chen Yincheng tried taking a step. Although it hurt, he could still walk, albeit unable to put much weight on his left foot. He told Ning Junyan, I can walk. Ning Junyan slowly released his hand and asked, do you want me to carry you? Chen Yincheng immediately refused, of course not, it's not that bad. Limping slightly, the two left the neighborhood and hailed a car with his phone instead of walking back to the hotel. When they returned to the room, Chen Yincheng felt his ankle might have swollen more than before, though he wasn't quite sure. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he wanted to remove his shoe to check. Ning Junyan turned on the room heater, removed his coat and tossed it casually onto the bed. Then he squatted in front of Chen Yincheng, holding his twisted ankle. Chen Yincheng was startled and reflexively tried pulling his foot back. He'd worn sneakers all day and now had cotton socks on, both looking clean, but he didn't feel comfortable showing his feet to Ning Junyan this way. Ning Junyan, however, appeared completely unfazed. When Chen pulled his foot back, Ning slightly loosened his grip so as not to hurt his injured ankle but then firmly held his foot, preventing further retreat. "I'll take a look." Ning Junyan's tone was deep and calm as he glanced up at Chen Yincheng. "Why don't we let a doctor check it?" Chen Yincheng lowered his gaze at Ning, pursed his lips, and said, "I'll wash my feet first." Ning Junyan looked down at his feet and said, "No need," and proceeded to directly pull off Chen Yincheng's socks. Chen Yincheng felt Ning Junyan's rough yet warm palm slide over his foot, causing an uncontrollable ticklish sensation. But he couldn't dodge. Ning's expression remained solemn, gripping his foot steadily without any unnecessary movement. If Chen tried dodging, it might seem overly intimate. As Ning Junyan carefully rotated his foot to inspect his ankle, the sensation of his fingers touching his foot became increasingly unbearable, making Chen nervous and accelerating his heartbeat. The heating system started working, gradually raising the room temperature. Chen Yincheng still wore his thick down jacket, breaking out in a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Ning Junyan gently squeezed his ankle and rotated his foot before looking up and asking, "Does it hurt badly?" Chen Yincheng replied, "It's bearable." Ning Junyan nodded, "There's no bone injury, but the swelling is quite serious. Walking might be difficult in the short term." Chen Yincheng said to him, "It's fine, I can endure it." Ning Junyan silently looked at him for a moment, then gently placed his foot back onto the shoe on the ground and said, "You don't have to endure when you're with me." Chen Yincheng didn't expect to hear such a statement suddenly and was momentarily stunned. Ning Junyan continued, "Just like how no one could hit you in front of me back then, now as long as you're in front of me, you don't need to endure anything. Tell me if it hurts." Chen Yincheng stared at Ning Junyan in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. Ning Junyan stood up and said, "I'll go buy some medicine for you, and also get a toothbrush and towel we'll need tonight. Is there anything else you need?" Chen Yincheng suddenly snapped back to reality and replied, "No, that's all." Ning Junyan nodded, went to the bathroom to wash his hands, then came back to the bedside to grab his coat and room card before heading out. Chen Yincheng heard the soft click of the door closing but still sat by the bed, his mind repeatedly mulling over those two sentences Ning Junyan had said. After quite some time, he finally remembered that he should take off his coat and hobbled into the bathroom, planning to take a shower. Inside the bathroom, Chen Yincheng realized he hadn't brought anything and would have to wait for Ning Junyan to return with a new towel. He limped back to sit on the edge of the bed again, lost in thought, not bothering to turn on the TV. He just sat there, staring blankly at the dark sky outside the window. About 20 minutes later, Ning Junyan returned to the hotel holding two plastic bags. One contained daily necessities from the supermarket, and the other held medicine for sprains bought for Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng got up from the bed, grabbing the towel and toothbrush, and headed toward the bathroom, saying, "I'll take a shower first." Ning Junyan watched him walk unevenly and slowly took off his coat while asking, "Do you need help?" "No." Chen Yincheng immediately responded. After entering the bathroom, he hesitated for a moment before locking the door from the inside. Chapter 29. Chen Yincheng had not brought any change of clothes, so after taking a quick shower, he came out of the bathroom wearing the same outfit as during the day. However, with the room temperature being around 20 degrees Celsius, he decided not to wear his sweater and only wore a thermal shirt underneath. Upon returning, he sat by the bed while Ning Junyan took the medicine to apply it on his sprained ankle. Chen Yincheng hurriedly said, "I can do it myself." Ning Junyan squatted in front of him, merely glanced up at him silently without saying anything, and naturally did not hand over the medicine. The bruise ointment was paste-like. Ning Junyan squeezed some onto his palm and then said, "Pull your pants leg up a little." Chen Yincheng was still wearing long jeans, so he pulled them up, fully exposing his ankle. Ning Junyan spread the ointment between his palms, and his warm hands enveloped Chen Yincheng's ankle. In that moment, Chen Yincheng could feel how hot his palms really were. The sticky ointment seemed to instantly melt and adhere to his skin, seeping through his pores. Ning Junyan's face didn't show any extra expressions. His hand stayed pressed against Chen Yincheng's ankle for a short time before gradually rubbing the ointment with a very gentle force. Chen Yincheng felt a slight pain but not too much because Ning Junyan was controlling the pressure well, and once the ointment spread, it became slippery as if oil had been applied to his foot, cool at first and then heating up gradually. Ning Junyan gently rubbed his ankle for 4 or 5 minutes. When he let go, he placed Chen Yincheng's foot on the edge of the bed and stood up from beside it. Chen Yincheng, with one foot in slippers on the ground and the other resting on the side of the bed, found himself leaning back slightly, looking up toward Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan had ointment all over his hands. He looked at Chen Yincheng and said, "Your face is red." Only then did Chen Yincheng suddenly realize his cheeks were burning. Ning Junyan walked toward the bathroom and said along the way, "Open the window a bit later, the room might be too stuffy." Chen Yincheng replied, "Okay," then lay down on the bed, taking a deep breath. That night, they left a crack open in the window. The warmth inside wasn't as noticeable, the temperature dropped slightly, making the environment more comfortable for sleep. Chen Yincheng thought that he had slept too much during the day and started insomnia at night. He lay in bed for a long time without falling asleep. On the neighboring bed, Ning Junyan made no sound at all. Chen Yincheng didn't know whether he was asleep or not. Recalling that they hadn't slept in the same room for many years, despite having shared the same bed for 4 years, why did it feel so unfamiliar now? With plenty of thoughts in his mind, they accumulated and made Chen Yincheng stay awake in the unfamiliar hotel room until late into the night when he finally gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Chen Yincheng woke up just as the sky was starting to brighten. Checking his phone, he saw that it was nearly 8 o'clock. He stuffed the phone back under the pillow, turned, and looked at the adjacent bed. Ning Junyan was still sleeping quietly, eyes closed as though unaware of the awakening world. Chen Yincheng got out of bed, pulling off the blanket, and felt an instant pain in his left ankle upon stepping on the ground. Yet, it didn't look as swollen as the previous night. Initially intending to go to the bathroom, he paused looking at Ning Junyan on the opposite bed. All of a sudden, he felt like Ning Junyan, lying there with his eyes closed, resembled their childhood selves. Back then, when they would often wake face to face on the same bed, their proximity was close enough for them to sense each other's breaths, yet neither minded. At that moment, Chen Yincheng retrieved some warmth from his childhood memories. He squatted down beside Ning Junyan's bed, tilting his head to observe his sleeping face, couldn't help but smile lightly, and whispered softly, "Yen Yen." Ning Junyan showed no reaction. Chen Yincheng thought his behavior was amusing and intended to stand up to leave when suddenly his wrist was firmly grasped by the person in bed. Lowering his head, he saw Ning Junyan looking directly at him, lying in bed with his eyes wide open. "What did you call me just now?" Ning Junyan asked him. Chen Yincheng said, "Yen Yen." After saying it, he quickly explained, "I just suddenly remembered, back then I didn't know your name and always called you this way." Ning Junyan responded, "Call me again." Chen Yincheng hesitated, unsure, and then opened his mouth lightly to say, "Yen Yen." Ning Junyan said, I'm here." Then he released Chen Yincheng's hand and pulled the covers up to cover half his face. They ate breakfast directly at the hotel. Regardless of whether they could find Zhou Yan and his parents today, Chen Yincheng did not plan to stay longer. So, after breakfast, they checked out immediately, and both drove away from the hotel. By the time they returned to the residential complex where Zhou Yan's parents lived, it was almost 10 in the morning. Chen Yincheng, limping from his sprained ankle, went upstairs and knocked on the door but, as before, no one answered. So, once again, he and Ning Junyan left the building. A few chairs were placed outside the guardhouse at the entrance of the neighborhood. Chen Yincheng asked the elderly guard if he could sit for a while. The old man generously nodded. Chen Yincheng immediately said to Ning Junyan, "Let's sit for a bit." Ning Junyan sat down on one of the chairs, while Chen Yincheng remained standing by the window of the guardhouse, chatting with the old guard. He told the guard that they were waiting for the same Miss Li they had come to find yesterday. The old guard, with one hand propped up under his head, leaned on the table next to the window and said, "I thought you guys were debt collectors at first." Chen Yincheng laughed and replied, "Do I look like a debt collector?" The old guard responded, "There's no rule saying debt collectors have to look a certain way. It's hard to say about you, but I don't think your friend there looks like one." Hearing this, Chen Yincheng glanced at Ning Junyan and smiled faintly, "He really doesn't, he's a doctor." The old guard slapped his hand against the table. "That's what I said. With such good looks, why would he go into debt collection? He could be an actor or something. But being a doctor is great too, doctors make money." Chen Yincheng joked with him, "So, do you think I don't measure up?" The old guard said, "I didn't say that. You're good looking, sure, but you don't have that same kind of aura." "What kind of aura?" Chen Yincheng asked. The old guard thought for a moment and then said, "I can't put it into words." Chen Yincheng understood the old man's meaning. Growing up alone in poverty, having endured all sorts of hardships since childhood, naturally gave him a different aura compared to Ning Junyan. No matter how good-looking his face might be, people tended to see him as more of a ruffian, someone who could easily pass for a debt collector in such a situation. He fell into a daze for a moment. At this point, the old guard slapped him lightly on the shoulder and pointed at a woman carrying a travel bag walking along the street toward them. "That's the Ms. Li you're looking for." Chen Yincheng looked up and saw a woman in her 40s or 50s. She wore a long down coat with a floral pattern, had her hair cut just below her ears and curled slightly. Even from afar, one could see some resemblance between her and Zhou Yan. "Wait for me a second," Chen Yincheng said to Ning Junyan before heading over to the woman, walking until he stood in front of her. In as gentle a tone as possible, he said, "Hello, auntie. My name is Chen Yincheng, and I'm Zhou Yan's friend." The woman's eyes immediately widened. Her surname was Li, and her given name was Yanping, making her indeed Zhou Yan's mother. She was very wary of Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan and kept repeating, "Zhou Yan hasn't been back for a long time." Ning Junyan stood silently beside Chen Yincheng, while Chen Yincheng patiently asked her, "Have you not been in contact with each other?" Ms. Li shook her head. "He ran away when he was a teenager. How could we stay in touch? He never even called once." Chen Yincheng asked, "Has he come back to visit you recently?" No, no, Miss Lee clutched her bag and tried to walk past them into the compound, clearly wanting to avoid further conversation. Chen Yincheng stopped her and said, do you know he has a child? The child is currently hospitalized, and I think he might come back asking for help. Miss Lee paused and instinctively replied, but I don't have any money either. Suddenly, Chen Yincheng felt overwhelmed with sorrow. He looked at Miss Lee and didn't speak for quite a while. Ning Junyan silently watched Chen Yincheng's side profile and then spoke to Miss Lee, we're not asking for money, we just need to know whether he has come to see you recently. I understand you haven't been home much recently. Can you ask Zhou Yan's father if he has seen him? Miss Lee looked troubled. Chen Yincheng added, as soon as we find out, we'll leave. Finally, Miss Lee said, he should be at home now. Follow me. Chapter 30. Li Yanping asked Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan to follow her home. While walking through the neighborhood garden, she said, my husband is not Zhou Yan's biological father. Chen Yincheng was not particularly surprised. From the moment he first heard that the male head of this household had the surname Qi, he started feeling something strange. Considering Zhou Yan ran away from home at a very young age, then later returned after being sent back by the police only to leave again alone, it might be because he never felt this house was his home. Li Yanping entered the unit building and her pace climbing the stairs revealed signs of aging slowness. She said, so you don't mention anything about children or treatment, my husband won't take out any money, he has no money. Then what about you? Ning Junyan suddenly spoke up behind Chen Yincheng, with an emotionless tone. Is Zhou Yan not your biological son? Li Yanping stopped and turned around to look at them. I worked as a shop assistant and odd job worker for people outside these past few years, but I haven't had a job for these last 2 years already. Where would I get any money from? Her voice was filled with sorrow. After saying this, she turned around and continued slowly climbing upstairs. During the next 2 flights of stairs, Li Yanping kept muttering on endlessly, it's not like I didn't feed him enough or didn't let him study. It was him who chose to stop studying and run off to work instead. I wanted him to succeed, earn money, come back, and make me enjoy some benefits, rather than have me worrying about raising funds for his child's medical treatment even at this old age. Neither Chen Yincheng nor Ning Junyan spoke. They weren't sure if Li Yanping was speaking to them or simply talking to herself. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Li Yanping took the keys out of her pants pocket and opened the door. Chen Yincheng stood behind her, watching the door open to reveal a very quiet interior, not looking like there was anyone home. Li Yanping put down the suitcase she was carrying and stood in the doorway holding onto the shoe cabinet while changing shoes, calling out simultaneously, Old Qi. There was no response. Since Chen Yincheng wasn't invited in, he didn't enter immediately, and Ning Junyan waited outside the door, seemingly not wanting to go inside. After changing into slippers, Li Yanping placed the boots she wore to come home on the shoe rack and walked inside, shouting once more, Old Qi. Still no response. Then Chen Yincheng saw Li Yanping's figure suddenly stiffen, followed by a sharp and ear-piercing scream. Immediately afterward, Li Yanping's whole body began sliding down toward the ground. Without regard for whether he changed shoes or not, Chen Yincheng rushed over and caught her from behind. Given Li Yanping's robust figure as a middle-aged woman, her body, seeming like she'd fainted and lost strength, falling toward the ground, required considerable effort from Chen Yincheng to support fully. He too knelt down halfway. At this point, his view was completely blocked by the sofa, so he didn't yet know what happened. Ning Junyan, who had been standing behind Chen Yincheng, stepped in. His steps faltered as he saw the scene in the living room. Chen Yincheng looked up at him and asked, what's wrong? While supporting Li Yanping struggling to stand, he tried to lay her down on the couch. At this moment, Ning Junyan suddenly extended his hand to cover Chen Yincheng's eyes and asked softly near his ear, are you scared? Chen Yincheng was puzzled and uneasy, what? Ning Junyan said, there's someone lying face down in the living room, and it looks like they're dead. A sudden chill ran down Chen Yincheng's back, but he said, I'm not afraid. Help me get her onto the couch. Ning Junyan gently said, okay, don't be scared, then let go of his hands covering Chen Yincheng's eyes and walked over beside him, helping lift Li Yanping together. With Li Yanping's arm supported by Chen Yincheng, the two of them managed to get her onto the couch before she could resist and turn her gaze toward the middle of the living room. There was a person lying face down, motionless, with blood trickling from the back of their head, nearly coagulated. Li Yanping remained unconscious after being laid on the couch. Ning Junyan stood up and moved toward the middle of the living room. Chen Yincheng instinctively grabbed his hand, his face turning pale with alarm as he said, don't go. Ning Junyan said, I'll just take a look, I won't touch him. Call the police immediately. Only then did Chen Yincheng snap back to reality, hurriedly taking out his phone and dialing emergency services. As for Ning Junyan, he appeared much calmer than Chen Yincheng. He walked to the side of the person lying in the living room and stooped down with an ordinary expression on his face. He didn't touch anything, he merely calmly looked at the person's sideways face, then examined the wound on the back of his head before saying to Chen Yincheng, this person may be Zhou Yan's stepfather. Chen Yincheng looked at him. Ning Junyan raised his head, indicating a picture frame on top of the TV stand, a photograph of Li Yanping and her husband, Mr. Qi. Chen Yincheng glanced at the photo, a very terrible and frightening thought coming to mind. Ning Junyan stood up and returned to Chen Yincheng's side, we'd better wait outside and avoid touching anything in the house. Chen Yunqing glanced at Li Yanping who lay unconscious on the sofa, asking, what about her? Ning Junyan said, go knock on the neighbor's door and see if we can temporarily settle her there while we wait for the police to arrive. Chen Yunqing nodded. They knocked on the door of the neighboring house, and arranged for Li Yanping who had fainted to be taken care of there. During this time, Li Yanping woke up and burst into uncontrollable sobs, completely drained of energy. She lay on the sofa in the neighbor's house and did not have the strength to stand up. The neighbor, upon hearing that something had happened at their place, was so frightened that she didn't dare come out to take a look. She kept her door half closed and stayed inside to accompany Li Yanping. Chen Yunqing and Ning Junyan did not leave. They waited in the stairwell. Ning Junyan leaned against the wall, while Chen Yunqing, his face ashen, said, I need to sit for a while. After saying that, he sat down on the steps of the staircase. Where do you think Zhou Yan has gone? Chen Yunqing looked up at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan did not answer. He remained silent for a moment before bending down and placing his hand on Chen Yunqing's head, saying, don't speculate on things that haven't been confirmed yet. Chen Yunqing nodded. Maybe it was just a burglar, he said. They hadn't waited long, less than 10 minutes, when the police arrived. Neither Chen Yunqing nor Ning Junyan went back inside the house. Due to her emotional breakdown, Li Yanping was taken first to the police station for questioning. Both were separately placed in different rooms to answer the police's questions. Chen Yunqing explained their identities, the purpose of their visit, and the exact details surrounding the discovery of the body. The police clearly paid significant attention to Zhou Yan's existence, asking, you say Zhou Yan returned to find his parents? Chen Yunqing shook his head. I don't know. I'm looking for him. The police asked further, then how did you decide to make this long trip here? Were you certain he would return? Or did someone tell you he was coming? Chen Yunqing replied, I'm not sure, but I am desperately trying to find him. His son is about to undergo surgery, and his wife is very worried about him. Even if it might turn out to be a wasted trip, I still had to make the journey. The police then asked, was there conflict between him and his stepfather? Chen Yunqing responded, I don't know. He never mentioned his family before. This is the first time I've met his parents. The questioning was thorough. By the time Chen Yunqing finished, about half an hour had passed. When he stepped outside, he saw Ning Junyan already waiting for him. Unlike Chen Yunqing, Ning Junyan knew even less about Zhou Yan. This trip was purely for accompanying Chen Yunqing. The police simply asked some basic questions related to discovering the crime scene, and after checking his ID and work permit, they let him go. As the investigating officer escorted them out of the county police station, Chen Yunqing's complexion still appeared somewhat grim. He stood on the roadside, lost in thought. Ning Junyan didn't urge him to leave, instead reaching out and holding his hand, feeling how cold his fingers were. Chen Yunqing gave him a slow, somewhat dazed look. Suddenly, Ning Junyan unzipped his down jacket, took it off and hung it on his arm, and then proceeded to take off Chen Yunqing's down jacket. Chen Yunqing, keeping his head low, allowed Ning Junyan to do as he pleased, vaguely asking, what's wrong? After taking off Chen Yunqing's thin coat, Ning Junyan handed over his own thicker one and carefully zipped it up. Instant warmth enveloped Chen Yunqing. Ning Junyan's down jacket was evidently much warmer, and it still carried Ning Junyan's body heat, snugly wrapping around Chen Yunqing, bringing him back to awareness. He said, I don't need it. Ning Junyan had already put on Chen Yunqing's lighter coat himself. Then, he reached into the pockets of the coat Chen Yunqing now wore and pulled out the car keys, saying, let's go. Chapter 31. Chen Yunqing really wanted to know more about this murder case, but he had to leave today. He didn't have anyone familiar in this small county, and no one would disclose the details of the crime scene investigation to him, whether there was a theft or if any fingerprints were found. He guessed that the police must have checked the surveillance footage at the neighborhood gate for the past 2 or 3 days, but he didn't know whether Zhou Yan had returned. On the way back, Ning Junyan drove again, while Chen Yunqing remained silent throughout the journey. He wasn't sleeping because he couldn't fall asleep, most of the time, he just quietly looked out of the car window. Ning Junyan parked at a rest area, went to the mini supermarket and bought 2 bottles of water. While standing by the car drinking water, he asked Chen Yunqing, do you not have faith in Zhou Yan? Chen Yunqing wasn't thirsty, so after unscrewing the cap, he took a sip slowly. Unexpectedly hearing Ning Junyan's words, he stopped his action in surprise. Ning Junyan's bottle of water was taken from the fridge, with mist condensing on the surface. He said, what are you worried about? Do you think it could have been done by Zhou Yan? Did he return to ask his stepfather for money, and when refused, picked up something in the living room in anger and killed him? No, Chen Yunqing replied, Zhou Yan isn't that kind of person. You don't know him. Ning Junyan said, I don't understand him anyway. Since you do, and you believe it wasn't him, then there is nothing to worry about. Chen Yunqing tilted his head and drank a big gulp of water, then said afterward, I know, it's just that I feel uneasy inside. Regardless of the true cause of Mr. Chi's death, after witnessing all of this, Chen Yunqing felt unsettled. Ning Junyan seemed to understand what he meant and did not say another word to console him. Because they spent time making statements at the police station, it was already past 9 o'clock when they returned to the urban area of Chongfeng. Ning Junyan parked the car by the street outside Chen Yunqing's store. As Chen Yunqing got out of the car, he asked Ning Junyan, do you want to come in and rest a bit? They had eaten dinner around 3 hours ago, and after that, Ning Junyan kept driving non-stop. The water he had bought before exiting the highway had already run out. By now, not only was Chen Yincheng tired, but he also started feeling thirsty. He thought Ning Junyan might also need a break. Ning Junyan didn't say much and got out of the car with the keys together with Chen Yincheng. After lifting the rolling shutter halfway to enter, Chen Yincheng immediately felt a chill in the room. Ning Junyan went to the bathroom, while he hesitated about whether to boil a kettle of hot water to drink. By the time Ning Junyan came out, Chen Yincheng told him, "Sit down for a moment, the water will be boiling soon." Ning Junyan said, "No need, I'll drink cold water." So, Chen Yincheng went to the store outside to get a bottle of mineral water. When he came back inside, he saw Ning Junyan fiddling with his heater. "It's broken," Chen Yincheng said. Ning Junyan turned around and asked, "How is it broken?" Chen Yincheng handed him the water. "Suddenly it doesn't heat up anymore, probably an electrical fault." Ning Junyan took the water without drinking it right away, squatted down and examined the heater, finding that it indeed wouldn't turn on. Standing up, he said, "I'll go buy a new one." As Ning Junyan was about to leave, Chen Yincheng grabbed his arm. "Where are you going to buy it this late at night?" Ning Junyan said, "There will be some places still open. In such a big city, there would surely be supermarkets or daily goods stores that remain open." Chen Yincheng wouldn't let go of him. "It's not necessary, it's only one night. I'll buy a new one tomorrow." Ning Junyan insisted, "Let me take a look." As Ning Junyan walked toward the door, Chen Yincheng initially held his arm, then his palm slid along the smooth surface of Ning Junyan's down jacket until his hand finally clasped his wrist. He pulled him back, saying, "It's really unnecessary, I'm not that afraid of the cold." For a moment, Chen Yincheng felt that Ning Junyan was no different from the silly kid who used to lack common sense. Unconsciously, he started cajoling him, "Isn't your down jacket still here? Can you lend it to me for another day? If I drape it over myself at night, I won't be cold." Ning Junyan lowered his head and glanced at the hand that Chen Yincheng was holding. Chen Yincheng hesitated for a second but still didn't let go, pulling Ning Junyan's hand to the side of the bed and pressing his shoulder, making him sit down, saying, "You should sit here and drink the water. Go back early and rest. You still need to work tomorrow." Ning Junyan didn't argue further. He opened the bottle of mineral water in his hand, drank half a bottle in big gulps, and upon standing up, said, "I'll come over after work tomorrow." Chen Yincheng nodded. The next morning, Chen Yincheng waited until the dry cleaner across the street opened and sent Ning Junyan's down jacket over to be cleaned first. As the young woman working at the dry cleaning shop flipped through the washing label of the garment, Chen Yincheng asked anxiously, "Can it be washed with water?" The young woman, registering information on her computer, replied, "Of course, a down jacket can definitely be washed with water." Chen Yincheng said, "I don't know what brand it is. I'm afraid it's too expensive and I'll ruin it if I wash it improperly. Can you take a closer look?" The young woman rolled her eyes and replied, "It can be washed, it won't get ruined." She then printed a receipt for Chen Yincheng and carried Ning Junyan's down jacket inside. Chen Yincheng returned to his shop and opened the rolling shutter door to start doing business officially. The owner of the lottery shop next door came over for a chat after seeing him open up, staying for a cigarette before slowly returning to his own store. The shop remained as quiet as ever during the entire morning. Chen Yincheng's twisted foot was still not fully recovered, so he stayed put, planning to wait for Ning Junyan to finish work and come over so they could go to the hospital together and also find Gu Yaojia for a talk. While there were no customers, he began to inventory the store's goods. He had never abandoned the idea of selling the small shop. If no one took over, he intended to return some of the remaining stock to the supplier and sublet the storefront. Running this little shop didn't earn much money. In the past, he hadn't cared much because he just wanted stability, but now that he owed Ning Junyan so much money, he wasn't planning on dragging it out for years or even decades. Even if it meant delivering packages or food as an alternative job, harder work usually means earning more. Chen Yincheng calculated mentally as he started recording the store's inventory on a blank notebook with a pen. After getting distracted for a moment, when he refocused, he suddenly noticed that he had unconsciously written Ning Junyan's name on the page. At first, his heart raced, so he quickly scribbled over Ning Junyan's name with the pen. But once it became a black smudge, he wondered why he was even trying to hide anything. Writing Ning Junyan's name subconsciously must have been due to thinking about the debt he owed him. There was nothing to panic about, nor did he need to conceal anything. He moved his foot slightly and felt the pain in his left ankle. Suddenly, a thought struck him, was Ning Junyan the best person in the world to him? Why was he being so good to him? He always feared owing favors, and if someone treated him well, he'd want to repay them wholeheartedly. But could he possibly repay whatever Ning Junyan desired? Lost in random thoughts, his phone lying on the counter vibrated twice, receiving 2 messages almost simultaneously. One was from Long Zhanyu asking, "Did you find Zhou Yan?" The other was from Guan Anlin saying, "Zhang Wenyong has been released. I think he might cause you trouble." Before Chen Yincheng could reply to Long Zhanyu's question about Zhang Wenyong's release, 3 people suddenly appeared at the shop doorway, blocking the light in front of Chen Yincheng. Chapter 32. That afternoon, an unusual commotion occurred on the usually quiet streets of the old city district. Someone had smashed Chen Yincheng's small shop. The three towering strangers clearly came for destruction, not uttering a single unnecessary word as they overturned liquor and cigarettes from his shelves onto the ground, smashing glass bottles everywhere, and scattering valuable cigarettes which were then stepped on repeatedly. Chen Yincheng fought back hard. He grabbed one youth, pressing his face forcefully into the broken glass on the ground. Then another person grabbed him by the collar from behind and threw him aside. Chen fell to the ground with his palm pressed into the sharp shards of glass. At this moment, others stormed into his storage area, overturning all the stored goods and stepping heavily on them. After destroying the store, the three quickly ran away without hesitation. With a limping foot, Chen chased out after them, but within moments they vanished. He stopped and panted furiously in anger, unable to contain a curse. Neighboring shopkeepers heard the noise, but no one dared to intervene. Secretly, someone called the police. The police arrived rather quickly. Long Zhanyu parked the police car by the roadside, opened the door and got out, only to see Chen sitting at the entrance of his own shop surrounded by wreckage. Long approached and looked down at Chen, asking, "What happened to your hand?" Blood flowed profusely from Chen Yincheng's palms as he was using his fingernail to pick out a shard of glass embedded in his palm, furrowing his brows tightly. Long asked again, "Do you need to go to the hospital first?" Chen raised his head with a somewhat sullen look, shaking his head and saying, "No, it's not necessary." Having received no answer, Long Zhanyu walked past him inside, careful not to step on the broken glass, and quickly scanned around. He then stood at the doorway asking Chen, "What happened?" "You'd better come to the station with us to record your statement. I'll get people to investigate the scene." Chen stood up and said to Long, "Wait a moment." After that, he limped along the street towards the front. Long Zhanyu stayed there observing his hobbling figure. Chen went to a pharmacy to buy bandages and alcohol, spraying alcohol spray carelessly over his two palms as disinfection, enduring the pain while wrapping his hands with gauze. As he did these things, Chen accompanied Long Zhanyu to the police station to provide his report. While driving, Long questioned, "Was your foot also injured by them?" Chen replied, "No, I sprained it myself." Long remarked, "You're pretty unlucky then." Chen didn't feel like engaging in banter, silently looking out the car window instead. During the statement recording, Chen narrated the entire incident. "I don't know those three individuals, I've never seen them before," he concluded at last. Long asked, "Have you recently offended anyone or do you suspect someone who might target you?" Chen spread out his hands to find that the bandage was already stained with blood. He clenched his hands slowly, feeling the pain, and said, "I have no idea. A young policeman typed this on the computer, I have no idea." At this point, Long Zhanyu gestured to pause recording for now, and said to Chen, "Were you hit on the head today too?" Chen stared at him without speaking. Long added, "If Zhang Wenyong has treated you this way, why are you still protecting him? Are you brain damaged?" Chen answered, "I don't have evidence, I dare not guess arbitrarily." Long explained, "Finding evidence is the job of the police. All you need to do is provide clues. You can give us the names of anyone you've been in conflict with lately, and we will conduct checks individually. Do you understand?" Chen remained silent without answering, but asked instead, "Why was Zhang Wenyong released?" Long leaned against the backrest of the chair, lazily folding his arms across his chest, and said, "Because of insufficient evidence, the prosecutor would not approve his arrest. He merely admits introducing a car thief X-clan group to a vehicle modification specialist, but neither the modifier nor your buddy Zhou Yan are caught yet, so the evidence does not fully implicate him, and thus he was temporarily released." "So where is Zhou Yan really?" Chen lowered his gaze, replying lowly, "I don't know." Long asked, "Did you warn Zhou Yan about the situation?" Chen softly responded, "I wanted him to turn himself in." Long then said, "All right, coming back to your case, do you suspect Zhang Wenyong hired those people to destroy your shop?" Chen nodded, "Yes." Upon finishing the statement and stepping out, Chen stood at the police station gate noticing it was already quite late and the sky had darkened. Long Zhanyu parked the police car in front of him, rolled down the passenger side window, and asked, "Would you like to go to the hospital?" Chen answered, "No, thank you." Long said, "Then let me take you home." Chen Yincheng looked at him for a moment, then opened the passenger door and got in. "Officer Long is so kind today." Long Zhanyu, cigarette dangling from his lips, turned the steering wheel. "The tech team is still doing the on-site examination. Let's go see if they can find anything, and I'll also go retrieve some surveillance footage." Chen Yincheng sat quietly for a moment and said, "Thank you." Long Zhanyu chuckled, replying in an unserious tone, "Protecting the safety and interests of the people is my job, there's nothing to thank me for." When they returned to the store, the scene investigation had just been completed. They had extracted several fingerprints and a few bloodstains, and the whole scene had been fixed and photographed. People from nearby shops were still peering over here constantly, and passers-by stopped out of curiosity as well. Chen Yincheng stood by the entrance, looking down at the cigarette boxes soaked and ruined by liquor, taking a deep breath. Long Zhanyu handed him a cigarette. Chen Yincheng glanced at it and said, "No thanks." Long Zhanyu said, "Take it, you look restless." He saw Chen Yincheng's hand wrapped in gauze, so he directly placed it in his mouth and lit it for him with a lighter. Smoke curled up from the corner of Chen Yincheng's mouth. Long Zhanyu lit one for himself as well, saying, "I'm going to check the surveillance soon. If they didn't run too far, we'll definitely catch them." But these guys are obviously hired by Zhang Wenyong with money. Even if we catch them, they won't point fingers at Zhang Wenyong, and there's no way they could compensate for your financial loss. You should be prepared mentally. Chen Yunqing understood in his heart, but when Long Zhanyu put it this way, he couldn't help feeling emotional. Mumbling through clenched teeth with the cigarette in his mouth, he muttered incomprehensibly, "Fuck his mother." He didn't complete his sentence, trailing off into silence at the last syllable. Long Zhanyu glanced at him curiously, only to see Chen Yunqing turn his head to look at a tall man standing by the roadside. When Chen Yunqing saw Ning Junyan, he suddenly remembered that Ning Junyan had said he would come find him after work. For a brief moment, he was distracted, wondering whether Ning Junyan had heard him swear. It seemed he had never sworn in front of Ning Junyan before. Then, he took the cigarette from his mouth using his bandaged hand. Long Zhanyu looked at him puzzled, then looked at Ning Junyan in front of him and said, "Don't just stand there gawking." Chen Yunqing hurriedly explained, "He's my friend." Ning Junyan's gaze fell upon his hand, then turned to look inside the shop, asking calmly, "What happened?" Chen Yunqing suddenly felt a bit tense. He reached out his hand wanting to grab Ning Junyan's arm, but realized he was still holding the unsmoked cigarette between his fingers, so he tossed it aside. Then, he lightly gripped the corner of Ning Junyan's sleeve with his fingers and said, "Nothing serious, don't worry about it." Chapter 33. Long Zhanyu waved someone goodbye, then he got into a police car parked by the roadside. He handed the car keys to his colleague and sat in the passenger seat. Before leaving, he leaned out of the window and called out to Chen Yunqing, "Come here." He beckoned with his fingers. Chen Yunqing went over, bending down to look at him through the window. Long Zhanyu leaned close to Chen Yunqing's ear and said softly, "I will definitely catch those people, and I will also have someone keep an eye on your side, not giving Zhang Wenyong another chance to bother you." Chen Yunqing said, "Thanks, Officer Long." Long Zhanyu added, "But Zhou Yan was let go by you. Go tell him to turn himself in." Chen Yunqing sighed helplessly, "I don't know where Zhou Yan is." Long Zhanyu said, "His wife and son are in the hospital now, I believe he can't possibly run away. Tell him if he surrenders, he can seek leniency from the judge in court considering his family situation. It's not impossible for him to be sentenced to probation. Let him be clear-headed and not cause more trouble." When Chen Yunqing heard Long Zhanyu's last words, he suddenly remembered Zhou Yan's stepfather who was beaten to death at home. His heart beat heavily with unease. Long Zhanyu looked at him, "What kind of expression is that?" Chen Yunqing closed his eyes, trying to make his expression not too serious. He stood up straight beside the car window and said, "Understood, Officer Long. If I see Zhou Yan, I will definitely persuade him." Long Zhanyu nodded, and asked his colleague next to him to drive. After Long Zhanyu left, Chen Yunqing turned around and saw Ning Junyan standing silently there watching them. He hurriedly walked over, hesitating whether to explain or not, "The person just now is the officer in charge of the case." Ning Junyan remained silent. Chen Yunqing turned to look at the small store he had run for more than 2 years, couldn't help but sigh, and reached for the broom leaning against the wall. He wanted to sweep all the broken glass together, but before starting, he first squatted down and picked up cigarettes and other items that still seemed to be in good condition. At this moment, Ning Junyan walked in, took the broom from Chen Yunqing, grabbed his wrist, and said, "Let's go to the hospital first." Chen Yunqing said, "No need, I'm not hurt, only my palm was cut by the broken glass." Ning Junyan said, "Let me take a look." Chen Yunqing lowered his head, ready to untie the messy bandage wrapped around his hand to show him. Ning Junyan however said, "Also your body." Chen Yunqing stopped his actions, raising his eyes to look at him. Ning Junyan fell silent and grabbed Chen Yunqing's hand, personally helping him to unwrap the bandage. The wound on his palm was no longer bleeding, but it still looked fresh and red, and there were 2 fairly deep wounds which looked a bit scary. Ning Junyan asked him, "Have you disinfected it?" Chen Yunqing said, "I sprayed some alcohol." Ning Junyan released his hand, turned around, and left the shop to go to the pharmacy behind the street, buying iodine and cotton swabs. After returning, he held Chen Yunqing's hand and carefully disinfected the wound on his palm with a cotton swab soaked in iodine. Chen Yunqing looked down at him, unable to read much expression on his face. Ning Junyan rewrapped his palm with clean gauze and said, "Do not let it get wet." Chen Yunqing lightly hummed in agreement. Subsequently, Ning Junyan took off his coat and helped Chen Yunqing simply tidy up the shop, picking up goods that weren't yet destroyed and placing them on the shelves. "Who did this?" Ning Junyan's tone was very cold when he asked the question. Chen Yunqing said, "Just some little hooligans. I've already reported it, the police will handle it, don't worry." Ning Junyan asked, "What did they want? Is it related to what happened with Zhou Yan?" Chen Yunqing leaned against the intact counter nearby and said, "Not related. Just a bit of past conflicts, not a big deal." He was afraid of getting Ning Junyan involved. Ning Junyan was unlike them, being caught for a few days wasn't a big deal for most of them, but Ning Junyan was so outstanding and shouldn't get entangled in these matters. After barely tidying up the store, Chen Yunqing planned to go inside the back room when he suddenly saw a small head peeking in through the door. He stopped, seeing that the one secretly looking in was the little girl who had stolen things quite a while ago. Seeing that Chen Yunqing had noticed her, the little girl asked, "Are there any more breads?" Bread has a short shelf life, and the last few days Chen Yunqing hadn't opened his store nor asked for deliveries. He told the little girl, there's no more bread. Do you want biscuits? The little girl shook her head, then I don't want it. With that, she turned and was about to leave. Chen Yincheng quickly called out to her, little sister. The little girl glanced back at him. Chen Yincheng said, no need for your money, I'll give you the biscuits. The little girl hesitated and looked at him. The cheap goods like biscuits and snacks were mostly spared. Chen Yincheng said to Ning Junyan, could you grab a pack of biscuits for her? Ning Junyan glanced at the shelves and asked, which one? Chen Yincheng replied, any will do. Do we have some with filling? Ning Junyan picked up a pack of Oreo cookies, walked to the shop entrance, and extended it toward the little girl. She tilted her head to look up at him but didn't reach out to take it. Chen Yincheng leaned on the counter, smiling slightly as he observed them, then said to Ning Junyan, be a bit gentler. Ning Junyan squatted halfway down and said to the little girl, it's from the boss, take it. His voice had warmed slightly. The little girl finally reached out and took the biscuits. She looked back at Chen Yincheng and said, thank you, before turning and running off. As Ning Junyan stood up again, Chen Yincheng was still looking at him with a smile, asking him, will you be kinder to your future kids than you are now? I won't have any children, Ning Junyan said this in a very calm tone, as if discussing his dinner plans. He turned inward and added, I can't produce what I want in life. Chen Yincheng's smile froze instantly. His face grew a little warm, blushing probably, though Ning Junyan wasn't looking at him and hadn't noticed. The condition inside wasn't much better than outside. Several beverage bottles that Chen Yincheng had stacked against the wall had been knocked over and trampled on, their contents leaked, leaving the floor sticky and wet because of the sugary drinks. Then he noticed that the scarf Ning Junyan had given him, which hung in the room, had been torn down and stepped on a few times. Chen Yincheng went over and picked up the scarf, saying, I'll send it for dry cleaning tomorrow. Ning Junyan followed him over, grabbed the scarf from his hands, and tossed it aside casually. He said, stay with me tonight. No need, Chen Yincheng declined without hesitation. Ning Junyan said, you can't sleep here. Chen Yincheng turned and glanced around the room, the bed is still okay. Ning Junyan remained silent, just watching him steadily. Chen Yincheng said, I'll sweep up the water. I'm not asking your permission, Ning Junyan cut him off. His voice was soft, but his tone was firm. Chapter 34. Chen Yincheng packed some simple daily necessities and a set of spare clothes, then followed Ning Junyan to leave. He turned off the light in the room, pulled down the roller shutter and locked it. When he opened the rear door of Ning Junyan's car and put the things inside, he noticed there was also a new heater box under the seat. Chen Yincheng paused slightly, then placed the items and closed the door before getting into the passenger seat. Ning Junyan had already started the car and drove out silently from the side of the road after Chen Yincheng got in. Chen Yincheng sat quietly for a while, then asked, is the heater in the back for me? Ning Junyan didn't respond. Chen Yincheng asked again, are you angry? Ning Junyan just glanced at him. Chen Yincheng suddenly couldn't help but lower his head and smiled as he remembered a time when they were young, once Ning Junyan was also upset. He can't even remember why Ning Junyan was mad that time, perhaps it was something trivial in his view. That whole night Ning Junyan ignored him and was in a bad mood. During dinner, their aunt kept nagging at them, and Ning Junyan pushed his bowl away, glaring coldly at her. Their aunt became furious and slammed the table, shouting, what are you looking at me for? Chen Yincheng got a shock and stretched out his hand under the table to pull Ning Junyan, seeing no response, he gently kicked him with his foot. Fortunately, their uncle was in a good mood that day and said to Ning Junyan, if you're not eating, go outside. And so, Ning Junyan stood up and left the kitchen. Their aunt was still mad and scolded, just wasting food. Chen Yincheng reached out to take Ning Junyan's half-eaten bowl of rice and said, I'll eat it. Their aunt pointed at him and scolded, all you know is to eat, raising you isn't even worth as much as raising a pig. For a moment, Chen Yincheng didn't know whether he should eat or not. Their uncle raised his head at this point and said a sentence, stop arguing, let's eat quietly. Afterward, their aunt stopped continuing, and after finishing dinner, she told Chen Yincheng to wash the dishes. After washing the dishes, Chen Yincheng returned to the room where Ning Junyan lay on the bed facing away from the door without turning around upon hearing his voice. He went over and leaned on the edge of the bed, poking Ning Junyan's back with his finger, saying, don't be mad. Ning Junyan showed no reaction. Chen Yincheng then took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed, kneeling closer to Ning Junyan, reaching his neck over Ning Junyan's body to see his face from behind. He saw Ning Junyan's eyes were open, staring coldly at the wall. Don't be mad, Chen Yincheng extended his finger to poke Ning Junyan's face. Suddenly, Ning Junyan raised his hand and caught his finger tightly, Chen Yincheng's finger hurt from the force. Chen Yincheng shouted, ouch, it hurts. Ning Junyan looked at him and then released his hand. Chen Yincheng lay straight down on Ning Junyan, shouting, Yen Yen, stop being mad at me, alright? Without waiting for Ning Junyan's answer, he asked again, did you not eat enough for dinner? There are still cookies in the cabinet. Do you want me to feed you some? Ning Junyan turned over and lay flat on the bed, extending his hand to grab Chen Yincheng's collar and bit down on his clavicle. Chen Yincheng immediately shouted, don't bite me. He was a little scared, fearing that Ning Junyan might bite too hard. They had been together for nearly 2 years at that point, Chen Yincheng was familiar with Ning Junyan's personality. He knew that Ning Junyan had pent up anger which needed release. Biting was a way to express his frustration but also to alleviate the resentment due to their intimacy. Therefore, Chen Yunqing wasn't upset, he only worried that Ning Junyan might not control the force properly. Thankfully, Ning Junyan let go after a while, leaving clear tooth marks on Chen Yunqing's clavicle without breaking the skin or causing bleeding. Chen Yunqing couldn't see it himself so lowered his head and drew closer to Ning Junyan asking, "Look what you've done." Ning Junyan quietly examined it for a while, then wanted to bite the other side of Chen Yunqing's clavicle. Chen Yunqing pushed him away, got off the bed, saying, "No more biting." He found the slippers beneath the bed, wore them, went over, opened the cabinet, found the hidden cookies inside, and returned to the bed kneeling down, saying, "Eat something first." Ning Junyan remained lying motionless. Chen Yunqing patiently broke the cookies into small pieces and fed them to Ning Junyan's mouth side by side, "Eat or not." Ning Junyan then opened his mouth, slowly chewed the piece of cookie and swallowed it. In the evening, Chen Yunqing fed Ning Junyan cookies, poured water for him to drink, and before sleeping laid down and asked, "Not mad anymore?" Ning Junyan didn't reply but silently extended his arm to embrace Chen Yunqing, burying his head on his shoulder, closing his eyes to sleep. Chen Yunqing knew that this meant Ning Junyan was no longer angry. For Chen Yunqing, Ning Junyan was still easy to console. When the car entered the underground parking lot of the residential area, Ning Junyan got out of the car and opened the rear door ahead of Chen Yunqing, taking all the items in the bag out of the car. This was the first time Chen Yunqing had been to Ning Junyan's place, and from the location and the neighborhood, it was clear that the housing prices here weren't cheap. But Ning Junyan could afford an 80,000 yuan car, so living in a million yuan apartment wasn't strange either. Chen Yunqing suddenly remembered Ning Junyan's parents. They were driving Ning Junyan home when he had already recovered his senses and recognized them. That middle-aged couple obviously cared deeply for their son Ning Junyan. At the time, his mother hugged him and cried. They were dressed very well and drove what appeared to Chen Yunqing as a definitely expensive car, before taking Ning Junyan with them. Before getting into the car, Ning Junyan had shaken off his mother's hand holding onto him, ran over to Chen Yunqing, and gave him a tight hug. Chen Yunqing felt sorrowful, but he tried to look happy and patted Ning Junyan's back, saying, "Go back with your parents." Then, Ning Junyan was pulled away by someone from behind. Though Ning Junyan hugged Chen Yunqing tightly, at that moment, Chen Yunqing almost felt like he was being dragged along with Ning Junyan. He also pushed Ning Junyan back, standing there catching his breath as Ning Junyan was pulled into the car. After the car left, Chen Yunqing followed the police back to the station and waited aimlessly for what would happen next. They didn't have each other's phone numbers, no mailing addresses, and no contact information of any kind. Nor did they think they'd ever meet again. Standing in the elevator, watching the floor numbers flash, Chen Yunqing asked Ning Junyan, "Where are your parents?" Ning Junyan stood beside him, holding his belongings without looking at him. Chen Yunqing almost thought Ning Junyan wouldn't reply until he finally said, "We don't live together." Chen Yunqing nodded. The first thing they did after arriving at Ning Junyan's home was turn on the heating. Chen Yunqing looked around the entire house and felt a male-dominated tidiness coupled with a sense of loneliness. He asked, "How many rooms are there? Will I be disturbing you?" Ning Junyan didn't answer directly. Instead, he walked straight inside, opened the door of one room, and stood there saying, "This is the guest room." Chen Yunqing followed him inside and watched Ning Junyan put the bag down on the bedside table. Then Ning Junyan took out the toothbrush and towel Chen Yunqing had brought and headed to the bathroom. Ning Junyan hung up the towel, placed the toothbrush in the mug, and turned to Chen Yunqing who was still standing by the door and said, "Take your clothes off." "Huh?" Chen Yunqing was stunned. Ning Junyan explained, "I said earlier, I want to check if there are any injuries on your body. Now that it's not cold anymore, you can take your clothes off." Chapter 35. The room was indeed already quite warm. When Chen Yunqing and Ning Junyan entered, they had already taken off their coats. Chen Yunqing was only wearing a white shirt, while Ning Junyan had rolled up the sleeves of his brown sweater, exposing part of his arms. Just now, Ning Junyan had obviously been angry. Chen Yunqing didn't want to provoke him and instinctively raised his hand to pinch the top button of his shirt near the collar and said, "I'm really not injured." Ning Junyan asked, "Then what are you afraid of?" "That's right, what to be afraid of? There were no injuries anyway, and both being men, when they were younger, they bathed together countless times. What was there to fear?" Of course, it was about being too ambiguous. Afraid that the other harbored unclear feelings, which Chen Yunqing himself clearly understood but couldn't voice out loud. In the dim light of the bathroom, their eyes met. Ning Junyan's expression was calm, with no extra emotions in his gaze. After a moment, Chen Yunqing turned away first, lowering his eyelashes slightly and fixing his gaze on Ning Junyan's chest as he started unbuttoning his shirt one by one. Chen Yunqing looked thin, but he was actually quite fit. As the shirt slid down his shoulders, his evenly muscled chest and abdomen gradually became visible, along with a scar on his chest, which had now left only a pale line-like mark. It was at this moment that Ning Junyan lifted his hand and lightly touched the scar on his chest. Chen Yunqing felt all the hairs on his body standing on end instantly, but he managed to suppress the urge to move away and said, "An old injury from before." Then, he turned around to let Ning Junyan check his back, which was also clean and free of any wounds. He put the shirt back on, kept his head down as he buttoned up, "I said I wasn't hurt." Ning Junyan said, "Don't button up." Hearing Ning Junyan's words, Chen Yincheng hesitated for a moment but continued buttoning up. Ning Junyan reached for the towel he'd hung earlier and said, "Wounds can't get wet. Don't take a shower today. Let me just wipe you down." Chen Yincheng looked up at him, wanting to say he could do it himself, but then remembered doing so would still result in his hands getting wet. Ning Junyan had already turned on the hot water, soaked the towel, and wrung it out, looking at Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng took a deep breath, resignedly undid the buttons again, and this time directly took off the shirt, placing it on the nearby dry shelf. Ning Junyan used the towel to wipe him down, the actions neither excessively warm nor cold but very meticulous. Chen Yincheng's chest skin flushed slightly red. When Ning Junyan wiped his neck, Chen Yincheng instinctively tilted his head back. Exactly at this moment, Ning Junyan was looking down at him. The distance between them was too close, and Chen Yincheng couldn't help turning away first. "Pants." After wiping his upper body, Ning Junyan said to Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng looked at him and said, "Forget it." Ning Junyan remained silent. Chen Yincheng said, "I'm a grown man, give me some dignity." He felt like he was almost begging Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan ultimately didn't force him. After washing the towel with hot water and wringing it out, he handed it over to let him wipe himself and left the bathroom. Chen Yincheng, lying in bed, still felt a lingering heat in his chest, the obvious sensation of where the hot towel had wiped. Too many things had happened today, and after seeing Ning Junyan in the evening, his anger subsided significantly. Now, closing his eyes in the dark, he began recalling the scene of those three people smashing his shop. At this point, there wasn't much anger left, just a feeling of helplessness. In the current situation, his store was definitely impossible to recover. He could only inventory the goods and resell anything valuable to directly sublet the storefront most conveniently. As such, the money he owed Ning Junyan would continue to remain outstanding, with no idea when he could repay it. Originally, he also planned to rope Zhou Yan into working hard to earn the money to quickly repay Ning Junyan, but now Zhou Yan's whereabouts were unknown, and his stepfather's case also lingered unresolved, unclear whether it had anything to do with him. Thinking of this, Chen Yincheng couldn't help but ponder Ning Junyan's attitude towards him. Ning Junyan was too blatant sometimes, making it difficult for him to handle. He asked himself if he disliked Ning Junyan. Actually, he did not at all hate Ning Junyan, even facing Ning Junyan's ambiguities, there was not an ounce of imagined disgust, more a sense of utter confusion. But, between him and Ning Junyan, it was simply impossible, not considering gender, their living environments were worlds apart, how could they go on like this? Just like the spoiled daughter running off with a poor boy, after the fever of love, it's the daily trivialities that torture people the most. Unsuitable is unsuitable. Forcing it will lead to a hard future without good results. Chen Yincheng turned over and lay on his side, pulling the quilt higher. The bed in this guest room was also soft. The surroundings were serene except for the occasional sound of cars outside, and nothing else. His mind was still excited, but his body was exhausted, dragging him into a deep sleep shortly thereafter. The next morning, Chen Yincheng woke up early. The worst part about staying at someone else's home was the lack of freedom. Waking too early might disturb the host, while waking too late seemed impolite. Chen Yincheng got dressed and came out of the guest room to see Ning Junyan's door still closed. He walked into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and found it almost empty, only some mineral water left, not even a single egg. Ning Junyan had to go to work today, but Chen Yincheng didn't know what time he would leave. Thinking it was still early, Chen Yincheng wanted to go out and buy breakfast for Ning Junyan. But as he was putting on his coat, he remembered that he didn't have a key, and the security gate of the apartment complex wouldn't let him back in easily, so he decided against it. He returned to the empty dining table, sat down, and checked his phone. He noticed Gu Yaojia had sent him a WeChat message at around 6 in the morning. Gu Yaojia said, "Sorry to bother you, city brother. Ches is having surgery this morning, and I'm scared I won't be able to handle it alone. Can you come over?" Chen Yincheng could feel her hesitation between the lines. He quickly replied, "No problem, when does the surgery start?" A few seconds later, Gu Yaojia replied, "It starts at 10. Chen Yincheng replied with a single word, "Okay." At this moment, Ning Junyan's bedroom door opened. He came out wearing a black long-sleeve shirt and stopped when he saw Chen Yincheng sitting in the dining area. He asked, "Have you washed up yet?" Chen Yincheng said, "I brushed my teeth," adding silently that he hadn't washed his face because he couldn't risk getting his hands wet. Ning Junyan said to him, "Come over here and wash your face." For a brief moment, Chen Yincheng felt like a little kid, waiting for his dad to wash his face every morning before eating breakfast and going to school. This was an experience entirely foreign to him, as his father had passed away very early in his life. As far back as he could remember, there had only been him and his mom. And when she also passed away, he became a child no one wanted anymore. Ning Junyan wiped his face gently with a damp towel. Seizing a quick moment, Chen Yincheng asked, "What do you want for breakfast?" Ning Junyan paused for a moment. "I usually eat at the hospital canteen. If you'd like, I can make you something." Chen Yincheng questioned him, "Can you cook?" Ning Junyan answered while washing the towel under the faucet, "I learned a bit during my studies abroad." After hanging up the clean towel, he added, "If you'd like, I can cook for you every day." Chapter 36. Later, they still went to the hospital cafeteria together for breakfast. Ning Junyan took him to the staff canteen of the hospital, as it was not open to the public, so there weren't too many people. Quite a few doctors were still in their work uniforms, maybe they had been on night shift and were now waiting for the morning rounds. After all, it was a big hospital with too many doctors and nurses, not knowing each other was normal, so Chen Yincheng's unfamiliar face didn't draw too much attention. However, Ning Junyan obviously had a strong presence here. Chen Yincheng followed him inside, and almost every young nurse he met along the way would greet him voluntarily. Even if Ning Junyan responded with a poker face, those young girls wouldn't be upset and instead would leave with smiles on their faces. Ning Junyan asked Chen Yincheng to sit down at an empty table and asked him, "What do you want to eat?" Chen Yincheng looked at what others nearby were eating for breakfast and said, "Just buns and porridge." Ning Junyan nodded and went to buy breakfast with his meal card. Chen Yincheng watched Ning Junyan's back while hearing from the neighboring table, a doctor was recounting last night's emergency rescue process to the nurse sitting across from him. He took out his phone and sent a message to Gu Yaojia while lowering his head, "I've arrived at the hospital, I will come look for you after breakfast." Just as he was about to put his phone away, a male doctor wearing a white coat and glasses sat opposite Chen Yincheng. "Hi, I am Dong Wenyu," the male doctor introduced himself quite proactively. Chen Yincheng nodded, "Hello." Dong Wenyu asked, "Are you a friend of Ning Junyan?" Chen Yincheng smiled slightly, "Yes." Dong Wenyu adjusted his glasses, "Are you studying medicine? You don't seem like one from our hospital, right?" Chen Yincheng said, "I'm not a doctor." Dong Wenyu seemed a little surprised, "It's my first time seeing Ning Junyan bring a friend to the hospital, I thought this person had no friends." Seeing that Chen Yincheng was looking at him without speaking, Dong Wenyu hurriedly added, "I am Ning Junyan's university classmate, now his colleague." Chen Yincheng nodded with a faint smile, not replying because he didn't know exactly what the other party wanted to say to him. Actually, Dong Wenyu did not have any specific purpose either, he just had an outgoing personality, it was rare to see Ning Junyan bring strangers to the hospital, and even more rare to the canteen for breakfast, so he couldn't help but come over and ask. At this moment, Ning Junyan came back holding a tray. He placed the tray on the table and asked Dong Wenyu, "Is there anything?" Dong Wenyu quickly stood up, giving his seat to Ning Junyan and said, "Director Ning, don't you want to introduce your friend?" Ning Junyan remained silent for a while, then quietly placed the porridge in front of Chen Yincheng, handed him the chopsticks, and subsequently asked Chen Yincheng, "Do you want to meet him?" Chen Yincheng was always mild-mannered when faced with strangers, he smiled gently and said, "Dr. Dong, he has already introduced himself." Ning Junyan nodded, looking at Dong Wenyu. Dong Wenyu smiled, patting Ning Junyan's shoulder and saying, "Then you two slowly enjoy your breakfast, I won't disturb you." Ning Junyan then put the steamed bun and a plate of pickled vegetables in front of Chen Yincheng, finally placing the milk and egg there. Dong Wenyu returned to his original table, which also included a young female intern doctor and two young nurses. One of the small nurses chirped at him, asking, "How is it? Who is he?" Dong Wenyu shook his head, "Your director Ning did not say." The female intern doctor was drinking milk and turned her head, asking, "So is that Ning Junyan?" Dong Wenyu said, "Have you heard of him?" The female doctor nodded, "Of course, isn't he only 30 years old?" The nurse sitting opposite her quickly replied, "Isn't he handsome?" The female doctor said, "Impressive," and continued, "Also handsome." After they ate a bit, though it was still early, none of them moved from their seats yet. Ning Junyan picked up an egg, lightly cracked it against the edge of the plate, and carefully peeled off the shell with his long fingers, placing it on the plate in front of Chen Yincheng. On Dong Wenyu's side, the two small nurses exchanged glances, one of them saying, "Director Ning actually uses his sexy fingers to peel eggs for someone." Then what? Dong Wenyu was almost unable to bear it and couldn't help saying, "What's wrong with peeling an egg for a good friend? And what's so sexy about fingers anyway?" None of the girls at his table paid him any attention, they just kept gazing over here. Dong Wenyu said, "If you like him, why not just go ahead and chase him? He doesn't have a girlfriend." The small nurse shook her head immediately, "No thanks, he's too cold." Hearing this, Dong Wenyu smiled, "So mine is better, isn't it?" The nurse across from him laughed, "As long as you're half as handsome as Director Ning, you'll be the best." Afterwards, the group of girls all burst into laughter. Chen Yincheng thought the breakfast in the hospital cafeteria tasted pretty good, at least the buns were well filled. After he finished eating the bun, he said to Ning Junyan, "That table over there has been looking at you." Ning Junyan responded with a simple, clearly not caring about the topic. He only stared at Chen Yincheng and said, "Eat the egg." Chen Yincheng glanced at him and picked up his chopsticks to grab the peeled egg. Ning Junyan told Chen Yincheng, "I'll be checking on patients this morning and then I have a surgery." Chen Yincheng listened while eating the egg. Ning Junyan continued, "It's just a minor surgery, it should be done by noon. Are you going to see Zhou Yan's son later?" Chen Yincheng nodded, "Jia is very scared. I'll stay with her for company." Ning Junyan's gaze darkened as he looked at him but didn't say anything. Instead, he stated, "I'll pick you up for lunch at noon." Chen Yincheng asked, "Will the surgery take long?" Ning Junyan replied, "If all goes smoothly, it will finish this afternoon." Chen Yincheng nodded. He originally planned to go back to the store to clean up later in the day but wasn't sure if he would have enough time now. Ning Junyan seemed to guess what was on his mind and said, "I'll accompany you back tonight." Chen Yincheng looked up at him, picked up the box of milk on the table, inserted a straw, took a sip, and then said, "Isn't that too much of your time?" Ning Junyan responded, "Then you can compensate me." Chen Yincheng opened his mouth but didn't ask how, knowing better than to do so. He simply closed his mouth again and took another sip of milk. Ning Junyan continued on his own, "You're not allowed to move out from my place until I agree." Chen Yincheng couldn't help but say, "I can't live there forever, right?" Ning Junyan retorted, "Why not?" Chen Yincheng said, "One day you will," but he stopped himself mid-sentence, realizing he shouldn't have brought it up. Ning Junyan suddenly smiled, looking at Chen Yincheng and asking, "What then?" Chen Yincheng finished the last bit of milk, flattening the milk box with a sound as it was sucked empty. He used his hand, still wrapped in gauze, to clear the empty bowls and trash on the table into the tray, saying, "Nothing special. You should check the time so you don't get late for work." After tidying up the table, Chen Yincheng picked up the tray and looked around uncertainly, unsure where he should put it. Ning Junyan stood up and took the tray from his hands, calling his name solemnly, "Chen Yincheng." Chen Yincheng looked toward him. Ning Junyan leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You can keep hiding now, but you won't be able to hide forever, you know exactly what I mean." Chen Yincheng felt like finding a turtle shell to carry on his back at that moment to fully retreat inside. They left the cafeteria one after the other. At Dong Wenyu's table, the three girls kept staring at them until they finally left. The two young nurses looked at each other for a moment, momentarily forgetting what to say. Chapter 37. There were more people waiting outside the operating room than Chen Yincheng had imagined. He saw that a seat on the long bench in the corridor was empty, so he brought Gu Yaojia over and sat her down. Exhausted from standing for so long, he eventually leaned against the wall and sat on the floor. From time to time, patients were wheeled out of the operating room, and nurses would call out their names to summon family members. However, they waited all morning without hearing Zhou Yuqi's name. Gu Yaojia's complexion was pale. She said nothing, didn't feel like playing on her phone, and only stared intently at the door to the operating room. Chen Yincheng asked her, "Did Zhou Yan come back?" Gu Yaojia's attention was drawn back to him as she looked at Chen Yincheng and replied, "No." Chen Yincheng nodded. Gu Yaojia felt somewhat uneasy and asked Chen Yincheng, "Have you seen his parents?" Chen Yincheng hadn't mentioned the incident in Zhou Yan's hometown because he thought it wasn't the right time, bringing it up would only make Gu Yaojia worry more. Thus, he simply replied, "No, I haven't seen them." After a moment of silence, Gu Yaojia said, "I initially thought he might have gone back to his hometown to borrow money from his parents, but now I really don't know where he has gone." Chen Yincheng said, "Regardless of where he went, if he comes looking for you when he returns, will you definitely tell me?" Gu Yaojia immediately responded, "Of course I will. If not for you, the child wouldn't be able to undergo the surgery. Zhou Yan definitely needs to see you." Chen Yincheng nodded and said nothing more. By noon, Ning Junyan called Chen Yincheng to invite him for lunch. As usual, they headed to the hospital staff canteen. Chen Yincheng took his seat and waited for Ning Junyan to bring him his food. "You can take her a meal later," Ning Junyan was referring to Gu Yaojia. Chen Yincheng nodded. The canteen was clearly much busier at noon compared to earlier in the morning, with almost no vacant seats. Two middle-aged men sat next to them, exchanging pleasantries briefly before losing interest once Ning Junyan introduced Chen Yincheng as merely a friend. They then started discussing other topics. Chen Yincheng, eating his meal, couldn't help but feel somewhat unworthy of being Ning Junyan's friend since he wasn't an expert or renowned doctor. Halfway through the meal, Chen Yincheng's phone rang. It was Gu Anlin calling. Almost guessing what Gu Anlin was about to say, sure enough, once he picked up the phone, Gu Anlin asked, "Zhang Wenyong sent people to smash your shop." Not wanting Ning Junyan to overhear the conversation, Chen Yincheng considered getting up and leaving. He glanced at Ning Junyan who also wasn't eating but was looking at him instead. Hesitating, he stayed seated and just said, "Did he tell you?" Gu Anlin replied, "Someone else told me." "Your shop is closed, how bad is it?" Chen Yincheng asked, "Are you there now?" Gu Anlin grunted affirmatively. Chen Yincheng then asked, "Do you know who those people were?" Gu Anlin responded, "Which people?" Chen Yincheng whispered, "The ones who smashed my shop." The two middle-aged men nearby stopped talking and simultaneously glanced at him. Gu Anlin said, "I don't know, probably the people Zhang Wenyong hired." Chen Yincheng found it very inconvenient to talk here, so he said, "All right, I understand. I'll call you back later. I'm fine now." Chen Yincheng. Gu Anlin's tone suddenly turned sour. Chen Yincheng asked, "What's wrong?" Without another word, Gu Anlin hung up on him. Chen Yincheng put his phone back into his pocket. Ning Junyan asked, "Who was it?" Chen Yincheng replied, "A friend." After that, he fell silent and continued eating attentively. Ning Junyan didn't press further and picked up the chopsticks resting on the side of his plate. In the afternoon, the child's surgery went smoothly. Gu Yaojia was visibly emotional, tears streaming down her face as she followed the bed carrying the child back to the ward. Chen Yincheng also followed to the ward and, seeing such a young child lying unconscious on the hospital bed, devoid of any vitality, felt heavy-hearted as well. Still, it was good news that the surgery was successful. He consoled Gu Yaojia for a while, gave a brief call to Ning Junyan who was still at work, and then left the hospital to return to his store. Though mentally prepared, Chen Yincheng's mood couldn't help but dip upon opening the store's door. The cold winter air was damp and chill, and the water stains on the ground had yet to dry completely. With some difficulty due to his injured hand, he clumsily cleaned up all the shards and debris, packing them into garbage bags to discard in the nearby trash bins. He then used clean cardboard boxes to pack up the remaining undamaged goods, storing them on the higher shelves. After tidying up, he made a call to the supplier to finalize the return of merchandise. Finally, he visited a nearby print shop, printing out a few words, "Store for sale," on white paper and adding his phone number underneath. The items in the back room were more complicated, including both undamaged goods and personal living supplies. Fortunately, he didn't own much anyway. However, if the shop was sublet, he would also have to move out, and where to move to was a problem. Ning Junyan didn't want him to leave, but he certainly couldn't stay at Ning Junyan's place forever. Ideally, he should rent a house and find another job. Standing by the door hesitating for a while, Chen Yincheng still didn't rush to pack up his things. He stepped back out of the store, pulled down the roller shutter, and stuck the white paper with "Shop for Transfer" written on it onto the door. The owner of the lottery store next door came over to take a look and asked him, "You're not doing business anymore?" Chen Yincheng stared at those few words, seemingly reluctant to leave for a moment, then nodded and said, "Temporarily not." The owner of the lottery store said, "Is it because you're afraid someone will retaliate against you?" Chen Yincheng turned to look at him and replied, "Not exactly, I didn't actually plan to continue this business. The shop would close sooner or later, just never expected such heavy losses before closing." The owner asked him, "Then what do you plan to do?" Chen Yincheng did not answer. He had a vague idea in his mind. A few years ago when he was still working in the auto repair shop, several young people including himself and Guan Anlin took their driver's license exams and got the B endorsement. At the time, they hadn't thought specifically about what to do with it, they just felt it might come in handy someday. Now that he wasn't going to run a store anymore, perhaps he could work as a truck driver, moving from one city to another. It would be hard and tiring, but he'd see many different sights along the way. Moreover, he only had himself, no family or loved ones. No matter how long he left a place, no one would miss him. Of course, all this was premised on resolving Zhou Yan's situation first. Chen Yincheng sighed lightly, raised his hand to pat the lottery store owner's shoulder, and said, "Let me think further, one step at a time." The owner of the lottery store suddenly lowered his voice and asked him, "Is that person over there someone you offended?" Following his gaze, Chen Yincheng turned to look and saw Guan Anlin standing across the street looking over here. "He seemed to have been here in the morning," said the owner. Guan Anlin looked tough and rebellious, leaving an impression on people easily, which often led them to assume he wasn't a good person. Chen Yincheng said, "No worries, he's my friend." Chapter 38. When Guan Anlin arrived, the lottery shop owner made an excuse and left. He was a legitimate businessman. Although he got along well with Chen Yincheng, he didn't want to get involved with these young hooligans in society. Chen Yincheng stood in place waiting for him. Guan Anlin looked at the rental ad posted on the roller shutter door for a while and said, "You're not going to do it anymore?" Chen Yincheng nodded. Guan Anlin continued, "Do you feel like you deserve it?" After hearing this, Chen Yincheng didn't get angry but smiled instead, asking him, "Do you want a cigarette?" Guan Anlin didn't reply. Chen Yincheng pulled open the door slightly, squeezed into the dimly lit store, and came out a little later. He took out a pack of cigarettes whose box had been soaked in water and handed the whole pack over to Guan Anlin, saying, "They are still good inside, but they won't sell now. You can take them and smoke them." Guan Anlin didn't reach out to take them. He just looked down and said, "Do you think Zhang Wenyong is me? If you play tricks behind his back, he will definitely not let you off easily." Chen Yincheng said to Guan Anlin, "Zhang Wenyong is certainly not you. You are my brother. Zhang Wenyong has never been. Am I your brother?" Guan Anlin sounded as if he'd heard something sarcastic. Chen Yincheng asked, "Do you remember why you went inside?" Guan Anlin shouted, "Why? Wasn't it because you sold me out to the police?" The two were standing by the roadside. Passers-by who heard Guan Anlin shout involuntarily looked over at them. Even the neighboring lottery shop owner curiously peeked out. Chen Yincheng placed his hand on Guan Anlin's shoulder, "Don't get excited." Guan Anlin swatted his hand away, "Now what right do you have to ask me anything?" Chen Yincheng lowered his voice, "It wasn't that I wanted to sell you out, it was Zhang Wenyong and his gang trying to kill you. Do you remember how Zhang Wenyong introduced Mr. Yu to you?" Guan Anlin remained silent. Chen Yincheng noticed someone kept staring curiously at them, so he leaned closer to Guan Anlin and said, "Did Mr. Yu really plan to make you rich? Are you still not clear-headed about it?" Back then, they met Mr. Yu during one of Zhang Wenyong's outings with a group of young people. That day, Guan Anlin helped Zhang Wenyong drink a lot of alcohol. Mr. Yu praised him for being loyal and chatted with him for a while, leaving contact information. Later, Chen Yincheng found out that Mr. Yu often contacted Guan Anlin. At that time, they both lived in the repair shop dormitory and usually spent most of their days together. Since Guan Anlin met Mr. Yu, he often went out alone. Chen Yincheng noticed that Guan Anlin seemed very excited overall. One night when Guan Anlin came back late and woke up a sleeping Chen Yincheng, Guan Anlin, drunk, sat beside his bed and grabbed his shoulders, telling him how he was going to get rich. "When I have money, I'll never forget you. You'll be my best brother forever. Those words spoken by Guan Anlin back then were still fresh in Chen Yincheng's memory. Like Chen Yincheng, Guan Anlin quit school early and started working outside. They were young at the time, filled with impractical illusions, living at the bottom of society yet looking down on everyone, believing they would one day become top-tier people. Chen Yincheng knew Guan Anlin wanted to make money. They had suffered indignities from customers at the repair shop. Guan Anlin also dreamed of driving luxury cars and stepping on those people someday. But they had no idea how to make money. Now older, Chen Yincheng sometimes looks back and realizes how narrow-minded and lacking in imagination they were, not to mention how unprepared they were for hard work. He couldn't do it, and neither could Guan Anlin. But Mr. Yu gave Guan Anlin hope. Chen Yincheng didn't know exactly what Mr. Yu had told Guan Anlin, but it made Guan Anlin full of ambition and eager to make big moves. He even didn't want to work at the repair shop anymore. Then Chen Yincheng gradually heard that Mr. Yu rented a house for Guan Anlin and provided him with money for food, drink, and entertainment. This gave him an uneasy feeling. Until one day he accidentally heard Zhang Wenyou mention that Mr. Yu was looking for someone to buy ephedrine. Chen Yincheng didn't know what ephedrine was used for. He looked it up online and suddenly realized what Mr. Yu and Guan Anlin were planning. He approached Guan Anlin several times, asking him to go back with him. Guan Anlin told him that it was none of his business and advised him not to meddle in others' affairs. He lived every day in fear and anxiety, until one day he couldn't bear it any longer and finally reported the Yu boss and the hideout rented for Guan Anlin to the police. In order not to involve Guan Anlin, on that day, he made an excuse to get Guan Anlin out. Later, he realized how naive he had been. In the end, because of this incident, only Guan Anlin went to prison. The purpose of Yu boss spending money to find Guan Anlin was simply this: if something happened, someone would be found to take all the responsibility. Chen Yincheng fell into a deep state of melancholy. He distanced himself from Zhang Wenyou's group and opened a small store with his savings. When Guan Anlin was in prison, he attempted twice to visit but Guan Anlin refused to see him both times, so he eventually gave up. After Guan Anlin was released from prison, Chen Yincheng really wanted to find an opportunity to sit down and talk with him, but these days, he was always busy dealing with matters related to Zhou Yan, so he had no time to attend to Guan Anlin. Now, all Chen Yincheng could say to Guan Anlin was, "Those people were just taking advantage of you, haven't you seen it yet?" Guan Anlin replied, "Who isn't using whom? They want to use me to make money, and I wouldn't use them to make money either. Am I definitely going to lose to them? We can't compete with them because we don't have money," Chen Yincheng said. Guan Anlin said, "No, I was stupid back then, and you were just dumb." Chen Yincheng looked at him for a while and nodded. "I'm dumb, but you must not do stupid things again. Whether or not you recognize me as your brother doesn't matter, I just hope you stay away from Zhang Wenyou." With that, Chen Yincheng pulled open Guan Anlin's jacket pocket and threw in the pack of cigarettes with the deformed box he had given earlier. As he let go, Chen Yincheng added, "I don't have much money, but if you ever truly need it and I have 1,000, I'll give you all of it. If you insist on doing those things, even if you do become rich, don't come looking for me. I won't take a single penny of that dirty money." Just as he finished speaking, a car horn sounded from the roadside. Chen Yincheng turned around and saw Ning Junyan's car already parked by the side of the road. The passenger side window had rolled down, and Ning Junyan was looking at him from inside. The moment Chen Yincheng saw Ning Junyan, he became a bit flustered. He hastily said to Guan Anlin, "I'll go first," and walked toward Ning Junyan. After walking a few steps, he hurriedly returned to lock the roller shutter door before heading back to the car and sitting in the passenger seat. Ning Junyan didn't speak and started the car. Just as the car was about to start moving, a hand forcefully slammed onto the passenger side window. Guan Anlin stood next to the car door and said to Chen Yincheng, "Get out first, I still have something to tell you." Chen Yincheng instinctively glanced at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan looked over at Guan Anlin. Guan Anlin recognized him, and immediately flashed a challenging look. Chapter 39. Chen Yincheng hesitated for a moment and didn't get out of the car. He placed his hand on Ning Junyan's hand gripping the steering wheel, saying, "Wait a second," then turned to look at Guan Anlin, "Is there anything else?" Guan Anlin looked at Ning Junyan but spoke to Chen Yincheng, "Get out." Chen Yincheng glanced at Ning Junyan again. Ning Junyan said nothing, he just suddenly turned off the engine and reached for the car door as if he were about to get out. Chen Yincheng's heart gave a heavy jolt. Ignoring the pain in his palm, he grabbed Ning Junyan tightly, saying, "Don't go." Ning Junyan glanced back at him. Chen Yincheng's tone grew heavier, "You're not allowed to go." Ning Junyan stared coldly at Guan Anlin through the window. Chen Yincheng looked down at his own hand, saying, "I don't know if the wound has bled again." Ning Junyan furrowed his brows, grabbing his wrist and making him let go. He turned his hand over to take a glance at the bandage on his palm before letting go, saying, "Then you go yourself." Only after that did Chen Yincheng sigh with relief. He said, "I'll be quick." Then he pulled the car door open and got out. He didn't walk far, he stood beside the car door and asked Guan Anlin, "Is there anything else?" Guan Anlin asked, "Who is he?" Chen Yincheng replied, "My friend." Guan Anlin looked at the Land Rover parked by the roadside and said, "When did you get a friend who drives a Land Rover?" Chen Yincheng didn't answer, just said, "Is this all you wanted to ask?" Guan Anlin withdrew his gaze and looked at Chen Yincheng, asking, "Where are you going?" Chen Yincheng answered after a brief silence, "I can't stay in my shop temporarily. I'm borrowing a place to live from a friend." Guan Anlin appeared somewhat frustrated, "I'm not asking that. If your shop's closed, what do you plan to do next?" After being silent for a while, Chen Yincheng responded, "I haven't decided yet, but I will certainly not do anything illegal." "Am I that kind of person in your eyes?" Guan Anlin suddenly shouted at him. Chen Yincheng looked at him, feeling complex emotions, and eventually said, "I want to earn money legally to repay my debts. I've already told you that I still regard you as a brother. If you also consider me as one, stay away from Zhang Wenyong. Let's work together. You're still young. We have time." After finishing, Chen Yincheng turned and pulled the car door open to get back in. This time, Guan Anlin didn't stop him but stood on the side of the road, dazed. Ning Zhenyan remained silent, waiting until Chen Yincheng said, "Let's go," before starting the car again and leaving. The place where Chen Yincheng had been speaking with Guan Anlin wasn't far from the car, and their voices weren't quiet either. He thought Ning Zhenyan must have heard everything, so he couldn't help turning to look at Ning Zhenyan's expression. But Ning Zhenyan rarely showed any emotion, and Chen Yincheng couldn't guess what he was really thinking. Several minutes passed before Ning Zhenyan finally spoke up, asking Chen Yincheng, "Are you done packing up the store?" Chen Yincheng nodded, "Yeah, I sorted out the goods that were still well packaged. I called the supplier, they agreed to take some back. The rest will sell at a low price. What do you plan to do next?" Ning Zhenyan continued asking. Chen Yincheng didn't answer directly. He didn't tell Ning Zhenyan about his grand ambition as a truck driver, only saying, "I haven't figured it out." Ning Zhenyan said, "No rush, think it over slowly." Chen Yincheng felt like the conversation was heading towards a dangerous direction, so he shut his mouth and stopped talking. Ning Zhenyan didn't drive straight home, nor did he take Chen Yincheng out for dinner. Instead, he parked near a large membership supermarket's parking lot. "Buying something?" Chen Yincheng asked him when getting out of the car. Ning Zhenyan answered, "Buying ingredients to cook you a meal." Chen Yincheng quietly closed the car door. His foot still limped a bit, but it wasn't severe enough to affect walking. His hand was wrapped in bandages, and Ning Zhenyan wouldn't let him push the shopping cart. So he could only follow Ning Zhenyan into the supermarket. There was practically nothing in Ning Zhenyan's house, so if he was to cook, he not only needed to buy vegetables and rice, but also condiments, and even kitchenware might need to be bought temporarily. Chen Yincheng watched as Ning Zhenyan filled the shopping cart completely. As Ning Zhenyan was now selecting beef, he couldn't help saying, "Forget it tonight, let's eat something simple." Does Ning Zhenyan ask, "Do you not want to eat beef?" Chen Yincheng says, "Anything is fine, I just don't want to make things complicated." Ning Zhenyan responds, "I'll cook, I don't mind the effort." Chen Yincheng glances at the time, it's almost 7 already. By the time they return home and finish cooking, who knows when they'll actually have dinner. So he suggests to Ning Zhenyan, "We'll get hungry too late, how about I cook noodles for you tonight? I don't know how to cook complex dishes, but I can manage noodles." Ning Zhenyan looks at him, "Will you cook for me?" Chen Yincheng smiles and nods slightly. Ning Zhenyan says, "All right." Still, he bought some meat and vegetables, planning to freeze them in the fridge upon returning home. He left the supermarket with 3 large bags full of groceries. After getting back home, Ning Zhenyan first unwrapped the bandages on Chen Yincheng's hand to inspect how his palm wound was healing before replacing it with a clean set of fresh bandages. Chen Yincheng went into the kitchen to cook noodles, first organizing Ning Zhenyan's newly purchased seasonings and placing them neatly inside the cabinets. Ning Zhenyan stood by and cleaned almost unused pots, pans, and cutlery, as well as the vegetables they bought that day. As Chen Yincheng observed Ning Zhenyan, he realized that Ning Zhenyan was much more adept at handling these kitchen tasks than himself. When boiling water for the noodles, Ning Zhenyan never left the kitchen but instead stood nearby watching him. Feeling a bit nervous, Chen Yincheng began sweating lightly from the rising steam and turned to Ning Zhenyan, asking, "Wouldn't you prefer waiting outside?" Leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed, Ning Zhenyan replied calmly, "I want to watch you." Chen Yincheng turned his gaze back to the pot, absent-mindedly stirring it with chopsticks, feeling the steam rise warmly against his face and flush his cheeks red. With no flavorful topping sauce available, Chen Yincheng simply added greens to the noodles and cracked 2 eggs over them. His mind being elsewhere, he failed to control the cooking heat properly, leaving the noodles overcooked and limp. Sitting across from Ning Zhenyan in the living room eating noodles together, Chen Yincheng took a bite and immediately found it unpalatable. He glanced up at Ning Zhenyan across the table. But Ning Zhenyan seemed to enjoy it immensely. "Is it not very tasty?" Chen Yincheng asked. Ning Zhenyan replied, "It doesn't matter, I can eat it." Chen Yincheng, somewhat embarrassed, said, "So, it really isn't good?" Ning Zhenyan told him, "That's why you should only cook this for me, don't make it for anyone else." Chen Yincheng lowered his head, poked at the noodles in his bowl twice with his chopsticks, and silently continued eating. Later, as Ning Zhenyan washed the dishes, Chen Yincheng mulled over the explicit words Ning Zhenyan had spoken earlier that morning. He felt like a timid turtle retracting its head into its shell while Ning Zhenyan dangled a stick just out of reach, teasing him mercilessly. Every time he couldn't help reaching out to snatch it, Ning Zhenyan would quickly strike him down. He was afraid but couldn't quite understand what exactly made him fear Ning Junyan so much. From childhood to now, Ning Junyan had probably been the best person to him. Ning Junyan could strangle Guan Anlin by the neck and hit his stepfather with a stick when angry, but the moment he got hurt, Ning Junyan would gently knead his foot. Ning Junyan wouldn't hurt him. So what was he truly afraid of? This kind of unclear, ambiguous silence benefited neither of them. Lying in bed ready to sleep that night, Chen Yincheng suddenly had an epiphany. He climbed out of bed, deciding to talk to Ning Junyan. Chapter 40. The moment Chen Yincheng reached Ning Junyan's bedroom door, he felt a bit disheartened. He hesitated for a second, then gently knocked on the door, thinking that if Ning Junyan was already asleep, he wouldn't bring up the matter today. However, after just 2 knocks, Ning Junyan's voice came from inside, telling him, "Please come in." Chen Yincheng twisted the doorknob and opened the door slightly. Inside, a small desk lamp was the only light on, and Ning Junyan was leaning against the head of the bed with a thick book open on his knees. "Am I disturbing you?" asked Chen Yincheng. Ning Junyan looked at him and said, "Not at all, come in." Chen Yincheng entered and stood by the bed as he told Ning Junyan, "There's something I want to talk to you about." Ning Junyan closed the book and put it aside, saying, "Sit down and talk." Chen Yincheng had originally hoped Ning Junyan would join him in the living room for this conversation, but seeing Ning Junyan had no intention of getting up from the bed, he reluctantly sat down at the edge of the bed and softly called out his name, "Junyan." Ning Junyan asked, "What do you want to say?" Sitting cross-legged at the side of the bed wasn't comfortable, so Chen Yincheng hesitated a moment before turning around to face Ning Junyan directly, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Chen Yincheng's gaze fell involuntarily on the book next to Ning Junyan, discovering it was a fully English text filled with terms he couldn't understand at all. Following Chen Yincheng's line of sight, Ning Junyan placed a hand on the cover of the book and asked, "Can't sleep? Would you like me to read to you?" Chen Yincheng chuckled, "Even if you read, I won't understand, it'll just be good for putting me to sleep." Ning Junyan lightly tapped the hard cover of the book with his long fingers and, after a brief pause, said, "Do you feel like reading comics?" When Chen Yincheng heard the word comics, he instantly remembered the Passion Handbook. With great restraint, he avoided covering his face with embarrassment as he said, "No need, I'm almost 30 years old, I've lost interest in comics." Ning Junyan responded with an "oh," and asked curiously, "Then what are you interested in?" Chen Yincheng rarely encountered this question. Among all his friends from before, they would drink and chat together, but almost no one ever asked him what he found interesting. Upon reflecting carefully, he realized there wasn't anything in particular that sparked his interest, especially after leaving school and starting work. He had set himself a saving goal and worked hard to earn money toward it. Now, his biggest goal was to quickly repay Ning Junyan. "I don't know," Chen Yincheng admitted, "nothing in particular." Ning Junyan nodded, "Neither do I have any particular interests." Surprised at this response, Chen Yincheng asked, "Are you not interested in your job?" Ning Junyan replied, "Work is just work. You choose something, and you aim to do it to the best of your ability, it doesn't necessarily require passion." He paused for a moment and added, "Although, that was my thought before I met you." Chen Yincheng was stunned. His heart started beating faster little by little, and he wanted to stop Ning Junyan from continuing, yet he found himself unable to speak when looking at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan continued, "It wasn't until I saw you again that I realized I'm not truly uninterested in everything." Chen Yincheng averted his eyes, repeating, "Junyan." Ning Junyan said, "This is the second time you've called my name." Chen Yincheng took a deep breath and finally voiced what he'd been wanting to say, "You said you wouldn't let me leave if you disagreed. Have you ever thought about how things would end up between us?" Ning Junyan replied, "How will they end?" Lowering his head, Chen Yincheng noticed his folded knees were touching the edge of Ning Junyan's thin blanket. He said, "I remember when we were kids and your parents came to take you away. I actually really hoped you wouldn't go back then. To me, you felt like my only family member." These words were something Chen Yincheng had never shared with anyone else. Even now, he still vividly remembered sitting alone on a bench at the police station after Ning Junyan was taken away. He had wanted to cry but held back his tears. When people spoke to him, he tried to act well-behaved, fearing others might dislike him. At this moment, Ning Junyan straightened his body. Reaching out, he gently grasped Chen Yincheng's hand, careful not to touch any of his wounds, holding just the tips of the fingers protruding from under the gauze. Chen Yincheng didn't pull away, and for a fleeting moment, they seemed to revert to the days of their teenage separation. But, after a long while, Chen Yincheng continued, "I knew you had to go back with your parents. I didn't have the right to keep you. You had your own life." Ning Junyan's voice became low and heavy, "Do you think I don't have the right to keep you now?" Chen Yincheng shook his head, "That's not what I mean. I just want to say that we're not kids anymore. Even as real brothers, once we grow up, it's impossible to live together forever, each of us will eventually have our own families." Ning Junyan questioned him, "Would you?" Chen Yincheng said, "I might not, but I know you will. You're so excellent, countless equally outstanding girls must want to marry you." Ning Junyan nodded. He still held on to Chen Yincheng's fingers and asked, "Is that what you think? Do you hope I live a good life?" Chen Yincheng looked at him and said, "I hope you lead a happy life." Ning Junyan questioned Chen Yincheng, "Are you living well now?" Chen Yincheng didn't really care about living well or not, but he also didn't feel bad about his life. Life was predetermined to continue this way, and wallowing in self-pity was meaningless. So he told Ning Junyan and also reassured himself, I think I'm fine. Ning Junyan replied, I also hope you lead a good life. After finishing, he smiled unexpectedly, lifting Chen Yunqing's hand gently against his chest. But I can't control myself. Even if you don't feel it's good, I don't want you to leave me. What should I do? Chen Yunqing was stunned. The smile on Ning Junyan's face faded as he looked intently at Chen Yunqing. Chen Yunqing, I've been restraining myself as much as possible, and I've been giving you time. Do you understand that? Chen Yunqing felt his heart tremble and tried to pull his fingers out of Ning Junyan's grip. Don't, Ning Junyan tightened his grip instead, I don't want to hurt you, it would cause you pain. You asked whether I had thought about the future. How could I not have thought about it? Since the day I saw you again, I've been thinking about it non-stop, sometimes it made my head ache. I already decided long ago, our future is for you to stay by my side. Without my permission, you cannot take even half a step away. Ning Junyan, Chen Yunqing realized his tone was somewhat shaky. Ning Junyan raised his other hand that lay by his side, pointing at his head, this got injured when I was a kid. You must remember. Chen Yunqing watched his movements, recalling the injury on his head from their first meeting. Ning Junyan said, it may still not be completely normal. When I see you, I get excited instantly, and I even regret letting go of your hand back then. If I hadn't let go, wouldn't we have avoided being separated for so long? Chen Yunqing's heart churned with emotions surging all at once. At this moment, Ning Junyan held his hand and lightly kissed it by his lips, saying, so stop talking about leaving. There's no way you'll be able to leave. For an instant, Chen Yunqing felt goosebumps because of these words, yet the next moment, they were overshadowed by more complicated emotions, leaving his inner conflict unresolved and helpless. They sat facing each other on the bed without speaking for a long time. Ning Junyan's expression was very calm. He even reached out to brush aside the strands of hair falling over Chen Yunqing's forehead, telling him, don't be afraid, I'll give you time. Chen Yunqing looked at him. Ning Junyan said, I don't want to hurt you. Chen Yunqing fell silent for a while, asking, does your head still hurt now? Ning Junyan answered, occasionally. Chen Yunqing sighed softly, raising his hand and gently touching Ning Junyan's head with tender movements, calling him like he did when they were kids, Yen Yen. Ning Junyan lowered his gaze, his lashes trembling slightly as he responded softly, yeah. Chapter 41. Chen Yunqing wanted to have a chat with Ning Junyan, but ended up being drawn into the conversation himself. Even after the lights were turned off and he lay on the bed in the guest room, Chen Yunqing took a long time to fall asleep. He placed his hands behind his head and wondered if Ning Junyan had been stuck in some kind of mental rut. Perhaps the experience of their childhood dependency on each other had been too precious for them, or perhaps their sudden separation had been too difficult to accept, so all these years Ning Junyan still couldn't let go. Chen Yunqing couldn't quite figure it out, human emotions were too complex. Sometimes, even his own thoughts were unclear, let alone deciphering Ning Junyan's state of mind. Because he went to sleep too late, Chen Yunqing woke up later the next morning than the previous day. After getting dressed, as he stepped out of the room, he heard noises coming from the kitchen. Upon approaching, he saw Ning Junyan frying eggs. Ning Junyan wore an apron over her sweater, held a spatula in her hand, and intently watched the frying eggs ready to flip them over. Upon hearing Chen Yunqing's footsteps, Ning Junyan turned around and said to him, just wait a moment. Chen Yunqing softly replied, Ning Junyan waited until the eggs were fried enough, turned off the stove, and put down the spatula. Then she went to the bathroom with Chen Yunqing, wrung out a hot towel and handed it to him, before returning to the kitchen to continue preparing breakfast. The breakfast served on the dining table was pretty simple. Ning Junyan had fried eggs, heated milk, toasted bread slices bought from the supermarket last night, along with a small dish of jam. Chen Yunqing and Ning Junyan sat face to face. Ning Junyan asked, are you used to eating these? Chen Yunqing nodded. Ning Junyan said, if you're not used to them, I can go buy you buns and steamed buns, or cook porridge or noodles for you. Chen Yunqing quickly said, it's fine. I can eat anything. Ning Junyan's tone was very gentle, then we'll alternate what we eat. Chen Yunqing grabbed a piece of bread and chewed on it, unsure of what to say. After finishing breakfast, while Ning Junyan tidied up the table, Chen Yunqing voluntarily stood up to help and insisted on taking the bowls to the kitchen, where he washed them wearing gloves. As he came out, Ning Junyan placed a key and a door access card on the dining table and said, this is the house key. Chen Yunqing didn't reach out to take it. Ning Junyan was about to leave. She picked up her coat, put it on, and told Chen Yunqing, I have a night shift tonight. Chen Yunqing suddenly realized that Ning Junyan was a doctor who often worked nights, which meant he would be staying alone in Ning Junyan's home tonight. Will it be inconvenient for you? Chen Yunqing asked unconsciously. Ning Junyan said, what inconvenience? Since he was borrowing the place and the host wouldn't be at home, Chen Yunqing thought this way but did not speak it out loud. Ning Junyan picked up the key from the dining table, grabbed Chen Yunqing's wrist, and placed it in his hand, saying, take a look at your bandage tonight, and if it's still uncomfortable, call me. Chen Yunqing looked down at his hand. It should be fine. Afterward, he couldn't resist adding, even if I call you, you probably won't be able to come back, right? Ning Junyan told him, you can come to the hospital, it's not far from here. Chen Yincheng raised his head and smiled at her. There won't be any problems. In the morning, Chen Yincheng first returned to the store. He had made an appointment with the supplier to count the items for returns. The supplier drove over with a van, and even the boss came personally today. The boss was middle-aged, he sat smoking in Chen Yincheng's shop, watching the counting process while chatting with him. The boss said if it weren't for how decent Chen Yincheng was and the smoothness of their business dealings over the past few years, he wouldn't have sent someone to pick up the goods. Chen Yincheng stood beside a worker, watching him count and record everything. He responded with a smile, thank you, Brother Sunday. Boss Sun waved his hand and asked Chen Yincheng, what are your plans for the future? Chen Yincheng shook his head, not sure yet. Do you know of any suitable jobs to recommend to me? Boss Sun seemed to suddenly remember something. He rested one arm on the counter and said, my cousin runs a rural inn. They only have one daughter, and they're looking for a son-in-law to help manage the business. Chen Yincheng glanced at him, do you think I'd fit? Boss Sun said, of course you do. Don't think poorly of being a son-in-law. My cousin's daughter isn't much older than you. If you get married, you can have 2 children, one taking your surname and one hers. My cousin's rural inn business does well anyway. With just one daughter, it will all belong to you in the future. Chen Yincheng smiled and shook his head. Boss Sun asked him, why not? Are you seeing someone already? Chen Yincheng shook his head again. Boss Sun said, well then, you'll have to find a girlfriend and get married eventually. Go meet my niece, you might like her. Chen Yincheng replied, I'm not ready for marriage yet. What is there to prepare? Boss Sun finished his cigarette, you just need to bring your bags and move into the countryside inn. What preparation do you need? Psychological readiness. You're almost 30, a man should be practical and not daydream. Chen Yincheng merely smiled at him. After the goods were counted, as Boss Sun got into his car and was about to leave, he told Chen Yincheng, I know you look good and having more thoughts than usual is normal, but really consider it now that you're this age. How many rich beauties will fall for poor guys like us? Chen Yincheng rested one hand on the car window and smiled at Boss Sun, take care, Brother Sunday. Boss Sun said, call me when you've thought it through. Chen Yincheng nodded, no problem. He took 2 steps back as he watched the car leave. He felt somewhat dazed in his mind, and when Boss Sun mentioned rich beauties, Ning Junyan immediately came to his mind. He then felt embarrassed about his own thoughts and raised his hand to comb his untidy hair. In the afternoon, Chen Yincheng packed his private items from the back room into a suitcase, planning to temporarily take them over to Ning Junyan's place until he found somewhere suitable to stay. After locking up the store, he placed the suitcase by the side, turned around to pull down the roller shutter when he felt as if someone across the street was watching him. He turned his head to take a look but saw no one staring at him. So he locked the door and walked toward the subway station. That evening, eating alone, Chen Yincheng had a very simple meal. He directly ate fast food near the hospital and then decided to visit Zhou Yan's child. He bought some snacks and milk for Gu Yaojia to take over. Gu Yaojia's mood had calmed down, sitting beside the bed with Chen Yincheng, saying, the doctor said they still need to observe her condition, so she can't be discharged anytime soon. Since Zhou Yan disappeared, Gu Yaojia couldn't leave the hospital by herself anymore. She could only bathe using a basin in the bathroom of the ward. Her clothes hadn't been changed in a long time, and she learned from other families with long-term hospitalized patients to air dry her underwear in the hospital stairwell. Life like this was too hard for such a young girl. Looking at Chen Yincheng, Gu Yaojia suddenly said, Brother Cheng, thank you for coming to see me. Today is my 20th birthday. Chen Yincheng was taken aback, today? Why didn't you say earlier? I didn't even buy you a gift. Gu Yaojia smiled, it doesn't matter, it's already great that you come to see us. Chen Yincheng asked her, do you want to go back and rest? I'll watch the baby tonight. Gu Yaojia shook her head, no need, I've gotten used to it. She paused for a moment, then asked, Brother Cheng, do you think I can wait for Zhou Yan to come back? How come? Chen Yincheng was puzzled why she suddenly said this. Gu Yaojia glanced toward the door and leaned close to Chen Yincheng's ear, whispering, today, the police came to find me twice. And also, in the corridor outside, there's the family of a kid on that bedside. One man showed up today and I always feel like he's keeping an eye on us. Brother Cheng, what kind of trouble did Zhou Yan get himself into? Is there anything else you haven't told me? Chen Yincheng frowned slightly, instinctively glancing at the door. From here, he couldn't see the bedside in the corridor. He told Gu Yaojia, don't worry, it's nothing serious. When he came out of the ward, Chen Yincheng noticed a bed leaning against the wall right next to the door. On the bed lay a little girl, whose mother sat beside chatting with her. A man stood beside the bed, appearing like part of their family. However, the man and the little girl never exchanged any words, and when he saw Chen Yincheng coming out, he looked at him. Just as Chen Yincheng reached the elevator entrance, his phone rang suddenly. He stopped, pulling the phone out of his jacket pocket, seeing Ning Junyan's call. As he answered the phone, the elevator doors opened ahead, but since it was going up, Chen Yincheng didn't rush inside. Instead, he stood still, softly saying to Ning Junyan, hello. Ning Junyan asked, have you eaten? Chen Yincheng didn't answer, seeing a man inside the elevator wearing a mask and hat, covering most of his face. Yet, Chen Yincheng was familiar enough with him to recognize who it was based solely on his figure and partially hidden eyes. It was Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan saw Chen Yincheng as well. Initially, he seemed prepared to exit the elevator but suddenly panicked, quickly pressing the button to close the elevator doors. Chen Yincheng rushed forward as Ning Junyan's voice came through the phone, asking again, "Why don't you say anything?" "Let me call you back later." Chen Yincheng hung up the phone and hurried to the front of the elevator as the doors were closing. The elevator continued its ascent upward. Chapter 42. Chen Yincheng looked at the upward-going elevator. At this point, he had no idea on which floor Zhou Yan would get off. Whether he went up or down the stairs, there was a big chance he'd miss Zhou Yan. The one thing he could be sure of was that Zhou Yan had already arrived at the hospital and was definitely going to see his child tonight. Chen Yincheng turned around and headed toward the staircase. His mind was restless. The police had come looking for Gu Yaojia twice today, and it was very possible that the man in the corridor was also after Zhou Yan. Just as Gu Yaojia's sharp intuition suggested, if it were only about the car theft case, there shouldn't have been such a sudden deployment of so many police officers lying in wait for Zhou Yan. What else could have happened? Chen Yincheng remembered again the fleeting feeling of being watched when he closed his store earlier. He initially thought it was someone sent by Long Zhanyu to keep an eye outside, preventing Zhang Wenyong from causing trouble again, but now upon reflection, it definitely wasn't that simple. Perhaps the people watching him were also after Zhou Yan. If Zhou Yan was in Chongfeng, apart from his wife and son, the only person he'd contact would be Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng leaned against the wall, took out his phone, turned off the sound first, and then sent a message to Long Zhanyu, "Detective Long, are you busy recently?" He didn't directly mention Zhou Yan, he wanted to fish some information out from Long Zhanyu. After sending the message, Chen Yincheng put his phone back into his pocket. He tried to calm himself and waited. After a while, he heard very light footsteps coming down from upstairs. Chen Yincheng changed direction, making it hard for the person descending to easily spot him. When that person reached the nearest flight of stairs and peeked over, Chen Yincheng called out his name, "Zhou Yan." Zhou Yan immediately ran upstairs. Chen Yincheng chased after him, shouting in a lowered voice, "Why the hell are you running?" Zhou Yan kept going upstairs without saying a word. Chen Yincheng's sprained foot was almost healed, but suddenly using force while chasing caused pain to return after climbing 2 flights of stairs. He didn't slow down, just said, "Where do you think you're running to?" "Stand still." Going any higher would only face the locked entrance to the rooftop. Unless Zhou Yan crossed through wards to another side of the staircase, there was no way to evade Chen Yincheng. Crossing wards would undoubtedly cause commotion, something he didn't want to risk. After being chased up 4 floors by Chen Yincheng, Zhou Yan stopped, leaned against the wall, and turned back, saying, "Big brother Cheng." He was breathing heavily. Chen Yincheng was also slightly panting, stopping to look at him, not running anymore. Zhou Yan glanced both up and down, the entire staircase area was quiet with only the 2 of them present. He said somewhat urgently, "Just stop chasing me, I just want to see Jiejia and the kid." Chen Yincheng said, "Do you know the child has already had surgery?" Zhou Yan froze, "What did you say? Where did the money for the surgery come from?" Chen Yincheng leaned against the staircase railing, "I borrowed it from someone, I'll figure out a way to repay it. Consider it as debt owed to me, pay it back slowly." Zhou Yan stepped down 1 step, getting closer to Chen Yincheng, asking in disbelief, "Did the surgery go well? When can they be discharged?" Chen Yincheng said, "Pretty smooth. The doctor said further observation is needed." Zhou Yan rested against the wall, pulled his mask down slightly, gasping as if greatly relieved. Chen Yincheng told him, "Come surrender yourself with me." Zhou Yan looked at him silently. Chen Yincheng continued, "In your current situation, voluntary confession and full disclosure might earn you sympathy from the judge during court proceedings, possibly resulting in a suspended sentence." Zhou Yan pulled his mask back on and stepped down towards Chen Yincheng, until he stood in front of him, asking, "Is it possible?" Chen Yincheng told him, "Of course, it's possible. Problems always find solutions, only avoidance solves nothing." Zhou Yan lowered his head and softly said, "Big brother Cheng, I'm sorry." Chen Yincheng said, "You don't owe me an apology, but you owe it to Jiejia and the child." After finishing, seeing that Zhou Yan still stood rooted to the spot, he reached out to grab his arm, "Come with me." But what Chen Yincheng hadn't anticipated was that Zhou Yan dodged, not allowing him to catch his arm, instead pushing Chen Yincheng forcefully. Since Chen Yincheng was standing on the stairs, being pushed made him stagger backward, tripping and falling onto the steps. While running downstairs, Zhou Yan shouted, "Sorry, really sorry." Chen Yincheng got up, ceased pursuing Zhou Yan, leaned on the staircase railing, and yelled lowly toward Zhou Yan who had already descended 1 floor of the staircase, "Someone is waiting for you outside the ward." Zhou Yan's steps noticeably paused, then he continued running downstairs. Chen Yincheng heard his footsteps fading further and further, feeling somewhat drained, sat down on the staircase. He harbored selfish intentions, hoping to bring Zhou Yan to surrender, which could possibly increase the chance of receiving a suspended sentence. However, he couldn't understand why Zhou Yan would still run despite hearing what he had said. Where was he even running to? Was he planning to hide outside for his entire life? He quietly sat for 2 minutes, then took out his phone from his pocket. He saw an unanswered call just 2 seconds ago from Ning Junyan, who had just hung up not long before. There was also an unread message from Long Zhanyu's reply to his WeChat. Chen Yincheng called Ning Junyan back. The call was soon answered. Ning Junyan's voice broke the quiet atmosphere. Are you alright? Chen Yincheng said, I'm fine, I came to visit Zhou Yan's son. Ning Junyan didn't ask him what he was doing before, instead, he simply asked, will I be disturbing you? Not at all, Chen Yincheng quickly replied, there was just something temporary earlier. It has been taken care of now. Ning Junyan asked, have you left already? Chen Yincheng said, not yet, I'm still in the hospital. Alright, Ning Junyan hung up the phone. Chen Yincheng opened Long Zhanyu's WeChat message and saw he had sent a voice reply. Long Zhanyu's tone was laid back, busy with your case, we found clues about those 3 suspects. Can you find the relationship between them and Zhang Wenyong? Chen Yincheng typed out and put his phone back into his pocket. He got up and began walking down the stairs. He knew Zhou Yan wouldn't go to the ward tonight to see the child, but he wasn't sure if there were more police laying in wait for Zhou Yan inside the hospital. If they really wanted to arrest him, surely the hospital would be under strict surveillance, maybe Zhou Yan's whereabouts have already been exposed. No matter what, Chen Yincheng wanted to return and talk to Gu Yaojia again. As he passed by the corridor, the man sitting by the bedside once again looked up at him. Chen Yincheng did not make eye contact with him, entering directly into the ward. It was already late, and the other few beds around were very quiet, without any voices talking. Gu Yaojia was somewhat surprised when she saw him come back. Chen Yincheng pulled the curtain around the bed, leaving only a small crack to see the direction of the ward door. In this relatively enclosed environment, he whispered to Gu Yaojia, Zhou Yan will likely try to find you these next 2 days. Tell him to surrender himself or let him find me. Understand? Gu Yaojia felt a little tense due to the situation. She nodded her head and reached out to grasp Chen Yincheng's hand, asking, what exactly is going on? Chen Yincheng was about to answer her when he suddenly sensed someone pushing open the ward door. He fell silent, looking up at the door, seeing Ning Junyan in his white coat entering from outside. For a split second, Chen Yincheng was slightly dazed, a random thought popping up, my rich beauty has arrived. And in the next moment, Ning Junyan walked over, raising his hand to pull the curtain surrounding the bed away. Gu Yaojia was still holding Chen Yincheng's hand. Chen Yincheng immediately withdrew his hand. At that point, Gu Yaojia also noticed Ning Junyan. She hurriedly stood up and greeted, Dr. Ning, you're here. Ning Junyan nodded and asked, is the child alright? Gu Yaojia replied, they haven't checked him yet tonight. But he seemed fine today during the daytime. That's good, Ning Junyan said, walking to the bed to look at the sleeping child. Then he said to Gu Yaojia, if you need help, feel free to ask. Gu Yaojia nodded, we've already received so much assistance from all of you. Then Ning Junyan turned to Chen Yincheng, and you? Caught off guard by the question, Chen Yincheng wasn't sure how to respond. What? Ning Junyan's tone was mild, have you finished with your errand? Chen Yincheng replied, oh, it's already done. Ning Junyan nodded, telling him, there was an emergency surgery this afternoon, which just ended. Chen Yincheng pondered as Ning Junyan spoke, then asked him, so you haven't eaten dinner yet? Ning Junyan said, not yet. Chen Yincheng promptly offered, let me accompany you for dinner. Ning Junyan looked at him for a while before saying, all right. Then Ning Junyan told Gu Yaojia, we'll take our leave first. Gu Yaojia nodded, all right, Dr. Ning, big brother Cheng, please walk slowly. Chen Yincheng followed Ning Junyan out of the ward together. Ning Junyan walked very fast, Chen Yincheng unconsciously sped up to catch up with Ning Junyan. Walking too fast caused Chen Yincheng's sprained foot to feel slightly painful again. A careful observer wouldn't notice his slightly awkward gait. However, Ning Junyan noticed it and asked him, isn't your foot nearly healed? Chen Yincheng said, yeah, could you slow down a bit? Ning Junyan didn't answer but after that, clearly slowed down his pace significantly. Chapter 43. Ning Junyan's dinner was simple. He ordered a takeout, the plastic bag still unopened, sitting in his quiet little office. Chen Yincheng went back to the office with him and sat on the chair opposite his desk, watching as Ning Junyan opened a bag and a disposable lunchbox. Inside was a serving of fried rice, with a few pieces of pickled vegetables on top. Is this all you're eating? Chen Yincheng asked him. Ning Junyan made an sound, picking up the plastic spoon, raising his head to look at Chen Yincheng. Have you eaten yet? Chen Yincheng replied, I've already eaten, you go ahead. Ning Junyan ate quickly and quietly. Chen Yincheng rested one hand under his chin, leaning against the edge of the desk, watching him for a while before saying, I saw Zhou Yan today. Ning Junyan paused in his movements. Chen Yincheng added, just hurry up and eat, I just want to have a casual chat. Ning Junyan continued eating. Chen Yincheng said, I heard from Jiejia that the police had come twice today. There seemed to be some officers staking out in the corridor too. I'm very worried that Zhou Yan may have gotten himself into trouble. Ning Junyan suddenly said, you didn't report him when you saw him? Chen Yincheng, using his bandaged hand, brushed the hair off his forehead at the back, I wanted to bring him in to surrender. Ning Junyan's voice was almost devoid of emotion, isn't it clear in your mind what kind of trouble he has gotten into? Chen Yincheng looked at him. What do you mean? Ning Junyan did not immediately continue. He scooped up a bite of fried rice and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly and swallowing, then took a sip of water from his mineral water bottle before saying, was his stepfather's death really not related to him? Chen Yincheng felt an intense unease, which came not only from seeing the police in the hospital, but also from Zhou Yan's stepfather's unsolved homicide case. Yet he didn't want to face or admit it, and instinctively responded, he's not that kind of person. Ning Junyan said, why couldn't he be that kind of person? After finishing, he did not say anything else and continued eating his bowl of fried rice. Chen Yincheng looked at Ning Junyan for a long time without speaking. He recalled their childhood when Ning Junyan always disliked Zhou Yan. When Zhou Yan was first brought back by their adoptive father, there weren't any extra rooms available. So in Chen Yincheng's room, they set up a wire bed that their adoptive father picked up from the waste station, letting Zhou Yan sleep on it. On the first night, Zhou Yan seemed somewhat excited, wanting to talk to Chen Yincheng constantly. Chen Yincheng lay down and chatted with Zhou Yan, while Ning Junyan beside them stayed silent the entire time. Later, when Chen Yincheng turned his head to look at him, he noticed that Ning Junyan's eyes were open, staring in Zhou Yan's direction with a cold and fierce gaze. The adult Ning Junyan no longer displayed such looks, but back then, it was how Ning Junyan expressed extreme dislike for someone. Chen Yincheng didn't like Ning Junyan's expression and raised his hand to cover his eyes. Lying still, Ning Junyan didn't move even after Chen Yincheng blocked his sight, blinking his eyes only after a long while, his eyelashes brushing over Chen Yincheng's palm. Zhou Yan kept talking. But Chen Yincheng wasn't paying much attention. Instead, he was amusing Ning Junyan by slowly moving his hand to reveal one of Ning Junyan's eyes, locking gazes with him. When Ning Junyan's gaze was completely captured by Chen Yincheng, his expression became pure and soft, the curves around his eyes gentle. After gazing for a moment, Chen Yincheng let go, revealing both of Ning Junyan's eyes, smiling at him. After a prolonged stare, Ning Junyan reached out, grabbing Chen Yincheng's hand and placing it over his own eyes again, refusing to continue looking. Recalling now, Chen Yincheng realized that Ning Junyan only cared about him alone. Ning Junyan finished the bowl of fried rice, placing the spoon in the box and covering it, then tying the outer plastic bag tightly. Chen Yincheng asked him, do you have absolutely no feelings for Zhou Yan? Ning Junyan answered, no. Because of his answer, Chen Yincheng suddenly felt uncomfortable inside. He could not tell whether it was for Zhou Yan or for Ning Junyan, and at the same time, he thought himself overly sentimental. He picked up Ning Junyan's empty lunch box from the table, stood up, walked to the door, threw it into the trash can, and then, turning around, said to Ning Junyan, you're too cold. He originally wanted to say, too cold-blooded, but he didn't have the heart to say something so harsh to Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan, sitting behind his desk, looked up at Chen Yincheng and said, perhaps. Would you like to make me warmer? Chen Yincheng first froze, unsure if he misunderstood Ning Junyan's meaning, asking, what? Ning Junyan was very calm, you can make me warmer. Chen Yincheng realized he hadn't misunderstood. Ning Junyan, though appearing very proper, was saying something completely improper. In that moment, Chen Yincheng felt both embarrassed and angry, and reached for the door handle to leave the office, saying, I'll go first. Ning Junyan stood up and followed him out, grabbing his hand in the corridor to stop him. Chen Yincheng said, what else do you want to say? Ning Junyan asked, why are you mad? Chen Yincheng's anger hadn't subsided, I was speaking seriously with you. Ning Junyan nodded, if you want to talk about Zhou Yan, then keep talking, I'll listen to you. Chen Yincheng was pulled back into the office. The office door closed again. This time Ning Junyan led Chen Yincheng over to his chair, still not letting go of his hand even after sitting down. Chen Yincheng asked, what are you doing? Ning Junyan replied, looking at your hand injury. Chen Yincheng didn't speak. Ning Junyan looked up at him, softly asking, can I? Chen Yincheng always preferred persuasion to coercion, so he couldn't refuse such an attitude from Ning Junyan, only managing to mutter, all right, look. Ning Junyan bent his head and carefully unwrapped the bandage on his hand. The light scratches on his palm were almost healed, while the more serious piece of glass from his right hand had left a deeper but short wound, now covered by a thin layer of scab. The left hand doesn't need bandaging anymore, Ning Junyan said as he opened the side drawer of the desk. The drawer hit Chen Yincheng's leg when it was opened, prompting him to shift slightly away. But Ning Junyan suddenly grabbed his wrist, pulling him closer, holding his waist with one arm so that he sat sideways on his lap, facing his back. Surprised, Chen Yincheng quickly tried to get up. Ning Junyan's grip was strong. He hugged tightly around Chen Yincheng's waist, pressing his face against Chen Yincheng's back and said, I have no ill intentions toward Zhou Yan. Frustrated, Chen Yincheng said, let me get up first. Ning Junyan rubbed his nose lightly against the vertebrae protruding under Chen Yincheng's thick winter coat, and said, otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to let you lend money for his son's medical treatment. When Ning Junyan mentioned the money, Chen Yincheng slowed down his struggling, replying, I will definitely pay it back. However, Ning Junyan did not continue on the topic of money, instead saying, I don't like Zhou Yan, but I'm just worried that if you put too much energy into him, you'll end up disappointed. As he spoke, his breath brushed against Chen Yincheng's back through the layers of clothing, making his entire back slightly itchy. Ning Junyan then opened the drawer fully, blocking Chen Yincheng's knees, and told him, don't move, let me treat your wound. Chen Yunqing insisted, let me get up. Ning Junyan's tone softened, it'll be done soon, bear with it. He took out iodine spray and dressings from the drawer, having Chen Yunqing sit sideways on his legs. First, he held Chen Yunqing's left hand, disinfecting it with the spray and carefully wiping it clean with cotton. Then, when treating the right hand, after disinfection, he tore open the small dressing and only applied it to the deepest wound. During this process, Chen Yunqing stopped resisting and leaned forward, practically sitting on Ning Junyan's knees. Both adult men felt the awkwardness of the situation. Chen Yunqing didn't want things to become more embarrassing. Ning Junyan said, try to avoid water as much as possible. There are disposable gloves in the drawers at home. Chen Yunqing instinctively replied, why didn't you tell me earlier? Ning Junyan smiled without answering. At this point, there were 2 quick knocks on the office door. Chen Yunqing immediately stood up from Ning Junyan's lap. But the person outside seemed quite impatient, opening the door without waiting for a response and peeking in, little Ning? Director Yu. Ning Junyan, sitting on the chair, looked towards the person at the door. It was their department head, surnamed Yu, who was nearly 60 years old. Standing at the doorway with a somewhat stiff posture, clearly having seen Chen Yunqing getting up from Ning Junyan's lap, he was momentarily confused, his gaze fixated on Chen Yunqing. Chen Yunqing thought that in his 28 years of life, he'd never felt this awkward. Yet Ning Junyan's demeanor remained composed, asking, is there anything? Director Yu regained his composure, responding somewhat unnaturally, aren't you on duty today? Ning Junyan stood up, walking in front of Chen Yunqing and blocking Director Yu's line of sight, yes. Director Yu scratched his sparse hair, by any chance, did you see my watch in the on-duty room? Upon hearing this, Ning Junyan approached him, saying, let me help you find it. When they went out of the office, Ning Junyan reached his hand to close the door. Chen Yunqing plopped onto Ning Junyan's chair, rested his forehead on the desktop, and raised a hand to cradle his head. Chapter 44. Chen Yunqing returned to Ning Junyan's house alone and sat on the bed. He saw Long Zhanyu replying to him, I will do my best to make them talk. He typed a few words, hesitated and deleted and revised several times, but ultimately did not send it out. He lay down on the bed. The next morning, Chen Yunqing went out before Ning Junyan came back after her night shift. He still went back to the store to tidy up and then went to the opposite dry cleaners to pick up Ning Junyan's wash-down jacket and a scarf that was sent later for cleaning. Afterwards, someone contacted him by phone wanting to see the shop. He waited for nearly an hour, until the person arrived and he briefly introduced the surrounding environment. When the person left, Chen Yunqing felt he wasn't very satisfied. All the surroundings were old houses with average foot traffic, but the shop environment was not good. The shops were all narrow and crowded. Less than a kilometer away, there was a newly built commercial area where the environment was better than here. Before Chen Yunqing left, he handed over the keys to the boss of the neighboring lottery store. If anyone came to see the shop in a couple of days, the boss of the lottery store could help open the door. He himself began to seriously consider finding a new job. In the past, when Chen Yunqing had some savings, he also thought about selling his sundries shop and using the money to partner with others in another business, but now he didn't have capital. Even if he rented out the shop, the rent he would receive would have to be given to Ning Junyan to repay the debt. Therefore, he could only find a job that he could do. He looked for recruitment advertisements on his phone, selecting those without academic requirements, which although tiring, paid more and he could manage, and then contacted the recruiters. For lunch, he bought 2 egg pancakes and squatted by the roadside to eat. Chen Yunqing did not regret not studying well before. In fact, his foundation was too poor. He completely couldn't keep up with others' progress and didn't have the economic conditions to support it, so working outside was the inevitable choice. But he once also thought that around the age of 30, he could stabilize. Maybe he wouldn't become a big boss, but at least he could do a little business and form a family. However, he never expected that he would have to start from scratch again. He attended 2 interviews in the afternoon, but Chen Yunqing felt neither was very reliable. He then booked 3 companies for tomorrow's continued interviews. Later, he received Ning Junyan's call, asking if he would go home for dinner. Chen Yunqing replied, sure, I'll be back soon. When he got home, Ning Junyan was preparing dinner. Chen Yunqing avoided the wound and washed his hands. Then he returned to the kitchen to help her. Dinner was 2 stir-fried dishes plus a bowl of soup. Chen Yunqing and Ning Junyan sat across from each other and quietly ate for a while. Chen Yunqing looked up and said to Ning Junyan, I am interviewing for jobs. Ning Junyan asked him, is there anything suitable? Chen Yunqing shook his head and said, however, I plan to interview for a logistics company tomorrow. They are doing intercity long-distance logistics transportation. Ning Junyan looked at him silently. Chen Yunqing said, I have AB license, I can drive a large truck, maybe I can try. Ning Junyan asked him, how long does one trip take? I don't know yet, Chen Yunqing smiled, I haven't even been interviewed yet, I don't know if the company wants me. After eating, Ning Junyan went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Chen Yunqing intuitively felt that he was not happy, followed him in, leaned against the cupboard, and said to him, I need to find a job, right? Tell me, what else can I do? Ning Junyan asked him, do you want to study? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunqing laughed, start studying from junior high school. Ning Junyan said, there are training classes. Chen Yincheng's smile didn't fade. Then what? Take the college entrance examination or go abroad? Ning Junyan said, don't go abroad. Chen Yincheng looked at him, even if I finish the training class, others won't recognize the degree. What can I do afterwards? Besides, I'm almost 30, do I still need you to fund my education? When can I earn enough money to pay you back? Ning Junyan wiped his hands clean and walked to Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng subconsciously wanted to retreat, but there was no place to retreat behind him. Ning Junyan reached out and brushed his hair, saying, you can get a haircut. Okay, Chen Yincheng slightly lowered his head, I'll get it cut tomorrow. Ning Junyan said to him, I don't want to interfere with your freedom, I hope you can do what you want to do. Chen Yincheng raised his eyes and stared at his face. Ning Junyan said, but I can't let you leave me, which makes me feel like two conflicting selves tearing at each other. Junyan, Chen Yincheng couldn't help but grab his wrist. Ning Junyan said gently to him, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. So only one self will kill the other, guess which one will win. Chen Yincheng thought his words were too neurotic and wanted to stop him from continuing, don't say that. Ning Junyan said, definitely the one who wants to protect you more. After saying this, Ning Junyan turned and left the kitchen. Because of what Ning Junyan said, Chen Yincheng was restless all night. Actually, during this recent period, he always had a lot on his mind and hadn't been calm for a long time. At around 11 p.m., Chen Yincheng was about to go to sleep when his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. He stared at the number for a while before sitting up in bed and answering it. The voice of Zhou Yan came from the other end, Brother Cheng, can you come out so we can meet? Can you come alone? Chen Yincheng instantly felt a sense of relief. He knew Zhou Yan wouldn't just leave without a care, so he asked over the phone, where are you? About 10 minutes later, Ning Junyan drove out with Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng, sitting in the passenger seat, said, sorry for troubling you at such a late hour. Ning Junyan didn't respond. The address Zhou Yan gave Chen Yincheng was in a remote suburb. Chen Yincheng originally wanted to borrow Ning Junyan's car, but Ning Junyan insisted on accompanying him. There were already very few cars on the road, and the drive was smooth. Ning Junyan only occasionally stopped for traffic lights. When stopping, Ning Junyan asked Chen Yincheng, do you think Zhou Yan will follow your advice and turn himself in? Chen Yincheng replied, since he is willing to see me. Ning Junyan further asked, what if he's committed murder? For a long time, Chen Yincheng didn't answer this question. After a while, Chen Yincheng said to Ning Junyan, do you think I'm useless? Ning Junyan responded, what do you mean? I am arrogant, Chen Yincheng slowly said, I want to help Zhou Yan, but actually, I can do nothing. No money, no ability, no connections. As he spoke, he leaned back in his seat looking out the window, appearing somewhat melancholy, just like Guan Anlin from those years ago, I don't know if I've helped him or harmed him. Ning Junyan remained silent. Chen Yincheng continued, you know, after leaving school and starting work, I met a lot of people. Some of them just loaf around aimlessly, spending their days online playing games, having no plans or ideas for the future. Some like to boast at drinking tables, puffing themselves up as omnipotent and invincible, saying how they may be down now, but they'll surely rise high later on, but I've never seen them truly ascend. Ning Junyan just glanced at him. Chen Yincheng said, at first, I thought I was just a bystander, but then I realized I'm just one of them. It's not that once you clearly recognize your situation, you can break away from such a life. You still can only watch helplessly as your friends either fall into ruin or take the wrong path because of money. Upon reaching here, he paused briefly, people like us, perhaps our entire lives have been decided since the day we left school. Which kind of people are you? Ning Junyan finally spoke, asking calmly. Chen Yincheng looked at him. Ning Junyan said, you're different from anyone. Without you, I might have been buried alive by the old man at the age of 10. Zhou Yan's son wouldn't be able to undergo surgery and would only wait to die on the hospital bed. Chen Yincheng couldn't help but say, that wasn't because of me. Then because of who? Ning Junyan asked him, because of me. Anyway, it was all for you. Their car stopped at a crossroad waiting for the red light. Meanwhile, next to the non-motor vehicle lane, a middle-aged man wearing a delivery uniform also waited for the red light. While waiting, he took off his helmet and wiped his forehead with his sleeve. The action seemed like wiping sweat, but considering the cold weather, he shouldn't be sweating. Both Ning Junyan and Chen Yincheng silently watched him until the green light lit up, prompting the middle-aged man to immediately rush through the crossing. You asked me today, what you can do in the future. Ning Junyan pressed the gas pedal while driving, speaking simultaneously, I can't answer you, because there's something I cannot say. Chen Yincheng rested his head against the car window and softly said, say it, I'm willing to listen. Ning Junyan said, I was thinking you could do anything that makes you happy, and I could support you. But you don't need this, because you have your dignity, and if I said this aloud, it would make you unhappy. Chen Yincheng couldn't help laughing a bit, do you know it would make me unhappy? Ning Junyan did not answer. Chen Yincheng turned his head to look at him and asked, if I tell you not to work anymore and let me deliver food to support you, would you agree? Without hesitation, Ning Junyan answered, I can, are you serious? At that moment, Chen Yincheng had an urge to both cry and laugh. He wanted to ask why Ning Junyan was so attached to him, but he didn't verbalize it. He just laughed slightly and said, I was joking. Chapter 45. Upon arriving at the location agreed upon by Zhou Yan, Chen Yincheng told Ning Junyan to wait for him in the car. You don't need to get out yet. Ning Junyan nodded briefly, but after Chen Yincheng got out of the car, he still kept the headlights on, lighting up the area ahead. This was beneath a bridge near the riverbank. Only one narrow road could lead vehicles over here. Chen Yincheng took a few steps forward and observed that the surroundings were quite desolate, with no nearby residents. He called out quietly, suppressing his voice, Zhou Yan. There was no response. He stood there waiting for over a minute, then took out his phone and found the landline number that Zhou Yan had previously called from. After hesitating a bit, he didn't dial back. At that moment, he heard faint footsteps echoing from beneath the bridge. Zhou Yan. Chen Yincheng moved toward the bridge's underpass. With the help of the car's lights, he saw Zhou Yan wearing the same set of clothes from yesterday, a cap and a mask. He stood beside the bridge pier. Zhou Yan had been staring in the direction of the car. When he noticed Chen Yincheng approaching, he asked, "Why didn't you come alone?" Chen Yincheng replied to him, "Ning Junyan won't do anything. He's just dropping me off." Finally, Zhou Yan shifted his gaze, looking at Chen Yincheng while whispering, "Brother Cheng, I'm sorry." Chen Yincheng sighed softly, "You want to see me this late at night just to say sorry?" Zhou Yan said, "Not only sorry, but I also want to thank you." Then Zhou Yan knelt down in front of Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng hadn't expected this, and immediately tried to pull him up. "Get up first." Zhou Yan shook his head, taking off his cap. He bowed his head, unzipped his coat slightly, reached inside the inner pocket, and pulled out a stack of money. He handed it to Chen Yincheng and said, "Here is 10,000 yuan. Take it first. The rest, I'll pay you back gradually." Chen Yincheng didn't take the money, instead asking, "Where did you get this money?" Zhou Yan remained silent. Chen Yincheng grabbed his arm and asked, "Where have you been recently? Do you know that your stepfather has been murdered?" Despite the dim light around them, Chen Yincheng could still perceive a shift in Zhou Yan's expression. Zhou Yan turned away his gaze as if hearing something terrible. His hand trembled uncontrollably from being gripped by Chen Yincheng. The worst concern of Chen Yincheng materialized as he slowly squatted in front of Zhou Yan and said, "Tell me clearly what happened." Zhou Yan croaked hoarsely, "Brother Cheng, please don't ask anymore. I can't turn myself in now, I have no way back." Chen Yincheng almost wanted to hit him himself at this point, yelling, "Did you kill someone for money?" "It wasn't about money." Zhou Yan finally broke down in tears, unable to control his emotions. "It wasn't about money. I went home initially planning to borrow money from my mom. That old bastard, he beat and abused me since childhood. He insulted me, so in anger I struck back. I didn't expect he would die." Chen Yincheng stared at him, after a long pause before finally asking, "Did he abuse you?" Zhou Yan's head dropped low, nodding vigorously twice. "As a kid, I ran away from home because he used to beat me, bind me, and even withhold food. My mom knew everything, but she dared not say anything in front of him. This time when I returned, all I wanted was to borrow some money, but he cursed me as a begging dog. He said I was unworthy to be his son and deserved to die." By this point, Zhou Yan was choking up, unable to continue. Chen Yincheng's eyes reddened. He could feel Zhou Yan's rage, even finding himself becoming angry too, yet he still reminded, "You shouldn't have killed him. You've lost your whole life by killing him. Don't you realize that?" Zhou Yan remained silent, weakly kneeling down. After a while, he shoved the 10,000 yuan into Chen Yincheng's hands. "Take the money, I'll gradually pay back the rest." Chen Yincheng shook his head, "I don't want your stolen money. Turn yourself in with me." "I can't turn myself in." Zhou Yan's emotions became agitated. "If I get arrested, what will happen to Jejia and the kids? There will truly be no one left to look after them." Chen Yincheng grabbed his shoulders. "Will not getting arrested mean you can care for them? You can't even approach them." Zhou Yan said, "There are always ways. I'll figure out how to make money and send it back to them. It's better than turning myself in." Just then, both of them heard a loud bang, the sound of a car door closing. Ning Junyan got out of the car. He wore short leather boots that made swishing sounds against the gravel. Seeing Ning Junyan approaching, Zhou Yan's whole body tensed up. He stood and retreated backward, disappearing into the shadow of the bridge pier. It seemed like he would run into the darkness if Ning Junyan made any sudden moves. However, Ning Junyan stopped as he approached the area under the bridge. Behind him was the light from the car headlights. From this angle, his face was unclear, and only the outline of his tall figure could be seen. "Have you studied law?" he asked Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan had never been friendly toward Ning Junyan. "What do you want to say?" Ning Junyan said, "Can you guess what sentence you might receive if you surrender yourself?" Chen Yincheng slowly stood up and looked at Zhou Yan without saying anything. Zhou Yan placed one hand on the damp pier in the night. "What exactly are you implying?" Ning Junyan said, "You can repeat those words in court to the judge, and together with your confession, I think you'll likely be sentenced to death with a suspended sentence or life imprisonment. As long as you don't die, you can still try for a sentence reduction, and you might be released after more than 10 years. By then, your son will only be around 10 years old, which is about the same age when you went out to work." Zhou Yan stared intensely at his silhouette. Ning Junyan continued, do you want your son to follow in your footsteps, losing his father at such a young age and going out to work to be bullied, or would you prefer to come back to him openly during his adolescence, giving each other a chance to care for one another? Zhou Yan's breathing sounded heavy, but it was masked by the flowing water, making it hard to hear. He said, my matters have nothing to do with you. Ning Junyan's tone turned cold, of course, it has nothing to do with me, you can leave right now. But don't leave your wife and children to Yuncheng, these things have nothing to do with him either. If you're a man, you should take responsibility for your own actions. Chen Yuncheng took a deep breath and solemnly said, Zhou Yan, go and surrender with me. Zhou Yan didn't respond. Ning Junyan walked over to Chen Yuncheng, holding his hand, forget about him, you've done enough already. Chen Yuncheng allowed Ning Junyan to pull him toward the direction of the parked car. He was reluctant, looking back at Zhou Yan and telling him, Jia and the kids need you. If you leave today, it'll be forever. The choice is right in front of you, think it through clearly. After that, Chen Yuncheng turned away and refused to look at him anymore. Ning Junyan and Chen Yuncheng walked to the car. Since Zhou Yan had hidden himself in the shadow behind the bridge pier, they couldn't see him anymore from where they were. They opened the car doors and got inside. Ning Junyan started the car but didn't rush to leave. He asked Chen Yuncheng, are we still waiting for him? Chen Yuncheng said, can we wait 5 more minutes? Ning Junyan replied, we can wait as long as you want. They looked ahead without speaking. After 2 minutes, Zhou Yan slowly came out from under the bridge. He walked all the way to the front of the car, reached up to remove his mask, and raised his head to look at them. He said, I'm ready to surrender. Chen Yuncheng nodded and told him, get in the car. By the time they arrived at the police station, it was 1:30 a.m. Chen Yuncheng made a phone call to Long Zhanyu. Long Zhanyu's voice wasn't very pleasant, what's so important at this late hour? I'm accompanying Zhou Yan to confess. His voice was slightly hoarse, possibly from the cool night breeze. Long Zhanyu paused, instantly waking up completely, what did you just say? Chen Yuncheng repeated, I'm accompanying Zhou Yan to confess. Long Zhanyu asked him, do you know what else Zhou Yan has done besides stealing cars? Chen Yuncheng replied, I know, murder. His tone was so calm that Long Zhanyu cursed and told him, come on, I'm on duty tonight. The police station was still brightly lit and open even at night. When Ning Junyan parked the car in the parking lot in front of the police station, Long Zhanyu was already waiting for them outside with a cigarette in his mouth. Before getting out of the car, Chen Yuncheng turned his head to look at Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan had been slightly lowering his head until this moment when he seemed to suddenly make a firm decision, opening the door and jumping down. Chen Yuncheng and Ning Junyan followed suit and got out of the car. Long Zhanyu wore a wrinkled-down jacket and briskly descended the steps from the entrance, walking straight up to Zhou Yan before taking off the handcuffs hanging from his pants and putting them on Zhou Yan's wrists. 2 police officers in uniform ran out and led Zhou Yan inside, 1 on each side. As Zhou Yan followed them inward, he kept looking back at Chen Yuncheng. Chen Yuncheng knew there would be fewer chances to talk with him from now on, so he loudly shouted, I will help take care of them. Zhou Yan bit his lips hard to stop himself from crying and gave a slight nod. Chen Yuncheng also said to Long Zhanyu, can you please treat him kindly? Long Zhanyu said, if he cooperates, I'll be nicer to him. However, the case might get transferred to jurisdiction of the county police department because it's a homicide case. Chen Yuncheng gazed at Zhou Yan's back disappearing behind the glass door and nodded. Long Zhanyu inserted both hands into his coat pockets and glanced at Ning Junyan, evidently recognizing him. Chen Yuncheng asked, is there anything else we need to do? Long Zhanyu said, although it's a bit late, still cooperate with our work and make a record. Your testimonies will also help Zhou Yan in the future. Chen Yuncheng nodded. They separately made records. Chen Yuncheng had an intimate relationship with Zhou Yan, so his testimony was more detailed. When he came out of the inner room, he saw Ning Junyan sitting on a chair at the police station entrance wearing a coat, his head leaning against the wall, already asleep. He went over, gently woke Ning Junyan, and said, we're going back. Ning Junyan drove away from the police station. Chen Yuncheng, sitting in the passenger seat, said to him, thank you. Thanks for what? Ning Junyan's tone slightly conveyed weariness. Chen Yuncheng said, if it weren't for what you said, I might not have been able to persuade Zhou Yan. Ning Junyan ed and said in a calm tone, you're soft-hearted, and he knows you're soft-hearted. All the way back to the residential area, Chen Yuncheng didn't say a word while riding the elevator upstairs. Ning Junyan asked him, what are you thinking about? Chen Yuncheng looked at him, thinking about how to thank you. In fact, what Chen Yuncheng thought couldn't be summed up by just one sentence. Ning Junyan's feelings were too deep, and thank you felt too light. He didn't know what he should do to deserve Ning Junyan's feelings. Ning Junyan replied quite calmly, then why don't you kiss me? Chen Yuncheng laughed upon hearing this. When the elevator reached their floor and the door opened, Ning Junyan regretfully said as he walked out, forget it, if you won't support me financially, then you can't even give me a kiss? Later, when Chen Yuncheng thought about it, he felt that he must have been too tired for his brain to function properly. At that time, he grabbed Ning Junyan's arm, making him turn around, and lightly kissed him on the face. Ning Junyan looked at him and said, that's not how. Chen Yuncheng gazed at him with a puzzled expression. Ning Junyan wrapped one hand around his waist and used the other to hold his neck, then leaned down and kissed his lips. Chapter 46. Chen Yunqing experienced a brief moment of mental blankness, until his lips were forcefully parted, turning the light kiss into a deep one. This was an experience he had never had before. His heart pounded violently as he reached out to push Ning Junyan. Because of his resistance, Ning Junyan pressed even closer against him, pinning his entire body against the wall in the corridor, while the hand on the back of his neck gave a slight squeeze. Chen Yunqing had never known that his neck could feel so intensely. A tingling sensation spread along his spine, forcing him to tilt his head further back, and his legs involuntarily bent. Ning Junyan's strength had always been known to him, but rarely did he experience this sort of physical dominance from the other party. This was the first time Chen Yunqing felt Ning Junyan's strong control so clearly, leaving him immobile under the envelopment of Ning's body. Chen Yunqing almost wanted to give up resisting. After all, his refusal wasn't that firm, and the kiss was something he had agreed to, initiating it himself. But Ning Junyan apparently planned to take things further. He prolonged the kiss for a long time, as if he had no intention of stopping. Moreover, the hand hugging around Chen Yunqing's waist slowly began to slide downward. Chen Yunqing became scared and used considerable strength to push him, finally managing to push Ning away from himself. The two stood face to face in the corridor. The motion-sensing light turned off and then lit up again. Chen Yunqing was breathing slightly faster. Unable to continue looking Ning Junyan in the eye, he bent down with both hands resting on his knees. Ning Junyan, however, continued to look at him, saying, "It's my first time kissing someone. I wonder if you liked it." Chen Yunqing immediately felt his face burning. He quickly glanced at Ning Junyan and then dropped his gaze again, unwilling to answer the question. Ning Junyan said, "With more experience, perhaps it will feel better." Chen Yunqing couldn't endure it anymore. He slid down against the wall to sit on the ground, lifting both hands to cover his face and said, "Stop fooling around." Ning Junyan took a step forward, squatting in front of him and extended a hand toward him. Chen Yunqing, seeing it through the gaps between his fingers, lowered his hands a little, exposing only his eyes. Ning Junyan asked him, "Shall we go home?" After a moment of silence, Chen Yunqing extended a hand to Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan pulled him up and then used one hand to find the keys and the other to open the door. It wasn't until they entered the house that he let go, saying to Chen Yunqing, "Good night." Chen Yunqing softly replied, "Good night." After going through so many things in one night, although Chen Yunqing's body was extremely exhausted, his spirit remained highly excited. Everything seemed like a dream, whether it was Zhou Yan confessing after committing murder or reuniting with Ning Junyan and their kiss tonight, it all felt unreal. Even the bed beneath him seemed unreal, too soft, making it feel as if he was continually sinking, unable to wake up and climb out, far less genuine than the narrow hard-board bed at his shop. By the time Chen Yunqing truly fell asleep, it was already late into the night. He had many bizarre dreams, until the phone rang and woke him up. When he woke up, it was already bright outside, but the curtains effectively blocked the light, leaving the room dim. He groggily found his phone under the pillow, answering the call before he even saw who was calling. Liang Zhanzhu's voice came over the line, saying, "The 3 people who vandalized your shop have been caught. Can you come down this afternoon to identify them?" "Caught?" Chen Yunqing paused momentarily. "Is that really efficient, officer?" Liang Zhanzhu said, "If we didn't catch them soon, they might run away." Chen Yunqing remembered something and asked, "What about Zhang Wenyong?" Liang Zhanzhu said, "Zhou Yan testified that Zhang Wenyong was the mastermind behind the car theft gang. He has already been brought back and is currently being interrogated." Chen Yunqing said, "All right." When he hung up the phone, he glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the morning. After dressing, when he stepped out of the room, he heard quietness outside. Opening Ning Junyan's bedroom door, it was indeed empty. Ning Junyan's bed was neatly made, the curtains wide open, indicating he probably went to the hospital early in the morning. Later, on the dining table, Chen Yunqing found a note from Ning Junyan, stating breakfast was kept warm in the rice cooker. He walked into the kitchen and saw buns and eggs inside, which Ning Junyan must have bought early in the morning. Sitting alone in the dining room eating breakfast, Chen Yunqing couldn't help but think about Ning Junyan's figure going out to buy breakfast so early, completely different from his usual cold demeanor. Unable to hold back, he chuckled, swallowing the last piece of bun with a sip of milk. In the afternoon, Chen Yunqing went to the police station. As he just entered the hall, he saw Long Zhanyu with dark circles under his eyes explaining something to a middle-aged woman. Long Zhanyu looked as if he hadn't slept since working the night shift yesterday. Chen Yunqing thought steam might start rising from his head. Upon seeing Chen Yunqing arrive, Long Zhanyu pulled a colleague over to continue dealing with the middle-aged woman and waved for Chen Yunqing to follow him inside for the identification records. Chen Yunqing examined the photographs and identified all 3 suspects who had vandalized his store. Long Zhanyu smoked a cigarette lazily and said, "All right, you can go." Chen Yunqing noticed how smoky the entire room was. He asked Long Zhanyu, "Aren't you done with work yet?" Sitting in the chair, Long Zhanyu glanced up at Chen Yunqing and muttered, "Shit, it's not because of your case, is it?" Though concerned about his own affairs, Chen Yunqing cared more about Zhou Yan and asked Long Zhanyu, "How's Zhou Yan doing?" After a pause, Long Zhanyu stood up and told Chen Yunqing, "Let's talk outside." The two walked to the parking lot in front of the police station where the air was much fresher than indoors. Long Zhanyu said, on the night of our first operation against Zhang Wenyong, Zhou Yan went to find him. You gave him a heads up, right? Chen Yunqing admitted, at the time, he told me Zhang Wenyong was asking him to sell stolen cars. I told him the police were already investigating Zhang Wenyong. He seemed quite nervous. Maybe he wanted to warn Zhang Wenyong, Long Zhanyu remarked, but that night wasn't opportune for him. He came just when we were arresting Zhang Wenyong. When he saw this, he ran away alone. He said at the time he didn't know where to run, so he figured he wouldn't be able to escape either. Before getting caught, he wanted to gather some money first and returned home to borrow money from his mother. Long Zhanyu stopped speaking here, but Chen Yunqing already knew what happened afterward. When Zhou Yan returned home, his mother was out of town for a few days. It seemed likely that Zhou Yan sought money from his stepfather, only to suffer humiliation, which then triggered his impulsive act leading to murder. Chen Yunqing lowered his head, unable to speak for a long time. That same night, he borrowed money from Ning Junyan for Zhou Yan's son's surgery. After returning, he called Zhou Yan, only to find the phone switched off. At that point, Zhou Yan must have been avoiding arrest and feared being tracked through his phone signal, thus never using his phone again after that. Had he not left with Ning Junyan that day, or had he told Zhou Yan that he could borrow the money somehow, perhaps Zhou Yan wouldn't have fled or committed murder. Chen Yunqing felt an indescribable discomfort, standing quietly for a while before asking Long Zhanyu, "Can I have a cigarette?" Long Zhanyu handed one over, lighting it for him, saying, "What? Suddenly want to smoke?" Chen Yunqing shook his head without answering. Just then, a taxi pulled up in front of the police station. Chen Yunqing saw Guan Anlin get out of the car. As soon as he looked up, their eyes met, and neither of them spoke. Long Zhanyu patted Chen Yunqing's shoulder, saying, "Your good friend is here to testify on your behalf. He can confirm that Zhang Wenyong hired those 3 people to damage your shop." Then, Long Zhanyu strode toward Guan Anlin. Chapter 47. When Long Zhanyu took Guan Anlin inside to take the statement, Chen Yunqing did not rush to leave. Instead, he squatted at the police station entrance and slowly finished the cigarette in his hand. He wasn't addicted to smoking, nor could he taste anything from it, he was just absent-mindedly thinking that Ning Junyan would definitely dislike this smell. After waiting for about half an hour, Guan Anlin finally came out. He walked up to Chen Yunqing with a grim face and said nothing. Chen Yunqing, who had been squatting for too long and whose legs had gone numb, stood up and told him, Zhou Yan got into trouble. Guan Anlin coldly responded with a single, saying, "I know." He didn't like Zhou Yan either, and Chen Yunqing realized none of his friends seemed to like Zhou Yan. "Do you have time tonight?" Guan Anlin suddenly asked him. Chen Yunqing replied, "Yes, let's eat dinner together." Just as he finished speaking, he saw Long Zhanyu stepping out holding his car keys, looking as though he'd finished work and was about to leave. Chen Yunqing called out to Long Zhanyu, asking, "Would you like to join us for dinner?" Long Zhanyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Sure, let's go." The 3 of them dined at a small roadside restaurant. A few dishes and a bottle of wine. Guan Anlin drank alcohol with Chen Yunqing while Long Zhanyu, who was going to drive later, didn't drink but instead sat eating the food and smoking. "There aren't more details I can share with you." Long Zhanyu leaned back on the chair, lazily, looking as if he could fall asleep anytime. Talking too much would be leaking information. Chen Yunqing asked, "How long will the sentence be?" Long Zhanyu replied, "It'll be long, all right, but it seems that capital punishment is avoidable now. Once inside, there'll be opportunities for parole." Chen Yunqing picked up the wine glass and quietly poured himself some liquor. Guan Anlin didn't say much the entire night. He disliked Long Zhanyu and didn't want to get too close to him. At this point, he asked, "What about Zhang Wenyong?" Long Zhanyu raised his hand and wiped his face, forcing himself awake. "That idiot Zhang Wenyong still refuses to admit guilt." Even without mentioning that he hired people to smash Chen Yunqing's shop, the theft itself amounts to quite a large sum. There are cars worth hundreds of thousands involved. Once the evidence is secured, he'll be sent in for over a decade. When he gets out, he won't have the means to bother you anymore. After a while longer, Long Zhanyu couldn't bear it any longer. He said, "You two continue drinking, I'll go first." He feared that if he didn't sleep soon, he might suffer a sudden death. Chen Yunqing told him, "Drive carefully." Long Zhanyu waved a hand, settled the bill with the boss, and headed toward where he parked his car by the roadside. Guan Anlin waited until he left before telling Chen Yunqing, "Drink less." Chen Yunqing remained silent, saying, "I'm not drunk." Guan Anlin asked him, "Where do you live now?" Chen Yunqing looked up at him and replied, "A friend's place." Guan Anlin asked, "Is it that friend who owns the Range Rover?" Chen Yunqing didn't answer. Guan Anlin stared at the dishes mostly eaten on the table, picked up the chopsticks and placed them on the bowl, and after a while put them back on the table beside the plate, saying, "I don't know what your relationship with him is, but you can't keep borrowing someone else's home to stay, right?" Chen Yunqing watched him. Guan Anlin didn't look at Chen Yunqing but continued, "I've moved out from Zhang Wenyong's place, rented a house temporarily. Do you want to move in?" Chen Yunqing asked, "Where is your rental?" Guan Anlin gave an address, near the suburban area, where there were many cheap renovated rental apartments. After finishing, he added, "Find something to do, and I'll follow you." Chen Yunqing started to say, "I," but stopped abruptly as he suddenly remembered something. There was supposed to be a job interview today, which he completely forgot about last night after dealing with Zhou Yan until dawn. He pulled out his phone and saw a logistics company had sent him a text message, but he hadn't even noticed it. Guan and Lin asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Yinqing shook his head, picked up his glass, clinked it against Guan and Lin's, and said, "Let me think about it." In the end, Chen Yinqing still got drunk. But even drunk, he didn't make a fuss, he just sat quietly, head tilted back, cheeks faintly flushed red. Guan and Lin wanted to send him home, but Chen Yinqing refused, insisting he take a taxi home by himself. Before leaving, Chen Yinqing grabbed hold of the cloth on Guan and Lin's shoulder and said, "Don't get into more trouble for me." Guan and Lin frowned, "When did I ever cause you trouble? Don't compare me to Zhou Yan." Chen Yinqing replied, "I should have taught Zhou Yan a proper lesson earlier. That boy doesn't know when to behave." Guan and Lin's tone turned harsh, "Zhou Yan's over 20 years old already, responsible for his own actions, not your problem to worry about." Afterward, he pushed Chen Yinqing into a nearby taxi, slightly worried, leaning forward to ask, "Do you remember the address? Why don't you just spend the night at my place?" Chen Yinqing shook his head, gave the address to the driver, and then told Guan and Lin, "I need to go back, or he'll get mad later." Guan and Lin thought his words were incomprehensible and attributed it to drunkenness. Feeling uneasy, he left his phone number with the driver, asking him to contact Guan and Lin if Chen Yinqing passed out. Chen Yinqing wasn't completely unconscious from drinking, he just had something on his mind. He spent the entire night drinking alone, hoping that getting drunk would relieve his troubles, but it didn't help much. Sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed, he still felt deeply troubled inside. It was already 10:30 p.m. when he got home. In the afternoon, he had called Ning Junyan to say he wouldn't be back for dinner, and Ning Junyan only said okay without asking where he was going. When Chen Yinqing returned to Ning Junyan's house, he opened the door and saw that the living room was pitch dark. Instinctively, he headed towards Ning Junyan's room. Ning Junyan's room was lit up, and he was still awake, sitting at the edge of the bed reading his thick English book. As Chen Yinqing opened the door, Ning Junyan looked up and asked, "You're back?" Chen Yinqing responded, walking toward Ning Junyan, standing by the bed, staring at him vacantly. Ning Junyan asked him, "What's wrong?" Then he asked again, "Have you been drinking?" When they were closer, Ning Junyan could smell alcohol on him. Chen Yinqing stared at Ning Junyan for a long time before kneeling down by the bed, inching closer to him and calling out softly, "Yen Yen." Ning Junyan originally intended to close the book resting on his lap, but hearing his call, he paused. Chen Yinqing's voice carried a slight slur from drunkenness, "I feel incredibly lucky to have met all of you." "All of us?" Ning Junyan moved the book aside and looked up at him again. Chen Yinqing continued, "You. Zhou Yan. All of you are wonderful. Especially you." His gaze dropped as though tired or lost in thought, "The years I spent living with you were the happiest ones of my childhood." Ning Junyan extended his hand towards him, opening it in front of him, and said, "Come here." Chen Yinqing did not take his hand, merely saying, "It's so hot." Still wearing thick clothing, while the room was warm enough for Ning Junyan to wear only thin pajamas. Ning Junyan told him, "If you're hot, take off your clothes." Chen Yinqing bent his head slightly, fumblingly unzipping his puffer jacket and taking it off entirely. Ning Junyan was certain he was drunk, saying to him, "You're drunk." Chen Yinqing shook his head, "I'm not drunk, I know what I'm doing." "Do you remember the night I borrowed money from you?" Zhou Yan turned off his phone and ran back to his hometown. He wanted to borrow money from his mom, but instead, he killed his stepfather. If I had told him earlier that I could borrow money, he wouldn't have done that. Ning Junyan asked, "Do you think you bear responsibility?" Chen Yinqing didn't answer, just saying, "At the time, I was afraid if I couldn't successfully borrow the money, it would be an empty promise for him. Or perhaps I should have told him that the police were investigating them and let the police arrest him directly." Ning Junyan listened silently as he observed the redness spreading from Chen Yinqing's face to his ears. Chen Yinqing's emotions heightened somewhat, just like Guan and Lin. "At the time, I also thought I could help him, but in the end, I couldn't help at all." He finished speaking, bending over as though in pain, placing his forehead against his knees, curling up on the side of the bed. "But they aren't your responsibility." Ning Junyan stood up, knelt in front of Chen Yinqing, and reached out to stroke his hair and neck. "You aren't their guardian. They made the choice to break the law, it has nothing to do with you." Chen Yinqing remained silent, curled up there without moving for a long time. Ning Junyan reached out and grabbed his arm, pulling him up into an embrace and leaning back against the headboard. Chen Yinqing seemed to have hit his peak of drunkenness, furrowing his brows and saying, "I feel terrible." Ning Junyan asked, "Where do you feel bad?" Chen Yinqing replied, "Everywhere hurts." Ning Junyan asked him, "Shall I rub it for you?" Chen Yinqing didn't answer. His gaze grew blurry, looking at Ning Junyan for a while before asking, "Yen Yen, when did you come back?" Ning Junyan responded, "I've come back. I won't leave you anymore, alright?" Chen Yinqing reached out and wrapped his arms around Ning Junyan's neck, suddenly pressing his head against his shoulder with a bit of force and holding him tightly as he said, "No, as long as you're happy, go back with your parents." Ning Junyan tilted his head, brushing against Chen Yinqing's ear and asking, "Are you willing to let me go?" "I'm unwilling." Chen Yinqing opened his eyes, gazing blankly at the ceiling, "but I don't have any money, I can't support both of us." Ning Junyan asked him, "Then when you grow up, will you come pick me up?" Chen Yincheng was stunned for a long time, unsure how to respond. Ning Junyan reached out and touched his bright red ears. Now I have enough money to support the both of us. No one can force us to steal things anymore, and no one will be able to hit you. Can I stay now? Chen Yincheng turned his head to look at him. They were too close, so close that all he could see were Ning Junyan's eyes. Ning Junyan said again, will you be my wife? Chapter 48. After Ning Junyan finished saying that sentence, he propped his head up with one hand and lay on his side, looking down at Chen Yincheng. He wanted to carefully examine Chen Yincheng's expression. Chen Yincheng turned his head back to look at the ceiling, avoiding eye contact. His eyes were misty as if holding a layer of water, and the redness from his ears had spread to the corners of his eyes. Without answering Ning Junyan's question, he said, I want to sleep. Ning Junyan responded with a faint smile in his eyes, and said, sleep then. Chen Yincheng closed his eyes. At this moment, Ning Junyan leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly, your face is all red. Are you too hot? Should I take your clothes off for you? After saying that, he reached out to take off the wool sweater Chen Yincheng was wearing. As Chen Yincheng was lying in bed, it was somewhat difficult to remove the clothes. Ning Junyan was patient, supporting his back with his hands and said, lift up a little, be good. Chen Yincheng moved slightly. Suddenly, he supported himself with his hands and sat up unsteadily, trying to climb off the bed. He said, I haven't taken a shower yet. Ning Junyan reached out and wrapped his arms around his waist, dragging him back. No need to shower, let's sleep. Taking advantage of the fact that Chen Yincheng had already gotten up, after taking off the wool sweater, he also removed his long pants. Chen Yincheng kept resisting, saying he wanted to take a shower. With nothing left on his body but his underwear, Ning Junyan hugged him tightly, pulled the blanket over them, and took a deep breath while pressing his face against his neck, saying, no need to shower, I like your scent. Chen Yincheng struggled until he was exhausted, his face red and breathing heavily. Ning Junyan reached out and turned off the bedside lamp, lightly kissed his forehead, and said, go to sleep, good night. The next morning, Chen Yincheng woke up feeling the urge to urinate. When he woke up, he still had a headache due to the hangover. But quickly, he realized he was sleeping in Ning Junyan's bed, with only his underwear on, and Ning Junyan was right behind him, hugging him tightly with one arm around his waist. When Chen Yincheng slightly moved, Ning Junyan woke up immediately. That arm tightened even more, pulling him close without any space between their bodies. Even though Ning Junyan was wearing a pajama, it was thin, and the morning reaction of his body was clearly transmitted to Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng became more eager to leave. Ning Junyan used both hands to hold him down and stop him from getting up, speaking somewhat harshly, you're not allowed to go. Embarrassed, Chen Yincheng said, you're pressing into me. Ning Junyan kept his eyes closed and calmly said, because I'm a healthy adult man. Chen Yincheng didn't know what to say and just replied, let me go first, I need to pee. Upon hearing this, Ning Junyan slid his hand down. Chen Yincheng broke out in a cold sweat and quickly grabbed Ning Junyan's hand, asking, what are you doing? Ning Junyan rubbed his nose against the nape of Chen Yincheng's neck and said, I'll check if you really need to pee so I can carry you to the bathroom. Chen Yincheng felt like he was about to lose his mind, stop messing around. Ning Junyan asked him, do you remember what you said last night? Chen Yincheng immediately replied without hesitation, I don't remember. Ning Junyan then said, you said you would be my wife. Chen Yincheng's face instantly turned red. He extricated himself from Ning Junyan's embrace and turned to look at him, both irritated and amused, asking, when did I say that? Ning Junyan said, if you don't remember what you said, how do you know you didn't say it? Chen Yincheng found himself momentarily speechless. In truth, he roughly remembered their conversation from the night before. He hadn't lost consciousness but had simply lost the ability to think clearly. Even if he truly didn't remember, he couldn't believe he would ever utter such words aloud. His bladder felt like it was going to burst, so Chen Yincheng no longer wished to keep arguing with Ning Junyan. Still unwilling to get out of bed wearing only his underwear, he looked for his clothes. Last night, Ning Junyan had taken off his clothes and casually tossed them onto the nightstand on his side. Thus, Chen Yincheng had no choice but to pull the blanket over his lower half and reach across Ning Junyan to retrieve his clothes. Ning Junyan lay there watching his struggling movements, showing no intention to help. Instead, he coldly remarked, don't worry, having sex without your consent would be rape, and I wouldn't do that. I don't want you to be unhappy. Finally, Chen Yincheng managed to grab his pants. Turning around, he covered Ning Junyan's mouth with his hand and exclaimed, you can shut up now. As he spoke, his face was still flushed red. Ning Junyan gazed at him with a calm and composed expression. Chen Yincheng slowly released his hand, sat at the edge of the bed, and hastily put on his pants without bothering to zip them up before rushing outside. After relieving himself in the bathroom, he sat on the toilet cover and pressed his hands against his face, lost in thought for a long time. He still remembered that he had voluntarily gone to Ning Junyan's room. Although he knew he hadn't said anything about being Ning Junyan's wife, alcohol was indeed not a good thing. Despite waking up to his troubles remaining, he realized he had caused himself new ones. Chen Yincheng took a shower, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and when he came out from the bathroom, he saw Ning Junyan wearing his coat and changing shoes at the doorway. He walked over and asked, are you going to work so early? Ning Junyan replied, I'm going to buy breakfast for you. After saying that, he hooked his hand around Chen Yincheng's nape and kissed his forehead, then left. Chen Yincheng stood there for a moment, raising his hand and lightly pressing his chest. After eating breakfast, Chen Yincheng went to the hospital with Ning Junyan. The police had already informed Gu Yaojia about Zhou Yan being held in custody. Gu Yaojia seemed more silent than usual. She and Chen Yincheng talked for a long time in the ward, and finally, she told him, when Chi-Chi is discharged, I will take him back to our hometown. Chen Yincheng was unsurprised but still asked, have you made a decision? Gu Yaojia nodded, I can no longer live here alone with him. Chen Yincheng said, I understand. He asked her again, do you hate Zhou Yan? Gu Yaojia looked down, lightly picking at her nails, sometimes. I can't quite describe it. But Brother Cheng, I don't intend to wait for him to come out. Chen Yincheng said, I understand. Gu Yaojia didn't say much more after that. Instead, she repeated, thank you, Brother Cheng. After leaving the hospital, Chen Yincheng received a phone call. Someone wanted to rent the storefront of his general store. The caller had already checked out the store and was waiting for him. Since Chen Yincheng was in a hurry, he called a taxi and rushed over. The couple looking at the shop were middle-aged migrants from another province. They wanted to lease the space to open a small shop selling marinated dishes and cooked food. The previous lottery shop owner had opened the door and showed them the inside, which they found acceptable. As the area was surrounded by residential neighborhoods, whether new or old, people would always eat. It was common for guests to be invited home or for someone to buy 1 or 2 marinated dishes due to coming home late. Chen Yincheng knew they chose this place because of the relatively cheap rent, so both parties spent quite a bit of time negotiating prices, without appearing overly eager. In the end, he suggested that they all go home and think about it, without rushing to finalize anything. The middle-aged couple did express slight regret for failing to persuade Chen Yincheng right then. It was already past 1 p.m. by that point. After discussing everything, Chen Yincheng felt parched and hungry, so he bought a bottle of water nearby and then entered a noodle shop where he often dined, ordering a bowl of beef noodles. The dinner hour had passed, and the noodle shop owner had become free and began chatting with Chen Yincheng next to him. Everyone on the street knew that Chen Yincheng's shop had been smashed. The owner asked him what he planned to do now that he closed the store. Chen Yincheng said he hadn't figured it out yet. The owner said, isn't your friend who drives the Range Rover a big boss? Are you planning to go into business with him? Having finished half a bottle of water, Chen Yincheng tightened the cap and replied, no, we'll see how things go. Seeing that Chen Yincheng didn't want to talk about it, the owner sat for a while and then got up and left. As the bowl of noodles was just served to Chen Yincheng, his phone rang again. This time, it was Sun Boss, his supplier for goods. Brother Sun. Chen Yincheng hadn't mixed the noodles well yet, he inserted the chopsticks into the bowl and answered the call first. Hearing his voice, Sun Boss asked immediately, how are things progressing with meeting my niece as I suggested last time? Chen Yincheng didn't expect him to be still insistent. Amused, he said, thanks Brother Sun, but really, I'm not considering it. Sun Boss sounded dissatisfied. Chen Yincheng gave an excuse casually, I'm an only child, and I need to carry on the family name, I can't be a son-in-law who moves in. Sun Boss said, alright, let's drop that topic. Have you found something to do yet? Not yet, Chen Yincheng picked up his chopsticks again, stirring aimlessly in the bowl. Do you have any job leads for me? Sun Boss laughed, actually, I do. I've leased a stall in a newly built market in the northern part of the city recently, and I want to open another store. Would you be interested in managing the stall for me? Chen Yincheng suddenly became more focused, still tobacco and liquor. Sun Boss said, exactly like my current store, wholesale tobacco, liquor, and beverages. You'll just need to oversee the shop daily and arrange deliveries to customers. If you need more help, you can hire yourself. We'll deduct the costs, and you'll get a percentage of the revenue. What do you think? Chen Yincheng didn't know how to respond for a moment, pausing before he said, Brother Sun, thank you. On the other end, Sun Boss's voice sounded noisy, what's with the thanks? Are you agreeing or not? Chen Yincheng said, I certainly can. I just thank you for thinking of me. Boss Sun said, what's there to thank? You were a small business owner before, and now I'm asking you to work for me, which makes me feel awkward even mentioning it. You know, the worst thing in business is dealing with dishonest people. We've known each other for so long, and I trust that you're a dependable person, so I thought of you first. Don't thank me, if the business does well on your side, I'll be the one thanking you. Chen Yincheng said, still, thank you. Boss Sun laughed, let's not talk about that for now. When are you free? I'll take you to check out the shop, and we can discuss further. Chen Yincheng said, I'm free anytime. You let me know when. Boss Sun said okay and then hung up. Chen Yincheng picked up his chopsticks and tried hard to separate the noodles that had clumped together, and began eating large mouthfuls. Chapter 49. After finishing his noodles, Chen Yincheng didn't rush to leave. He was still excited about the unexpected new job that had come his way. Taking out his phone, he felt an impulse to call Ning Junyan. He had already found Ning's name in his contact list and was about to dial when he hesitated, considering whether it was appropriate or not. These past few days, he had been running around dealing with matters concerning Zhou Yan, which took up much of his energy, leaving no time to handle his feelings for Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan's attitude towards him was now more than clear. Chen Yunqing realized that he could not drag this on anymore, he needed either to accept or reject Ning's advances. He reached for the half bottle of mineral water left on the table, unscrewed the cap, and drank it all down in big gulps. Then, he placed the empty bottle back on the table, raising a hand to painfully rub his forehead. He couldn't refuse Ning Junyan, he knew this deep in his heart. Whether it was those intimate embraces or even kisses, he would not feel repulsed by them. However, he was also afraid of accepting Ning Junyan, because Ning Junyan was a very important person in his life. If they were together but ended up not going the distance, he might lose this friend forever. The reason why Chen Yunqing had always struggled to accept was that he didn't believe they could end well. Chen Yunqing was someone who valued emotions deeply. Whether it was making friends or falling in love, once he committed, he did so wholeheartedly. The pain of giving too much only to lose everything in the end was unbearable. He feared, and he hesitated. That evening, after taking a shower, Chen Yunqing dressed in thin pajamas and began tidying up his luggage in the room. Aside from the daily necessities he used, most of his things remained packed inside the suitcase, as if he were always ready to leave at any moment. Ning Junyan softly knocked on the door before walking in and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm packing my things," said Chen Yunqing. Ning Junyan squatted next to him and saw what was inside his suitcase. Chen Yunqing was trying to hide 2 old underwear under some clothes when Ning Junyan pulled them out and said, "They're already torn." Chen Yunqing snatched them back and said, "Give me those." Ning Junyan then asked, "Do you want me to buy you new ones?" "No, I don't need them," replied Chen Yunqing. Ning Junyan tried again. "Do you want me to accompany you to buy new ones?" Chen Yunqing said, "They're still usable, there's no need for new ones." He closed the suitcase lid, zipped it up, and asked Ning Junyan, "Is there anything you want?" Ning Junyan asked, "Would you like to stay over at my place tonight?" Chen Yunqing lowered his head helplessly and said, "I drank too much last night, I'm sorry." Ning Junyan gazed at his side profile and softly said, "So now that the alcohol has worn off, you no longer need me." Though Ning Junyan's tone wasn't particularly accusatory, Chen Yunqing detected a slight undertone of disappointment. He sighed and looked up at him helplessly, "Don't say nonsense." Ning Junyan fell silent, just looking at him intently. Chen Yunqing felt unsure what to say, stood up, and extended a hand to pull Ning Junyan up too. Facing each other, Ning Junyan suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, "I bought a bottle of wine." "No. I'm not drinking." Chen Yunqing interrupted loudly. Ning Junyan stayed calm. "If you don't want to drink, fine. No need to get so worked up." Chen Yunqing lay down on the bed, facing upward. Knowing Ning Junyan sat beside him, he stayed where he was, lazily crossing his arms behind his head and said, "A friend contacted me today. He wants me to help manage his shop." "What kind of shop?" Ning Junyan asked. "He originally ran a wholesale business in tobacco, liquor, and sundries. Now, he's opening a new store in the trade market in the north part of the city, and he wants me to help manage it. How do you feel about it?" Ning Junyan asked. "I think it sounds good," said Chen Yunqing. Ning Junyan responded, "Then go ahead." Chen Yunqing hesitated for a moment and cautiously suggested, "It's a bit far away. It won't be convenient for me to continue staying here." Ning Junyan tilted his head and looked at him. Chen Yunqing met his gaze, feeling slightly uneasy for 2 seconds, but continued, "I want to rent a place to live." Ning Junyan expressionlessly said, "Not allowed." The idea had been forming in his mind for a while, but Chen Yunqing impulsively voiced it right then. He thought he and Ning Junyan were too close emotionally, he always let Ning lead him by his feelings. If the two of them put some distance between themselves, perhaps he'd be able to see his own thoughts more clearly. Chen Yunqing sighed, "I'm not a kid anymore. You can't keep treating me like this." He wanted to tell Ning Junyan that he had no right to force him, but harsh words never came easily when speaking to Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan stretched out a hand, his rough yet warm palm gently stroking Chen Yunqing's face. In a deep, firm voice, he said, "I've already said no." Unwilling to argue with him, Chen Yunqing turned his face away. Ning Junyan's long, strong fingers gripped Chen Yunqing's jawline and forcibly turned his face to meet his gaze. "I've already said it, I won't let you leave." Chen Yunqing grew a bit angry and pushed Ning's hand forcefully. "Even if we're dating, you have no right to restrict my freedom." Ning Junyan said, "Then let's get married." Chen Yunqing was both annoyed and amused in an instant. "Let's not even talk about whether we can get married or not. Did you even get your parents' approval for marriage? Why do they need to approve?" Ning Junyan said coldly. "Did they ask for my approval when they got married?" Caught off guard by Ning's nonsensical words, Chen Yunqing had nothing to say and could only stare silently at Ning. After about 10 seconds, Ning Junyan loosened the grip on Chen Yunqing's jaw. Chen Yunqing used his hands to push himself up from the bed. However, Ning Junyan suddenly leaned down and embraced him, pressing his entire body against Chen, whispering close to his ear, "Don't leave." "Get off me," Chen Yunqing pushed him. Ning Junyan tightened his arms around him and said, "What will I do if you leave?" Not as strong as Ning, Chen Yunqing couldn't break free and said, "Haven't we lived apart for years? Anyway, we're still in the same city, and we can see each other anytime." Ning Junyan asked, "Why must you go then?" Chen Yincheng replied, I've told you, this place is too far from where I work. Ning Junyan was silent for 2 seconds, then said, then how about I move to live with you? Slightly exasperated, Chen Yincheng raised his hand to cover his eyes and lay there in silence for a while before deciding to be honest, I just feel like I need some space now, to figure out our relationship clearly. Ning Junyan asked him, isn't this room big enough? Chen Yincheng didn't answer. Ning Junyan got up from atop him and propped himself up, looking down at Chen from above. Meeting Ning's gaze, Chen Yincheng could feel the intense pressure in his eyes. After a moment, Ning Junyan extended a hand toward Chen Yincheng, who feared that Ning would again pinch his jaw, so he blocked it. But this time Ning Junyan's hand lacked strength and was easily deflected. His eyelashes lowered as he blinked lightly, stepped away from Chen Yincheng, stood up, and said, go to sleep first. Turning his head, Chen Yincheng watched Ning Junyan leave the room. The sound of the door clicking shut echoed lightly, leaving Chen Yincheng lying on the bed. Thoughts filled his mind of Ning Junyan's last expression. He tossed and turned, extremely restless, and unable to fall asleep. So he got up from the bed. When Chen Yincheng stepped out of the room, he saw that the living room light was on. He quietly walked over and found Ning Junyan sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, holding a beer and drinking alone. Walking up to Ning Junyan, he squatted down and asked, why are you drinking alone? Ning Junyan gazed outside and said, you refuse to drink with me. Instantly feeling uneasy, Chen Yincheng said, stop drinking. You'll get drunk and won't be able to work tomorrow. Ning Junyan turned his head back and said, tomorrow is Saturday. I don't have to be on duty, and I won't get drunk. In Chen Yincheng's hand was the beer can Ning Junyan had taken from the fridge, it was still misty cold, and Ning lifted it, pressing it against Chen Yincheng's cheek. I'll stop before I get drunk. I don't want to hurt you. Chen Yincheng, who was earlier worried Ning might harm him physically, now said, you won't hurt me. Ning Junyan's hand gripping the beer slid slowly downward, pressing the cold can against Chen Yincheng's neck. Chen Yincheng shivered and grabbed Ning Junyan's hand, leaning his head back to avoid the cold. Ning Junyan shook the can in his hand and asked, there's still a little left. Would you like it? Hearing the shallow water sound inside, Chen Yincheng nodded slightly and tried to take the beer can. But Ning Junyan wouldn't let go, instead tilting the can directly toward Chen's lips, feeding him the remaining bit of beer. Coughing twice after being forced to finish all the leftover beer, Chen Yincheng raised his hand to wipe the spilled beer from the corner of his mouth. But Ning Junyan suddenly leaned forward, capturing his lips in a kiss and gently sipping the drop of beer lingering at the corner of his mouth. Then Ning pulled back, revealing a faint smile, saying softly, good night. Chapter 50. When Boss Sun called to invite Chen Yincheng to check out the store at the trade market, Ning Junyan was resting at home. He insisted on driving Chen Yincheng there. Chen Yincheng said, there's no need. He didn't really want Ning Junyan to come with him because Ning and his car were too eye-catching. Boss Sun had found this job for him because he knew Chen was in a tough situation now, and it wouldn't look good if he showed up in an expensive car worth hundreds of thousands. But this reason was difficult for Chen to voice. Ning Junyan asked him, why is there no need? Chen Yincheng replied, you rarely get a day off, so rest well at home. Ning Junyan shook his head and still insisted, I'll drive you there. Realizing that he couldn't refuse anymore, Chen Yincheng said, then park the car outside later and wait for me in the car. Ning Junyan frowned slightly, catching on to something, and set down the half-drunk porridge in his hand. Are you rejecting me? Chen Yincheng hurriedly said, I'm not rejecting you, I just don't want people to misunderstand that I'm working earnestly because you're accompanying me. Ning Junyan asked him, what kind of misunderstanding? Chen Yincheng explained, that I lack sincerity. Ning Junyan looked at him silently for a while, then said, the car can stay outside, but I will go inside with you. Chen Yincheng nodded, all right. The trade market in the northern part of the city was newly built. Chen Yincheng had only heard about it before and never visited. There was a large parking lot outside the market. At this time, there weren't many parked cars. Because the trade market mainly handled wholesale, cars were allowed inside, but upon Chen Yincheng's request, Ning Junyan left the car in the parking lot. As they walked in, they noticed that the market consisted mostly of two-story attached townhouses with both floors used as shops. The time between the completion and delivery of the market wasn't long, so most stores hadn't started operating yet. Some were closed, some under renovation, and only a few were already open for business. Boss Sun had already arrived and was waiting outside his shop for Chen Yincheng. Upon seeing each other, Chen Yincheng greeted him and briefly introduced Ning Junyan, explaining that he was a friend who had driven him there. He then listened to Boss Sun introduce the situation of the store. Boss Sun's full name was Sun Shiliang. In his early 40s, of average height, he carried the figure of a typical middle-aged man, complete with a substantial beer belly. Ning Junyan glanced at him once, then let Chen Yincheng talk to him while standing at a distance. Boss Sun's new store was quite large and still under renovation, but the sign was already hung. He told Chen Yincheng that they had originally rushed to finish the renovation to start operations before the new year, but now it seemed impossible, likely pushing back until after the holiday. Chen Yincheng remarked, isn't the period before the new year the best time for business? It was indeed the best time for alcohol sales before the spring festival. Sun Shiliang glanced around, look at the surroundings, most places won't be ready by the new year. It will be desolate and cannot boost business anyway. Forget it, don't rush. Moreover, the new year is only 2 weeks away, these renovation workers will soon stop working and have to wait until after the holidays to find people again. Hiring help is also the same, you can't hire anyone during this time, everyone is going back to their hometowns for the new year, and you should also prepare to return for the holiday, right? After hearing this, Chen Yincheng suddenly realized that the Lunar New Year was almost here. He responded, I won't go back, I'll stay here. Sun Shuyang was surprised, aren't you the only child in your family? Shouldn't you hurry back to carry on the family line? Chen Yincheng didn't expect his casual reply earlier to be remembered so clearly. He couldn't help but laugh, saying, no problem, they will come to celebrate the new year with me. Sun Shuyang didn't ponder too much on it, nodding, anyway, forget about opening before the new year. Otherwise, you would also need to arrange someone to guard the goods. Chen Yincheng asked, is there a place to live in the store? Sun Shuyang answered, yes, guiding Chen Yincheng inside, showing 2 interconnected storefronts at the front, with a small warehouse inside already equipped with shelves. Even further inside was an empty room, with a small bathroom on one side of the room. You can live here yourself or hire someone to watch over it, Sun Shuyang pointed out. Didn't you previously live in the store? If you have no other place to live, it saves renting another house. Chen Yincheng unconsciously turned back and from this angle could no longer see Ning Junyan's figure. He said, I'll consider it. Sun Shuyang patted his shoulder, saying, afterward, you won't be as free as being your own boss. Chen Yincheng turned back, smiling and saying, freedom is freedom, but the business over there has been poor for a long time. When nearby supermarkets open, things will become even more bleak, so pursuing ease and independence makes no sense. There were still piles of renovation tools inside, making it difficult to navigate the messy floor. The 2 of them stepped back out. Sun Shuyang saw Ning Junyan standing far away and quietly asked Chen Yincheng, what does your friend do? Chen Yincheng noticed that many people around him were curious about Ning Junyan's identity, so he joked, can you guess? Sun Shuyang looked Ning Junyan up and down. He looks like a celebrity by appearance and a big boss by demeanor. Chen Yincheng couldn't help but smile slightly as he told Sun Shuyang, you look more like a big boss. Sun Shuyang waved his hand holding a cigarette. I'm more like a local rich man. Chen Yincheng chuckled softly, saying, he's a doctor. Today, Ning Junyan was wearing a long coat. With his broad shoulders and tall stature, he looked very handsome in the long coat, hands in his pockets, and standing gracefully against the light. Just as Sun Shuyang had said, he seemed like an idol star walking out of a TV drama. Upon hearing that Ning Junyan was a doctor, Sun Shuyang became immediately interested and asked, which hospital is he from? Chen Yincheng mentioned the well-known tertiary hospital where Ning worked. Sun Shuyang remarked, a major hospital, does your friend have time? I'll treat him to dinner tonight. You're too kind, Chen Yincheng said. Sun Shuyang responded, you know how hard it is to see a doctor these days. Who wouldn't want to meet doctors from big hospitals? You have to introduce me properly. Chen Yincheng looked at Ning Junyan, suddenly hesitating. He wasn't sure if Ning Junyan would dislike such social obligations, but he also couldn't easily refuse Mr. Sun's request. So, he could only say, I'll ask him if he has plans tonight and then give you an answer. Sun Shuyang agreed, all right. Sun Shuyang had other arrangements in the afternoon, so he parted ways with them at the trade market. Chen Yincheng got into the car and, as Ning Junyan started the engine, asked him, are you busy tonight? Ning Junyan turned his head slightly. Chen Yincheng said, the Mr. Sun you met earlier wants to invite you to dinner tonight. Invite me? Ning Junyan found it strange, why me? Chen Yincheng replied, he likes making friends. After hearing you work at the hospital, he wants to meet you. Upon hearing this, Ning Junyan answered, sure. Chen Yincheng looked at him in surprise, sure. Ning Junyan nodded, isn't he your boss? Chen Yincheng didn't expect him to agree so easily. After a while, he called Sun Shuyang back to arrange dinner for that evening. Sun Shuyang was a generous and outgoing person and immediately set a time and place. That night when Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan arrived at the restaurant's private room, they saw that Sun Shuyang had brought 2 more friends along. Sun introduced one as a government civil servant and the other as a university professor. Then he mentioned how, being a businessman with little culture himself, he invited 2 friends to join them for drinks and conversation. Chen Yincheng handed over his jacket to the server, taking a seat and saying, brother Sun, he has duty tomorrow and can't drink. Before Chen Yincheng finished speaking, Ning Junyan who was sitting beside him said, I'm not on duty, you remembered wrong. Chen Yincheng kicked Ning Junyan's shin under the table while maintaining a smile and saying, then I must have remembered wrong. But he did drive here, let me drink for him instead. Sun Shuyang said, no problem driving. I'll call a designated driver for Dr. Ning to ensure both of you get home safely. Ning Junyan replied, thanks, brother Sunday. Unable to resist the urge again, Chen Yincheng almost kicked Ning Junyan but ended up having his thigh gripped slightly by Ning Junyan, causing his entire body to tremble. In this setting, especially with Sun Shuyang enjoying social interactions, Chen Yincheng knew tonight wouldn't end well without enough drinking. He glanced worriedly at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, it's fine. Then, when Sun Shuyang called everyone for the first toast, Ning Junyan politely stood up with his glass. Chen Yincheng had always thought Ning Junyan seemed aloof, whether during their childhood or after their reunion. In his impression, Ning Junyan rarely acted as polite and hospitable now. Ning Junyan was actually 2 years older than him, but due to a head injury during childhood, Chen Yincheng had been taking care of him, which made him feel Ning Junyan was younger and needed his care. However, tonight, Chen Yincheng felt as if he was the one being taken care of. Ning Junyan didn't necessarily need to come to this dinner. The only reason he readily accepted the invitation was because Sun Xiaoyang was Chen Yincheng's boss. He came here for Chen Yincheng. The university teacher sitting across began chatting with Ning Junyan about doctoral dissertations and medical journals. Chen Yincheng was lost listening to their conversation, so he quietly ate his food and often involuntarily turned his head to look at Ning Junyan. Sun Xiaoyang sat in his chair smoking and laughing cheerfully. Though he also couldn't understand much of their conversation, it didn't stop him from listening intently and enjoying it thoroughly. Chen Yincheng somewhat understood this mindset: when you feel shallow and ignorant, while the other person appears profound and powerful, a sense of admiration arises. At this moment, he could sense Ning Junyan's excellence, and the thought that such an excellent Ning Junyan liked him made his heart race uncontrollably. Chapter 51. Sun Xiaoyang was as good as his word, and when the dinner was over, he hired a designated driver for them. Ning Junyan had drunk a lot of alcohol tonight. In comparison, Chen Yincheng didn't drink much and remained very sober. When they left the private room, Chen Yincheng took Ning Junyan's coat from the hands of the server and asked if he wanted to wear it. Ning Junyan touched the back of his hand without saying anything, clearly articulating farewell to the two guests Sun Xiaoyang invited. After leaving the restaurant, Ning Junyan handed the car keys to the designated driver who was already waiting outside. Chen Yincheng felt a cool breeze blow in his face and said to Ning Junyan, "Put on your clothes." Ning Junyan looked at him and extended one hand toward him. Chen Yincheng then helped him put the coat on and carefully adjusted the collar. After getting in the car, Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan sat side by side in the back seat. Chen Yincheng still wasn't sure whether Ning Junyan was drunk or to what extent. Ning Junyan's complexion didn't change much, and his expression gave nothing away. He hadn't spoken a word since they got into the car. The driver drove quietly following the navigation system. A few minutes later, Ning Junyan, who had been sitting straight against the seat, leaned over toward Chen Yincheng and rested his head on his shoulder. The lighting inside the car was dim, with only the lights from the street lamps flickering on and off intermittently on their faces. Chen Yincheng felt Ning Junyan's short hair tickling his cheek. He slightly turned his head and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Ning Junyan hummed an affirmative sound. Chen Yincheng lifted his hand to gently touch his head, saying, "I actually intended to stop you from drinking so much." Ning Junyan replied, "Isn't he my boss? Mr. Sun is quite familiar with me. He just likes lively company and making friends, but he doesn't force anyone to drink," said Chen Yincheng. Ning Junyan softly whispered in his ear, "My wife's friend needs some face." Chen Yincheng immediately shifted slightly and glanced at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan wore no particular expression on his face but suddenly lost his support and said, "I'm drunk, come here." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Chen Yincheng's arm, pulling him back, and rested his head on him again. Chen Yincheng was skeptical, "Are you really drunk?" Ning Junyan didn't reply but closed his eyes. Upon arriving home, it was Chen Yincheng who retrieved the keys from Ning Junyan's pocket to unlock the door. Ning Junyan seemed genuinely drunk, at least appearing somewhat slow in reaction, rarely answering when spoken to. After closing the door, Chen Yincheng squatted down to change into slippers, and upon seeing Ning Junyan standing motionless next to the door, couldn't help asking, "Are you all right?" Ning Junyan looked down at him. Chen Yincheng fetched Ning Junyan's slippers from the shoe rack, untied his shoelaces, and said, "Lift your foot," before taking off his leather shoes and helping him slip into slippers. After changing shoes, Chen Yincheng asked Ning Junyan, "Do you know where your room is?" Ning Junyan responded with a faint, holding onto Chen Yincheng's hand and walking inward toward his room. Upon entering, Ning Junyan said to Chen Yincheng, "Help me take a shower." Chen Yincheng immediately widened his eyes, "Have you gone crazy?" Appearing not to understand why Chen Yincheng was agitated, Ning Junyan simply said, "I'm drunk." "You're full of it." Chen Yincheng thought Ning Junyan was just teasing him and turned around, heading for the door, saying, "Stop fooling around and do it yourself." But Ning Junyan reached out and held him back, pressing his other hand on the door and slamming it shut forcefully. He then said, "You're not allowed to leave." Chen Yincheng looked up at him. Ning Junyan said, "You shouldn't treat me this way." After a brief moment of staring into each other's eyes, Chen Yincheng eventually relented, sighing helplessly, "You've grown up, you should learn how to take care of yourself." Ning Junyan kept his hand pressed on the closed door to prevent Chen Yincheng from leaving, and said, "Now that I've grown up, do you no longer want to look after me?" For a second, Chen Yincheng wanted to seriously defend whether or not he should be responsible for helping him bathe, but after opening his mouth, he realized any words would be redundant. In the end, he merely said, "In any case, you have to shower by yourself." Ning Junyan stared at him for a long time, then released his grip and walked toward the bedside, saying, "Then I'll go take a shower." Chen Yincheng opened the door, took a few steps outside, but always feeling uneasy, reluctantly turned back and leaned against the doorframe watching Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan stood by the bed, slowly taking off his soft cashmere sweater and undershirt, casually tossing them onto the bed. Then he also removed his long pants, leaving him in just his underwear, after which he directly headed towards the bathroom. As soon as Ning Junyan started to remove his long pants, Chen Yincheng averted his gaze. After Ning Junyan entered the bathroom, Chen Yincheng went inside the room, pulled the curtains shut, and neatly folded the clothes that Ning Junyan had thrown about, placing them to the side. The sound of water soon came from the bathroom, yet the door remained open. Chen Yincheng didn't look in that direction. Instead, he returned to the door and loudly said to Ning Junyan, "I'll be outside. Shout if you need me." He wasn't sure what trouble an adult man could encounter while taking a shower alone, but maybe a drunk person might slip in the bathtub. A little later, Ning Junyan called out to him, "Bring me a clean pair of underwear." Chen Yincheng glanced at the white light shining from the bathroom door and asked, "Where do you keep your underwear?" Ning Junyan replied, "In the drawer of the middle cabinet." Chen Yincheng opened the middle cabinet, pulled out a neatly folded pair of underwear, feeling somewhat awkward handling such private items. Taking one piece out, he walked towards the bathroom. The water was still running inside, steam filled the air, and Ning Junyan stood in the bathtub, his tall and sturdy body glistening under the water. Chen Yincheng tried hard not to look directly, seeing only a blurred silhouette. He asked, "Where should I put it?" Ning Junyan stretched out his wet hand and said, "Give it to me." Chen Yincheng probably should have wondered why Ning Junyan needed a clean pair of underwear while still under the shower, but in that moment, his brain had stopped thinking, focusing all energy on controlling his stiff body. His eyes were solely fixed on the elegant male hand, concentrating fully as he handed over the underwear. When their fingers touched, Ning Junyan let go of the underwear and grabbed Chen Yincheng's hand, pulling him forcefully forward. The floor tiles were anti-slip, so when Chen Yincheng was pulled, he tilted forward. In panic, Ning Junyan caught him under the armpits, easily lifting him into the bathtub. Chen Yincheng lost one of his slippers, leaving him with one foot still in the slipper and the other in just socks. He felt the fine mist of water hit his face, instantly closing his eyes and holding his breath. At that moment, Ning Junyan kissed his lips. The kiss didn't last long as Chen Yincheng forcefully pushed him away, turning his head to avoid the hot water falling from above. Taking a deep breath, he angrily shouted, "Ning Junyan." Ning Junyan softly replied, "I'm here." With his long fingers buried in Chen Yincheng's hair, he gently pulled back his head, forcing him to lift it once more for another kiss on his lips. Before long, Chen Yincheng was completely soaked. His mouth was covered by Ning Junyan's, his nasal breathing drowned by the hot water. Ning Junyan tugged at his hair with considerable force, causing his scalp to ache painfully whenever he struggled. The feeling of suffocation enveloped him entirely. He started to feel afraid and struggled violently, pushing Ning Junyan with one hand while reflexively clutching Ning Junyan's wet underwear with the other. Just then, Ning Junyan's lips left his, and simultaneously, he turned off the shower. Without Ning Junyan's support, Chen Yincheng couldn't stop himself from sliding down. Supporting himself with one hand on the edge of the bathtub, he managed not to kneel down. Hot water streamed from his hair and clothes continuously. Ning Junyan wrapped an arm around his waist and helped him stand up. Angrily, Chen Yincheng slapped Ning Junyan's hand away from his face, scolding him, "Back off." Ning Junyan made him sit on the edge of the bathtub, forcefully pressing him onto his lap and said, "Are you angry?" Chen Yincheng was still catching his breath. Ning Junyan reached for the clean towel placed next to the bathtub and gently wiped Chen Yincheng's face. As Chen Yincheng attempted to grab Ning Junyan's hand, he realized he was still holding a piece of soaked fabric, Ning Junyan's underwear, and immediately threw it into the bathtub. By this time, Ning Junyan had already dried the water from his face. Chen Yincheng's chest heaved dramatically as he said, "Are you trying to suffocate me?" Ning Junyan replied with a calm tone, "I won't suffocate you. I just want to make you come." Chen Yincheng, feeling both shame and anger, wanted to grab Ning Junyan's clothes but only touched slippery skin. He yelled, "Ning Junyan." Lowering his head, Ning Junyan lightly rested his forehead against Chen Yincheng's collarbone and murmured, "I'm just thinking." Chen Yincheng suddenly became aware that Ning Junyan was naked and in a very obvious and uninhibited state. Consequently, his anger diminished significantly, leaving behind embarrassment. Struggling to get up, he said, "What am I supposed to do if you're like this?" Ning Junyan held him tightly and calmly requested, "Feel it." Chen Yincheng refused without hesitation, "No." Ning Junyan casually whispered into his ear, "Then leave it be." Chapter 52. This awkward atmosphere continued under the tension between the two. Chen Yincheng wanted to leave, but Ning Junyan refused to let go. Chen Yincheng's clothes were all soaked. Even though the room was warm, after a while, the wet clothes sticking to his body made him feel cold all over. He told Ning Junyan, "I'm too cold." Ning Junyan asked, "Do you still feel cold even if I hold you?" Chen Yincheng replied, "Let me go back and change my clothes." Ning Junyan seemed hesitant, but after a moment, he finally released his grip. "Go ahead," he said. Chen Yincheng hurriedly climbed out of the bathtub and found the other slipper on the floor. Ignoring the water dripping from his body, he walked out, went back to his room to find clean clothes, and then entered the shared bathroom to take a hot shower. After finishing his shower and changing into dry clothes, nearly half an hour had passed before Chen Yincheng felt warm again all over. Looking in the mirror, he saw that his cheeks were still red, not sure whether it was from the steam of the shower or the lingering traces of alcohol. When he was about to return to his room, he suddenly worried about Ning Junyan. Was he asleep now? Had Ning Junyan taken another hot shower afterward? After all, when Chen Yunqing sat there soaked and shivering, Ning Junyan's body was also wet and without clothing. He quietly approached Ning Junyan's door, didn't knock this time, but simply turned the handle to open it slightly. He noticed the room was already pitch dark. Ning Junyan must have turned off the light and gone to sleep. Chen Yunqing closed the door, intending to leave. But as soon as he turned around, he reconsidered and opened the door again. He stepped lightly into the room. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could see Ning Junyan lying in bed, tightly wrapped in a blanket. He squatted by the bedside, leaned close to Ning Junyan's face, and whispered softly, "Are you asleep?" Ning Junyan merely responded with a hum. Chen Yunqing reached out to touch his forehead and asked, "Did you take a hot shower later?" Ning Junyan did not answer. Chen Yunqing reached further into the blanket, trying to find Ning Junyan's hand, asking anxiously, "Are you cold?" His fingers eventually touched Ning Junyan, who was not wearing a nightgown. Suddenly, Ning Junyan grabbed Chen Yunqing's hand, causing him to instinctively try to pull back. However, Ning Junyan's grip was too firm, and he couldn't escape. Ning Junyan's palm was warm, not overly so, but comfortably heated. He gently pulled Chen Yunqing's hand and placed it on his own chest, whose skin was also warm. Chen Yunqing became slightly reassured. "You're not cold, right?" Ning Junyan replied, "I am, come and hold me." His tone remained calm, yet it sounded like pleading to Chen Yunqing. Chen Yunqing pinched his nose with a hand and teased, "You're 30 years old. Are you this way at the hospital too?" Ning Junyan replied, "No, only for you." Chen Yunqing fell silent. Now, in the darkness, he could clearly see Ning Junyan's features. The man was awake and looking straight at him, not filled with longing but focused entirely, as if the entire world only held worth through seeing Chen Yunqing this intently. In that moment, Chen Yunqing felt a sense of guilt over his persistent rejection of Ning Junyan. He said, "Do you really think we can maintain this kind of relationship?" Ning Junyan countered him, "Why not?" Chen Yunqing touched Ning Junyan's eyebrows with his finger. "We are both men." Ning Junyan asked him, "Do you despise me?" Chen Yunqing shook his head. "How could I ever despise you?" Ning Junyan said to him, "Get up here, I want to talk to you." Chen Yunqing didn't move. Ning Junyan added, "I won't do anything. For so long, have I ever forced you to do anything?" Finally, Chen Yunqing got up and sat on the edge of the bed. Ning Junyan moved a bit towards the center of the bed, allowing Chen Yunqing to lie down beside him and covering them both with the blanket. Chen Yunqing shifted uneasily, his body stiff. "Why don't you even wear underwear?" Ning Junyan said, "I don't want to, it's my bed." Chen Yunqing thought his reproach lacked reason, but he felt uneasy and moved a little toward the edge of the bed. Remembering that he had just lain down, he couldn't very well turn back and leave immediately, so he said, "What do you want to say?" Ning Junyan lay sideways facing him, still holding one of his hands. "Do you like me?" Chen Yunqing was startled by the question. It was a difficult one to answer. Naturally, he liked Ning Junyan, but what kind of liking and how deeply was unclear. Up to now, his feelings for Ning Junyan could hardly be described as all-consuming love, which was why he had intended to keep a distance early on. Yet, if asked whether he had been moved by Ning Junyan at some point, he wouldn't deceive himself, it had definitely happened, more than once. However, a heart flutter does not necessarily turn into love, nor is it because of one or two moments of heart flutter that two people must be together. After all, humans are not just animals manipulated by emotions, they also have reason. Chen Yunqing didn't answer his question, and Ning Junyan wasn't in a hurry either. He changed the topic and asked another question, "Have you ever liked anyone else? Regardless of gender?" "No," Chen Yunqing answered this time without hesitation. Ning Junyan leaned closer and kissed his temple, then asked, "If it weren't for me, who would you be with?" Chen Yunqing said, "I don't know." Afterward, he added, "Maybe an ordinary woman." "What kind of woman?" Ning Junyan questioned further. Chen Yunqing still said, "Don't know. I haven't thought about it carefully. Just someone ordinary, doesn't need to be too outstanding, doesn't need to be overly excellent." "Why?" Ning Junyan's voice was light, unusually gentle in tone. Even though his breath carried the smell of alcohol, every sentence was clear and rational. Chen Yunqing felt Ning Junyan interlace his fingers one by one tightly and replied, "No particular reason, just thought she would suit me." "Have you met such a woman?" Ning Junyan asked. Chen Yunqing fell silent, seriously recalling. In fact, he had met some, more than one. Some had expressed their feelings, vaguely hinting, and he understood but took no further action. Despite believing these girls were suitable for him, he never experienced any stirring of heart. As if knowing the answer, Ning Junyan pressed on, "Why did you not end up with them? Wasn't it your choice?" Chen Yunqing could no longer use "not suitable" as a response. He felt somewhat embarrassed and wanted to get up and leave, but Ning Junyan held onto him with his arm and said, "Yunqing, I am the most suitable person for you in the world. You can't leave me, you cannot live without me. You dare not answer my questions, but you know you've been moved by me." "I haven't," Chen Yunqing denied reflexively. Ning Junyan placed a palm on the heartbeat over his chest and firmly declared, "I asked it, and it says you have." Chen Yincheng couldn't help but laugh. Ning Junyan, you're drunk. Ning Junyan said, it doesn't matter. You will love me more and more, like how I love you. We will be together forever. Chen Yincheng suddenly felt curious and asked Ning Junyan, if you hadn't met me, what would your life be like now? Ning Junyan said, I just sleep alone on this bed, working, eating, and sleeping every day, growing old alone without affection. Chen Yincheng paused for a moment, asking, must it be me? Ning Junyan nodded, only you. They hadn't seen each other for 16 years. How had those 16 years passed, and where did Ning Junyan's intense affection come from? Chen Yincheng didn't ask, nor dared to ask. He always got soft-hearted when the other party expressed overwhelming emotion. He would feel overwhelmed, and whenever he realized he couldn't reciprocate similar feelings, he instinctively wanted to run away. There was both attraction and guilt, along with many other complicated emotions. From their early days of depending on each other to their reluctant farewell when they separated, his feelings for Ning Junyan were far too complex to be summed up simply as liking. Moreover, Ning Junyan was different from the girls who had shown interest in him before. For the first time, he felt he couldn't escape. Ning Junyan embraced him, his forehead lightly grazing against Chen Yincheng's cheek. Chen Yincheng's heartbeat raced as he reached out under the blanket to grip Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan immediately froze, staring at him wide-eyed in the darkness. Chen Yincheng was so nervous that his throat was incredibly dry. He said, didn't you say let me touch it? Ning Junyan lowered his head and passionately kissed his neck, breathing unsteadily as he murmured, yes, it likes it. Did you feel it? Chen Yincheng truly couldn't get used to having such conversations with him, so he closed his mouth and his eyes. As Ning Junyan's hand touched his lower abdomen, he immediately drew his knees together and refused, saying, no, disallowing Ning Junyan to touch him. Ning Junyan didn't force himself, gently saying, all right. Chen Yincheng felt Ning Junyan's kisses landing on his cheeks and neck repeatedly. His breathing grew increasingly unstable. Even in the dark, an inexplicable sense of shyness enveloped him. Lifting his other arm, he covered his eyes. He saw nothing but listened with his ears. Ning Junyan's breathing was too loud to ignore, it spread throughout the spacious bedroom, bouncing off the walls and back to his ears. The kisses became passionate and chaotic. That was the sound of an adult man losing control of his feelings, and in it, Chen Yincheng suddenly heard his own breathing, also full of emotion, fiery and strong. In an instant, he was scared and stopped breathing, unwilling to let Ning Junyan hear his breath sounding like that. Ning Junyan's voice was hoarse as he called his name by the ear, Yincheng. Chen Yincheng broke out in a thin layer of sweat all over his body. His heartbeat became more and more intense, almost unbearable even for himself. The moment he felt the dampness in his palm, he hastily threw off the blanket and got out of bed, quickly leaving Ning Junyan's room as if fleeing. Chapter 53. When Chen Yincheng woke up the next morning, he saw Ning Junyan still asleep. He rarely saw Ning Junyan sleep in late, so it must have been because of drinking too much alcohol the previous night. He went out to buy breakfast for Ning Junyan and came back, sitting alone at the dining table for a while. Not knowing how to face Ning Junyan later, he tidied up early and left. Coincidentally, just as Chen Yincheng was leaving, the couple who managed the shop that day called him to say they agreed with his rent conditions and were willing to lease the shop to him. It took Chen Yincheng all morning to handle the store transfer. Since he was only subleasing, he had to contact the landlord and sign a sublease contract. Busy until noon, Chen Yincheng finally recovered the 1-year advance rent he had paid. After receiving this money, he intended to transfer it, along with the refunded goods money, to Ning Junyan to pay off his debt. He sent a message to Ning Junyan asking for his account information, and Ning Junyan quickly replied without saying anything else. Chen Yincheng stood by the roadside, taking one last look at the small store where he had lived for 2 years and operated for 2 years. As he prepared to turn away, he saw a little girl stealing things at the intersection looking at him from afar. Come over, Chen Yincheng bent down and waved to the little girl. The little girl looked at him cautiously but obediently walked over. Did you close your store? Surprisingly, the little girl asked him first before he could speak. Chen Yincheng said, yes, I won't be selling bread anymore. The little girl's expression was somewhat cold. Hearing Chen Yincheng's words, she simply responded faintly with an, oh. Chen Yincheng asked her, what's your name? The little girl didn't answer. Chen Yincheng patiently asked again, do you have family? Who made you come out to steal? At these words, the little girl immediately took 2 steps back. Chen Yincheng said, don't be nervous, I just want to know if the person making you steal is your family. Still, the little girl did not reply. Chen Yincheng had no choice but to pull out 100 yuan from his pocket and hold it out to her. The little girl stared at it for a long time without taking it. Chen Yincheng placed the money in her hand and whispered to her, take it secretly and use it secretly. When you're hungry, buy yourself something to eat, don't tell anyone, okay? The little girl looked down at the money in her hand. Chen Yincheng added, I know you're afraid so you can't tell me, but if those people force you to steal, you can tell the police. After finishing speaking, he pointed towards the intersection, look, the person wearing a hat and yellow vest is a policeman. The little girl turned her head to look. Chen Yincheng pointed to a traffic cop directing traffic at the intersection. Don't be scared, when the police catch the bad guys, no one will be able to hurt you. Chen Yincheng patted her head like patting his own childhood self. Holding the money, the little girl turned and left. Chen Yincheng watched her thin figure walking away and sighed after a long pause. Then, he took out his phone and called Guan Anlin. Guan Anlin recently found a job at a repair shop. When Chen Yincheng called him, he was busy and told Chen Yincheng to come over for lunch. Chen Yincheng went to the repair shop where Guan Anlin worked and asked a worker cleaning cars at the entrance where Guan Anlin was. The worker pointed at a black car inside. Under the car lay a person working, only a pair of legs extended out from under the car. Chen Yincheng walked over and kicked the leg extending out from under the car. Soon, he saw Guan Anlin slide out from under the car, still holding a wrench full of motor oil. Guan Anlin wore the repair shop's orange-yellow work uniform, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He glanced at Chen Yincheng and said, 2 minutes, before diving back into the car. Chen Yincheng ended up waiting nearly 15 minutes. Guan Anlin then removed his work jacket and changed into his black padded coat, pairing it with the orange-yellow work pants. He and Chen Yincheng went nearby to have lunch together. Guan Anlin's hair had grown longer since he got out of prison, but it was still short, revealing the greenish scalp beneath. Chen Yincheng looked at his hair and suddenly remembered that he'd been meaning to cut his own hair for a long time. He thought that if he cut his hair as short as Guan Anlin's, Ning Junyan wouldn't be able to grab his hair and kiss him forcefully like last night. Guan Anlin handed him chopsticks and bowls, asking him, "What are you spacing out about?" Chen Yincheng shook his head, "How's work going?" "It's alright," Guan Anlin said, "otherwise, I'll deliver food, we can't starve, right?" Chen Yincheng asked, "And what about New Year's? Any plans?" Guan Anlin stared blankly at the table. He had ordered 3 dishes, but now at the peak of lunch business, none of them had been served yet. He said, "There's 10 days off, I plan to go home." Unlike Chen Yincheng, Guan Anlin had family. In his rural hometown, he had parents and a sister in high school. "I have a friend who opened a store in the new trade market in the northern part of the city. The store wholesales tobacco, alcohol, and beverages. He asked me to help manage it for him. Are you interested?" "We could do it together after the new year," Chen Yincheng asked. Guan Anlin looked over at him, "Manage the store?" Chen Yincheng said, "There might be some delivery work for customers as well. The specific tasks can be negotiated." Guan Anlin didn't respond. Chen Yincheng continued, "No rush. Anyway, their store isn't renovated yet, so you can go home for the holidays and think about it slowly." Their dishes finally arrived. The two sat by the roadside, with a small square table in front of them, holding 2 dishes and a bowl of soup. Guan Anlin asked the boss to bring plain rice directly. He held the rice bowl and asked Chen Yincheng, "I once suggested you come live with me, but you never came, right?" Chen Yincheng vaguely replied, "Living with my friend is fine for now." "What does your friend do?" Guan Anlin asked. Chen Yincheng answered, "A doctor." Guan Anlin remarked, "Now doctors are so rich, they probably collect a lot of red envelopes, don't they?" Chen Yincheng glanced up at him, his family was wealthy originally. "Don't hold any grudges against him." Guan Anlin smirked disdainfully, "How would you know such a rich doctor? You never mentioned it before." Chen Yincheng hesitated, then said, "It's the same way I met Zhou Yan." Guan Anlin didn't understand, asking curiously, "The same as Zhou Yan?" Chen Yincheng explained, "I met him the same way I met Zhou Yan." Guan Anlin paused, recalling how Chen Yincheng had briefly mentioned his childhood experiences. He hadn't expected anyone else besides Zhou Yan to have gone through the same things with Chen Yincheng. He instinctively asked, "Kidnapped too?" Chen Yincheng nodded. Guan Anlin fell silent, ladling a spoonful of chicken sprout greens into his bowl, mixing it with chopsticks. After lowering his head and shoveling a big mouthful of rice, he reluctantly muttered after a long while, "So, still different from us." "How is it different?" Chen Yincheng asked him. Guan Anlin said, "You feel differently about him in your heart. Like Zhou Yan, he always matters more to you." Chen Yincheng didn't reply to him. After finishing the meal and drinking half a bowl of soup, Chen Yincheng felt a bit hot and unbuttoned a few buttons on his collar. Guan Anlin put down his bowl and stared at his neck blankly. Chen Yincheng hadn't noticed at first until Guan Anlin initiated the conversation, "Did you start dating a girl?" "What?" Chen Yincheng was baffled. Guan Anlin pointed at his neck. Chen Yincheng touched his neck, still not understanding Guan Anlin's meaning. Guan Anlin became impatient, "Was that bite on your neck not from a woman? Or was it mosquitoes? Would there even be mosquitoes this time of year?" Chen Yincheng suddenly remembered Ning Junyan's deep kiss on his neck last night. His face flushed red, and he clumsily tried to pull up his collar to cover it, but quickly realized it seemed too unnatural. Guan Anlin said, "Why are you blushing? If you're dating, then date. You're about the right age anyway." "It's not that," Chen Yincheng denied without thinking. "Then what?" Guan Anlin pressed. "Did you hire a prostitute?" Chen Yincheng couldn't explain and simply said, "No." Guan Anlin didn't push further. He picked up the bowl and drank a sip of soup, finding it tasteless. Putting the bowl down, he said, "I actually wanted to introduce my younger sister to you." Chen Yincheng exclaimed, "Are you crazy? How old is your sister?" Guan Anlin seemed somewhat deflated, "Yeah, if she were older, it'd be better." After lunch, Guan Anlin insisted on paying. When they parted ways, Guan Anlin asked Chen Yincheng, what are your plans for the new year? He knew that Chen Yincheng had no family. I'll see, Chen Yincheng said. Guan Anlin asked him, do you want to come back to my hometown with me? To do what? Meet my sister. Go to hell, Chen Yincheng cursed, I'm not going, just go yourself. Guan Anlin wasn't mad, waving at him, I'll contact you before I leave. Chen Yincheng responded, alright, work hard. They parted at the intersection. Guan Anlin, dressed in an oddly mismatched outfit, slowly headed back toward the car repair shop. Chen Yincheng stood by the roadside for a moment and decided to get a haircut. He found a small barber shop by the road where washing, cutting, and styling cost only 15 yuan. He told the barber, cut it short. The barber asked, how short? Chen Yincheng thought of Guan Anlin's scalp visible buzz cut and said, just short enough that fingers can't grip it. The barber glanced at him in the mirror, curious, afraid someone will grab your hair during a fight? Chen Yincheng silently thought, afraid someone will grab my hair and force a kiss. But looking in the mirror, he smiled slightly at the barber and nodded, yeah. It was only 3 in the afternoon when he finished his haircut, and after aimlessly wandering around for almost a whole day, Chen Yincheng had nowhere else to go but to take the subway back. Upon entering, he noticed no one in the living room. Lightly stepping over, he approached Ning Junyan's doorway, finding it slightly ajar. Pushing it open just enough to peek inside, he saw the bed neatly made and still devoid of any person, seemingly even with fresh linens. Looking for me? Just as Chen Yincheng was about to turn away, a sudden voice behind him startled him so much that he practically flattened himself against the wall, his heart thumping wildly. There stood Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan, clad in a white sweater and light brown casual pants, held a cup of coffee in his hand, exuding an aura of calmness and ease. Bringing the coffee to his lips, he sipped gently while continuously locking his gaze on Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng asked, what are you doing? Ning Junyan's eyes drifted to his newly cut hair, you got a haircut? Realizing this, Chen Yincheng raised his hand to touch it, the bristly short strands covered soft scalp underneath. He replied with a, didn't you say I should cut it? Ning Junyan said expressionlessly, very sexy. The moment Chen Yincheng heard this, his hand froze mid-motion. Chapter 54. Chen Yincheng didn't know what to say to Ning Junyan. He went back to his own room, opened the door and saw several paper bags on the bed. He walked over and noticed one of the bags contained a pack of new men's underwear, while the other bags were all filled with new clothes. There was a sweater, 2 shirts, a pair of long pants, and also a down jacket. The style of the down jacket was quite similar to the thick one Ning Junyan had worn before, and it seemed to be the same brand. Chen Yincheng took all the clothes out and found there were no price tags on them. In a hurry, he went out of the room and found Ning Junyan in the study, asking, were these clothes you bought for me? Ning Junyan, who had been looking at something on a laptop, raised his head and said, yes, you disappeared early this morning, so I had to go shopping alone. Why did you buy so much? Chen Yincheng asked. Ning Junyan replied, I just bought whatever looked good. Chen Yincheng told him, I don't need them, I have clothes to wear. The chair Ning Junyan was sitting on swayed slightly as he said, your underwear is torn. Chen Yincheng said, then just buy underwear. Why bother with the rest? You should return them. Ning Junyan said, I've already cut off the tags. With the tags removed, they couldn't be returned, and the sizes wouldn't fit Ning Junyan either. Chen Yincheng felt a bit annoyed and turned around to leave the study and go back to his own room. He used his phone to search for the brand of down jacket Ning Junyan bought for him on a shopping app. He discovered that the purchasing agent's price was over 2,000 yuan. Instantly feeling a throbbing pain in his temples, he picked up the down jacket, unsure of how to handle it properly. At this moment, Ning Junyan came in and asked, don't you like it? Chen Yincheng asked him, did you receive the money I transferred to you? Ning Junyan said, I received the text message. Chen Yincheng was somewhat angry, you took all the money you received and spent it on buying me clothes. Ning Junyan shook his head, it's less than 10,000 here altogether. Chen Yincheng threw the down jacket back on the bed, I don't need such expensive clothes. To him, there was no difference between a 3,000 yuan down jacket and a 300 yuan one. Are you mad? Ning Junyan asked him. Chen Yincheng was indeed a little angry, but he also felt it wasn't right to just vent his anger on Ning Junyan, who had only used his own money to buy him gifts. Ning Junyan reached out from behind and hugged him, wrapping his arms around his waist, and whispered in his ear, next time we'll go shopping together and pick out styles you like. It's not about the style, Chen Yincheng said. Ning Junyan kissed his ear, suddenly feeling the itchiness of his short hair pricking against his cheek, and couldn't help kissing his head again. You can tell me anything if there's a problem. Don't be angry. Chen Yincheng found himself unable to stay angry. He stood in the room for a while, pulled Ning Junyan's hands from his waist, bent down, and picked up the new underwear on the bed. Ning Junyan said to him, wash it before wearing. Chen Yincheng hummed an acknowledgement, taking the underwear to the bathroom. When he finished washing it and wanted to hang it up on the balcony, he saw Ning Junyan's bed sheets and duvet cover hanging there too. Thinking about why Ning Junyan had changed the bedding, Chen Yincheng blushed so hard he couldn't lift his head. Chen Yincheng was reluctant to wear those new clothes, so he hung them all up and stored them in the wardrobe. There were less than 2 weeks until the Lunar New Year. Since that weekend, Ning Junyan had become busy with work and rarely spent time at home. However, Chen Yincheng was quite idle. Apart from helping son Shiliang with a trip related to renovations, he had nothing else to do. So he decided to work as a day laborer at a construction site for a week, taking advantage of the high wages due to the fewer number of workers before the holiday and saved 2,000 yuan. After getting the money, Chen Yincheng bought a carton of cigarettes and sent it to Long Zhanyu. Long Zhanyu worked a night shift last night and only managed to sleep after a busy morning. He opened the door and saw Chen Yincheng standing outside with a paper bag containing cigarettes, saying, "What's up? Are you giving me an early New Year's gift?" Chen Yincheng handed the cigarettes to him and said, "Sure, wishing you a happy New Year in advance." Long Zhanyu replied, "Happy my ass." He invited Chen Yincheng in and sat him down. The two-bedroom apartment was tidily arranged, though there were empty beer bottles and ashtrays full of cigarette butts scattered on the living room coffee table. His coat was carelessly thrown on the sofa, typical of a single man's residence. Chen Yincheng sat down while Long Zhanyu, with his disheveled hair, went into the kitchen to boil water. A moment later, he brought out a cup of tea for him. The tea was too hot to drink immediately. Long Zhanyu lit a cigarette, kicked his legs up and leaned back on the single-person sofa, saying, "Zhou Yan has already been transferred to another jurisdiction for trial." On one side, it was theft with multiple accomplices, on the other, it was intentional homicide. After discussions between the higher authorities, it was ultimately decided to transfer the case to the jurisdiction of Zhou Yan's hometown police department for handling. Both cases would be prosecuted together and tried by the local municipal court. Chen Yincheng nodded and asked, "When is the trial approximately?" Long Zhanyu said, "It will likely take a while, probably several months." Sitting on the sofa, Chen Yincheng leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on his knees and staring blankly at the overflowing ashtray on the coffee table. Ignoring whether the ashtray had overflowed or not, Long Zhanyu kept flicking ashes into it. He said, "I inquired with some acquaintances at the prosecutor's office and the court, and they all say that even if Zhou Yan is sentenced to death, it will likely only be suspended capital punishment. There's no need for you to worry too much." Chen Yincheng looked at him and said, "Thank you, Officer Long." With a hand holding a cigarette, Long Zhanyu waved in the air and added, "The situation with Zhang Wenyong earlier was my oversight, and it involved you unintentionally." Chen Yincheng shook his head without replying. Long Zhanyu asked him, "What are you doing now? Do you want me to introduce you to a job?" Hearing this, Chen Yincheng became curious, "What kind of job can you introduce me to?" Long Zhanyu yawned and said, "I heard earlier that their community was hiring people for various positions. If you're interested, I can inquire about it." "No need," Chen Yincheng saw how tired Long Zhanyu was and didn't want to disturb him further. Standing up, he said, "You rest well. I'll go first. Let's eat out when you have time later." Long Zhanyu walked him to the doorway. Standing outside the door, Chen Yincheng looked at him and said, "Smoking less really does good for your health." Long Zhanyu said, "Then why did you buy me cigarettes?" Then waving his hand, "Go quickly." Chen Yincheng walked toward the elevator but turned back after 2 steps. "If there's any update about Zhou Yan's trial, can you notify me?" Leaning against the doorframe, Long Zhanyu said, "I'll help find out for you. Once the trial date is confirmed, I'll let you know." Chen Yincheng repeated again, "Thanks." Long Zhanyu said, "Call me if you need help." Chen Yincheng smiled and said, "All right." The next day, Chen Yincheng received a call from Gu Yaojia. The child could be discharged from the hospital. Gu Yaojia planned to bring her child back to her hometown before the new year. Chen Yincheng felt it was too dangerous for her to carry luggage and hold her child while taking either a bus or train. Finally, he borrowed Ning Junyan's car and drove them back. The entire highway journey took just over 3 hours each way. After arriving, Gu Yaojia insisted on having Chen Yincheng stay for lunch. Her parents and brother also prepared meals specially for him. Unable to refuse, Chen Yincheng stayed and ate a meal. During their time alone after lunch, Chen Yincheng asked Gu Yaojia, "Will you attend Zhou Yan's trial?" Looking exhausted, Gu Yaojia asked, "When is the trial?" Chen Yincheng replied, "I don't know yet, but I asked a friend to help check." Gu Yaojia then asked, "Are we allowed to listen?" Chen Yincheng nodded and said, "Yes." Then he quickly added, "If you want to go, I'll come pick you up." Gu Yaojia stared at Chen Yincheng and asked, "Do you want me to bring the child?" Chen Yincheng nodded. Suddenly smiling faintly, Gu Yaojia said, "Let's go. I'll take the child to meet him and tell him who his father is. Although his father has achieved nothing and broke the law, all those actions were done for him." Sitting quietly beside her, Chen Yincheng listened without saying anything. Suddenly calling out to him, Gu Yaojia said, "Big brother Cheng." Chen Yincheng lifted his head. Gu Yaojia's eyes were red. She said, "I can't pay back the money right now, but as soon as I have money, I will definitely return it." Chen Yincheng said, "It doesn't matter. We can talk about it later." Unexpectedly, there was traffic on the way back. Chen Yincheng slowly moved his car in the long queue and turned on the radio inside the car. The host of the station was discussing the upcoming spring festival. Sitting alone in the car and listening to lively topics, Chen Yincheng suddenly felt a hint of loneliness. He thought if he really followed his original plan to drive long-haul trucks, would he always endure this lonely journey? In fact, he wasn't someone who enjoyed solitude. He wished so much to have family members to accompany him through life and celebrate festivals together. Many people would ask him why he cared so much about Zhou Yan, telling him to stop caring. But he couldn't let go. Because for many years, Zhou Yan had been like his only family. Only they two were homeless during the spring festival and kept each other company in an unfamiliar big city. Unfortunately, from now on, he wouldn't even have Zhou Yan anymore. Chen Yincheng leaned back in his seat, looking at the distant sunset and the gradually darkening sky outside the car window. He thought of Gu Yaojia, Zhou Yan's young son, and the more than a decade Zhou Yan would have to spend in prison. His heart felt heavy. When Chen Yincheng returned to the urban area, he received a call from Ning Junyan asking why he hadn't come back yet. This was Ning Junyan's second call of the day. The first one had been made at noon, asking when he would return. Chen Yincheng put his phone on speaker and said, "I've just left the highway. If it's not too congested, I might be home in half an hour." Ning Junyan asked, "Have you eaten?" Chen Yincheng replied, "Not yet." Ning Junyan responded with a and said, "I'll wait for you to have dinner." After hanging up, Chen Yincheng focused on driving and returned to Ning Junyan's neighborhood around the estimated time. By this time, it was already completely dark. Before the car even reached the entrance of the complex, Chen Yincheng saw a tall figure standing under the streetlights far away. Ning Junyan was wearing a coat and scarf, waiting for him at the entrance of the residential complex. Through the foggy car window, Chen Yincheng saw Ning Junyan enveloped in a warm and soft glow from the lamplight. Chen Yincheng heard his own heartbeat accelerate, and the discomfort he had felt throughout his journey transformed into a bittersweet sensation the moment he saw Ning Junyan. He pressed the brakes and slowed down the car by the roadside, very close to Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan quickly approached, walked around the front of the car to the driver's side, and Chen Yincheng opened the door, leaning out to grab Ning Junyan's shirt collar before lowering his head and kissing his lips. It wasn't too late, and there were pedestrians passing by near the entrance of the complex, but at that moment, Chen Yincheng didn't care about other people's gazes. Ning Junyan only briefly hesitated before raising his hands to embrace Chen Yincheng tightly, returning the kiss fervently. No one knew how long they kissed, but then Chen Yincheng suddenly pushed Ning Junyan away, his ears red as if burned. He sat back in his seat, gripping the steering wheel firmly with both hands. Standing by the car door, Ning Junyan looked at him and said, "Did you miss me that much?" Chen Yincheng avoided his gaze and asked, "Where are we going to eat?" Ning Junyan said, "Let's go home, I'll cook for you." Chen Yincheng nodded and said, "Okay." Back home, Chen Yincheng took off his coat and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. As soon as he entered, Ning Junyan followed him in, wrapping his arms around him from behind and staring at him in the mirror, saying, "You've lost weight." Neither of them had much spare time these days, and Ning Junyan rarely had the chance to look at Chen Yincheng carefully under bright lights. Chen Yincheng indeed lost some weight. He had taken short-term jobs on construction sites, doing the hardest work so that he could earn more money. He pressed the hand soap into his palms, lowered his head, and washed his hands meticulously, asking Ning Junyan, "Do you have to work overtime today?" Ning Junyan said, "No overtime today." Having just initiated a kiss with Ning Junyan earlier, Chen Yincheng now felt embarrassed and didn't look at their reflections in the mirror. He simply asked, "Is dinner ready?" "It's ready." Ning Junyan kissed the top of his head and turned around to leave the bathroom first. "Come and eat." Chen Yincheng couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his head, thinking that since he cut his hair, Ning Junyan particularly liked kissing his head. For dinner, Ning Junyan prepared grilled steak paired with wine. Had he lit a candle in the middle of the dining table, it truly would have created an atmosphere. However, Chen Yincheng was quite unskilled with using knife and fork, making his plate clink continuously. Ning Junyan said, "There was an emergency surgery this afternoon, which was pretty complicated. Once it was over, I kept thinking about you." Hearing this, Chen Yincheng didn't look up at him but instead struggled against the steak on his plate. After a while, noticing Ning Junyan had stopped speaking, Chen Yincheng brought up another topic. "Which day are you off for the New Year holiday?" Ning Junyan said, "My vacation starts on the 30th, but I have 2 days where I need to be on duty." Chen Yincheng asked further, "Where did you plan to go?" Ning Junyan stared at him and said, "I'm not going anywhere, I'll stay with you." Unable to resist lifting his eyes, Chen Yincheng quickly lowered his gaze again. "Are you not getting together with your family?" "Tomorrow night," Ning Junyan replied, "we will gather at home tomorrow evening." Chen Yincheng nodded and said, "Oh." Ning Junyan then said, "Why don't you come with me?" "Are you kidding?" Chen Yincheng chuckled at his own words. "What identity am I supposed to go with you as?" Ning Junyan said, "We can get married. You can come as my partner." His tone was incredibly calm, showing no hint of a joke. Then he pulled out a square ring box from his pocket. "The custom-made engagement ring I ordered has arrived." Chapter 55. Chen Yincheng stared blankly at the small, exquisite ring box on the dining table. Ning Junyan used his long, slender fingers to open the lid, revealing a low-key men's diamond ring inside. His fingers gently brushed over the surface of the ring as he looked at Chen Yincheng. "Do you like it?" His tone was soft, even seductive. The sourness that had been lingering in his chest all night surged up into his nose, and Chen Yincheng chuckled dryly, trying hard to make his voice sound natural. "Don't joke around." Ning Junyan's gaze was focused on him. "I'm serious." Chen Yincheng lowered his head and ate the uneaten piece of steak with his fork. "Why do you suddenly think about this?" Ning Junyan leaned back against the chair and said, "It feels like you lack a sense of security, so I want to give you security." Chen Yinqing was stunned for a moment, he couldn't quite react immediately, almost lost in Ning Junyan's seductive words. After a while, he scratched his short hair and said, our supposed marriage also has no legal protection. He hadn't read much, but he knew that the country didn't recognize same-sex marriages. Ning Junyan looked puzzled, why would we need legal protection? My promise is more reliable than anything. Chen Yinqing put down his knife and fork, raised both hands to rub his face. Don't joke around. Ning Junyan frowned, I already said I'm not joking. Chen Yinqing looked at him. But it's not appropriate now, too fast. Ning Junyan asked him, what's too fast? Chen Yinqing said, you're moving too fast. Ning Junyan seemed upset, I'm not rushing. It was the first time last time. Chen Yinqing quickly reacted, his cheeks flushed red, I'm not talking about that. Ning Junyan still kept a stern expression on his face. Chen Yinqing took a deep breath and slowly said, marriage is a very serious matter, even without legal constraints, I can't make such a decision lightly. Although he spoke indirectly, Ning Junyan understood clearly and asked him, do you not want my ring? Chen Yinqing struggled to say, I can't accept it right now. When will you be ready? Ning Junyan patiently asked. Chen Yinqing shook his head. I can't give you a timeline. Ning Junyan pressed his finger on the ring box cover and said, all right. After saying these two words and performing this action, he remained seated by the table without moving, his expression calm as he looked at Chen Yinqing, his finger not leaving the ring box. Yet, from Ning Junyan's slightly drooping eyelashes, Chen Yinqing could tell there was some disappointment. This atmosphere made Chen Yinqing feel extremely uncomfortable. He stood up, gathered the bowls and plates on the table to wash them in the kitchen. When he came out after washing the dishes, he saw Ning Junyan still sitting by the dining table, just like before. The ring box was held in Ning Junyan's hand, the lid opened as he stared at the ring inside absent-mindedly. Chen Yinqing pulled a chair over and sat down near Ning Junyan, his knees practically touching Ning Junyan's thigh. Ning Junyan looked up at him, what are you doing? Chen Yinqing felt uncomfortable, as if he were the one who had his proposal rejected. He called him, Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan appeared entirely calm, casually closed the ring box lid, and asked, what? Chen Yinqing called him again, Yen Yen. Ning Junyan's expression became slightly troubled, then after a while, he raised his hand to touch Chen Yinqing's hair. Since cutting his hair, Chen Yinqing liked touching it himself too. His hair was neither soft nor hard, standing upright on his head, feeling fuzzy when touched. He asked Ning Junyan, does it feel nice when you touch it? He tried hard to cheer Ning Junyan up. Ning Junyan inserted his fingers into his short hair, close to the scalp, gently massaging the tender skin near the back of his neck. He asked, can I kiss you? Chen Yinqing looked into his eyes, why do you ask? Ning Junyan said, you rejected my proposal. Chen Yinqing said, rejecting the proposal doesn't mean rejecting you. Ning Junyan said, Chen Yinqing laughed, asking him, what do you mean by But before Ning Junyan could answer, he lifted his hand, cupped Ning Junyan's face, and initiated another kiss. It wasn't an overly passionate kiss. Soon, Chen Yinqing stepped away, looking at Ning Junyan with a smile in his eyes. Ning Junyan said, I got impulsive. Chen Yinqing glanced down briefly. Ning Junyan continued, after completing the surgery this afternoon, I thought of you and got impulsive. Chen Yinqing felt embarrassed, yet he still followed his train of thought and asked, why only after the surgery? Ning Junyan said, high adrenaline. Chen Yinqing asked, has it always been like this? Ning Junyan answered, ever since I met you. Chen Yinqing kissed him again lightly, and as they separated, he felt amused, never imagining that one day he'd become so clingy with someone. Ning Junyan stroked Chen Yinqing's ear, making his earlobe turn red, and said, I thought you would agree to marry me. Chen Yinqing said, I think we don't need to rush too much. Ning Junyan slowly said, but I want to have you. Chen Yinqing helplessly dropped his head, Dr. Ning, can you speak without being so vulgar? Ning Junyan said, then I'll rephrase it, have sex with. Alright, Chen Yinqing interrupted him, I understand what you mean. Stop there. Ning Junyan seemed regretful, I thought you wanted it too. Chen Yinqing didn't even want to look at his eyes, just staring at the protruding Adam's apple near Ning Junyan's collar, it's not necessary to get married to do those things. After a brief silence, Ning Junyan suddenly stood up holding him. Chen Yinqing was lifted into the air and could only quickly wrap his arms around Ning Junyan's shoulders. He saw the ring box roll off Ning Junyan's body and fall onto the floor. The ring! Chen Yinqing shouted. Ning Junyan said, we'll pick it up later. He carried Chen Yinqing, who was 1 meter 80 tall, toward his room without any difficulty. Chen Yinqing was very nervous and grabbed Ning Junyan's clothes, I didn't say I wanted to do anything now. Ning Junyan didn't stop walking, but after thinking for a moment, he said, then I won't go inside. Chen Yinqing never expected to hear such words from a man one day. His face turned completely red immediately. He tightened his grip on Ning Junyan's shoulders and said, let me take a shower. Ning Junyan said, I'll help you wash. He carried Chen Yinqing into the room and then kicked the door shut with his foot. This was the second time Chen Yinqing spent the night on Ning Junyan's bed, but unlike the previous time when he was drunk, this time he should have been fully awake, yet he still felt dizzy and everything seemed unreal. The next morning, when Ning Junyan got up, Chen Yincheng was already awake. Ning Junyan had to go to work and therefore did not wake him up. Before getting out of bed, he kissed his cheek lightly and then quietly changed and washed up. Chen Yincheng kept his eyes closed pretending to sleep, and even after Ning Junyan left the room, he did not move until he heard the sound of the front door closing outside. Then he opened his eyes and searched for his phone. Ning Junyan shouldn't be back from the hospital today. He sat up, and as the quilt slid down, revealing his body covered in various marks left by Ning Junyan. He couldn't resist lifting the quilt again to see his inner thigh, which was also reddened. Ning Junyan was someone who kept his word, though except for penetration, the friction had almost worn his skin raw. In Chen Yincheng's eyes, there was no difference between this and going all the way. Chen Yincheng got out of bed. Since he had not left the room since Ning Junyan carried him here last night, he needed to go back to his own room to change clothes. When Chen Yincheng got up, he saw the ring box placed on the bedside table. He didn't even remember when Ning Junyan picked this little box that had fallen under the dining table. Staring at the box for a long while, Chen Yincheng finally reached out and picked it up, opening the box to take out the ring. Since it was a men's ring, the platinum surface was adorned with tiny diamonds, not exaggerated but very attractive. He hesitated before putting the ring on the ring finger of his left hand. The size fit perfectly, and he wondered what measurement Ning Junyan had used when ordering it. He remembered Ning Junyan's words. Ning Junyan had said he wanted to give him security. Chen Yincheng stared at the ring and couldn't help but smile. Finally, he took off the ring and carefully put it back in the box. In the afternoon, Ning Junyan had to go home for a family reunion, and he had no surgery scheduled. As soon as his shift at the hospital was over, he drove away. By home, he actually meant his grandfather's place. It was a big family reunion for the Ning family today. Even though it was close to New Year, the downtown streets were still congested during the peak hours. Ning Junyan drove for more than 40 minutes and it was already getting dark when he turned his car into a somewhat old villa neighborhood. His grandfather had lived here for many years and did not want to move to the outskirts. Parking the car on the roadside parking space within the neighborhood, Ning Junyan walked towards his family's single-story villa. He might be the last one to arrive home, and from far away, he could see the entire villa lit up brightly, with laughter echoing from inside. The front door of the living room on the first floor was wide open, and when he entered, his cousin's sister sitting facing the door saw him first and said, "Big brother Junyan is back." Everyone else then turned around and greeted him. He nodded, walking over to where his grandfather sat in a reclining chair and said, "Happy New Year, Grandpa." At the same time, he handed over his New Year's gift. The gift was a box of tea and a purple clay teapot, which the grandpa really liked. He took the teapot out and fondled it for quite a while. Shu Rong, Ning Junyan's mother, stood up and said, "Since you're back, let's prepare to have dinner." The whole family gathered around the dining table. Ning Zhanghong, Ning Junyan's father, was the eldest son of the family. Below him, there was a younger brother and a sister, who both had their own children as well. Ning Zhanghong and Shu Rong, the couple, usually did not live here, but Shu Rong instructed everyone to sit down and ordered the nanny to serve the dishes, taking on a demeanor of the hostess. When Ning Junyan sat down, he sent a message to Chen Yincheng asking if he had eaten dinner yet. Shu Rong noticed and said, "If it's not an urgent work matter, you shouldn't take out your phone in this setting." Ning Junyan calmly glanced at her, and after sending the message, he put the phone back into his bag. Chapter 56. Ning Junyan's younger cousin is 2 years his junior and just had a son with his wife this year. During dinner, the little child was brought to the dining table, and the whole family gathered together in harmony, teasing and playing with the child. Shu Rong picked up the baby, played with him for a while in her arms, then suddenly placed the baby into Ning Junyan's lap. Ning Junyan wasn't prepared. He stretched out his hands to take the baby and glanced at Shu Rong. Shu Rong stood beside him, asking, "Isn't he cute?" Ning Junyan lowered his head and looked at the child in his arms, responding indifferently, "Cute." Then he got up and returned the child to his mother. At that moment, Ning Junyan's second uncle said, "If you think it's cute, you should hurry and have one yourself." Hearing this, Ning Junyan smiled but did not intend to continue the conversation, so he remained silent. This reunion dinner lasted a long time for the family. Later, after they were all full, the men of the family still sat around the round table smoking and chatting. Only Ning Junyan stood up and went through the living room, putting on his coat before stepping out into the cold courtyard outside. As he left, Shu Rong called out from behind him, "Are you leaving already?" Ning Junyan replied, "I'll go out for some fresh air." After a while, Shu Rong also put on her thick coat and followed him out. Shu Rong is over 50 this year, well preserved, with smooth and taut skin. She strives to maintain her figure and looks like she's in her early 40s. More than 10 years ago, she partnered with friends to open a beauty and plastic surgery hospital, serving as its director. Now, after more than 10 years, the hospital business has grown increasingly prosperous, making her appear even more beautiful, like a living billboard for the hospital. Ning Junyan's father, Ning Zhanghong, serves as the deputy director of another public tertiary hospital in the city. If Shu Rong's personality is typical of a businessperson, then Ning Zhanghong is a low-key scholar dedicated to his work. A part of Ning Junyan's character is inherited from his father, quiet, reserved, and not much of a talker, while another part perhaps comes from his mother, strong-willed and difficult to control. He isn't close to his parents, and even without the experience of being abducted by human traffickers 20 years ago, he wouldn't be close to them either. The light from the door of the living room could only illuminate a small area of the yard, the rest of the flowers and trees were shrouded in darkness. Shu Rong tightened her long coat and asked Ning Junyan, will you be working the holiday shift during Spring Festival? Ning Junyan said, yes, I will. Which days? Ning Junyan answered, the 2nd day and the 6th day of the 1st lunar month. Shu Rong nodded, saying, then come home on New Year's Eve so we can celebrate together. Also, come back on the 3rd day, because we'll have guests that day. No, Ning Junyan said, I have my own plans. Shu Rong furrowed her brows, what plans do you have during the Spring Festival? What's more important than coming home to spend time with your parents? Ning Junyan spoke calmly, there are quite a few things. Reading books, earning money, aren't these all more important than family reunions? After finishing speaking, he heard some commotion in the living room, turned around, and saw his grandfather coming out of the dining hall, so he walked over to him. When he reached his grandfather's side, he bent down and said a few New Year greetings. Afterwards, he said, there's something I need to attend to at home, I'll go first. His grandfather, unlike his father, has an amiable personality. He grabbed Ning Junyan's hand and asked, what matters need attending to at home? Ning Junyan softly replied, someone's waiting for me at home. Upon hearing this, his grandfather burst into laughter, his face crinkled with wrinkles. He patted Ning Junyan's hand and said, go quickly then. Ning Junyan added, please don't tell anyone else. His grandfather responded, I promise I won't say a word. Ning Junyan returned to the dining hall to bid farewell to everyone else. When Ning Zhanghong learned he was leaving so soon, he merely furrowed his brows slightly, asked nothing further, and gave a nod. Shu Rong was still dissatisfied and followed Ning Junyan all the way to where his car was parked. Since you're not coming back on New Year's Eve, at least try to return on the 3rd day. Is there something urgent? Ning Junyan questioned. Shu Rong replied, I've already told you we'll have guests that day. Ning Junyan opened the car door and was about to get in. He thought Shu Rong looked very unhappy, probably about to lose her temper, so he said, all right, I'll try to come back. Only then did Shu Rong step away from the car and stand by the roadside watching Ning Junyan drive away. Before the car turned the corner at the neighborhood lane, Ning Junyan raised his head and looked back from the rearview mirror once more. He saw Shu Rong still standing by the roadside, then as the car turned, her image disappeared from the rearview mirror. When Ning Junyan got home, Chen Yincheng was climbing a ladder to hang curtains in the living room. He didn't leave the house today, instead taking down all the curtains to wash them, drying them, and rehanging them on the windows. Don't we have a cleaner? Ning Junyan walked to the side of the ladder and held on to Chen Yincheng's leg. Indeed, Ning Junyan's home has a regular cleaning service. Around the new year, a comprehensive cleanup should take place. Chen Yincheng had already hung the curtains and was holding the ladder to come down. The cleaner can't finish in one day, and I had nothing else to do today, so I took down the curtains to wash them. He had only stepped down a couple of steps when Ning Junyan reached out and carried him all the way down. Then, Ning Junyan pressed his forehead against his cheek, rubbing it affectionately. Chen Yincheng was startled, he held on to Ning Junyan's shoulders and asked, why did you come back so early? Ning Junyan replied, I came home after dinner. What did you have for dinner tonight? Why didn't you reply to my messages? Chen Yincheng subconsciously touched his trouser pocket and then realized he'd left his phone on the bed in the room all night. He hadn't checked it at all, so he could only say, I didn't see it. I had instant noodles for dinner. Don't eat instant noodles, said Ning Junyan. Chen Yincheng raised a hand to pinch his ear and chuckled, you're managing me too much. Ning Junyan's tone was serious. Don't eat instant noodles. With a laugh, Chen Yincheng agreed, alright, next time I'll order takeout and won't eat instant noodles. After that, Ning Junyan went to take a shower and then dragged Chen Yincheng, who had returned to his own room, into his room. Lying down on the bed, Ning Junyan tightly embraced Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng extended a hand and began exploring Ning Junyan's head. Ning Junyan asked, what are you feeling for? I'm checking if the injury on your head has healed, Chen Yincheng said. After they met again as adults, Chen Yincheng thought Ning Junyan had completely changed. However, with time, he also felt that Ning Junyan hadn't changed at all. Ning Junyan told him, it hasn't healed yet, it's inside, and you can't feel it this way. Chen Yincheng smiled. He pinched Ning Junyan's nose and then his ears, things he used to do often when they were kids. Ning Junyan would always look at him stupidly, never getting mad. Now Ning Junyan doesn't get mad either, but instead kisses him forcefully. They stopped for breath eventually, and Chen Yincheng pushed Ning Junyan away, asking, who all was at the dinner tonight? He had never heard Ning Junyan talk about his family before. Ning Junyan carefully answered, my grandfather, my second uncle's family, my aunt's family, and my parents. Chen Yincheng remembered the parents he had met 16 years ago. Although he no longer recalled their appearances clearly, he still had the impression of a tall and handsome middle-aged man and a beautiful and elegant woman. Do you not get along well with them? He asked curiously. He remembered how emotional Ning Junyan's parents were when they found him. His mother had cried bitterly while hugging him. Ning Junyan said, it doesn't matter whether we get along well or not. Perhaps I haven't met their expectations yet. Even with how excellent you are, you still don't meet their expectations. In Chen Yincheng's view, this was unimaginable, so he tried to prop himself up using his hand. But Ning Junyan wouldn't let him move, insisting on holding him tightly and saying gruffly, "Don't move." Chen Yincheng thus stayed still. Satisfied, Ning Junyan caressed his hair and said, "I don't remember much from when I was little, just that after they brought me home at 14, my mom went crazy dragging me everywhere for tutoring, insisting I shouldn't repeat a grade, forcing me to participate in a high school entrance exam like everyone else at 15. At that time, he had almost neglected 4 years of education and lagged far behind other peers of his age. Xu Rong is a very organized person, and Ning Junyan is her only son whom she deeply loves. It is precisely because of her love that she has higher expectations for him. After the dramatic joy and sorrow of losing and finding her son, once she calmed down, she started putting pressure on both herself and her son. She believed her son was the best, so she insisted that Ning Junyan catch up on 4 years' worth of missed learning within 1 year. Perhaps Ning Zhanghong disagreed with her approach, but he never voiced any objections. Most of the time, he shut himself in his study reading academic papers and doing research, or buried himself in the hospital and laboratory. Occasionally, when he saw Ning Junyan studying late into the night at home, he could only blandly say, "Work hard, don't disappoint your mom." Learning wasn't an entirely painful experience for Ning Junyan, so most of the time he quietly observed his parents, enduring Xu Rong's prolonged hysteria. One evening, he didn't know what he was thinking, suddenly threw aside the books and practice problems in front of him, opened the door by himself, and walked away. His parents quickly found him and brought him back before he could go far. Xu Rong anxiously asked him where he was going. In a cold tone, Ning Junyan said to his mother, "I'm going to find Chen Yincheng." Hearing this, Ning Zhanghong frowned, while Xu Rong grabbed his shoulder nervously, asking tensely, "Why are you looking for him?" They both knew that Chen Yincheng was the child who lived with Ning Junyan at the human trafficker's home. Ning Junyan said simply, "I miss him." The couple exchanged a glance, and Xu Rong grabbed Ning Junyan's hand, telling him, "Why do you think about him? He has already gone home with his parents. You won't find him." Ning Junyan replied, "He doesn't have any parents." Xu Rong said, "Then he will have other relatives. And he won't miss you either. We all have our own lives. In time, we will both meet new friends, and he will forget you, just as you will forget him." Ning Junyan shook his head, "I will never forget Chen Yincheng." Xu Rong's face darkened, "If you say this again, I will be angry. Be a good boy and come back with us. Don't think about it anymore." From that day on, besides bringing Ning Junyan for tutoring lessons, Xu Rong also added another activity to their daily life, taking Ning Junyan to see a psychologist. She didn't want Ning Junyan remembering that period of his life, nor did she wish him to ever mention it. She considered those years a psychological trauma not only for Ning Junyan but also for herself. Whenever Ning Junyan mentioned Chen Yincheng's name, she repeatedly told Ning Junyan that Chen Yincheng had forgotten about him, that they were unimportant to each other, and that they would both encounter more important people in the future. Ning Junyan disliked Xu Rong's neurotic rambling, so later he stopped mentioning Chen Yincheng's name altogether. Chapter 57. There were many things Ning Junyan did not say, and in fact, he could hardly recall them all. In fact, since he successfully entered high school and his life and studies returned to normal, Xu Rong's gentle side gradually became more evident. At that time, Xu Rong started a plastic surgery hospital with others and focused more on making money. Ning Junyan did not need her constant supervision to complete his studies well, so she felt her life had returned to its proper course. Even when Ning Junyan talked about past events with Chen Yincheng now, his tone was casual, as if he never cared about those things in the first place. He believed that as long as he held Chen Yincheng tightly in his arms at the moment, everything would be fine. On New Year's Eve, Ning Junyan began his vacation and didn't have to go to the hospital. It had been many years since Chen Yincheng spent an entire day from morning to night with someone for the new year. He woke up in Ning Junyan's arms in the morning. For these 2 days, Ning Junyan hugged him to sleep every night. At first, Chen Yincheng found it painful, unable to sleep well throughout the night because whenever he moved slightly, Ning Junyan would tighten his arm and wouldn't let him go, but by now he had started to get used to it. Still, when Chen Yincheng wanted to get up in the morning, Ning Junyan continued to hold him tight. Chen Yincheng complained, "I need to pee." Ning Junyan still had his eyes closed, lying sideways on the pillow with messy hair, saying, "You're not allowed to." Chen Yincheng thought sometimes Ning Junyan seemed like a crazy man without logic. He said, "Can I hold it in?" Ning Junyan shifted the arm around his chest lower down, pressed against his abdomen firmly, and said, "Urinate in bed then." Chen Yincheng almost bounced off the bed entirely, being pressed by Ning Junyan made him feel like he would wet himself any second. He nearly lost his mind, forcing Ning Junyan's arm away, stumbling out of bed toward the bathroom. After a while, Ning Junyan followed in, hugging Chen Yincheng from behind. Chen Yincheng, somewhat embarrassed, said, "Don't look at me." Warm kisses rained down on his ear and cheeks, and subsequently his neck and shoulders. Ning Junyan delighted in leaving marks all over his body. Chen Yincheng said, "We need to go to the supermarket this morning to buy some food, or we'll have nowhere to eat dinner." Ning Junyan kissed him one last time on top of his head and agreed, "Mm." While the supermarket was still open in the morning, Ning Junyan and Chen Yincheng drove to buy a lot of things. There were many people inside the supermarket, and cheerful New Year songs played repeatedly through the intercom. Chen Yincheng stopped for a moment, glanced back at Ning Junyan who was following behind pushing the shopping cart, and suddenly experienced a profound sense of satisfaction and happiness. Ning Junyan originally had his head bowed looking into the shopping cart, but upon noticing Chen Yincheng's gaze, he looked up and asked blankly, "Are you looking at me like this because you want me to kiss you?" Chen Yincheng laughed, "Don't talk nonsense." "Oh," Ning Junyan lowered his head again, "I thought you wanted me to kiss you." They bought plenty of food, so they didn't need to go out on the first day of the new year. Unfortunately, Ning Junyan had to work on duty on the second day, and on the third day, he had promised Xu Rong to return for a visit. Otherwise, during these few days of the holiday, he could just stay at home and keep Chen Yincheng company. Dinner was only eaten by the two of them, and even though it was the New Year's Eve dinner, they kept it simple. After finishing eating, Ning Junyan cradled Chen Yincheng in his arms, leaning against the sofa watching TV. Chen Yincheng knew Ning Junyan wasn't interested in TV programs. Occasionally looking back, he saw Ning Junyan's focus wasn't on the TV screen but continuously gazing at his profile. "How did you spend last year's New Year?" Feeling uneasy under Ning Junyan's gaze, Chen Yincheng initiated a topic. Ning Junyan thought for a moment and said, "I was on duty at the hospital last year. A doctor working shifts brought some snacks and offered them to me." "Were they good?" Chen Yincheng asked. Ning Junyan said, "I didn't eat them, I had a boxed meal in the evening, and I wasn't hungry." Chen Yincheng said, "It wasn't that the other person wanted to feed you. They just didn't want you to feel lonely during the New Year, so they invited you to join their gathering." Ning Junyan replied nonchalantly, "Is that so?" After a pause, he asked Chen Yincheng again, "Then what about you?" Chen Yincheng answered, "I ate dinner last year with Zhou Yan and spent the rest of the evening alone." By then, Zhou Yan was already together with Gu Yaojia. They came to find Chen Yincheng, and they all had dinner together. Afterward, Zhou Yan and Gu Yaojia returned to their rented apartment, and Chen Yincheng hid alone in the small room behind the shop, bringing the television close to his bed to watch the entire New Year's gala. Thinking about it now, it seemed like a distant memory. So much had happened in this one year, completely transforming Chen Yincheng's life, making it vastly different from before. In truth, Chen Yincheng quite enjoyed watching TV. As long as the TV was on, there was always lively noise inside it, giving the feeling that there were still other people at home. He watched the gala for a while and turned back to find Ning Junyan had fallen asleep with his head leaning on his shoulder. For some reason, Chen Yincheng suddenly remembered his childhood, when Ning Junyan was picked up by his adoptive father that year and they spent their first spring festival together. That day, his adoptive mother had prepared 2 extra dishes. But whenever she saw Chen Yincheng or Ning Junyan reaching out for the meat with their chopsticks, she would angrily slap their hands away. Still, Chen Yincheng felt happy. After finishing dinner and washing the dishes, he brought Ning Junyan out of the yard secretly and went to watch the neighborhood kids setting off fireworks. There were no large-scale, dazzling fireworks, only little ones made by children which emitted brief flashes of light or bangs in the dark before vanishing. Chen Yincheng also bought a few fireworks using the money he had secretly saved. He squatted on the ground, lighting the fuses with a lighter and quickly dragging Ning Junyan away before the fireworks burst. They played until late at night and only returned to the yard afterward. Since it was winter and too much trouble to take a shower, they brushed their teeth, washed their faces, and then got into bed. Even after lying down, Chen Yincheng was still excited. He tugged Ning Junyan's hand and said, "Do you hear the sound of the TV from next door?" In the neighboring room, the adoptive father and mother were still watching TV. Ning Junyan nodded. Chen Yincheng said, "I want to watch TV." Lying on his side facing Chen Yincheng, Ning Junyan said, "I'll buy you a TV." Chen Yincheng laughed immediately and turned to look at him, "Where do you have the money to buy me a TV?" Ning Junyan replied, "I have one at home." Curious, Chen Yincheng asked, "Do you remember where your home is?" Ning Junyan thought hard but shook his head. "Ah," Chen Yincheng sighed, "it's okay, maybe you'll remember someday." Saying this, he reached out to touch Ning Junyan's head. It had been half a year since Ning Junyan hit his head, and there was no sign of any damage left. Chen Yincheng wondered curiously, "Why isn't your head still better?" After a moment, Ning Junyan also reached out to feel his own head but could not feel anything. Looking at him, Chen Yincheng suddenly felt sorry for him. "Is this the first time you're not spending New Year's with your family?" Ning Junyan looked at Chen Yincheng as well, unsure of how to answer the question. Chen Yincheng reached out and hugged him, letting his head rest on his shoulder. "It's fine. From now on, you just follow me, I'll take care of you. Maybe when you remember, I can send you back home." Ning Junyan silently wrapped his arm around Chen Yincheng's waist. Outside, the sounds of firecrackers kept coming, getting more frequent, until all around them exploded with noise simultaneously from every direction. Ning Junyan raised his head slightly, looking a bit alert. Chen Yincheng knew it was midnight without needing to check the time. He patted Ning Junyan's head, signaling him not to be afraid, saying, "Happy New Year." Only then did Ning Junyan lie down again, replying with an followed by, "Happy New Year," to him as well. Recalling this, Chen Yincheng sat up, picked up the remote control on the table, and turned off the TV. He squatted beside the sofa, patted Ning Junyan's face, and said, "Go to sleep." Ning Junyan opened his eyes and asked, "Is it 12 o'clock?" Chen Yincheng said, "Not yet, but if you're sleepy, you can go to sleep." Ning Junyan nodded, stood up, and walked 2 steps before stopping. He looked at Chen Yincheng and said, I said I'd buy you a TV. Surprised, Chen Yincheng responded, you still remember that? He thought it was something Ning Junyan had said randomly when his head was hurt. Ning Junyan replied, every year during the new year, I would always think about buying you a TV later. Unable to help himself, Chen Yincheng laughed looking at him. Ning Junyan scratched his hair and continued walking toward the room while saying, but you don't need one anymore now. When he reached the doorway, Ning Junyan noticed Chen Yincheng hadn't followed, so he extended his hand, saying, come on, let's sleep. Chen Yincheng walked over, took his hand, and teased him gently, all right, let's sleep. Chapter 58. On the first day of the new year, the two of them did not go out all day. While Chen Yincheng was watching TV in the living room, Ning Junyan would bring his laptop there as well, determined to stay together with Chen Yincheng no matter what he was doing. On the second day, Ning Junyan had to get up for work. As soon as his alarm went off in the morning, Chen Yincheng woke up instantly. He felt Ning Junyan loosen the arms that were tightly hugging him. With the sound of the alarm stopping and the bed shaking slightly, Ning Junyan got up and went to the bathroom. After waking up but unwilling to get up, Chen Yincheng closed his eyes again and lay on the bed. He heard Ning Junyan come out of the bathroom, then felt Ning Junyan kiss his cheek before leaving the room. He turned over and slept where Ning Junyan had been sleeping just now, feeling the remaining warmth. Ning Junyan would be on duty all day today and wouldn't return until tomorrow morning. Chen Yincheng had no other plans and still didn't want to go out. He got up at around 9 in the morning, wearing his pajamas and eating breakfast in the dining room. Halfway through breakfast, Chen Yincheng heard the sound of keys unlocking the door. He was a bit surprised, thinking that Ning Junyan had returned. Unable to resist, he glanced at the time on his phone, wondering why Ning Junyan would return at this moment. The footsteps coming from the doorway reached the front of the dining hall. Chen Yincheng looked up and saw an elegantly dressed woman standing in front of him, looking at him with a slightly surprised expression. That woman was none other than Ning Junyan's mother, Xu Rong. Chen Yincheng had met her once 16 years ago. Too much time had passed, and he could no longer remember what she looked like. However, when Chen Yincheng met her again now, he easily recognized the resemblance between her features and Ning Junyan's. He became nervous and asked, are you Ning Junyan's mom? Xu Rong eyed Chen Yincheng with some doubt, maintaining politeness in her tone as she asked, and you are? Chen Yincheng hurriedly said, I am Ning Junyan's friend, my name is Chen Yincheng. Upon hearing the three words, Chen Yincheng, Xu Rong's face immediately changed color. However, Chen Yincheng did not notice this. He was somewhat flustered and instinctively fastened his sleepwear up to the top button, unsure if there were any traces of Ning Junyan's kisses left on his neck. Then he greeted Xu Rong, Auntie, have you eaten breakfast? Are you here to see Ning Junyan? He's on duty today. Xu Rong continued to look at Chen Yincheng, asking uncertainly, are you that child? Chen Yincheng looked at her, somewhat surprised, do you remember me? Xu Rong stepped forward half a step, you're that child, aren't you? I've seen you, the child who lived with Junyan. She avoided the topic of abduction. Chen Yincheng revealed a gentle smile, it's me. Xu Rong looked at him, and after a while, smiled as well, appearing very kind. So it really is you. How did you end up here? How did you and Junyan meet? She gripped her handbag tighter while asking. Chen Yincheng said, we ran into each other by chance. I didn't expect that after so many years, Junyan would still recognize me. Xu Rong maintained her smile, waiting for him to continue. A small store I ran into some trouble and had to close down recently. I'm borrowing a place to stay for now. Xu Rong nodded, I see. Chen Yincheng invited Xu Rong again, Auntie, please sit down first. Xu Rong didn't sit down. She stood in the house and looked around, asking, is Junyan on duty today? Yes, Chen Yincheng thought Xu Rong didn't know and explained, he's on duty both on the 2nd and 6th day of the year. Xu Rong nodded, oh, I came to see him. Chen Yincheng said, why don't you call him and ask him to visit you tomorrow? Xu Rong smiled, no need, I don't want to disturb his duty. We can talk about it later. After finishing, her gaze fell on the dining table, and she told Chen Yincheng, you haven't finished your breakfast yet. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll be going. Chen Yincheng sighed inwardly with relief but still said, Auntie, please sit down for a while. Xu Rong shook her head, picked up her small handbag, and turned toward the door. Chen Yincheng escorted her all the way to the door, politely saying, Auntie, take your time. Only after Xu Rong entered the elevator did he close the door and sigh in relief, leaning against the door. After breakfast, Chen Yincheng sat on the sofa and sent Ning Junyan a message, your mom just came over. After sending the message, he put his phone aside, assuming Ning Junyan must be busy and might not have time to reply. However, Ning Junyan quickly called back, asking as soon as the line connected, what did she say? Hearing Ning Junyan's cold and hard tone, Chen Yincheng was curious, she didn't say much. She didn't know you were on duty today, so she probably came to check on you. Ning Junyan did not tell Chen Yincheng that Xu Rong knew he was on duty today and probably came over on purpose while he wasn't home. He simply asked, did she say anything else to you? Chen Yincheng leaned against the sofa and said, not much. She saw that you weren't there and left quickly. I told her I was just borrowing a place to stay here. Ning Junyan remained silent for a moment without saying anything. Chen Yincheng then asked, are you not busy today? Ning Junyan replied, I've just finished checking the rooms, so I'm not busy. The few days during the new year were likely the most relaxed time at the hospital. Most patients who could be discharged would choose to go home for the New Year celebrations, and unless it was an emergency or serious illness, no one would want to be sent to the hospital now. Chen Yunqing added, if you have time tomorrow, you should visit your parents. Ning Junyan responded, I originally planned to go back once tomorrow. Is that so? Chen Yunqing softly said, I didn't hear you mention it. Ning Junyan said, I'll tell you when I come back in the morning. After finishing, he suddenly said, I miss you so much. Chen Yunqing was caught off guard by his words and couldn't help but curl both of his feet onto the sofa as he awkwardly said, you didn't leave that early this morning. Ning Junyan's voice was deep and serious, as if he were making a heartfelt request, come and keep me company tonight. Chen Yunqing thought for a moment and replied, I can come and keep you company for late-night snacks, but is it convenient? Ning Junyan said, come sleep with me instead. Chen Yunqing's eyes widened, in the hospital. Ning Junyan stated matter-of-factly, there's a duty room, and we can lock the door so it'll just be the two of us. No way. Chen Yunqing raised his hand to cover his eyes. I won't go to sleep with you. You focus on your work. Having made his decision, he hung up without hearing any more nonsense from Ning Junyan. That night, when sleeping, Chen Yunqing returned to the guest room. Partly because Ning Junyan was not at home today, and partly because earlier in the morning he had met Ning Junyan's mother, he felt somewhat awkward about sleeping alone in Ning Junyan's bed. Lying in bed alone, Chen Yunqing couldn't help feeling somewhat restless. Considering their relationship, if it was to continue, they inevitably needed Ning Junyan's parents' blessing. He felt guilty towards Ning Junyan's parents. However, these kinds of matters always seemed impossible to resolve amicably, it was inevitable that some pain would be involved. The only question was whose persistence would endure longer and who might see things clearly first. With a touch of annoyance, Chen Yunqing flipped over and pulled the blanket up to cover half his face. Suddenly, he realized that what Ning Junyan said earlier was correct, this room really was quite large, spacious to the point where it felt a little empty. That night also appeared unusually quiet. The next morning, Chen Yunqing slept in again. But this time, he wasn't woken up by Ning Junyan's alarm, nor was it because he needed to go to the bathroom. Instead, he was still dreaming when he suddenly felt himself lifted off the bed, which startled him awake abruptly. As soon as Chen Yunqing opened his eyes, he saw Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan carried him horizontally, calmly walking towards his own bedroom. What are you doing? Chen Yunqing gripped Ning Junyan's arm, still unsettled. Ning Junyan instantly looked unhappy, why did you sleep here? Chen Yunqing quickly understood Ning Junyan's implication but was still not fully calmed down as he replied, you weren't here last night. Ning Junyan firmly declared, then you can only sleep in my bed. He carried Chen Yunqing back to his own room and placed him in the center of the big bed where Chen Yunqing usually slept, drew the covers over him, and sat contentedly by the side of the bed, reaching out to pat Chen Yunqing's hair. Chen Yunqing's heartbeat slowly calmed down. Despite having just returned from outside, Ning Junyan's hands were warmer than Chen Yunqing's skin. He caressed Chen Yunqing's cheek, then slipped his hand under the blanket to hold Chen Yunqing's hand. Aren't you supposed to go home today? Chen Yunqing asked. Yeah, Ning Junyan nodded briefly and fell silent, merely looking at him. Chen Yunqing's sleepiness was gone now. Lying in bed, staring into Ning Junyan's eyes, he noticed how focused Ning Junyan's expression was. His gaze stayed fixed on his face without moving away. What are you thinking? Chen Yunqing couldn't help but ask. Ning Junyan replied, I want to take you home with me. Chen Yunqing instinctively refused, no, that wouldn't be good. Ning Junyan intertwined his fingers with Chen Yunqing's, didn't my mom already know you're staying here? Hearing this, Chen Yunqing paused to think. Today Ning Junyan planned to visit his parents, and since Ning Junyan's mother already knew he was staying here, not paying respects during the new year might seem impolite. However, just showing up like this might appear too presumptuous. Should I go? Chen Yunqing started to feel a bit troubled. What Ning Junyan was pondering was completely different. He wanted to bring Chen Yunqing along but feared that his parents might say something hurtful to him. He hesitated, unable to fully control the outcome of the situation. Chen Yunqing sat up, should I go back with you and pay New Year's respects to your parents? Ning Junyan looked at him for a while before replying, let's go. Chen Yunqing gripped Ning Junyan's hand tightly, but I need to warn you. Today is the new year, and I'm only going as your friend. You must not say anything crazy to your parents. Ning Junyan said something completely unrelated, they will have guests today. Surprised, Chen Yunqing asked, what? Ning Junyan's lips tilted slightly upwards into a faint smile, then he caught Chen Yunqing's hand and gave it a soft kiss, nothing, I won't say anything. Don't worry. Xu Rong was someone who cared greatly about appearances. As long as there were guests in the house, she would be sure to treat Chen Yunqing with courtesy. Ning Junyan didn't care whether or not they celebrated the new year at home. He just wanted to stay together with Chen Yunqing. Chapter 59. Before leaving, Chen Yunqing took out the new clothes Ning Junyan had given him and put them on. After changing, he still stood in front of the mirror for a long time carefully examining himself, only going out with Ning Junyan once he felt there was nothing improper about his appearance. Chen Yinqing originally wanted to go to a nearby mall to buy New Year's gifts to send to Ning Junyan's parents, but Ning Junyan said it wasn't necessary. He had gifts that others had given him in his car, and Chen Yinqing could just take them over when the time came. Isn't that inappropriate? Chen Yinqing asked. There's nothing inappropriate, Ning Junyan replied without even consulting him, and didn't plan on driving to the mall. Chen Yinqing had no choice but to accept it. They left not too early, arriving at Ning Junyan's parents' house by car when it was almost 11 in the morning. Ning Junyan's parents lived in the outskirts of the city, also in a villa area. Since it was still relatively new, the surrounding views were wide open, and the environment was good. Chen Yinqing felt a bit uneasy throughout the journey. After getting out of the car, he saw a lawn in front of the villa. Perhaps due to the good weather today and the abundant sunshine, there was a small square table placed on the lawn, and several people sat beside it drinking tea and chatting. One of those people was Ning Junyan's mother, Xu Rong. It appeared their guests had already arrived. Chen Yinqing held the New Year gift box Ning Junyan handed him. He didn't know how much this gift box was worth, but the packaging looked quite exquisite. Ning Junyan walked beside him, both of them heading toward the small stone path across the lawn. One of the guests spotted Ning Junyan first and told Xu Rong, "Your son is back." Xu Rong turned around with a full smile, but as soon as her gaze fell on Chen Yinqing, her smile clearly stiffened for a moment. Then she stood up and approached Ning Junyan and Chen Yinqing with a composed expression. "You're back?" Xu Rong asked. Ning Junyan nodded. Chen Yinqing smiled and said to Xu Rong, "Auntie, Happy New Year." He handed the gift box in his hand to Xu Rong. Xu Rong lowered her head to look at the gift box but did not immediately reach out. Ning Junyan was faster and took the gift box from Chen Yinqing's hand, handing it over to Xu Rong. "Yinqing has come to wish you all a Happy New Year." Only then did Xu Rong take it, smiling faintly and saying, "Too courteous." She didn't say much more and led Ning Junyan and Chen Yinqing over to greet several other guests. "These are Uncle Zhang and Aunt Xia, you've met them before," Xu Rong introduced Ning Junyan. Uncle Zhang Chong and Aunt Xia Wenwan, who Ning Junyan recognized, had been working with Xu Rong on various business ventures. Xu Rong's plastic surgery hospital was co-founded with them. Then Xu Rong continued introducing, "This is Boss Yu, who you should be meeting for the first time. And that is Boss Yu's daughter, named Yumingli, who has just returned from studying abroad." Ning Junyan merely nodded. Xu Rong looped an arm through Ning Junyan's and said, "This is my son, Junyan, who works at the hospital." After finishing her introduction, seeing everyone else's gazes turning to Chen Yinqing, she added, "This is Junyan's friend." Chen Yinqing remained silent. Ever since he noticed Ning Junyan's guests, his eyes stayed fixed on Boss Yu. Boss Yu sat in a white chair and lifted his head, catching sight of Chen Yinqing. With a polite expression, he smiled at him. But Chen Yinqing couldn't return the smile. He had seen this Boss Yu before, although it hadn't been many times, the impression was deep. This was the same Boss Yu who initially claimed he would do business together with Guan Anlin, but later framed him and landed him in jail for 2 years. Chen Yinqing remembered his name being Yu Jie. Zhang Chong stood up, inviting Ning Junyan to sit down. Ning Junyan sensed something off with Chen Yinqing and lightly tapped his hand, quietly asking, "What's wrong?" Chen Yinqing shook his head, shifting his gaze away from Yu Jie, replying, "Nothing." Once seated, Ning Junyan asked Xu Rong, "Where's Dad?" Xu Rong replied, "He's still lingering upstairs. All the guests have arrived but he hasn't come down yet. Should I ask him to come down?" Ning Junyan declined, "He'll come down eventually." Xia Wenwan eyed Chen Yinqing and asked Ning Junyan, "What's your friend's name? You haven't introduced him yet." Ning Junyan responded, "He's called Chen Yinqing." Chen Yinqing politely greeted Xia Wenwan. Xu Rong saw Xia Wenwan still looking at Chen Yinqing and abruptly asked Yumingli sitting opposite, "Do our chats bore you, young people? Would literally like to go for a walk." Yumingli glanced at Ning Junyan and then at Xu Rong before responding, "Sure." Xu Rong said to Ning Junyan, "You accompany Lily for a walk." Ning Junyan didn't respond but asked Chen Yinqing instead, "Do you want to take a walk?" Chen Yinqing shook his head, unable to resist looking at Yu Jie again. However, Yu Jie ignored him, maintaining a smiling face while looking at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan said to Xu Rong, "I won't go. I'll take Yinqing to see Dad." With that, he stood up and at the same time took Yin Cheng's hand, pulling him up, leading him toward the villa door. The others left behind seemed somewhat awkward. After a brief silence, Xu Rong smiled and said to Yumingli, "Then let's have dinner before we go out. Junyan is taking his friend to meet old Ning." Yumingli nodded, forcing a smile. Upon entering the house, sounds of the housemaid busy in the kitchen could be heard. There were a few New Year gifts on the coffee table in the living room, as well as fruit platters and flower arrangements. Ning Junyan did not immediately take Chen Yinqing upstairs, but instead stopped at the stairwell and asked him, "What's wrong?" Chen Yinqing appeared to be lost in thought. Hearing Ning Junyan's question, he looked up at him, "What? Aren't we here to greet your dad?" Ning Junyan frowned, "Do you know that Mr. Yu?" Chen Yinqing hesitated, unsure whether or not to answer now. He then said, "No, let's go upstairs first." Ning Junyan raised his hand to clasp Chen Yinqing's chin and seriously examined him, "If you don't know him, why have you been staring at him?" Chen Yinqing pushed Ning Junyan's hand away, "What are you thinking about?" Ning Junyan said, how about we just go back? Chen Yincheng was momentarily stunned. Why? You specially returned home today to celebrate the new year with your parents. Ning Junyan replied, you look unhappy. Chen Yincheng looked at him and smiled, I'm not unhappy. Ning Junyan coldly remarked, you kept looking at others. Who? Chen Yincheng was confused by what he had said, pausing for a moment before realizing, that Mr. Yu mentioned. Ning Junyan's face remained expressionless without speaking. Chen Yincheng laughed and lifted his hand to pinch Ning Junyan's cheek. Do you think I've gone mad? Ning Junyan stared at him for a while before pulling his hand again and continuing up the stairs. They met Ning Zhanghong in the study on the second floor. Ning Zhanghong was reading a book and clearly did not want to go downstairs to chat with Xu Rong's guests. When Ning Zhanghong saw Chen Yincheng, even his usually calm face showed some surprise. Are you Chen Yincheng? Chen Yincheng said, Uncle, Happy New Year. Ning Zhanghong nodded, Happy New Year. He got up from the desk, smoothed out the book in front of him, then walked to the window to glance down at the people downstairs. When he turned around, he asked Ning Junyan, have you seen your mother? Ning Junyan answered, yes. Ning Zhanghong's tone sounded slightly nervous. Did she say anything? Ning Junyan said, there are still guests at home, she's busy welcoming Uncle Zhang and the others. Ning Zhanghong nodded to show that he understood. He crossed his arms behind his back and gazed down at the people for a while. He then told Ning Junyan, then take your friend out to play. Ning Junyan opened the door, ready to lead Chen Yincheng out, when Ning Zhanghong suddenly called him back, you know your mother has a bad temper. I know, Ning Junyan said, and he and Chen Yincheng left the study one after another. Ning Zhanghong did not care who Ning Junyan befriended, all he cared about was avoiding upsetting Xu Rong, which would ruin his peace day and night. After leaving the study, Chen Yincheng said, your uncle seems kind of strange. Ning Junyan asked him, how strange? Chen Yincheng said, can't quite put it into words, but he looks a bit tense. Ning Junyan hummed softly, he has always been like that, ignore him. At noon for lunch, Ning Zhanghong finally came downstairs and joined the guests sitting at the round dining table. Xu Rong opened a bottle of red wine. Ning Zhanghong didn't drink alcohol, so she drank alone with the guests. Chen Yincheng noticed that Yu Jia acted as though he didn't recognize him and paid no attention to him throughout the meal, nor did he deliberately avoid his gaze, treating him like a complete stranger. Listening to their conversation during the meal, he learned that Yu Jia knew Xu Rong through Zhang Chong. He had some funds and wanted to cooperate with them to establish a branch of the plastic surgery hospital in the east part of the city. Xu Rong seemed unfamiliar with Yu Jia, but she was clearly more interested in Yu Jia's daughter and continued to actively engage in conversation with Yu Mingli. From the moment he arrived at the Ning family's place, Chen Yincheng had focused entirely on Yu Jia. It wasn't until now that he suddenly realized what this gathering was mainly about, introducing Ning Junyan to Yu Mingli. Upon realizing this, Chen Yincheng couldn't help but glance at Ning Junyan. It was unclear whether Ning Junyan noticed or not, but nothing could be read from his expression. Upon noticing Chen Yincheng's eyes on him, Ning Junyan picked some fish meat with his chopsticks for Chen Yincheng and said, pay attention to eating. Xu Rong made an effort to find common topics between Ning Junyan and Yu Mingli, asking about their experiences studying abroad. Yu Mingli said she was very hardworking and prepared a report every week for some time, hardly getting any sleep at night. Xu Rong glanced at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan said expressionlessly, nothing much, I think everything is quite simple, and it feels pretty easy. Yu Jia, hearing this, smiled and said, that's because Junyan is smart. Mingli doesn't have such a good head for things, so she has to work harder. Xu Rong's face darkened slightly, looking disapprovingly at Ning Junyan. Chen Yincheng observed Yu Mingli and noticed that despite her smile, she appeared somewhat embarrassed. Yu Jia seemed to want to help his daughter out, asking Ning Junyan, I heard from your mom that you haven't been in a relationship all these years. Ning Junyan responded relatively politely, yes. Yu Jia asked him, is it because you haven't met the right person or are your standards too high? He was smiling as he asked, and his tone sounded kind. Ning Junyan put down his chopsticks and looked at Yu Jia. Chen Yincheng suddenly felt an intense flutter in his heart, sensing that Ning Junyan might say something reckless. He grew tense and reached under the table to gently pull on Ning Junyan's sleeve. Ning Junyan shifted his attention to Chen Yincheng, noticing that the fish meat he had earlier served to Chen Yincheng hadn't been touched. Is the food not tasty? Chen Yincheng quietly replied, no, it's very delicious. Ning Junyan lifted his hand and placed it on the back of Chen Yincheng's neck. Then you should eat well. Then he turned to Yu Jia and asked, Mr. Yu, which period were you referring to, before or now? Yu Jia smiled and asked, would there be a difference? Ning Junyan said, previously, I hadn't encountered the right one. Now, I found someone I like. Chapter 60. Because of Ning Junyan's statement, everyone at the round table in the dining room fell silent. Yu Jia still maintained his smile on his face as he asked Ning Junyan, do you have someone you like? If you like someone, why not start a romance? Upon hearing this, Ning Junyan turned to glance at Chen Yincheng and said, it's not the right occasion. He referred to the fact that Chen Yincheng didn't allow him to publicly disclose their relationship on such a day, and since he had promised not to speak, he really wouldn't say anything. The others didn't understand what was going on. Xu Rong couldn't help but step in to ease the tension. She said to Ning Junyan, you worked a night shift all night yesterday, are you well rested? Ning Junyan replied, not bad, it wasn't busy last night. Yu Jie reached out, patting his daughter's hand for reassurance, then said to Ning Junyan, young man, if you like someone, just go after them wholeheartedly, don't worry about whether or not it's appropriate. After finishing, he looked towards Xu Rong, isn't that right? Xu Rong smiled and nodded slightly. Today was mainly just to let Ning Junyan and Yumingli meet each other. Aside from Xu Rong who had an obvious matchmaking intention, everyone else thought love should be free, and whether or not they could end up together depended on fate. Now Ning Junyan's clear refusal attitude was already evident. Zhang Chong and the rest quickly changed the subject to avoid making the atmosphere even more awkward. Chen Yincheng secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, glad that Ning Junyan hadn't said more. After the meal, Ning Zhanghong and Xu Rong went to see off the guests. Ning Junyan and Chen Yincheng also accompanied them to walk outside to the parking area on the grass. Chen Yincheng saw Yu Jia and his daughter get into the car, rolled down the window to wave goodbye to those outside, then naturally drove away. After Zhang Chong and his wife left, Ning Junyan asked Xu Rong, can I leave now? Xu Rong replied, wait a moment, I have something to say to you. They returned to the villa. Ning Zhanghong went upstairs without saying a word. Chen Yincheng stood downstairs, looking up at his retreating back, thinking that Ning Zhanghong's coldness did not fully resemble Ning Junyan's. Xu Rong made a trip to the kitchen and instructed the maid to tidy up the living room. When she came back, she told Chen Yincheng, can we talk? Her tone was very gentle. Chen Yincheng originally thought Xu Rong wanted to talk to Ning Junyan, so when she heard her words, she felt somewhat surprised. At this point, Ning Junyan coldly interjected, no. Xu Rong looked at Ning Junyan, with a slight trace of anger appearing on her face, which she later suppressed, continuing to gently look at Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng thought about Yu Jia and realized that it was necessary to tell Xu Rong about Yu Jia's situation, so he nodded and said, all right. Xu Rong led Chen Yincheng to the small meeting room upstairs, where she personally brewed a cup of tea for Chen Yincheng and sat down opposite him. Chen Yincheng said, Aunt Yincheng, Xu Rong interrupted him, where do you work these days? Chen Yincheng was unable to broach the topic of Yu Jia, so he could only first answer Xu Rong's question, I currently don't have a job, after the New Year celebration, I will help at a friend's shop. Xu Rong nodded, I remember you being 2 years younger than Junyan, am I correct? Chen Yincheng replied, yes. Xu Rong picked up her teacup, took a shallow sip, and then set it down saying, then you're almost 30, haven't found a decent job yet, still working under others. Chen Yincheng looked toward Xu Rong. Ever since he followed Ning Junyan home today, Xu Rong's attitude had actually never been friendly. But because Chen Yincheng had been paying too much attention to Yu Jia, it wasn't until now, hearing Xu Rong's words, that he realized how disdainful Xu Rong must be towards him. A faint feeling of discomfort rose in him, but he responded politely, previously, I ran my own store, but things didn't go smoothly. Now, I can only start again. Xu Rong smiled and said, it's alright for young people to experience career failure, starting over is the way forward. So, how long do you plan to live on Junyan's support? Chen Yincheng did not respond immediately. Some words swirled around his mouth but were eventually swallowed. He reminded himself that this was Ning Junyan's mother and he shouldn't be impolite, just as he couldn't bear to refuse Ning Junyan using hurtful language. Seeing he didn't answer, Xu Rong continued unprompted, Junyan values feelings more than I expected. After all, you two lived together when you were young, and his willingness to lend a helping hand when he sees you in tough circumstances makes sense. But Aunt feels you shouldn't overly depend on him. After all, you're an adult man, relying on friends won't suffice forever. It's best to start planning for your future soon. Chen Yincheng placed his hands on his knees, gazing at the floating tea leaves and the pale yellow liquid in the cup before him. Xu Rong went on, you will both get married someday. You won't decide to move once you found a girlfriend, nor would it make sense for you to bring her to live there, right? Chen Yincheng slowly said, you're right. Xu Rong smiled, showing only a slight wrinkle at the corner of her eyes. She said, in some future events, it won't be appropriate for you to accompany him either. After all, you've been apart for so long and each have your own friends and social circles, there's no need to force an unnatural merger. It's enough to maintain appropriate interactions. After saying this, Ning Junyan opened the door to the small meeting room from outside and stood at the entrance, asking, are you done talking? Xu Rong stood up and told him, we're almost finished. I still have something to say to you. Ning Junyan walked inside and stood in front of Xu Rong, thus blocking Chen Yincheng who had originally been sitting opposite her. Go ahead, he said. Xu Rong lost the gentle smile she'd worn when facing Chen Yincheng. With slightly knitted eyebrows, she said, what kind of attitude did you show our guests today? Ning Junyan said, which guest are you referring to? If it's that lady, since I don't feel anything for her, isn't it best to clearly express my position early on? Xu Rong said, you're 30 already. Don't you know what people should do at your age? Ning Junyan replied, I don't need you to plan my life for me. Xu Rong stepped forward, fine then. If you already have someone you like, why don't you bring them home and introduce us? Upon hearing this, Ning Junyan glanced at Chen Yincheng. At this moment, Chen Yincheng had calmed down and showed no reaction when Ning Junyan looked at him. Ning Junyan turned back and said, there will be such a day. Then he turned to walk towards Chen Yincheng, let's go. Chen Yincheng got up from the sofa and said to Xu Rong, "Auntie, we'll take our leave." Xu Rong smiled lightly, "Take care going home, I won't see you off." Ning Zhenyan and Chen Yincheng went downstairs where the nanny sent them off to the door. Although the morning sunshine had been bright, by the afternoon clouds had covered the sun again. The lawn furniture had already been moved aside, and in this open space, cold wind occasionally swept across their bodies. Chen Yincheng didn't say anything throughout the entire time. Once they got in the car, Ning Zhenyan fastened his seatbelt but didn't start the engine immediately. Instead, he asked Chen Yincheng, "What did my mom say to you?" Chen Yincheng responded with a soft, and turned around, "Nothing much, just chatted." "Can't you tell me?" Ning Zhenyan asked. "Not really, it's just that what she said to me is likely the same as what she might have said to you." "There's not much meaning to it," Chen Yincheng answered. Ning Zhenyan gazed silently at him. Chen Yincheng placed his hand on Ning Zhenyan's hand, "Let's go home." Ning Zhenyan then started the car and drove back home. That evening, Chen Yincheng sat on the sofa staring blankly at the TV, while Ning Zhenyan had his laptop on his knees reading academic papers. The volume of the TV was very low, and the screen kept flickering. The images reflected in Chen Yincheng's eyes kept changing, yet his mind wasn't focused on the content playing on TV at all. Xu Rong's words held no significant meaning, her attitude and intentions were quite straightforward. She simply disapproved of Chen Yincheng and wanted to keep some distance between him and Ning Zhenyan. Chen Yincheng grew up as an orphan and fought his way through life alone. He had met all sorts of people and endured countless hardships, easily recognizing the implication in Xu Rong's words, nor would he lower himself due to her belittlement. Still, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Some of Xu Rong's words hit home. What exactly was his current relationship with Ning Zhenyan? Even if they were considered to be in a romantic relationship, Ning Zhenyan provided him with peace and comfort, allowing him to lie in his warm embrace every night. Being loved and pampered, experiences he rarely enjoyed before, could easily ensnare him unintentionally. He knew Ning Zhenyan had deep feelings for him and couldn't bear to hurt him. Otherwise, he probably would have considered moving out already. Now, Xu Rong's words merely reminded him to seriously consider whether it was justified to rely entirely on Ning Zhenyan's feelings for him, taking everything Ning Zhenyan offered without hesitation, down to the clothes he wore, even the underwear, all purchased by Ning Zhenyan for him. He wanted a more equal and substantial relationship. Chen Yincheng's phone lay on the coffee table in front of him. Its screen lit up unexpectedly. It was Guan Anlin calling him back. In the afternoon, he had sent a message asking when Guan Anlin would return, and the other side never replied, until now when the call came unexpectedly. Ning Zhenyan lifted his head, glanced at the phone screen, and swung his legs draped over the coffee table, then looked at Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng picked up the phone and walked toward the utility balcony next to the bathroom to answer it under Ning Zhenyan's gaze. As soon as the call connected, Guan Anlin asked, "What's the matter? Do I need to start preparing now?" Chen Yincheng leaned against the railing of the balcony, looking toward the living room. "Not really. I want to ask if the house you rented previously is available for me to move into now." Guan Anlin was caught off guard by the question and said, "I already returned the house." "Returned?" Chen Yincheng was a bit surprised. Guan Anlin explained, "Didn't you ask me to follow you in business? Anyway, I had very few belongings. Before returning home for the new year, I returned the house and resigned from my job. Now I'm waiting for your notice on when to start work." Chen Yincheng said, "It might take some more time." "No problem, then I'll stay at home longer." Guan Anlin hadn't been back to his hometown for a long time either. Chen Yincheng replied with a soft, Guan Anlin asked him, "Did your rich friend kick you out?" Chen Yincheng's tone revealed a trace of helplessness, "No." Guan Anlin said, "Then why are you looking for a house?" Chen Yincheng said, "Nothing much, I was just asking." Guan Anlin told him, "Then wait a bit longer. Ask your rich friend for a little leeway, stay a few more days. Once I return, we can go look for a place together." "I know." With that, Chen Yincheng ended the call. He was somewhat troubled and squatted down on the balcony, inserting his fingers into his short hair. He felt that he was being overly sentimental. Normally, he would handle things more straightforwardly, but when it came to Ning Zhenyan, he overthought many issues, sometimes even confusing himself. He lowered his head and lightly bumped his forehead against the wall, only to suddenly hear Ning Zhenyan's voice, "What are you doing?" Chen Yincheng quickly raised his head and saw Ning Zhenyan standing at the entrance of the balcony, looking at him. Chapter 61. The moment Chen Yincheng saw Ning Zhenyan, he felt a little nervous. He stood up from the ground and said, "I'll take a call." Ning Zhenyan stood in the doorway, blocking his way out. "Why did you bang your head against the wall?" Chen Yincheng unconsciously touched his head and blurted out, "Just hit it randomly." Ning Zhenyan extended a hand toward him, "Come here." Chen Yincheng walked over to him. Ning Zhenyan lifted his hand and cupped his face, kissing the place where he had just bumped, and said, "Something that belongs to me can't just be banged around recklessly." Chen Yincheng's face flushed slightly, "Does everything belong to you?" Ning Zhenyan didn't let go of the hand holding his face, slightly lifting his head to meet his gaze. "I'm warning you, don't do anything behind my back." Chen Yincheng thought his tone was a bit cold, and looked directly into his eyes. Ning Zhenyan stood in the shadow with his whole face lost in the darkness, hard to see clearly, but the hands that were holding Chen Yincheng's face held strong power, making it impossible for Chen Yincheng to break free easily. So, he could only say, "What are you talking about?" "Anything I don't agree with," Ning Junyan answered, "such as hitting your head." After finishing speaking, he pressed Chen Yincheng's head down and gently blew on his top. "What if you hit yourself, stupid?" Chen Yincheng couldn't help but slap his hand away. "Stop fooling around." Finally, Ning Junyan loosened his grip. Chen Yincheng sidestepped and walked past him. "I'm going to take a shower first." Warm water streamed down from the top, and Chen Yincheng stood inside the bathtub, closing his eyes. He held his breath as the hot water gushed onto his face, and after a while, turned his head aside. He wiped the water off his face with his hand and took several deep breaths. Having procrastinated until now, he decided to move out. But he was somewhat afraid to broach the subject with Ning Junyan. He knew Ning Junyan wouldn't agree, worried about Ning Junyan strongly opposing it. They had argued over this issue a few times, but every time it ended with his surrender and soft-heartedness. Whenever he became tough, he found himself no match for Ning Junyan. He started considering another approach to communicate with Ning Junyan. Chen Yincheng lay in bed, hearing the water in the bathroom stop. A little later, Ning Junyan climbed into bed, still carrying a cool water scent, lifting the covers. The bedside lamp in the room was turned off, plunging it into total darkness. Chen Yincheng silently cheered himself up, rolled over, straddled Ning Junyan's legs. In the dark, he reached out to find Ning Junyan's face, bending down to kiss his lips. Ning Junyan wrapped an arm around Chen Yincheng's waist, his fingers slipping under his pajamas to scratch lightly against his skin. After a while, when Chen Yincheng raised his head, Ning Junyan asked him, "Do you want it?" Chen Yincheng didn't know how to respond. He sort of wanted Ning Junyan to shut up and not talk, then later bent down and rested on Ning Junyan's body, saying, "You're the most important person in my life." Ning Junyan raised his hand and caressed his hair. Chen Yincheng said, "Whether we live together or not doesn't change our relationship." Ning Junyan's fingers slid to his ear, lightly rubbing the tender lobe. "Then what?" Then, although knowing Ning Junyan couldn't see, Chen Yincheng's gaze still softened. "You don't need to be so hasty, eager for cohabitation, eager for marriage, we can take things slow." Ning Junyan calmly asked him, "So can I proceed?" Chen Yincheng paused for a moment and said, "I'm just a little scared." Ning Junyan said, "Though it's big, I won't hurt you. Take a look at the drawer." Chen Yincheng found this strange, blindly reaching out in the dark to pull open the first drawer of the nightstand. Seeing nothing, he switched on the light. As the brightness hit, his eyes squinted, then he noticed the lubricant and condoms in the drawer. Ning Junyan said, "Even though it's big, it won't cause pain." Chen Yincheng forcefully closed the drawer, unwilling to even look at Ning Junyan's face. Then he switched off the light again. Sitting on Ning Junyan's waist, he sighed, "It's not about this." There was always something weighing on his mind, like once he completely gave himself over physically, there would be no turning back. Just like how he wasn't ready to accept Ning Junyan's proposal, Chen Yincheng suddenly felt a pang of sadness. He realized he hadn't fully committed to their relationship yet, always keeping a retreat option for himself. He felt he owed Ning Junyan. Driven by his sorrow, Chen Yincheng bent down and embraced Ning Junyan's neck, kissing his cheeks and lips. Intimately calling out, "Yen Yen." Ning Junyan flipped them over with his arms around his waist, pinning him down, and captured his lips. On the fourth day of the new year, Chen Yincheng slept soundly on Ning Junyan's bed, not waking up until the outside sky was fully bright. When he woke up, he was a bit confused because Ning Junyan didn't hug him tightly as before. Dazed, he turned and looked beside him. He saw Ning Junyan was still in bed but already sitting upright, looking upward at the ceiling. "What are you looking at?" Chen Yincheng felt strange and followed his gaze, only to see that there was nothing on the ceiling. Ning Junyan didn't answer but instead lowered his eyes to look at Chen Yincheng's face. After a while, he turned away and looked towards the head of the bed. Chen Yincheng sat up, hands propping himself on the bed. "Junyan." Ning Junyan hummed in acknowledgement, but he didn't look at him, reaching out to press the wall beside the bedhead. Chen Yincheng was confused, got up from the bed, and went to the bathroom. By the time he came out, Ning Junyan was already gone from the room. Breakfast hadn't been bought, so Chen Yincheng cooked 2 bowls of fried egg noodles in the kitchen. Before entering the kitchen, he had seen Ning Junyan turn on his computer in the study, but after cooking the noodles and coming out again, the study was already empty. Chen Yincheng returned to Ning Junyan's room, hearing some noise coming from the bathroom. He walked over and saw a measuring tape stretched out on the floor from the bedside all the way to the bathroom. And there was Ning Junyan in the bathroom, using the measuring tape to record some lengths. "What are you doing?" Chen Yincheng looked at him blankly. Ning Junyan stood up, retracted the measuring tape, and said calmly, "I'm measuring." "Why measure?" Chen Yincheng couldn't make sense of it. Ning Junyan told him, "To redecorate." Chen Yincheng asked, "Why redecorate?" Ning Junyan replied, "For convenience." After breakfast, Ning Junyan returned to the study and started working on something at the computer. Uneasy, Chen Yincheng stood at the study door watching him for a moment. Ning Junyan did acknowledge him though, raising his head and asking, "Do you want me to hold you?" Chen Yincheng said, "No need." He stepped back, went out, and called Sun Shouyang on the balcony. The New Year celebrations weren't over yet, so the renovation workers hadn't returned, and the decoration of the new shop in the trade market was still on hold. Sun Shiryang said the shop's decoration would be quick, just needing a few more days after the holiday to finish. He suggested Chen Yincheng pick out furniture cabinets then directly place orders. Why so urgent? Sun Shiryang questioned him. Chen Yincheng replied, nothing, I just want to find something to do. Don't rush, take a few days off. Sun Shiryang's voice was quite relaxed, probably because they were playing mahjong early in the morning. If you're short of cash, I can lend you some. Chen Yincheng laughed, I've got money, brother Sun, don't worry about it. Sun Shiryang said, then enjoy yourself during the holidays, don't think about work. After hanging up, Chen Yincheng carefully considered things and decided to pack up his stuff when Ning Junyan was on duty on the 6th day of the new year. On the 7th day, once Ning Junyan came home from his night shift, he would officially move out. He could first rent a short-term apartment to stay in until Guan Anlin returned, and then consider finding a monthly rental or living in the liquor store within the trade market. For now, he wouldn't tell Ning Junyan his plans. On the 4th and 5th day of the new year, besides going to the supermarket with Ning Junyan, Chen Yincheng stayed indoors most of the time. They went shopping on the 5th day, and Ning Junyan bought a lot of food. Chen Yincheng asked him, why buy so much? The new year is almost over. Ning Junyan replied, we'll eat them gradually. Early on the 6th day, Ning Junyan got up to go to the hospital for his shift. Chen Yincheng woke up late and began slowly packing his things. During his stay here, he had barely added anything new, and previously he could fit everything in just 2 suitcases. It was the same now, except for the set of clothes Ning Junyan bought for him, which left him unsure what to do. The clothes were tailored to his size. If he didn't take them, Ning Junyan wouldn't be able to wear them either. Standing by the bed, he folded the clothes and realized that the down jacket required pressing hard to fit into the suitcase. Chen Yincheng felt reluctant. He hesitated for a long time, then hung the down jacket back into the wardrobe. He didn't know if he'd return one day, so he might as well return this jacket he had worn only once to Ning Junyan. He took down the sheets and covers from the bed, washed and dried them, and put them all into the closet. The rest were small personal items that could be temporarily stuffed into pockets when leaving. That evening, Chen Yincheng lay alone in Ning Junyan's bed, video calling him on his phone. Sitting in his office, Ning Junyan was still wearing his white coat. Is work not busy? Chen Yincheng asked him. Ning Junyan said, I've already made rounds through the rooms, not busy. Chen Yincheng leaned against the headboard, somewhat dazedly staring at Ning Junyan on the phone screen. Ning Junyan asked him, didn't leave the house today? Chen Yincheng answered, yeah, I didn't have any errands so I didn't go out. Ning Junyan nodded, then asked him again, do you miss me? Chen Yincheng couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Ning Junyan say these words so seriously, saying, miss you quite a bit. He wasn't lying. While packing today, he had thought of nothing but Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan said, then why don't you undress yourself and touch yourself while I watch? Chen Yincheng lowered his head and said helplessly, don't even think about it. Ning Junyan said with some regret, all right then. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Chen Yincheng looked at Ning Junyan, and after a while, he asked, Ning Junyan, why do you like me so much? Ning Junyan replied, because you're great. Chen Yincheng couldn't quite understand, I'm too ordinary, and I don't have any skills. Ning Junyan said gently and slowly, not to me. You're the most special person in my life. Chen Yincheng looked at him and smiled. Ning Junyan softly said, let's sleep. Wait for me at home. Chen Yincheng nodded, then we won't talk anymore. You should rest early too. Ning Junyan said, all right. They ended the video call, and Ning Junyan placed his phone on the desk, leaning his head back against the chair, his expression as usual cold. Even if Chen Yincheng didn't say it, he knew that Chen Yincheng hadn't left the house all day, because when he went out this morning, he had locked the door from the inside, which couldn't be opened again until tomorrow morning when he returned from work. Only then would Chen Yincheng be able to leave his house. Of course, by that time, he wouldn't let Chen Yincheng leave anyway. Chapter 62. Chen Yincheng got up very early in the morning. He packed his things one last time, bringing his suitcase into the living room. He ate breakfast alone, washed the dishes, and waited for Ning Junyan to come back. He knew Ning Junyan's negotiation today wouldn't go smoothly, but he had no intention of sneaking away without a word to Ning Junyan. However, on this morning, Ning Junyan returned later than usual from work. When Chen Yincheng heard the sound of the key turning, he glanced at his suitcase by the door and tensely stood up. The key turned twice in the lock before the door slowly opened. Ning Junyan came in wearing a long dark black coat and carrying a toolbox. After entering, he stood by the door to change his shoes. All he had to do was look up to see Chen Yincheng's suitcase, but it seemed as if he never noticed it. Once he had changed his shoes, Ning Junyan walked in with the toolbox and saw Chen Yincheng standing next to the sofa. Chen Yincheng called out to him, Junyan. Ning Junyan casually placed the toolbox against the wall, walked over to Chen Yincheng, and put an arm around him, giving him a kiss on the cheek while asking, did you have breakfast? Chen Yincheng could feel the coldness that Ning Junyan brought from outside, but the kiss was warm. He replied, I've already eaten. Then asked again, what about you? I ate at the hospital. Ning Junyan turned back, picked up the toolbox, and started heading towards the bedroom. Chen Yincheng grabbed him. I have something to tell you. Ning Junyan stopped and turned to look at him. What's wrong? Taking a deep breath, Chen Yincheng said, I've decided to move out. After saying it, he continued looking at Ning Junyan's face, worried that Ning Junyan would get angry. To his surprise, Ning Junyan remained calm and asked, where are you planning to move? Chen Yincheng said, I'm thinking of renting a short-term apartment first, then when the new store in the trading market opens, I'll move there. Ning Junyan shook his head, no. His tone was so level, like a father rejecting a pouting son. Chen Yincheng realized that unless he was more resolute, they wouldn't reach any conclusion today. So he firmly said, I didn't consult you because I've already made my decision. Ning Junyan put down the toolbox, grasped his hand, and said, but what if I still don't agree? Chen Yincheng looked down, feeling heavy-hearted as he said, I'm sorry. Ning Junyan tightly held onto his hand, frowning slightly as though he was somewhat troubled. Seeing that Ning Junyan wasn't speaking, Chen Yincheng added, even if we don't live together, it doesn't mean our relationship changes. We're still in the same city, we can still meet often. Some distance will allow both of us to calm down and clearly evaluate our relationship. Ning Junyan still didn't let go of his hand, as if he wasn't listening. Chen Yincheng thought he had expressed himself clearly enough. If he gave in again because of Ning Junyan's reaction, he feared he would really be unable to leave, so he tried to pull his hand free. I'll leave the keys on the bedside table in the room, please keep them safe. Just as Chen Yincheng was about to pull his hand away, Ning Junyan suddenly gripped his wrist much harder than before. Chen Yincheng realized he couldn't even wiggle his wrist. Ning Junyan said, let's talk. Since he was willing to have a conversation, Chen Yincheng stopped struggling and looked at him, saying, go ahead. Ning Junyan asked, do you think this place is too far from where you'll be working in the future? Chen Yincheng said, that's only part of the reason. Ning Junyan said, then how about we buy a house near the trading market and live there? What do you think? Chen Yincheng felt like sighing, that's not the solution. This isn't solving the problem. Leaving me is the solution. Ning Junyan asked him. His black eyes appeared calm, but his voice carried a tinge of grievance. Chen Yincheng said, can't we just take a break from each other temporarily? Like before when I lived in the shop, you could visit me often. I was borrowing this place anyway, so there's no reason why I should stay indefinitely once I moved in. Ning Junyan said, I don't want you to go. Please calm down and think about not just now, but also the future. Many things shouldn't be done impulsively without considering the consequences. You don't want me anymore. Chen Yincheng abruptly paused, shocked by what Ning Junyan said. Ning Junyan repeated softly, you don't want me anymore. Just like that time, when I was hugging you, you still pushed me away. Chen Yincheng knew that what Ning Junyan was referring to was from 16 years ago, when they had separated once before. Though he was 2 years younger than Ning Junyan, he always felt as if he bore an older brother's responsibility to care for Ning Junyan. He didn't want to push Ning Junyan away, but what else could he do? Should Ning Junyan drop out of school and work young just like him? At that time, the sorrow and resentment in his heart were probably no less than Ning Junyan's, yet he still chose to shoulder the responsibility willingly. To Ning Junyan, he said, I'm sorry, it's my incapability. He wasn't capable enough. He watched them take Ning Junyan away, watched Guan Anlin get arrested and imprisoned, and watched Zhou Yan surrender himself at the police station. There were too many things he did not agree with, yet he ended up powerless. Ning Junyan told him, it doesn't matter, as long as I don't let go. Chen Yincheng wanted to say it wasn't like that, but before he could speak, Ning Junyan suddenly grabbed his wrist forcefully and pulled him towards the bedroom. What are you doing? Chen Yincheng was startled and a bit panicked. Ning Junyan was too strong, physically, he had never been able to win against him. Now he struggled hard to stand firm, trying to stop Ning Junyan from dragging him forward. Ning Junyan pulled him all the way into the bedroom, furrowing his brows as he muttered softly, the thing I've customized hasn't arrived yet. Chen Yincheng said, let me go. Ning Junyan shoved Chen Yincheng onto the large bed, flipped him over and forced him to kneel down. Then Ning Junyan bent one leg and pressed it against his lower back while pulling his hands above his head. With swift motions, he unbuckled his own belt and tied Chen Yincheng's wrists tightly. Chen Yincheng was both furious and anxious, shouting loudly, Ning Junyan, have you gone mad? Ning Junyan lowered his head, planting kisses on the back of Chen Yincheng's neck and by his ear, saying, don't be afraid. Then he straightened up again, still pinning Chen Yincheng with his knee. Taking advantage of the moment, Ning Junyan slipped off his long coat and threw it aside. He then rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, exposing forearms where veins stood out prominently under pale green skin. Next, Ning Junyan reached beneath Chen Yincheng, unbuttoning and unzipping his jeans. His slender fingers gripped the waistband firmly, yanking the pants along with the underwear down in one fluid motion. Throughout this process, Chen Yincheng kept struggling. Attempting to kick Ning Junyan with his legs, Ning Junyan easily dodged from the side. After removing Chen Yincheng's pants, Ning Junyan pulled him up from the bed and dragged him towards the bathroom. Chen Yincheng stumbled awkwardly along the way, shouting angrily, are you crazy, Ning Junyan? Ning Junyan said nothing, pulling Chen Yincheng inside the bathroom and forcefully sitting him down in the bathtub. Chen Yincheng raised his leg and kicked hard against Ning Junyan's hip, but he slipped and fell backward slightly. Ning Junyan merely swayed and then hugged Chen Yincheng, saying cautiously, be careful. Then Ning Junyan used Chen Yincheng's jeans to loop around his belt-bound wrists and securely fastened him to the pipes in the bathtub. Enraged, Chen Yincheng strained desperately, trying to untie Ning Junyan's knots with his hands, but they were bound so tight that his fingers barely moved. Afterwards, Ning Junyan turned and left the room, walking outside and returning shortly with a toolbox which he placed directly on the bed. Chen Yincheng panted, looking through the bathroom door toward the outer room. He saw Ning Junyan take out a long metal chain and then retrieve a power drill. Standing by the bed, Ning Junyan compared the diameter of the drill bits and expansion bolts before staring at the wall by the head of the bed, choosing a spot to drill. "Are you done going crazy, Ning Junyan?" Chen Yincheng shouted loudly, "Are you planning to keep me locked here? How long can you possibly lock me for?" Ning Junyan remained silent, plugged in the electric drill, and turned it on. The room quickly filled with the loud noise of drilling. Chen Yincheng's voice was drowned out by the noise. Exhausted and faint, he waited for the drilling to stop and then said, "Can you imprison me for life? My friends will look for me, they'll call the police. Plenty of people know I live here with you, sooner or later the police will come. You'll ruin your future yourself, and I will never want to see you again." Holding the expansion bolt in place with a hammer ready to drive it home, Ning Junyan stopped upon hearing the last sentence from Chen Yincheng. He turned his head to look at Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng knelt in the bathtub, bare-legged, eyes bloodshot red. "Is this how you treat me? You. Do you want me to hate you for the rest of my life?" Ning Junyan wasn't really foolish, whatever Chen Yincheng could think of, he naturally thought of too. There was nowhere truly safe, he couldn't make Chen Yincheng disappear without others noticing. Hardest of all, he couldn't prevent Chen Yincheng from hating him because of this. Seeing Ning Junyan stop, Chen Yincheng's voice became a little softer, but his throat was already hoarse. He said, "Let me go. Yan, come over and untie me." Ning Junyan held the hammer in his hand and silently looked at him. After a while, he walked towards the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, instead of hurrying to untie Chen Yincheng, he squatted down on the floor. He asked Chen Yincheng, "Can you stay?" Chen Yincheng could have caved in temporarily and soothed Ning Junyan with a few words, but today's events had only made him more determined about his original thoughts. He said, "I'm leaving." The hammer in Ning Junyan's hand rolled onto the ground. He raised both hands and gripped the edge of the bathtub as he stared at Chen Yincheng. "Then I'll tie you up. You'll never leave this room." Chen Yincheng said, "Then make sure you tie me up well enough for life, don't let me escape or die. Otherwise, I will surely never want to see you again." Ning Junyan's expression remained cold, but his eyes started to turn red. "Do you really not want me anymore?" Chen Yincheng said, "If you don't let me leave today, then I won't want you anymore." Ning Junyan's gaze shifted to Chen Yincheng's bound hands. Chapter 63. Time seemed to momentarily freeze between the two. Chen Yincheng kept looking at Ning Junyan. He felt like a long time had passed, but in reality, it was only a minute or two. Ning Junyan eventually let go of Chen Yincheng's hand. He was very silent, tossing the crumpled pair of jeans into the edge of the bathtub and then untying the leather belt that bound Chen Yincheng's wrists. Because it had been tied too tightly, Ning Junyan himself spent some time before completely loosening the belt. Chen Yincheng lowered his head and saw two deep marks on his wrist, the color already reddish-purple. Ning Junyan reached out and lifted Chen Yincheng who was still kneeling in the bathtub. Chen Yincheng's body clearly tensed up. He pushed Ning Junyan away, who said, "I won't touch you." Chen Yincheng was carried over and sat on the bed, then watched as Ning Junyan returned to the bathroom and retrieved his pants. Ning Junyan squatted down by the side of the bed and helped Chen Yincheng put his pants back on. Chen Yincheng could actually do it himself, but he did not stop Ning Junyan. He knew Ning Junyan was upset, and he himself was equally distressed. There were still scattered tools from Ning Junyan lying around on the bed, and one glance at them made Chen Yincheng feel restless and anxious. After helping Chen Yincheng wear his pants, Ning Junyan went to get Chen Yincheng's coat and brought it inside. His eyes were still slightly red, but his expression remained cold. After draping the coat around Chen Yincheng, he said, "Let's go." "Where do you want to go?" "I'll take you." Chen Yincheng nodded. Ning Junyan drove and sent Chen Yincheng off. Chen Yincheng intended to first find a short-term rental near the trading market, so he asked Ning Junyan to directly take him there. Ning Junyan didn't say anything, silently driving Chen Yincheng to the destination. Today was the 7th day of the Chinese New Year. Although many people had already started working, for more people, the New Year celebrations hadn't yet ended. There weren't many cars on the streets, and the area around the trading market was also quiet and deserted. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Yincheng unconsciously rubbed his bruised wrists, staring blankly out of the car window, appearing fatigued. Ning Junyan parked the car outside the parking lot next to the trading market. The parking lot was empty, with almost no vehicles. Chen Yincheng looked at him and said, "Thanks." Ning Junyan opened the car door and got out to help Chen Yincheng take out his suitcase. Chen Yincheng took the suitcase and placed it by his feet. As he watched Ning Junyan turn around to get back into the car, he reached out and grabbed Ning Junyan's sleeve. Ning Junyan stopped and looked down at his hand. Chen Yincheng said, "There is something I never got the chance to mention before, about Yu Jie, tell your mom to be cautious of him." "Which Yu Jie?" Ning Junyan's voice was somewhat hoarse. Chen Yincheng said, "The one we had dinner with at your place. Though I don't know what he's doing now, he once conned my friend and was involved in illegal activities." I'm afraid if your mom does business with him, something bad might happen. Ning Junyan nodded, without saying anything further. He pulled open the driver's door and got back into the car. As Ning Junyan left, Chen Yincheng remained standing by the roadside watching him, his suitcases leaning against his legs. After getting in, Ning Junyan did not look back at him again. Reversing swiftly, he turned the car around and drove away from the parking lot. The speed was too fast, and Chen Yincheng instinctively stepped forward, wanting to warn him to drive carefully, but couldn't get the words out. Chen Yincheng knew it would be difficult to leave Ning Junyan today without trouble, but things escalating this far was unexpected. He became furious when Ning Junyan was being domineering. He couldn't accept how Ning Junyan treated him. Every word spoken at that moment was heartfelt. But as soon as Ning Junyan showed signs of compromise, he softened immediately, feeling guilty as though he had done something wrong to Ning Junyan. The wounds on his wrists were still fresh, and he had already started to feel remorseful. Pushing his 2 suitcases slowly, Chen Yincheng walked out of the parking lot. The trading market was located in the northern outskirts of the city, a newly developed area surrounded mostly by suburban old buildings and narrow streets. It was actually quite easy to rent a room here, and they were cheap too. Chen Yincheng rented a daily apartment, which was a compartmentalized part of a larger room. There were no windows, only a single dim fluorescent light hanging overhead. He didn't have much appetite for lunch and stayed in the room until evening before leaving to find food. Many shops were still closed, those that opened in the morning shut early in the afternoon, making it hard to find an open small restaurant. Walking outside, Chen Yincheng felt colder here than in the city center, possibly just his perception. When the cold wind blew, he involuntarily tightened his thin down jacket. Eventually, he found a small shop run by out-of-towners. As he ate, Chen Yincheng chatted with the boss, who said he hadn't gone home for the New Year holiday and had kept the restaurant open throughout the New Year. He ordered a bowl of rice with gravy. At this point, he was the only customer in the shop. The boss placed the plate of gravy rice on his table and sat not far away, staring blankly at the empty street outside. Chen Yincheng used the spoon to mix the rice evenly. The boss turned around and saw the marks on his wrists. "Oh no," he exclaimed. "What happened to your hand?" By now, the marks had completely turned a deep purplish blue, looking quite ghastly and severe. Chen Yincheng smiled and said, "Nothing, I accidentally hurt it." The boss asked him, "You're already working before the New Year celebrations are over?" Chen Yincheng replied, "Yeah, gotta eat, right?" The boss nodded, seemingly sharing some understanding. He lifted one leg and crossed it over the other. Money's hard to earn. After finishing his meal, Chen Yunqing returned alone to the daily rental apartment. By this time, it was already pitch dark. Most of the houses along the road had their doors closed and lights off, with only the cold white light of the street lamps illuminating the path ahead. As Chen Yunqing was halfway through walking back, his phone rang. He stopped, took out his phone, and glanced at the screen. He saw that it was Guan and Lin calling. After answering the call, they chatted for a few moments. Guan and Lin heard that he had already moved out and asked if he was preparing to start work again. Chen Yunqing said, "Boss Sun said there will be workers coming back tomorrow, so I'll go and oversee things. After the Grand New Year celebration is over, we can probably open for business." Guan and Lin replied after hearing this, "Then I'll come back earlier." They chatted for a few more moments before hanging up. Chen Yunqing still stood by the roadside, his figure appearing lonely. His finger scrolled through the phone's contact list for a long time, eventually finding Ning Junyan's number. He called Ning Junyan. He had previously said that even if he temporarily moved out, his relationship with Ning Junyan wouldn't change. He didn't know whether Ning Junyan believed him or not, but he hoped to make Ning Junyan feel reassured. However, Ning Junyan did not answer the call. Chen Yunqing looked up, feeling somewhat disoriented as he glanced at both ends of the street. He waited for a long time until the call disconnected automatically. Then, he put his phone back into his trouser pocket, inserted both hands into his jacket pockets, and continued walking forward. He had experienced more than others from a young age. He often told himself to be content, otherwise he would be unhappy. Therefore, he asked for less than other children, even when his godparents provided just one meal, he felt grateful. It wasn't that he considered himself worth less than others, but rather that having too many desires wouldn't lead to fulfillment, so he believed it was better to ask for less, allowing him to live happily. In the past, he often told others that he wanted to find an ordinary girl to be with, but he never actually sought her out. He always maintained a resistant attitude toward love, fearing that the more he invested, the greater the pain would be. Sometimes he thought his mentality was unhealthy, which might have something to do with the fact that he had no parents and lacked a complete family. On the surface, it seemed like he was always willing to give without expecting returns, but in reality, it was because he feared not getting anything in return, so it was better not to desire them. In Chen Yunqing's view, Ning Junyan also had an unhealthy psychology. Chen Yunqing thought about his parents and the 4 years they lived together and grew up. Perhaps Ning Junyan's lack of wholeness also stemmed from not having a complete family. So both of them lacked security. Chen Yunqing's resistance stemmed from his lack of security, while Ning Junyan's was excessive demand. Their psychological issues led them to this point today. Chen Yunqing simply wanted to take a step back to calm down, but he didn't know whether Ning Junyan had already decided to give up. Chen Yunqing felt deeply upset. Meanwhile, Ning Junyan's head was throbbing painfully. He was sitting alone on the bed, wrapping a metal chain twice around his wrist. He watched the dangling end of the chain sway in front of him. He had custom-made a pair of handcuffs and a collar, all made of metal and wrapped in soft leather on the outside. Even though he had let Chen Yunqing leave, he did not plan to return these items. The headache started in the afternoon. Originally standing beside the bed, he intended to organize the contents of the toolbox but began experiencing pain halfway through. Consequently, he stopped and lay down directly, falling asleep. When he woke up, it was already dark outside. Ning Junyan did not want to eat. Instead, he sat on the bed playing with the chains he had purchased. He originally planned to fix one end into the wall while making the other end detachable, either changing into handcuffs or attaching to the collar, allowing Chen Yunqing to move within the range of the bedroom and bathroom without being able to unlock it without his key. He knew this was illegal. Having studied for many years, he was more knowledgeable about legal matters than many people, yet when he carried out these actions, his mind went blank, focusing solely on preventing Chen Yunqing from leaving. He wasn't afraid of breaking the law, but he was afraid that Chen Yunqing wouldn't forgive him. Again, he had failed. When the phone on the bedside table rang, Ning Junyan glanced over. He saw Chen Yunqing's name, but he did not answer. At that moment, his headache returned. He tossed the metal chain aside and found a painkiller in the medicine box outside, then came back to the room and lay down directly on the side of the bed where Chen Yunqing used to sleep. The pillow still seemed to carry Chen Yunqing's scent. Lying on his side, Ning Junyan pulled the blanket over his head. Before falling asleep, he thought about how he had to go to work tomorrow. There was a surgery scheduled in the morning. Also, the collar he had custom-made was almost ready. He wanted so much to put it on Chen Yunqing with his own hands. Chapter 64. Guan Anlin returned just before the end of the new year. After discussing with Chen Yunqing, in order to save on rental costs for a house, they decided to simply install a bunk bed in one of the rooms inside the shop. Though the room wasn't large, neither of them cared. It felt like they were back living in a dormitory. Before officially opening, Chen Yunqing went with Sun Shuyang to collect supplies. Boxes of tobacco, alcohol, and drinks gradually filled the shelves. They also hired a young woman in her 20s named Wu Xiaozhu to manage the store and keep accounts during regular hours. Sun Shuyang wanted to entrust this store entirely to Chen Yunqing's management. He was in the wholesale business for cigarettes and alcohol and usually sourced goods directly from local dealers. Sun took Chen around town to meet various contacts over several meals. In the beginning, he also introduced a few clients to Chen's shop, telling them that it was his own store, offering the same discounts as his other shops. As soon as the inventory started piling up in the store, Chen Yunqing moved out of the daily rental apartment and began living in the inner room of the shop with Guan Anlin. Chen Yunqing slept on the bottom bunk while Guan Anlin stayed in the top bed. The environment here wasn't as damp as Chen Yunqing's old store used to be, and having two people in the room made it less chilly. The bedding was all brand new and soft, providing a more comfortable sleep than the beds in the daily rentals. Best of all, the shop had an air conditioner installed. Outside was a large cabinet unit, which was prepared to cool down the space by adding plastic curtains to the entrance during the summer months. Inside was a small wall-mounted air conditioning unit, though it had yet to be used. Chen Yunqing figured winter was almost over, and there was no real need for it with the indoor temperature tolerable. Above him, Guan Anlin lay on his bunk bed watching videos on his phone, seemingly unfazed. The two of them had spent the entire day organizing goods, loading and unloading the cabinets and shelves, and by now they only wanted to lie down and rest. Chen Yunqing placed his hands behind his head, staring at the somewhat cramped ceiling above the bed, lost in thought. It had been a week since Ning Junyan had last contacted him. The injury on his wrist had faded significantly, likely to disappear completely in another couple of days, making Ning Junyan's violent tendencies feel distant as those marks disappeared. Gradually, Chen Yunqing forgot about Ning Junyan's erratic behavior and started reminiscing about how kind Ning had once been to him. He wanted to call Ning Junyan again, but he was scared that Ning might not pick up, leaving him hesitant. He didn't know what Ning Junyan was thinking. If Ning didn't want to see him, he feared his call would come off as harassment. Lost in his thoughts, Guan Anlin peeked over from the upper bunk to look at him. Before Chen Yunqing could ease his frown, Guan noticed his troubled expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm just thinking, it's going to open tomorrow," Chen Yunqing replied. Guan Anlin responded softly, "Isn't that good?" "Yeah, it is good," Chen Yunqing's tone carried a sense of reflection. Guan Anlin pulled his head back after a moment, then said, "My sister has her university exams coming up in June." Chen Yunqing knew Guan's younger sister excelled academically and ranked highly among students in her school. He asked curiously, "Where does she want to study?" "She wants to come over here," Guan Anlin continued, "and I'd prefer if she studied close too." "Sure, coming here would be great, your sibling could take care of each other," Chen Yunqing absent-mindedly chatted. After a brief silence, Guan Anlin added casually, "You could meet her when she arrives." Chen Yunqing sighed and turned on his side, saying, even without mentioning age issues, "Do you really think your sister, who's about to graduate as a college student, would be interested in someone nearing 30 years old like me, who doesn't have a car or a house and still works for others?" Reflecting further, Chen Yunqing thought about how Ning Junyan wasn't just any college student but a PhD candidate with international exposure, and somehow still seemed attracted to him despite apparent mental problems. Guan Anlin joked, I'll lose my temper every time I imagine her dating some other guy. Chen Yincheng laughed dryly, your mindset's twisted, he said. Then closed his eyes, indicating he no longer wished to chat, I'm sleeping. By the next morning, the liquor store was finally officially open for business. The custom-made flower baskets Chen Yincheng ordered arrived early and were placed on either side of the shop's front door. Although firecrackers couldn't be lit, the atmosphere remained lively. A previously reserved batch of tobacco, alcohol, and drinks for customers needed to be delivered today. Outside their store stood an old minivan provided by Sun Shiyang specifically for deliveries. In the morning, both Chen Yincheng and Guan Anlin counted the goods and carefully loaded box after box onto the vehicle, preparing to send these items to customers. During the rest of the day, Chen Yincheng worked inside the store with newly hired staff member Wu Xiaozhu, continuously checking inventory and rearranging goods on the shelves. That night, Sun Shiyang invited everyone out for dinner. To celebrate the opening of the new store, he asked Chen Yincheng to bring along Guan Anlin and Wu Xiaozhu. Before hanging up, Sun Shiyang said to Chen Yincheng again, Little Chen, could you invite Dr. Ning as well? Chen Yincheng paused for a moment and said, I don't know if he's available today. Sun Shiyang replied, no problem, just ask him for me. If not today, I'll reschedule another dinner. There's an elderly person in my family who needs surgery, so I want to consult with Dr. Ning. During this time, Sun Shiyang had helped Chen Yincheng a great deal, leaving him unable to refuse or give a half-hearted answer. He could only say, I'll ask him. After the call ended, Guan Anlin had already opened the bread van and sat in the driver's seat. He hunked lightly and told Chen Yincheng, get in the car. Chen Yincheng nodded, gave a few instructions to Wu Xiaozhu, opened the passenger side door of the bread van, got in, and left with Guan Anlin to deliver goods. The delivery address was unfamiliar to both of them. Chen Yincheng held the delivery list, inputted the address into his phone and started the navigation system. Guan Anlin occasionally glanced at Chen Yincheng and noticed that his expression wasn't pleasant. He asked, what's wrong? Chen Yincheng replied, nothing. Guan Anlin tried to strike up a conversation with him. Mr. Sun introduced all the dealers and customers to you. Once we save enough capital, we'll poach his clients and start our own business. Chen Yincheng looked at him. Guan Anlin continued, that's better than working for others, right? Chen Yincheng had been busy all morning but still didn't feel any relief. Leaning back against the chair, he said, Brother Sun has helped me so much. As long as he needs it, I will keep helping him. Guan Anlin made a soft, sound and didn't speak. Chen Yincheng recalled once having a chat with Sun Shiyang after drinking, saying how much he trusted Sun and how he didn't dare to let him down. Back then, Sun Shiyang seemed indifferent. He told Chen Yincheng to broaden his horizons and not to focus too much on a bit of profit, nor worry about gains and losses. After also drinking a lot, he patted Chen Yincheng's shoulder and said, I'm the type of person who doesn't expect anything in return when making friends. When you need help later, you'll find those friends willing to take the initiative to repay you. Chen Yincheng could sense a certain chivalrous spirit in Sun Shiyang which was uncommon in this era. He said, not everyone is like that anymore. At that moment, Sun Shiyang hugged his shoulders and said, isn't that what you're like? Why do I help you? Because you remind me of myself, the kind worth befriending sincerely. Whether or not we make money, how much we earn now isn't important. If this business isn't profitable, we can switch to something else. As long as we have friends, there will be ways. Chen Yincheng felt he admired the chivalrous spirit within Sun Shiyang. When delivering goods to their customer, they unloaded from the vehicle. Only a middle-aged woman was in the store, and Chen Yincheng didn't hesitate to help her carry the goods inside and place them onto the shelves. The woman thanked him repeatedly, signed the receipt, gave them 2 bottles of mineral water, and saw them out. Chen Yincheng had taken off his coat while moving the goods and now sat in the car, unscrewing the cap of the water bottle and taking big gulps. Guan Anlin said, our job ends when we unload the goods. Next time, charge extra for moving them further. Chen Yincheng wiped the water around his mouth and replied, it's just a favor, no need to count so much. Guan Anlin muttered a couple of words under his breath and then started the car to leave. After a while, when Chen Yincheng's sweat dried, he felt refreshed, took his coat, put it on, and said, once we're done with the deliveries, drop me off at the hospital. You go home first and bring Xiaozhu to Brother Sun's for dinner later. Why are you going to the hospital? Guan Anlin asked. Chen Yincheng stared forward and sat quietly for a moment before saying, Brother Sun invited a friend to join us, and I'm heading over there to see. Which friend? Guan Anlin couldn't help but ask curiously. Chen Yincheng said, you've met him, he's the friend I stayed with before. Oh, Guan Anlin understood and his tone turned somewhat unfriendly, the one driving the Land Rover. Though reluctant, Guan Anlin dropped Chen Yincheng off at the hospital entrance and drove away by himself. Standing at the entrance watching people coming and going through the hospital gates, Chen Yincheng hesitated for a moment after taking out his phone but eventually decided not to call Ning Junyan. Instead, he directly walked into the hospital. Considering Ning Junyan's frequency of night shifts, today he should be working the day shift. Chen Yincheng went to the floor of Ning Junyan's department in the inpatient building. It was just after the spring festival, yet the hospital was already full of patients, even to the point where there were almost no more beds left in the hallways. All the nurses were busy rushing around, and no one paid attention to him. He looked like an ordinary patient's family member walking along the corridor until he reached Ning Junyan's office door. He tapped gently on the door but received no response. He stepped back and entered the doctor's office, asking a doctor who was about to leave, "Excuse me, is Director Ning here today?" The doctor said, "He's here. He did the rounds this morning." Chen Yincheng asked again, "Is he in surgery now?" The doctor turned around to ask someone and then told Chen Yincheng he should still be in surgery. Chen Yincheng thanked him and walked over to the nearest bench outside Ning Junyan's office, sitting down to wait for Ning Junyan. A nurse passing by stopped and looked at him curiously. Chen Yincheng nodded at her. The nurse smiled and said, "I've seen you before. You're Director Ning's friend, right? Are you looking for him?" Chen Yincheng stood up and said, "Yes. Do you know when he will be back?" The nurse replied, "He went to perform a surgery. It has been going on for quite a while, so he should be done soon. Just wait a bit longer." Then the nurse left. Chen Yincheng sat down again, leaning against the backrest of the chair, waiting. He took out his phone and glanced at it, thinking that if Ning Junyan didn't show up by 6 o'clock, he would have to go to Sun Shiroyang's place first and then try to contact Ning Junyan later. About half an hour later, Ning Junyan's figure appeared in the corridor. Ning Junyan was wearing a white coat, his hair slightly damp, and his tall figure approached slowly from afar. When Chen Yincheng saw him, Ning Junyan obviously noticed him as well, but there was no discernible expression on his face. Chen Yincheng stood up just as he was about to speak when a young doctor with a medical record stopped Ning Junyan, flipping open the record and saying something to Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan shifted his gaze from Chen Yincheng back to the record in front of him, flipping through a few pages, then turned and followed the young doctor away. Chapter 65. The moment Ning Junyan turned to leave, Chen Yincheng felt a bit at a loss. He didn't know what Ning Junyan meant, nor was he sure if he should just leave. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to follow in the direction Ning Junyan had gone. Chen Yincheng did not call out to Ning Junyan. When he walked past the nurse's station, he saw Ning Junyan enter a ward with the young doctor. Chen Yincheng walked to the door of the ward and saw Ning Junyan standing beside a bed, checking the wound of the patient lying there, while the patient's family anxiously gathered around him. After examining carefully for a while, Ning Junyan asked the patient a few questions and then quietly instructed the young doctor to issue some medical orders. The young doctor nodded and noted them down on a memo pad. Ning Junyan turned around and saw Chen Yincheng at the door. He walked directly towards him and said calmly, "Looking for me?" Chen Yincheng stepped back from the doorway and asked Ning Junyan, "Are you okay?" Ning Junyan said, "What do you think?" After saying these words, Ning Junyan stopped looking at him and walked towards his office. Chen Yincheng stood where he was and watched Ning Junyan's back. Ning Junyan took a few steps and then stopped, turning back and saying, "Why aren't you following up?" Chen Yincheng was somewhat helpless and followed Ning Junyan to his office. Once inside, Ning Junyan took a bottle of mineral water from the small fridge and then sat on the office chair. He unscrewed the cap and drank while staring straight at Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng left the door open, standing at the entrance and looking at Ning Junyan. He said, "Are you free tonight?" Ning Junyan did not answer immediately. After finishing his water, he lowered his head and screwed the cap of the mineral water bottle back on, then threw it forward with an elegant gesture, and the empty bottle landed perfectly into the trash can near the door. Chen Yincheng turned to look at the bottle while hearing Ning Junyan asking him, "What's the matter? Do you remember Mr. Sun?" Chen Yincheng said, "He wants to invite you for dinner tonight, probably wanting you to help with some family members' health issues." Ning Junyan looked at Chen Yincheng without saying anything. After waiting for a while, Chen Yincheng said, "If you don't want to go, I can reject him for you." Ning Junyan asked, "Is that all?" Chen Yincheng remained silent for a moment and said, "I just want to see you." After saying that, seeing Ning Junyan didn't seem to have any intention to speak, he continued, "I'm not sure if you want to see me or if I'm bothering you." Just as he finished speaking, the head nurse knocked lightly on the open office door. Chen Yincheng turned around to look, but the head nurse didn't pay attention to him and came in directly to put a small medicine bottle on Ning Junyan's desk, saying, "Painkillers for you," before leaving Ning Junyan's office. Ning Junyan reached out and put the medicine bottle away. "What painkillers? Are you taking painkillers?" Chen Yincheng asked him. Ning Junyan said, "It's nothing," then he lifted his hand to glance at the time on his watch, stood up, took off his white coat, and grabbed his overcoat from beside the rack. Chen Yincheng watched him. Ning Junyan said, "Let's go, are we not supposed to have dinner at Mr. Sun's place?" Chen Yincheng still asked him, "Why are you taking painkillers?" Ning Junyan, already dressed in his coat, said to Chen Yincheng, "Neurogenic headache, it's no big deal, let's go." For dinner that night, Sun Shiroyang booked a private room at the restaurant. Besides inviting Ning Junyan and Chen Yincheng, he also brought his family along and invited two familiar friends to accompany them. When Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan arrived, Guan Anlin had already picked Wu Xiaozhu up and they were seated in the private room. Guan Anlin and Ning Junyan had gotten into a physical altercation during their first meeting, and this time upon seeing Ning Junyan again, his attitude was very unfriendly. Ning Junyan, however, ignored him, shook hands politely with Sun Shiroyang, and sat down near Chen Yincheng. Sun Shiroyang brought over 2 bottles of wine. As the server set up the wine glasses, Chen Yincheng spoke up, "Junyan has to work tomorrow, so today he cannot drink too much, I'll drink on his behalf." Sun Shiryang needed Ning Junyan's help, and originally had no intention of forcing him to drink alcohol. Hearing Chen Yincheng's words, he immediately responded, Dr. Ning's work is important, if you can't drink today, then don't drink. Just eat more food later. Ning Junyan did not say anything. Today Sun Shiryang had planned a dinner for several reasons. After reviewing clearly in his mind, he first made everyone raise their cups together to celebrate the opening of a new shop. After a round of merriment, he proposed a toast to Ning Junyan, who held tea in his cup. While Sun Shiryang downed his glass of wine in one go, he consulted quietly about surgery scheduling at the hospital, as there was an elder in his family who wanted an expert for surgery. Money was not an issue, but the expert was busy in another city and couldn't be hired even for a price. Ning Junyan said, I will ask for you, but this may not be resolved. Sun Shiryang said, I understand. I just want Dr. Ning to help find out roughly when it might be possible. If not, could you recommend another doctor? We need to make a decision as soon as possible. Chen Yincheng was sitting next to Ning Junyan, occasionally chatting with the young man across from him. That person was Sun Shiryang's close associate who usually helped run his businesses and was familiar with the tobacco and alcohol trade. He had met Chen Yincheng before, finding their conversations quite congenial. However, Chen Yincheng was somewhat distracted. He kept thinking about the painkillers Ning Junyan had put in his coat pocket when they left the hospital. He had only heard of neurogenic headaches, but didn't know how serious they were or if there were any side effects from taking too many painkillers. During the drive, he kept questioning Ning Junyan, but Ning Junyan wouldn't say anything. Guan Anlin would drive back later, and since Ning Junyan hadn't drunk any alcohol, Chen Yincheng drank the most to keep up appearances for Sun Shiryang. By the time the meal was over, he was somewhat disoriented. When they exited the restaurant, Sun Shiryang grabbed Chen Yincheng's hand, leading him to where his car was parked. He opened the trunk, pulling out 2 bottles of wine and saying, give these to Dr. Ning. Chen Yincheng raised his hand to press on his throbbing forehead and told Sun Shiryang, it's unnecessary, Sun Gu. Sun Shiryang replied, no, it's important. When this matter is resolved, I will invite Dr. Ning for dinner again. After saying that, he shoved the hand-carry bag containing the alcohol into Chen Yincheng's hands, loudly bidding farewell to everyone else. Supported by his wife, he got into the car first and drove away. Chen Yincheng walked over to Ning Junyan with the bag in his hand. Ning Junyan was already standing by the car door, about to open it and get inside. Junyan, Chen Yincheng softly called him. Ning Junyan turned around, looking at Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng handed him the wine, from Sun Gu. Ning Junyan glanced down, unnecessary, give it back to Mr. Sunday. Chen Yincheng said, his gratitude. Ning Junyan's tone was distant, I may not be able to help with this matter anyway, so really, it's unnecessary. With that, he reached out and opened the car door. Seeing Ning Junyan getting ready to enter, Chen Yincheng couldn't resist reaching out to pull on Ning Junyan's clothing from behind. Ning Junyan paused, turning to look at him. Chen Yincheng's cheeks were flushed red, his brain was clouded by alcohol. He asked, do you really not want it? Ning Junyan leaned closer to his ear, lowering his voice, I'm doing this for you. If you think it's hard to refuse, then keep it yourself. I don't need it. At that moment, Sun Shiryang's car left the roadside parking lot first. Sun Shiryang poked his head out from the back seat to bid them goodbye. Ning Junyan nodded slightly, while Chen Yincheng waved and said, Sun Gu, safe travels. After Sun Shiryang's car disappeared, Chen Yincheng turned around once more. He no longer mentioned the alcohol, instead directly reaching for Ning Junyan's overcoat pocket to retrieve the bottle of painkillers. He tilted his head upward, trying to move closer to the streetlight, hoping to see the label on the bottle clearly, but the light was dim, and his vision was blurry, unable to make it out. Ning Junyan stood silently watching his actions. Chen Yincheng set the medicine bottle down, looking at Ning Junyan, does your headache hurt badly? Ning Junyan said, it started hurting after you left. Chen Yincheng showed a distressed expression. Behind them came a loud honk, and Chen Yincheng turned around to see Guan Anlin stopping the van by the curb. Through the lowered window, Guan Anlin shouted at him, let's go back. Chen Yincheng glanced at Guan Anlin, then turned to Ning Junyan again, asking, does it still hurt now? Ning Junyan said flatly, yes, it does. Chen Yincheng questioned, would massaging it help alleviate the pain? Ning Junyan replied, perhaps. Thus, Chen Yincheng turned, walking toward the van, telling Guan Anlin, you go ahead. Then he noticed Wu Xiaozhu seated in the back and added, return Xiaozhu home. Guan Anlin rested one arm on the car window and asked, what are you going to do? Chen Yincheng did not reply, pushing the wine through the car window into the van, take this back for me. Guan Anlin looked at him with unfocused eyes and questioned, are you drunk? How are you going back later? Chen Yincheng responded, I can call a taxi, I'll manage. Guan Anlin appeared uneasy, glancing over Chen Yincheng's shoulder toward Ning Junyan standing beside the Land Rover. Chen Yincheng urged him, just leave quickly. Guan Anlin exhaled deeply, call me when you're ready. If needed, I'll come pick you up. Chen Yincheng nodded, instructing him to drive carefully. Stepping back twice to watch Guan Anlin's vehicle leave, he returned to Ning Junyan's side. Don't drive with the headache, he told Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan extended his hand, give me the medication. Chen Yunqing shook his head, don't take the medicine either. Let me rub it for you, rubbing will make it stop hurting. Ning Junyan looked at him for a moment, then closed the driver's side door and moved to sit on the back seat with Chen Yunqing, lying down with his head in Chen Yunqing's lap. Chen Yunqing's face and eyes were red from drinking, but his fingers carefully massaged Ning Junyan's scalp as he worked gently. Ning Junyan closed his eyes and asked after a while, why did you look for me again after leaving? Chen Yunqing was drunk, making it easier for him to say things on his mind. He said, are we breaking up? Ning Junyan replied, if we're not breaking up, why would you leave? Chen Yunqing tilted his head back, feeling confused by his disordered thoughts. He struggled to fully grasp what Ning Junyan meant and said vaguely, I just thought that cohabiting right now might not be suitable. Initially, he had planned to stay at Ning Junyan's place temporarily. He wasn't opposed to how their relationship had evolved to this point, but he still felt it was too rushed to start living together or even talking about marriage. Ning Junyan said slowly, but I couldn't help myself. Chen Yunqing bent down to look at him. Ning Junyan, with his eyes closed, said, whenever you get close, I feel an urge to grab you, tie you up, and never let you go. But if I do that, you'll surely be angry at me. I don't know what to do. After saying this, Ning Junyan lifted his hand to grip one of Chen Yunqing's wrists, curling his fingers around like placing a handcuff on him. Chen Yunqing stopped his movements and said firmly, no, our relationship won't be like this. Ning Junyan fell silent and retracted his hand. Chen Yunqing asked him, does it still hurt? Hurts. Keep going, Ning Junyan answered, reaching inside his shirt pocket to touch the custom-made handcuffs there. Chapter 66. Ning Junyan drove Chen Yunqing back to the trade market. By that time, it was already quite late. The main gate of the trade market was closed, leaving only a small side gate open, and unregistered vehicles were not allowed to enter or exit. Chen Yunqing said to Ning Junyan, I'll get out here. Ning Junyan parked the car in the parking lot outside the market, got out of the car, and said, I'll see you inside. Chen Yunqing didn't refuse him. In fact, he knew that it was hard to change Ning Junyan's mind once he had made a decision, so they walked into the market together. The trade market closed for business at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. By this point, the entire market was very quiet. Row after row of shops had their doors tightly shut, with only occasional light seeping through from under the roll-up gates. The streetlights inside the market were sparse, with long distances between them. In the dim light, one couldn't even make out people's faces clearly. Chilled by the cold wind, Chen Yunqing, who had consumed much alcohol, suddenly felt dizzy. He stopped in his tracks, suppressing the urge to vomit, leaned against a pillar outside one of the shops, and patted his chest a few times. Ning Junyan also stopped, looking at him and asking, are you feeling unwell? Chen Yunqing shook his head and said, will your headache return? Ning Junyan replied, it depends. Chen Yunqing looked worried, then what can we do about it? Ning Junyan said, it's because you refuse to go back with me. I'm a little scared. Chen Yunqing leaned against the pillar, tilting his head slightly as he looked at Ning Junyan, scared that your mom might show up again and see me still staying there with you. Why care about her? Ning Junyan asked. Chen Yunqing shook his head, it's not about caring about her, but about this situation. He didn't know how to continue explaining, there were too many complex thoughts and considerations, along with uncertainties about the future. Ning Junyan asked him, then when will we be able to be together? Can I wait until I stabilize? Since meeting Ning Junyan, Chen Yunqing had experienced many incidents, and these days had been the toughest for him. As someone who valued stability, life recently had been far from steady, a condition under which he shouldn't have started developing feelings, yet he couldn't resist Ning Junyan. If he didn't fight to pull himself out of this situation, he would have an ever-increasing sense of unease as if constantly sinking. But this wasn't Ning Junyan's fault. Apart from Ning Junyan's attempt to confine him, which angered him, at other times he always felt he owed Ning Junyan something, thus striving to comfort Ning Junyan's emotions. Regarding the waiting question, Ning Junyan did not immediately provide an answer to Chen Yunqing. Instead, he asked, what should I do when I miss you? Chen Yunqing said, we can meet. They were still in the same city, just like many couples in the city who weren't cohabiting. If they wanted to see each other, they could. Ning Junyan then asked, and what if I miss you down below? Chen Yunqing wasn't sure why he instantly understood what Ning Junyan meant, quickly glancing down but quickly averting his gaze. Already drunk, it was unclear whether his red face was from intoxication or embarrassment. His eyes shone, avoiding looking directly at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan held his face in both hands and kissed his lips. Chen Yunqing turned his head to struggle free, saying, I drank a bit too much tonight. What he actually meant was that he had felt nauseous earlier but thought mentioning it outright would be too unpleasant, so he chose a more delicate way of phrasing it. Unexpectedly, Ning Junyan nonchalantly responded, let me know if you need to throw up. Chen Yunqing no longer overthought things as Ning Junyan continued kissing him, making him instinctively raise his hands to hold on to Ning Junyan's neck. Ning Junyan pressed his body tightly against him, pinning him against the pillar and clearly indicating what it meant to miss him down below. The kisses grew increasingly passionate. Chen Yunqing's body began to heat uncontrollably. Just as Ning Junyan nibbled on his earlobe, Chen Yunqing heard a slow series of footsteps approaching. His mind couldn't process everything at once, but soon he realized the nightly security patrols that regularly inspected the market must be coming towards them. He pushed Ning Junyan gently and whispered, "Wait." Unfortunately, Ning Junyan wouldn't budge. As the footsteps came closer, Chen Yincheng used all his strength to push Ning Junyan away. Ning Junyan took a couple of steps back, but Chen Yincheng almost fell to his knees due to losing balance. At the same moment, a beam of light from a flashlight approached from afar, illuminating Chen Yincheng's face. The guard paused and asked, "Who's there?" Squinting against the bright light, Chen Yincheng turned toward the source of the flashlight and said, "It's me." He had been working there for several days, giving cigarettes to the guard stationed at the entrance. The guard recognized him instantly, "Boss Chen. Why are you still here so late?" At this point, Ning Junyan spoke up, "He's drunk. I'm taking him home." The guard shone the flashlight at Ning Junyan again and asked Chen Yincheng, "Is he your friend?" Chen Yincheng replied, "Yes." He was still crouching down, but his stance was unsteady, so he supported himself against a nearby pillar. Ning Junyan took a step forward and helped him get up from the ground. The guard told them, "You should head back soon. Be safe." Then, he shook the flashlight in his hand and walked slowly ahead. Ning Junyan put his arm around Chen Yincheng's waist and started walking forward. His hand slid underneath the short coat and sweater, lightly caressing his skin as he said, "I'll take you home." Even though Ning Junyan had only been there once during the day, he easily recognized the way through the market and headed toward the direction of Chen Yincheng's tobacco and liquor store. The shop was located at a crossroads, with shops on both perpendicular sides, but now the roll-up doors were tightly shut, and no light seeped through. As they approached, Ning Junyan said to Chen Yincheng, "Open the door." Chen Yincheng's head was dizzy, and as he reached for the keys, he suddenly remembered that Guan Anlin was still inside. He turned to Ning Junyan and noticed under the streetlight that Ning Junyan was looking at the small door in the middle of the roll-up gate, clearly wanting to go inside. He immediately said, "No." Ning Junyan turned to look at him, puzzled, and asked, "Do you want to be here?" Before Chen Yincheng could say no, Ning Junyan whispered in his ear, "I think it can work." Then, he kissed his lips again. Ning Junyan's movements were somewhat rough. Chen Yincheng could feel his inexplicable excitement, and the button on his long pants had already been undone. Chen Yincheng wanted to tell Ning Junyan that there was someone else inside. In the next moment, Ning Junyan had already pressed him against the roll-up door. In the quiet night, the metal door made a loud, clang, sound, quite noticeable. Chen Yincheng broke out in a cold sweat. Grabbing Ning Junyan's hand, he hurriedly said, "There's someone in the shop." Then he clearly heard Guan Anlin's footsteps coming toward the door. Before the door even opened, Guan Anlin shouted loudly from inside, "Who is it?" Taking advantage of Ning Junyan pausing his actions, Chen Yincheng pulled Ning Junyan around the corner and hid on the other side. As Ning Junyan opened his mouth to speak, Chen Yincheng quickly covered his mouth with all his strength. Guan Anlin opened the small door, peeking out to look around. The voice came from this direction, but there was no one visible outside. He raised his voice again and asked, "Who's there?" Chen Yincheng didn't dare to speak. He saw Ning Junyan staring straight at him, his eyes gradually turning colder. Breathing heavily, he tiptoed and lightly kissed Ning Junyan's eye to soothe his emotions. Guan Anlin did not see anyone and seemed to have gone back inside, but Chen Yincheng didn't hear the door close. At the next second, Chen Yincheng's phone suddenly rang. Startled, he reached for it but accidentally dropped it on the ground. The ringing persisted audibly in the silent night. At this point, there was no time to hide anymore. Guan Anlin appeared from the corner, holding his own phone which was still dialing. He looked surprised at their presence. Chen Yincheng felt somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, Ning Junyan completely disregarded Guan Anlin's stare. After Chen Yincheng released his hand covering Ning Junyan's lips, Ning Junyan leaned down to kiss Chen Yincheng's lips again. Guan Anlin instantly lost his temper. Fuming with anger, he rushed over, clenched his fists, and swung at Ning Junyan's face, yelling, "Let go of my brother." He had never referred to Chen Yincheng as brother before, even though Chen Yincheng was several years older than him. He had always just told Chen Yincheng, "I've got your back." This time, before Ning Junyan could react, Chen Yincheng stopped Guan Anlin first. Hugging him tightly, he said, "No, you misunderstood." Guan Anlin wouldn't listen. His fury was simple and direct, saying, "Shit. Is he a freak or something? He's kissing you." Ning Junyan looked at them coldly, his gaze falling on the arms Chen Yincheng used to hold Guan Anlin. Fearing that Guan Anlin might really strike, Chen Yincheng hastily said, "I did it willingly." Guan Anlin turned to look at him, seemingly confused. "What?" Chen Yincheng repeated, "I did it willingly. I'm okay with him kissing me. Don't act impulsively." Guan Anlin stared at him wide-eyed. At this moment, Chen Yincheng saw the light under the roll-up door of an opposite shop turn on. Afraid that continuing the argument would attract onlookers, he forcibly dragged Guan Anlin back into the shop, saying, "Let's talk inside." Ning Junyan followed to the small door. Standing by the entrance, he calmly surveyed the entire store. Chen Yincheng immediately pulled Ning Junyan inside and closed the door. By this time, Chen Yincheng was leaning against the door, breathing slightly heavily. The big lights in the shop had been turned on by Guan Anlin, and everyone was illuminated clearly in the bright white light. Chen Yincheng noticed that Guan Anlin had been staring at him, his expression filled with anger but silent. After a while, he followed Guan Anlin's gaze to look at his own lower body, only to suddenly realize that the button on his pants, which had been undone by Ning Junyan, hadn't been fastened yet. He turned sideways, fumbling awkwardly as he hurried to button his pants. Meanwhile, Ning Junyan was already standing at the doorway leading to the inner room, looking grimly at the bunk beds inside. His fingers clenched tightly at his sides and then gradually relaxed. "Junyan," Chen Yincheng called out to him. He turned around and said, "Come with me." Chapter 67. Ning Junyan extended one hand in front of Chen Yincheng, waiting for him to hold his hand and leave with him. Before Chen Yincheng could speak, Guan Anlin had already angrily stepped forward and shouted, "Where are you taking him?" Ning Junyan paid no attention to him, not even sparing a glance, but simply asked Chen Yincheng, "Do you want to live here?" Guan Anlin couldn't stand his tone. "What's wrong with living here?" Ning Junyan finally shifted his gaze to Guan Anlin and calmly said, "I don't want my wife to live in a place like this or sleep in the same bed as another man." Guan Anlin was originally angry, but upon hearing the word wife, his words got stuck in his throat, unable to react for a long time. Stop fooling around. Chen Yincheng had tangled with Ning Junyan all night, and now felt as if he were almost sober. He walked past Guan Anlin, approached Ning Junyan, first held his hand, then said, "Come closer so I can talk to you." When Guan Anlin saw them shake hands, he immediately felt a chill running down his spine. He was filled with a sense of horror, looking at Chen Yincheng and forgetting how to be angry. Chen Yincheng pulled Ning Junyan but didn't manage to move him at first. Then he put his arms around Ning Junyan's waist and half pushed, half embraced him toward the exit. As they passed Guan Anlin, Chen Yincheng said to him, "Go to sleep first, I'll explain later." Guan Anlin refused to believe what he saw. He had trouble letting go of the irritation and told Chen Yincheng, "Don't be afraid of him, if he dares force you, I'll help beat him up." Before Chen Yincheng could say anything, Ning Junyan calmly responded, "You can't win against me anyway." They had fought once before, during which Guan Anlin was utterly outmatched by Ning Junyan. However, such a provocation was something Guan Anlin absolutely could not tolerate. He clenched his fists and was about to charge forward. Chen Yincheng quickly stepped between them. Though he stood in front of Ning Junyan, he held Ning Junyan's hand behind his back while simultaneously saying to Guan Anlin, "I'm not being forced, go to sleep quickly." Guan Anlin kept glaring fiercely at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan slightly lowered his head and looked at the fluffy top of Chen Yincheng's head. His slender fingers traced through Chen Yincheng's palm. Chen Yincheng felt itchy from his touch and gripped his fingers tightly. At that moment, Guan Anlin glanced at Chen Yincheng and asked, "Are you going with him?" Chen Yincheng said, "No, I will just talk to him for a bit and then come back. You go to sleep first." Finally, Guan Anlin gave in. He glared one last fierce look at Ning Junyan and turned into the room inside. Chen Yincheng pulled Ning Junyan through the shelves, walked to the door and opened the small door. He looked around outside and noticed that the previously lit shop was now dark again. Only then did he pull Ning Junyan out and start speaking quietly by the door. Ning Junyan said, "You have to come with me." Chen Yincheng looked up at him and asked, "Where?" "I'm fine staying here, it's convenient for work." There was a lot to handle with the new store opening, so staying there saved on rent and commuting time. Ning Junyan said, "You sleep in the same bed as him." Chen Yincheng lifted his hand and rubbed his forehead. "I don't sleep in the same bed as him. He sleeps on the upper bunk." "Still the same bed, and you let him sleep above you." "That's different." Chen Yincheng held his hand. "You can't argue irrationally with me." Ning Junyan gazed silently at him. Chen Yincheng continued, "When I first started working, I stayed in dormitories. I've shared top and bottom bunks with countless people, some of whom I never met again after sharing a bunk for one night. Do you want to keep chasing these things? I offered to come stay with you, but you wouldn't allow it, yet you're happy to stay here with him." Chen Yincheng looked at Ning Junyan, silent for a long time. Ning Junyan pinched his chin with his fingers and gently shook it. "Speak." Chen Yincheng said, "Because Guan Anlin is my brother. When he falls in love and gets married and moves out, I will bless him and won't feel sad. But if one day you leave me, what am I supposed to do?" Ning Junyan's expression turned solemn. "I won't leave you." Chen Yincheng shook his head. "After my dad died, my mom also said she wouldn't leave me. When you came to my uncle's house, I thought you wouldn't leave either. But how did it turn out?" Back when Ning Junyan suffered brain damage and couldn't recall his identity or family, Chen Yincheng often asked him questions, encouraging him to try to remember so he could return home. Deep down, though, Chen Yincheng always harbored a tiny bit of selfishness, thinking that if Ning Junyan couldn't remember, he could stay with him forever. Until one day Ning Junyan told Chen Yincheng that he remembered. He remembered his name, where his home was, and who his parents were. Chen Yincheng opened his eyes wide and said, "Then you should go back quickly. Find a chance to sneak away and don't come back." However, that night, he lay in bed facing away from Ning Junyan, crying quietly by himself for a long time. Later, he always thought that he had desired too much, so he was disappointed. Otherwise, if Ning Junyan left, he wouldn't have been that heartbroken. "Do you blame me?" Until now, Ning Junyan stood in front of him and asked. Chen Yincheng replied, "No, I only blame myself, for not being competent enough to hold on to the things that matter most, easily letting someone else take away the person who means the most to me." Ning Junyan furrowed his brows. He looked at Chen Yincheng for a while and slowly said, "You refused my marriage proposal, you refused to live with me, then you bore all the pressure yourself when it's clearly not your responsibility." Saying this, Ning Junyan cupped Chen Yincheng's face and kissed his lips lightly. "Why can't you depend on me?" Chen Yincheng's eyes watered slightly as he said, "I'm sorry. You see, you always think you're not strong enough, haven't done well enough, haven't lived up to your responsibilities, so you feel like you need to apologize to me." Ning Junyan let go of his hands. "You want me to give you time, and I can wait. But I don't know how long I need to wait or what I should do for you to accept me. I'm afraid that doing too much might hurt you, and doing too little might make you withdraw." Chen Yincheng looked at him without speaking. Ning Junyan put both hands into his jacket pockets, took 2 steps back. "Go rest now, I'll leave first. Think it over, then tell me what I should do." Chen Yincheng instinctively took a step forward but stopped eventually. It was too late. Ning Junyan had to drive home, and he still had to work tomorrow. Chen Yincheng felt that they shouldn't continue arguing about these matters now. Ning Junyan turned around and walked towards the market gate. Chen Yincheng watched his retreating figure and said, "Be safe." Ning Junyan didn't respond. After walking a short distance, he couldn't help but raise his hand and clenched it into a fist, striking his head. His headache returned. But he didn't stop and continued walking ahead. Chen Yincheng returned to the shop and locked the door before entering the bathroom to wash up. When he got into bed, he heard Guan Anlin turning over upstairs. "Can't sleep?" he asked softly. Guan Anlin replied, They remained silent for a while. Guan Anlin asked, "Did he leave?" Chen Yincheng answered, "He has to work tomorrow." There was another moment of silence, and only the sound of Guan Anlin restlessly flipping in bed could be heard. "Are you together with him?" Guan Anlin couldn't help but ask. Chen Yincheng placed his hands under his head and replied with his eyes open, "Yes." Guan Anlin couldn't help but exclaim, surprised, "You're gay." Chen Yincheng said, "It seems so." "Shit," Guan Anlin cursed, "that's why you wouldn't meet my sister." Chen Yincheng told him, "Even if I weren't gay, your sister still wouldn't suit me." Guan Anlin poked his head out from the upper bunk and cautiously looked at Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng asked him, "What is it?" Guan Anlin asked, "When did you realize you liked men?" Chen Yincheng didn't really want to answer this question, so he stayed silent. Guan Anlin persisted, asking, "Have you ever liked me?" Chen Yincheng looked at him. Guan Anlin flipped back onto his bed hurriedly saying, "I think I still like women." Chen Yincheng said, "Good, you'd better not like men." Guan Anlin's voice sounded cautious, "Do you want to try a woman?" Chen Yincheng didn't understand what he meant. "What?" Guan Anlin said, "If you go out the north gate of the market, there are plenty of massage shops and hair salons on that street. You can just walk into one and ask if they have special services, and they'll offer you a choice of women to take into a private room." The more Chen Yincheng listened, the less comfortable he felt. He asked Guan Anlin, "Do you often go to places like that?" Guan Anlin said, "No, I heard it from others." Chen Yincheng chuckled a bit, "I don't need that." Guan Anlin persisted, "Once you try women, you won't like men anymore. What good is Mr. Ning anyway? No matter how handsome he is, does he even have breasts? Is his chest soft when you touch it?" Chen Yincheng was already exhausted. As Guan Anlin spoke, his thoughts wandered. He recalled Ning Junyan's firm pectoral muscles, not exaggerated but solid. Then he remembered tonight's kiss, the warmth of Ning Junyan's body. His passion was rekindled after having been interrupted, and now Guan Anlin's words awakened it again. For so many years, Chen Yincheng hadn't felt an intense desire. Now he realized that it was because he hadn't met the right person, hadn't experienced something truly pleasurable. Guan Anlin on the upper bunk was still trying hard to impress upon him the advantages of women. Chen Yincheng could think of nothing but Ning Junyan, and he simply couldn't bear to listen anymore. He told Guan Anlin, "Stop talking." Guan Anlin immediately stopped. He assumed his words had hit a nerve with Chen Yincheng, causing him to imagine a woman's body and react accordingly. Thus, Guan Anlin smiled silently and said, "Then I'll stop. Let's go to sleep." He thought that when he had time in a few days, he would take Chen Yincheng for a first-hand experience. Chapter 68. After the Spring Festival, the shops in the trade market gradually opened one after another. The government was vigorously developing the new trade market by demolishing an old market in the former old urban area and relocating the merchants here, and then continuously developing the surroundings. Not only was the subway scheduled to be operational at the end of the year, but there were also plans to build a large furniture mall nearby. As the shops started their businesses one by one, the number of customers increased too. Many customers who used to buy from the old market transferred to this one. Since Chen Yincheng's shop had a good location, every day a fair number of new clients would come to inquire about prices. Chen Yincheng had a mild and generous character, he could chat with anyone for a while. He delegated most of the delivery work to Guan Anlin, spending most of his time guarding the shop himself. Many customers came just to ask for quotes without buying anything, yet he could still chat with them enthusiastically. There were also guests who drove to the market to pick up goods. No matter how much they bought, Chen Yincheng actively helped them carry their purchases. Seeing that business was improving, Sun Shiroyang's previous promise of sales commission to Chen Yincheng resulted in more and more income. The tens of thousands he owed Ning Junyan now seemed less daunting than before, it even felt like he could see an end to his debt. With a lighter mood, what Chen Yincheng was most concerned about was his relationship with Ning Junyan. Ever since Ning Junyan left that night, it had been quite some time before Ning came back again, but Ning Junyan's words lingered on Chen Yincheng's mind. Later, Chen Yincheng called Ning Junyan and asked if his head still hurt. Ning Junyan was lying in bed when he answered, sometimes. Chen Yincheng worried and said, you should go get checked, do an examination. Ning Junyan replied, already did, it's neuralgic headaches, can't cure it. However, it didn't often recur, which Ning Junyan chose not to tell Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng said, I'll come check on you. Ning Junyan didn't answer right away but asked instead, have you thought it through? Sitting on the steps outside the shop, having switched out of his down jacket into a padded thick coat, Chen Yincheng looked at the people and cars passing by occasionally and said, can we not date like a normal couple? As soon as he said that, Chen Yincheng himself felt somewhat embarrassed. Ning Junyan asked him, how do normal couples go on dates? Eat food, watch movies. Chen Yincheng wasn't entirely sure either. After all, that's how it went in TV dramas, but he wasn't clear what else needed to be done. Ning Junyan said, are you inviting me to eat and watch movies? Chen Yincheng lightly scratched his cheek, feeling a bit itchy and said, is it okay? Ning Junyan then asked, are you trying to pursue me? Caught off guard by the question, Chen Yincheng assumed they were already together, but since Ning Junyan asked that, he rather embarrassingly admitted, is it okay? Ning Junyan said, that's not enough, you also need to book a room. Ah. Chen Yincheng was surprised, book a room on our first date. Ning Junyan said, if you hadn't insisted on moving, would we need to book a room elsewhere? I could have hugged you to sleep every day. For a moment, Chen Yincheng felt he might owe Ning Junyan something, so when thinking about booking a room with Ning Junyan, he couldn't stop blushing and feeling palpitations, saying, okay, then which day are you free? Ning Junyan told him, tomorrow night. Chen Yincheng said, I'll make arrangements. No sooner had he finished speaking than Guan Anlin pulled up in a bread van after delivering goods, stopping at the shop entrance. Chen Yincheng ended the call and looked up as Guan Anlin got out of the car. Guan Anlin had already taken off his coat, wearing only a thin long-sleeve t-shirt. He walked over to where Chen Yincheng was sitting, lit a cigarette, and said, let's hire another person. Currently, as Guan Anlin was helping customers move goods during deliveries, his workload increased, and his efficiency dropped. Of course, the customers were happy. But Guan Anlin was physically drained every day, returning completely exhausted. Hard work, Chen Yincheng said to him, I'll discuss with brother Sun, let's hire someone else to help with deliveries. Only after finishing the entire cigarette did Guan Anlin feel slightly better. Chen Yincheng fetched his coat from the car and handed it to him to wear. Let's go out tonight and have some good food, Guan Anlin suggested to Chen Yincheng. Recently, he also had more money thanks to Chen Yincheng's generosity, allowing him ample wages. Chen Yincheng shook his head. Their meals were always simple. Near the market entrance was a 10 yuan boxed meal place, affordable with plenty of grease, perfect for those doing manual labor. Almost every day, Chen Yincheng and Guan Anlin ate there. After receiving his payment, Guan Anlin wanted to improve their diet. However, Chen Yincheng still refused. He needed to save money to pay Ning Junyan back, and he also had to cover the cost of dating Ning Junyan. He didn't want Ning Junyan to eat poorly, and neither could he afford cheap hotels when booking rooms. In the evening, Chen Yincheng lay on his bed, using his phone to search for a place to eat, checking nearby hotels, and booking movie tickets. It was the first time he had gone through so much trouble over these things. In the past, when he invited someone for a meal, it would always be at roadside little restaurants, with just a few dishes and 2 bottles of beer settling everything. Guan Anlin came out after taking a shower. Before climbing onto his bed, he saw Chen Yincheng looking at hotels, which puzzled him a bit. He asked while climbing onto the bed, why are you looking at hotels? Chen Yincheng said, tomorrow night, I have made an appointment with someone to go out for dinner, and I won't be back. Sitting on the upper bunk bed, Guan Anlin instantly had some bad associations from what he heard. He tried hard to stretch down his head, is it with that Mr. Ning? Chen Yincheng absent-mindedly responded, ah. Guan Anlin became somewhat nervous, are you still together? Why are you looking at hotels? Chen Yincheng didn't say anything. Guan Anlin said, are you going to share a room with him? Chen Yincheng reached out and pulled the quilt beside him, covering his entire head inside, not wanting to answer his question. Guan Anlin felt fear, will he mess with your ass? Chen Yincheng stretched his hand out from under the quilt and grabbed a remote control lying by the bedside. He threw it toward the upper bunk forcefully without caring whether it hit Guan Anlin or not, cursing, go die. The whole next day, Guan Anlin tried every way possible to stop Chen Yincheng from going out in the evening to meet Ning Junyan. However, Chen Yincheng didn't have any intention of paying attention to him at all. He kept thinking about what he should do with Ning Junyan since they had already agreed to book a hotel room. His tangled emotions from the past hadn't completely disappeared. But compared to the days before when he lived in Ning Junyan's house without having a job, now he seemed much calmer. Occasionally, he even found himself imagining future life. However, the sense of security he lacked was something no one could give him, only he himself could provide it. Today was Friday, and by the afternoon, there wasn't much business in the shop. The entire trading market appeared cold and quiet. Chen Yincheng squatted at the store entrance, staring at his phone all the time. Guan Anlin took a bottle of Coke and squatted beside him. He wanted to see what was on his phone. Chen Yunqing immediately locked the screen. Guan Anlin felt very uneasy, asking him, "What are you looking at?" Chen Yunqing said, "Mind your own business." Guan Anlin sipped his Coke as he whispered cautiously, "Take care not to catch diseases." Chen Yunqing immediately exploded in anger, "You're the one who should worry about getting diseases from soliciting prostitutes." He spoke too loudly. Wu Xiaozhu, sitting in the store, stared blankly at them. After a while, her gaze towards Guan Anlin changed. Guan Anlin felt upset and afterwards largely ignored him until Chen Yunqing was about to leave. He asked again, "Really not coming back tonight?" Chen Yunqing said, "Don't bother me. Just lock the door well when you sleep." Guan Anlin stopped speaking halfway, eventually looking at Chen Yunqing's departure in frustration. Chen Yunqing took a taxi when leaving. Sitting in the cab, he saw a picture Guan Anlin sent him. It was a young girl wearing a high school uniform, then came the words, "My younger sister." Chen Yunqing couldn't help but smile and did not reply to Guan Anlin, putting his phone away. The restaurant for the evening meal and the movie tickets were all arranged by Chen Yunqing. He chose a large shopping mall located in the city center. Although he had been living in this city for many years, Chen Yunqing rarely came to places like this, either for entertainment consumption or shopping. It simply wasn't suitable for him. When he waited for Ning Junyan on the first floor of the mall, he saw many elegantly dressed young girls. It felt like watching a romance drama, which seemed to be entirely separate from his world. Then someone covered his eyes from behind, Ning Junyan's voice ringing beside his ear, asking, "Had enough yet?" Chen Yunqing turned around and replied, "You've come." Ning Junyan's gaze however remained fixed on the girls in front dressed in stockings and short skirts, asking Chen Yunqing, "What are you looking at?" Chen Yunqing said, "Nothing, I've been waiting for you." Ning Junyan coolly stated, "Next time, pick somewhere else." Chapter 69. Chen Yunqing and Ning Junyan went to the restaurant upstairs for dinner. The place was a Cantonese restaurant with a quiet and elegant environment. Chen Yunqing chose this spot mainly because it had great reviews online but wasn't too expensive. They sat face to face, and while ordering, Chen Yunqing kept looking at the menu repeatedly, asking Ning Junyan, "What would you like to eat?" Ning Junyan leaned back against the chair, his gaze never leaving Chen Yunqing as he said, "I'm fine with anything." So Chen Yunqing carelessly picked a few dishes. While waiting for the food, the two sat across from each other in silence. Ning Junyan only watched Chen Yunqing, not intending to speak. Unable to bear the awkward atmosphere, Chen Yunqing asked him, "Are you off tomorrow?" Ning Junyan shook his head. Chen Yunqing thought that coming out for a meal labeled as a date made things overly formal, making both of them feel uneasy, so he said, "Is there nothing you'd like to say to me?" Ning Junyan replied, "If you don't know what to say, you can try enticing me under the table." Chen Yunqing first froze, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. He took a sip of water from the glass and said, "Stop fooling around." Ning Junyan placed his hands together on the table, saying, "Eating or watching movies doesn't matter much anyway." Chen Yunqing glanced at him, asking, "Does it mean that staying at a hotel is all that matters?" Ning Junyan replied, "Do you see me that way?" His eyelashes slightly drooped before he lifted his eyes to stare directly at Chen Yunqing. "I just want to be with you." Chen Yunqing's heart leaped, instinctively averting his gaze and drinking another mouthful of lemonade from his glass until it was empty. Then he said, "All right." After having dinner and going to watch a movie, Chen Yunqing chose an American war film. He hadn't read any reviews online, he just found the subject appealing. However, once the movie started, he felt the content seemed somewhat monotonous. It had been a long time since he'd watched a movie in the cinema. The heating in the auditorium was too intense, making him sweat after sitting for a while. He took off his coat. Since it was Friday, the cinema was packed with audiences. When buying tickets, apart from seats near the front, only the last row's corner seats were available, where they now sat. The angle wasn't ideal, but it was more comfortable than being too close to the screen, allowing him to feel at ease without worrying about people wondering why two men were sitting together. During the movie's lengthy use of slow-paced shots to tell its story, Chen Yunqing began to lose focus. He turned to look at Ning Junyan, the flickering light from the screen illuminating his face, highlighting his prominent nose bridge and eyes shimmering with an inviting gleam. Ning Junyan noticed Chen Yunqing's gaze and leaned over, kissing his lips briefly before silently turning back to watch the movie again. Chen Yunqing's heart raced faster, unable to help stealing glances at the person seated next to him. Seeing no one paying attention, he finally relaxed a bit. In a fleeting moment, he felt like a teenager experiencing their first crush, sitting in a dark corner of the cinema with his lover, constantly sneaking glances and thoughts. Thinking about this, Chen Yunqing felt amused. This romance seemed to have come too late but was oddly just right. If it weren't for Ning Junyan, perhaps he'd never experienced such feelings in his life. Between segments of the movie, Ning Junyan turned and lightly kissed his hair, whispering by his earlobe, "If you keep looking at me, we'll leave." Though Chen Yunqing didn't have much interest in the movie itself, he sensed that Ning Junyan liked it and therefore said, "No, let's stay until the end." Ning Junyan reached out to hold his hand and continued watching the movie. After the movie ended, Ning Junyan went to fetch the car in the parking lot. Chen Yunqing had booked a budget hotel, opting for a room slightly higher priced, though checking in with ID made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Ning Junyan beside him, however, remained utterly composed, his expression serious, as if he were attending some academic conference at the hotel. The room's condition was quite ordinary, just clean and tidy. Chen Yunqing wasn't sure if Ning Junyan minded, but he guessed not, as after entering, Ning Junyan barely gave the whole room a glance. He simply locked the door behind them, grabbed Chen Yunqing's hand, twisted it behind his back, pressed him against the wall, and kissed him fiercely. His jacket was easily peeled off and fell onto the floor, getting accidentally stepped on by Chen Yunqing himself. Instinctively wanting to bend down and pick it up, Ning Junyan swiftly scooped him up and threw him over his shoulder. After a few steps into the room, he dropped him onto the bed. Chen Yunqing certainly wasn't slim or petite, yet when he landed on the bed, the mattress sank sharply, tossing him a little. As he looked up, Ning Junyan stood beside the bed, already having taken off his jacket. With nimble fingers, he patiently undid the buttons of his shirt. "I'll take a shower first." Chen Yunqing blurted out. Ning Junyan paused slightly, saying unhappily, "We'll wash after we're done." Chen Yunqing had sweated in the cinema earlier, he felt uncomfortable and sat up to look at Ning Junyan. "No, I must shower first." Ning Junyan stopped, looking at him with a cold voice, "Go take your shower then." Chen Yunqing got off the bed, not forgetting to pick up his coat from the floor, before entering the bathroom. He locked the door but did not rush into the shower immediately. Instead, he took out the lubricant and condoms he had bought from the coat's pocket. Standing in front of the large mirror in the bathroom, he shamefully raised his hand to cover his face. After a while, Chen Yunqing emerged from the shower and told Ning Junyan, "It's your turn to shower now." Ning Junyan was still wearing his shirt. He glanced up at him briefly, then stood up and went into the bathroom. Chen Yunqing sat on the big bed. He came out fully dressed and now removed his pants, hesitating for a moment before deciding not to take off his underwear or his long t-shirt. He sat there pulling the blanket over his legs. The room's air conditioning was on, setting a perfect temperature that was neither too cold nor too hot. The sound of water from the bathroom came, and then it stopped. Chen Yunqing sat anxiously on the bed. Actually, he could have acted more relaxed, even picked up his phone pretending to play games absent-mindedly, but he didn't. He was earnestly waiting for Ning Junyan to come out. The door of the bathroom opened, and Ning Junyan stepped out. As Chen Yunqing looked up at him, his breath hitched slightly because Ning Junyan wore nothing but an open white shirt. He confidently displayed his well-formed male body as he walked straight to the bed, bending one leg to kneel on it. Ning Junyan lowered his head and kissed Chen Yunqing's lips. Chen Yunqing, trying to cooperate, struggled to raise his head, tightening his neck muscles which highlighted the sharpness of his Adam's apple. Ning Junyan held both of Chen Yunqing's arms and was about to push him onto the bed. But at this point, Chen Yunqing shoved something into Ning Junyan's hands. Ning Junyan lowered his head and saw the lube and condom. Despite his ears turning completely red, Chen Yunqing, thick-skinned, said, "I've cleaned myself already." Ning Junyan rubbed his forehead against Chen Yunqing's, breathing heavily as he asked, "Are you ready for me to enter?" Chen Yunqing lifted his hand to embrace Ning Junyan's neck, saying, "Haven't you wanted this all along?" Ning Junyan pressed his forehead against Chen Yunqing's, gazing at him with open eyes, "Does wanting mean it's okay?" Chen Yunqing smiled faintly, "It is okay." Ning Junyan stayed silent for a moment, then said, "I imagine having you wear a collar and kneeling on the bed, holding your collar while entering you from behind." Chen Yunqing choked a bit, "That's a no-go." Ning Junyan responded simply, "All right." By this time, Ning Junyan was less aggressive than he was when they entered the room. He laid down with Chen Yunqing on the bed, slowly and gently kissing him. He asked softly, "Can we get married?" Chen Yunqing hugged him back, tilting his head slightly with a confused expression. "Are we getting married after the first date? What do you fear?" Ning Junyan asked as his hand slid down his waist slowly, "Is it that you're afraid I might leave you one day, or are you always preparing to leave me?" Lost in Ning Junyan's tender actions, Chen Yunqing couldn't help but delve into this topic with him. "Then what worries you? Even if we're not rushing to marry or live together, we will still be together. And eventually, there will be a day when we both feel it's right." Looking into Ning Junyan's eyes, he said, "Aren't I here today to tell you that I love you?" Suddenly Ning Junyan bit roughly on his collarbone and said coldly, "Is that so?" "I don't believe you." Chen Yunqing felt pain and pushed him away, "Stop biting." Ning Junyan replied, "Unless you spread your legs quickly." Chapter 70. The window of the room was open, and the heavy blackout curtains weren't drawn. Only a layer of gauze covered it. After the lights in the room were turned off, the light streamed in through the gauze, faintly outlining the shapes of tree crowns by the roadside. The budget hotel was located downtown, with a street right outside the window. The floor wasn't very high. Although it was late at night, one could still occasionally hear the sound of cars passing by, as well as the laughter and footsteps of a group of people going by. This made Chen Yunqing feel as if those people passing downstairs would be able to hear him if he made a slightly louder noise. So, at such moments, he would unconsciously bite his lips tightly, making only slight noises from his nose. Ning Junyan was silent at this moment. Chen Yunqing could only hear the breathing that constantly echoed in his ears. In the dim light, Ning Junyan's gaze was focused and sharp, never having moved from his face for even a second. Chen Yunqing thought he probably didn't look good at this time, his face flushed red, sweat dripping down his neck and forehead. So, he raised his hand wanting to cover Ning Junyan's eyes, but halfway there, because of Ning Junyan's mischievous move, his hand helplessly landed on Ning Junyan's arm propped up beside himself, gripping it tightly. This sensation was too strange, it wasn't unpleasant or uncomfortable, just uncontrollable. Discarding any sense of shame and exposing his most private parts, fully handing them over for the other person's control, leaving everything up to the other, where both happiness and pain are given by the other. Chen Yunqing had always disliked this feeling, but because it was Ning Junyan, he wanted to hand everything over to him. Amidst this complex mix of emotions, Chen Yunqing's body tensed more and more. He felt a bit afraid of his loss of control, so he reached out towards Ning Junyan, calling him Yan Yan. From childhood to adulthood, in the 4 years they had spent together, he briefly developed a sense of being able to rely on this person. Even though in life he had always been the one taking care of Ning Junyan, psychologically, he depended on Ning Junyan greatly since Ning Junyan would absolutely not harm him. Thus, Ning Junyan picked him up, letting him sit in his embrace. A breeze entered through the window, causing the gauze curtain to float higher and higher. The sweat on Chen Yunqing's body dried up in the wind. Yet, the heat didn't diminish, it seemed to seep deeper in, as if even his thoughts and soul were trapped. His feet arched taut as he clung to Ning Junyan's shoulders, struggling to breathe. In his final moments, Chen Yunqing heard Ning Junyan whisper into his ear, "I love you." Chen Yunqing's mind went blank, overwhelmed by humanity's utmost sensations. Those 3 words continuously repeated inside his head. He yearned to be relied on and valued. He loved these words immensely. For a fleeting moment, he even thought Ning Junyan was too cunning, perhaps every time he reached the peak of joy in the future, he would recall Ning Junyan's, "I love you," unable to escape it for the rest of his life. The next morning, Chen Yunqing woke up very late and found himself cradled in Ning Junyan's arms once again, without even an inch of space left for movement. When he tried to shift slightly, Ning Junyan woke up behind him, instantly pulling him even closer. Chen Yunqing opened his mouth to speak, realizing his throat was hoarse. "What time is it?" Ning Junyan spoke with his eyes closed, his lips brushing against his hair softly, almost like kissing. His voice was lazy and husky, "I don't know." The blackout curtains had been drawn now, leaving the room dark. But faint white light managed to seep in from the top edge of the curtains. Chen Yunqing said, "Let's stop sleeping." He needed to go back to the store in the morning to help. Customers coming to stock up on weekends were usually numerous, and he felt Guan Anlin and Wu Xiaozhu alone wouldn't be enough. There was no sign Ning Junyan intended to let go. Vaguely asking, "What do you want to do? Another round?" Chen Yunqing immediately became alert and replied, "No, thank you." Last night's activities had stretched well past midnight, and the soreness in certain areas was still palpable. Ning Junyan also seemed exhausted. With his eyes closed, he said lazily, "Then stay here with me a while longer, baby." Hearing this term of endearment sent chills down Chen Yunqing's spine. He couldn't help but want to push Ning Junyan's arm away, muttering, "Can you stop calling me that?" Ning Junyan responded nonchalantly, "You're not happy about being called wife either." Chen Yunqing turned around to look at him and said, "Can we be normal? Can you just call me Chen Yunqing?" Ning Junyan opened his eyes. Seeing Ning Junyan's drowsy expression, Chen Yunqing suddenly found him adorable. Smiling, he leaned in to kiss his forehead, saying, "Let's get up." Ning Junyan brushed his hair with his hand, slightly raising his upper body supported by his arms, looking at him and asking, "Do you want to keep dating?" It was the weekend, and he wasn't working today. Chen Yunqing said, "I need to go back to work." Ning Junyan showed no emotion on his face. Chen Yunqing leaned in and kissed him again. Ning Junyan didn't respond, letting him kiss for a while before flipping over and pressing him down again for more intimacy. When they left the hotel, Chen Yunqing glanced at the time, it was already 10:30 in the morning. He hadn't ordered breakfast when booking the room to save money, so at this hour, the hotel breakfast must be finished. He and Ning Junyan decided to go to a nearby breakfast shop instead. Chen Yunqing asked Ning Junyan to sit down while he went to the counter and ordered 2 bowls of porridge, 1 basket of small steamed buns, 1 basket of shumai, and 2 tea eggs, carrying them back on a tray. Ever since getting up that morning, Chen Yunqing had felt thirsty and hadn't had any water. Now, he picked up the bowl first and drank several mouthfuls of porridge. Ning Junyan grabbed a tea egg, peeled its shell carefully, and handed it to Chen Yunqing, saying, "Wife, have an egg." Chen Yunqing nearly choked on his porridge and gave Ning Junyan an angry look. Ning Junyan remained silent for a moment, staring at the tea egg in his hand, then changed his words, "Mr. Chen, have an egg." Chen Yunqing found himself both amused and irritated, so he kicked Ning Junyan under the table. Ning Junyan kept a calm expression without lowering his gaze and asked, "So you're trying to seduce me under the table now?" Chen Yunqing denied fiercely, "I'm not." Ning Junyan said, "It's fine." Chen Yunqing took the peeled tea egg from Ning Junyan's hand and smiled, saying, "You're making stuff up." It was late in the morning, and there weren't many customers left in the shop. The two sat in the corner, eating their breakfast with relaxed postures. Ning Junyan asked him, "Do you want me to help out at your place later?" "Help with what?" Chen Yunqing was eating a shumai at the store. "No need." He basically dealt with business negotiations and sales at the store, and Ning Junyan wouldn't be able to assist much. Moreover, moving goods or delivery wasn't something he'd ask Ning Junyan to do. Leaning against the chair back and looking at him, Ning Junyan asked, "Is our date over then? When's the next one?" "The next one?" Chen Yincheng seemed to ponder seriously about the question. Ning Junyan suggested, "Tonight." Chen Yincheng thought dating was pretty great, no work involved, just eating out and watching movies, and also going to bed with a handsome man. Who wouldn't want to date every day? But his wallet couldn't handle it. He looked at Ning Junyan and said, "Let's do it another day, maybe next week." Ning Junyan frowned slightly. Chen Yincheng said, "I'm broke, I still need to save money to pay you back." Ning Junyan replied, "I can lend you more money." If the chopsticks in Chen Yincheng's hand weren't holding a shumai, he would have definitely thrown it at Ning Junyan's face. The glint of laughter in Ning Junyan's eyes disappeared quickly as he pulled a key from his pocket and pushed it across the table to Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng recognized this key, it was the one he used when he stayed at Ning Junyan's place. Chen Yincheng stared at the key but said nothing. Ning Junyan said, "I've reclaimed my mom's spare key. I worry about being outside one day without my keys, so would you mind keeping a spare at your place?" Chen Yincheng raised his eyes to meet Ning Junyan's and put down the chopsticks. Ning Junyan continued, "I'm not asking you to move back." Chen Yincheng reached out and took the key. Ning Junyan added, "Perhaps you're tired of opening rooms in hotels and fancy a change of taste." Hearing this, Chen Yincheng laughed and said, "I'll consider it." Mentioning Ning Junyan's mom reminded Chen Yincheng of something, so he asked, "Did you tell auntie about that person, Yu Jia, who I mentioned last time?" Ning Junyan said, "I did tell her, but how to handle it is her decision." Chen Yincheng thought to himself that he couldn't get too involved, so he nodded and said, "All right." Chapter 71. Ning Junyan drove Chen Yincheng back to the trade market. It was a weekend, and it was a busy time for business in the market. Instead of parking outside in the parking lot, Ning Junyan drove directly to the front of the store where Chen Yincheng worked. There were 2 customers inside the store, and Wu Xiaozhu was with them looking at goods. Guan Anlin, on the other hand, was at the storefront, holding a delivery order and preparing today's shipment. Then he saw a Land Rover parked behind their minivan. Guan Anlin, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked over at the Land Rover and sure enough, saw Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan inside. Chen Yincheng was sitting in the passenger seat, seemingly about to get out when Ning Junyan suddenly pulled him closer from the driver's seat and kissed him on the lips. Guan Anlin cursed under his breath, "Shit." The cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. Then he anxiously glanced around but relaxed slightly when he realized no one had noticed them. By this time, Chen Yincheng had already opened the door and gotten out, while Ning Junyan didn't linger and drove off immediately. Guan Anlin walked up to Chen Yincheng, anger in his voice, "Are you crazy?" Chen Yincheng ignored him and walked to the minivan. He picked up the delivery slip that Guan Anlin had left on a cardboard box and asked, "Is everything prepared?" "I'll help." Guan Anlin grabbed his arm, asking nervously in a low voice, "Did you really spend the night with him in a hotel?" Chen Yincheng glanced at him, "Don't need my help, huh? Then I'm going inside." He pushed away Guan Anlin's hand and went in to help Wu Xiaozhu entertain customers. Before lunch, signing documents with customers took some time. By the time Chen Yincheng picked up the boxed meal that Wu Xiaozhu bought for him, it was already past 1 o'clock. He sat on a chair outside the shop, holding the cold food in the box. Guan Anlin walked up behind him, pulling at his collar with his fingers, noticing there were aggressive kiss marks and even bite marks near his neck and collarbone. With both hands occupied, Chen Yincheng couldn't brush Guan Anlin's hand away, only raising his arm to dodge slightly. "What are you doing?" Guan Anlin pulled a chair from inside the store and sat next to him, his expression serious, "Can't really change, huh?" Having eaten breakfast late, Chen Yincheng wasn't very hungry now, finding the tasteless cold food unappealing. He placed the chopsticks on the lunchbox inside. "Change what?" Guan Anlin rarely opened up, "I'm telling you this because I consider you as a brother. If it were anyone else, do you think I'd care? You're together with a man, and once people find out, they will mock you." Having little education, he didn't know much about homosexuality, all he knew was that it would bring ridicule. He didn't want his brother to be the subject of mockery. Chen Yincheng remained silent for a while before saying, "But what if I like him?" Guan Anlin was taken aback by this statement. Chen Yincheng, looking at Guan Anlin's face, continued, "I just want to be with him. I can't function without him." Guan Anlin was confused, "How is it possible that you can't live without him? Have you tried being with a woman?" Chen Yincheng smiled, "Dumb or not. Once you've fallen in love, you'll understand. Whether you like someone or if things work out, do they really need trying?" It was rare for him to speak so crudely, but he simply didn't want Guan Anlin to keep pestering him about this matter. He'd already decided to accept Ning Junyan's feelings for him. No matter whether his brother could accept it or not, nothing could change his mind. However, if Guan Anlin could understand, he'd naturally be happiest. For several days afterward, Guan Anlin remained somewhat melancholy. Though he wanted to say more, he realized Chen Yincheng wouldn't listen no matter what he said. Chen Yincheng recruited a young worker from the labor market to help Guan Anlin with deliveries. The worker was very young, only 19 years old, named Shi Peng. He had just moved out from his hometown to work, and though a bit rough-edged, he worked quite diligently. Chen Yincheng helped Shi Peng rent a single room outside the market, but Shi Peng had been staying at the shop until very late these last few nights before returning to his rented place. Perhaps he just didn't like being alone. It was after 5:30 in the afternoon, and the market was still open but almost devoid of customers. Guan Anlin had just returned from delivering goods. Getting out of the car, he entered the shop, opened the refrigerator, took a bottle of cola, and while drinking it, asked Wu Xiaozhu, "Where's Brother Cheng?" Wu Xiaozhu pointed outside vaguely, unsure of the specific direction, saying, "He's chatting with someone outside." Shi Peng had just gotten out of the passenger seat and noticed a dark gray Land Rover parked behind their minivan. A tall and handsome man stepped out of the vehicle, causing Shi Peng to stop and stare intently at the man. Hearing the sound of the car, Guan Anlin walked out of the store and frowned deeply upon seeing Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan asked him, "Where's Chen Yincheng?" Guan Anlin retorted, "What do you want with him?" As Ning Junyan passed by Guan Anlin, he whispered, "I took him out for the night." He then ignored Guan Anlin's glare and walked straight into the store. Wu Xiaozhu had met Ning Junyan when Sun Xiaoyang treated them to dinner. Knowing that Ning Junyan was a friend of Chen Yincheng's, she immediately said, "Are you looking for Brother Cheng? I'll call him to come back." Ning Junyan nodded in acknowledgement, "Thank you." Guan Anlin stood at the entrance of the shop with a dark expression as he watched Ning Junyan walk inside. Shi Peng walked up to Guan Anlin at this moment and asked, "Who is he, Brother Lin?" Annoyed, Guan Anlin replied, "Don't ask questions." A few minutes later, Chen Yincheng returned from outside. With each passing day, the weather grew warmer. Today, Chen Yincheng wore a light blue jacket and his hair, slightly longer than during the spring festival, made him look particularly youthful. Seeing Ning Junyan from afar, Chen Yincheng smiled and quickened his steps to enter, asking, "Why didn't you give me a call before coming over?" Ning Junyan responded, "There was a sudden change in my work schedule this afternoon, so I came whenever I could." In his hand, Chen Yincheng held a mineral water bottle containing a small amount of transparent liquid, which he shook lightly. Leaning on the table, Wu Xiaozhu curiously asked him, "What is that, Brother Cheng?" Chen Yincheng replied, "Baijiu." Then he told Ning Junyan, "Wait a moment," and disappeared into the inner room. Ning Junyan followed inside and quietly closed the door behind him. Guan Anlin stood by the store entrance watching them. Irritated, he lit a cigarette and noticed Shi Peng about to walk inside. He quickly stopped him. "Where are you going?" Shi Peng answered, "To the restroom." He'd wanted to use it since returning but got distracted by Ning Junyan's arrival and only remembered now. With a glance of disdain, Guan Anlin snapped, "Not allowed." Confused, Shi Peng asked, "Why not?" Impatiently, Guan Anlin gestured toward the public restroom, "If you need to go, use that one over there." Chen Yincheng placed the water bottle next to the TV cabinet, went to the bathroom, washed his hands, and upon coming out saw Ning Junyan waiting for him. "What brings you here suddenly?" he asked. "I've come to take you," Ning Junyan said. Chen Yincheng immediately understood, "Today. Is it not possible?" Ning Junyan looked at him. Chen Yincheng hesitated, "Do we have time to book a hotel?" "We can go to my place instead," Ning Junyan suggested. "All right," Chen Yincheng agreed after a moment's pause. Then he picked up the mineral water bottle again, saying, "A friend gave me some baijiu, why don't you help me taste it?" Ning Junyan took the bottle and unscrewed the cap, sniffing it before replying, "I'm not very familiar with baijiu." "It tastes quite fragrant," Chen Yincheng said. "Just try a little." "I suppose it's not entirely impossible," Ning Junyan remarked cryptically. Chen Yincheng glanced at him quizzically. "Take a sip first," Ning Junyan instructed. Obediently, Chen Yincheng took a tiny sip of the baijiu and swallowed just as Ning Junyan kissed him. Savoring the leftover flavor in his mouth, Ning Junyan murmured appreciatively, "It smells really good." Overcome by a flutter of emotion, Chen Yincheng wrapped his arms around Ning Junyan and softly whispered into his ear, "Does this count as drunk driving?" Ning Junyan whispered back, "I think it doesn't." Before he finished speaking, a knock sounded on the door, followed by Guan Anlin's voice, "What are you doing?" Without hesitation, Ning Junyan began, "Fucking." Chen Yincheng abruptly covered his mouth, preventing him from continuing, while glaring at him angrily. Pushing Ning Junyan aside, he opened the door and calmly said, "Nothing much, come in." Chapter 72. As soon as Guan Anlin entered, he warily glanced at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan didn't say anything more and directly sat down by Chen Yincheng's bedside. He knew Guan Anlin was watching him, but he didn't avoid the other's gaze. Chen Yincheng went to simply pack some things and told Guan Anlin, "I'm not coming back tonight." Guan Anlin's eyes immediately turned fierce when looking at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan stood up from the bedside, looked at Guan Anlin for a moment, and then walked out. Chen Yincheng followed behind him. As they were leaving, Guan Anlin grabbed his wrist. Chen Yincheng patted Guan Anlin's hand, saying, "You should lock the door after I leave." Though extremely reluctant, Guan Anlin finally released his grip on Chen Yincheng's hand. Outside in the store, Shi Peng was leaning on the counter chatting with Wu Xiaozhu. It was already past 6 o'clock. The trade market had closed, and they were also getting ready to shut the shop. Chen Yincheng said to Shi Peng, "I have something today so I'll go first. You can join Brother Lin for dinner." Shi Peng nodded, watching Chen Yincheng walk out of the shop, and then saw him get into that Land Rover with Ning Junyan. When Guan Anlin came out from the back room, Shi Peng curiously asked him, "Is Brother Cheng going out for dinner with a friend?" Guan Anlin replied rather impatiently. Wu Xiaozhu was tilted to the side and kept glancing outside, saying, that Dr. Ning is really handsome. Guan Anlin seemed unhappy, asking, how handsome? Wu Xiaozhu, seemingly not noticing his unhappiness, said, just very handsome. There are very few men around who look as good as him, and he seems capable too. Guan Anlin turned to look at her. Wu Xiaozhu noticed Guan Anlin stare and shrank back a little, saying, it's just true. Why are you glaring at me like that? Guan Anlin let out a cold snort and said no more. Ning Junyan first drove with Chen Yinqing to have dinner. This time, they didn't head to the crowded downtown area but instead chose a small restaurant not far from home. Chen Yinqing appeared to be in a good mood. Even during traffic jams on the road, he hummed along lightly with the music from the radio. Ning Junyan glanced at him, are you that happy? Chen Yinqing turned around and smiled at him. Ning Junyan's lips curled slightly upward, how much alcohol did you drink earlier? Chen Yinqing replied, just a little. Before you came, someone asked me to taste it. Ning Junyan asked, was it the wine you were planning to sell? Chen Yinqing said, we're still considering it. After finishing this sentence, he paused for a while and then added, I've been thinking about whether I can do something else recently. What? Chen Yinqing said, I'm still thinking about it. The person who let him try the wine today was a new friend he met at the trade market. They tried out a brand of baijiu, Chinese liquor, from a small brand. Since it hasn't fully entered the local market yet, it was being promoted. Also, the brand wanted to recruit regional distributors. Chen Yinqing thought the flavor of the liquor was truly excellent, completely on par with well-known brands of the same type. Therefore, he started contemplating this opportunity. This wasn't an easy decision to make. Although the capital required for becoming a distributor of a smaller brand isn't a lot, it wasn't exactly pocket change to him either. Moreover, there was no guarantee he could sell all the goods once he purchased them. Doing business always entails risks. His personality has always favored stability, and he didn't have much ambition until he fell in love. Since then, he began feeling a strong desire to achieve something, so he would have the ability to firmly hold on to their relationship. Ning Junyan said to him, if you want to do something, just go ahead. Chen Yinqing nodded. Still, he planned to discuss this idea with Sun Shiliang first. Ideally, he'd like to chat with those distributors introduced by Sun Shiliang as well. However, that might inevitably involve socializing, smoking, and drinking. After having dinner, they returned to Ning Junyan's house. The last time Chen Yinqing left here, he parted ways with Ning Junyan under less than pleasant circumstances. Naturally, he couldn't help recalling the experience of meeting Ning Junyan's mother here. Subconsciously, he took a glance at the entire room, which seemed unchanged from when he had last been here, still icy and cold, tidy like it was a hotel room. As he stepped into Ning Junyan's room, Chen Yinqing froze momentarily. He slowly walked to the bedside and reached out, pulling at the iron chain fixed to the wall, asking somewhat anxiously, what's this? One end of the chain was fastened to the wall, while the other dangled over the head of the bed with a pair of leather handcuffs attached. It wasn't very long, a person wearing the handcuffs wouldn't be able to reach the bathroom, probably only enough length for lying down on the bed. Ning Junyan followed Chen Yinqing into the room and silently shut the door behind him, locking it with a click. Chen Yinqing didn't want to admit that he was afraid. Ning Junyan slowly walked towards him. Standing before Chen Yinqing, his towering figure blocked out the light. Chen Yinqing tilted his head up to look at him. Ning Junyan extended his hand to embrace Chen Yinqing. Chen Yinqing struggled slightly, but Ning Junyan did not let go. Instead, he sat down by the bedside, letting Chen Yinqing sit on his knees and said, don't be afraid. Chen Yinqing's breathing became a little rapid as he said, you already let me leave, why do you still have this iron chain? Ning Junyan whispered in his ear, do you really think you can leave? You will one day come back and let me lock you up properly. Chen Yinqing turned his head forcefully to look at him. Ning Junyan's expression was calm, his eyes pure, just focused on looking at him without any sign of wild passion. Chen Yinqing said, is that true? Ning Junyan held his wrist, rubbing it gently with his fingertips. He leaned down slightly to whisper near his nape, of course it's true, but if you don't want me to, I won't force you. Chen Yinqing knew he wasn't serious and couldn't help but raise his hand to pinch his face. Ning Junyan flipped over, pressing Chen Yinqing onto the bed. Reaching for the handcuffs already looped around the iron chain, he told Chen Yinqing, since we've already prepared half of it, it feels like we shouldn't waste it. He then looked up at Chen Yinqing after speaking. Chen Yinqing glanced sideways at the handcuffs and said, I don't want to. Ning Junyan didn't push. He simply lowered his head and kissed him. After kissing for a long while, Chen Yinqing's body went limp. Feeling Ning Junyan rub his wrists again, he realized Ning Junyan hadn't given up and so said, I still need to take a shower. Ning Junyan pressed the lock clip at the end of the chain lightly, releasing the movable handcuffs from the chain. Then, he tenderly brushed his lips against Chen Yinqing's and said softly, I'll wash you. Once stripped of his clothes and cuffed, Chen Yinqing regretted it almost immediately. In truth, he hadn't agreed, but neither had he refused firmly enough. The sensation of being unable to move his hands was truly dreadful. All he could do was let Ning Junyan carry him into the bathroom. The hot water cascaded over his body, leaving Chen Yincheng standing in the bathtub, feeling like a child waiting for their parents to give them a bath. Ning Junyan took off his clothes, stepped into the tub, and patiently and meticulously picked up the showerhead to rinse Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng felt there were aspects of Ning Junyan that he did not understand. Why must you insist on confining me? Ning Junyan responded in a composed, indifferent tone, yet his words carried intense emotion. You don't know how sexy this makes you. Though Chen Yincheng didn't fully grasp it, he realized he indeed elicited some kind of arousal in Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan turned off the water and squeezed some shower gel into his palm. Gently, he began lathering Chen Yincheng's skin. Chen Yincheng was tormented by the slippery sensation and couldn't help but say, with you cuffing me like this, I can't even hug you. Ning Junyan looked at him briefly before replying, it doesn't matter. I'll hold you. You don't need to think about anything, or do anything. Just receive everything I give you. Chen Yincheng quietly muttered, pervert. But then his leg was slightly raised by Ning Junyan, who carefully cleaned his entire body inside out with foam-covered hands. After they finished bathing, Ning Junyan dried Chen Yincheng's body, carried him out and laid him on the bed. Then he pulled his arms above his head and reattached the handcuffs to the chain. Feeling completely exposed, Chen Yincheng found it unbearable and said, cover me up. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Ning Junyan gazed silently at him and said, no. Angrily, Chen Yincheng demanded, then let me go. Unwillingly, Ning Junyan pulled the blanket over Chen Yincheng, then climbed into bed himself, hugging and kissing Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng said breathlessly, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have agreed. Pausing, Ning Junyan spoke softly into his ear, other than you, I don't want to lock anyone else up. Chapter 73. Chen Yincheng returned to the store quite late on the second day, by which time the shop was already open and Shipeng was already unloading goods at the door. When Shipeng saw Chen Yincheng, he greeted him, Brother Cheng. Chen Yincheng smiled at him. Shipeng then curiously asked, did you spend the night outside last night? Chen Yincheng's attitude was pretty relaxed as he replied, yeah. Shipeng didn't feel anything was wrong, saying, oh, then continued unloading the goods. As Chen Yincheng walked inside, he moved his stiff shoulders. He had been handcuffed to the bedpost for a long time last night, and this morning when he woke up, his joints felt stiff and uncomfortable. He couldn't help but sigh that he was no longer young, and also cursed Ning Junyan severely in his heart. As he entered the room, Guan Anlin happened to come out of the bathroom. He looked up at him but said nothing. Chen Yincheng bent down to find the phone charger by the bedside. After plugging in the phone to charge, he said to Guan Anlin, I'll call Brother Sun later, see if I can get him to have dinner tonight. Will you go with me? Guan Anlin said coolly, not going to ghost around with a man tonight. Chen Yincheng turned his head to look at him, moving his shoulders as he said, I don't want to see him these days. Guan Anlin noticed his movements and asked, what's wrong with your shoulders? Chen Yincheng didn't answer. After a while, his face flushed slightly. Guan Anlin realized this, feeling inexplicable, yet a little angry, and somehow sure they must have done something inappropriate. It wasn't that Chen Yincheng really wanted not to see Ning Junyan, it's just that he was really busy these days. After sparing some time to chat with Sun Shiryang and the liquor agent introduced by Sun Shiryang, both advised him to be cautious about taking over the agency for a small brand, fearing the goods might not sell well after purchase. Especially Sun Shiryang, who chatted with him for a long time, telling him it would be better to take a few items to try selling them first, and anyway they could be placed in their store. When customers came, they could be promoted, and if there were repeat customers, one could consider starting the deal formally. After thinking carefully, following Sun Shiryang's suggestion, Chen Yincheng took only a small amount of stock for sale in the store. At the same time, he divided the bottled wine into smaller glass bottles and gave samples to clients who came for delivery, receiving many positive responses. When Chen Yincheng bought more wine from the manufacturer, people from the winery persuaded him to take the top-tier distributorship for the local area. He was somewhat attracted, roughly inquired about the price, then started thinking about applying for a bank loan. This wasn't an easy task for Chen Yincheng, though the required amount wasn't large, he lacked sufficient credit limits to apply for a loan, and he had no assets under his name either to secure a mortgage loan. Although Sun Shiryang could introduce outside loan institutions to him, he did not recommend it because, frankly speaking, those loan agencies offering non-collateral loans had to bear considerable risks, hence the high interest rates, making it essentially high-interest loans. Seeing his dilemma, Sun Shiryang told him, how about this? I will prepay you 1 year's income based on last month's turnover. You can use the money first. We'll settle accounts at year-end. Chen Yincheng was stunned, saying, how can that be? The money he earned was not a fixed salary but a percentage of monthly sales. His future income was uncertain. What Sun Shiryang was doing was equivalent to lending him a sum of money without interest, calculating it into his monthly payments to pay back slowly. Sun Shiryang said, it works. Last time Dr. Ning helped me, I never got a chance to thank him. Sending gifts doesn't appeal to him. I know you two are close, so why don't you find a way to return the favor for me? For a moment, Chen Yincheng didn't know what to say. Sun Shiryang transferred over 10,000 yuan to Chen Yincheng straightforwardly, but it still wasn't enough. The remaining money Chen Yincheng still needed to figure out a way. Guan Anlin knew Chen Yincheng needed money, and said to him, why not ask your boyfriend? He is so wealthy. Chen Yinchen, holding a lunchbox, shot him a cold look. Guan Anlin said, "Why are you looking at me? I am not wrong." Chen Yinchen said, "Because of Zhou Yan's matter earlier, I still owe him money that I haven't repaid. How could I possibly continue asking him for a loan?" Guan Anlin finished eating the food in his lunchbox in 2 bites, throwing the empty box aside for the moment, lit a cigarette, drew a deep puff, and said, "Then what are you planning to do?" Chen Yinchen asked, "What do you mean, how am I planning?" Guan Anlin said, "Just like how you 2 men cannot get married, and never become a real family, so you even have to be so precise with the money, right?" Chen Yinchen felt tasteless eating this meal, but didn't want to waste it, quickly finishing the rest and chewing it in silence for a long time before saying, "Even if she were a woman, I couldn't just take her money." Guan Anlin scratching his scalp with curled fingers said, "I thought you were a woman." Had Chen Yinchen not already chewed and swallowed the food in his mouth, he thought he might have sprayed Guan Anlin's face with it. He glared at Guan Anlin unhappily. Guan Anlin quickly said, "I'm just describing your relationship. Isn't it like one of you is playing the role of a man and the other a woman? I don't know how else to say it. Why are you glaring at me?" Chen Yinchen said, "Just shut up." Guan Anlin stopped fussing about their gender roles and continued, "What I mean is, if you 2 really plan to be together, there's no need to count so carefully, right? It's not like you're not going to pay him back. What's so hard about opening your mouth to ask? If I had 10,000 yuan today, and you asked me for it, I'd definitely lend it to you without needing an IOU. In the end, you treat him worse than you would treat me. Even brother Sun lent you money, didn't he?" Chen Yinchen was silent for a while, then said, "It's different." He picked up the 2 empty lunchboxes from the ground and took them to the trash can. He had only walked a few steps when he received a call from Long Zhanyu. Long Zhanyu sounded very busy and told him in a hurried tone, "Zhou Yan's case will probably go to trial next week." Chen Yinchen was surprised, so soon. He thought it would take at least half a year. Long Zhanyu said, "Their accomplices on the car theft charges have all been convicted, so they can directly copy the case files over. As for voluntary manslaughter, since Zhou Yan surrendered himself, his confession was very thorough, and he's maintained a good attitude of admitting guilt until now, hence the fast progress." After saying this, Long Zhanyu didn't have time to hear more from Chen Yinchen and said, "Got things to do, hang up." Chen Yinchen didn't even have time to say thank you before hearing the sound of the call being ended. Unable to resist, he turned his head to look at Guan Anlin. Guan Anlin was still enjoying his cigarette after the meal. Raising his head, he looked at Chen Yinchen, "What's wrong?" Chen Yinchen said, "Zhou Yan's case will go to trial next week." Guan Anlin replied indifferently, "Oh," and added another sentence, "the sooner the better." Chen Yinchen went to the trash can and threw the 2 lunchboxes away. Turning around, he saw Guan Anlin still squatting at the entrance of the shop smoking. So he walked behind a pillar and called Ning Zhenyan. Ning Zhenyan wasn't on duty tonight. The surroundings were quiet when he answered the phone with a deep voice, calling out, "Yincheng." Chen Yincheng said, "Where are you?" Ning Zhenyan replied, "Still at the hospital, haven't gone home yet." "Missing me?" Unable to suppress it, Chen Yincheng's lips curled slightly upwards as he said, "Missing you." Ning Zhenyan said, "Then I'll come pick you up." Chen Yincheng responded to him, "All right." When he returned to Guan Anlin, Chen Yincheng looked down at him and said, "I'll be going out tonight." Guan Anlin looked up, furrowing his brows to stare at Chen Yincheng for a while, and finally said, "Try borrowing money from him." Chen Yincheng did not reply. Sitting on the bed in Ning Zhenyan's bedroom, Chen Yincheng reached out and pulled the iron chain by the bedside, shaking it lightly. Now, seeing these handcuffs, he felt nothing special. He also knew that Ning Zhenyan had custom-made a collar for him, placed inside the drawer of the bedside table, kept alongside the previous engagement ring. Wearing or not wearing these things meant merely a bit of fun for Chen Yincheng once he got used to it. Ning Zhenyan wouldn't force him, nor would he ever hurt him. When Chen Yincheng complained about his sore shoulders, Ning Zhenyan would patiently massage his shoulders for him. The next time, instead of using the handcuffs, Ning Zhenyan had Chen Yincheng's hands circle around his head to hold his shoulders. Ning Zhenyan came out of the bathroom without any clothes on, climbed into bed, hugged Chen Yincheng, and kissed him. Chen Yincheng held on to Ning Zhenyan, indulging in his tenderness but feeling somewhat distracted. Ning Zhenyan asked him, "What's wrong?" Chen Yincheng said, "Zhou Yan's case goes to court next week." Lying in bed, Ning Zhenyan let Chen Yincheng rest his head on his shoulder, gently caressing his face and neck with his fingers. "Do you want to attend the trial?" Chen Yincheng said, "I have to go. Moreover, I've already told his girlfriend. I'll go meet them then and bring the child along too." Ning Zhenyan asked, "Can kids be brought into the courtroom?" Chen Yincheng tilted his head to look at him, "I don't know." Ning Zhenyan pinched and rubbed Chen Yincheng's earlobe with his fingers. Chen Yincheng slightly raised his head, taking the initiative to kiss his lips. When they parted, Ning Zhenyan said to Chen Yincheng, "I'll go with you." Chapter 74. Zhou Yan's trial was set to begin at 10 o'clock on Wednesday morning. Before that, Chen Yincheng had to pick up Gu Yaojia first, and it would take nearly 2 hours' drive to get to the court. If they didn't want to leave in the dead of night, they'd need to drive to Gu Yaojia's hometown the day before, spend the night there, and then pick her up early the next morning. It didn't matter to Chen Yincheng how things were arranged, but Ning Zhenyan's time was too precious. To accompany him to the trial, Ning had specially adjusted his work schedule and even requested annual leave. Thinking about it, he felt somewhat guilty towards Ning Junyan. For Zhou Yan's issue, Ning Junyan had already accompanied him several times. Yet Chen Yincheng couldn't help but rely on Ning Junyan. Perhaps because there were so few people he could depend on from childhood onwards, at this moment, he particularly hoped that Ning Junyan would be by his side. They left on Tuesday, a bit later than expected. This was because Ning Junyan had been on duty last night, encountering an emergency surgery just before dawn, which took up most of the morning. It wasn't until the afternoon that Ning Junyan came to pick up Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng was briefing Ms. Wu Xiaozhu in the store when he saw Ning Junyan arrive, and immediately said, "Wait for me 2 minutes." He then hurried into the room to pack some things. Guan Anlin sat on a small chair outside the store playing mobile games. When he saw Ning Junyan, he stood up and walked over to him. Chen Yincheng quickly packed some items and grabbed a small backpack, then went outside and put several bottles of mineral water in a plastic bag. He noticed Guan Anlin talking to Ning Junyan as he approached. However, once Chen got closer, Guan Anlin stopped speaking and only told him, "Be safe on your trip." "What were you guys talking about?" Chen Yincheng asked suspiciously. Guan Anlin replied, "I was asking if you wanted a cigarette." He looked a bit tired. Upon hearing this, Chen Yincheng turned to look at Ning Junyan, noticing the exhaustion in his expression. After last night's shift and an emergency surgery that began before dawn, he must have been very fatigued by now. "I'll drive," Chen Yincheng offered to Ning Junyan. This time Ning Junyan did not object. He nodded and said, "Let me sleep for a while." As Chen Yincheng drove out of the city and onto the highway, Ning Junyan reclined the passenger seat and rested. Soft music played inside the car, and Chen Yincheng kept the volume low so as not to disturb Ning Junyan's sleep. He recalled their previous drive to Zhou Yan's hometown, where Ning Junyan had driven the entire way, letting him sleep a long time. Back then, they weren't yet together, and he had harbored hope that everything would go smoothly in finding Zhou Yan. On the way, Chen Yincheng stopped the car at a rest station and used the restroom. He hesitated whether to wake Ning Junyan when he got out of the car. Seeing Ning sleeping deeply, he decided against it and quietly opened the door and stepped out alone. It wasn't the weekend or a holiday, so there weren't many cars at the highway rest stop. The spacious parking lot had only a few vehicles parked far apart. A breeze blew past, making Chen Yincheng feel a chill. These years, spring seemed to grow shorter and shorter. Winter passed, and once it cooled down, summer rushed in as though there were only 2 seasons a year, one of them being a long and endless summer. He had only worn a short-sleeved t-shirt under his jacket as he left. Chen Yincheng turned back and glanced at Ning Junyan, then carefully returned to the car. He took off his coat and gently placed it over Ning Junyan's body before stepping out in just his short-sleeved shirt. When he came back from the restroom, he saw Ning Junyan stirring slightly through the car window, so he walked over and opened the passenger door. Standing in front of Ning, he softly asked, "Did you wake up?" Ning Junyan blinked a few times and slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Chen Yincheng, he stretched out both hands towards him and said, "Honey, give me a hug." Chen Yincheng laughed out loud and replied teasingly, "You're crazy." Although he said this, seeing that no one was nearby, he still gave Ning Junyan a brief hug and asked, "Do you need to use the restroom?" "No need," Ning Junyan said, looking down at the coat draped over him and pulling it off to return it to Chen Yincheng. Chen tried to refuse, "You'll be cold if you sleep without it." "Not cold," Ning Junyan patiently helped Chen put the coat back on and zipped it up for him. "We can turn on the air conditioning if you're cold." Chen Yincheng asked, "Should we continue our journey then?" Ning Junyan nodded and said, "Let me drive." "That's impossible," Chen Yincheng rejected him. "If you drive drowsy and end up killing me, what am I supposed to do?" After saying this, he raised his hand to close Ning Junyan's door and circled around to get into the driver's seat. Ning Junyan adjusted the backrest, took a bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, sipped slowly, and put it back. After Chen Yincheng started the car and drove out of the parking spot, Ning said, "I won't let you die, with me around you don't have to fear anything, if real danger comes, I will sacrifice my life for yours." Chen Yincheng had already driven the car away from the parking space when he heard Ning's words and couldn't help but press the brakes, looking at Ning and saying, "Don't say that." Ning Junyan continued, "I'm willing to do everything for you, so you shouldn't reject my requests easily in the future either." Chen Yincheng released the brake, thinking how annoying Ning Junyan could be. Just moments ago he was being so heartfelt and now he's making absurd statements, leaving Chen Yincheng feeling conflicted about his own emotions. In the end, all he could do was glare at Ning. They arrived at the county where Gu Yaojia's hometown was located in the evening. Previously, Chen Yincheng had contacted Gu Yaojia who insisted on hosting them. But Chen Yincheng made an excuse and refused her offer, only informing her that they would come pick her up and the children early the next morning. On the road, they found a neat-looking restaurant and had dinner there before driving to the hotel that Chen Yincheng had reserved earlier. Chen Yincheng booked a double room, believing that after half a day of travel, both of them must be tired, and tomorrow would be more driving, so a double room would allow each person to get some good rest. However, during check-in, Ning Junyan wasn't satisfied and requested the front desk to change their booking to a king-sized bedroom. Chen Yincheng leaned closer to Ning Junyan and whispered, "Do you not want to rest well?" Ning Junyan calmly replied, "I sleep better when I'm holding you." This made Chen Yincheng feel slightly embarrassed. He noticed that the hotel receptionist was watching them while waiting for their decision, thus responded, let's switch. But once inside the unfamiliar environment and strange room, it was clear Ning Junyan had other intentions beyond simply wanting to hold him to sleep better. Chen Yunqing also caught his vibe, raising a hand to encircle Ning's shoulder as he lay flat looking up at Ning, not tired. Ning Junyan replied, I've slept all afternoon. Chen Yunqing retorted, but I've been driving all afternoon. Ning Junyan brought his lips close to Chen's earlobe, whispering, then it's your turn to rest, and mine to take over. Afterward, Chen Yunqing felt like he didn't even want to wiggle a finger. Ning Junyan cradled him in his arms, reaching to the bedside table to grab a tissue to wipe the marks left on Chen's body. Lying on his back, Chen Yunqing stared at the ceiling and said, suddenly crave a cigarette. Ning Junyan responded, it's bad for your health. Chen Yunqing turned his head and looked at Ning, saying, is indulging too much good for health? Ning Junyan looked straight into his eyes and answered calmly, restraining is also not healthy. Chen Yunqing smiled. Ning Junyan used his fingers to push aside the strands of hair on Chen Yunqing's forehead. Chen's hair had grown longer, allowing Ning to insert his fingers into it. Ning gently touched his damp forehead and said, if you need it, tell me. Chen Yunqing laughed silently, avoiding discussing who wanted it more. Ning Junyan added further, it's not just about physical needs, tell me about other necessities too. Curious, Chen Yunqing asked, what other needs are you talking about? Ning Junyan propped himself on one elbow and said slowly, the 10,000 yuan you need right now. Chen Yunqing sat up abruptly in bed, turned to Ning Junyan, and looked surprised. Realizing quickly enough, he exclaimed angrily, Guan Anlin. Frowning, Ning Junyan said, don't call other men's names on my bed. Ignoring him, Chen Yunqing demanded, was it him who told you this? Ning Junyan responded, shouldn't you reflect on why I had to learn such things from others? Chen Yunqing sighed and told Ning Junyan, I can't borrow any more money from you. Ning Junyan reached out his hand toward him, come here. Chen Yunqing asked, what for? Nonetheless, he moved closer. Ning Junyan wrapped his arm tightly around him and said, to talk while hugging. Reluctantly, Chen Yunqing said, alright, fine, I'll talk while we hug. Chapter 75. Chen Yunqing asked Ning Junyan to hold her in his arms and said, I can't borrow money from you anymore. Ning Junyan bent down to kiss her hair. Chen Yunqing said, this money is for investment in business. It's different from the last time when we were waiting for rescue funds. This is not necessary. If I slow down and take it step by step, as long as I work harder, I will eventually make money. Ning Junyan tilted his head, his cheek rubbing against hers, enjoying the closeness of the touch, and said, then what am I earning money for? Chen Yunqing, with a sound of confusion as she looked at him, what? Ning Junyan said, to support my wife. After hearing this, Chen Yunqing couldn't help but laugh, I don't want you to support me. However, Ning Junyan replied, does that mean you admit you're my wife then? Chen Yunqing smiled without saying anything. Ning Junyan said again, then let me be dependent on you. I'll hand all my money over to you, and you buy everything for me from now on. Chen Yunqing said, if you need something right now, I will buy it for you if I can afford it. There's no need for you to hand your money over to me. Ning Junyan remained silent for a while before asking, don't you think this is unfair? How is it unfair? Ning Junyan pinched Chen Yunqing's chin with his hand, lifting her face to look at him seriously and said, you think it's okay for you to spend my money, but I can't spend yours. Do you actually see us as equals? After pondering for a moment, Chen Yunqing answered seriously, it's different. What I need right now isn't petty cash for daily expenses. Doing business involves significant risks. The money I invest may not yield returns, how could I ask you to take such risks? Besides, I still owe you money. Why won't you use my money even for daily expenses? You don't live in the house I provided, you don't accept clothes from me, what do you consider me? Ning Junyan's tone turned cold, as if he was genuinely angry. Chen Yunqing wanted to sit up. She first pushed away Ning Junyan's hands holding her. Just as she was about to get out of his embrace, Ning Junyan grabbed her back. With both arms around her, Ning Junyan coldly said, why are you running away? Seeing no way to escape, Chen Yunqing continued to let him hold her and said, I'm very serious about our relationship. Please don't say things like that. Maybe because I care too much, sometimes I don't know how to deal with it. After finishing, Chen Yunqing looked up at Ning Junyan. She always feared that if she didn't handle some matters well, one day it might affect her relationship with Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan, looking at her for a long time, lowered his lashes. His gaze softened and he asked her, what do you plan to do about this money? Chen Yunqing said, let me try borrowing it from other channels, I'll find a way. Ning Junyan asked again, what channels? Bank or financial institutions? Chen Yunqing had been checking various loan financial institutions to find a reliable one. Ning Junyan asked, have you thought about a mortgage loan? Chen Yunqing was somewhat surprised and said, what can I pledge? I don't have anything valuable enough to pledge. Ning Junyan lifted Chen Yunqing's face to examine it, then pulled the blanket aside for a glance. Neither of them were wearing any clothes. Chen Yunqing quickly pulled the blanket back and then heard Ning Junyan say, pledge your body then. Chen Yunqing laughed bitterly and jokingly said, is my body worth only $10,000? Ning Junyan calmly said, apart from me, no one else wants you. Chen Yincheng became upset. That's not necessarily true. At once Ning Junyan flipped over, pressing her beneath him. His tone turned icy and harsh as he said, there's no necessarily here. Don't even think about it. Chen Yincheng smiled faintly and looked at him. Stop fooling around. Relaxing his strength, Ning Junyan leaned on Chen Yincheng, saying, if you pledge yourself to me, I'll give you the money. 10,000 yuan isn't enough, I'll work harder and earn more for you. Chen Yincheng raised her hand to embrace him, suddenly feeling a sourness in her heart, and said, it's enough, there's only so much value in me in your eyes. Ning Junyan asked, are we agreed? Chen Yincheng replied, let me think about it some more. The next morning, they got up very early. Then Ning Junyan drove to pick up Gu Yaojia and the child, and rushed to the Intermediate People's Court in Zhou Yan's hometown city. When they arrived at the court, the trial had not yet started. Gu Yaojia, carrying her son and attempting to enter the courtroom, was stopped by a court bailiff who forbade children from entering. Gu Yaojia found herself in a dilemma, beseeching the bailiff with a few pleas, but received no leniency. At this point, Ning Junyan said, give me the child, you two go in. Hearing this, Gu Yaojia looked at him. Chen Yincheng told Gu Yaojia, let him take care of the child while we two go inside to attend the trial. Having no better option, Gu Yaojia handed the child over to Ning Junyan. Upon being handed over to a strange man, the little kid immediately burst into tears. Seeing Ning Junyan frown slightly and look somewhat at a loss, Chen Yincheng asked him, will it be alright? Ning Junyan simply nodded. After comforting her child for a while, Gu Yaojia heard that the trial was about to begin and went inside with Chen Yincheng, finding seats to sit down. When Zhou Yan was brought out by the court police, he looked in their direction briefly. His expression seemed somewhat excited, but quickly he turned around and stood at the defendant's position, facing away from them. Chen Yincheng hadn't seen Zhou Yan for several months. His hair had been cut very short, and after such a long time in the detention center, he actually appeared paler and slightly heavier than before. Gu Yaojia sat beside Chen Yincheng, her eyes welling up as she stared at Zhou Yan's back. The trial process was rather dull. A lawyer was assigned to Zhou Yan by the legal aid organization, but since Zhou Yan had already confessed, the lawyer could only attempt to make a defense of mitigating circumstances for him. During a break, Chen Yincheng stepped outside and saw Ning Junyan sitting on a bench, watching the child sleeping on his lap. There was no emotion in his eyes. Is he asleep? Chen Yincheng walked over and asked softly. Ning Junyan looked up and gave a light Chen Yincheng suddenly became curious about Ning Junyan's thoughts and asked, do you think the child is cute? No, Ning Junyan answered without hesitation. Chen Yincheng held out her hand to him, don't you want a child at all? Ning Junyan grasped her hand and lightly touched it to his lips, no need, having you is enough. The trial paused for an hour at noon before resuming in the afternoon. Zhou Yan was sentenced for intentional homicide and theft, resulting in 15 years of imprisonment. He stated on the spot that he would not appeal. At this moment, Gu Yaojia suddenly stood up. She left the courtroom to get the child and attempted to bring him in, but was stopped by the police at the door, shouting Zhou Yan's name. Zhou Yan turned around. Gu Yaojia cried out, look at your son. The police quickly took Gu Yaojia away. Chen Yincheng watched Zhou Yan sobbing uncontrollably, unable to hold back his own tears. He remained seated until Zhou Yan was escorted away by the police before getting up to leave the courtroom. Outside the courtroom, Gu Yaojia sat on a bench, holding her child and crying continuously. Ning Junyan stood beside her, calmly handing her a tissue. Gu Yaojia reached out and accepted it, barely able to say a full, thank you. Chen Yincheng walked over and stood next to Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan glanced at him and handed over the whole pack of tissues. Do you need any? No, Chen Yincheng said. She simply stood closer to Ning Junyan, lightly brushing her hand against his. Soon, her hand was firmly grasped by Ning Junyan. They waited until Gu Yaojia's emotions had calmed down slightly before leaving. It took 2 hours of driving to send her home. When they parted ways, only Chen Yincheng got out of the car, while Ning Junyan stayed put in the driver's seat. Gu Yaojia, hugging her already sleeping child, said to Chen Yincheng, Big brother Cheng, thank you. Chen Yincheng shook his head. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, if it's convenient, are you willing to take your child to visit Zhou Yan? Gu Yaojia replied, I don't know. Do you think it's good for the child? Chen Yincheng couldn't answer this question. Zhou Yan was his friend, and naturally, he considered more from Zhou Yan's perspective. He knew Zhou Yan would certainly hope his son could come visit him, but whether or not it was good for the child, he really couldn't figure it out either. It's fine, Chen Yincheng said, you decide. After all, you're the child's mother. Gu Yaojia nodded and then asked Chen Yincheng, Big brother Cheng, are you and Dr. Ning? Chen Yincheng said, what? Gu Yaojia smiled, nothing. Thank you both for coming to pick me up. Are you going back now? Chen Yincheng responded, yes, Dr. Ning has to work tomorrow. Gu Yaojia said, be safe on the road. Send me a message when you arrive. Alright, Chen Yincheng said, waving goodbye to Gu Yaojia while backing up, then turned around, opened the car door, and returned to the passenger seat, telling Ning Junyan, let's go. Chapter 76. On the second day after coming back, Ning Junyan transferred 100,000 yuan to Chen Yanqing's card without even giving him a heads up by phone, leaving no room for refusal. Chen Yanqing received a text notification from the bank and sat stunned for a long time outside his store before calling Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan was at work, standing by the nurse's station flipping through patient files while answering Chen Yanqing's call. Chen Yanqing said, "Let me pledge myself to you." Ning Junyan's clean fingertips paused on the report in front of him, stopping the page-turning motion. He said, "Then move back in with me." A nurse who was sitting at the nurse's station writing something suddenly looked up, wide-eyed at Ning Junyan, then hurriedly lowered her head. Chen Yanqing said, "Give me a little more time. I promise it won't take long." Ning Junyan asked him, "How long is soon?" Chen Yanqing replied, "I'm going to be pretty busy lately. Since I've made the decision, I want to do my best with this matter. Once I have the ability to pay you back, will we live together then?" Ning Junyan said, "What kind of pledge is that? You just like fooling me." Just then, another nurse walked in, pulled out a chair and sat down, overhearing Ning Junyan's words. She looked shocked, carefully studied Ning Junyan's face to confirm she wasn't mistaken. Ning Junyan asked again, "What if you don't make enough money?" Chen Yanqing struggled to suppress his humiliation, whispering, "Then I'll still belong to you, and I promise there will be no way to get rid of me." "Okay." Ning Junyan fell silent for a moment, then said, "I'll prepare a contract for you to sign." Hearing this, Chen Yanqing couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think it will work?" Ning Junyan said, "Maybe not with others, but with you, it definitely will. Remember what you've said to me today." After that, he closed the medical record book, handed it to the nurse, and turned to leave. The nurse caught the record book reflexively, her mouth reacting faster than her brain, stopping him. "Director Ning." Ning Junyan turned around to look at her. The nurse beside her immediately nudged her with an elbow, waking her up. She then asked, "Do you still need to review the records? If not, I'll put them away." Ning Junyan said, "Put them away for now. I'll come back later." After Ning Junyan left, the two nurses gathered together, astonished when they saw each other's faces. "What did you call him for just now?" "I don't know, it just came out suddenly." "Who was he on the phone with?" "A girlfriend?" "I haven't heard of him having a girlfriend." "How should I know? I just arrived and overheard it. It startled me." "Did you hear that?" Ning Junyan actually cooed. "Too scary. I guess a lot of people are about to break up." "Break up? All you care about is gossip. Have you seen anyone dare to chase after him? Is unrequited love also considered breaking up?" That night, Chen Yanqing received express delivery of 2 copies of a mortgage loan contract prepared by Ning Junyan, printing out all the shameful things he had said on the phone for him to sign. Sitting on the edge of the bed looking at the contract, Guan Anlin tried to get closer to take a peek. Chen Yanqing quickly covered it with his hand. "What is it?" Guan Anlin was unhappy, only catching a glimpse of the words, mortgage loan contract, and asked, "What did you pledge?" Chen Yanqing folded the contract, not quite trusting, stuffed it back into the envelope, and pressed it under his pillow. "Don't worry about it." He added, "I'm going out of town soon. Help me watch the business while I'm gone." "Where are you going?" asked Guan Anlin. Chen Yanqing said, "To a winery." He wasn't lying when he told Ning Junyan that he would be very busy lately. Since he had decided to take on the distributorship, there was a lot to do ahead. First, he took 3 days to personally visit a winery located in another province. The winery was small in scale but had good production conditions. And because it was small, communication was easier. Chen Yanqing proposed changing part of the shipments into smaller packages during negotiations, which the other party agreed could be discussed. After returning, Chen Yanqing started visiting hot pot restaurants in the city. He first visited several successful chain stores, suggesting to place the wine in their stores for consignment sale. No payment would be needed, the restaurant would receive a commission based on the number of pieces sold. He also customized small advertisement signs and posters, hoping they could be used as free promotions inside the restaurants. Initially, he faced many rejections and sometimes didn't even manage to meet the bosses. But he had no time to dwell on disappointments and moved swiftly to the next store, boldly approaching the owners again and again. It was initially Sun Jiuyang who introduced him to friends running hot pot restaurants. After sending them the wine, Chen Yanqing expanded the range of potential partners, including some well-performing small shops and medium-sized Chinese restaurants. Slowly, progress began to show. It was just too exhausting. Even when Chen Yanqing was a child and his godfather had chased him out to steal money, he hadn't been this tired. He almost always stayed busy until late at night before coming back, sometimes even skipping meals to buy a bread on the roadside. In addition to all sorts of social events, Chen Yanqing used to not smoke, but over time realized it was unavoidable and picked up a smoking habit. Once, after a social event, Chen Yanqing came back so drunk that the taxi dropped him off at the entrance of the commercial market. Stumbling inside alone, he reached the store entrance but couldn't find the keys for a long time. Finally, he sat down leaning against the roller shutter door. Chen Yanqing tilted his head and stared blankly at the sky. In the city's night sky, there were no stars, no moon, just a pitch-black void. The night air was heavy and sticky, lacking any clarity. A moment later, Guan Anlin heard the noise and opened the small door, seeing Chen Yanqing sitting outside. After hesitating briefly, he asked, "Are you okay?" As he said this, he extended his hand to pull Chen Yanqing up from the ground and let him inside. The first thing Chen Yanqing did once inside was run to the bathroom and vomit. Guan Anlin, clearly disapproving, opened the window to let the alcohol smell out, then lit a cigarette and filled the room with an even dirtier air. Leaning against the doorway, he asked, "Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" After vomiting enough, Chen Yanqing got up, rinsed his mouth with cold water and washed his face, mumbling indistinctly, "Damn. Who the hell is messing with you?" Guan Anlin thought he was cursing. She wants to snatch someone away from me. If I don't earn more money, I'll lack confidence. She took him away before. Initially thinking about questioning who she was referring to, upon hearing before, Guan Anlin suddenly realized and asked, "Are you talking about Ning Junyan?" Uncomfortable, Chen Yanqing simply threw off his clothes and lay down on the bed. After finishing his cigarette, Guan Anlin stood beside the bed looking down at him and said, "You're doing all this just for him?" Chen Yanqing found the light too bright and raised his arm to cover his eyes, saying, "If only I had started working hard earlier, Zhou Yan wouldn't have ended up killing someone." Guan Anlin paused slightly as he climbed onto the top bunk, turning around abruptly to sit on the edge of the bed. The iron bed wobbled slightly under his movement, and he said, "All you see is Zhou Yan and your lover." Chen Yanqing mumbled vaguely, "What about you?" "I have no family left, only brothers remain." "You guys are all great, I mean it." Guan Anlin lay down facing the ceiling and muttered softly, "So disgusting." The next morning, Guan Anlin woke up first and, seeing Chen Yanqing still sleeping deeply, decided against waking him up and quietly closed the door as he left. Chen Yanqing didn't wake up until 10 o'clock. Still hungover, he suffered a terrible headache, climbed up, showered, changed into clean clothes, and came out to the shop. For breakfast, they ate instant noodles in the store. Last month's newly recruited driver was preparing goods together with Shirpeng while Wu Xiaozhu held the delivery order and helped them count everything. Because Chen Yanqing spent most of his time running around outside, he wanted to keep Guan Anlin in the store. Since Shirpeng seemed already familiar with the job, he also hired another delivery driver. Moreover, after consulting with Sun Zhiliang, he replaced the minivan with a small truck. Busy like this for 2 or 3 months, summer had fully arrived, and even before noon each day, the cicadas chirped incessantly from the big trees in front of the store. The white wine Chen Yanqing distributed finally broke into the market, and the liquor store business also became increasingly prosperous. At this point, Guan Anlin was squatting by the door waiting for customers. Chen Yanqing walked over to him and noticed his gaze lingering on the legs of a woman in a short skirt standing across from their shop. Unable to resist, he slapped him on the head. Guan Anlin covered his head with his hand and asked, "Why?" Chen Yanqing said, "Come with me to the trade fair next week, I've applied for a booth." Guan Anlin responded, "Sure." Chen Yanqing pondered something for a while and then said, "We should buy 2 suits." Guan Anlin looked at him, "Do we need to wear them?" Chen Yanqing nodded. Guan Anlin said, "I've never worn a suit before. Shall we buy one on Taobao?" After some thought, Chen Yanqing replied, "Let's go to the mall." Chapter 77. Chen Yanqing wore a suit and tie for the first time, feeling a little shy when he looked at himself in the mirror. The salesperson from the counter helped him adjust his collar and cuffs, praising how good he looked. He then carefully examined himself again in the mirror. Indeed, he looked very handsome, having just trimmed his hair yesterday, revealing a clean and full forehead. Perhaps due to his character, his facial features were all quite gentle, especially when he smiled, with his eyes curving, making people feel close to him easily. Guan Anlin was different. Whenever he didn't smile, his entire demeanor from his eyebrows to his jawline gave off an impression of ruthlessness. Especially dressed in a suit, it made him appear even colder. He stood in front of the mirror for a long time, obviously very satisfied with this look, deliberately holding his face stiffly with his head slightly tilted back, exposing his sharp jawline as he raised his eyebrows at Chen Yanqing. Chen Yanqing ignored him, asking if he had finished selecting his suit. If so, they could proceed to checkout. They bought 2 complete suits, and Chen Yanqing spent nearly 4,000 yuan, which was still the discounted price. When signing the receipt after swiping the card, his heart was aching. He warned Guan Anlin that he only bought him this one suit, instructing him to take care of it and wear it only on important occasions. Guan Anlin said, "When we have money later, we can buy whatever we want." Coming down from the men's brand floor, Guan Anlin also bought a pair of sunglasses at the mall, thinking they went perfectly with the suit, making him look like a tough guy out of a movie. The trade show lasted for 3 days. Chen Yanqing attended with the liquor brand he represented. Unable to afford a prime booth location, he settled for a corner closer to the outside but still managed to attract many customers. During these 3 days, Chen Yanqing distributed numerous business cards and met many wine manufacturers. On the last day, he even signed a large order worth tens of thousands of yuan, making it a fruitful experience for him. Chen Yanqing was in a great mood. After the exhibition ended on the final day, he instructed Guan Anlin to drive the pre-packed items back to the store first. He then invited all the employees from the store and 2 female college students he hired during the exhibition to dine together. These 2 female college students were quite attractive and showed significant favor towards Chen Yanqing. He took good care of them, not pressuring them to drink alcohol during the meal. Due to his good mood, he drank a bit. After removing his jacket, he leaned back in his chair wearing just his shirt, smoking and smiling while watching Guan Anlin awkwardly chat with the two female college students. After dinner, Chen Yinqing asked Guan Anlin to drop the two female students off at their school. He held Guan Anlin's shoulder and walked aside, giving a few reminders. Guan Anlin was somewhat displeased, saying, "What do you take me for? I'm a proper person, okay?" Chen Yinqing chuckled. Guan Anlin asked, "Where are you going?" Chen Yinqing seemed to laugh even more and said, "I'm going to see Ning Junyan." Guan Anlin responded with a tisk sound, unwilling to offer any opinion. Chen Yinqing let go of his hand on Guan Anlin's shoulder, raising his hand to wave goodbye and telling everyone to be safe driving back, carrying his suit jacket on his arm as he went to hail a taxi on the roadside. Ning Junyan was working the night shift at the hospital tonight, and Chen Yinqing felt a bit disappointed, but he really wanted to see him, so he called earlier to ask if he was busy. Ning Junyan replied, "Not busy." Chen Yinqing said, "I'll come see you, bringing some midnight snacks." Ning Junyan told him, "You yourself are enough." Chen Yinqing got into the taxi, leaning back on the seat with his head up. A while later, he raised his hand to cover his face. He was dizzy from drinking but mostly filled with an indescribable excitement. He wasn't sure whether he was excited about the smooth progress of the trade fair or meeting Ning Junyan next. In these 3 months of striving for wealth, putting his life on the line, he and Ning Junyan hadn't stopped seeing each other, but indeed their meetings were scarce, sometimes once a week, sometimes even cancelled unexpectedly despite plans. He knew Ning Junyan was unhappy, but actually, he missed Ning Junyan a lot too. When he was extremely tired, he wished to sleep in Ning Junyan's arms without doing anything, without thinking about anything. But he remembered what Su Rong had said, that he still owed Ning Junyan 20,000, so he forced himself to abandon the thought, splashing cold water on his face to continue his efforts. It would be fast, Chen Yinqing always told himself. Everything is getting better, and indeed it was getting better, so much so that he couldn't help but want to see Ning Junyan and share his happiness with him. The inpatient building was quiet at night when Chen Yinqing walked in. He put his coat back on and stood in front of a mirror in the lobby, adjusting his collar and smoothing his bangs upward, then gently patted his reddened cheeks before heading to the elevator. That subtle excitement and joy never dissipated, causing the corners of his mouth to uncontrollably rise. At this time, the ward was also quiet, as it was almost time to sleep. Many of the ward doors were closed, with only muffled voices heard from within. Chen Yinqing walked all the way to Ning Junyan's office and gently knocked on the door with his raised hand. Ning Junyan's deep voice came out, "Please come in." Chen Yinqing opened the door halfway and leaned in to look at him. Ning Junyan was wearing a white coat, sitting behind his desk with a thick book spread open, seemingly reading. He looked up and saw Chen Yinqing standing by the door, not getting up but leaning back slightly against his chair. Chen Yinqing smiled and said, "I'm coming in." Ning Junyan didn't say anything, he just quietly gazed at him. Though Chen Yinqing had worn the suit for a few days now and should have been used to it, he still felt self-conscious standing in front of Ning Junyan. He walked into the office and closed the door behind him. Ning Junyan's calm eyes scanned him from head to toe. He said, "Come over here." Chen Yinqing stepped forward until he was right in front of Ning Junyan, looking down at him and asking, "What's wrong?" Ning Junyan slowly raised his hand, gripping the edge of his tie, twirling it around his finger before suddenly pulling the tie forcefully and bending Chen Yinqing over. He kissed him firmly on the lips. It was an intense kiss filled with emotions from their long separation of more than a week. Under the influence of alcohol, Chen Yinqing quickly became aroused. The awkward bent posture made him uncomfortable, but when Ning Junyan wrapped his arms around his waist, Chen Yinqing instinctively straddled Ning Junyan's lap, holding on to his shoulders. This was no easy kiss to end. Chen Yinqing soon felt Ning Junyan pulling his shirt tail out from his suit pants, letting his warm palm slide underneath and press against his skin. As the hand began to wander, Chen Yinqing forced himself to break the kiss, grabbing Ning Junyan's hand and saying, "What are you doing?" Ning Junyan replied coldly, "Do you even need to ask?" Chen Yinqing looked at him, giving a slight smile. Ning Junyan then thrust his hand into his hair, tugging hard to force his head back as he said, "Are you not dressed like this to seduce me?" Chen Yinqing hurriedly responded, "Stop pulling. It hurts." He regretted not having cut his hair shorter earlier, leaving him vulnerable again to Ning Junyan's grasp. Ning Junyan didn't release his hold, but eased his grip somewhat, as his gaze traveled slowly down from his face, past his throat and collar to the open chest of his suit jacket. He asked, "Why dress so provocatively?" Chen Yinqing retorted, "How is this provocative? This is formal attire. Who wears a suit to seduce someone?" Ning Junyan bit down on the knot of his tie and slowly loosened it, his lips pressing against his prominent Adam's apple as he murmured, "You're trying to tempt me. Take your clothes off, stop talking nonsense." Chen Yinqing thought that whatever he wore, Ning Junyan would still interpret it as tempting. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he said, "Stop fooling around. This is your office, and you're still on duty today." Ning Junyan paused, looking up at him and asking, "Then why did you come?" Chen Yinqing cupped his face with both hands, saying softly, "I missed you, Yan Yan. I miss more than just your body, my heart misses you too." Ning Junyan seemed instantly tamed like a wild animal, his sharpness subdued as he lifted his hand to embrace Chen Yincheng against the chair's backrest. His palm pressed against Chen Yincheng's back as he whispered, "There's a bed in the on-duty room." Chen Yincheng closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling upward slightly, and said, "Don't even think about it." Chapter 78. Chen Yincheng, after sitting on Ning Junyan's lap for a long time, wanted to get up. Ning Junyan, however, held on to him and refused to let go. "Am I too heavy?" Chen Yincheng asked, considering his height and not insignificant weight. Ning Junyan replied, "I can hold you, I want to keep holding you." Chen Yincheng chuckled, "Why are you so clingy?" Ning Junyan answered, "Because you've ignored me for so long." Chen Yincheng tenderly ran his fingers through Ning Junyan's hair, "I was just too busy lately. The trade show only just ended today." Recalling this, Chen Yincheng grew excited and started recounting the people he met at the exhibition and the number of orders signed. Ning Junyan's expression remained calm, but his eyes were fixed on Chen Yincheng, as if he was listening intently. After a while, Ning Junyan asked, "So have you made enough money?" Chen Yincheng said, "Give me a few more months, I'll first repay you 10,000 yuan. Ning Junyan shook his head slowly, "I don't want you to pay me back. You said you'd move back. The contract is still with me." Chen Yincheng's tone hesitated slightly, "Move back?" Ning Junyan questioned, "Do you not like my house? Let's sell it and buy another one together, in both our names." Chen Yincheng looked at him and said, "It's unnecessary, we'd have to spend money redecorating again." Ning Junyan responded, "That would be fine, decorate it any way you like." Recalling the iron chains in Ning Junyan's room, Chen Yincheng suddenly felt many unpleasant associations. He said, "No need, the current apartment is pretty good." "It's too far from your office," Ning Junyan stated. Chen Yincheng said, "Actually, I'm thinking about taking out a loan to buy a car." Chen Yincheng hugged Ning Junyan's shoulders. With the late hour, he felt a bit tired and leaned against Ning Junyan, saying, "Son gave me advice, he said business people, even if broke, must put on airs to avoid looking unsuccessful. Then others will be more willing to do business with you. So I'm considering buying a used BMW that allows installment payments." Ning Junyan said, "Let me know if you need money." Chen Yincheng smiled and said, "How could I use your money again?" Ning Junyan retorted, "You're mine already. If not my money, whose do you intend to use?" "Son's. How could you be jealous even of Mr. Sun?" Ning Junyan's words were entirely unreasonable, no one else. "It has to be me." Chen Yincheng kissed him on the cheek, "All right, only you." It was late, and Chen Yincheng planned to leave. Ning Junyan didn't want to let go of him. Chen Yincheng teased, "You're on duty at the hospital. Would fooling around with me here count as dereliction of duty? What if an emergency patient comes in halfway through?" Ning Junyan furrowed his brows slightly, as if seriously pondering this question. Chen Yincheng cajoled him, "Can I come over tomorrow night?" Ning Junyan glanced at him and said, "Move back." Chen Yincheng considered it for a moment, "Fine, let's carefully discuss it tomorrow night, alright?" Only then did Ning Junyan allow Chen Yincheng to rise from his embrace. Chen Yincheng stood up, noticing Ning Junyan rising too, he turned to walk toward the door. At that very moment, the phone on Ning Junyan's desk rang. At this hour, who could possibly call Ning Junyan? Ning Junyan glanced at the caller ID before answering the call. His tone became colder as he asked, "What's so urgent at this hour?" The voice on the other end was indistinct, but it sounded like a woman, somewhat agitated. Ning Junyan's expression didn't change, though his body straightened up, his eyes growing more serious. He said, "Don't panic, I'll be right there at the emergency department. Just follow the ambulance." A few more sentences were exchanged, and the call ended. Chen Yincheng looked at him and asked, "What happened?" Ning Junyan stuffed his phone into the pocket of his white coat, grabbed Chen Yincheng's waist, and led him outside, saying as they walked, "Nothing, my father isn't feeling well. My mom called an ambulance, and she's bringing him here." Chen Yincheng was surprised, "Is it serious?" Ning Junyan said, "It's fine, go home first. I'll see you downstairs and hail a taxi for you." Saying this, he bent down and gave Chen Yincheng a light kiss, then opened the office door. Chen Yincheng kept walking, yet he said, "I'll stay and accompany you." Ning Junyan shook his head, "I'll take care of it. There's no need for you to deal with my mother." Chen Yincheng knew that since an ambulance had been called to bring Ning Junyan's father to the hospital, his condition was surely worse than Ning Junyan casually implied. Despite having no feelings for Ning Junyan's parents, he cared deeply for Ning Junyan. Regardless of how their family dynamics played out, they were, after all, blood relatives. Chen Yincheng wanted to stay by his side. They took the elevator downstairs. Ning Junyan's expression remained calm. Chen Yincheng couldn't help but held Ning Junyan's hand. Ning Junyan turned his head and pressed his forehead against the top of Chen Yincheng's head, saying, "It's fine, babe." Chen Yincheng thought this sentence was more like Ning Junyan comforting himself, so he nodded and repeated, "It's fine." As he refused to leave, Ning Junyan took him to the emergency hall. Not long after they arrived, they heard the sound of the ambulance. Chen Yincheng knew he couldn't be of much help and just followed behind Ning Junyan from afar as he jogged towards the ambulance. When Ning Zhanghong was carried off the ambulance and placed on a wheeled hospital bed, Ning Zhenyan instructed the on-duty emergency doctor to immediately arrange for examinations. The ECG and echocardiogram, Ning Zhenyan's voice was quick yet steady, following the moving bed forward while pressing the stethoscope onto Ning Zhanghong's left chest to listen. Chen Yunqing saw the middle-aged man lying on the hospital bed with a pale and pained face. Then, he noticed Xu Rong running hurriedly behind the bed. Xu Rong had no makeup on, wore a sleeveless dress, her expression taut. Xu Rong also saw Chen Yunqing. She briefly slowed her steps and quickly followed again without speaking with Chen Yunqing. Chen Yunqing didn't care, he trailed behind them, watching Ning Zhanghong being taken in for tests. Ning Zhenyan followed into the examination room. He could only wait outside along with Xu Rong. "Auntie," Chen Yunqing greeted Xu Rong. Maybe it was because she wasn't wearing makeup, Xu Rong looked quite pallid. Sitting on a chair in the waiting area, she looked up at Chen Yunqing, still maintaining her well-bred attitude as she asked, "Why are you here?" Chen Yunqing said, "I came to find Zhenyan." Ah, Xu Rong didn't inquire further, just nodded and then stood up again, anxiously pacing back and forth. The hospital air conditioning made her cold since she was lightly dressed, so she instinctively hugged her arms. Seeing this, Chen Yunqing took off his jacket to help her cover up. Xu Rong glanced at him once, then lowered her eyes to look at the suit jacket draped over her shoulders, taking it off and handing it back to Chen Yunqing. "Thank you, but it's unnecessary." Chen Yunqing said, "It's too cold here, auntie. You should wear it." Xu Rong gave a strained smile, "I can't stand the smell of tobacco and alcohol." Chen Yunqing was momentarily startled, realizing that during dinner tonight, his jacket had picked up some smells of tobacco and alcohol, something Ning Zhenyan hadn't mentioned earlier when they were close. Chen Yunqing accepted the jacket back and apologized, "Sorry." The entire night, Ning Zhenyan was busy accompanying Ning Zhanghong through various examinations until dawn approached. Finally, Ning Zhenyan walked out of the examination room. Xu Rong immediately stood up and asked, "How is he?" Ning Zhenyan didn't answer directly. Instead, he went to Chen Yunqing and told him, "You should go home and rest. I have to prepare for surgery." Chen Yunqing couldn't help but grabbed his arm, "Are you going to perform surgery now? You haven't slept all night." Ning Zhenyan reached up to touch his hair and said, "It's not a problem." Xu Rong observed them the entire time. After speaking with Chen Yunqing, Ning Zhenyan turned to Xu Rong and said, "Acute aortic dissection. An immediate surgery is necessary. I will do it myself." Chapter 79. Xu Rong herself studied medicine, so of course she knew how dangerous an aortic dissection was. For a brief moment, her face showed panic before she said, "You shouldn't go in, please call Director Yu over." Ning Zhenyan's expression was too calm, and he said, "I can go in." Xu Rong thought about many things in a short time. Her attitude towards Ning Zhenyan was just as strong, "You must not go in. Your father wouldn't agree to you participating in this surgery either." Ning Zhenyan turned and walked away, saying, "I've already arranged for emergency surgery." Xu Rong looked somewhat anxious and suddenly said to Chen Yunqing, "Yunqing, help me persuade him. If something goes wrong with this surgery, it would be bad for both him and his father. He'd better not go." Upon hearing Xu Rong's words, Chen Yunqing instinctively followed after Ning Zhenyan, calling out, "Zhenyan." Ning Zhenyan stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at Chen Yunqing with a steady tone, "I told you, I'll be fine." Chen Yunqing didn't understand all the details, nor did he know what Xu Rong referred to as bad. All he felt was worry for Ning Zhenyan. He said, "Shouldn't you reconsider?" Ning Zhenyan replied, "Others can't achieve what I can. Do you trust me?" Chen Yunqing answered, "Of course I trust you." Ning Zhenyan then told him, "All right, come find me tomorrow night," checking his watch after speaking, "It should be tonight now, I'll be waiting for you." Despite this, Chen Yunqing chose not to leave. His heart was genuinely restless, and even if he returned home, there would be no mood for rest or work. It would be better to stay and wait for Ning Zhenyan's news. Though knowing that Xu Rong wasn't fond of him, he still accompanied her outside the operating room to wait. The surgery had just begun when the cardiothoracic director Yu rushed to the hospital, greeted Xu Rong briefly, and then went into the operating room. Finally, the color on Xu Rong's pale face slightly improved, and she sat down on the long bench outside the operating room with her arms crossed. For Chen Yunqing, time dragged by. He quietly sat without looking at his phone or doing anything else, always focusing his eyes on the tightly closed door of the operating room. After some time, he noticed Xu Rong looking at him but didn't turn his head. Just earlier, Ning Zhenyan's actions in front of Xu Rong were rather ambiguous. Xu Rong, being a sensitive woman, might have caught on to something, yet until now, she hadn't mentioned a word about it. Perhaps the timing wasn't right, all of Xu Rong's attention was still focused on the father and son inside the operating room, leaving no room for other thoughts. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Yunqing was both tired and hungry. He hesitated and asked Xu Rong, "Auntie, do you feel like eating something?" He wanted to buy her breakfast. But Xu Rong gave him a cold look and shook her head. Chen Yunqing stood up, walked to the end of the corridor, and filled a paper cup with hot water. When he returned and intended to give the hot water to Xu Rong, he noticed 3 or 4 more people standing by the operating room door, middle-aged individuals close in age to Xu Rong. A woman helped drape a coat around Xu Rong, while someone else handed her a thermal cup filled with hot water. One of these middle-aged men bore a 7 or 8/10 resemblance to Ning Zhanghong, leading Chen Yinqing to guess they might be Ning Zhanghong's relatives. He therefore refrained from getting any closer and instead sat on a chair farther away from the operating room, silently drinking the hot water in his paper cup. They lingered by the operating room entrance for a while, some left, while others stayed to continue accompanying Xu Rong. Xu Rong didn't once glance toward where Chen Yinqing was sitting, nor did she introduce him. Thus, Chen Yinqing remained seated alone. After a while, overcome with fatigue, he tilted his head back against the wall and fell asleep. His sleep was light, he woke up intermittently several times. Each time he awoke, he found more and more people gathered outside the operating room, likely family members of patients from other surgeries within the hospital. Without moving, he drifted off again, waking once more to see a different group of people surrounding them, except for himself and Xu Rong, who remained constant, with even the woman beside Xu Rong replaced by another. As afternoon approached, the surgery, which had started at dawn, had lasted 7 or 8 hours. In the very instant Chen Yinqing heard the operating room door open, for some unknown reason, he suddenly snapped awake from his semi-conscious slumber. He saw Ning Zhanyin appear at the operating room door. Ning Zhanyin hadn't even changed his clothes yet, still wearing the blue short-sleeved shirt from the operating room, but had removed his hat and mask. He first looked at Xu Rong and said, "The surgery went smoothly." Then he headed toward Chen Yinqing. Xu Rong raised her hand to cover her chest, and seated next to her was Ning Zhanghong's younger sister Ning Zhanyu, who wanted to ask Ning Zhanyin questions but wasn't sure where he was heading. Rising to her feet, she called out, "Zhanyin." Ning Zhanyin kept walking forward. Chen Yinqing stood up. Around him were other patients' families, all curiously watching the doctor coming out of the operating room. Ning Zhanyin came to a stop in front of Chen Yinqing and lifted his hand to strongly embrace him. Chen Yinqing had no time to think further and immediately returned Ning Zhanyin's embrace. He felt all of Ning Zhanyin's strength pressing on him, his heart suddenly aching. He patted Ning Zhanyin's back and said, "It's over now." Ning Zhanyin's voice was hoarse from exhaustion as he told him, "Since you're not leaving, wait for me in the office." Chen Yinqing nodded, "All right." Ning Zhanyin let go, turned back toward the operating room direction, passing by Xu Rong and others where Ning Zhanyu looked bewildered at him. But Ning Zhanyin didn't say anything more, instead, he entered the operating room and closed the door behind him. Chen Yinqing noticed many people were looking at him, so he turned away, leaving to take the elevator back upstairs to the department. He walked outside Ning Zhanyin's office, tested the door only to find it locked. As he stepped back wanting to find somewhere to sit and wait, the head nurse approached and helped open the door for him. The head nurse recognized him and asked, "Are you Dr. Ning's friend?" "He just called and asked me to open the door for him." Chen Yinqing responded, "Thank you." After the head nurse left, he pushed the door open and went inside. About half an hour later, Ning Zhanyin returned wearing his white coat. He opened the office door but did not come in, telling Chen Yinqing, "Wait just a bit longer," before heading to the doctor's office to give post-surgery orders. When he came back, Ning Zhanyin reached to lock the office door and directly laid down on the sofa, resting his head on Chen Yinqing's thigh, who sat on one end of the couch, while he curled his long legs uncomfortably at the other end. Ning Zhanyin wrapped his arms around Chen Yinqing's waist and buried his face in his chest. Chen Yinqing stroked his hair, noticing that it was still slightly damp, saying, "Your hair is still wet." Ning Zhanyin said, "I dried it briefly. It'll dry soon." He showered after completing the surgery. Chen Yinqing asked, "Do you not need to keep vigil with your father?" Ning Zhanyin replied, "My mom and other family members are there. I told them I needed to rest." Chen Yinqing asked again, "Should we go back home to rest?" He thought Ning Zhanyin couldn't sleep well here. Ning Zhanyin shook his head, "Let me wait a little longer." After some time, Ning Zhanyin suddenly raised his head, asking Chen Yinqing, "Have you eaten?" Chen Yinqing replied, "I'm not hungry." Not being hungry meant he hadn't eaten yet. Ning Zhanyin lifted his hand to grab his phone, calling someone to bring up a meal. Chen Yinqing said, "You rest. Don't worry about me." As Ning Zhanyin ended the call and put the phone down, he said, "Can't let my wife be hungry." Chen Yinqing laughed, his tone lightening somewhat as he asked Ning Zhanyin, "Did the surgery go well?" Ning Zhanyin lay on his legs, looked up at him and said, "I've told you, I can do it." Director Yu had arrived not long after the surgery started, but Ning Zhanyin was the main surgeon who completed the operation. He was much calmer than everyone imagined. Whenever he was on the operating table, Ning Zhanyin wasn't afraid, his hand holding the scalpel never trembled. Today's surgery was not a reckless act, rather, he knew clearly that whoever lay on the operating table, he had the ability to perform at his best. Therefore, he refused to pass it to someone else. He wanted to control everything that belonged to him, even if it was a father with whom he didn't share deep affection. Chen Yinqing gazed into Ning Zhanyin's eyes, "I know you're the best." At this moment, his emotions were touched too. He realized he really loved Ning Zhanyin deeply. Ning Zhanyin said calmly, "Then should I reward myself?" Chen Yinqing smiled, asking teasingly, "Reward yourself at a time like this? Aren't you tired?" Ning Zhanyin said, "Tired, but I can't fall asleep. Remember, I told you, after each surgery, I always feel like I want to vent." Chen Yinqing pretended not to understand, "How do you vent?" Ning Junyan grabbed his hand, placing it on himself. Chen Yincheng couldn't believe it. How long has it been since you've slept? You can still. Ning Junyan's tone was as casual as discussing what to eat tonight, saying, before meeting you, it used to just be a fleeting impulse, but since seeing you, vivid images have formed. Chen Yincheng suddenly felt flustered and didn't know how to respond. Yet Ning Junyan continued speaking, all kinds of them, would you like to try? Chen Yincheng lifted his hand to cover Ning Junyan's eyes, blocking him from seeing her expression, whispering softly, sleep first, and when you've rested enough, I'll accompany you to try. Chapter 80. After eating a little, Ning Junyan still lay down and took a nap on the sofa. However, he insisted on hugging Chen Yincheng while sleeping together. The two squeezed onto the narrow leather sofa, facing each other, with Ning Junyan holding Chen Yincheng in his arms. Chen Yincheng thought it would be too crowded to fall asleep easily, but due to exhaustion, he unconsciously drifted off while leaning against Ning Junyan. They slept until nearly 6 in the afternoon when Chen Yincheng woke up himself. He found that he was completely lying in Ning Junyan's embrace, pressing him beneath. Ning Junyan was still sound asleep. Chen Yincheng's first reaction was to quickly get up, using his hands to support himself on the sofa because he feared he might have squished Ning Junyan. But Ning Junyan's arm around his waist held him tight, and when Chen Yincheng moved, Ning Junyan pulled him back firmly. Ning Junyan placed his hand on Chen Yincheng's head and said, sleep a bit longer. Chen Yincheng replied, if we're going to sleep, let's at least change positions. Ning Junyan opened his eyes, his expression still hazy, as he stared directly at Chen Yincheng and said, which position do you like? Chen Yincheng smiled, pretending not to understand Ning Junyan's implication, and raised his hand to touch Ning Junyan's face. He said, I'm afraid I'll crush you. You already don't have a great brain, if your body gets any worse, what will we do? Ning Junyan said, then you be responsible for it. Although he said this, Ning Junyan didn't persist for too long. After holding Chen Yincheng for a while, he released his grip and got up from the sofa with him. Ning Junyan went out briefly and upon returning, told Chen Yincheng, let's go home first. Chen Yincheng asked him, do we not need to stay here tonight? Ning Junyan shook his head, he is still in ICU, family members can't enter to accompany him. And Director Yu is on duty tonight. If anything happens, he will handle it properly. As Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan left the office, he watched Ning Junyan lock the door and couldn't help asking, should I take a look? No, Ning Junyan's tone was very calm, you wouldn't be able to go inside anyway. He locked the door and turned to kiss Chen Yincheng's forehead, saying, there won't be any problems. Ning Junyan held Chen Yincheng's hand as they walked away. Chen Yincheng noticed the coming and going of people in the ward corridor and felt a little uneasy, but he also considered Ning Junyan's mood at the time and hesitated to withdraw his hand. Just after they had taken a few steps, they encountered Xu Rong in the hallway leading to the wards. Xu Rong was still wearing the dress from last night, an overcoat draped over her shoulders. She hadn't put on any makeup, but her hair had been neatly combed again. Her gaze fell on the intertwined hands of Ning Junyan and Chen Yincheng. When Chen Yincheng twitched his fingers, Ning Junyan only tightened his grip further. Is there something? Ning Junyan asked. Xu Rong lifted her eyes toward Ning Junyan and said, won't you go back tonight to accompany Mom? Ning Junyan replied, I need some good rest. There's an aunt at home. If you really can't sleep well, Auntie can come over to accompany you. It's impossible for me to stay with you all night right now. Xu Rong asked, is Yunqing still staying with you? Ning Junyan slightly furrowed his brows and told Xu Rong, don't interfere with my personal affairs. Xu Rong's voice carried a hint of weariness, your father is still lying in ICU, should you be talking to your mother this way? Ning Junyan replied, Dad is still in ICU. Discussing these things right now makes even less sense. We might as well go back and rest earlier, so that we have energy tomorrow. After finishing, he pulled Chen Yincheng's hand and continued walking forward. As they passed by Xu Rong, Chen Yincheng felt somewhat awkward but did not say anything. They went to take the elevator straight down to the hospital's underground parking lot. Chen Yincheng thought it might be impolite and suggested in the elevator, why don't we send the maid home first? Ning Junyan said, no need to worry, someone will pick her up. Chen Yincheng wanted to say something more but held back. Ning Junyan asked him, what do you want to say? Chen Yincheng hesitated for a moment and then said, she is your mom after all, there's no need to make the relationship so tense. Ning Junyan answered him, it's not tense, our relationship has always been like this. The elevator arrived, and they walked out one after another. Chen Yincheng followed Ning Junyan closely and said, your mother knows about our relationship and will definitely oppose it. Ning Junyan, whose car was parked in a space not far from the elevator, fished out the car key and unlocked the car doors, replying, it's none of her business. Chen Yincheng paused for a moment, then stepped closer, then who should it concern? Ning Junyan said, except for you and me, it doesn't concern anyone else. After getting in the car, Chen Yincheng gave up the idea of going back to the store and directly followed Ning Junyan home. After showering in the evening, Chen Yincheng, dressed in pajamas, folded his suit neatly and placed it into a bag, intending to send it for cleaning the next day. This set of clothes was already crumpled from being worn for too long, and as he remembered spending 2,000 yuan for it, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Ning Junyan was still in the bathroom. Chen Yincheng, feeling sympathy for how hard Ning Junyan had worked, prepared a tub of hot water for him to soak in. The bathroom was now quiet, with no sound at all. Chen Yincheng waited for a while, growing uneasy, and opened the door to check on Ning Junyan, who was lying back in the bathtub, his head resting on its edge. His eyes were closed as if he were asleep. Chen Yincheng walked over quietly, knelt down outside the tub, and gently touched Ning Junyan's face. Ning Junyan opened his eyes and looked through the misty steam at him, reaching out to try and pull him in. Chen Yincheng quickly resisted. He didn't have many clothes left at Ning Junyan's place, and this sleepwear was the only set he had. "If my pajamas get wet, I'll have nothing to wear tonight," he said. With a lethargic tone, Ning Junyan replied, "You don't need to wear clothes." Chen Yincheng laughed. "Nonsense." Ning Junyan remained relaxed in the tub, uncaring about exposing himself in front of Chen Yincheng. With wet palms, he stroked Chen Yincheng's hair. Chen Yincheng rolled up his sleeves and leaned both arms on the edge of the bathtub. Ning Junyan said, "You promised me yesterday that you would move back." Chen Yincheng asked, "Did I promise you?" Ning Junyan hummed an affirmative. Chen Yincheng thought for a moment, then earnestly said, "It's not that I don't want to live with you, it's just too far from here to the market. I'm also so busy these days, I might not be able to keep everything in order. I can bring some things over, so whenever I have time, I'll come every day. If you're on duty or I end up being too late because of work, I'll sleep at the shop. What do you think?" Ning Junyan didn't answer. His hand was still on Chen Yincheng's head, and his gaze slowly scanned the entire bathroom. "What's wrong?" Chen Yincheng asked. Ning Junyan said, "Let's change to a different apartment, somewhere more convenient for you." Chen Yincheng responded, "There's no need, it will cost money and energy." Ning Junyan suggested, "We could install a large bathtub in our bathroom." Chen Yincheng smiled and asked, "What else do you have in mind?" Ning Junyan seriously thought about it. "Install mirrors on all 4 walls and the ceiling in the bedroom." "Are you crazy?" Chen Yincheng laughed, "Won't you be scared at night?" Ning Junyan asked, "Why should I be scared?" "Because you might not be thinking clearly." Chen Yincheng reached out to touch the water in the bathtub, which had already cooled quite a bit since before, and then said, "Don't soak anymore. Get out." Ning Junyan stretched out his hands toward Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng stood up and pulled Ning Junyan out of the bathtub, handed him a towel, and bent down to drain the water from the tub. As Ning Junyan dried off his chest and back with the towel, he asked Chen Yincheng, "Why don't you carry me out?" Chen Yincheng said, "Dry off first, I'll carry you to bed after that." Once Ning Junyan finished drying himself, Chen Yincheng truly extended his arms to pick him up. Just as he had wrapped his arms around Ning Junyan's waist, before he could use any strength, Ning Junyan picked him up instead. Chen Yincheng quickly wrapped his arms around Ning Junyan's neck and found himself carried out and tossed onto the bed by Ning Junyan. Chen Yincheng embraced Ning Junyan's neck as he was placed on the bed. Chapter 81. Ning Junyan was on top of Chen Yincheng, patiently unbuttoning the buttons of his pajamas one by one. Chen Yincheng asked him, "Did you sleep enough this afternoon? Are you not tired now?" Ning Junyan didn't stop his actions, just saying, "Even if I'm tired, I have to feed you first." Chen Yincheng couldn't help but laugh, "I don't know what you're thinking all day long." Ning Junyan looked up at him, "I think of you a lot." When Ning Junyan finally undid Chen Yincheng's pajamas, instead of continuing further, he hugged him and closed his eyes, whispering softly, "No matter what, I'll try it with you." Chen Yincheng stroked his hair, "There must be a bottom line." Ning Junyan said, "Your bottom line is you, the rest doesn't matter." Chen Yincheng glanced at him, seeing that his expression hadn't changed even as he spoke those words. After a while, Ning Junyan fell asleep. Chen Yincheng gently moved his hand, got off the bed, went to tidy up the clothes and wet towels he had taken off in the bathroom. Only after everything was tidied up did he turn off the light, go back to bed, and lie down next to Ning Junyan to sleep. Ning Zhanghong stayed in the ICU for a few days before being transferred to a general ward when his condition stabilized. Chen Yincheng, knowing this, felt that he should pay a visit. By coincidence, Guan Anlin accompanied him to a used car dealership that afternoon. Actually, Chen Yincheng didn't really have much desire for luxury cars, he also never thought he needed to take out a loan to buy a second-hand luxury car. But then again, he thought Sun Jiuyang made a lot of sense, doing business is all about making others believe you have money so they are willing to deal with you. Guan Anlin was quite interested in these cars, enjoying the test drive immensely. On their way back from leaving the used car dealership, Guan Anlin hummed along to the radio while driving the bread van. Chen Yincheng said he wanted to visit Ning Junyan's father at the hospital. Guan Anlin had already heard about this and said, "You're going to see your father-in-law." Chen Yincheng rolled his eyes, ignoring him. Guan Anlin added, "The father of the man you like is the dean of some hospital, right? Do you think he'd jump out of his sickbed violently opposing once he finds out about you too?" Chen Yincheng, imagining Ning Zhanghong's temperament and personality, wasn't quite sure how he'd react. He certainly would oppose it, but Chen wasn't sure whether Ning Zhanghong would oppose it himself or on behalf of his wife. Thinking about these things, Chen Yincheng couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed, saying, "His mother is harder to deal with than his father." Guan Anlin nodded in understanding, "Evil mother-in-law, huh? What do you plan to do?" Chen Yincheng said, "I don't have any plans. I trust Ning Junyan." Guan Anlin replied, "Anyway, it's not your mom." That evening, Ning Junyan was on night shift. Chen Yincheng planned to return to the store with Guan Anlin after visiting the patient. Guan Anlin parked the car in the hospital parking lot, accompanying him to buy fruits and flowers at the hospital entrance before heading up to the ward. As they approached the ward door, Chen Yincheng saw it was only slightly open. Ning Junyan, wearing his white coat, sat beside the bedside while Ning Zhonghong lay in bed, seemingly awake, talking to Ning Junyan. Guan Anlin waited outside the ward, sitting on a chair near the entrance. Chen Yincheng knocked lightly on the door. Both Ning Junyan and Ning Zhonghong turned towards the door simultaneously. Ning Junyan stood up and walked towards Chen Yincheng, asking, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" It was around 4 in the afternoon. Chen Yincheng said, "I thought you might still be busy, so I didn't call you." After speaking, he turned to Ning Zhonghong, greeting him, "Uncle Ning." Ning Zhonghong nodded. Ning Junyan took the flowers and fruit basket from his hands and placed them on the window ledge of the ward. Chen Yincheng walked to the bedside, asking, "Are you feeling better, uncle?" Ning Zhonghong responded, "Much better, thank you. Please sit." Chen Yincheng seemed somewhat awkward and didn't sit down immediately. Ning Junyan walked behind him, pressing his shoulders to let him sit on the chair, while he himself sat close to Chen Yincheng on the edge of the bed. A few sentences passed between Chen Yincheng and Ning Zhonghong, all concerning Ning Zhonghong's health condition. Ning Zhonghong's attitude toward Chen Yincheng was similar to Xu Rong's, polite but distant. However, he differed from Xu Rong in that his politeness appeared genuine, like it would be extended to anyone. After exchanging a few words, Chen Yincheng felt there wasn't much more to say. He originally came just to visit, and having achieved his goal, decided it was time to leave, thus looking at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan was also watching him, noticing his gaze, and asked, "Do you need to talk to me about something?" Chen Yincheng hummed in affirmation. Ning Junyan stood up and said to Ning Zhonghong, "You should rest now." Chen Yincheng also rose, bidding farewell to Ning Zhonghong, "Uncle, I'll leave soon. Wishing you a quick recovery." Ning Zhonghong nodded, saying, "Take care on your way out." Ning Junyan and Chen Yincheng exited the ward together, gently shutting the door behind them. Chen Yincheng sighed in relief and whispered, "I didn't know what to say to your dad either." "I know," Ning Junyan replied, "that's why I told you to go." Chen Yincheng smiled. At this moment, Guan Anlin was seated outside, engrossed in a game on his phone without looking up. Chen Yincheng approached and kicked his leg lightly, "Let's go." Guan Anlin simply responded, "In a second," and turned back to continue with his game. "Are we leaving?" Ning Junyan asked Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng said, "What else would we do? Aren't you on duty tonight?" Ning Junyan asked again, "So you're just here to see my dad?" Chen Yincheng grinned as he answered, "Yeah." Ning Junyan looked at him silently. Chen Yincheng then said, "I'll come over tomorrow night." Just as Guan Anlin finished his game, he glanced up at them, revealing an annoyed look. He shoved his phone into his pocket, stood up, and told Chen Yincheng, "Let's go." Chen Yincheng nodded, "All right." As he spoke, they heard the click of high heels approaching from the end of the corridor. Instinctively, he looked up and saw Xu Rong walking towards their ward in a light blue suit, the same outfit she wore when Chen Yincheng accompanied Ning Junyan home for dinner during the New Year. Alongside her was a middle-aged man holding a bouquet, who turned his head to speak to Xu Rong. It was Yu Jie, whom Chen Yincheng had met once before. Chen Yincheng furrowed his brows slightly. Yu Jie had been chuckling as he conversed with Xu Rong. Noticing someone's gaze, he looked up and saw them. His eyes lingered on Guan Anlin briefly, as if recognizing him not, before continuing his conversation with Xu Rong, maintaining his smile. Xu Rong responded with a polite smile too. When they got closer, Xu Rong turned to Ning Junyan and asked, "Is your father awake? Boss Yu has specially come to visit him." Ning Junyan replied, "He took a nap after lunch and woke up a while ago." Xu Rong then turned to face Yu Jie and said, "Then let's go in." Yu Jie nodded, following Xu Rong into the ward. As he passed by Chen Yincheng and Guan Anlin, holding the flowers, he did not glance up. Unexpectedly, Guan Anlin made a move, he threw a punch directly at Yu Jie's face, cursing, "Old bastard." The punch was forceful, causing Yu Jie's face to snap to the side, and the flowers in his hands fell to the floor. Before Guan Anlin could throw another punch, Chen Yincheng held him back and shouted, "Stop." Xu Rong had already placed one hand on the door handle, turning around with surprise evident on her face as she stared at Chen Yincheng and Guan Anlin. "What are you doing?" she questioned. Yu Jie straightened up, covering his face. "Do you need to call the police, Boss Yu?" Xu Rong asked, looking at him. Ning Junyan reached out and stopped Xu Rong from reaching for her phone, saying, "No need for that." He then looked at Yu Jie, "Are you alright, Boss Yu?" Chapter 82. Yu Jie loosened his grip. Half of his cheek was visibly turning red and swelling up before their eyes. He pressed it with his tongue but surprisingly didn't lose his temper. After shaking his head at Ning Junyan, he spoke to Guan Anlin, "Xiao Guan, there must be some misunderstanding between us." Xu Rong interrupted, "What kind of misunderstanding? Why can't you just talk things through instead of using violence? Are you a barbarian?" Guan Anlin gave her an impatient glance and retorted, "Mind your own business, you old hag." Chen Yincheng tugged at Guan Anlin's sleeve, glancing over at Xu Rong, noticing that her face had immediately turned ashen. Xu Rong rarely interacted with people like Guan Anlin. Her chest rose and fell dramatically as she interrogated Ning Junyan, is this the kind of friend you keep? Ning Junyan replied coldly, he's not my friend. Xu Rong glared at Guan Anlin furiously and then turned her gaze towards Chen Yincheng. Just as Chen Yincheng was about to say something, Guan Anlin quickly caught on. Remembering this woman was Ning Junyan's mother, Chen Yincheng's mother-in-law, he decided to be slightly more polite. He adjusted his tone, Auntie, this really has nothing to do with you. What's your relationship with him anyway? Are you his accomplice in drug manufacturing and trafficking? Xu Rong didn't respond but her complexion worsened further. For a moment, she wasn't sure whether to react to being called aunt or accuse them of drug-related activities. Yu Jie frowned, glancing between Xu Rong and Ning Junyan. As if making a decision, he addressed Guan Anlin, Xiao Guan, let's clear up our misunderstandings later. Then he turned to Xu Rong and continued, I originally came here today to visit Dean Ning. Now, it seems inconvenient. Please pass along my wishes for his quick recovery, and I'll visit again when I have time. Picking up the flowers from the floor, he handed them to Xu Rong. After hesitating for a moment, Xu Rong accepted them with a simple nod. At this point, Yu Jie managed to even smile lightly at Ning Junyan before walking away steadily. Xu Rong shot Guan Anlin and Chen Yincheng a fierce glare before opening the ward door and storming inside, slamming it behind her. Chen Yincheng looked at Ning Junyan who was looking right back at him. I'll see you out, Ning Junyan said. Chen Yincheng dragged Guan Anlin along more slowly, reluctant to run into Yu Jie again. Under his breath, Guan Anlin muttered curses, clearly dissatisfied. What can you do about him now? Chen Yincheng asked. Even if you beat him up badly, won't they just throw you back in jail? Guan Anlin indignantly responded, and just let this slide. Chen Yincheng stayed silent. When Guan Anlin was first arrested by the police years ago, Chen Yincheng hadn't given up. He tried uncovering clues and seeking help from Zhang Wenyong, even appealing to the police, all without success. By the time Guan Anlin had finished his 2-year sentence, pursuing justice against Yu Jie only grew harder. Guan Anlin himself understood the difficulty. After being released, he didn't attempt retaliation. If it weren't for encountering Yu Jie accidentally today, the matter might have faded away entirely. As Guan Anlin admitted, he'd paid dearly for his past mistakes. All the way to the elevator, Chen Yincheng told Ning Junyan, your mom is angry. Ning Junyan simply replied with a nonchalant, showing little concern. He stopped and said, I'm not seeing you downstairs. Chen Yincheng nodded. Go back to work. Suddenly, Ning Junyan reached out, pulling Chen Yincheng's neck down for a brief kiss. Then he stepped back, saying, I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon. Chen Yincheng smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. For a brief second, Guan Anlin felt offended by Ning Junyan kissing Chen Yincheng right in front of him, but then he saw Chen Yincheng smiling too, and realized his anger was unwarranted. Suppressing his emotions, he hurried Chen Yincheng along, let's go already. Standing where he was, Ning Junyan watched them enter the elevator and waited until the doors closed before leaving himself. Back in the private ward where Ning Zhanghong stayed, Ning Junyan entered quietly to find Xu Rong seated in a chair beside the bed, still fuming. Hearing the sound of the door, Xu Rong glanced briefly at Ning Junyan before averting her gaze again, remaining silent. Exhausted, Ning Zhanghong lay back on the hospital bed with his eyes shut. Ning Junyan asked Xu Rong, are you having dinner here at the hospital? Xu Rong stood up abruptly, asking Ning Junyan, just look at what kind of people you've been hanging around with. Ning Junyan replied, you're talking about Boss Yu, right? Thrown off guard momentarily, Xu Rong soon added angrily, that person earlier isn't your friend, he's clearly a friend of Chen Yincheng, right? Ning Junyan ignored her question. Xu Rong stepped closer. Since Ning Zhanghong's emergency surgery, she hadn't found the time to speak privately with Ning Junyan. Finally unable to hold back, she questioned, what exactly is your relationship with that Chen Yincheng? Ning Junyan walked over to the window and rearranged a few bouquets of flowers on the windowsill, asking casually, what do you think? What do I think? Xu Rong replied urgently, I think something's wrong with both of you. Ning Junyan turned around. He saw Ning Zhanghong's closed eyelids quiver lightly as if his eyes were moving beneath, but he didn't open them. Ning Junyan then looked at Xu Rong and said, I think it's perfectly normal, falling in love, having sex, getting married. What else do you want to know about? Xu Rong's face immediately flushed red. She stood frozen in place for 2 seconds before turning around and grabbing Ning Zhanghong's arm, do you hear what your son is saying? Ning Junyan furrowed his brows, don't touch him. He can't handle rough treatment like that. But Ning Zhanghong finally opened his eyes. He spoke weakly, no arguing. Let's talk things through peacefully. Xu Rong quickly gave up trying to rouse Ning Zhanghong. Instead, she stepped closer to Ning Junyan, grabbed his arm, and confronted him angrily, are you insane? Even if you disregard the fact that he's an orphan troublemaker, he's a man. How can you even have a relationship with another man? After all my efforts raising you properly, providing you the best education, this isn't what I imagined, you dating and marrying another man. Ning Junyan glanced down at the hand gripping his arm tightly enough to whiten her nails. In a calm tone, he asked her, then why did you put in so much effort raising me? What result are you expecting? Xu Rong answered, I want you to excel, to succeed, to marry a woman of suitable status, and to have 2 children. I want you to live better than others. Ning Junyan said, being with Chen Yinqing makes me happier than anyone else. You're crazy. Xu Rong spun back to Ning Zhanghong's bedside, telling him, your son has lost his mind, his brain must never have been right. You need to get discharged soon and consult an expert for him. Sighing deeply, Ning Zhanghong said, Junyan, this isn't right. Ning Junyan responded to him, you should focus on recovering first. We can discuss right and wrong after you're discharged. Ning Zhanghong turned his gaze to Xu Rong, calm down. It takes time to guide the child. Fuming, Xu Rong retorted, how else am I supposed to teach him? Teach me yourself. In response, Ning Zhanghong simply shut his eyes and frowned without speaking further. Ning Junyan told Xu Rong, stop disturbing him. Do you want to delay his discharge? Xu Rong eventually calmed herself down. Ning Junyan headed toward the door. Before opening it, he said to Xu Rong, regarding you Jia, Chen Yinqing asked me to relay this message, his background isn't clean. He advises you not to associate with him. With her arms crossed, Xu Rong refused to look at Ning Junyan and retorted, I know what I'm doing. I won't be doing business with him. Still upset, she added, and what exactly is that Chen Yinqing anyway? How dare his friends speak to me like that? Ning Junyan remarked, he wasn't wrong. His beating up you Jia has nothing to do with you. From now on, stay out of such matters and keep your distance from them. This remark almost made Xu Rong tremble in rage. She could only calm herself by taking several deep breaths. As Ning Junyan left the room, he gently closed the door behind him. On the way back, Guan Anlin was driving again, with Chen Yinqing sitting in the front passenger seat. Guan Anlin pondered over their encounter, feeling somewhat worried. He asked Chen Yinqing, was what I said to Ning Junyan's mother too harsh? Why was she so angry? Chen Yinqing suddenly laughed softly, lazily resting his head against the window frame with one hand, replying, not too bad. Guan Anlin was baffled, how can you laugh about this? I'm worried I offended her, which might cause more trouble for you later. Chen Yinqing sighed, saying, I don't expect her to accept me. From the sarcastic comments Xu Rong made during the New Year celebration to her complete disregard of him on the day of Ning Zhanghong's surgery, Chen Yinqing already knew clearly that no matter what he did, Xu Rong would never accept him. Furthermore, she harbored an inexplicable animosity towards him. His courtesy and consideration towards Xu Rong stemmed from his nature and did not equate to unrealistic expectations. Hence, whether or not Guan Anlin offended Xu Rong didn't concern him much. In fact, seeing Xu Rong's discomfiture secretly amused him. Guan Anlin asked, so, what's your plan? Chen Yinqing replied, no particular plan, leave it to Ning Junyan. As he said these words, he suddenly realized just how reliable Ning Junyan was to him. No matter how Xu Rong tried to interfere, he firmly believed Ning Junyan would never abandon him because of this. Chapter 83. When Ning Junyan drove to pick up Chen Yinqing, he saw Chen Yinqing squatting at the store entrance feeding stray cats with ham sausages. There were several stray cats in the trading market. When Chen Yinqing had free time, he would feed them. The stray cats recognized him and would come close to him when they saw him, rubbing against him affectionately. As Ning Junyan's car approached, the 2 cats in front of Chen Yinqing ran away, only to return after hiding at a distance and seeing no threat, continuing to eat the ham sausage on the ground. Ning Junyan opened the car door, got out, and walked to where Chen Yinqing was. Chen Yinqing stayed crouching and just glanced up at him. Shall we go? He asked Chen Yinqing. Chen Yinqing smiled and said, let me have 2 minutes. He patiently continued feeding the cats. Ning Junyan squatted next to him and looked at the 2 stray cats in front of him. Chen Yinqing turned his head and looked at Ning Junyan's smooth profile, asking, do you want to feed them? No, Ning Junyan unhesitatingly refused. Although moved by his cold tone, Chen Yinqing still thought it was cute. He gave him another look and laughed, saying, all right then. After finishing feeding the cats, Chen Yinqing went inside to say goodbye to Guan Anlin, then followed Ning Junyan into the car. As he sat in the passenger seat, buckling up, he asked, how is your dad doing? Ning Junyan started the car while replying, he's recovering well. Chen Yinqing originally didn't know how serious an aortic dissection was, but later, chatting with people in neighboring shops at the trading market, he learned that this condition was very dangerous. Even if the surgery succeeded, there wasn't necessarily a guarantee of survival. He began to feel frightened afterward. Of course, being afraid of something happening to Ning Zhanghong was one thing, but what also scared him was if Ning Zhanghong really died on Ning Junyan's operating table, it might cause some psychological impact on Ning Junyan. Therefore, he couldn't help but ask about Ning Zhanghong's recovery situation, hoping that Ning Zhanghong could recover quickly and be discharged soon. After learning that Ning Zhanghong was in good condition, Chen Yinqing then asked, what about your mom? Is she still mad? Ning Junyan replied, yes, she refused to talk to me when she saw me today. I'm sorry, said Chen Yinqing sincerely as he apologized. Ning Junyan looked at him and said, it's not your fault. Chen Yinqing said, Guan Yu Anlin offended her, which made her angry. Ning Junyan said, so it's not your fault. Is she still doing business with you Jie? She says she isn't. Chen Yinqing nodded, that's good. In the evening, Ning Junyan received a call from the hospital and temporarily attended a remote video consultation. He went to the study, leaving Chen Yincheng alone in the bedroom. Lying face down on the bed, Chen Yincheng played a few rounds of games with little interest. After a while, feeling bored, he put his phone aside and cross-legged sat on the bedhead, pulling on a chain with his hand. At the end of the chain hung a leather collar that draped over the pillow from the wall. Chen Yincheng took off the collar from the chain and inspected it in his hand before standing up and going to the doorway to peek outside. Hearing Ning Junyan's voice from the study, he estimated the video session wouldn't end anytime soon, so he put the collar around his neck and fastened the clasp. Then he walked into the bathroom to look at himself in the mirror. The short-haired young man in the mirror had a high nose bridge and gentle features, his black leather collar circling his neck. For some unknown reason, he looked particularly seductive. Although Chen Yincheng wasn't too interested in Ning Junyan's various kinks, sometimes he did think it was a nice change of pace during intimacy. After all, when Ning Junyan was particularly excited, he would stir up emotions within Chen Yincheng, making him feel intense pleasure. He looked at himself left and right in the mirror for a moment before returning to the bed to take off the collar and hang it back on the chain. Ning Junyan hadn't finished yet, so unwilling to disturb him, Chen Yincheng lay on the bed playing games until he felt tired and fell asleep directly, leaving a bedside lamp lit for Ning Junyan. However, this nap didn't last long. Chen Yincheng was awakened by Ning Junyan's kiss. Opening his eyes, Chen Yincheng saw Ning Junyan kneeling beside the bed, unbuttoning his shirt, revealing a large expanse of solid chest. Upon realizing that Chen Yincheng was awake, Ning Junyan bent over and kissed him again while continuing to unbutton his shirt, tossing the removed shirt aside after a moment. Chen Yincheng raised his hand to embrace Ning Junyan's neck, feeling ticklish on his cheeks and neck after being kissed, thus laughing and avoiding the kisses. Reaching for his phone, he asked, "What time is it?" Ning Junyan grabbed his hand and fixed it above his head without answering the question of the time but instead said, "Did you play with my collar?" Chen Yincheng hesitated for a moment, looking up at the collar hanging from the bedhead, and asked, "How do you know?" Ning Junyan caressed his hair and said in a low, slow voice, "There's a surveillance camera in the room." Chen Yincheng suddenly felt wide awake. Instinctively, he looked up to search for the surveillance camera in the room and said, "Are you crazy? Why would you install a camera in your own room?" Ning Junyan watched him panic for a moment, then used one hand to grab the ring on the iron chain to take off the collar, a faint smile appearing on his lips before quickly disappearing. "The ring you fastened was in a different place than before." Chen Yincheng looked at his expression and realized Ning Junyan was teasing him, which made him slightly relieved. However, Ning Junyan put the collar back around Chen Yincheng's neck and said, "If you like it, you can wear it all the time." "Of course not." Chen Yincheng twisted his neck and said, "Others will definitely think I'm crazy." Ning Junyan kept pressing down on his hand with his left hand while hooking the collar with his right fingertips. His fingertips grazed the narrow gap between Chen Yincheng's neck and the collar, caressing it gently as he said, "We can engrave names here. Should we engrave inside or outside? If we do it on the outside, everyone will know that you belong to me." Chen Yincheng stared at him silently, his eyes carrying a faint smile. Ning Junyan tugged the collar and said, "Say something." Tugged by the collar, Chen Yincheng's head lifted up only to fall back onto the pillow helplessly. Unable to resist, he blurted out, "It hurts." Ning Junyan replied coldly, "You're too sensitive." Chen Yincheng struggled to free his hands from Ning Junyan and then extended both hands towards him. This gesture was clearly asking for a kiss. Ning Junyan quickly bent down and captured his lips, engaging in a long passionate kiss. Afterwards, Ning Junyan embraced him and sat him on his lap, kissing his Adam's apple through the collar as he said, "Kneel down." Chen Yincheng didn't respond, he felt awkward, hesitant and undecided. Ning Junyan said, "You promised me this, yet now you are teasing me." Despite being words of petulance, his tone remained low and solemn. Chen Yincheng recalled that day in his office when he agreed to try this with Ning Junyan. Convincing himself after some effort, he issued a warning, "Don't go overboard." Ning Junyan glanced up at him and said, "I love you so much, I couldn't hurt you even if I wanted to." Blushing slightly, Chen Yincheng hugged him tightly and kissed him hard before reluctantly turning around and kneeling on the bed. At one point, Chen Yincheng thought, how deeply he really loved Ning Junyan. No matter how weird or random the request, he couldn't refuse, and even if he managed to refuse, over time, he always gave in. He also thought, boundaries were meant to be broken. Eventually, he'd find there wasn't an upper or lower limit. By the time everything was over, it was already midnight. Chen Yincheng's physical endurance was running low and he couldn't cooperate any longer. However, Ning Junyan seemed to have endless energy. As long as Chen Yincheng didn't resist, Ning Junyan wouldn't stop easily. Chen Yincheng lacked the strength to get up and take a shower. Held in Ning Junyan's embrace, he could feel the leather collar damp with sweat sticking to his skin. Trying a few times but failing to unfasten it, he eventually gave up. Ning Junyan's breathing recovered very quickly. His palm continued to press against Chen Yincheng's abdomen, hugging him closely against his body. "Next month is my grandfather's birthday. Would you like to come and meet him?" Ning Junyan asked near Chen Yincheng's ear. Chen Yincheng instinctively declined, "I'd rather not." He had psychological trauma about meeting Ning Junyan's family. Ning Junyan said, "My grandfather is different. He wants to meet you." Ever since Ning Junyan mentioned having someone in the family last time, his grandfather had called him several times, inviting him to bring his girlfriend home for dinner. Chen Yunqing actually had no hope of being accepted by any member of Ning Junyan's family, but he didn't want to disappoint Ning Junyan either. After hesitating, he said, since it's your grandfather's birthday and most of your family members will be there, I'm afraid it'll turn into an embarrassing situation. No, Ning Junyan said, we'll go alone. We don't need to see anyone else. Others simply didn't matter to him. Chen Yunqing looked at him and asked, is that okay? Ning Junyan said, of course it is. Chen Yunqing was still somewhat hesitant, and Ning Junyan did not urge him to decide. The part of his neck touching the collar started to itch, so Chen Yunqing tried once again to take it off. This time, Ning Junyan helped him and quickly unfastened the collar. Chen Yunqing's neck was slightly red from the pressure, but not severely so. Ning Junyan lowered his head and softly kissed the skin around his Adam's apple. Suddenly remembering something, Chen Yunqing half-jokingly asked Ning Junyan, you didn't really install a camera in the room, did you? Ning Junyan stopped kissing and propped himself up on his elbow, looking down at him. Chen Yunqing observed his expression but couldn't detect any abnormalities. Then, Ning Junyan turned his head to look above the wardrobe. Chen Yunqing followed his gaze but saw nothing unusual. There wasn't even a knick-knack small enough to hide a pinhole camera. Ning Junyan slowly turned back, inserted his right fingers into his own hair, supporting himself as he leaned close to Chen Yunqing's ear, hoarsely uttering two words, no, I didn't. Chapter 84. Grandpa Ning's birthday was, as per tradition, a day when all younger family members would return home to celebrate his longevity. This year, it also coincided with Grand-Uncle Ning Zhonghong recovering from a serious illness and just being discharged from the hospital. The dinner tomorrow would thus be even more formal and significant. However, Ning Junyan did not plan to bring him back on his grandpa's birthday. Instead, he chose to return one day earlier for dinner. He wasn't concerned about how his family viewed the relationship between him and them, but he worried that Chen Yunqing might be apprehensive. Chen Yunqing was indeed caught in conflicting unease. On one hand, he wanted to meet Ning Junyan's grandfather, yet on the other hand, he felt that no matter how good of a person Ning Junyan's grandfather was or how much he cared for Ning Junyan, he would inevitably feel disappointed to find out his grandson's lover was a man. What was supposed to be a hopeful occasion for his grandson to bring home a girlfriend had turned into introducing a boyfriend. The elderly heart would surely be affected. But he didn't refuse Ning Junyan. He thought this event must mean something significant to Ning Junyan, at least he didn't want to let Ning Junyan down. That day, though Chen Yunqing didn't go as far as wearing a suit and tie, he dressed more formally than usual. Ning Junyan drove to the trading market to pick him up and said to him after he got in the car, don't be nervous. Chen Yunqing nodded without saying anything. As they drove out of the market, they encountered a white BMW at the main entrance just about to drive in. This car was a second-hand BMW that Chen Yunqing had purchased through a mortgage loan. It was usually parked outside the shop, and although he didn't often use it, he generally only drove it when negotiating business deals. That afternoon, Guan Anlin had taken the car out, and it had just returned now. As the cars passed each other, Chen Yunqing lowered the window and asked Guan Anlin, where did you go? Guan Anlin waved without responding and instead asked Chen Yunqing, not coming back tonight? On Ning Junyan's behalf, Chen Yunqing answered, not coming back. Guan Anlin looked somewhat dissatisfied, rolled up the window, and drove into the market. Chen Yunqing muttered under his breath, that brat, then said no more. When they arrived at the villa complex where his grandfather lived in the city center, Ning Junyan still parked the car in the parking lot beside the road within the compound. After getting out of the car, he waited for Chen Yunqing to get out as well so they could walk together towards the house. Chen Yunqing was quiet, seemingly focused entirely on walking. Ning Junyan walked all the way to the door of the villa. Just before pushing the door open, he suddenly grabbed Chen Yunqing's hand and dragged him inside without giving him time to react. Grandpa Ning was sitting in the living room watching news on TV while waiting for guests. Hearing the noise, he looked up towards them. Grandpa, Ning Junyan said as he entered, I've brought someone back. The grandpa first revealed a smile, saying, you're back. Then he looked at Chen Yunqing for a moment, becoming confused and asking Ning Junyan, is this a girl? He wasn't quite clear. Although he knew some girls today would dress like boys, this youth in front of him looked too unlike a girl. Ning Junyan replied, no. Chen Yunqing was very nervous and said, hello, Grandpa, I am Chen Yunqing. Oh, Grandpa Ning nodded slowly, still stretching out his voice, unsure what to think, and invited him in, come in and sit down. Chen Yunqing slightly wished Ning Junyan would let go of his hand, but Ning Junyan only tightened his grip, inserting his fingers between Chen Yunqing's, leading him to the sofa where they sat side by side. The old man kept looking at the two of them. Once they were seated, he asked Ning Junyan, didn't you say you'd bring your girlfriend back? Ning Junyan replied, I never said that. I said I'd bring my lover back. Grandpa Ning seemed surprised for a moment, scrutinizing Chen Yunqing up and down. A little later, his gaze returned to Ning Junyan with an unspoken inquiry. Ning Junyan confirmed with a nod, this is Yunqing, the person I've mentioned to you. The elder gentleman was actually rather shocked, but his demeanor remained poised. He nodded initially, puzzled himself for a while, then as if understanding something, nodded again, ah, I see. At this point, Chen Yunqing hurriedly gave the gift he brought to Grandpa Ning, a bottle of beautifully packaged sweet rice wine, which wasn't cheap either. Grandpa Ning received it with a smile, thanked repeatedly, then asked the maid if dinner could be served, inviting them to have dinner in the dining room. During the meal, Grandpa Ning kept chatting with Chen Yincheng. His attitude was very gentle, akin to a warm exchange between an amiable elder and a junior, with not a single harsh question. Gradually, Chen Yincheng relaxed, talking with the grandpa while they ate, exchanging numerous words. Later, taking advantage of the moment Chen Yincheng stood up to go to the bathroom, Ning Junyan asked his grandpa, "Do you like him?" The grandpa shook his head and sighed, "It's not about liking or disliking. You need to be sure." Ning Junyan picked up a napkin and gently wiped his mouth, saying, "I've been sure for a long time." After dinner, they accompanied Grandpa Ning back to the living room to sit and drink tea. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, footsteps were heard from outside the house. Then someone pushed the door open and called out, "Dad." The people in the living room turned to look simultaneously, seeing Xu Rong walking in, closely followed by Ning Zhangyu who was supporting Ning Zhanghong. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Chen Yincheng slowly stood up, and at the same time, Ning Junyan took his hand, standing up with him. Seeing Chen Yincheng sitting in the living room, Xu Rong's expression immediately changed, any trace of a smile vanished completely from her face. Ning Zhanghong and Ning Zhangyu, who had been following behind Xu Rong, both showed looks of surprise, standing frozen in the doorway unsure whether they should enter or not. It was Grandpa Ning who broke the silence, saying, "What are you all staring at? Come in and sit down already." Xu Rong's eyes remained fixed on Chen Yincheng, and she didn't respond. Ning Zhangyu then said, "Big brother, big sister, come inside and sit first." Only then did Xu Rong move towards the living room sofa. With an awkward atmosphere, everyone sat down around the living room sofa. Grandpa Ning instructed the maid to bring cups for tea, and for a while, no one spoke a word. Since tomorrow would be the elder's birthday, the children hadn't originally planned to come over today. However, because Ning Zhanghong had just been discharged from the hospital, some distant relatives living out of town had called to say they were coming to wish Grandpa Ning a happy birthday and also to visit Ning Zhanghong. So Ning Zhanghong and his siblings had decided to come tonight to discuss with the old man that they'd book 2 tables at a restaurant for the next day, instead of preparing everything at home. Ning Zhangyu, considering Ning Zhanghong's poor health after being discharged, asked her husband to drive and pick up her brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Her husband's name was Huang Jin. When he arrived, he first parked the car outside the villa, letting them get off before finding a parking space. He thus came in 2 minutes later. Ning Zhangyu had seen Chen Yincheng at the hospital before, though Xu Rong had not told her who this young man was. But Ning Zhangyu had already noticed something unusual between Ning Junyan and him. Now seeing them holding hands again, her suspicions were further confirmed. Huang Jin, coming in from the outside, however, had no idea about the situation. Seeing Ning Junyan and a young man seated on the sofa, he casually greeted, "Junyan is here too. Is this your friend?" Huang Jin had merely thrown out a casual question, but Ning Junyan looked up at him and replied, "This is my lover, I brought him to meet Grandpa." Chen Yincheng hesitated for a moment, turning his head to look at him. Ning Junyan remained calm and then once again held Chen Yincheng's hand. Huang Jin couldn't comprehend at first and blurted out, "What?" Noticing Xu Rong's complexion turn suddenly pale, Ning Zhangyu hurriedly told her husband, "Just sit down. Stop asking so many questions." Huang Jin said, "No, what exactly did Junyan just say?" He thought he might have misheard. Ning Junyan chuckled lightly then said, "Then let me officially introduce him to all of you, this is my lover, Chen Yincheng." At this, Xu Rong abruptly stood up from the edge of the sofa, shouting fiercely at Ning Junyan, "You're insane." Ning Zhangyu quickly reached out to hold her back, "Big sister, speak calmly." She then gestured urgently to her husband, Huang Jin. Huang Jin reacted immediately, hurriedly trying to mediate, "Sister-in-law, don't rush. Maybe there's been some misunderstanding." Ning Zhanghong lowered his head silently, and no one could see his expression clearly. Ning Junyan lifted his eyes to Xu Rong and said, "Then go ahead and consider me crazy. I haven't sought anyone's approval. I'm just letting the elders know." Ning Zhangyu couldn't help but interject, "Junyan, don't do this. Are you trying to kill your mother?" Ning Junyan shook his head, "I'm not angry at her. It's she who has gotten herself upset. I'm already 30 years old. I can certainly plan my own life, and I'm doing well. I don't understand why she is upset." Finally, Ning Zhanghong spoke up, his voice deep, "Your mom does this for your own good." Ning Junyan furrowed his eyebrows slightly, "So I don't know if I'm okay, and only she does." Seated beside him, Chen Yincheng gently tugged at Ning Junyan's sleeve. Ning Junyan turned his head, leaned closer, and softly whispered near Chen Yincheng's ear, "Do you want to go home? Then let's go." After speaking, Ning Junyan stood up with Chen Yincheng's hand in his, addressing his grandfather, "Grandpa, Yincheng and I will leave first, we'll come see you another day." Before Grandpa Ning could nod, Xu Rong loudly protested, "No, you're not allowed to go. No one leaves until we've clarified everything." Chapter 85. Xu Rong is a person who values face very much. She and her husband and son's arguments are usually something she doesn't want relatives or friends to see. At any time, she wants others to think of her as a woman living comfortably with a happy family. The Ning family also treats her well. Ning Zhanghong is the eldest in the family, and with the mother passing away early, the younger siblings and nieces and nephews at home have always respected her a great deal. Even Ning Laote, the old grandfather, has always been gentle with her. This is the first time Xu Rong has become so agitated in front of the Ning family because she feels that Ning Junyan is gradually slipping out of her control, leaving her somewhat isolated and in need of more people standing by her side to help bring her son back. Ning Junyan doesn't understand what else Xu Rong wants him to say, feeling he's already made himself quite clear. So he slightly frowns and asks Xu Rong, "What else do you want me to say?" Xu Rong looks at her grown-up and tall son and asks, "Is it true that no matter what I say today, it won't make any difference? You must be with him." Ning Junyan patiently answers her, "I suppose so." Xu Rong says, "Let me ask you, have you considered the consequences of being with a man?" Ning Junyan keeps holding Chen Yincheng's hand without letting go, and asks, "What kind of consequences are you referring to?" Xu Rong replies, "Of course your job, your career." Ning Junyan thinks seriously about it. "I don't think it will have any impact. The surgeries I can perform will still only be possible for me to conduct. Will anything change?" Ning Zhangyu sees Xu Rong getting furious and can't help but stand up to gently support Xu Rong's arm. He tells Ning Junyan, "Junyan, perhaps unpleasant words might spread in the hospital. It could inevitably affect you." Ning Junyan glances at him and says, "Anything said by those irrelevant to my life cannot affect me." Then, slightly annoyed, he tells Xu Rong, "Actually, what you're worried about isn't the impact on me but on you. These aren't the things I care about." Xu Rong sternly asks him, "So, you don't care about mom at all?" Ning Junyan stares at her and says, "If you feel this greatly affects your life, I can introduce you to a psychologist." Junyan. Ning Zhanghong speaks up, his voice still somewhat hoarse from illness. "That was too harsh how you spoke to your mom." Seeing Xu Rong's red eyes, Chen Yincheng lightly pulls Ning Junyan's hand. Ning Junyan turns to look at him, taking out the car keys from his pocket and placing them into Chen Yincheng's hand. He says, "If you don't want to stay here, wait for me in the car. I'll come soon." Chen Yincheng glances down at the car key and replies, "I'll wait with you." Ning Junyan's expression remains unchanged, but he squeezes Chen Yincheng's hand with some force, making Chen Yincheng feel that he's a little happy. Xu Rong tries hard to control her emotions, though her voice is still trembling a little. She asks Ning Junyan, "If I were to let you choose between him and the family today, what would you choose?" Ning Junyan asks her, "Family refers to just you or everyone in the house today?" Xu Rong replies coldly, "Everyone in the house." Ning Junyan does not answer her question immediately. Instead, he turns to look at his grandfather. Grandpa Ning has been stroking his purple sand teapot and now interjects, "Sister-in-law, there is no need." Xu Rong turns around and looks at him sharply, "Dad. At this point, you must take my side. We can't let him be stubborn and reckless." Grandpa Ning slowly states, "This is not the way to solve problems." Ning Zhangyu also advises Xu Rong, "Sister-in-law, doing this will only push Junyan away. Why bother?" Xu Rong remains resolute. Seeing that neither Grandpa Ning nor Ning Zhangyu supports her, she turns around and asks Ning Zhanghong, "What do you think?" Ning Zhanghong sighs and says to Ning Junyan, "Don't be stubborn." Ning Junyan still appears calm, saying, "I think mom's question is unreasonable, and I won't make the choice. They are originally different kinds of relationships, there is no conflict between them. It's like a child wouldn't ask the mother to choose between the father and himself." He looks at Xu Rong, "Moreover, long-term speaking, you and Dad are a family, I will have my own family in the future. I will visit you, we will remain relatives, but I can only spend my life with the person I love." "What a lifetime!" Xu Rong exclaims angrily, "You two definitely can't last a lifetime." Chen Yincheng originally didn't intend to speak, but at this moment, he couldn't help but say, "We can." Xu Rong looks at him. Chen Yincheng persists under her extremely unfriendly gaze, saying, "Auntie, whether you look down on me or not doesn't matter. As long as Ning Junyan doesn't let go, I will continue to be with him." Just as Xu Rong is about to say something, the phone inside her bag on the sofa suddenly rings. With red-rimmed eyes, she gives Chen Yincheng one glance, turns around, fetches the phone, and hangs up directly before placing it on the table. However, just after hanging up the phone, her cell phone rang again, the ringtone becoming increasingly urgent. Ning Zhangyu intentionally suggested she adjust her emotions and said, "Sister-in-law, you'd better answer the call." Xu Rong glanced at the caller ID, took a deep breath, and answered. Her voice sounded more stable when she spoke, "Hello." The person on the other end of the line said something that was hard to hear clearly, sounding quite agitated and speaking very fast. They spoke for nearly half a minute before stopping. Xu Rong's complexion became paler than before. She asked, "Are you sure?" Ning Zhanghong, sitting on the sofa, looked up at her. "What's wrong?" Xu Rong did not reply, instead focusing intently on listening to what the person on the other side of the phone had to say. After several more seconds, she said, "I'll be there soon," then hung up. "Sister-in-law." Ning Zhangyu called out softly to her. Xu Rong tightly clutched her mobile phone in her hand, momentarily showing signs of being at a loss. Then she turned around, grabbed her bag, and without another glance at Ning Junyan or Chen Yincheng, said to Grandpa Ning, "Dad, I have something to do and need to leave first." Ning Zhanghong asked, "What's so urgent?" Xu Rong told him, the matter of opening the new hospital, I'll tell you about it when I come back later. Ning Zhangyu asked her, how are you getting there? Do you want Wang Jin to drive you? No need, Xu Rong, already walking towards the door in her high heels, replied, I'll take a taxi myself. Her steps were hurried, and her figure quickly disappeared through the door. Chen Yincheng looked at Ning Zhenyan. Ning Zhenyan said, let's go. This time, no one tried to stop them. Just as Ning Zhenyan was holding Chen Yincheng's hand and about to step out of the door, Ning Zhangyu asked him, Zhenyan, will you be back tomorrow? Ning Zhenyan stopped his steps, turned around and said, of course we'll be back. Ning Zhangyu nodded and said, you can talk to your mom slowly, don't let things become too stiff between you two. Ning Zhenyan only said, I understand. As they walked out from the room towards the parking spot, Ning Zhenyan never let go of Chen Yincheng's hand. Chen Yincheng noticed his light, almost happy gait, seemingly unburdened and even somewhat excited. Chen Yincheng didn't quite understand why he was so excited. There were no streetlights nearby where the parking space was, and as they approached the Land Rover car, Ning Zhenyan suddenly pressed Chen Yincheng against the car door, pinching his chin and kissing him forcefully. Bewildered, Chen Yincheng kissed him under the dim lights of the residential area, feeling his intense emotion. After some time passed, since Ning Zhenyan showed no sign of stopping, Chen Yincheng took the initiative to lift his hands and push him away. What's gotten into you? Chen Yincheng's lips were damp and red, breathing slightly heavy. Ning Zhenyan lifted his hand to caress his face. As their faces drew closer, Chen Yincheng noticed the gleam of joy in Ning Zhenyan's eyes. Chen Yincheng felt puzzled, what are you so happy about? Ning Zhenyan said, you just said you'd stay with me for a lifetime. These words originally meant for Xu Rong, now hearing them seriously brought up by Ning Zhenyan made Chen Yincheng blush and turn his face aside, trying hard to shift the topic. I think you could be a little more tactful when talking to your mom, and try to communicate more. She actually doesn't care that much, Ning Zhenyan said. Chen Yincheng blinked, asking him, why do you feel that way? Ning Zhenyan said, she has many other things she cares more about, like her business. Remembering how hastily Xu Rong left after receiving the phone call, Chen Yincheng suddenly felt a pang of empathy for Ning Zhenyan and asked him, when you were a child, was she like that too? Ning Zhenyan looked at him, like what? Chen Yincheng thought for a moment, attempting to describe his impression, high expectations of you, but not really enough genuine concern. Ning Zhenyan said, she was busy every day, doing business and making money outside. But every day, she would check my homework and courses regularly, arranging tutoring classes for me. We rarely communicated. He paused here, staring at Chen Yincheng without saying more. Chen Yincheng couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Ning Zhenyan reached out and embraced him tightly, honey, you shouldn't treat me this way. Chen Yincheng panicked, what? What did I do? Ning Zhenyan appeared extremely wronged, you can't be busy with business and ignore me. Unable to do anything else, Chen Yincheng also hugged him, no, I won't ignore you. Ning Zhenyan gave him a small kiss under his ear and said, so, actually, communicating with my mom is useless. The best method is to use reality to tell her that I'm living well, that I'm happy. Chen Yincheng smiled faintly, gently patting Ning Zhenyan's back. Chapter 86. The next day, Ning Zhenyan still showed up on time at Grandpa Ning's birthday banquet. Calling it a banquet, there was actually no grand celebration, it was just a lunch gathering of family members. However, this year more relatives came, so they hastily decided to book 3 tables at a wine shop. When Ning Zhenyan arrived, the distant relatives in the family warmly greeted him. Although his response wasn't particularly enthusiastic, it was sufficient courtesy. He was considered the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Ning family, and even if he seemed cold at times, the relatives would never feel offended. At this moment, Ning Zhanghong was talking with one of Ning Zhenyan's cousins while Xu Rong wasn't seen by his side. Ning Zhenyan greeted the elders first, then asked Ning Zhanghong, where is mom? Ning Zhanghong glanced at him and said, she still has some things left to finish. She'll be here later. Then Ning Zhenyan went to wish his grandfather a happy birthday. Grandpa Ning held his hand and asked him to sit beside himself, whispering, are you okay? Ning Zhenyan replied, who are you asking about, Grandpa? Grandpa Ning responded, of course, I'm talking about you all, and your mom. I haven't seen her today. Ning Zhenyan answered him, Yincheng and I are doing well. I also haven't seen mom today. I don't know how she is. Grandpa Ning felt somewhat emotional, and his lean hand patted his grandson's hand before letting go. Before Ning Zhenyan could get up, his cheerful cousin came over to talk to him, asking about his graduate studies. So he conversed quietly with his cousin until he saw Xu Rong rushing over. Xu Rong looked a little tired. Although her makeup and hair were neatly done, and her suit was very appropriate, revealing a gentle smile as soon as she got close, Ning Zhenyan could still see the weariness on her face. In front of so many relatives, Xu Rong didn't say anything to Ning Zhenyan either. She just greeted everyone and took the initiative to instruct the waiters to prepare and serve the dishes. After eating lunch and seeing off the guests, Ning Zhenyan called out to Xu Rong in the parking lot, Mom. Xu Rong glared at him with a gloomy expression. Today, Xu Rong drove her own car. In the afternoon, she had other matters to attend to and asked Ning Zhangyu to send Ning Zhanghong back home. Ning Zhangyu's couple drove a 7-seater SUV. The vehicle hadn't yet left the parking lot and stopped when it passed by Xu Rong and Ning Junyan. The rear window lowered, Ning Zhanghong stuck his head out and said to them, "Let's talk about whatever after we go back home." As if he was worried they might quarrel here. Xu Rong lightly adjusted the strap of her single-shoulder bag and said, "I won't be going home for now. I have something else to do in the afternoon." Grandpa Ning was also in this car, sitting side by side with Ning Zhanghong, trying to stretch his neck to speak. "Junyan, don't quarrel with your mother here." Ning Junyan replied, "I won't. You all go back first." Ning Zhanghong sighed and told the driving brother-in-law, "Let's go first." The SUV slowly drove away from the two people. Only then did Ning Junyan ask Xu Rong again, "Are you all right?" Xu Rong snorted, "I thought you didn't care about me at all." Ning Junyan said, "I do care about you. It's just that your concern for me goes beyond limits." Xu Rong turned her face away, not looking at him, remaining silent for a while before asking, "Yujia, does Yinqing know him well?" Ning Junyan frowned slightly. "Yinqing doesn't know him well, they just met in the past." "What's the matter? Are you still doing business with him? Did something happen at the new institute on your side?" Xu Rong replied, "I am not doing any business with him." Here, she paused, gripping the bag strap tightly with one hand, "But the building we rented to build the new institute was introduced through him." Initially, Xu Rong and her partner Zhang Chong had already negotiated with Yu Jie for joint investment in building a branch plastic surgery hospital. Later, Ning Junyan mentioned to Xu Rong that Yu Jie was problematic, so Xu Rong reconsidered and, after discussing with Zhang Chong, they rejected the deal with Yu Jie. Though it was called a plastic surgery hospital, it was essentially a beauty salon offering minor cosmetic procedures, relatively small in scale. Back then, they had contacted an address through Yu Jie for setting up the new institute. This two-story building was originally a private dental clinic, with all conditions fitting perfectly, requiring no major renovation. They liked it and wanted to proceed with further lease negotiations. Yu Jie appeared generous. Even though the deal couldn't proceed, he voluntarily acted as an intermediary and introduced them to Mr. Wang, the person in charge of the floor rental project of the other company. Hence, Xu Rong signed a contract with them and paid a substantial deposit in advance. Everything seemed smooth sailing, until 2 days ago when they entered the site for renovation and encountered another group claiming to have signed a lease agreement with the same company and were getting ready to move in and start renovations. Xu Rong hastily contacted the project manager of the company. He said that he was on a business trip out of town and wouldn't be able to return for now, but he would help her get in touch with the company to inquire about the situation. 2 days passed, and Zhang Chong, worried, went to the company looking for someone. It turned out that the Mr. Wang responsible for the project hadn't been at work for many days. The lease contract they had signed might very well be fake, as all the seals were those that Mr. Wang, the responsible party, had stolen and used. Ning Junyan was gripping the car keys as he listened to Xu Rong recounting their current predicament. They had already paid more than 1 million yuan in rent, yet could not enter the site for renovation. They had reported it to the police, but they did not know if they could recover the money. "Yinqing asked me to tell you, Yu Jie is problematic." Ning Junyan's tone was low and serious. Xu Rong looked up at him. "I've checked into who Yu Jie is. He has no criminal record and seems perfectly legitimate on the surface. How could he possibly be less reliable than Yinqing?" Ning Junyan said, "Do you still feel this way now?" Xu Rong's voice carried a hint of urgency. "I met with Yu Jie. He said he doesn't know where the person surnamed Wang went. He insists he has nothing to do with this matter." Ning Junyan looked at her. "Since you trust him so much, then I have nothing more to say." Xu Rong grabbed Ning Junyan's arm. "It's not that I want to trust him, it's just that I don't know what else to do. Finding the person surnamed Wang is key to solving this problem." Ning Junyan asked her, "Didn't you transfer the rent payment via a corporate account?" Xu Rong replied, "There was an issue with the account he provided. At the time, his procedures were too complete and his identity wasn't faked, so we didn't think to suspect him. Who knew he would pull something like this? And now, since we can't secure this building, all the pre-arranged renovations and ordered beauty equipment have already cost us so much money. To raise another sum of money to rent elsewhere is beyond our ability to handle." She was most afraid that the funds chain would break, making it impossible to pay back the bank loans on time. Things would only get more complicated then. Ning Junyan silently observed Xu Rong. Except for raising money, there seemed to be no good solution to resolving the matter. Even if the police brought back the responsible person, there was no guarantee the money could be reclaimed. Xu Rong received a call and quickly drove off. Ning Junyan had no work in the afternoon and decided to drive straight to the commercial market to find Chen Yinqing. When he arrived, Chen Yinqing was combing through purchase orders with Wu Xiaozhu, asking Ning Junyan to rest inside. A while later, after Chen Yinqing finished the task at hand, he entered the room to see Ning Junyan lying on his single bed, legs stretched out comfortably almost touching the rail at the end of the bed. Chen Yinqing closed the door behind him and crouched by the bed to look at Ning Junyan. "What's wrong?" Ning Junyan reached out his hand toward him. Chen Yinqing couldn't help glancing back to confirm that the door was firmly shut before hugging Ning Junyan and squeezing onto the narrow bed together with him. "Will we collapse the bed frame?" Chen Yinqing wondered aloud, somewhat concerned. Ning Junyan said, "Guan Anlin sleeps with you on the same bed every day, and your bed hasn't collapsed yet." Chen Yinqing sighed, "We sleep on 2 beds, okay?" Ning Junyan didn't respond, instead gazing at the wooden bed panel above, lost in thought. Chen Yincheng sensed his melancholy and asked again, what's wrong? Ning Junyan said, let's sell my current house. Chen Yincheng sat up and looked at him, didn't we agree not to sell it? Ning Junyan rested his hands behind his head and returned his gaze. My house was bought for me by my parents when I first came back from abroad. Chen Yincheng tried to understand the undertones in his words. You don't want to live in the house they bought for you. Ning Junyan did not bring up Xu Rong's business affairs and simply said, my mom happens to need a sum of money. If I sell the house, I can repay her. Chen Yincheng remained silent. Ning Junyan looked at him, why aren't you saying anything? After some deliberation, Chen Yincheng said, I think there's no need for you to settle things so clearly with them, considering they're your parents. Ning Junyan shook his head, it's not that meaning. It's just she needs the money, and I had this plan. How much does she need? Chen Yincheng recalled the phone call Xu Rong answered last night, knowing her business must be in trouble. Can I lend you some money first? There's no need to sell the house, right? Ning Junyan pulled him close and let him lie on his chest. It's not necessary to sell the house, but I want to do this. Chen Yincheng somewhat understood Ning Junyan's intentions. Ning Junyan wanted to repay economically what he owed his parents, not merely the debt of one house, but repaying some would earn him more independence. But I still think it's unnecessary. Where will you live if you sell the house? Chen Yincheng asked him. Ning Junyan responded quickly, I'll stay with you. What about Guan Anlin? Tell him to get lost, Ning Junyan answered with a blank expression, completely justified, as if he had wanted to say this for a long time. Chapter 87. Chen Yincheng chuckled as he hugged Ning Junyan's waist. He thought that Ning Junyan, who was already 30 years old, sometimes still acted like a child who was hard to understand. So, he said, where do you want him to go? Ning Junyan coldly replied, as long as he doesn't stay here. Chen Yincheng looked up at him and asked, and then you're going to sleep in my top bunk? Ning Junyan touched his face and said, above you. Chen Yincheng smiled, looking at him for a while before leaning in to kiss his lips. The two of them embraced and kissed on the narrow single bed, their movements gentle and slow, making the surrounding environment seem quiet. This warmth continued until Guan Anlin suddenly burst into the room from outside, stepping one foot in. Chen Yincheng was startled and turned his head quickly to look over. Guan Anlin entering the door was even more shocked, cursing loudly with, what the hell, before retreating from the doorway and slamming the door shut forcefully. Wu Xiaozhu, sitting behind the counter playing with her phone, looked up in shock and asked, what's wrong? Guan Anlin's face turned alternately red and white, gripping the doorknob for a long time without moving. Unable to resist, Wu Xiaozhu leaned forward to take a peek and saw the door was closed. Suddenly remembering something, she told Guan Anlin, I forgot to tell you, Dr. Ning came just now. Guan Anlin shot her an angry glance, scolding her for not saying so earlier. At this point, Chen Yincheng opened the door from the inside and said to Guan Anlin standing at the door, what are you spacing out there for? Come in. Guan Anlin walked in carefully, glancing cautiously toward the bed. Seeing Ning Junyan sitting at the edge of the bed, he confirmed that both of them were fully clothed, before turning back to close the door and complained, can you two stop fooling around during the day? Chen Yincheng casually countered, should we do it on the street instead? Guan Anlin found himself momentarily at a loss on how to respond. Leaning against the side of the table, Chen Yincheng looked at Guan Anlin for a moment and asked, where did you go this afternoon? Guan Anlin said, just went out for a bit. You've been running out a lot lately. Chen Yincheng felt that there was something odd about him. Guan Anlin merely said, yeah, nothing to do, just wandering around. While speaking, he moved toward the restroom as if wanting to evade Chen Yincheng's questions. Chen Yincheng watched his receding figure curiously, then after a while shifted his gaze and asked Ning Junyan, are you leaving now? Not leaving, Ning Junyan stood up to answer him, I'll wait for you to close the shop before heading back together. Chen Yincheng nodded, all right. Ning Junyan's place had a good location, a nice neighborhood, and although it was newly decorated, the simple design made it look brand new, which led to quick inquiries from potential buyers once listed through the agency. Chen Yincheng knew Ning Junyan was determined to sell his house and move in with him, without asking Guan Anlin to move out. Instead, they temporarily rented a place midway between the trade market and the hospital where Ning Junyan worked, and he had moved out. Guan Anlin showed significant dissatisfaction towards the news of Chen Yincheng moving in with Ning Junyan, complaining, you really plan to be with him forever? Chen Yincheng was busy packing at the time, taking clothes out of the portable closet and neatly folding them into boxes. He said, why bother talking about love if it's only for a lifetime? By now, Guan Anlin had given up trying to change Chen Yincheng's mind, but still couldn't help asking, is he reliable? Chen Yincheng didn't answer directly but countered, what do you think? Guan Anlin stayed silent, likely believing that Ning Junyan's feelings for Chen Yincheng seemed pretty reliable, though he didn't believe two men could live happily ever after. Guan Anlin sat down on the edge of the bed, realizing his lower bunk would soon be his. He took off his shoes and already had one foot on the bed when he mentioned, my sister is coming soon to attend university. Chen Yincheng glanced at him and said, so what? Tell your sister to study hard and find a reliable boyfriend in college. Are there any reliable men? Guan Anlin said. Hearing this, Chen Yincheng laughed. After everything was packed, Guan Anlin drove him to the newly rented house. Arriving at the entrance of the residential area, Guan Anlin got out of the car to help him carry his suitcase out of the trunk, asking him, "Why don't you just keep the car? It'd make your daily commute easier." Chen Yincheng bent down to pull the suitcase handle, take it back to the market and park it there. "I only rented one parking space here, and since Junyan drives to work every day, I can just take the subway, it's no inconvenience." Guan Anlin, unable to smoke while driving earlier, lit a cigarette by the roadside and said, "Why do you cater to him so much?" Upon hearing this question, Chen Yincheng naturally responded, "Because I love him." Guan Anlin exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Disgusting." Chen Yincheng patted his shoulder and said to him, "I don't know what you've been busy with recently, but I think everything between us is fine. Don't you agree?" Guan Anlin glanced at him, "Yeah, everything's fine." Chen Yincheng said, "So we should cherish it, and not repeat the mistakes of the past." Guan Anlin replied somewhat irritably, "Do you think I'm stupid?" After he spoke, he shook his head, calming down as he added, "You trust me, I won't let you down. I'll always be your brother." Chen Yincheng smiled at him. Guan Anlin continued, "If Mr. Ning hurts you, just tell me, and I'll take care of him for you." Chen Yincheng smiled faintly and said, "All right." When Guan Anlin drove away, Chen Yincheng dragged his suitcase upstairs alone. In order to save money, he only rented a one-bedroom apartment because he didn't plan on renting long-term with Ning Junyan, instead seriously considering buying a house. He knew that Ning Junyan's decision to sell his property was largely due to him. Since Ning Junyan had made so much effort for their relationship, Chen Yincheng felt he needed to work harder for their future as well. The newly rented apartment was small but well decorated, with excellent transportation and commercial amenities around the neighborhood. Chen Yincheng had already come here once before to tidy up, and Ning Junyan had also moved part of his belongings in. However, today marked their official first day of living together. On the double bed in the bedroom lay fresh light gray sheets, with two pillows placed side by side, untouched. When Chen Yincheng opened the wardrobe to hang some of his clothes, he saw a familiar down jacket hanging there, one Ning Junyan had bought him before, which he hadn't taken with him when he left. Winter had already passed, and now it was summer. Despite having returned to Ning Junyan's place several times, Chen Yincheng hadn't worn this jacket since then. He didn't know when Ning Junyan had brought it over and hung it in the wardrobe. Looking at the jacket, he couldn't help but smile and continued hanging his other clothes inside. Ning Junyan waited until after work to drive over, and they went out for dinner together. When they came back, they finished organizing the room and took showers separately. By the time Chen Yincheng returned to the bedroom after his shower, Ning Junyan was already sitting on the bed. Chen Yincheng crossed his legs in front of Ning Junyan, lifted his hand, and cupped Ning Junyan's face, asking what he was thinking about. Ning Junyan reached to unbutton Chen Yincheng's pajamas, replying emotionlessly, "Thinking why you were so slow in the shower, and I want you now." Chen Yincheng teased him by pinching his face, pulling Ning Junyan's handsome face into funny shapes. Despite the distortion, Ning Junyan showed no reaction as he focused on unbuttoning the shirt. On reaching the last two buttons, he grew impatient and suddenly kneeled up, pressing Chen Yincheng beneath him. Though Chen Yincheng's skin wasn't too pale due to the sun exposure he had endured growing up, his legs were still long and straight. These legs wrapped tightly around Ning Junyan's waist, muscles tightening rhythmically with their movements. Chen Yincheng looked up at Ning Junyan while lying flat, noticing how Ning Junyan's thin lips were slightly pursed and his half-closed eyes gave his face an elongated outline. His thick eyelashes cast shadows below his eyes, hiding most of his emotions, as if concealing his deep infatuation. Yet his heavy breathing was distinctly audible, with beads of sweat trickling down from the corner of his forehead and brushing the faint red at the edges of his eyes. This side of Ning Junyan was likely something no one else in the world had ever seen. After enduring Chen Yincheng's intense gaze for too long, Ning Junyan seemed a bit displeased, tightening his thin lips even more, and leaned down to kiss Chen Yincheng's lips, using his body to express his absolute immersion in the moment. Even after finishing, Ning Junyan refused to withdraw from Chen Yincheng's body. Maintaining his position on top, Ning Junyan reached under the pillow and pulled out a ring box, the very one he had used during his proposal. With one hand, Ning Junyan flipped open the lid of the box, while supporting himself with the other hand. He then used his lips to gently pick up the ring inside and brought it close to Chen Yincheng's mouth, teasing it against his lips softly. Chen Yincheng, gasping unevenly, said, "Speak." Ning Junyan allowed him to hold the ring, whispering beside his ear, "Marry me." Chen Yincheng, unable to speak clearly with the ring in his mouth, looked at Ning Junyan with gradually emerging laughter in his eyes. Ning Junyan then asked again, "Will you marry me?" Chen Yincheng could no longer contain the curve of his smiling lips, lowering his gaze as he nodded. Chapter 88. Ning Junyan acted first before informing others. After selling the house, he directly went back with the money to find Xu Rong. He sat on the sofa in the living room, pushed the bank card on the coffee table to Xu Rong and said, "I've sold the house, you can use this money first." Xu Rong was sitting opposite Ning Junyan. She had been looking at the bank card on the table, but upon hearing his words, she suddenly looked up, "You've sold the house." Ning Zhanghong was sitting next to Xu Rong, and his expression also showed some surprise. "Why sell the house?" Xu Rong's financial situation was temporarily hard to turn around, but they did not think things had reached a point where their son had to sell his house. It would just require more effort to raise the funds. Ning Junyan's response was very straightforward, "The house was originally bought for me by you too. Since mom now needs money, I'll return this part of the money to you first. Hearing these words, Shu Rong's emotions surged. What do you mean? Are you trying to sever ties with us? Ning Junyan remained calm. Of course not. You raised me since I was little, how could I repay you with just one house? I've never thought about cutting ties with you. Perhaps due to anger, Shu Rong's eyes and cheeks were red as she glared fiercely at Ning Junyan. Then what do you mean? Ning Junyan said, nothing else. I just know that you need cash for liquidity, and this house isn't indispensable to me right now, so I sold it. Not indispensable? Shu Rong asked, then where are you living now? Ning Junyan replied, at Yincheng's place. The redness from anger instantly disappeared from Shu Rong's face. Her complexion turned slightly pale as she questioned Ning Junyan, is this deliberate? Are you showing off to me? Ning Junyan looked at her and slowly said, not at all. Just because I don't have a place to live now, but he does, so I moved in there. There's no difference between this and him staying at my place earlier. Shu Rong said nothing. Ning Junyan continued, I don't understand why you have such a prejudice against Qin Yincheng. I just want to tell you that he is worthy of being with your son. He is smart, kind, responsible, has a career, and earns money. Even though he has no parents, and his education level is low, he is more excellent than most people, and none of us have the right to look down on him. Ning Zhanghong couldn't help but softly interjected, we're not belittling him. But you're both men. Have you really thought about how you plan to go on together? Ning Junyan looked at his father, do you still remember when I was almost killed by the human traffickers when I was a child? If it weren't for Qin Yincheng, I wouldn't even be alive today. Back then, 14-year-old Ning Junyan gradually regained his memory. He grew taller and taller, his character becoming stronger and more aloof. His adoptive father found him increasingly difficult to handle and began contemplating killing him. That evening, his adoptive father brought home a large carton of milk from outside, which he gave to Qin Yincheng. Unaware that the milk contained sleeping pills, Qin Yincheng divided it among Ning Junyan and Zhou Yan. Because Zhou Yan looked greedy, he even shared his own cup with him. In the middle of the night, his adoptive father entered their room, carried Ning Junyan, who had fallen asleep after drinking the drugged milk, out of bed and dragged him outside, stuffing him into a sack and placing it onto a tricycle. Qin Yincheng was still young then and slept soundly through the night. It was only when his adoptive father opened the creaky gate that startled him awake. Realizing Ning Junyan was missing from his side, he got up quietly, sneaking to the door, and saw his adoptive father riding away on the tricycle, carrying something in a sack, looking like a person. Qin Yincheng hurriedly put on a pair of worn-out athletic shoes and followed anxiously, not daring to get too close, yet afraid of losing them if he stayed too far behind. He carefully trailed after his adoptive father until the man stopped the tricycle, dragged the sack down, and walked toward an abandoned hillock. His adoptive father found a disordered bamboo grove. He dropped the sack to the ground, returned to pick up a shovel from the tricycle, intending to first knock Ning Junyan dead with it, then dig a hole to bury him along with the sack. As he approached Ning Junyan and swung the shovel high in the air, someone jumped from behind, firmly grabbing onto the shovel in his hand. 12-year-old Qin Yincheng, due to poor nutrition, was still quite frail and small for his age, much weaker compared to his adoptive father. Yet he used all his strength to fight for the shovel, finally causing both of them to fall to the ground. Bathed in the faint moonlight seeping through the bamboo grove, his adoptive father identified his face and snarled, shouting his name, Qin Yincheng. Qin Yincheng didn't say a word, struggling desperately to wrestle the shovel away. Finally, the wooden handle of the shovel struck his adoptive father's head, making him release it. Qin Yincheng successfully seized the shovel. He stood up, holding the shovel while retreating backward. His adoptive father quickly got to his feet. In the dark bamboo grove, he resembled a demon from a nightmare, bent over as he stepped closer to Qin Yincheng, his dirt-covered hand reaching out, be obedient, give daddy the shovel. Qin Yincheng shook his head. Ning Junyan's adoptive father soon became impatient and lunged at Qin Yincheng to snatch the shovel from his hands. Qin Yincheng, emboldened by some unknown courage, swung the shovel and struck Ning Junyan's adoptive father on the head, causing him to collapse onto the muddy ground. Clutching the shovel tightly without daring to loosen his grip, he saw his adoptive father groaning in pain but still conscious with moving limbs. Raising the shovel once more, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to strike again. In the end, he hugged the shovel and walked over to Ning Junyan, untying the sack and attempting to wake him up. The dose of sleeping pills seemed substantial as Ning Junyan remained dazed and unable to fully awaken. With no other choice, Qin Yincheng hoisted Ning Junyan onto his back and started walking toward the exit with difficulty. They were both very familiar with this area. Fearing that his adoptive father might rise and chase them, Qin Yincheng didn't dare to return the same way and instead took a detour around the nearby hills toward the nearest street. Despite Ning Junyan's height, he was thin due to malnutrition just like Qin Yincheng. Yet, the weight still felt heavy on his back, making every step difficult for Qin Yincheng. As he walked, tears began streaming down his face. He was deeply saddened, though he couldn't quite explain why. Qin Yincheng had been adopted at a young age when he didn't know any better about theft or human trafficking. He never thought of or dared to report it to the police. As he grew older and became more aware, he realized he was a homeless orphan. Though his adoptive parents treated him poorly, they weren't entirely bad either. His needs were minimal, even the smallest amount of care would make him feel satisfied. He instinctively knew stealing was wrong, even if no one had explicitly taught him so. Watching the worried faces of people who had lost their wallets troubled him immensely, but despite this, he hadn't yet considered reporting the crimes. This day marked the first time Chen Yincheng realized he must make a choice and could no longer retreat into his shell. Crying, he carried Ning Junyan to the streets of the nearby town and reported the crime to the local police station. On-duty officers drove them to the town hospital while others went to search for their human trafficker adoptive father in the wild bamboo grove near the hillock. Ning Junyan woke up on the way to the town hospital. Opening his eyes, he saw Chen Yincheng sitting beside him, crying. He reached out with trembling fingers to touch his eyes, asking, "Why are you crying?" Chen Yincheng didn't know exactly. He just vaguely felt that he might lose everything he had ever known, perhaps never finding it again. Struggling, Ning Junyan lifted his hand to embrace him. "Don't cry." Chen Yincheng buried his face in Ning Junyan's chest, saying nothing, only occasionally letting out a sob. The police had told Ning Zhonghong and Xu Rong about their son's ordeal, but caught up in the overwhelming emotions of finding their missing child, the couple paid little attention to the young boy who had saved their son's life. They only knew that their son had narrowly escaped being killed by the traffickers but managed to survive miraculously. Thus, Ning Junyan was taken away and taught not to reminisce about his kidnapped life and forbidden to mention Chen Yincheng. Over time, Ning Junyan even thought he'd forgotten all those events until the moment he saw Chen Yincheng again. Then, it suddenly dawned on him that many years ago, his life already belonged to Chen Yincheng, and now, he wanted Chen Yincheng entirely to belong to him. Ning Junyan believed it was their fate to be together. Xu Rong wouldn't understand, thinking he was insane. Perhaps he truly was crazy, but what difference did it make? Every act of kindness and compromise he extended to Chen Yincheng was solely for the purpose of holding him tightly within his grasp. No one, not even Chen Yincheng himself, would separate them. So now, sitting there, he told his parents, "My life was saved by Chen Yincheng. Isn't dedicating my whole life to repay him reasonable?" Chapter 89. Xu Rong did not take the bank card that Ning Junyan brought, but when Ning Junyan left, he did not take it away either. He left the card on the coffee table, believing that Xu Rong would eventually take it. Before leaving, he said to Xu Rong, "In fact, there are some words I want to say to you. Do you still have something to say?" By this time, Xu Rong's emotions had calmed down. Ning Junyan said, "I think we don't need to be like this. Many things cannot be changed. Why can't we make everyone live happily?" Xu Rong looked at him and didn't say anything. Then Ning Junyan continued, "If anger cannot solve any problem, I think we can try to accept it, so as to make ourselves feel a little better." After saying these words, he did not stay at home any longer. He bid farewell to his parents and left. When driving back to the rental house with Chen Yincheng, Ning Junyan saw that the living room light was not on when he entered the house. He casually threw the car keys on the shoe cabinet and walked towards the bedroom where the light was on. Chen Yincheng was standing in front of the wardrobe, opening the wardrobe door and tightening the screws on the door with a screwdriver. Hearing Ning Junyan's footsteps, he turned around and said, "A screw from the wardrobe door fell off, and I found one today to fix it." He noticed that the wardrobe door was loose while opening it in the morning. After careful research, he discovered that a screw had fallen off the door, and he didn't know where it had gone. So he fetched another one to find an identical size for replacement. Since the tools were already back, Chen Yincheng decided to tighten all the screws on the wardrobe door that night, and now only the last 2 screws remained. The decoration of this house looked good, but after moving in, many small problems and details would be revealed. Chen Yincheng himself didn't care, but he didn't want Ning Junyan to feel neglected. Ning Junyan stopped behind him and stood without saying anything. Chen Yincheng slightly tilted his head and asked him, "What's wrong?" "Go take a shower first, I'll be done soon." Ning Junyan didn't leave. His tall figure almost blocked all the light in front. Chen Yincheng's screwdriver slipped because the light was blocked, making it unclear to see. He could only grope around with his hands while asking, "Did you argue with your parents?" He knew Ning Junyan went home tonight, but he didn't know the result of their conversation. Ning Junyan replied, "No." Then he reached out and hugged Chen Yincheng's waist from behind, leaning his face against the top of Chen Yincheng's head. Chen Yincheng felt curious, "Have you been drinking?" He turned his head and smelled Ning Junyan's breath, "You haven't been drinking." Ning Junyan's voice was muffled, "I haven't been drinking." There was only one screw left on the wardrobe door, located at the bottom. Chen Yincheng had to bend over, but Ning Junyan wouldn't let go of him. When he bent over, Ning Junyan pressed against his back entirely. Chen Yincheng said, "Let me go, or I can't exert any force." But Ning Junyan refused to let go, instead pressing his whole body weight onto Chen Yincheng's back, pulling him down by the waist. Chen Yincheng held onto the wardrobe door with one hand, dragged by Ning Junyan, and ended up sitting on the floor. Helplessly, he said, "Let me screw in the last screw." If it wasn't tightened, he would feel uncomfortable. Tender kisses kept landing on the side of Chen Yincheng's face and earlobe. Ning Junyan spread his long legs and sat behind Chen Yincheng, one arm around his waist, the other hand turning his face around, kissing him while saying, "Screw it in." "Screw what?" Chen Yincheng was holding the screwdriver, but couldn't reach the screw on the wardrobe door. Ning Junyan released his waist, fumbled with his hand, took the screwdriver from his hand and tossed it aside, then intertwined their fingers. Chen Yincheng's cheeks and earlobes were flushed red from the kisses. Soon he lost his temper and looked up at the still open wardrobe door, thinking he might as well continue fixing the screw tomorrow morning. At this moment, Ning Junyan held his hand, leaned forward and kissed it. Chen Yunqing wore an engagement ring given to him by Ning Junyan on his ring finger. A bit embarrassed, he said, "Don't kiss me, I haven't washed my hands yet." Ning Junyan asked him, "Have you taken a shower?" Chen Yunqing had been repairing the wardrobe since he came back, and hadn't even had time to shower yet. Upon hearing Ning Junyan's question, he shook his head, "Not yet." Ning Junyan said, "Let me carry you to take a shower." Although they had already done more intimate things, being carried to take a shower still made Chen Yunqing blush. He quickly rejected the offer, "No need, I'll do it myself." As if he hadn't heard, Ning Junyan directly picked up Chen Yunqing from the ground and walked towards the bathroom. "Come on, let's take a shower." Chen Yunqing couldn't help but laugh. "Ning Junyan, what's wrong with you today?" Ning Junyan might indeed have something wrong with him today. He was clinging to Chen Yunqing particularly hard, insisting on showering together in the cramped shower room. After taking a shower and getting back into bed, Ning Junyan continued to kiss Chen Yunqing as he held him face to face. Chen Yunqing stroked his hair, noticing that he didn't seem upset. He asked softly, "Can you tell me what you're thinking about?" Ning Junyan looked at him intently and said, "You can't leave me." Hearing this, Chen Yunqing laughed, "I haven't said I'm going to leave you." After a moment of thought, he added teasingly, "Do you want me to make an oath?" Ning Junyan calmly replied, "No, just want my wife's kisses." Chen Yunqing couldn't help but laugh awkwardly in response, "All right." He then embarrassingly added, "Kisses." About a week later one afternoon, Chen Yunqing went out by car, meeting a small distributor at a tea house to talk business. The two of them drank tea and chatted. By around 4 p.m., they left the tea house. Chen Yunqing was fetching his car from the parking lot in front when he suddenly saw Guan Anlin walk out of another tea house nearby. Chen Yunqing frowned and started his car, intending to drive straight over to where Guan Anlin was standing. But right then, he noticed Yu Jia also coming out of the tea house, walking up behind Guan Anlin and patting him on the shoulder. Guan Anlin turned around and exchanged a few words with Yu Jia. Yu Jia smiled, patted Guan Anlin again on the shoulder, and then walked away. Chen Yunqing watched them from inside his car. When he saw Yu Jia go to the parking lot and get in his own car which drove off, he took a deep breath and pulled his car in front of Guan Anlin. Rolling down the window, he called out to him, "Get in." Guan Anlin had been looking at his phone, perhaps preparing to hail a taxi, but hearing Chen Yunqing's voice, he looked up, startled, glanced at Chen Yunqing briefly, then looked nervously toward the direction where Yu Jia had gone. Subsequently, he walked around to the passenger side, opened the door and got in. "What are you doing here?" Guan Anlin tossed the cigarette but he'd been holding before getting in. As Chen Yunqing drove towards the parking lot exit, he asked, "Shouldn't I be asking you that? What are you doing here?" Guan Anlin slightly lowered the window for air conditioning consideration, realized it would counteract the coolness, so closed it again, saying, "Did you see Yu Jia? Last time it was still old bastard, now it's Yu Jia already." "Still old bastard," Guan Anlin hastily reassured. Chen Yunqing glared at him angrily, "Is there something wrong with your head? Why do you still hang out with him? I know Yu Jia isn't a good person and has bad intentions, alright? But I'm not stupid." Guan Anlin defended. Chen Yunqing gave him a glare. Guan Anlin patted his arm soothingly. "Just focus on driving. I'll explain later." After encountering Yu Jia in the hospital last time, Guan Anlin met him accidentally again. At that time, Yu Jia approached Guan Anlin, apologizing profusely and insisting the matter of those years ago was just a misunderstanding, he never intended to harm Guan Anlin. But since the police came after him, he didn't dare to come forward, resulting in Guan Anlin spending 2 years in jail. "I may not be well educated, but I'm not dumb, who TF would fall twice for the same person." Guan Anlin and Chen Yunqing were speaking in a low voice inside the little room of their store. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Chen Yunqing was unusually solemn-faced. Guan Anlin said, "I thought he definitely had some purpose for trying to get close to me. If I hadn't sought revenge for what happened in the past, I'd let him off easily. Yet now he comes to me first. Tell me, why?" He sat next to Chen Yunqing on the bed, draping an arm over his shoulders. Chen Yunqing looked at him. Guan Anlin went on, "Later, I figured it out. He's upset because you disrupted the business between him and that evil mother-in-law of yours, wanting revenge on you. How is he planning to get his revenge? He told me he set up a company and has launched an investment project, introducing me lots of details. He even said he'd take me to the actual site for an inspection if I could find investments." Chen Yunqing sighed. "Doesn't he think you're stupid?" Guan Anlin's expression turned somewhat fierce. "Isn't he thinking I'm dumb? Probably assuming I'm still the same as before." Chen Yunqing asked, "Then what did you do?" Guan Anlin replied, "Then I called your familiar policeman, the one with skin softer than women's, and reported it." "Long Zhan Yu." Guan Anlin snapped his fingers. "Exactly him." Chen Yunqing said, "Don't insult him like that in front of him." Guan Anlin sneered. Chen Yunqing asked, "What did he say?" Guan Anlin responded, "He told me to keep interacting with Yu Jia, see whether his project is real or fake, and find out if anyone has invested, and whether we can obtain a list of investors." Chen Yincheng suddenly felt uneasy, so he wants you to act as an informant for him? Guan Anlin nodded. Chen Yincheng stood up from the bed and paced a couple of steps. I'll call Long Zhanyu later tonight. Chapter 90. In the evening, when Chen Yincheng called Long Zhanyu told him that he was busy and would call back later. By the time Long Zhanyu had finished his business and returned the call to Chen Yincheng, it was already past 10 o'clock. This apartment was small, with no study. Ning Junyan sometimes read books at the dining table. If Chen Yincheng was home, he had the habit of reading in bed. When Chen Yincheng's phone rang, Ning Junyan turned his head to glance at the caller ID, then looked up at Chen Yincheng. For a fleeting moment, Chen Yincheng hesitated whether to step out to take the call or not, but upon noticing Ning Junyan's gaze, he chose to stay in bed and answer Long Zhanyu's call. Long Zhanyu's voice was as usual, tinged with fatigue. What is it? Chen Yincheng said, it's about Guan Anlin. Long Zhanyu seemed to think for a moment, and said, oh, you're talking about the case where Guan Anlin reported the police before. Ning Junyan had spread out his professional book on his knees. He tilted his head, focused attentively on Chen Yincheng's face. Feeling uncomfortable under Ning Junyan's gaze, Chen Yincheng leaned over and rested his head on Ning Junyan's shoulder, looking at him pleadingly, continuing to talk to Long Zhanyu. Can you ensure his safety? Are you asking him to be your informant? Listen to me, there was a lot of noise in the background on Long Zhanyu's side, and they could hear a man arguing loudly. It seemed like he changed location, after which his surroundings became quiet. Then he said, I checked the company that Yujia registered, it's a properly registered company. Now it only has a business scope but no specific operations yet. Also, regarding what Guan Anlin said about Yujia starting an investment project, I couldn't find any relevant information at all. This thing might have been mentioned solely to Guan Anlin. Chen Yincheng felt Ning Junyan lifting his hand to embrace his shoulder. He kissed Ning Junyan's jaw and asked Long Zhanyu, does it mean we can't move against Yujia without evidence? That's definite. It's not that I want Guan Anlin to take risks, but we haven't even scratched the surface of this situation. What kind of project is Yujia planning? Is he organizing a pyramid scheme? Illegal fundraising? Or maybe targeting Guan Anlin individually for fraud? If Guan Anlin withdraws now, we may end up uncovering nothing. Do you understand? I get it, but can you guarantee Guan Anlin's safety? There was a short silence on Long Zhanyu's end. I have an idea, isn't Yujia asking Guan Anlin to raise investments? I can arrange someone to pretend to be an easy mark and invest with him. If Yujia isn't targeting just Guan Anlin alone but instead is doing some investment project, be it a pyramid scheme or illegal fundraising, finding solid evidence will allow us to arrest him. You better not drag him into a mess. Long Zhanyu's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Why would I deceive him? I've already told him to keep me updated, and I've tracked his mobile phone location. We've known each other for so long, let me tell you honestly, based on these current evidence from Guan Anlin's report, there's still no legal way to take down Yujia. Plus, Guan Anlin and Yujia used to have conflicts, you know this. Just then, someone shouted loudly at Long Zhanyu's end. He muffled the receiver and replied, I'll be there soon, though Chen Yincheng could still hear it faintly. Long Zhanyu said, we'll discuss further next time. After saying that, he hung up hastily. Chen Yincheng stared at the phone for a while, then lifted his eyes toward Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan asked him, what's wrong? Is Yujia causing trouble again? Because of how close they were, almost everything Long Zhanyu had said over the phone was audible to Ning Junyan. Chen Yincheng sighed, tossing the phone aside, I don't know what Yujia intends to do. He's definitely not acting in good faith, but whether he's aiming for Guan Anlin or actually targeting me, that remains unclear. Ning Junyan's expression darkened. He kissed Chen Yincheng's forehead and asked, why? Is it because of my mother's matter? Chen Yincheng noticed the shift in his tone and said looking at him, no, it's just a guess. Don't you dare to cause trouble for Yujia. Ning Junyan's lips remained pressed against Chen Yincheng's forehead, speaking in a sinister tone, as long as he doesn't mess with you. Chen Yincheng sat up despite herself, scrutinizing his expression, what are you planning? She continued anxiously, anyway, the police have been alerted already. If he engages in illegal activities, it's up to the police to handle it. There's nothing more we can do to him. Ning Junyan said in a calm tone, actually, dealing with such people is simple. He's not a desperate man after all, with a family, relatives, and career. He may think he can control Guan Anlin, but in reality, Guan Anlin doesn't need to fear him. The more entangled one is, the heavier the burden. Don't scare me, stop talking nonsense. Chen Yincheng was very uneasy. He moved closer to Ning Junyan and said, Guan Anlin is headstrong, don't you dare incite him to do anything. Leave it to the police to handle. Moreover, who says Guan Anlin has no concerns? His sister will soon be here for university. Ning Junyan looked at him and suddenly smiled, saying, I was just joking, don't worry, I won't do anything. Then he pulled Chen Yincheng over and kissed his cheek hard. The summer was almost over before long. When September came, Guan Anlin's most important connection arrived at the high-speed train station alone with her suitcase, coming from their hometown to start university. That afternoon, Guan Anlin asked Chen Yincheng to accompany him to pick up his sister from the train station by car. Guan Anlin's younger sister is named Guan Anqin. She is a girl from a rural county high school, taking the national college entrance exam, extremely well-behaved, dressing plainly. She would even blush slightly when talking to unfamiliar men. They met Guan Anqin outside the station and planned to take her back to their store first, then have dinner together in the evening. When Guan Anlin found an opportunity to be alone with Chen Yunqing, he asked him, "Isn't my sister beautiful?" Chen Yunqing hummed in response, "Beautiful." Guan Anlin chuckled, "You'll regret it now." Chen Yunqing ignored him. Dinner was arranged in the downtown commercial district, mainly because Guan Anlin wanted to show Guan Anqin around. Knowing his sister was shy, he didn't invite others, just having the three of them, including Chen Yunqing, eat together. With his affable nature, Chen Yunqing quickly became familiar with Guan Anqin, telling her that these days Guan Anlin could accompany her to visit scenic spots, while he would manage the store's affairs. Guan Anqin didn't know how to respond and blushed slightly, smiling. Halfway through the meal, Chen Yunqing received a phone call. After hanging up, he told Guan Anlin, "Ning Junyan will come." Guan Anlin immediately became unhappy. "Why is he coming?" Chen Yunqing answered him, "To pick me up. You drive your sister back to the store and can rest early." The time for school registration hadn't come yet, so Guan Anqin arrived a few days early. At the beginning, Chen Yunqing suggested booking a hotel for her, but then thought that staying alone in a hotel might not be safe for a young woman. Since there were bunk beds in the store, staying with her brother temporarily should not be much of a problem. Guan Anlin specifically reserved the bottom bunk for his sister and changed the bedding to fresh ones. Not long after Chen Yunqing received the phone call, Ning Junyan appeared in the restaurant. Although it was early autumn, the temperature had not yet dropped. Ning Junyan was wearing loose short-sleeved t-shirts and long jeans, with a jacket hanging on his arm as he walked towards them. The three of them were sitting in a booth, with Chen Yunqing facing away from the direction Ning Junyan entered. It was actually Guan Anqin sitting across from him who noticed Ning Junyan first. She glanced at him briefly, thinking the man walking towards them was handsome and had an air of elegance that she rarely encountered in her past, but being too shy to look more, quickly turned her eyes away. Ning Junyan walked up to Chen Yunqing and raised his hand, naturally placing it on the back of Chen Yunqing's neck. Chen Yunqing only then realized he had arrived and hurriedly shifted a bit further inwards to make room for him to sit down. "Have you eaten?" Chen Yunqing asked him. Ning Junyan shook his head, "Not yet." Chen Yunqing quickly called the waiter for the menu and let Ning Junyan add some dishes. When Guan Anlin introduced Ning Junyan to his sister, he simply said that Ning Junyan was a friend of Chen Yunqing's. Guan Anqin wasn't sure what kind of friend he was, unable to resist glancing at them furtively. Ning Junyan flipped through the menu casually, looking down idly flipping through a few pages, then suddenly looked up at Guan Anlin and asked, "Has Yu Jia contacted you recently?" Guan Anlin was taken aback for a moment before responding, "No." He had, as per Long Zhanyu's instructions, introduced an investor to Yu Jia. However, Yu Jia kept pushing the meeting off, citing his busy schedule. Chen Yunqing kicked Ning Junyan under the table. Ning Junyan looked at him, and Chen Yunqing leaned closer to Ning Junyan's ear, whispering, "Anlin's sister is here, don't talk about these things." Ning Junyan responded softly, then waved for the waitress to come and place an order. Guan Anqin picked up her water glass and took a silent sip of water, curiously watching the two people opposite her. Only when Ning Junyan handed the menu back to the waitress and his gaze fell on her face did she quickly lower her head. Chapter 91. After dinner, Guan Anlin looked at the time and decided to take Guan Anqin back to pack her things. They took the elevator downstairs. Guan Anqin stood behind Guan Anlin. When the elevator reached the second basement floor of the parking lot, Guan Anqin saw Ning Junyan place his hand on the back of Chen Yunqing as they walked out. Ning Junyan's car was not in the same area as the BMW that Guan Anlin and his group drove in. After Guan Anlin found their car, Chen Yunqing left with Ning Junyan. Guan Anlin was searching for his car keys in his pocket. Guan Anqin didn't seem to know what she was thinking about, but subconsciously turned her head and looked at the direction where Ning Junyan and Chen Yunqing had departed. Coincidentally, she saw Ning Junyan lean down and kiss beside Chen Yunqing's lips, and then Chen Yunqing looked at Ning Junyan with a smile and said something to him. Upon seeing this scene, Guan Anqin immediately revealed a look of astonishment. Her face flushed red, and she reached out to pull at Guan Anlin's sleeve, "Brother, brother." Guan Anlin had just found the keys in his inner pocket and unlocked the car. He asked her, "What's wrong?" Guan Anqin felt a little embarrassed to say it, so she once again stuck her head out to take another look. This time, she could only see Ning Junyan's and Chen Yunqing's backs from far away. She leaned closer to Guan Anlin and quietly said, "I just saw them kissing." Guan Anlin was startled for a moment and asked, "Who?" Guan Anqin pointed in the direction Ning Junyan and Chen Yunqing had gone, still unable to conceal her own surprise. "Are they like that kind of relationship?" Guan Anlin did not answer, but after understanding Guan Anqin's meaning, he suddenly felt angry, clenched his fist and hit the roof of the car, cursing, "Shameless." Chen Yunqing received a message from Guan Anlin after showering that night. It told him to be more restrained and not to show affection towards men in public places. Chen Yunqing ignored it, glanced over the message and tossed the phone aside. A bit later, Guan Anlin sent another message, "You're corrupting my sister." Chen Yunqing couldn't help but send back 3 words, "Psycho." However, starting from that day, whenever Chen Yincheng came to the store and met Guan Anqin, the young girl would secretly watch him. And once she noticed his gaze, she would blush and quickly turn her head away. Chen Yincheng had no idea what this college-bound little sister was actually thinking about. Guan Anlin had taken a leave and was driving around during the day to various attractions in the city with Guan Anqin. Chen Yincheng thus became busier. He mostly stayed at the store helping out. Moreover, the White Spirit brand he was acting as agent for recently sold better locally and attracted lower-level agents. So he wanted to rent another shop in the market, independently managing the agency business and separate it from Sun Shouyang's side operations. He also wanted to register a company. Since he lacked experience before and didn't understand much, when he had free time, he constantly sought advice from others. Perhaps due to being too busy and not paying attention because of the seasonal change, Chen Yincheng caught a small cold. That noon, he didn't have time for lunch. He asked Wu Xiaozhu to save a boxed meal for him. By the afternoon, after he finished up, he squatted outside the store door, opened the box of cold and greasy food, ate a few bites, and started feeling nauseous. Coincidentally, Guan Anlin was coming back home with his sister by car, just stopping in front of the store. He got out of the car and saw Chen Yincheng coughing while vomiting and sarcastically asked, "Pregnant?" Chen Yincheng raised his head and glared at him. Guan Anqin followed suit to get out of the car. Upon hearing her brother's words, she thought of something and blushed slightly. Chen Yincheng lost his appetite and asked Shipeng, who was idle in the store in the afternoon, to throw it away. He wiped his mouth with a piece of paper towel and asked Guan Anlin, "Why did you come back so early?" Guan Anlin went into the store to grab a bottle of cola. First, he handed it to Guan Anqin, but she shook her head and didn't accept it, so he twisted the cap off himself and began drinking while saying, "Those tourist attractions were boring, just money-making scams. That's why we returned early." Then, he looked at Chen Yincheng and said, "Yu Jia invited me to dinner tonight. He wants you to introduce an investor." Chen Yincheng frowned. Guan Anlin nodded, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and offered one to Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng accepted it and let Guan Anlin use the lighter to light his cigarette. Holding the cigarette between his fingers, he said, "Last time I heard you say you thought he might have figured something out, but judging from this, it doesn't seem so. Let's go see." Chen Yincheng was somewhat worried, "Be careful. If there's any problem, forget it." Guan Anlin showed a hint of fierceness in his eyebrows and eyes, "I just can't stand it. I originally thought that thing was over with, but he comes to bother me instead. If I don't settle this with him, it'd be too easy on him." Chen Yincheng said, "We are not police officers. Even if we know what he does, besides reporting to the police, what else can we do?" Guan Anlin thought about it for a moment and suddenly grew curious, leaning close to Chen Yincheng and quietly asked, "You mentioned last time that Yu Jia has a daughter, right? Previously, Ning Junyan's mom arranged a blind date for her and Ning Junyan." Chen Yincheng moved the cigarette between his fingers so that the ashes wouldn't fall and burn Guan Anlin, as he watched him. "So what?" Guan Anlin said, "Or I can seduce his daughter to take revenge on him." Chen Yincheng slapped him on the head, "Where does your confidence come from?" Guan Anlin retorted, "Why can't I do it? She likes Ning Junyan, so why can't she like me?" Chen Yincheng was slightly annoyed by this. "She returned from studying abroad, apart from your face which may look good, what about your education or job could make her like you?" Guan Anlin raised his voice, "But Ning Junyan also liked you, how extraordinary is he anyway?" Guan Anqin was chatting with Wu Xiaozhu by the counter. Hearing Guan Anlin's voice, she curiously looked out. Chen Yincheng didn't want to continue talking with him. He grabbed his collar and said to him, "It's none of your business what Ning Junyan likes about me. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Mr. Yu's daughter, stop having evil thoughts." At this point, he remembered what Ning Junyan had said about Mr. Yu having something to hold on to, and couldn't help but say, "Neither of you two gives me a moment's peace." Guan Anlin whispered, "It was just a joke, why are you so angry?" In the afternoon, Ning Junyan drove to the trade market to pick up Chen Yincheng. They had already gotten used to this routine. As long as Ning Junyan wasn't working a night shift or overtime, he would drive to pick up Chen Yincheng after work and go back together to have dinner. Guan Anlin, remembering the words Chen Yincheng said comparing him to Ning Junyan, felt rather upset. So when he saw Ning Junyan, he told him, "Your wife is pregnant." Ning Junyan gave him a cold look. Guan Anlin continued, "This afternoon, she threw up." Ning Junyan's gaze shifted to Chen Yincheng, who was coming out of the store, then followed him quietly, asking Guan Anlin, "Is that so?" When Chen Yincheng got in the car and they were about to leave the trade market, Ning Junyan suddenly asked, "Guan Anlin said you're pregnant?" Because of the cold, Chen Yincheng's throat was itchy, and he couldn't help coughing. In fact, he ended up coughing for more than 10 seconds. Ning Junyan even patted his back until he finally caught his breath and said, "He's crazy." Ning Junyan added, "He said you threw up this afternoon." "I didn't throw up." Chen Yincheng angrily replied, "I just had a bit of a cold, and my stomach wasn't feeling well this afternoon." Hearing this, Ning Junyan reached out to touch his forehead. Chen Yincheng explained, "No fever, just a common cold, not serious." Despite this reassurance, Ning Junyan still parked by the pharmacy on the way back and bought medicine for Chen Yincheng's cold. They didn't eat dinner outside either. Ning Junyan packed meals from a restaurant downstairs and insisted on going home to cook porridge for Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng thought Ning Junyan's nervousness was somewhat amusing. When Ning Junyan was cooking porridge in the kitchen, he hugged Ning Junyan from behind and asked him, "It's just a little cold, Dr. Ning has seen everything under the sun, he didn't even flinch while operating on his own father, why be so tense?" Ning Junyan stared intently at the fire and said, "You mustn't get sick, even a cold isn't allowed." Chen Yincheng nuzzled against Ning Junyan's shoulder, "It's not something you can allow or disallow." Ning Junyan stirred the pot gently with a spoon, "Take the medicine and get better soon." After dinner, Ning Junyan made sure Chen Yincheng took his medicine. The two of them didn't go into the bedroom but turned on the TV and lay down on the couch. There was a soccer match tonight. Chen Yincheng used to like watching TV when he ran his own small shop, and he'd follow soccer matches. Later, as work became busier, he rarely watched TV. Moreover, he knew Ning Junyan disliked watching TV, so since they lived together, the TV was seldom turned on. Ning Junyan didn't just dislike watching TV, Ning Junyan had no hobbies. If he had free time at home, he would usually read professional books or review academic papers online. This couldn't even be called a hobby, it was purely for work needs. Chen Yincheng suspected that if Ning Junyan had to fill in a form requiring hobbies, he might write the 3 words, Chen Yincheng. Like now, with the living room lights off, Ning Junyan sat on the couch obstinately holding Chen Yincheng in his arms from behind and accompanied him to watch the soccer match. Chen Yincheng couldn't help but turn around, seeing the flickering light of the TV screen on Ning Junyan's handsome face, asking him, "Is it interesting?" Ning Junyan answered him seriously, "Both sides are too conservative, this match is extremely dull." Chen Yincheng laughed, "If you don't want to watch, let's do something else, there's no need for you to force yourself to stay here." Ning Junyan leaned closer, staring at him for a moment, and asked, "What shall we do then?" Chen Yincheng said, "Anything, whatever you feel like doing." Ning Junyan remained quiet for a moment, leaned closer, and intended to kiss Chen Yincheng's lips. Chen Yincheng quickly moved aside and said, "I'm still having a cold, I don't want to infect you." Ning Junyan suddenly became unhappy, "Isn't there anything we can't do?" Chen Yincheng had almost figured out his way of thinking, so he immediately said, "Doesn't include doing it with me." Ning Junyan looked coldly, turning his gaze back to the TV, "Then let's continue watching the soccer match." Chapter 92. Mid-September, Guan Anqin had already registered for university. Chen Yincheng had asked Guan Anlin several times about Yujia, but Guan Anlin always gave vague answers. Thus, he decided to call Long Zhanyu out and have dinner together. He could inquire about some things at the same time, as he was always uneasy otherwise. Initially, Chen Yincheng planned to book a private room in a restaurant, but later he suddenly thought it would be nice to eat at home without worrying about bumping into Yujia or other acquaintances outside. After having this thought, he first consulted Ning Junyan's opinion. Once Ning Junyan agreed, he called Long Zhanyu and Guan Anlin to set a time. On the day of the dinner, it happened to be Long Zhanyu's rest day after a night shift. He went out in the afternoon and bought a bottle of red wine as a gift, then took a taxi to the elevator apartment Chen Yincheng rented according to the address. Long Zhanyu stood at the door ringing the doorbell, waiting for more than 10 seconds before the door opened, revealing a tall and straight figure. He had seen this man who opened the door. Although they hadn't met many times, he left a deep impression, knowing he was a friend of Chen Yincheng. However, he didn't expect this person to join them for dinner tonight, since this person seemed completely different from their group. Like now, Long Zhanyu wore a rumpled jacket over an old t-shirt, while the man in front of him wore a thin knit sweater over a white shirt. The collar of the shirt was neatly pressed, and his rolled-up sleeves were spotlessly clean. "Hello," although feeling curious, Long Zhanyu still proactively extended his hand for greeting, "I'm Long Zhanyu." "Hello, I'm Ning Junyan." Ning Junyan shook Long Zhanyu's hand lightly twice before releasing it quickly. Ning Junyan also had a deep impression of Long Zhanyu, especially since young men and women around Chen Yincheng naturally caught his attention. Long Zhanyu entered the entrance hall and saw Ning Junyan open the shoe cabinet and take out a pair of slippers placed in front of him. After thanking Ning Junyan, Long Zhanyu changed into the slippers and walked inside, thinking that Ning Junyan seemed to have a good relationship with Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng was busy in the kitchen. He did not know how to cook, and now regretted inviting guests home on a whim. He started to wonder what he should prepare. Ning Junyan came into the kitchen, took the spatula from his hands, and said, "Your guest has arrived." Chen Yincheng asked, "Guan Anlin?" "Tell him to sit down by himself." Ning Junyan's actions were far more skillful. He turned down the heat and stirred-fried twice, preparing to serve onto a plate. He said, "No, it's Officer Long with the surname Dragon." Hearing this, Chen Yincheng hurriedly headed out. Long Zhanyu stood in the living room observing the entire house, seeing Chen Yincheng come out from the kitchen wearing an apron. He said, "The place is pretty good." Chen Yincheng told him, "It's rented." Long Zhanyu handed him the brought red wine, saying, "It's quite nice, much better environment than where you lived before." Chen Yincheng accepted it, smiling and thanking him. He then added, "Looks like the decoration is pretty decent, though the house is small, only one room." He invited Long Zhanyu to sit and poured a cup of tea. Sitting on the sofa, Long Zhanyu adjusted his neck. Chen Yincheng sat opposite him and asked, "Still busy with work?" Long Zhanyu replied, "Well, it's always like this. It won't kill you." After finishing, he heard sounds coming from the kitchen and whispered, "Is your friend helping you cook?" Chen Yincheng looked back and said, yes, he's much better than me. Actually, I hardly know anything. I just blindly follow recipes online. For today, he prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup, shrimp, steamed beef, 2 stir-fried dishes, and chicken soup. He had been busy with these all afternoon. Ning Junyan served the cooked dishes onto the dining table. Long Zhanyu looked toward the dining area and asked Chen Yincheng, Guan Anlin hasn't arrived yet? Chen Yincheng replied, I'll give him a call. In less than 10 minutes, Guan Anlin arrived. He did not bring any gifts. When he saw the table full of food, he expressed his astonishment, did you make all this, Brother Cheng? Seriously? Chen Yincheng gestured for them to sit down, standing by the table to open the white wine. Why couldn't it be made by me? Guan Anlin said, after knowing each other for so long, I never knew you could cook. It's simple, learn and you can do it. Chen Yincheng opened the wine and realized the wine glasses were still in the kitchen. He asked Ning Junyan to help him get them. Long Zhanyu glanced at Ning Junyan's departing figure and said to Chen Yincheng, you haven't introduced your friend properly yet. Upon hearing Long Zhanyu's words, Chen Yincheng suddenly realized he had not yet told Long Zhanyu about his relationship with Ning Junyan, which put him in a dilemma. Guan Anlin looked at Chen Yincheng and then at Long Zhanyu, taking the initiative to say, just a childhood friend, nothing special. He added unnecessarily, they are currently living together. Living together? Long Zhanyu felt strange, but isn't there only one bedroom? Chen Yincheng didn't think there was anything to hide. He was just trying to figure out how to say it without making everyone feel awkward, when unexpectedly Guan Anlin started talking nonsense. Now it became even harder for him to explain, so he couldn't help but glance sharply at Guan Anlin. Just then Ning Junyan came out with the wine glasses and sat down after pulling his chair, asking while doing so, what do you mean one bedroom? Long Zhanyu said, Guan Anlin mentioned that you and Chen Yincheng share a place. I wondered how this could work with only one bedroom. Ning Junyan, hearing this, looked at Chen Yincheng, furrowing his brows and asking, did you say we share a place? Chen Yincheng quickly said, I never said that. Then he glared at Guan Anlin, who said we shared a place. Guan Anlin glanced toward Long Zhanyu, raising a hand to cover his mouth and mouthing something silently to Chen Yincheng, I was trying to keep it secret for you. Chen Yincheng shot an aggressive look at Guan Anlin, then reached out and held Ning Junyan's hand on the table, deliberately showing the ring on his finger to Long Zhanyu, saying with a smile, let me officially introduce my boyfriend. Ning Junyan seemed not particularly pleased with the title of boyfriend and was about to say something, but Chen Yincheng gave him a kick under the table, so he kept quiet. For a moment Long Zhanyu had a confused look on his face, boyfriend? His gaze darted repeatedly between Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan, before finally exclaiming, shit. Realizing what he said, he quickly added, sorry, that's not what I meant. It's just a bit shocking, hard to take in right away. Chen Yincheng smiled at him, it's fine. Anyway, whether or not Long Zhanyu accepted it didn't matter much to him. For a short period, Long Zhanyu's mind was somewhat confused. He pulled out a cigarette from his pack and asked the others before lighting it, do you mind? Chen Yincheng shook his head. So Long Zhanyu lit the cigarette, took a puff, and thought to himself that since there were no ladies present, why did he ask if anyone minded? Then he realized it was probably because of those 3 words, my boyfriend, which threw him off guard, creating some sort of bizarre gender confusion regarding Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng poured wine for them all, I specially told Anlin not to drive tonight, so we can all have a little drink. As he poured for Ning Junyan, he added, you should drink less, you have work tomorrow. While smoking, Long Zhanyu couldn't help but observe Ning Junyan. Chen Yincheng looked up at Long Zhanyu and said, he's a doctor. Did I mention that before? Long Zhanyu shook his head, then commented, that's a good job. Chen Yincheng filled their glasses and raised his own, this is rare. This is also the first time I invited guests home. At this point, a sudden sense of happiness crept over him, prompting him to glance at Ning Junyan, continuing, let's toast to this. Chapter 93. Chen Yincheng's cooking skills are actually average, but none of the people eating tonight were picky. More often than not, they ate and drank wine while chatting slowly. Guan Anlin brought up the investment project Yu Jie told him about. He said Yu Jie had secured a piece of land in another province, registered under a famous local temple, to build a spirit tower. Do you know how expensive graveyards are now? Spirit towers that are said to be blessed by high monks and have enshrined relics require a large amount of money just to store ashes within them, and then there's the annual incense offering fee. Ashes urns and spirit tablets don't take up much space, an 18-story high tower can hold a great many. Once it's built, it'll surely earn a lot. Chen Yincheng frowned as he listened, glancing involuntarily at Long Zhanyu, who was leaning back against his chair smoking. He didn't seem to react much upon hearing what Guan Anlin said. What does he want you to do? Chen Yincheng asked Guan Anlin. Guan Anlin took a bite of beef with his chopsticks before continuing, he says the company's business scope isn't suitable for this kind of venture. He wants to register a new company under my name and then collaborate with the local temple. As for the government approval process after that, he will handle it. I'm supposed to find investments. If I bring in funds, I get a commission. He also said if I'm not reassured, he'll take me for an on-site inspection and talk with the abbot of the temple. Hearing this, Long Zhanyu chuckled disdainfully. Listening to Guan Anlin speak earnestly, Chen Yincheng couldn't help but ask, do you believe him? Guan Anlin glanced at him, showing some resentment in his expression. I'm not stupid. That old dog is definitely trying to pull something sketchy, waiting for me to take the fall for him. Long Zhanyu pulled the ashtray from the table closer, tapping off his cigarette ash. Then he slowly continued, Yu Jie clearly plans to trick you. If he had any real lucrative projects, wouldn't he just profit from them himself instead of making it so easy for you? Moreover, why not secure a bank loan and have you go out looking for investments? Isn't this essentially illegal fundraising? Actually, it looks more like illegal capital collection to me. His so-called investment project is probably fake. When he conducts illegal fundraising, it will likely collapse within half a year or so. Afterward, you as the responsible person deserve to be caught. Though Guan Anlin clearly guessed that it would end this way, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied hearing Long Zhanyu's words. Even so, all I need to do is point the finger at Yu Jie, and he won't escape either. Chen Yinqing said, are you crazy? Why destroy yourself along with him? Waving his hand dismissively, Guan Anlin said, I'm just asking curiously. Leaning back against the chair, Long Zhanyu replied leisurely, we should look at whether the things Yu Jie did are clean or not. Many issues cannot rely solely on your word alone. There needs to be other evidence proving his criminal facts sufficiently. And the two of you already have grudges against each other, which he could use to his advantage. Guan Anlin stared intently at the dining table in front of him, thinking hard, but I've already told you, can't you testify for me? Long Zhanyu had finished a cigarette, pressing its butt into the ashtray. He crossed his arms behind his head and looked confusedly at Guan Anlin, testify to what? To prove that you knew fully well Yu Jie planned to conduct illegal fundraising, yet helped him register a company and seek out investments. Want to serve jail time with him? Suddenly, Chen Yinqing thought Guan Anlin was embarrassing him and shot him a glare. Guan Anlin, however, felt indignant and threw down his chopsticks forcefully onto the table. Does that mean I can do nothing about him? He must be doing other illegal things as well, you police officers just go check him out. Turning to Long Zhanyu, Guan Anlin pressed on. Long Zhanyu said, if there are leads, we'll certainly investigate. But currently, there are no clues. Also, we might not have jurisdiction over his other crimes. I am just a small police officer in a station and can't randomly investigate. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Yinqing held Ning Junyan's hand beside him. He didn't mind if Long Zhanyu cursed in front of him, but he disliked them cursing in front of Ning Junyan. Sitting quietly nearby, Ning Junyan said nothing, only feeling Chen Yinqing holding his hand, he lifted Chen Yinqing's hand to kiss it lightly. Just as Guan Anlin was about to say something, seeing this scene, he choked on his own words and shot them an annoyed glance. Ning Junyan noticed Guan Anlin's gaze but clearly didn't care. Smiling lightly, he said, even if we don't go to the step of pulling investments, won't the preparatory work violate the law during the early stages? For instance, setting up a false project, can we accuse him of fraud? Long Zhanyu's expression looked as if he was seriously contemplating. Leaning his head back, he kicked one leg up, the tip of his foot gently tapping on the wooden leg of the dining table. After a moment, he stopped his action and said, actually, it's not without a way. Guan Anlin immediately looked over at him. Long Zhanyu beckoned him to come closer, letting him put his ear near and whispering several sentences. From Chen Yinqing's perspective, he couldn't make out clearly what they were saying. After a while, all he saw was Guan Anlin's furrowed brows relaxing as he nodded his head. What is it, after all? Chen Yinqing asked. Guan looked at Long Zhanyu, can I tell him? Long Zhanyu replied, what? I haven't told you anything. Say it or don't say it, it's up to you. Guan Anlin immediately understood his meaning and nodded to Chen Yinqing, saying, I'll continue pretending to cooperate with Yu Jie. We'll go register the company and then I will ask him to show me all the materials for his Spirit Tower project, including the government approval documents. Since Yu Jie's projects are fake, his approval files must also be fake. When the time comes, I'll take those materials and directly report him for forgery of government agencies. He couldn't recall the specific charge, so glanced at Long Zhanyu. Long Zhanyu continued, forgery of official documents and seals. Chen Yinqing listened carefully and looked at Ning Junyan before he said, sounds pretty good. But being more concerned, he further asked, will it be dangerous? Long Zhanyu's expression turned very serious. As a police officer, at this point I would advise you to act according to your ability. Nothing is more important than your life. If you run into trouble, notify the police quickly. Don't sacrifice yourself for Yu Jie. Upon hearing this, Guan Anlin couldn't help but ask, what if not as a police officer? Long Zhanyu spread out his hands, not as a police officer, I wouldn't think there's any danger, just avoid doing unnecessary things. At this moment, Ning Junyan spoke up, danger sometimes can't be foreseen. Long Zhanyu fell silent upon hearing that. He looked up at the other person and said, you're right, so I don't consider myself a qualified police officer. I'm always unable to see things from the most suitable perspective. For some reason his expression turned wistful, reaching for the wine bottle on the table to pour himself a drink. Let me toast you all. Over the years, I've handled many things poorly, causing a lot of trouble for Chen Yinqing too. My apologies now. Later, Long Zhanyu got drunk. There was no guest room in the house, and Chen Yinqing originally wanted to hail a taxi to send him back home. However, Long Zhanyu had fallen asleep almost instantly and couldn't be awakened, so Chen Yincheng had to lay him down on the sofa in the living room. Guan Anlin had also consumed a fair amount of alcohol. He told Chen Yincheng, "I'll stay here as well." Chen Yincheng asked, "Where? Do you want to sleep on the floor?" Guan Anlin raised his head and saw Ning Junyan standing by the bedroom door, coldly glaring at him. So he said, "Never mind, I'll go back to watch over my shop." "You should have gone back to watch your shop anyway." Chen Yincheng gave him his coat, walking him downstairs and hailed a cab to ensure he left safely before returning upstairs. Chapter 94. After returning home, Chen Yincheng opened the door and saw that the living room light was already off, with only the kitchen and bedroom still casting a glow. He tiptoed over to the sofa and saw Long Zhanyu sleeping soundly, his head on a pillow and covered with a thin blanket. Then he quietly walked toward the kitchen. Ning Junyan was washing dishes in the kitchen. Chen Yincheng went up to him and said, "Let me do it. You go take a shower." Ning Junyan didn't stop what he was doing, he just turned his head and looked at Chen Yincheng and said, "You go first." Chen Yincheng stared at him, "Then I'll stay here with you." Ning Junyan didn't object, responding calmly, "Then let's shower together." Chen Yincheng instinctively glanced at the living room outside, thinking about the guest who seemed deeply asleep, but might wake up and see them, which would be awkward. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "I should go shower first then." By the time Ning Junyan returned to the room after taking a shower, it was very late. As he entered, he casually locked the door behind him. Chen Yincheng hadn't fallen asleep yet. He was lying on the bed, flipping through a book Ning Junyan had thrown next to his pillow, not absorbing any of its content. Ning Junyan took off his shoes and got into bed, kneeling on it like a hunting beast, slowly approaching Chen Yincheng until he pinned him down completely. Chen Yincheng found himself unable to move and pretended to struggle, saying, "You're going to crush me." Ning Junyan bit onto his neck. Chen Yincheng felt pain and shook his head, saying, "It hurts. Are you some kind of dog?" But he couldn't shake Ning Junyan off. He tried pushing him away with both hands, only for Ning Junyan to seize them, interlocking their fingers. The next second, Ning Junyan released his teeth, leaned over, and kissed Chen Yincheng's lips. Breathless, Chen Yincheng tried to dodge backward, saying, "No more tonight." Ning Junyan's pointed nose rubbed against Chen Yincheng's cheek, "I'm on duty tomorrow." Chen Yincheng said, "There's still a guest outside. He's asleep. He might wake up." The house's soundproofing wasn't great, and Chen Yincheng really couldn't guarantee that Long Zhanyu wouldn't hear anything if he woke up while on the sofa. Ning Junyan responded matter-of-factly, "Then let him listen. Don't mess around." Chen Yincheng truly struggled for breath under Ning Junyan's weight, trying hard to turn over. At this point, Ning Junyan rolled to his side, letting Chen Yincheng have the chance to close the book that was stuck under his chest and place it aside. He flipped over and lay flat on the bed. He drank too much. Ning Junyan said this without emotion, it was unclear whether he was happy or upset. Chen Yincheng raised his arm and used it as a pillow under his head. His work stress is probably too high, maybe he needs to relax. He remembered Long Zhanyu's state, working long hours year-round, living alone in chaos. Suddenly, Ning Junyan reached out and gently covered his eyes. "What's wrong?" Chen Yincheng pulled his hand away. Ning Junyan frowned slightly, "You're thinking about him." Chen Yincheng looked at him and suddenly smiled, saying, "Wasn't it you who brought him up first?" Ning Junyan expressionlessly denied, "I didn't." For a moment, Chen Yincheng felt like they were back when they were children, lying on an old wooden bed in the house, reaching out to pinch Ning Junyan's nose, laughing and saying, "Isn't it you? It's definitely you." Ning Junyan lowered his head to look at him, silent for a moment before saying, "Yes, it's me." Chen Yincheng immediately felt delighted. He wrapped his arm around Ning Junyan's neck, pulling him closer to kiss his lips and whispered softly, "I really like you." A little later, Chen Yincheng suddenly said, "How about we introduce Long Zhanyu to a girlfriend? Is there anyone young among the female doctors or nurses at your hospital who cares mainly about looks when it comes to dating?" Ning Junyan nonchalantly replied, "How should I know?" Looking at Chen Yincheng once, "Why don't you introduce someone to Guan Anlin? Guan Anlin is still young. Let's wait a couple of years and introduce one when he saves enough money to buy a house. Long Zhanyu is different, he has a house and is also a civil servant. It might be easier for him." Ning Junyan just stared at him without speaking. Smiling, Chen Yincheng asked him, "Why are you looking at me?" Ning Junyan said, "You care about too many things." Chen Yincheng did indeed worry about a lot of things. This had been the case from childhood to adulthood, it was something he could never change. He asked Ning Junyan, "Am I annoying?" Ning Junyan told him in response, "It doesn't matter, because I love you." Before falling asleep, Chen Yincheng went out and checked on the living room. Seeing that Long Zhanyu was still sleeping soundly with the blanket well covered, he returned to the bedroom and quietly closed the door again. The next morning, Ning Junyan had to go to work. His alarm clock went off early, and after feeling around, he managed to find his phone and turn off the alarm. Instead of getting up, he held Chen Yincheng in his arms. Chen Yincheng held his hand and said, "You'll be late for work." Ning Junyan remained motionless. Chen Yincheng felt like he was destined to worry about everything. He reached out and lightly patted Ning Junyan's face, "Wake up." Ning Junyan kept his eyes closed, his voice low and indistinct as he murmured, "Call me husband." Chen Yincheng couldn't help but laugh. Are you tired of bothering me? If you get scolded by your boss for being late, it's not my fault. Although Chen Yincheng could accept Ning Junyan calling him wife, the word husband was something he simply could not bring himself to say. Ning Junyan irritably threw off the blanket and got out of bed. He opened the wardrobe, took out a clean shirt and trousers, slipped the shirt on, sat on the edge of the bed to put on the pants, and then started walking out while fastening his belt. Chen Yincheng stopped him, finished dressing before going out. There's someone in the living room. Ning Junyan paused, as if only now remembering that someone was asleep on the couch. He told Chen Yincheng, help me button up. Chen Yincheng looked at him for a moment, pushed aside the blanket, stood up from the bed, and extended his hand toward him, come over here. Ning Junyan walked over, and Chen Yincheng carefully buttoned each button on his shirt, pulled up his unzipped pants, and smiled while patting him. Just then, the bedroom door was suddenly opened from the outside. Both inside and outside were momentarily stunned, and Chen Yincheng hadn't had time to take his hand away from Ning Junyan's lower body yet. Long Zhanyu's hair was all disheveled. Seeing this scene, he instinctively swore, shit. Then he quickly apologized and shut the door. He didn't mean to. He slept through the night on the couch, waking up because he desperately needed to use the bathroom. He stumbled up from the couch intending to find the restroom. Since it was his first visit to Chen Yincheng's house yesterday, and still suffering from the hangover, Long Zhanyu opened a door without knowing which one it was, right into the middle of the owner's intimate moment. Long Zhanyu pressed his forehead, his mind blanking for a moment as the urgent need to relieve himself returned forcefully, so he hurriedly turned around to look for the bathroom. When Long Zhanyu came out of the bathroom, he just happened to bump into Ning Junyan who was heading in. Seeing Ning Junyan made him think back to the earlier embarrassing scene, though he concealed it well, merely nodding as a greeting. Ning Junyan seemed perfectly calm, greeted with a good morning, and passed by Long Zhanyu to enter the bathroom. Long Zhanyu went back to the sofa, covered his face with his hands, leaned back and yawned, then let his hands stay there for a long time. When Chen Yincheng came out and asked, do you want to sleep more or go out with me for breakfast? Long Zhanyu removed his hand and replied, no more sleep, let's eat. After saying this, he gestured towards the bathroom direction, what about him? Chen Yincheng answered, his shift starts early, so he goes to eat at the hospital. Long Zhanyu nodded. Before leaving, Ning Junyan kissed Chen Yincheng's lips gently. Long Zhanyu saw it, but acted as if he hadn't. When he and Chen Yincheng were sitting together waiting for rice noodles at a small roadside restaurant, Long Zhanyu asked Chen Yincheng, if I ask you a question about private feelings, would you feel offended? Chen Yincheng, holding chopsticks, replied, you can ask. If I feel offended, I won't answer. Long Zhanyu nodded, when did you realize you liked men? Chen Yincheng thought for a moment and said, when I met him. Long Zhanyu continued, then before you met him, when watching porn, did you watch men or women? Chen Yincheng didn't answer. Long Zhanyu finally said, sorry, too many questions. Chapter 95. Guan Anlin had been busy lately, and Chen Yincheng knew what he was up to, but couldn't decide whether or not he should try to dissuade him. After all, it wasn't Chen Yincheng who had served those 2 years in jail. Prison wasn't a pleasant place, and no matter how much hatred Guan Anlin had for Yu Jia, Chen Yincheng could understand that. Guan Anlin showed great interest in Yu Jia's so-called investment projects. He invested a lot of his time and energy into Yu Jia's company, even getting familiar with the staff there. Yu Jia's company wasn't big. Long Zhanyu had mentioned before that they hadn't found any specific business operations. However, Guan Anlin once saw the finance department doing accounts and curiously asked what they were doing. The accountant, surnamed Yuan, was a young woman in her 20s with round face and glasses. She often laughed heartily at Guan Anlin's jokes. Yu Jia asked Guan Anlin, are you interested in our Ms. Yuan? Guan Anlin smiled and said, isn't she quite cute? Yu Jia then asked him, do you not plan to continue your business relationship with Chen Yincheng? Guan Anlin said while biting on a cigarette, it's tiring and doesn't pay much. Yu Jia smirked and replied, these days, how can you make money by being honest? Guan Anlin pointed to his head and said, he just can't get over it, after all these years, he's stubborn and always thinks what happened before was your fault. Yu Jia put his arm around Guan Anlin's shoulders and said, I've explained about that incident countless times, it was all a misunderstanding. I was the one who got scammed too. Don't you trust me now? I trust you. If I didn't trust you, would I still follow you? I'll just keep pretending with Chen Yincheng for now. After all, we've been friends for many years and I don't want to break things off with him yet. Once this project gets underway, I'll tell him clearly. Speaking of which, Guan Anlin began to urge Yu Jia to hurry up with the procedures to prepare for their Spirit Bone Tower project. Yu Jia said, don't rush, these things won't be settled overnight. There are too many people we need to please on the government side. Once it's all set, I'll immediately take you to meet the abbot of their temple. When Yu Jia left, Guan Anlin took a deep drag from his cigarette, then exhaled slowly. He looked down, reviewing what he had just said, and felt confident that he hadn't given himself away. Feeling somewhat self-satisfied, he thought it was finally his turn to play Yu Jia around his fingers. That afternoon, Guan Anlin sat next to the financial office desk chatting with the staff. Taking out his phone, he sent a few messages, only to find it dead. He turned to the financial staff and said, Ms. Yuan, could you charge my phone for me? The staff member was actually not younger than him, but hearing herself addressed as a little sister made her quite happy. She gladly took his phone and plugged it into her charger. Guan Anlin forgot to take his phone when he left that afternoon. It wasn't until he was riding the elevator down to the first floor that he remembered, so he went back upstairs. When he returned to the company, the door wasn't locked yet, but most employees had already gone home. The light was still on in Yu Jie's office, which remained open. Hesitating for a moment, Guan Anlin didn't greet Yu Jie, but simply grabbed his phone and was about to leave. Just as he reached the doorway, he narrowly passed by a short middle-aged man. Guan Anlin gave the man a look, unfamiliar, yet he noticed the man entering Yu Jie's office. So he stopped him and asked, "Who are you looking for?" The middle-aged man replied, "I have an appointment with Boss Yu." Guan Anlin nodded and said, "Oh." He stood there watching the man enter Yu Jie's office, not giving it much thought, and headed toward the elevator. Just as he reached the elevator area, Guan Anlin suddenly became curious about what the man wanted to say to Yu Jie at this hour. He returned, only to discover that the company's front door was already locked. Not having a key, Guan Anlin naturally couldn't get inside. But since the main entrance was glass, though locked, he could still see that the light in Yu Jie's office was still on, indicating that Yu Jie hadn't left yet and was speaking with that man. As someone looking to catch Yu Jie in some misconduct, Guan Anlin naturally became very interested in this middle-aged man who required Yu Jie to hold a secret meeting behind closed doors. So instead of going home, he took the elevator back down to the ground floor and waited patiently in a corner. After more than an hour of waiting, it was almost dark outside when the middle-aged man finally came downstairs. Guan Anlin secretly snapped a couple of photos of the man and hesitantly sent them to Long Zhanyu with the message, "Can you find out who this person is?" Long Zhanyu quickly replied, "I'm not a private detective." Not knowing whether Long Zhanyu would help him or not, Guan Anlin stealthily followed the middle-aged man out. Seeing him hail a taxi on the roadside, Guan Anlin turned toward the subway station. Halfway there, Long Zhanyu's call suddenly came through. Guan Anlin answered the call and heard Long Zhanyu say, "Where did you see this person?" "This man is an online wanted fraudster named Wang Yongqing." Wang Yongqing. Guan Anlin thought for a moment, but the name didn't ring a bell. Long Zhanyu continued, "He's the one who scammed the plastic surgery hospital boss not long ago." "Let me check." There was a sound of clicking from his end. After receiving a 1,000,000 yuan rent payment from Miss Xu, he fled and became a wanted man. Guan Anlin immediately understood. "You mean the scammer that Chen Yanqing's wicked mother-in-law encountered?" Long Zhanyu replied, "What?" "Oh, the mother of Chen Yanqing's boyfriend." Standing still, holding the phone to his ear, Guan Anlin said, "Shit. So he really has hooked up with Yu Jie." Long Zhanyu asked him, "Where is he now?" Guan Anlin returned to the place where Wang Yongqing had left earlier, but there was no trace of the taxi anymore. He tried to recall the license plate number but couldn't. Long Zhanyu said, "Don't worry, we'll come over to review the surveillance cameras and see if we can find any clues." Guan Anlin asked him, "Should I wait here for you?" Long Zhanyu replied, "No need. Just be careful and don't let Yu Jie or others catch on." After hanging up the phone, although Guan Anlin knew he wouldn't see anything, he still looked in the direction where the taxi had driven off. At that moment, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Turning around, Guan Anlin saw Yu Jie, smiling broadly. Yu Jie asked him, "What are you looking at?" Guan Anlin chuckled along with him, "Nothing. Why are you so late?" Yu Jie replied, "I was just discussing some business with a friend, and now I'm heading back." Guan Anlin nodded, "I'm going back too." Yu Jie then asked him, "Didn't you drive today? Let me take you home." Without hesitation, Guan Anlin refused immediately, "No, I'll take the subway." Yu Jie put both hands into the pockets of his coat. An expensive wristwatch on his left hand was still visible as he smiled warmly at Guan Anlin. "Why? I could give you a ride. My friend just told me he saw you waiting downstairs for more than an hour. You must be tired by now." Guan Anlin's expression changed momentarily, and then he forced a laugh twice, "Not really, not that tired. I'll leave first." Yu Jie stood there, watching Guan Anlin walk away, and said, "Guan Anlin, your brain isn't exactly sharp. You deserve to never get ahead in life, unable to earn money and having to work for others." Stopping in his tracks, Guan Anlin turned around and glared fiercely at Yu Jie. "What do you want to say?" Yu Jie kept his calm demeanor. "I'm saying you have a problem with your brain. I sincerely wanted to help you make money. Regarding what happened back then, if it weren't for Chen Yanqing calling the police, would you have ended up in jail? You don't hold a grudge against him, but instead now you're creating trouble for me, keeping an eye on everything I do. Why is that?" Guan Anlin walked toward Yu Jie, grabbed his collar, and said, "If Chen Yanqing hadn't reported us to the police, and I had followed you manufacturing drugs, I wouldn't have just been sentenced to 2 years in prison by now." "So you're a fool." Yu Jie said, "If he hadn't called the police, you wouldn't have been caught by them at all. We would have made piles of money together. And now, you can't even afford your own house. Do you think Chen Yanqing cares about you? He doesn't even look down on you. Look how he treats Ning Junyan compared to how he treats you. In his eyes, you're nothing but mud from the gutter, not good for plastering walls. And yet, you still consider yourself his brother. Someone like you, who has served time in jail, who would treat you as a brother. With clenched fists ready to punch Yu Jia in the face, Guan Anlin stopped almost touching Yu Jia's face. He realized that Yu Jia was deliberately trying to provoke him. Although he didn't know why, Yu Jia wasn't worth wasting this punch. Guan Anlin stared intently at Yu Jia, preparing to release his grip, when suddenly Yu Jia pushed him hard in the chest. Losing his balance, Guan Anlin stumbled backward. He watched as Yu Jia fell to the ground himself, only to hear a sharp honking sound, followed by something colliding violently into him, sending him flying into the air. Since that afternoon, Chen Yanqing had felt restless and uneasy all day. It was slightly colder these days again. The National Day holiday was approaching quickly, and the temperature was dropping day by day. The big trees at the trade market began shedding their leaves, covering the ground with a thick layer of yellow leaves. Ning Junyan was scheduled to work overtime that evening, so Chen Yanqing didn't rush to leave. He allowed Wu Xiaozhu and Shi Peng to go home early while he waited for Guan Anlin to return before leaving. However, by nearly 8 p.m., he was still waiting. Chen Yanqing decided to call Guan Anlin. As he took out his phone, before he had a chance to dial, it rang unexpectedly. The caller ID showed Long Zhanyu's name. Hello. Chen Yanqing's heart raced as he answered the call. Long Zhanyu's voice came through. Guan Anlin got into a car accident and is being rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Chen Yanqing finally understood where his uneasiness was coming from. In an instant, he turned pale and asked, how serious is it? Which hospital? Long Zhanyu replied, pretty serious, they took him to the second hospital. That was the hospital where Ning Junyan worked. Chapter 96. When Chen Yanqing hurried to the hospital, Guan Anlin had already been taken into the emergency operating room. Outside the operating room, Long Zhanyu was standing alone leaning against the wall. Chen Yanqing walked quickly to him, his breathing still rapid and unsteady, and asked, what happened? Long Zhanyu replied, it's not clear yet, but he had a struggle with Yu Jia on the roadside before the car accident happened. I suspect Yu Jia intentionally pushed him. Upon hearing this, Chen Yanqing grabbed Long Zhanyu's collar, saying, I told you it would be dangerous, and I told him not to go, yet you urged him to keep investigating. Long Zhanyu looked down at Chen Yanqing's hand gripping his collar tightly and said, calm down. I didn't urge Guan Anlin to investigate Yu Jia. Chen Yanqing glared at him fiercely without speaking for a moment. Gradually, his eyes softened, and he loosened his grip on Long Zhanyu's collar. How is he doing now? Chen Yanqing glanced at the closed door of the operating room. Long Zhanyu said, a thoracotomy is required, and Dr. Ning has gone inside. Ning Junyan went in. Chen Yanqing seemed suddenly drained of all strength as he sat down on the chair beside the wall. His eyes had a lost look when he said, I've been an orphan since childhood. I always considered them my family. He wasn't only talking about Guan Anlin but also Zhou Yan who was currently in jail. The feeling of watching your loved ones depart or gradually walk toward despair was too powerless, and he was simply terrified. Long Zhanyu squatted down in front of him and looked up, saying, no one expected Yu Jia to be so heartless. Where is Yu Jia? Asked Chen Yanqing. Long Zhanyu took a deep breath, he's already been caught and is making a statement at the district office. Can we convict him? This time Long Zhanyu answered, yes, believe me. After a pause, he continued, even though there hasn't been a formal case filing yet, the case is being investigated as intentional homicide. Chen Yanqing's mind was a mess. At this moment, what happened to Yu Jia mattered far less than Guan Anlin coming out of the surgery safely. Long Zhanyu stayed with him for a while, then walked to the corner to make a phone call, after which he told Chen Yanqing that he had to leave for a bit. I'll go to the district office to ask some colleagues. Chen Yanqing looked up at him and nodded. After Long Zhanyu left, Chen Yanqing sat alone outside the operating room waiting, always feeling a chill throughout his body and having damp sweat on his forehead. After half an hour, Guan Anqin came walking from the corridor carrying a small bag. Upon seeing Chen Yanqing, she stopped and called softly, Brother Cheng. Chen Yanqing stood up, Sister Qin, you're here. Guan Anqin's eyes were red, her voice somewhat choked as she spoke, how's my brother doing? Although Chen Yanqing could feel fragile alone, in front of Guan Anqin, he had to be strong. He said, Dr. Ning is performing surgery on him. He will definitely be fine. Guan Anqin nodded. Chen Yanqing let her sit down and went to pour her a glass of hot water. After returning, he sat next to Guan Anqin and they remained silent after that. The white lights in the corridor always seemed a bit bleak. Chen Yanqing was sitting outside this operating room for Ning Junyan again, awaiting developments. He was worried last time, and now he's worried and scared. He had no mood to call Long Zhanyu. Leaning back against the wall, he tried to regulate his breathing evenly and smoothly so that Guan Anqin wouldn't sense his nervousness. However, Ning Junyan did not make him wait long this time. 3 hours passed from the start of the surgery, and the large door of the operating room opened. Ning Junyan was still in his surgical uniform that hadn't been changed yet. It seemed like he knew Chen Yanqing would be waiting there. When he approached Chen Yanqing, he winked at him with a smile. There was no need to say anything else. Chen Yanqing stood up and embraced Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan's body smelled of sweat and his clothes were slightly damp, but at this moment, Chen Yanqing cared about nothing. He thought everything about Ning Junyan was wonderful. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Ning Junyan's voice was very calm, but he tightly held on to Chen Yincheng's waist with one hand and kissed his ear lightly. Afterwards, he turned to Guan Anqin, who was also anxiously looking at him, and said, "Your brother's surgery was very successful, and he will be fine." Guan Anqin almost cried, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Ning." Ning Junyan's slender fingers combed through Chen Yincheng's hair as he said to him, "After he leaves the operating room, he may still need to observe in ICU for 2 days. You won't see him tonight, so why don't you rest first?" Chen Yincheng did not answer but turned his head to Guan Anqin, "I'll take you back to school, come back tomorrow." Guan Anqin did not know exactly the condition of ICU but still asked in a low voice, "Can I see him through the glass?" Ning Junyan told her, "You won't be able to see him, go back and rest." Guan Anqin finally nodded. Long Zhanyu went to the district police station. Since the case might involve intentional homicide, it was now under the jurisdiction of the district police station. Yu Jia was still detained in the interrogation room. Zhang Zheng, deputy captain of the 4th squad responsible for investigating the case, was Long Zhanyu's senior at the police academy. Zhang Zheng saw Long Zhanyu when he was smoking in the corridor and greeted him with a wave, "Little Long, it's been a long time since I've seen you." Long Zhanyu smiled, "You guys are busy dealing with big cases every day, how would you have time to see me?" Hearing this, Zhang Zheng chuckled and tossed a cigarette to him. Long Zhanyu stood next to Zhang Zheng, lit the cigarette, took a slow puff, then asked, "How about that Yu Jie?" Zhang Zheng looked at him, "I heard the guy was caught by your station." Long Zhanyu nodded, "The victim is someone I know." Zhang Zheng said, "This guy is stubborn, he claims that the other party started hitting him first, then they both pushed each other, he fell down, and the other one got run over by the car after stepping back 2 steps. Long Zhanyu had let his team control Yu Jie, called the command center, and followed Guan Anlin to the hospital. He had only learned the general situation over the phone until now. Now, he carefully inquired, "What about the surveillance? Did the car that hit the person not have a dashcam?" Zhang Zheng shook his head, "That place is a blind spot for surveillance. The car that hit the person is an old beat-up red van without a dashcam. Besides, it was already dark by then, and the driver said he didn't pay attention to the road conditions on the side. He suddenly saw someone rushing out." Long Zhanyu asked again, "What about eyewitnesses?" Zhang Zheng answered, "Still looking." Then, looking at Long Zhanyu once more, he added, "You care so much. Or should we transfer the case to your station for handling?" Long Zhanyu laughed, "Sure thing, borrowing me for free to work as your labor force is fine too. As for Yu Jie, there's no way I'd let him off." Hearing this, Zhang Zheng replied, "I'll take it seriously. Tomorrow, I will file an application to borrow personnel from your station." Long Zhanyu glanced at the well-lit interrogation room and said, "Can I ask him a couple of questions?" Zhang Zheng said, "Go ahead." Inside the interrogation room, Yu Jie sat alone on the cold wooden chair, his hands cuffed to the little tabletop in front of him. Long Zhanyu entered and sat down on the chair opposite him. Yu Jie looked at him but didn't say anything. Long Zhanyu said, "Guan Anlin has already finished surgery, and there's no longer a life-threatening danger." Upon hearing this, Yu Jie wore a smile and said, "Is that so? That's excellent news then." Long Zhanyu continued, "That place is below your company, and you know it's a surveillance blind spot, right?" Yu Jie did not answer, but asked instead, "Is this formal questioning, officer?" In front of Long Zhanyu, there were neither paper nor a computer for recording, clearly indicating this wasn't formal questioning. Ignoring Yu Jie's question, Long Zhanyu carried on, "Do you think that broken-down bread van definitely doesn't have a dashcam? Do you know if no one from nearby office buildings saw your actions through their windows? You should be thinking about how to sincerely confess your crime so that you can get a slightly lighter sentence during sentencing." Yu Jie, wearing an earnest expression, said, "Officer, I truly didn't intend to push him. Look at my face, it's the abrasion mark where he pushed me down." His face indeed showed very obvious scratches. Long Zhanyu nodded, "No problem, you just take some time to consider it yourself." He came out of the interrogation room and found Zhang Zheng, saying, "Let me take a look at the surveillance." Zhang Zheng agreed but then added, "We've thoroughly checked the surveillance already, and it indeed didn't capture anything." Long Zhanyu said, "I want to find all vehicles that passed by the incident site, surely one of them has a dashcam that captured the whole process." Zhang Zheng was somewhat surprised, "Are you really planning to look for each one right now?" Long Zhanyu said to him, "Many dashcams tend to overwrite their records, if the owner isn't aware, waiting too long could mean losing access to those records. It's best to contact the vehicle owners before tomorrow morning's rush hour." Zhang Zheng examined him for quite a while, then lifted his hand to put an arm around Long Zhanyu's shoulders, leading him out and saying, "Come on, I'll send someone with you, and by the way, tomorrow I'll let Captain Xia call Chief Wu in your station to borrow you for a couple of days." Chapter 97. When Chen Yincheng came out, he didn't drive his own car. Instead, he drove Ning Junyan's car from the hospital parking lot and sent Guan Anqin back to school. Guan Anqin sat in the front passenger seat and was silent all the way. Chen Yincheng knew that she couldn't be completely reassured. He consoled her, saying, "Ning Junyan said he will be fine, so he definitely will be. Don't worry." Guan Anqin turned her head to look at him and said softly, "Dr. Ning is amazing." Hearing this, Chen Yincheng smiled and replied, "He is very talented." Guan Anqin seemed like she wanted to say something but ended up not saying it. When Chen Yincheng dropped her off at the school gate, she simply thanked him. Chen Yincheng parked by the roadside and watched her walk into the school before turning around and leaving. He didn't go back to rest. He had already called Shipeng to guard the shop at night for a few days. After leaving the school, Chen Yincheng returned to the hospital. At this moment, there was no way to see Guan Anlin, so Chen Yincheng parked the car in the underground parking lot and took the elevator to Ning Junyan's department. Ning Junyan hadn't rested yet. He was in the ICU ward instructing the on-duty nurse about postoperative precautions. When he returned to his office after leaving the ICU ward, he saw Chen Yincheng waiting for him outside. "Why don't you go back?" Ning Junyan was somewhat surprised. Chen Yincheng leaned against the wall, looked up at him, and said, "I don't want to be alone." Ning Junyan asked, "Do you want to be with me?" Chen Yincheng nodded. The corner of Ning Junyan's mouth slightly curled upward as he extended his hand and said arrogantly, "Come." Chen Yincheng followed Ning Junyan into the office. Ning Junyan locked the door behind them and made Chen Yincheng sit down on the couch, insisting that Chen Yincheng sit on his lap. "You're too tired." Chen Yincheng wanted to get up because Ning Junyan had been standing and performing surgery all night. Chen Yincheng didn't want his entire weight pressing down on him. Ning Junyan held him tightly and said, "I'm not tired." Chen Yincheng couldn't help but laugh. "Don't you think this position looks like you're hugging a baby?" Ning Junyan asked, "Aren't you scared anymore?" Chen Yincheng looked up at him. With a calm tone, Ning Junyan said, "If you're scared, hold on to me." Chen Yincheng laughed and raised his hands to hug his neck, saying, "Now I'm not afraid anymore, because you're here." Ning Junyan even patted his back as if to soothe him. Chen Yincheng leaned his head on Ning Junyan's shoulder and said, "I was really scared just now. It was like when I wasn't able to pull Zhou Yan back in time. I was worried Guan Anlin would have an accident, and I regretted not stopping him earlier. Clearly, Yu Jia was cunning, and Guan Anlin wouldn't be able to outwit him." Ning Junyan quietly said, "Precisely because Yu Jia is cunning, no one expected him to be so violent and directly attempt murder." Chen Yincheng nodded. He suddenly realized maybe they were all too kind-hearted to predict such evil in human nature. His heart ached thinking about Guan Anlin lying in bed, thinking about Zhou Yan in prison, and even remembering his late parents and his adoptive father who tried to kill Ning Junyan with a spade that night. He witnessed so much ugliness and malevolence in people's hearts, but he remained good-hearted, which made him even sadder. Chen Yincheng hugged Ning Junyan's neck tighter, his forehead lightly rubbing against his shoulder as he called his name, Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan lowered his head to look at him. Chen Yincheng said, "What would I do without you?" Without Ning Junyan, Chen Yincheng might not have been heartless enough to leave his adoptive parents behind. Perhaps he might not continue stealing, but surely he couldn't live the life he was living now and would instead be tormented endlessly by guilt and emotion. Ning Junyan said to him, "There will certainly be other doctors besides me who can save Guan Anlin's life." Chen Yincheng shook his head. He meant more than just Guan Anlin. Unexpectedly, Ning Junyan continued, "But without me, there won't be anyone who loves you so deeply." After hearing this, Chen Yincheng laughed and asked Ning Junyan, "Am I so unattractive? Is there really no one else who would love me except you?" Ning Junyan responded with his usual steady tone, "You're 29 years old. Has anyone besides me ever loved you?" Chen Yincheng thought for a moment and felt suddenly saddened, no. He had been convinced, "All right, only you love me. You must always love me." Ning Junyan kissed his forehead and answered, "Okay." Later, Chen Yincheng fell asleep right away while leaning against Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan stood up while holding him and left the office, walking to the duty room on the other side of the corridor. The second-line duty room was a separate room with a king-sized bed. The sheets and covers had just been changed, but the pillow and quilt were single-person sizes. Ning Junyan laid Chen Yincheng on the bed, took off his shoes, and helped him take off his coat. Chen Yincheng briefly woke up, but the room was dark, and he was a little confused about where he was. He only heard Ning Junyan tell him, "Go back to sleep." After being tense all night, he was now extremely exhausted, so he fell asleep again. Ning Junyan later slept beside him, sharing one quilt with him, casually folding his coat to use as a pillow under his head. The two of them quietly spent the rest of the night on the large bed in the duty room. The next morning, when Ning Junyan's mobile phone alarm went off, Chen Yincheng also woke up. He opened his eyes and looked around with a dazed expression, realizing he had no idea where he was. Ning Junyan told him, "You can sleep for a little while longer." Chen Yincheng raised his hand to rub his eyes and asked, "Where are we?" "This is the hospital's duty room," Ning Junyan answered, then gave him a quick kiss on the lips. Chen Yincheng took some time to process everything and suddenly felt quite embarrassed, fearing that someone might walk in and see them. He quickly flipped over to get up. Ning Junyan said to him, "If you don't want to sleep, I'll take you out for breakfast later." Chen Yincheng nodded. The ICU did not allow visits inside, but starting at 9 o'clock in the morning, it was possible to visit patients by looking through the glass window. After finishing breakfast in the hospital cafeteria with Ning Junyan, Chen Yincheng waited for Ning Junyan to finish handing over his shift and then they went to see Guan Anlin. Guan Anlin had already awakened, but he was still very weak, lying in a bed with tubes inserted into his body, oxygen flowing through a mask. He noticed Chen Yincheng standing outside the glass window, attempting to wave, but was scolded by the nurse. Chen Yincheng therefore dared not stay long and left the ICU visiting area. Ning Junyan finished his night shift and drove home with Chen Yincheng. After taking a shower and changing into pajamas, the two got back into bed to rest. Chen Yincheng had something on his mind and couldn't fall asleep immediately. He picked up the phone from the bedside table, glanced at Ning Junyan, seeing his closed eyes seemingly sleeping, decided to get up and make a call. However, just as he moved slightly, Ning Junyan pulled him back into bed. "Don't go," Ning Junyan said with his eyes closed. Chen Yincheng kissed his eyelids, saying, "You sleep, I'll go out and make a couple of calls." Ning Junyan insisted, "Just call here." Chen Yincheng laughed a little, "It will disturb your sleep." Ning Junyan showed no sign of letting go. Chen Yincheng thus had no choice but to stay in bed, making a call first to Wu Xiaozhu to arrange the store work. He mentioned Guan Anlin's car accident but didn't disclose the seriousness of the condition, simply saying he might not be able to return anytime soon and would go over there in the afternoon. While he was making the call, Ning Junyan was evidently not sleeping. His hands snaked under the bottom hem of Chen Yincheng's pajamas, lightly circling his soft abdomen. Chen Yincheng did not stop him. After concluding the call with Wu Xiaozhu, he made another call to Long Zhanyu. Before making this call, Chen Yincheng hesitated a bit, thinking that Long Zhanyu must have been very busy last night, and unsure if he was still occupied or just resting. The phone rang twice before it was quickly answered. Long Zhanyu's raspy voice came through. "Chen Yincheng." Chen Yincheng asked him, "How's it going?" Long Zhanyu replied, "Still busy, I'll call you once we have results." Ning Junyan seemed to hear him calling Long Zhanyu, leaned over and kissed his sensitive earlobes and neck. Chen Yincheng shivered and put a hand over Ning Junyan's mouth. Ning Junyan frowned unhappily. Chen Yincheng said to Long Zhanyu, "Thank you for your hard work, take care of yourself." Only after hanging up did he let go of Ning Junyan's lips. Ning Junyan was clearly displeased. "Why didn't you remind me to take care of myself?" Chen Yincheng looked at him. "I wanted you to sleep well." "Can't sleep." "First, give me a kiss, wife," Ning Junyan said, then kissed Chen Yincheng's lips, postponing their bedtime by dozens of minutes. Chapter 98. By the time Guan Anlin was transferred from the ICU to a regular ward, Chen Yincheng met Long Zhanyu at the hospital. Long Zhanyu did not come alone, he had two colleagues taking statements from Guan Anlin in the ward. Thus, Chen Yincheng did not enter the ward but instead sat with Long Zhanyu in the corridor outside. He looked at Long Zhanyu and said, "You look like you've lost some weight. Where's that exaggerated?" Long Zhanyu leaned back on the chair, playing with a lighter in his hand. "It's only been a few days since we last saw each other." Chen Yincheng observed him carefully, "But you look good. How about you, Jie?" The lighter in Long Zhanyu's hand clicked as it lit up, and just as the flame arose, he quickly let go, saying, "I can't say much during the investigation stage, but don't worry, Yu Jie won't escape." Though he said it lightly, he didn't mention that he had almost pulled 2 all-nighters searching for the dashcam footage of the crime scene. Speaking of this, Long Zhanyu remembered something. "Do you know Wang Yongqing?" Chen Yincheng shook his head, looking somewhat confused. Long Zhanyu said, "He is the person who deceived Dr. Ning's mother out of her rent and then ran away. He has also been apprehended." "Is that so?" Chen Yincheng showed only slight surprise. Looking at Chen Yincheng's expression, Long Zhanyu asked, "You still don't know how exactly Guan Anlin got into trouble with Yu Jie, do you?" Chen Yincheng said, "He just came out of the ICU, I couldn't bear to ask him." Long Zhanyu said, "It's because he discovered that Wang Yongqing was in contact with Yu Jie. He secretly followed and took pictures of Wang Yongqing, angering Yu Jie." Chen Yincheng was taken aback. "Would Yu Jie kill someone over this?" Long Zhanyu tilted his head. "No surveillance, it was very dark around there, and the old bread van did not have a dashcam. Guan Anlin made the first move to strike someone." Chen Yincheng looked at him. With a laid-back posture, Long Zhanyu said, "At least there were distant eyewitnesses who saw Guan Anlin making a move. Whether it was intentional homicide, an accident, or self-defense, no one can tell for sure." He paused here. "However, the surveillance doesn't lie." "You said there was no surveillance." Long Zhanyu smiled. "As long as you put in enough effort, there are no unsolvable cases." Chen Yincheng didn't continue asking further. He felt reassured by Long Zhanyu's assurance that Yu Jie wouldn't get away, and more than what Long Zhanyu wasn't comfortable revealing, he didn't want to push. So, he simply said, "Guan Anlin was too careless." Long Zhanyu turned his head and looked at him. "Actually, part of it might have been for you." Perhaps he wanted Yu Jie to return the money to Shu Rong. Chen Yincheng stared at the door of the ward ahead, but there was no evidence proving that Yu Jie and Wang Yongqing colluded, right? Long Zhanyu laughed and said, "But that didn't stop him from thinking so. He has his own simple intuition, and it was pretty accurate." When the police left, Chen Yincheng pushed open the ward door and sat down beside Guan Anlin's bed. Having just finished the statement, Guan Anlin was quite exhausted. Lying in bed, he looked up at the 4-drip bottle and asked Chen Yincheng, "Can it end in half an hour?" Chen Yincheng answered him, "The nurse said there is still another set of medicine." Guan Anlin sighed. Chen Yincheng watched him silently. As time went by, Guan Anlin began to feel uneasy under his gaze and asked, "What are you staring at me for?" Chen Yincheng did not respond. So Guan Anlin initiated a conversation himself, saying, "Isn't Dr. Ning on night duty again tonight?" Chen Yincheng nodded. Since coming out of the ICU, Guan Anlin would require family members to stay with him at night. At first, Guan Anqin insisted on personally staying with her brother. However, Chen Yinqing thought that being a young girl, even if they were siblings, it wouldn't be convenient for her brother when he needed to use the bathroom at night. Hence, he suggested Guan Anqin go home at night and let him stay overnight here to watch over Guan Anlin. You can sleep with him. There's no need for you to keep watch on me, Guan Anlin spoke up. Chen Yinqing crossed his arms and said to him, stop dragging. AI, Guan Anlin sighed again, looking up at the 4-drip bottle and saying, when will these days come to an end? Chen Yinqing said, now you regret. Why didn't you listen when I told you not to bother Yu Jie? Unable to resist wanting to cover his ears, Guan Anlin just had to lower his hand again when it caused pain to his wound, showing a face full of suffering. Just leave me alone already, I'm in this state now, please stop nagging. Chen Yinqing remained silent watching him. After a while, Guan Anlin looked at him, noticing that his eyes were actually red, instantly panicking. What's wrong with you? Are you crying? This was a double-bed ward, separated by a curtain, but voices could still be heard from the neighboring bed. Chen Yinqing's voice was rough and deep, I'm not. Guan Anlin said to him, I'm not dead yet, am I? Come and cry when I'm dead. Chen Yinqing kicked his leg against the edge of the hospital bed, making it wobble slightly. His face turned unusually cold as he spoke sternly, nonsense. Guan Anlin said, then stop crying. Although Chen Yinqing's eyes were still slightly red, he certainly didn't shed a tear. He only looked at Guan Anlin and repeated, I'm not crying. After saying those words, he added softly, you're my brother, the most important person in my life. No one else matters as much. Zhou Yan is still locked up in prison now. All I want is for you to live well. Guan Anlin scoffed and said, don't compare me with Zhou Yan. Besides, how could I ever be as important to you as Ning Junyan? Stop lying to me, just go on with your own life. Perhaps due to having talked too much in the afternoon, it had drained quite a bit of Guan Anlin's energy. By evening, before the sky had fully darkened, Guan Anlin was already asleep on the hospital bed. Chen Yinqing gave a greeting to the patient and their family on the neighboring bed, then turned off the main light in the ward. He sat quietly by Guan Anlin's bedside, borrowing the dim light from the bedside lamp that seeped through from the other side of the curtain. Hospital wards are always filled with the smell of disinfectant, along with some others, such as the lingering smell of dinner, or the distinct odor from patients who have been confined to bed for long periods. As Chen Yinqing gazed at Guan Anlin, he was lost in thought. He reflected that since Zhou Yan's son had been hospitalized and after encountering Ning Junyan again, he had become frequent visitor to hospitals, almost getting used to these smells. He hoped that no one close to him would need to be hospitalized anymore. However, he would likely still visit often because Ning Junyan would always be here. After an unknown amount of time had passed, someone gently pushed open the door to the ward. Chen Yinqing turned his head to see Ning Junyan entering. Ning Junyan moved lightly, pulling over a chair to sit next to Chen Yinqing. She reached out to grasp Chen Yinqing's hand and placed it on her lap. Neither of them spoke a word. The patient on the neighboring bed was conversing softly with their mother behind the curtain. They probably hadn't noticed that another person had entered the room yet. Chen Yinqing gently leaned his head on Ning Junyan's shoulder. Ning Junyan lowered her head, first kissing Chen Yinqing's forehead, then his lips. Chen Yinqing suddenly felt flustered. He instinctively glanced at the sleeping Guan Anlin on the bed, then at the shadows cast on the curtain from the people chatting on the neighboring bed. Ning Junyan wasn't pleased with his distraction. She raised her hand to pinch his chin, forcing him to look only at her. This secret kiss lasted for more than a minute before Ning Junyan released him, satisfied, and planted another kiss on his cheek. Chen Yinqing let out a breath of relief, gripping Ning Junyan's hand tightly. A while later, Chen Yinqing whispered to Ning Junyan, today Long Zhanyu came and told me that Guan Anlin must have been investigating Yu Jie secretly, intending to recover the money your mother lost. When he started speaking, the neighboring bed fell silent for a moment, but soon resumed the sound of conversation. They both spoke very softly, almost unable to hear each other clearly. Ning Junyan's expression remained calm, showing she obviously didn't care much about this matter. She said, it's unnecessary. Chen Yinqing, holding her hand, replied, to me and Guan Anlin, it's still a significant sum of money. It's not about the amount, Ning Junyan said, it's not worth risking your life for this money. Chen Yinqing's gaze landed on Guan Anlin's sleeping face, he did it for me. Ning Junyan seemed somewhat displeased. After a pause, she asked Chen Yinqing, do you think my mother's attitude towards you is important? Chen Yinqing didn't answer directly. He merely said, maybe I value family bonds more. The less you have of something, the more you treasure it. How she feels about me doesn't really matter, it's just a pity to lose that connection. Otherwise, why did I push you away back then? If only we'd left together then, it would have been better. Her, Ning Junyan slowly said, is difficult. Chen Yinqing understood deeply inside, I'm unimportant, what matters is the relationship between you two. Ning Junyan pressed her lips to his forehead, no, you're important. If you think it's important, I'll do it. Chen Yinqing looked up at her. Suddenly feeling overwhelmed, he raised his hand to embrace the back of her neck and tried to kiss her. At this moment, the chair beneath him shifted slightly, creating a faint sound as it scraped against the ground. Startled, he immediately lifted his head to look at the curtain. Seeing that the figures on the other side showed no movement, he barely relaxed a bit. But then he realized Guan Anlin had somehow awoken. Chen Yunqing quickly let go of Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan remained calm and looked at Guan Anlin. Guan Anlin's face was full of disdain as he struggled to move, exclaiming, "Are you two done being annoying? Get out of my ward." Chapter 99. Guan Anlin was hospitalized for nearly 20 days before his body gradually recovered from the injury this time. Later, when he could move around on his own, Chen Yunqing no longer stayed at the hospital all the time but occasionally went back to the market to handle the store's work and then returned in the evenings to stay with Guan Anlin. Because Chen Yunqing had stayed in the hospital for so long to accompany Guan Anlin, Ning Junyan had to go home alone when she wasn't working night shifts. After a while, Ning Junyan started to dislike Guan Anlin more and more. During morning rounds, her gaze toward Guan Anlin was cold. Guan Anlin felt both scared and wronged. He thought to himself that it wasn't intentional on his part, and he also wanted to be discharged as soon as possible. One afternoon, just before dinner, Chen Yunqing returned to the hospital from the market. As he reached the ward door, he saw it open from the inside. A man and a woman stepped out. The young woman was Yu Jie's daughter, Yu Mingli. Yu Mingli had once met Chen Yunqing at Xu Rong's place and clearly remembered him well. She stopped and nodded at Chen Yunqing. Though what Yu Jie had done couldn't be blamed on his daughter, Chen Yunqing still struggled to feel any goodwill toward Yu Mingli. He only gave a slight nod, moved aside to let them through, and watched as Yu Mingli left together with a middle-aged man in a suit. Only then did Chen Yunqing enter the ward and see Guan Anlin sitting by the bed reading something. He asked Guan Anlin, "Was Yu Jie's daughter here?" Guan Anlin looked up, "Yeah." Chen Yunqing asked, "What for?" Guan Anlin handed over the paper in his hands to him. Chen Yunqing took it and realized it was a printed statement of forgiveness written from Guan Anlin's perspective. It basically stated belief that Yu Jie's actions were not intentional, acceptance of compensation, and understanding for Yu Jie's behavior. However, there was no signature yet at the bottom right corner. After reading it, Chen Yunqing looked up at Guan Anlin, who had already lain down on the bed, his arms lazily propped behind his head. He asked, "How much is she compensating you?" Guan Anlin replied, 300,000. Chen Yunqing slapped the statement onto Guan Anlin's face, "Are they crazy?" Guan Anlin tore it off and chuckled twice, saying, "I said the same thing, and then I told her to take 3 million back and delete the part about believing that Yu Jie's actions weren't intentional. Then I'd sign the agreement." "No way," Chen Yunqing thought about the matter and got angry, "No amount of money, tell them to leave." Guan Anlin folded the papers a few times and tossed them casually into the bedside drawer. "They definitely won't pay 3 million, and I don't intend to sign anyway. Even if Yu Jie doesn't get sentenced to death, I'll make sure he spends the rest of his life in jail." Before Guan Anlin finished speaking, the door opened again, and Ning Junyan walked in. It was already quitting time in the afternoon. Ning Junyan had changed her clothes and stood by Guan Anlin's bedside, asking Chen Yunqing, "Are you going home with me?" "I'm not going back," said Chen Yunqing, "I'm still worried leaving him alone." Guan Anlin suddenly felt unable to face Ning Junyan, turning his eyes away from her and addressing Chen Yunqing, "Actually, I'm fine. I can be alone in the evening." Before Chen Yunqing could respond, Ning Junyan said coldly, "I've arranged a nurse for him." Then Ning Junyan took 2 steps forward slowly, looking down at Guan Anlin lying on the bed, and said, "He can move on his own and call a doctor if needed. Hiring a nurse is just precaution in case of emergencies." Guan Anlin sensed some pressure and quickly said to Chen Yunqing, "It's completely fine. Go home and rest properly." Just then, Chen Yunqing heard Ning Junyan say, "Come have dinner with my parents tonight." He looked up in surprise. Ning Junyan's face didn't show any expression, she simply said, "It's already arranged." Chen Yunqing took a deep breath and told Guan Anlin, "Call me if anything happens." He lingered in the ward for a bit longer, waiting until the caregiver brought Guan Anlin his dinner before leaving with Ning Junyan. They went to the underground parking lot to fetch the car. As Chen Yunqing sat in the passenger seat, he suddenly felt nervous and asked Ning Junyan, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have changed into something better." Ning Junyan started the car and glanced at him, "You're good as is. My mom called me, so it was a last-minute arrangement." "Dinner, what do you plan to talk about?" Ning Junyan replied, "Talk about whatever you want. Don't worry since I'll be there." Hearing this, Chen Yunqing couldn't help but smile slightly and lower his head. The dinner was booked outside at a small private room in a Chinese restaurant. There was a small round table inside, but only 4 seats were reserved. When they arrived, Xu Rong and Ning Zhanghong were already there. Seeing Ning Zhanghong, Chen Yunqing asked how his recent recovery was progressing. Ning Zhanghong was very courteous, shaking hands with Chen Yunqing and saying that his health was now fine. He indeed looked much better than he had in the past few days. Xu Rong stood by the side without speaking. Chen Yunqing took the initiative to greet her, "Auntie." She nodded and said, "Hello." The 4 of them sat down and waited for the dishes to arrive. At this time, the waiters came and went, but no one in the private room spoke, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Thus, Ning Zhanghong proactively asked Ning Junyan a few questions about work. When the dishes were mostly served and the waiter left, closing the door behind them, quiet reigned over the room again. Ning Junyan asked Xu Rong, did you mainly bring a lawyer to see you this morning? Chen Yincheng put down his chopsticks and looked up at Xu Rong. Xu Rong maintained her usual appearance, carefully applied makeup and meticulously combed hair pulled back. She looked at Ning Junyan and said, yes. Didn't you know long ago that Wang Yongchen was arrested? Ning Junyan asked again. Xu Rong replied to him, the police informed me quite a while ago. Chen Yincheng then suddenly interjected, he's someone my brother risked his life to track and secretly photograph before informing the police. He didn't care much about Xu Rong's attitude toward him, but when he thought about how Xu Rong had once looked at Guan Anlin, it made him feel very uncomfortable. Xu Rong turned her gaze toward Chen Yincheng and slowly said, I heard. After she finished this sentence, Ning Zhanghong spoke up, thank him on our behalf. Do you show your gratitude with such an attitude? Ning Junyan leaned back in her chair. Today's meal had been arranged with a table full of dishes, yet most hadn't even been touched so far, showing that even water might not have the mood to eat. He's still lying in the hospital, and none of you have shown any intention to visit him. Just saying, thank you out loud is enough. Xu Rong frowned and looked at Ning Junyan. Before Xu Rong could say anything, Ning Junyan continued, you mainly came to find you to discuss compensation, right? How much does she plan to pay on behalf of Yu Jie? Xu Rong said, she is willing to compensate us for the lost rent on behalf of her father. Ning Junyan nodded, this is something Guan Anlin almost sacrificed his life to achieve. Used to being dignified, Xu Rong found herself momentarily unable to respond. Instead, Ning Zhanghong spoke on her behalf to Chen Yincheng, Yincheng, thank you for your help this time. And also thank your younger brother. We will visit him at the hospital tomorrow, and if there is anything you need assistance with, please don't hesitate to let us know. Hearing this, Chen Yincheng shook his head, uncle, aunt, I'm not here to receive your thanks today. Xu Rong looked at him, then what else do you require? Chen Yincheng shook his head again, aunt, have you considered your relationship with Junyan? We are mother and son, do we need any other relationship? Chen Yincheng said, being mother and son by blood alone isn't enough. Feelings are mutual. You having no feelings for him makes it hard to expect him to reciprocate. Xu Rong seemed somewhat angry, how do you say I have no feelings for him? Chen Yincheng thought for a moment before responding, I believe you do have feelings for him, but emotions require expression and action, not just unilateral demands. The things you ask from him represent your love for yourself, not your love for him. He rarely spoke words like these, and he never thought himself wiser than others. After finishing, he felt slightly unsure and glanced at Ning Junyan. Ning Junyan held his hand tightly, right on the dining table, without shying away from anyone. Both Xu Rong and Ning Zhanghong's gazes fell onto their intertwined hands. Chen Yincheng felt the warmth in Ning Junyan's palm and felt emboldened to continue, I didn't come here today wanting either of you to express gratitude to me or my brother. It's not even to ask you to accept Junyan and me. I simply want to tell you that if you truly love Junyan, then treat him better. Let him feel your love, and don't easily utter words like severing relations. Every family bond is hard won, many people desire it but cannot obtain it. At this point, Chen Yincheng paused briefly, took a deep breath, and then continued, if you don't love him, then I deeply regret pushing him back years ago. Give him back to me, and I will love him. As soon as these last few words left his lips, Ning Junyan's grip on his hand suddenly tightened. Xu Rong and Ning Zhanghong both became slightly dazed for a moment, memories nearly forgotten over the past dozen years resurfacing in an instant, the Ning Junyan who wouldn't let go of Chen Yincheng, hugging him tightly, and the Ning Junyan forcefully pushed away by Chen Yincheng. So many years had passed, and Ning Junyan still wanted to hold the same person close, from beginning to end without change. They barely finished eating the meal. Xu Rong and Ning Zhanghong left first. Chen Yincheng insisted on taking the leftovers home, and Ning Junyan stayed to help him, watching the server pack each dish one by one into containers. Ning Junyan said, even if we take it home, we won't finish all of this. Chen Yincheng complained to her, who told you to order so much? Ning Junyan told him, these are the side dishes that come with the private room. He didn't have the patience to personally order each dish one by one. Chen Yincheng said, tomorrow, we'll bring these to Guan Anlin at the hospital. The two of them came out of the restaurant carrying several plastic bags and walked to the parking lot. First, they placed all the plastic bags containing the food containers in the back seat. When Chen Yincheng was about to open the passenger side car door to get in, Ning Junyan leaned on both hands against the door frame, trapping him between his arms. What's wrong? Chen Yincheng turned around to face him. Ning Junyan moved closer until their foreheads touched, saying, repeat what you said today. Chen Yincheng feigned ignorance, which part? The sentence you said to my mom. Chen Yincheng suddenly felt shy as the distance between them was too close. He lowered his gaze to look at Ning Junyan's lips and softly said, the one where I said to give you back to me? Ning Junyan responded with a and urged him, there's more. Chen Yincheng said, I will love you. Ning Junyan seemed satisfied and pecked him on the lips. Let's go back quickly so I can properly love you. Chapter 100. After 2 days, Chen Yincheng never expected that Xu Rong and Ning Zhanghong actually came to the hospital to visit Guan Anlin. They brought a large bouquet of flowers and a very exquisite fruit basket. However, the couple did not stay in the ward for too long, probably because they didn't have much to say. They stood there for a while and then hurriedly left. Chen Yincheng was not there at the time, he heard about it later from Guan Anlin. Guan Anlin told Chen Yincheng that Ning Junyan's parents had come to see him, expressing their gratitude. At the time, Guan Anlin was lying in bed, telling them there was no need to be polite and that they should just be kinder to Chen Yincheng and not interfere with Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan being together. Chen Yincheng stood by the bedside and took a bunch of grapes out of the fruit basket on the bedside table to wash them. Upon hearing what happened, he looked at Guan Anlin and asked, "What did his mother say?" Guan Anlin replied, his mother's face turned sour. She didn't say anything, and after standing there for a while, she left. Chen Yincheng thought this was normal. People like Xu Rong, their views aren't something that can change in a day or two. As long as they don't strongly oppose or actively try to obstruct things between them, that was already decent enough. At this point, Guan Anlin could be discharged from the hospital. Although he had recovered well, having suffered serious injuries and undergone major surgery, Chen Yincheng was still worried. So he told him not to go back to the store but to live in the rented apartment outside. According to news from Long Zhanyu, Yu Jia was arrested and formally accused of intentional homicide and fraud, which had been approved. Chen Yincheng didn't have much legal knowledge, but since Guan Anlin's incident involving Zhou Yan, he'd learned quite a bit about the process of criminal cases. He knew that after the prosecution reviewed the arrest, the likelihood of Yu Jia being sentenced was very high. Although Long Zhanyu couldn't disclose many details of the case to them, when mentioning this case, Long Zhanyu clearly sounded confident, believing they already had sufficient evidence to convict Yu Jia. Yu Mingli contacted Guan Anlin twice more. Each time, the compensation amount increased, hoping that Guan Anlin would express forgiveness for Yu Jia's actions. Moreover, she insisted that her father definitely wasn't being deliberate. She claimed it was too dark at the time, Guan Anlin might not have seen clearly, so she hoped Guan Anlin would take the money and forgive her father. But Guan Anlin had no intention of signing any forgiveness letter. "No amount will make me sign," he said to Chen Yincheng. The two were sitting under a big tree in front of the shop. It was deep autumn already, and when this season passed, winter would come soon again. Their story restarted last winter, the same winter Guan Anlin was released from prison. They had gone through many things, and many changes occurred. Chen Yincheng stared at a yellow leaf dancing in the air for a long time before finally falling to the ground, saying, "We don't want their money. We can earn our own." Guan Anlin nodded. Chen Yincheng continued, "Once the company is registered, we'll consider expanding our agency scope. By then, you'll come work for me as a manager." Guan Anlin scratched his head. "Forget it, I don't have a high education level. I'm embarrassed." "Don't worry," Chen Yincheng reassured him, "I'll be here with you." "How much can they compensate you?" "Only 3 million yuan, we can earn it back quickly." Guan Anlin laughed twice, sounding somewhat foolish. Then he nudged Chen Yincheng with his elbow and said, "Dr. Ning has come to pick you up." During his recent hospitalization, Ning Junyan, as the deputy director of the department who personally performed the emergency surgery on Guan Anlin, greatly elevated his image in Guan Anlin's eyes. Talented doctors always carried absolute authority in hospitals. Over time, Guan Anlin got used to fearing Ning Junyan and dared not provoke him anymore. Chen Yincheng got up from the stairs and walked toward Ning Junyan. They planned to have dinner together tonight. They often ate out since they didn't have enough time to cook themselves, mostly at small restaurants near the rented house. But tonight was different, tonight they were going on a date. Guan Anqin recommended a good-tasting Western restaurant to Chen Yincheng, so Chen invited Ning Junyan to join. It was a Mexican restaurant located in a small square, selling Mexican dishes and alcohol. Every evening it was bustling with activity. Ning Junyan did not drive, they called a car and went together to eat, ordering a bottle of imported liquor. They ate and drank wine outdoors at the restaurant while enjoying music. Later, Chen Yincheng became slightly tipsy, sitting on the same bench as Ning Junyan, leaning his head against his shoulder. He looked at the performing band ahead with slightly red eyes and asked Ning Junyan, "Will anyone look at us?" Ning Junyan grazed his cheek on his forehead. "Let them look if they want." Chen Yincheng chuckled. "Other people will think we're strange." Ning Junyan said, "I think most people in the world are strange." "So what?" Chen Yincheng held his hand on the chair, leaning more comfortably against Ning Junyan's shoulder. It seemed as though he didn't need to do anything, simply having someone beside him all the time was enough for him to feel happy. As the night grew later, the weather became slightly cooler. Chen Yincheng felt the chill in the air intensifying his drunkenness, and he yawned. Ning Junyan softly asked if he wanted to go back. He hesitated, feeling too reluctant to get up due to the comfort of the environment. Ning Junyan said, "Do you want to go back or go open a room?" Chen Yincheng chuckled and said, "I already rented a place for us. Can't we save money by not going to a hotel?" Ning Junyan told him, "I'll pay for tonight." Chen Yincheng still found it amusing and lowered his head to glance at the ring on his hand, feigning surprise. "I thought we were married, isn't your money my money?" Ning Junyan replied, "Yes, but don't forget you also signed a contract with me, mortgaging yourself." Chen Yincheng almost forgot about this matter, and the contract was now locked in the cabinet drawer of their rented house. Ning Junyan continued, "Shouldn't I say something and you listen?" Chen Yincheng tilted his head back to look at him, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "What would you like to say?" Ning Junyan leaned closer to his ear, whispering lowly, "Take off your clothes and raise your butt." Chen Yincheng tightened his grip on Ning Junyan's hand and stood up, saying, "All right, let's go to the hotel." Just after these words, he lifted his head and saw a distant figure, stopping abruptly. Ning Junyan followed his gaze and saw a dirty-faced little girl begging nearby. Since Chen Yincheng had closed his old shop, it had been a long time since he'd seen this little girl, and he never imagined meeting her here today. The little girl carried a basket, walking to each table of guests, holding up the basket asking for money. Most people wouldn't give her any, so she would linger at their tables until the guests finally gave her a few coins out of impatience, or harshly chased her away. Finally, she reached the table where Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan were sitting. Upon looking up and recognizing Chen Yincheng's face, she clearly paused, not saying anything before attempting to leave quietly with her basket. "Wait," Chen Yincheng stopped her voluntarily, "why won't you take our money?" The little girl stared at him silently. Chen Yincheng pulled out a $100 bill from his pocket and said to her, "Sit down, and we'll chat for a while, then I'll give you the money." At this moment, the little girl looked back toward the opposite side of the square. The lighting there was dim, and following her line of sight, Chen Yincheng noticed a middle-aged woman standing over there. The little girl appeared hesitant, but eventually sat down across from Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan. Chen Yincheng then also sat down, glancing at Ning Junyan first. Ning Junyan raised his hand and placed it firmly yet warmly on Chen Yincheng's back, then whispered in his ear, "There's nothing to fear, I'm here." The little girl kept her focus on the $100 bill in Chen Yincheng's hand. Chen Yincheng asked her, "Is that woman across the street related to you?" The little girl did not answer. Chen Yincheng folded the banknote several times and said, "If you don't answer, there's no money." The little girl said, "She's my godmother." The two words made both Chen Yincheng and Ning Junyan frown simultaneously. Chen Yincheng asked, "What about your biological parents?" The little girl shook her head, "They're gone." Chen Yincheng asked further, "Does your godmother make you beg for money?" The little girl nodded. "How did you end up living with your godmother?" The little girl lifted her hand and began scratching the wooden surface of the table with her tiny fingers, lowering her head without looking at Chen Yincheng. "She took me out after grandma passed away in the village." "Would you like me to take you to the police?" The little girl's expression remained calm despite her young age. She was not as naive as Chen Yincheng imagined. She understood much more than many others, and she told Chen Yincheng, "But I have no home left." Chen Yincheng might be the person who understands the meaning of this sentence best. "If I report her to the police, even my godmother will be taken away, and then I'll be completely alone in the world. How can I survive like that?" At that moment, tears streamed down Chen Yincheng's face, and he quickly wiped them away. He said, "There are social welfare institutions. Do you want to study? You're still very young. If you return to school, as long as you're willing, I'll support your education." The little girl looked at Chen Yincheng, then glanced again toward the street opposite. The middle-aged woman waiting in the shadows could no longer hold herself back and started walking across the pedestrian crosswalk. Chen Yincheng wasn't afraid of her, but instead patiently awaited the little girl's response. The little girl, however, appeared nervous. She kept looking back, seeing her adoptive mother getting closer, and her eyes started to redden. She asked Chen Yincheng, "Can I go to school?" Chen Yincheng softly said, "You're so smart, of course you can. Perhaps a family will even adopt you, giving you gentle parents, so you don't have to steal or beg for money anymore." The little girl suddenly stood up, rushed into Chen Yincheng's embrace, and cried, "I don't want to go back, I don't want to steal anymore." Chen Yincheng held her as he stood up, walking towards the nearby police booth on the square. The middle-aged woman quickly ran over, shouting while running, "Someone is kidnapping my daughter. Help!" She pointed at Chen Yincheng. Chen Yincheng did not stop walking. Ning Junyan stood up, coldly staring at that woman. The patrolling policeman heard the commotion and stepped out of the booth. Chen Yincheng handed over the sobbing little girl to him, then turned around to point at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman suddenly realized something, panicked, and turned to flee, with one policeman quickly chasing after her. Ning Junyan walked up to Chen Yincheng's side. Chen Yincheng's eyes were still red as he told him, "I always think, if only I could have met someone like this when I was young." Ning Junyan held his hand and said, "Then I am very lucky, because I met you." The end.